There's an unspoken rule in elite schools. Anyone who makes Xing, the wealthy heiress of the Golden Circle, frown even slightly becomes the enemy of the entire school, fair game for everyone to trample upon. The new transfer student, a pretty-faced male lead, deliberately sat on the heiress's lap to attract attention. When he noticed everyone staring at him, he thought it was because of his striking looks. However, the heiress's words shattered his newfound confidence. My lap is for people to sit on, not dogs. Watching this scene from the corner, I couldn't help but smirk bitterly. It was exactly like in my dream. As the only commoner admitted on scholarship to this elite school, the male lead couldn't stand how Xing treated me like a dog. He stepped forward to accuse her, declaring that these privileged heiresses were nothing but societal parasites. As a result, Xing and the other female leads turned their fury towards Su Baichuan, freeing me from my misery. Not wanting to stir up trouble, I kept my distance when they targeted him, never once offering help. Later, those four women became infatuated with Su Baichuan, entering into ambiguous relationships with him, sparking a chaotic rivalry. But after Su Baichuan reconciled with them, everyone turned their judgment on me, the selfish coward. Su Baichuan offended the four great families' young ladies for me, yet I only cared about my own safety. How despicable. The whispers and pointing became unbearable, so I went to apologize to Su Baichuan. Yet, he publicly rejected me. I stood up for you, but when I was in trouble, you hid away. You're too selfish. I won't forgive you. As he spoke, Su Baichuan even cried, looking utterly heartbroken. The female leads, moved by his tears, rallied everyone to take revenge on me, turning me into a pariah. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and wanted to drop out. But when I returned home, I discovered Xing had bankrupted our family's factory, leaving us drowning in debt. This ending filled me with rage, my body trembling uncontrollably. What had I done wrong? Just because I didn't stand up for Su Baichuan, my family had to be destroyed? But not everyone has the courage to act heroically, and what baffled me most was how Su Baichuan could fall in love with the girls who bullied me yet refused to forgive me, who only wanted to protect myself. Was it just because I was a minor character that a single mistake led to such a tragic fate? I realized that to change the outcome, I had to stay far away from the main cast, especially ensuring Su Baichuan never defended me again. Maybe I should transfer schools immediately. Just then, Xing's call came through. Apparently, I had taken more than 5 minutes to deliver her coffee, and she was surely furious. Instinctive fear gripped me, and I reflexively hung up. Meanwhile, in the luxurious lounge, Xing pressed her lips together, her beautiful face twisted in displeasure. How dare he hang up on me? Has he grown a spine? Lan Feifei, lounging beside her, teased, not answering your call? Is your little dog going through a rebellious phase? Xing growled, he wouldn't dare. She sat up, about to redial, when my call came through. Seeing it, her furrowed brows relaxed. See? I told you he wouldn't disobey me. Xing cared nothing for her classmates. In her eyes, anyone outside her elite circle was beneath notice. She believed making me her servant was helping me, and from my obedient demeanor, she assumed I must rely on her deeply. Xing answered the phone with an air of arrogance, scolding impatiently, how much longer do I have to wait for you to buy a cup of coffee? Can't you even handle such a simple task? My voice trembled as I apologized, I'm sorry, Miss Shin. I just fell and burned my leg, so I can't bring you the coffee. Leaning against the wall for support, my face was pale, and a large patch of skin on my calf had turned red. Upon hearing I was injured, Xing's expression stiffened, and she asked nervously, you're hurt? Is it serious? The moment the words left her mouth, she remembered Lan Feifei was still beside her. Meeting those teasing eyes, Xing immediately changed her tone, clicking her tongue in disdain. So clumsy, can't even manage such a simple thing without messing up. Where are you now? I answered truthfully, in the hallway. Stay there. I'm coming now. After hanging up, Xing headed for the door. Lan Feifei called out mockingly, did the little puppy get hurt? Xing had a helpless face and complained, what an inconsiderate one, I will go over and take a look, otherwise people will think that I am bullying her. Then I'll go too. Anyway, he was bored with idleness, going to see Xing teasing a puppy is also quite interesting. Xia Lingwei stood in place, a bit unable to digest Xing's words. He was coming over? Come over to check if her leg was really injured or not. That's right, those young masters have enough to do all day long without food, idle them. When the heroine comes out, she'll be able to stop. That's right. Xia Lingwei had a flash of light and suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Her leg was injured, so she could take a leave of absence to go home in the next few days, avoiding this point in time when Su Lily was enrolled in school. Anyway, Su Lily was the female lead, even without her as the cannon fodder to set her off, she would still attract the attention of the male leads. After Xing's attention had all shifted to Su Lily's side, she wouldn't be enslaved if she came back. If she wasn't enslaved, Su Lily wouldn't fight for her, and nothing would happen after that. As if she had seen a way out, Xia Lingwei excitedly held onto the wall and walked in the direction of the school nurse's office. If she wanted to take a leave of absence, she had to find the school nurse to issue a leave slip. After walking not 2 steps, she heard a voice with anger coming from behind her. Hey, I'm telling you to wait. I told you to wait, don't you understand? Crap, throwing what he said to the back of my mind, this cranky maniac is definitely going to get angry again. The corridor became lively after Shin Qingqing and Lan Fei Fei appeared. It was Lord Nan and Lord Lan. Too handsome. The two adults walking together were too eye-catching. They couldn't have come to find that servant, right? How annoying. The fact that Xia Lingwei was Shin Qingqing's servant was basically known to the entire grade. Many people also saw her fall in the corridor, but no one even bothered to help. The boys didn't dare to approach her and the girls were watching the jokes from the side. Shin Qingqing ignored the girls who were swooning over him and walked straight to the side of Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei, like a child who made a mistake, mumbled her lips and whispered, "I want to go to the school nurse's office to bandage it." Shin Qingqing's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, looking down at Xia Lingwei's legs. She was wearing a uniform skirt and short socks, her entire leg was exposed, her legs were long and straight, well-proportioned and slender, with excellent thigh-calf proportions, looking good. It was just that the skin on her calves was red in a large area, forming a clear contrast with the cold white skin next to it. TSK. You can be really stupid. Shin Qingqing said without any good humor, and unexpectedly directly hugged Xia Lingwei horizontally. The surroundings resounded with cries of shock. Even Xia Lingwei was startled. She stammered, Nan, young master, I can walk by myself, you don't have to." "Shut up." Shin Qingqing roared and Xia Lingwei quieted down. Shin Qingqing was tall and stocky, the kind of body that appeared thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. Picking up the slender Xia Lingwei was as easy for him as picking up a puppy or kitten. Why is it so light? There was also the fact that there was a faint fragrance on her body that smelled especially comfortable. The stares coming from all directions made Xia Lingwei feel ashamed to see anyone. She really couldn't figure out what kind of nerves this person was having again. Lan Fei Fei, who was following behind, raised an eyebrow. "Jean, this guy, although he was pretending to be disgusted, he was actually very attached to this puppy." On the way to the infirmary, there were many people who saw Shin Qingqing hugging Xia Lingwei. The hearts of Shin Qingqing's female fans were broken. How could their Lord Nan touch that lowly servant? When they arrived at the infirmary, Shin Qingqing gently put Xia Lingwei on the hospital bed. The quilt in the infirmary had just been in the sun, warm and fluffy, with the smell of sunlight on it. The school doctor in a white coat had his back to them, squatting in front of the medicine cabinet looking for something, and didn't move even when he heard someone come in. Shin Qingqing ordered with displeasure, "Hey, her leg is burned, come over and help her with it." Only then did the school nurse stand up and turn to face them. Into the eyes was a handsome and gentlemanly face, short chestnut-colored hair slightly curly, very white skin, and with gold glasses. He was tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, and wore the white coat of the school nurse's office like a high-fashion trench coat. Lin Juncheng sighed and said helplessly, "See Jean, you are still talking so rudely. He is Shin Qingqing's cousin, who went to study abroad before." Shin Qingqing was slightly stunned, then asked in surprise, "Brother Chang, why are you here?" Lin Juncheng replied lightly, "Internship." After that, he turned to Xia Lingwei, revealed a gentle smile, and softly asked, "Where did your classmate get hurt?" Before Xia Lingwei could say anything, Shin Qingqing grabbed the opportunity to say, "Her leg was burned." Lin Juncheng impatiently said, "I didn't ask you, what are you in such a hurry for? Can't it be that this is your little girlfriend?" After saying that, his gaze became evil, looking up and down Xia Lingwei with great interest. Chapter 3, Taking a month's vacation to avoid this group of epileptic males. Female is not. What are you babbling about? You've got a problem with your eyes, don't you? Who's nervous about her? She's just a servant. Servant. Shin Qingqing directly exploded and retorted incoherently, her face full of displeasure. This woman is enough to lift her up to be his servant? And to ask her to be his girlfriend? Absolutely impossible. Despite his strong reaction, if you looked closely, you could still see his reddened ears. Lin Juncheng smiled and pretended not to see it. He no longer paid attention to Shin Qingqing and began to carefully look at the girl sitting on the hospital bed. Small palm face, cold white skin, big and round eyes, like black glaze. She lowered her eyebrows and lowered her eyes, her thick eyelashes were like two small miniature fans, her delicate nose and reddish cherry lips, as well as her light brown glossy curly hair, like a beautiful doll. Only, the burn marks on her legs spoiled the overall perfection. Lin Juncheng's eyes under the lenses darkened. Such a beautiful and delicate girl is still suitable to be put into a window collection for appreciation. It's too bad to give someone a servant to run errands for coffee. He grabbed Xia Lingwei's calf with one hand, and with his other hand, he dipped his slender fingers into the ointment and slowly began to apply the medicine. Xia Lingwei suddenly stared wide-eyed. Something was wrong. This school doctor was not right. His hand was pinching her calf belly one after another, and although the amplitude was not large, it could be clearly felt. That kind of touch made her feel revolted. Xia Lingwei looked at the school doctor. The man was focused on giving her medicine, looking nothing like he had a crooked mind. Could it be that she thought too much? She didn't dare to speak, she could only bite her lip and hold her breath. Lin Juncheng had been paying attention to her expression with his afterglow and found that she was holding back, his lips quietly hooked up. He lifted his head and asked with an innocent face, "Did the medicine hurt?" Endure it a little, it will be fine soon. Saying that, his hand rubbed more indulgently on her calf. The skin under his palm, such as the finest satin, silky smooth, refreshing, cool. It simply made him unable to let go of his hand. Shin Qingqing on the side felt that something was wrong, and warned Lin Junchang, "You put on the medicine, but don't touch your hands indiscriminately." Even if the other party was his cousin, Shin Qingqing, who was a little bully, would not restrain his temper. Lin Junchang smiled, frankly explained, "I didn't touch it, this is to fix her legs, convenient to apply medicine." Shin Qingqing coldly grunted, "It is better this way." Lin Junchang teased him again, "She is not your girlfriend, what do you care so much?" Sure enough, Shin Qingqing got annoyed again and growled, "Who cares? Get your medicine." Unlike the rough and ready Shin Qingqing, Lan Feifei was much more meticulous and naturally saw that Lin Junchang was taking advantage of Xia Lingwei. But he didn't say much either. He just looked at Xia Lingwei, who was enduring her red cheeks, and his eyes flickered. This puppy was so good at bullying, his heart was getting a little itchy. After all, there were two big living people watching from the side. Jun Lin Chang didn't dare to go too far and helped her wrap the gauze after a little flirting. Xia Lingwei timidly asked, "Doctor, I want to take a few days off to rest at home, can you help me issue a certificate?" Although she was afraid of this school doctor, her own life was more important. The school was very strict in its management, especially for students like her whose family background was not that illustrious. The leave system was even stricter. If she wanted to take leave to stay at home, she had to have a certificate of injury from the school doctor. Lin Junchang was still very easygoing and asked in a warm voice, "How many days do you want to take off? The more serious the injury, the longer you can take off." Xia Lingwei thought to herself that in a few days Head Su Lily will be enrolled in school, and when she has a conflict with the male protagonists, how can it be 10 days and half a month? She tentatively asked, "Is a month okay? A month? This injury of yours?" Lin Junchang deliberately stretched his voice, didn't say yes or no. Just when Xia Lingwei thought it was hopeless, he opened his mouth again and said, "What if you take a month off to change the medicine? Let's do it this way, you leave me a contact information, I will go to change your medicine regularly." Hearing that he was willing to give leave, Xia Lingwei was not afraid, and nodded her head, "Yes, yes, yes." "Hey!" Shin Qingqing suddenly snapped, glaring at Xia Lingwei and questioning, "But it's just a burn, do you need to rest for a month? You couldn't have done it on purpose to avoid me." "No, it's not." Xia Lingwei explained with little courage. She is really afraid of Shin Qingqing, this person is too fierce, and his family is also rich and powerful, it is not a small cannon fodder that she can mess with. "I just have a pain in my leg and want to go home to rest for a few days," she said. She was on the verge of crying out. Lin Junchang could not stand to watch, and reprimanded Shin Qingqing, "Well, you kid, you're so mean to girls, people are hurt and you're still bullying people here?" After that, he handed the completed certificate to Xia Lingwei and laughed, "Quickly go home and rest, girls can't leave scars." Seeing how he helped himself so much, Xia Lingwei felt that she had overthought things just now, and was even a little ashamed. This school doctor is a good person. Her two watery eyes are like deer as she looks at Jun Linchang and gratefully says, "Thank you, doctor." She looked beautiful when she smiled, her eyebrows curved, revealing white and neat teeth, and there were faint pear swirls on her cheeks. It was the first time Shin Qingqing had seen her smile. The Xia Lingwei in his eyes was always trembling and cowering in the corner, and would tremble in fear if he spoke a little louder to her. The guy who was as timid as a rabbit would actually show such a nice smile. But not at him. Shin Qingqing's mood became harsh all of a sudden and yelled at Xia Lingwei, "What are you smiling about? Mouth closed. Ugly." Xia Lingwei immediately put away her smile. Endure it for a little longer. It wouldn't take long for her to get rid of this obnoxious super male. "What are you talking about? It's obviously very beautiful." Lin Juncheng gently consoled, "Don't pay attention to him, this kid has problems with his eyes, you look good when you smile, you need to smile more in the future." Xia Lingwei is going to be moved to tears. This noble college, or the first time someone said these words to her. Although she was from an ordinary family, had a weak character, and was still a cannon fodder female match, she also wanted to be praised by others. The school doctor was really a great person. Shin Qingqing couldn't watch the two of them browbeat each other, and picked up Xia Lingwei with another hug, leaving the school nurse's room. Lan Feifei also followed her out. Only Lin Junchang was left in the school nurse's room. Only his gentle and harmless eyes instantly turned fiery. He loved robbing others the most, and it was still a girl so to his liking. It should be fun to snatch her from Shin Qingqing's hands, right? Chapter 4 Beautiful Teenage Brother. Shin Qingqing carried Xia Lingwei all the way to the main entrance downstairs of the academy. Almost the entire grade saw it and frantically whispered from the sidelines. Xia Lingwei didn't want him to hold her, but feeling the anger from him, she didn't dare to say anything and could only lower her head as an ostrich. Anyway, this was the final ordeal, and when her leave of absence was over, all the people would focus on Su Lily. No one would remember her as cannon fodder. After walking all the way, Shin Qingqing's anger dissipated a bit. He looked at the pitiful Xia Lingwei and softened his tone a lot more than earlier. "Does someone from your family come to pick you up? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need, no need. Before he finished, Xia Lingwei waved her hand in fear and refused, her little head shaking like a rattle. She didn't dare to let this young master send her. Xin Xingqing's expression, which had just eased, darkened again. He was very upset. In the past, he only thought it was fun to slightly yell a couple of times to scare her into trembling. But when he saw Xia Lingwei smiling at someone else just now, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless. This woman's brain was missing a string, wasn't it? He thought that the way he spoke just now was already very gentle. What other reason did she have to reject him? He was annoyed, grinding his teeth and threatening, "You dare to reject me? No, I have someone at home to pick me up," Xia Lingwei explained. Xin Xingqing was still holding her and could feel her body shaking. Damn! He is not some vicious evil ghost, is it necessary to be afraid like this? Xin Xingqing got angry and put Xia Lingwei down. In a rough voice, he roared, "Whatever you want. Do whatever you like." I thought he was going to leave after saying this, but he still stood by the side and didn't leave. Xia Lingwei was very uncomfortable. What is he still standing here for? Luckily, the driver arrived quickly, and Xia Lingwei felt relieved. She turned her head towards Xin Xingqing and politely said, "Goodbye, young Master Nan, then I'll go back first." Xin Xingqing didn't say anything, her eyes staring straight at her. Xia Lingwei was glazed over by the look, and without waiting for him to reply, she followed the driver. Until Xia Lingwei's figure disappeared into thin air, Xin Xingqing was still standing in place. For some reason, the thought of not being able to see her for a month suddenly gave her a feeling of being out of her control. It made Xin Xingqing inexplicably feel uneasy. Xia Lingwei was completely different. After she left Xin Xingqing's line of sight, she looked like a different person and happily cheered, "Great, great. I dodged through." The driver was puzzled and asked, "What's dodged over?" Xia Lingwei didn't say much, just bared her teeth and giggled. After all, this kind of thing is awakened, even if you talk to others, they won't understand. She herself knows on the line. After arriving home, Mom and Dad were not at home, but there was a beautiful boy with a delicate face sitting on the sofa in the hall. Xia Lingwei froze. Why did he suddenly come home? The beautiful boy was her younger brother, Xia Mingqing. Xia Mingqing was 2 years younger than Xia Lingwei. When they were young, they were very close, and Xia Mingqing was very clingy to her as his sister. But in his second year of junior high school, he suddenly distanced himself from her. At first she didn't feel it, she talked to him as usual, but he didn't pay any attention to her, and then he went abroad to study without telling her, which made Xia Lingwei very lost. He must have disliked her as a timid and wimpy sister, so he hated her. Seeing Xia Lingwei enter the door, he suddenly walked towards her. 2 years had passed, and Xia Mingqing had grown quite a bit taller, and now standing in front of Xia Lingwei, he was already nearly a head taller than her. Xia Mingqing stared down at the gauze on Xia Lingwei's leg and asked, "What happened to your leg?" His voice was very nice, like a mountain spring in winter, clear and cold. Xia Lingwei was flattered. To know, this brother of hers hadn't said a word to her properly for 2 years, and now he would actually take the initiative to care about her? Could it be that he didn't hate her anymore? Xia Lingwei answered vaguely, she was burned by the coffee. Such a big man is still clumsy. Being counted out by her younger brother, and still somehow alienating her younger brother. This made Xia Lingwei's feelings very complicated. Xia Mingqing, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, and sat on the sofa with Xia Lingwei by her side. It was as if the previous estrangement didn't even exist. He said to himself, "I've decided to come back to study the higher department of Ayara's academy." Ayara's was the aristocratic academy where Xia Lingwei was. This academy started from kindergarten and had departments corresponding to each stage. Now Xia Lingwei is in the university department. Hearing that Xia Mingchen was coming to Ayara's, Xia Lingwei was jolted. Even though she wasn't in the same institution, it wasn't likely that the fact that she was working as an errand boy for Xin Xingqing would spread to the higher department as well. If Xia Mingqing knew that she was living in such a lousy situation at school, where would she, as her sister, put her face? There was also the point that there was no Xia Mingqing in the original plot. What if he suddenly went to Eris and got caught up in it? She asked, "Why are you suddenly coming back after studying abroad? Does Mom and Dad know?" "Yes." "Oh." The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Seeing that Xia Lingwei didn't want him to come back, a hint of haze flashed through Xia Mingqing's beautiful eyes. Inside the opulent lounge, 2 aristocratic boys were playing chess. One of them was Lan Fei. The other was Mu Xingchen, also one of the 4 main male characters. He had slightly curly brown hair that was slightly longer and was half tied up with a leather band. He had a gorgeous face, so pretty that one couldn't tell the difference between male and female, a demonic type of beautiful man. At the same time he was a Letzo man. He glanced sideways at Xin Xingqing, who was lying on the sofa, and asked flirtatiously, "What's wrong with Jean?" In the morning, he was still hugging girls around, but now he's dead in the water. Lan Fei replied, "His puppy took a leave of absence to go home, cannot afford to give up." If they dared to make fun of him like this in normal times, Xin Xingqing would have smashed a pillow over him long ago. But at this moment, he just lazily rolled over and turned his face towards the back of the sofa, ignoring them. Mu Xingchen looked at Lan Feifei in surprise and asked with a mouthful, "No way? Really?" Lan Feifei shrugged, non-committal. Mu Xingchen didn't know what to say. He had an impression of that girl, rather than a puppy. He felt it was more like a timid and fearful cat. Once he met her in the corridor and just wanted to ask her if she had seen Xingqing, but in a blink of an eye, she ran away. Her guts were a bit too small. Mu Xingchen found it very interesting and suggested, "Yo, you like people so much? If you can't give up, then go find her directly." Anyway, with their status, even if they were to pay a visit, those people would be very welcoming. Xingqing's eyes lit up. Chapter 5: Xingqing's ghostly visit. But very quickly, Xingqing was as if she had reacted, and exasperatedly said, "Who likes her? This great master would like that kind of small-minded woman? I don't like that you're here. I'm just not used to it. I'm just not used to not having someone around to serve me." Xingqing looked like he finally thought of a persuasive reason and repeatedly emphasized, "After all, it's not easy to find a competent servant." Seeing that he was dead set against admitting it, the two didn't say anything else. Mu Xingchen suddenly remembered something in general and said, "Right, that special enrollment next week, what was it called?" Lan Feifei took the opportunity to general and replied, "Called Su Lily, going to class S. Isn't that the same class as Jane?" Mu Xingchen's attention was all on the gossip. He didn't even see that he was being generalized. He turned his head to Xingqing and said, "Aren't you short of servants? It just so happens that this civilian special enrollment can make up for it, ha." Mu Xingchen was still laughing when he saw Lan Feifei eat his king and said, "I won." Eh? Mu Xingchen then looked at the chessboard. He really lost. But he didn't care too much. After all, every time he played chess, he would lose to Lan Feifei, and his mindset had long since calmed down. He simply came directly to sit next to Xingqing and teased, "What do you think? How do you think that special enrollment is more suitable to be a servant, right?" Xingqing didn't have a good mood. "I don't think so. If you think it's suitable, you can let her be a servant." Mu Xingchen was stunned. "I thought you would be curious. A commoner, what's there to be curious about?" Mu Xingchen turned his head to look at Lan Feifei again and asked, "You're not curious either?" "Not curious." Saying that, Lan Feifei yawned and went to lie down on the other side of the long sofa. It looked like she was ready to close her eyes and take a nap for a while. Mu Xingchen was confused. It was logical that both of them should be very interested. Now that he saw that they weren't taking it seriously, Mu Xingchen didn't find it interesting anymore. On the other side, Xia Lingwei was still awkwardly confronting Xia Mingqing. In fact, she had always wanted to ask why her brother, who was originally so close to her, had started to alienate her for no reason. Was it really because he disliked her? Just as she was about to ask, Xia Mingqing spoke up first. His eyes were stern as he stared at the bandaged wound on Xia Lingwei's leg and asked, "Are you being bullied?" Although it was a question, his tone was certain. Xia Lingwei's heart trembled. If he knew that she was working as an errand boy for someone else at school, he would definitely despise her even more. So she hurriedly shook her head and denied, "No, I scalded myself by accidentally spilling my coffee. No one bullied me, really." Xia Mingqing didn't say anything. His black pupils like ink deepened a bit more. He knew Xia Lingwei very well. Every time she lied, she would emphasize that it was true. Xia Mingqing clenched his fists in death, feeling angry at himself. It was all his fault that he had to run out to study abroad and leave her alone, which caused her to be bullied. 2 years ago, Xia Mingqing, who was in the midst of her youthful development, had a dream. The heroine of the dream turned out to be his own sister, Xia Lingwei. That was his own sister. Terrified and feeling disgusted, Xia Mingqing took the initiative to alienate Xia Lingwei and fled to study abroad. Abroad he saw a psychiatrist and poured out this shameful heart. Under the doctor's guidance, his sense of guilt and self-loathing were much reduced, and he gradually accepted himself. Everyone has secrets in his heart, and as long as he doesn't talk about it or show it, it's okay. So he came back. After 2 years of absence, my sister has grown more and more beautiful. But such a beautiful and weak sister would definitely be bullied without her own protection. He also did not beat around the bush, and said with a face of anger, "You say, who in the end bullied you?" He definitely would not let go of the guy who bullied Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei also defended herself, "I said no one bullied me." Seeing Xia Mingqing angry for her, Xia Lingwei was still very touched. It seems that her brother did not hate her as much as she thought. So she took the opportunity to ask, "Mingqing, why did you suddenly leave the country 2 years ago?" Xia Mingqing's face stiffened. "It's nothing, forget about it." After saying that, he got up and went back to his room. Xia Lingwei. What a big brother, his temper has become temperamental. Forget it. Her main task now is to stay at home for a month and wait until the plot about her jumps over before going back. Maisie. At dinner time, the Xia family's mom and dad returned. It was rare for a family of 4 to get together again, so Xiao's father had the cooking aunt make several more dishes, and the family sat down to eat together happily. In these few years, due to Xingqing's care, the Xia family's standard of living had improved greatly. It had changed from being a little rich to a moderately rich family. Between meals, Xiao's father suddenly said, "Right, Mingchuan will come of age in 2 months. There is something I want to talk to you about at that time." Xia Lingwei was puzzled. "Can't we talk about it now? It's better to wait until you all become adults." Xia Mingqin didn't say anything and ate his meal expressionlessly. Don't look at his outwardly unperturbed face, but in reality, he was already panicked inside. Could it be that his father had found out about his dirty mind, so he was going to kick him out of the house? He thought that he had controlled it very well, but was he still discovered by his father? After finishing the meal in a gloomy atmosphere, the doorbell rang. The person who came was Xin Qingqing. When Xia Lingwei saw Xin Qingqing, her entire body was bad. The whole person shrank into a ball and hid behind Xia Mingqin. Xin Qingqing, however, was completely different from his usual fierce and vicious appearance. Instead, he really looked like a well-cultivated nobleman. He made a gentleman's bow to Xiao's father and Xiao's mother and said, "Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Xin Qingqing, Lingwei's classmate, and I've heard that she's been injured and have come to visit." As he said that, the attendants following behind him moved boxes of expensive gifts into the house, like a supermarket stocking up. This operation could make Xiao's father and Xiao's mother look dumbfounded. Soon they reacted to the name Xin Qingqing as the son of the Nan clan consortium. And then remembering the orders their family factory had gotten, they immediately and enthusiastically welcomed the person into the house. Xiao's father enthusiastically said, "Young Master Nan, please come in, thank you so much for taking such good care of our Weiwei." Xin Qingqing smiled, "No need to be polite, I am also often taken care of by Lingwei. How is Lingwei's injury?" said he as he searched all over the room for Xia Lingwei's figure. Instead, he saw her cowering behind a beautiful boy with a delicate and beautiful face, cautiously poking her head out. Chapter 6, Xin Qingqing's original form, threatening Xia Mingqin. Xia Lingwei locked eyes with Xin Qingqing and saw the threatening eyes that only she could understand, scaring her so much that she shook even more. She had already hidden home, why was he still chasing after her with his shadowy spirit? Xia Mingqing sensed that her sister was afraid and moved a step to firmly block Xia Lingwei behind her, looking at Xin Qingqing with hostility. Xin Qingqing knew that Xia Lingwei's family owned a factory, but did not know that she had a younger brother. Seeing her hiding behind another man, his heart inexplicably became upset. But he didn't have a fit. Xia Lingwei's parents were still present. Even if he was usually overbearing and brutal at school, he still knew to restrain himself in front of his elders. So he held back his anger and asked with a smile, "May I ask who this is?" Xia father immediately introduced, "This is Weiwei's younger brother, Xia Mingchun." After saying that, he said to Xia Lingwei, "Weiwei, young Master Nan has come to see you. Why are you hiding behind your brother?" Xia Lingwei could only grind her way over. She glanced at Xin Qingqing and realized that he was very different from usual. Although he was still wearing his academy uniform, his hair was softly let down and fluffy and natural. With the change in hairstyle, his temperament also changed a lot, at least it didn't look so fierce. Combined with his tall stature, it was rather like a golden retriever. Xia Lingwei wasn't so scared anymore. Now that it was in her home, Xin Qingqing couldn't make her call anymore, right? She greeted in a low voice, "Nan student, you are here." Seeing Xia Lingwei, Xin Qingqing's mood was finally relieved. In fact, it had only been half a day since Xia Lingwei had gone home on leave. Xin Qingqing couldn't figure out why. The thought of not being able to see her for a month afterward made her heart irritable. But he didn't want those guys to see his joke, so he purposely waited until the evening to come over. He wore a smile on his face and said in a gentle tone, "Lingwei student should recuperate well, my classmates and I are waiting for you to come back." Xia Lingwei's body was covered in sweat. It was too frightening. What the hell did he want? Did he think of another way to enslave her, so he purposely found his way to the house? Thinking about it, Xia Lingwei's face was bloodless, and cold sweat was running down her forehead. Seeing this, Xin Qingqing exclaimed, "Why is student Lingwei sweating so much?" Saying this, he moved closer to help her wipe her sweat and whispered in her ear, "Don't be so scared. I'm just..." Suddenly, Xia Mingqing came over and dragged Xia Lingwei behind him. "My sister is not feeling well, let her go back to her room to rest first." After saying that, he didn't care what his parents said and took Xia Lingwei back to his room. Xia's father and Xia's mother apologized with embarrassed faces beside them. Xin Qingqing smiled generously and didn't seem to take it to heart at all. "It's fine, Lingwei student was already injured. If you are not feeling well, you should rest more. Then uncle and aunt that I also go back first, goodbye. After all, in the future, we still have to pay frequent visits. We have to leave a good impression on Xia's father and mother." As for the brother, he had never heard that she had a brother before, and he didn't ask about it. Just as he was getting into the car and preparing to go back, Xia Mingqin unexpectedly chased him out. Xia Mingqin looked at him condescendingly through the car window and said in a cold voice, "No matter what your status is, stay away from my sister in the future." Xin Qingqing's temper was already bad. Just now in front of Xia's father and mother still have to pretend to be gentle, and now no one is watching outside, naturally have no fear. He sneered and walked out of the car. Xin Qingqing, height of 1.89 m, standing in front of 1.75 m and slender Xia Mingqin, the aura suppression of death. He grabbed Xia Mingqing's collar with one hand and effortlessly lifted him up like a chicken. The corner of his mouth grinned a harsh arc, mocking, "Just by you dare to order me? Little bean sprouts, first take a piss and see if they're good enough." Xiao Mingqing's feet were off the ground, her neck was strangled and it was difficult for her to breathe, and soon her face turned red. Xin Xingqing looked at him with scornful eyes, coldly said, "I have no room for you to intervene in your sister's business, so pay attention to what you say to me in the future." Finished with a force in his hand, threw the person on the ground, got into his own limited edition luxury car and left. Xiao Mingqing lacked oxygen, and fell to the ground in a state of disarray. His throat was on fire, and after eating a mouthful of car exhaust, he coughed for a while before calming down. Xiao Mingqing stood up, looking at the direction Xin Xingqing had left with a face full of humiliation and indignation. Although he was very unconvinced, he had to admit that the man was right. No matter if it was physical ability or family history, he couldn't compare to that person. He simply couldn't protect his sister with him. Damn it! Xiao Mingqing secretly swore in his heart that he must become stronger, even if by any means necessary, he would protect his sister. When he returned home, he heard his parents discussing Xin Xingqing's matter. Xiao's mother looked at the piles of gifts and said, "With so many things, do you think young Master Nan is interested in our family Weiwei? The orders for our factory are all from companies under the South Consortium, and I've always wondered why the South family takes such good care of us, but it turns out it's because of Weiwei." Before Xia Lingwei did not tell her parents about Xin Xingqing, they have always thought that the family trader's luck. If you know the reason for this layer, Xiao's father and mother did not show the joy of climbing to a high branch. Instead, they were both worried. That young Master Nan seems to be a good person, but the door is not right, our family is small, Weiwei was bullied, cannot help stand up. Yes, and we've received so many favors from the Nan family that people who don't know us will think we're selling our daughters. But we need to ask Weiwei what she thinks, in case they are in love. Xiao Mingqing couldn't listen anymore and asked loudly, "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? What's going on with the order?" His voice was a little hoarse. Xiao's father and mother looked at each other and told Xiao Mingqing what happened. Xiao Mingqing's face turned blue after hearing this. To go to this extent? What on earth were his intentions towards his sister? While he felt anger, a very strong sense of powerlessness arose. That man was the son of the Nan clan consortium, and with a casual word, he could make their entire family jump up in class. What was he going to do to compete with someone like that? But, thinking of his sister trembling in fear behind him, Xiao Mingqing could guess that things weren't that simple. "I'll go talk to my sister." After saying that, he walked towards Xiao Lingwei's room in large strides. At this moment, Xiao Lingwei was lying under the covers, thinking in shock about what had just happened. Luckily, Ming Cord was there, otherwise she would still have to have an awkward conversation with Xin Xingqing there. However, why did Xin Xingqing come? Was it because he was too idle? I guess when Su Lily enrolls in school, he won't have the time to bother with himself. "Sister, can I come in?" Xiao Mingqing's voice came from the doorway. Chapter 7, The Heroine Debuts, to sit next to Xin Xingqing. Xiao Mingqing was suddenly a little nervous after entering the room. He originally had a belly full of fire, but after seeing his sister's pure and clueless face, he calmed down. Xiao Lingwei watched his face change and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mingqing opened his mouth and asked, "Is that person bullying you?" "No, he didn't bully me." Xiao Lingwei didn't admit that she was bullied yet. With a dry smile, she explained, "He is my classmate, he heard that I was injured and came to see me on purpose." "But you are afraid of him." "No, ah." Xiao Lingwei's mouth was hard, said, "I'm just nervous, yes, I'll be nervous when I see him." "Why are you nervous?" Xiao Mingqing's face became even more ugly. Xiao Lingwei's heart was tired. Facing those damn leading men at school was enough to exhaust her heart. It was not easy to return home, but her own brother was still shaking her face at every turn. Why was she so miserable? Seeing that Xiao Lingwei didn't say anything, Xiao Mingqing guessed to herself, "Do you like him?" Ha! This is the funniest joke Xiao Lingwei has ever heard since she grew up. Her brain was squeezed by the door or into the water. Actually want to go like a day-to-day to her call and shout at the super male off? Xin Xingqing probably never dreamed that in Xiao Lingwei's heart, he was already an iron super xiong. Disgust was written all over Xiao Lingwei's face as she rolled her dead fish eyes and asked, "Why should I like him?" This expression didn't look like a lie. Xiao Mingqing felt slightly better in his heart. But when he thought of Xin Xingqing's eyeing Xiao Lingwei, his heart was heavy again. He said sullenly, "But he likes you, right?" If that man used strong-arm tactics to take his sister by force, their family would have no room to resist. "What, are you kidding me?" Xiao Lingwei looked like she had heard some funny joke. Xin Xingqing liked her? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention the fact that she was just cannon fodder. Let's just say that Xin Xingqing's usual attitude towards her called her out. Never heard of liking anyone who would use the person they liked as a servant. The feeling of powerlessness in Xiao Mingqing's heart deepened. This silly sister of his was not only timid, but also particularly simple, not at all defensive, and could not even imagine how she lived during the 2 years he was away. But on the contrary, he was not strong enough. How should he protect his sister? These days Xin Xingqing's mood became better with the naked eye. Lan Fei curiously asked, "You went to see her?" "See who?" Xin Xingqing was still playing dumb, not wanting people to know that he went to see Xia Lingwei. No one. Lan Fei Fei didn't poke him either. By the way, that special enrollment came to report. It is said that she put the F class of those guys scolded. Quite interesting girl, I guess the next class you will be able to see her. Xin Xingqing did not care about it and said, what does it have to do with me if it's not interesting? I don't want to see her. Blue Fei Fei urged, I just suddenly feel that what Xingqian said also makes sense. You don't have to be obsessed with Xia Lingwei. The transfer student is quite a character. You don't want to try? Try your sister. I said I'm not interested. If you're interested, go see for yourself. Xin Xingqing was really annoyed. One by two, they always put him and that special enrollment together, causing him to become rebellious. Blue Fei Fei face darkened. Resentful said, not interested in it, I just casually mentioned. I thought that saying the special enrollment cursing thing could make Jane interested, but now it seems to be completely counterproductive. Jean, this guy, always treats Xia Lingwei as his own possession, really an eyesore. Lan Fei Fei couldn't even look at him anymore. Let's just hope that Xin Xingqing will change her mind when she meets the special enrollment student herself in the next class. On the other hand, the enrolled Su Lily was curious about everything in this noble academy. All the students in this academy were rich, but she didn't feel inferior. In her opinion, everyone was equal. But many of her classmates show curiosity about her because she is the only one enrolled in the special program. And as the heroine, Su Lily is also good-looking, the kind of good-looking that is full of energy, sunny and cheerful, and pleasing to the eye. This is the special enrollment student. It's a commoner. Commoners come to our noble academy just to hook up with a trophy wife, right? Look at her foxy face. Most people were full of malicious discussions. Su Lily heard it all. She didn't flinch. Instead, she glared at the group of students who were pointing at her and shouted, so what if I'm a commoner? You group of social assholes, you only gossip about people behind their backs, I despise you. After saying that, she went to the faculty office to report in a furious manner. The matter of those few people in Class F being scolded by the special enrollment instantly spread throughout the entire academy. The class bell rang. In the S class, Su Lily wore a high ponytail and stood at the podium, cheerfully and generously introducing herself. My name is Su Lily, I am a civilian special enrollment who entered this academy with the first place in the city, and I hope to get along well with everyone. After saying this, she turned her words around and said, but if someone doesn't want to get along well with me, I don't care. But I will never give in, those who look down on me can just let their horses come. Once these words came out, the students looked at each other in disbelief, and eventually all looked at Xin Xingqing without any hesitation. Such an arrogant transfer student, south of the temper of the adults, certainly cannot tolerate it, right? They were just waiting for Xin Xingqing to give an order and would teach the self-righteous special enrollment a lesson. However, Xin Xingqing just lazily glanced at it and skimmed her head out the window. This was the special enrollment student that Mu Xingqian and Lan Fei Fei both found interesting. Daring to put a hard word in for them, these rich nobles, was indeed not small in guts. Taming this kind of hardened woman as a servant might seem more interesting to an onlooker. But he really couldn't get interested, special enrollment or whatever was good. He was still more attracted to the soft-boned Xia Lingwei. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen her since he went to her house that day. What was she doing now? When the crowd saw that Xin Xingqing didn't react at all, they were even more surprised. This doesn't even throw a tantrum? Lord Nan wouldn't be interested in this special enrollment, right? Everyone made wild guesses, and no one dared to be the one to mock Su Lily. After Su Lily introduced herself, she had to return to her seat. The teacher arranged for her to be in the third row against the wall. But Su Lily saw the empty seat next to Xin Xingqing at a glance, so without waiting for the teacher to speak, she lifted her leg and walked over. Xin Xingqing was the last row by the window, and Xia Lingwei was in his neighboring seat. Seeing that she was going to sit down in Xia Lingwei's seat, the students' eyes were all glued to her and Xin Xingqing. Who didn't know that that was the seat of Lord Nan's exclusive errand boy, and the special enrollment was going to sit there? The students held their breath, waiting to see Xin Xingqing's reaction. Chapter 8. Xin Xingqing was attracted to the heroine? This time Xin Xingqing wasn't reacting at all. But he didn't get angry either. He only saw him stinking, and before Su Lily was about to sit down, he stopped in a cold voice, "Hey! There's someone sitting here." Su Lily froze. In fact, when she was on the podium just now, she noticed this blonde-haired boy. Xin Xingqing's face was handsome, and his temperament was gangly yet full of nobility. This self-contradictory temperament gave him a fatal attraction, which was why he was also the one with the most female fans among the young masters of the four major plutocrats. Xin Xingqing himself didn't know this, and even if he didn't care. Just now, Su Lily also realized that there was an empty seat next to her because she noticed Xin Xingqing first. She was still thinking about how to greet this neighbor, but she didn't expect his attitude to be so bad. She stared at her round eyes and huffed, "What are you being so mean for? Besides, there's no one here right now, I thought it was my seat that wasn't quite right. If you know it's not your seat, then get lost, where's all the bull?" Xin Xingqing impatiently interrupted her, obviously not wanting to take care of her. This made Su Lily feel humiliated. She was still about to say something when she heard the teacher say, "Sue, your seat is here." The teacher was also helpless. Why was this special enrollment student so impatient? Before he finished speaking, she went to find her own seat. Sue Lily looked in the direction the teacher pointed and saw that there was an empty seat there as well. She hadn't even noticed it at all just now. It was all because this boy was too conspicuous that she saw an empty seat next to her at a glance, not realizing that she had mistakenly recognized it. But even if she had found the wrong seat, this boy's attitude was still problematic. So she said righteously, "This student, even if I recognize the wrong seat, there's no need for you to be so angry with me, right?" Now not only the students, even the teacher couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's over, this time Shin Xingqing is definitely going to be furious. It must be known that if Shin Xingqing was upset, he didn't care if the teacher was present or not, he would definitely beat up the person who messed with him before he would give up. But there was no precedent of him hitting a girl. To the girls of this academy, the sons of the 4 great plutocrats were definitely an unapproachable existence. Even if Shin Xingqing had many female fans, no one dared to presume to get close to him. Xia Lingwei was the only girl who could get close to Shin Xingqing, and she was just an errand boy. This special admission was considered the first girl who dared to mess with Shin Xingqing, and there was no telling what would happen to her. However, while the crowd waited in curiosity, Shin Xingqing didn't get mad. He just scared impatiently before shouting to the teacher, "Can you hurry up and get rid of this person?" Only then did the teacher come back to her senses and hurriedly told Sue Lily to hurry back to her own position. This is not even did not get angry? Now the students were even more surprised. They started gossiping about it in the group. Is Lord Nan interested in special enrollment? I think so too. It feels like he's very tolerant of special enrollment. For Lord Nan, it should be new for someone to talk to him like that, right? And the special recruiter is quite good looking. Then let's not touch her so easily. In case Lord Nan really isn't interested in her, it's unlikely that he'll come after us later to settle scores. The above was basically what the boys said. The girls didn't agree at all. Get over it. Why would Lord Minami care about a poor woman like that? That's right, if he was really interested, he should have agreed to let her sit next to him. Just now, Lord Nan didn't even let her touch Xia Lingwei's seat. Xia Lingwei was injured and took a leave of absence, and I heard that Lord Nan carried her all the way back home. Xia Lingwei, who was silently diving in the group, had mixed feelings when she saw them mentioning themselves. Don't pull it towards her. This group was secretly built by the class president behind Shin Xingqing's back, mainly to eat melon. Many students in the class had added it, and Xia Lingwei also used her small number to sneak in. She had previously been rejected for applying to join the group with her large number. The reason was that because she was too close to Shin Xingqing, she was afraid that she would ventilate the group. Xia Lingwei was depressed, and after that, she used her small number to apply in the name of other students, and then passed. She knew that today was the day of the female lead's enrollment and had been paying attention to the news in the group. When she saw that it was discussing that Shin Xingqing was interested in Sue Lily, she was so excited that tears were coming out of her eyes. Her bitter days were finally coming to an end. But before she could say a few words, the topic came back to her. A few days ago, Shin Xingqing had carried her around in the corridor, and it had already spread to the ears of her classmates. And the more this was rumored, the more outrageous it became, and it had even begun to be said that Shin Xingqing had carried her all the way home. It's over 20 kilometers of road. He carried her all the way home? Scott ah! Xia Lingwei was speechless, but she couldn't step in to clarify. She could only watch them discuss it for days. The focus should be on Sue Lily right now, just don't mention her anymore, okay? It was a pity that the students couldn't hear Xia Lingwei's heartfelt words. Lord Nan was the most special to Xia Lingwei, right? Does he like her? No, Xia Lingwei was just an errand boy, and Lord Nan only hugged her because her leg was injured. Lord Nan looks fierce, but his heart is very kind. Only Shin Xingqing's brainwashed fans could say these things. Xia Lingwei didn't have any particularly close friends in her class. It was even more unlikely for her to go to Shin Xingqing to inquire about Sue Lily. One could only guess what had happened from what everyone in the group had said. In short, what was certain was that Shin Xingqing and Sue Lily had crossed paths, and it was still the kind that drew people's imagination. It was only the first day of the heroine's enrollment, and there was such rapid progress. Xia Lingwei was optimistic. By the time her leave of absence was over, maybe Shin Xingqing had forgotten that there was someone like her. This way, she had successfully avoided the plot of setting off the heroine, and had managed to get rid of her fate as cannon fodder. While she was happy, Lin Junchang contacted her. On the phone was still the gentle voice of the modest gentleman. Ms. Xia, is the wound better? You send me the address, I'll go change your medicine. The moment Lin Junchang helped write the injury appraisal report, Xia Lingwei's heart recognized him as a good person. She said in a sincere tone, "Doctor, don't bother, I'll just apply the medicine at home." "No trouble, I'm free today, just want to talk to you." "What is it about?" "It's about Si Jean. You took such a long vacation because of him, right?" "I'm his cousin. If he's bothering you, let me know and I'll see if I can help you." "Okay then." Xia Lingwei had a feeling she wouldn't have to feel troubled by Xin Qingqing anytime soon. But the school nurse had said so, it wouldn't be good for her to refuse. So she told him her home address. After hanging up the phone, Lin Junchang revealed a bad smile. It seemed that this little girl already trusted him completely. Chapter 9 Lin Junchang's Invitation. After meeting Xia Lingwei, Lin Junchang slightly checked her relationship with Xin Qingqing. Good guy. I don't know if I didn't check, but I was shocked when I did. Xin Qingqing even authorized many companies under the Nan clan to cooperate with Xia Lingwei's family's factory. It's really too much of a mouth to be straight, shouting servant, but actually take care of people very nah. It seems that this kid hasn't gotten the hang of it yet. If he gets his hands on that little girl before then. I really looked forward to seeing Xin Qingqing's expression at that time. He quickly arrived at Xia Lingwei's home. Xia Lingwei's parents were working outside at the moment, and Xia Mingqin had also gone to Alice Academy to go through the enrollment procedures. Auntie Nanny had also gone out to buy groceries, and only Xia Lingwei was home alone. When Lin Junchang entered the door, it was Xia Lingwei who tiptoed to open the door herself. School nurse teacher, please come in. Today's Jun Linqing did not wear a white coat, wearing a camel-colored trench coat jacket, looking much more casual. Jun Lincheng smiled and walked in. He was very measured and did not look around, following Xia Lingwei to the sofa and sat down, asking, "Does the wound still hurt?" Xia Lingwei shook her head and replied, "It's already much better. Let me take a look." With that, he directly grabbed Xia Lingwei's ankle and put it on his thigh. Ah! His sudden move caused Xia Lingwei to cry out in shock. Luckily she was wearing pants today, otherwise wouldn't she be naked if he yanked her leg like that? But she didn't think much about it. The school nurse teacher wasn't so bad as to come to her house and make a move on her. Isn't there a saying that in the eyes of a doctor, there is only the patient, regardless of gender? That's why he would make these offensive actions. So she sat still and didn't say anything more. Lin Junchang lowered his eyes, his thin eyelashes covering the refined light under his eyes. He used his slender fingers to deftly pull up Xia Lingwei's pants leg and remove the gauze on her leg. Obviously a very proper action. He was a bit astringent when he did it. In a low voice, he asked, "Is there no one at your home?" Just now there was such a big commotion, but no one came out. And they all went out, just me at home. Lin Junchang froze for a moment, then laughed softly with a strange expression. He was at home by himself, and opened the door to let him in without any defense at all. Is it completely treating him as a gentleman, or is it pretending to be confused, deliberately giving him an opportunity to take advantage of? Lin Junchang decided to test a little more. The movements of his hands became more unrestrained, touching more of her skin. Xia Lingwei weakly opened her mouth to stop. "Teacher, my thighs are not burned." Lin Junchang immediately let go of his hand at his words. Changed back to the appearance of a decent man and explained, "Sorry, I just got distracted." Oh. Xia Lingwei muttered a little in her heart, "Are all doctors so uninhibited? See, Jean is giving you a headache, isn't he? He was spoiled by his family and caused you a lot of trouble, so I, as his brother, would like to apologize for him." No, young Master Nan, he treats me quite well." Xia Lingwei denied it desperately. She wouldn't dare to complain in front of Lin Junchang. What if it reached Xin Qingqing's ears? "I've heard it all. It was Si Jean who made you go buy coffee that caused your leg to be scalded. It was my own carelessness, nothing to do with young Master Nan, those are all just rumors." So defensive of Xin Qingqing? Lin Junchang narrowed his eyes, a little displeased in his heart. Is it possible that she likes Xin Qingqing? But it doesn't look like it. When Xia Lingwei faced Xin Qingqing, he only saw the emotion of fear, nothing else at all. Lin Junchang had heart eyes all over his body, so he quickly guessed the reason. Xia Lingwei was taking into account that he was Xin Qingqing's cousin and didn't dare to tell the truth. So he followed the good advice. "You don't need to have concerns in front of me. Even if I am Xin Qingqing's cousin, I won't favor him. You need to help despite telling me." Xia Lingwei was touched. This school doctor, he was too nice. She was also too embarrassed to keep rejecting Lin Junchang's good intentions and opened her mouth. "Actually, young Master Nan is quite nice, although he always makes me run errands and do homework and odd jobs and whatnot. He also takes care of my family's business. I'm still quite grateful." There were some polite words mixed in with the complaints. I can't say it too harshly. However, when she thought that according to the original plot, their family was ruined by Xin Qingqing, she really couldn't be grateful. If she could, she just wanted to draw a line in the sand with the protagonist group. But it still bothers you, doesn't it? Lin Junchang's university minor was psychology, and he was good at interpreting micro-expressions. He could clearly see that Xia Lingwei's face was filled with emotions of uneasiness and revulsion when she mentioned Xin Qingqing. I'm afraid that she was just timid on a regular basis and didn't dare to show it at all. "I have a way to get rid of him, do you want to hear it?" Xia Lingwei's eyes lit up and asked, "What way?" "You pretend to be my girlfriend and I'll protect you." "Hey!" Xia Lingwei's jaw dropped in surprise, and she hastily shook her head and refused. No. This is too much trouble for you." She also stepped back while refusing. But she forgot that her ankle was still in Lin Junchang's hand, and when she sat backward, her body tilted backward with an unsteady center of gravity. Be careful. Lin Junchang was quick to catch her waist. His strength was too great and he directly snapped Xia Lingwei into his arms. The top of Xia Lingwei's hair was pressed against Lin Junchang's chin, and the sweet scent of shampoo drilled into his nostrils. Such a warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, and they were the only two people in this house, a man and a woman. It took Lin Junchang a great deal of perseverance to restrain himself before he didn't push Xia Lingwei down in the process. No, can't scare her. This little girl's guts were even smaller than a mouse's. If she knew that he had crooked thoughts, it would be difficult to get close again in the future. He reluctantly let go of her. His voice was low and hoarse. He instructed, "Be careful, don't bump into it." Good. If Xia Lingwei looked closely, she could have noticed that his breathing was disordered and there was a suspicious blush on his cheeks. However, she did not observe carefully. She just stepped back, keeping a safe distance from Lin Junchang. Lin Junchang's heart was beating a little fast. He had come to flirt with Xia Lingwei. How come he couldn't control his blushing heartbeat first? Looking at the girl's trembling demeanor, she was completely intimidated, without a hint of shyness. It was no different from when she was facing Shin Xingqing. Lin Junchang became anxious all of a sudden. This little girl looked weak and easy to pin down, but on the other hand, was difficult to deal with. Wanting to snatch her from Shin Xingqing's hands was not easy. He calmed his breathing and said, "Don't panic, it's just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not really dating. And there's no need for you to give me an answer right now, you can think about it." Chapter 10 Shin Xingqing is anxious. What Lin Junchang said was very sincere. Xia Lingwei was a little heartbroken when she heard it. In case Shin Xingqing and Su Lily didn't progress well and she was going to be involved again, then it would be possible to pretend to be Lin Junchang's girlfriend. So she nodded her head and replied obediently, "Okay, I will consider it." The fire of lust that was suppressed in Lin Junchang's heart rose again. He couldn't help but raise his hand to caress her smooth and delicate cheeks. But when he was about to touch, he stopped. Wait, now is not the time. After Shin Xingqing got out of class, she immediately went back to the lounge for the few of them. It was still only Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei. Seeing Shin Xingqing, Mu Xingchen couldn't wait to speak. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Shin Xingqing. "If you're asking about that special enrollment thing, shut up before it's too late." Che. Mu Xingchen skimmed his mouth. "Jean, this guy is so boring, I thought I could see something interesting." Shin Xingqing ignored him, looked around and asked, "Lan Yu isn't here? Didn't you say you'd be back today?" One of the members of the four, He Lan Yu, the sole heir of the He family consortium. The He family was the strongest in terms of overall strength among the four families. He Lan Yu is different from the other three. Since he was in elementary school, he has been groomed as an heir. So he had a maturity and calmness about him that didn't match his age. Nowadays, he has already started to take over the family business, and at the same time, he is also a busy member of the school board. He Lan Yu was lonely and arrogant, his face was handsome and cold, his posture was upright, his temperament was outstanding, and his body was filled with an unapproachable aura. Due to being too busy, he rarely showed up at the academy. Like a legendary figure, students would feel lucky to see him. Of course, that was also for ordinary students. The sons of the other three major consortia could still see him often. Lan Fei replied, there was a storm on his side and his flight was delayed. Shin Xingqing shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, then I'll go back first." Anyway, there was no class next, so he decided to go find Xia Lingwei. So many days have not seen, heart inexplicably have a kind of empty feeling. He also didn't look deeper into what this feeling really was. After Shin Xingqing left, only Blue Fei and Mu Xingchen were left in the lounge again. Lan Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why do you always mention that special enrollment in front of Jean? Are you interested in her?" "It's okay, I always hear people talking about it, so I'm just looking for some fun." Mu Xingchen is a fun person and likes to pick fights. "Why don't you have fun with Xia Lingwei? She made quite a scene the day she got hurt." Mu Xingchen raised his eyes and glanced at Lan Fei. "How can I put it, that puppy looked so pitiful that I would feel guilty looking for her fun. When I think of seeing her before, I didn't even say a word yet, and the person ran out of sight. With such a small guts, being enslaved by that fierce goddess Jane, it's hard to imagine how much psychological shadow she would have." Lan Fei was surprised. Unexpectedly, the always heartless Mu Xingchen would also be moved with compassion. And it was still towards Xia Lingwei. "I gave Jean only that special enrollment to help her as well." Lan Fei was surprised. He didn't expect Mu Xingchen to think of the same thing as him. Obviously Mu Xingchen hadn't seen Xia Lingwei a few times. Why did he want to help her? Why would he want to help her after only seeing her a few times? If it's someone else, forget it. Mu Xingchen is the worst, he doesn't care about other people's lives in order to have fun. Could it be that he also had some intentions towards Xia Lingwei? Lan Fei stared carefully at Mu Xingchen's face, but couldn't see anything. Hopefully, he was overthinking it. Shin Xingqing bumped into her nanny aunt who was coming back from grocery shopping at the entrance of Xiao's house. Because she had seen him before, the aunt directly opened the door with the key to let him enter the house with her. But he didn't expect to see Lin Junchang and Xia Lingwei sitting together intimately, chatting about something as soon as he entered the door. Xin Xingqing's face that was originally with a smile instantly went cold. His lips pursed as he walked over and questioned, "Why are you here?" Lin Junchang ignored his anger and laughed. "I said I would come to change her medicine, weren't you present at that time?" He answered too easily, as if he was provoking Xin Xingqing. In fact, it was a provocation. Xin Xingqing, taking into account the presence of the Xia family nanny, did not dare to lose his temper, in case a person scared to the Xia family parents' ears will not be good. He himself did not realize that in his subconscious he had always wanted to give Xia Lingwei's mom and dad a good impression. So he held back his anger and said in a cold voice, "Then you can leave now that you've finished changing the medicine." Xia Lingwei was like a child who had done something wrong, anxiously watching the unpleasant conversation between the two. She was a person who was so timid that she didn't dare to persuade others when she saw them having a conflict. She couldn't even say a sentence that "you guys should stop arguing." She could only shrink to the side to reduce her presence. Lin Junchang and Xin Xingqing choked out a few more sentences before getting up to leave. Unexpectedly, before he left, he suddenly turned his head and winked at Xia Lingwei. "Classmate Xia, let's make a deal then. Think about that matter and don't forget to give me a reply." After saying that, he left in style. Nanny Auntie is a laborer, and does not get involved in these things, went to the kitchen to wash vegetables. Only Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei remained in the living room. Xin Xingqing stood in front of the sofa, condescendingly looked at Xia Lingwei and asked, "What did he make you consider?" This aura was so compelling that Xia Lingwei was scared into a ball, her eyes fluttered and said, "No, it's nothing." "Nothing?" Xin Xingqing directly cupped her chin with his large, rough hand and lifted her face squarely to himself. "You look at me, say it again?" His tone was very normal, but his expression was very scary, just as scary as the evil ghost Shura from the 18 Layers of Hell. Frightened, Xia Lingwei's lips trembled and she was on the verge of crying out. The school doctor had really killed her. Why did she have to mention this in front of Xin Xingqing? Now that Xin Xingqing was forcing her to ask, how was she going to muddle through? Then again, shouldn't Xin Xingqing be curious about Su Lily at this time? Why did she suddenly come to her house? But it was useless to complain about this now, the most important thing was how to cope with the crisis at hand. "I'm the one who said." Being gazed at by Xin Xingqing with beast-like eyes, Xia Lingwei's brain went blank, stammered for half a day, unable to say a complete sentence. Tears flowed out in a hurry. When Xin Xingqing saw that she didn't even say anything like this, the anger in her heart deepened. When he thought that Xia Lingwei even had a secret with another man behind his back, he felt like scratching his heart. Why would he care so much? Xin Xingqing was a little confused about himself. All along, he had bullied Xia Lingwei because it was fun to see her scared out of her wits. But now, he was incomparably agitated. Chapter 11 thought Xin Xingqing was enlightened. Although Xin Xingqing was in an irritable mood, but seeing Xia Lingwei crying, he couldn't afford to keep a stern face. Helplessly Long Sai said, "You do not cry, a moment by your family nanny saw also thought I bullied you." This saying, is it still less when he bullied her? Even now in her house, this hand was like a vice, it felt like it could crush her jaw in the next second. It hurt her to death. Thinking this way, Xia Lingwei's tears flowed even more fiercely. Although she was usually very timid, in front of Xin Xingqing was also coy and cautious, but almost did not cry much. The main reason was that although Xin Xingqing usually had a bad attitude, she had never been so intimidating as she was today. Today, she was completely frightened and cried out in a hurry. It was because she was too tolerant before that Xin Xingqing didn't even realize how bad her behavior was. It even took pleasure in scaring her. Xin Xingqing had never coaxed a girl before, and now that he was watching Xia Lingwei cry so hard, he could only be anxious and didn't know what to do. In desperation, he even threatened as usual, glaring menacingly. "Do not cry. It is you first behind my back and other men have a secret, I ask 2 sentences you still aggrieved on? Hold your tears back." Xia Lingwei was speechless, how could she control this? She could only messily rub her eyes with the back of her hand to wipe her tears, biting her lips tightly in an effort to keep herself from crying. This look was really too pitiful. Even Xin Xingqing, the tyrannical and overbearing one, looked at it and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He was at a loss for words and softened his voice. "No, I don't mean that I won't ask anymore, okay? You don't cry, okay?" The big deal was that he went back to force Lin Junchang to ask. Xia Lingwei nodded and choked for a while before finally stopping her tears. No matter what, this matter was muddled over. She raised her wet eyes, because she wiped her tears too hard, causing her eyelids to be red and a little swollen, like a little puppy, like cute and pitiful. Xin Xingqing's heart was a soft mess when he looked at it. He raised his hand and touched her head like a puppy, explaining, "I'm just worried that you've been cheated by that guy Lin Junchang, he's very bad, I didn't have to be pitched by him when I was a kid and I don't mean to blame you." Xia Lingwei was surprised and stared at him with wide eyes. Totally did not expect him to suddenly explain to her. Being stared at by her such sparkling eyes, Xin Xingqing suddenly embarrassed. He blocked Xia Lingwei's eyes with his hand and said in a muffled voice, "Don't look. Xia Lingwei blinked, and her long eyelashes were like little fans that scratched across his palm, itching. In an instant, it was as if something flowed through Xin Xingqing's heart, causing his heart to start beating faster and his face to burn. What's going on here? Xin Xingqing covered his chest, feeling his heart beating violently and rapidly. This unfamiliar feeling left him at a loss and even a little panicked. It couldn't be that he had gotten some kind of disease, right? Xin Xingqing got scared. It was good that he had blindfolded Xia Lingwei so that he didn't let her see his ugly state. He couldn't stay any longer, he had to hurry up and contact a doctor to help him check his body. I'll go back first. Dropping these words, he hurriedly turned around and left, not letting Xia Lingwei see his face at all. Xia Lingwei watched suspiciously as his flustered back disappeared from her sight. What the hell was he doing here? After Xin Xingqing went back, she immediately notified their family's private hospital and arranged for him to have a full body checkup. When the young master was not feeling well, it was a big deal. The dean personally came out and did all the tests for Xin Xingqing. Blood draw, CT, color ultrasound, ECG, MRI, gastroscopy. When the dean proposed to do a colonoscopy, it was rejected by Xin Xingqing covering his butt. Even if he didn't know what was wrong with him, he knew that it definitely had nothing to do with the intestines. Anyway, after a flurry of checks, the conclusion was that his body was exceptionally good, and all the indicators were optimal. Xin Xingqing looked at the medical report and fell into deep doubt. Then why was his heart so hard when he was at Xia Lingwei's house? Could it be that he was infuriated by Lin Junchang? Hearing that Xin Xingqing had done a full body checkup with great fanfare, Mu Xingqian and Lan Feifei specially came to the hospital to visit. Lan Feifei asked, "Why did you suddenly have a medical checkup? Where are you uncomfortable?" As the children of a large plutocratic family, they usually eat with a professional nutritionist to match their diet. The medical checkups were even more regular at regular intervals. So for Xin Xingqing to suddenly have a medical checkup, they would feel that it wasn't quite normal. Xin Xingqing replied with an unsettled face, "It's a bit uncomfortable. I was pissed off by Lin Junchang today." He had already decided that his abnormality was caused by Lin Junchang's anger. Mu Xingqian hurriedly ate melon. How did he piss you off? It was hard to imagine what exactly Lin Junchang had done to be able to anger Xin Xingqing into the hospital. Lan Feifei on the side but didn't say anything. His intuition told him that this was most likely related to Xia Lingwei. Sure enough, Xin Xingqing said with a black face, "Today he went to Xia Lingwei's house, and when he was leaving, he also said to Xia Lingwei that he had an appointment, so that she could think about it or something like that. You guys say, is he trying to rob my servant?" At the end, also viciously scolded, "That damned everything to steal with me." Put. Lan Feifei suddenly covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Xin Xingqing was annoyed. "What are you laughing at? He's serious about something. What's this guy interrupting?" Lan Feifei tried to hold back her laughter and said, "Sorry, I suddenly thought of something happy. Robbing a servant." Xin Xingqing's brain circuits were no one else. Why did he go to the puppy's house? Did the two of them have some unknown relationship? I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Mu Xingqian's question caused Xin Xingqing's face to look a few more points harder. He went to change Xia Lingwei's medicine. Xin Xingqing told Mu Xingqian about the previous injury to Xia Lingwei's leg. After Mu Xingqian heard it, he said with righteous indignation, "Xia Lingwei has taken a vacation, and he still chases after people to their homes to give them medicine? How come I don't see him being so kind to other students? I think he's just trying to steal from you." Mu Xingqian was the best at this kind of thing. Besides, he didn't treat Lin Junchang well, and as a child, he hadn't been pitted by that well-dressed smiling tiger. Now that he had the chance to watch the two of them brothers at each other's throats, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Star, is this talking about me? It hurts to say it so harshly. Lin Junchang, who didn't know how long he had been standing from outside the door, suddenly pushed the door open and walked over to Mu Xingqian's side with a smile on his face. Chapter 12. Xin Xingqing hit Lin Junchang and was put in confinement. Mu Xingqian froze, as if she had been nailed. Finished, saying bad things about Lin Junchang and getting caught in the act, this vindictive guy would definitely find a chance to retaliate against him. Mu Xingqian had an instinctive fear of Lin Junchang, a psychological shadow left over from his childhood. He looked at Xin Xingqing for help. Xin Xingqing was already angry, so of course she couldn't allow Lin Junchang to act as a bully here. "You still dare to come? Give me the words clearly. What exactly did you make an appointment with Xia Lingwei?" Xin Xingqing rushed to him with great strides, questioning viciously. Lin Junchang was fearless, his handsome and gentle face still had a teasing smile on it, and asked, "So concerned you go ask her not just? Ah, did she not tell you?" The dawning realization he deliberately made looked like he was even more beaten up. Especially since these words stepped on Xin Xingqing's scales. He grabbed Lin Junchang's collar and gritted his teeth and said, "Are you going to say it or not?" The other two had long been surprised by this reverse Tiangong's move. Especially Mu Xingqian, who watched the two of them strangle each other with great interest and pleasure in his heart. The brotherly war that was sparked around that puppy, what was it called, a red face? The mind carefully recalled that timid little face. The looks could indeed be called a red face, but that timid and fearful character as well as clumsy behavior, it was still too much to call it a scourge. What exactly was Lin Juncheng thinking? Deliberately teasing Shin Qingqing, or was he really interested in that puppy? Whichever it was, the scene was pretty good. At this moment, Lin Juncheng was grabbed by Shin Qingqing's collar and should have been in a very sorry state, but he had a lofty and calm feeling. It seemed that he did not put the furious Shin Qingqing in his eyes at all. He hooked his thin lips and mocked, "This is between me and Xiao Lingwei, why should I tell you? You don't really think she's all yours, do you?" Shin Qingqing couldn't say anything to him, so she could only raise her fist and make a gesture to hit him. Lin Juncheng was still not afraid at all, and said lightly, "If you dare to make a move on me today, then I will have to talk to my little uncle." Lin Juncheng's brother-in-law is Shin Qingqing's father, Nan Zirconia Fei. South Zirconia Fei, as the current head of the South Clan Consortium, was old-fashioned and serious, and his requirements for successors were extremely strict. Shin Qingqing is the second son, there is no pressure to inherit the family business, so Nan Zirconia Fei's requirements for Shin Qingqing are not so strict. But not being strict didn't mean that Shin Qingqing could hit his cousin with his hands. If he really hit Lin Juncheng with his hands today, it would reach his old dad's ears and he could be punished with a month's grounding. Shin Qingqing calmed down and withdrew his hand indignantly. If he was confined at a time like this, wouldn't it give Lin Juncheng a chance to get close to Xiao Lingwei? Almost fell for it. He coldly mocked, "Such a big man still looking for parents to complain, still want to be shameless?" Being scolded shameless, Lin Juncheng is not annoyed, but also playfully said, "You just say there is no use it. Shin Qingqing. It's really useful. Don't look at me with an expression of having stepped on. I really can't help you, since you are so curious, I will tell you." Lin Juncheng cleared his throat and announced, "I confessed to her and asked her to consider being my girlfriend." The three faces present were shocked. Shin Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief and she couldn't even speak properly. Are you kidding me? Her family is a small factory, you even let her be your girlfriend? Big Ant wouldn't agree even if she knew, right? Shin Qingqing, as a child who grew up in a large consortium family, the idea of being in the right family was already deeply rooted. So even though he had Xiao Lingwei chained to his side every day and was distracted when he couldn't see her, he had never thought in that direction. Lin Juncheng shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said easily, "It's just a relationship, why do you need to think so much? So you just want to toy with her?" Shin Qingqing's heart gave birth to an even stronger anger. Not caring whether she would be confined or not, she punched Lin Juncheng's face solidly. Lin Juncheng was a weak scholar type, where could he withstand Shin Qingqing's vigorous punch? He was directly hit and fell to the ground. It was also the case that it finally made this man who always had a very high stance show a little bit of a mess. The corner of Lin Juncheng's mouth was bleeding from the punch, and his right cheek was swollen high up. He licked the corner of his mouth, and a bloody flavor spread out from his mouth. Although in the past, Shin Qingqing had also been no big deal with him, he didn't even care, and he didn't need to take small fights seriously. But hitting him in the face absolutely cannot be tolerated. MD hurt him to death. Lin Juncheng lowered his head, his expression cold and frightening. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen were stunned by what was happening in front of them, and they looked at each other. They were surprised not just that Shin Qingqing had hit Lin Juncheng, but that Shin Qingqing would be so angry over Xiao Lingwei. Lin Juncheng used the back of his hand to rub off the blood at the corner of his mouth and stood up. The corner of his mouth unexpectedly hung a triumphant bad smile. "Very well, dare to hit me, you'll wait for the family law." After saying this, he turned around and left in big strides. Shin Qingqing then realized that she was too impulsive just now. Damn it! Lin Juncheng would definitely not let it go. If this matter reached his dad's ears, he would have to shed his skin if not die. Things have come to this point, he can only say to his best friend beside him, "If I can't come out after a while, you guys help me to watch over Lin Juncheng, don't let him get close to Xiao Lingwei." Lan Feifei quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll take care of this." Mu Xingchen also nodded along beside him. Seeing the two of them with such a positive attitude, Shin Qingqing was a little uneasy again. She warned, "You two don't have any wrong thoughts, she's my person." "Egu, why don't you say she's a servant at this moment?" Mu Xingchen couldn't help but spit out in a conspiratorial manner. Shin Qingqing looked at him and was just about to say something when the phone rang. It was Nan Zirconia Fei calling. His face changed and he'd scared with a stinky face. Lin Juncheng's movements were really fast. Shin Qingqing picked up the phone and his father's low roar rang in his ears, telling him to get his ass home immediately. Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen also knew that once he went, he wouldn't be back for a short time. The two of them sank their faces and silently mourned for their good brother in their hearts. But once Shin Qingqing left, both of their complexions became relaxed. Especially Mu Xingchen, gloatingly lamented, "To be able to see such a good show, I really came to the right place today." Lan Feifei's expression was relatively normal, saying, "You don't have to worry about Xiao Lingwei's matter, just leave it to me." But if you look closely, you can see that the corners of his mouth rose slightly and were forced back down again. Chapter 13 Blue Feifei's Little Plan to Play. Lan Fei had tried very hard to hold back her laughter, but the corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Ha 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 ha. Things were going even smoother than he thought. Without Xinqing as the guy in the way, it was much easier for him to get close to Xia Lingwei. Moreover, it was still Xinqing herself who explained to him to help take care of Xia Lingwei, so he didn't even have to think about the reason to get close. Just he also did not expect. Ling Junsheng only said a frivolous words. Jean, that guy cannot calm down to do it, really loves Xia Lingwei deepa. I'm afraid Xinqing himself didn't even realize his subconscious feelings towards Xia Lingwei. As the saying goes, the authorities are confused, the onlooker is clear. Lan Fei can see thoroughly, Xinqing is clearly like Xia Lingwei, but also despise her family background. So did not admit, but also said what servants and so on, all is to tie people around. But thanks to Xinqing being so screwed up, it gave him the opportunity to dig in. He was different. He wouldn't be like Xinqing, who moved her feelings but didn't realize it and ended up hitching herself up. He only treated Xia Lingwei as a toy. Thinking like this, the corners of Lan Fei's mouth hooked into a nasty smile. Finding Mu Xingchen looking at himself with a probing expression, Lan Fei awkwardly clenched her fist around her mouth and coughed dryly twice. I mean, you're not interested in these things, and you're not good at facing Linjun City, just leave it to me. Who said I'm not interested? Mu Xingchen retorted, how could I not be interested in something so fun? I'm too interested. Besides, he was too willing to give Linjun City a hard time. Most importantly, he had also developed a slight curiosity about Xia Lingwei. Just how much charm did that girl have to mesmerize all of his friends? Not to mention Xinqing and Lin Junsheng, even Lan Fei who was in front of him seemed to have some sort of indefinable little mind. How could Mu Xingchen, who was a man of pleasure, miss something so interesting? Seeing that Mu Xingchen didn't budge at all, Lan Fei's face sank slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. Alright then. But Xia Lingwei has very little guts. How about this? The two of us split the action. You go and stop Lin Junsheng, I'll go and remind Xia Lingwei. How about it? This calculating, the abacus beads were crashing onto Mu Xingchen's face. However, he didn't reveal Lan Fei. He didn't intend to listen to Lan Fei's arrangements anyway. That said, Xia Mingchun had just enrolled in school and had received the attention of his classmates because of his outstanding face. The higher and university sections of Ayara's academy were completely separate, but information was shared. At least the four noble daughters were popular with them as well. The girl in the neighboring seat asked, "You're so good looking. What does the family do?" The girl had chi bangs, long black hair, and a round face with round eyes, like a doll, very cute. In the Club Noble Academy, there were more good-looking girls than good-looking boys, so good-looking boys were very popular. A super pretty boy like Xia Mingyin was even more popular. Xia Mingqin replied, opening a factory. The girl's eyes glistened and clapped her hands. Wow! That's great! What's so great about it? The same family owned a factory. When Xia Lingwei said it, she would be laughed at. When Xia Mingqin said it, she would be praised. In fact, the girls just wanted to strike up a conversation with Xia Mingqin. What's more, under Xinqing's care, the Xia family's factory has long since expanded a lot in size, not the shabby little factory from before. The girl's name was Zhou Miao. Her family owned a department store, and she had a sweet and cute look that made her popular amongst the boys. But she is a super big face control, can't look at those ordinary looking boys around her. Just when she was disappointed with the boys in her class, and was thinking that she should just go with the other girls to powder the four male gods in the university department, a breathtakingly beautiful boy suddenly came along. Even more coincidentally, this boy was also her neighbor. This was simply the perfect match for her. Zhou Miao was determined to get Xia Mingqin. She said in a sweet voice, "My name is Zhou Miao. Do you want to take you to familiarize yourself with the school building after class?" "No need." Xia Mingqin refused with a cold attitude, and took out his books to read to himself. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her anymore. This sense of indifference and detachment made Zhou Miao feel that he was even more handsome. Xia Mingqin was anxious in his heart. Previously, Xinqing's threat made him feel like a fish in his throat. Nan's consortium, that was something he had heard of even abroad, a large consortium that ranked high in the world. For him to want to fight against that person was tantamount to trying to stop a mantis. But after that day, Xinqing hadn't been to his house either. So what exactly was Xinqing's relationship with her sister? There was nothing to ask from his sister, so it would be better to inquire with the person next to him. Xia Mingqin suddenly turned his head and asked Zhou Miao, "Do you know Xinqing?" Zhou Miao, who was flattered by being accosted, replied, "Of course I know. No one in Aeolus doesn't know Lord Nan's name, right? More than half of the girls in our class love him. It was also River Zhou's wall." Xia Mingqing froze. So popular? That's right, just based on his family history, it's enough to get the admiration of most people. He continued to ask, then does he have a girlfriend? Or a fiancé? If so, it would be too tight for Xinqing to pester his sister again. Of course Lord Nan didn't have a girlfriend or fiancé. But what? Zhou Miaomio said mysteriously, I heard it from a sister in the university department, saying that Lord Nan has a follower, and a few days ago he princess hugged that follower to the infirmary in public, and even carried her downstairs and sent her to the car. The higher education department is certainly not as prompt as the university department, and no one dares to take pictures of Xing. This matter could only be spread by word of mouth to the higher department. Xia Mingqin had a very bad premonition. The infirmary? That follower's leg was burned. Sure enough, he knew that his sister had indeed been bullied by that person. Xia Mingqin clenched his fists. His sister, who he held in the palm of his hand for fear of breaking, was actually working as a follower for someone else? Was it forced or voluntary? Thinking of Xia Lingwei's scared appearance earlier, it must have been forced. Then why didn't you say so? Is it because of the orders from the family's factory that she's compromising herself? Do mom and dad know about this? If they knew and still acquiesced, then they were ignoring their daughter's pain in exchange for benefits. It's too much. Xia Mingqin didn't care about class, immediately rushed out of the classroom and went to find her parents to question them face to face. The class was startled. What was wrong with the transfer student? The eyes of the crowd looked at Zhou Miaomio. Zhou Miaomio innocently said, I didn't do anything. She just said whatever she was asked. Xia Mingqin drove directly to his family's factory and contacted his father by phone to find him. When Xia's father saw Xia Mingqin, he was surprised. What are you doing here instead of going to class? Chapter 14, Xia Mingqin and Xia Lingwei are not siblings. Although there was doubt in Xia father's tone, there was no reproach. Xia Mingqin's heart sank. He had thought back carefully on the way here, and his mother and father seemed to spoil him. When he was young, no matter what he asked for, they would try their best to fulfill him. Even before, when he suddenly asked to study abroad, mom and dad agreed without saying anything. On the contrary, they were more strict with his sister. Is this what they call son preference? The warm and harmonious family was all an illusion. His happiness was all based on his sister's pain, and he even had that kind of dirty mind towards her. He is still a human being. Xia Mingqin felt chills all over her body, staring at her father dead on, asking, Do you know that your sister is being bullied at school? What? Xing, he has been using his sister as a servant. How is this possible? Xiao's father's face went white as he muttered, Wei, the child never said anything. If she didn't say anything, wouldn't you have looked into it? Why did the Nan family give us so many orders? Haven't you thought about it? Xia father recalled that he had gotten a large number of orders at that time and had also asked Wei. She said it was because her classmates got along well with her, so she told her family to take care of their family's business. This kind of favor is normal for them to do business, and Xiao's father was happy that his family's business was finally taking off, so he didn't think much of it. Now that he heard Xia Mingyin say this, he blamed himself very much. It's their failure as parents. Did Wei tell you? No, I heard it from my classmates. Xia Mingxing paused and accused, My sister has suffered for this family, but you guys are so patriarchal, you can't afford to let her down. Patriarchal? Xia's father froze, a look of confusion on his face. He admitted that he had neglected to care for his daughter, but to say that he favored his daughter over his son was going too far. But remembering the kind of favoritism they had shown in the past, Xia father blamed himself even more. It's not like that. Xia father explained, Your mother and I love Wei very much, things like son preference don't exist in our family. Then why did you guys? Xia Mingqin. Xia father interrupted Xia Mingyin's words and said in a serious tone, I wanted to wait until you were an adult to talk about this matter, but since you misunderstood, I'll tell you now. Seeing him speak so seriously, Xia Mingqin suddenly became nervous. The office was so quiet that a pin could be heard, and Xia Mingqin could even hear her own heartbeat. In fact, you are not our family's child. Xiao's father felt it wasn't very nice to say that, and changed it to another way of saying it. What I mean is that your mother and I are not your biological parents. This is a story of a consortium family's daughter and a poor boy eloping. Xia Mingyin's real mother is He Xinru, the daughter of the first big consortium He's consortium, who met Luo Qian, who is hearing impaired, during a trip. Luo Qian is a stunningly beautiful young man, and Xia Mingqin inherits most of her beauty from her father. Due to his inability to hear, Luo Qian has a sense of purity and brokenness that makes He Xinru fall in love with him uncontrollably. She hides her identity and approaches Luo Qian, and gradually the two fall in love. Luo Qian and Xia's father is a friend, although the family is also considered solid, but compared to the He family consortium is too big a difference. The He family has already arranged a good marriage contract for He Xinru, also a son of the consortium family. Plus, Luo Qian was deaf, so after the He family learned of this romance, they were firmly against it. They used all sorts of tactics to force them to break up. These two were also stubborn in character, and even took advantage of a certain dark and windy night to elope. They lived like an ordinary couple in a seaside fishing village, and a few years later, Xia Mingqin was born. It should have been a happy family, but fate did not favor them. He Xianro had been in poor health after giving birth, and when Luo Qian went to the city to buy medicine for her, he unexpectedly died in a car accident. He Xinru was so distraught that she entrusted Xia Mingqin to her father and mother, and then committed suicide. When Xiao's father told these old stories, his face was also very heavy. These things are too cruel to the child. The parents he grew up with were not his own, and his real father died and his mother committed suicide, leaving him behind. Xiao Mingqin received too much information at once, and his brain buzzed. Hearing the love story of his real parents didn't give him much solidity. After all, having never met them or spent time with them, he had no idea what kind of people they were, much less how deep their feelings were. Though there wasn't much emotion, there was an inexplicable sadness when he heard that they weren't alive. Regarding your birth, I didn't intend to hide it from your mom, I was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I wanted to say that I would wait until you were an adult to tell you. Xiao's father could see that he was having a hard time, patted his shoulder and said, even if there is no blood relationship, we are still a family, and this will not change. Blood relationship? Only then did Xiao Mingqin react as an afterthought. He and his mom and dad are not related by blood, which means that he and Xiao Lingwei are also not related by blood. So his mind wasn't nasty or dirty. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Mingqing's mood brightened up a lot. Seeing that he had regained his spirits, Xiao's father took him home to his study and found out those things Xinruwei had left behind before she left. She only said at first that she was going to make a trip home and let me keep you and these things temporarily. I didn't expect. Hey. Xiao's father let out a long sigh and handed the things over to Xiao Mingxian. Inside the box was a jade pendant of very good color, a group photo, and a letter. On the photo was an extremely beautiful young couple holding a baby, and that couple was Xinruo and Luo Qian. The letter was the one Xinru had left for Xiao Mingqin. Xiao Mingqin, forgive mom for being selfish and leaving you behind, but Xiao Shu and Liang Yun are both very kind people. You will grow up happily with them. I hope you will grow up happy and joyful. The jade pendant was a top-quality imperial green, worth tens of millions of dollars. This is the maintenance money that Xinruwei left to the Xiao family. But Xiao Shu never thought of selling it. This is Xinruwei's legacy, and he will leave it to Xiao Mingqin. Xiao Mingqin finished reading the letter and didn't say anything for a long time. After explaining all the reasons clearly, Xiao's father returned to the main topic. When you said you wanted to study abroad, your mom and I thought you realized you weren't ours, and we didn't dare to ask you for a reason, so we agreed. Later on, we were also afraid that you would feel the difference in treatment, so we let you do everything. It's not that we don't love Vivi, it's just that we're afraid you'll think too much about it. This is a common problem of many parents who have adopted children. Always worried about treating him poorly, so in many things are careful, too spoiled, to put it bluntly, or see the outside. Xiao Mingqin also realized with hindsight that their favoritism was not based on hurting Xiao Lingwei. Now can you tell us what happened to Wei Wei being bullied? Did she tell you that? Chapter 15, Xiao Mingqin decides to return to the He family. Realizing that she had misunderstood her father earlier, Xiao Mingqin was somewhat ashamed. Speaking voice also whispered a lot. No, I was listening to classmates said she gave someone as a follower, and that day I saw her very afraid of Xinqing look. Xiao's father pondered for a moment and said, I will find Wei Wei to talk about it. Ningchen, you also go back to your room first to digest these things. Such a big thing, he also knew that the child would not accept it so easily. Xiao Mingqin didn't push back, he did need time to digest his confused emotions. He returned to his room in a state of confusion. Lying on his bed, he looked at the emerald green jade pendant with excellent waterhead, which was the symbol of the He family. His mind was still recalling what his father had said. The He family had been looking for him all these years, and it was said that it was Elder He who felt more and more sorry for his daughter after Xinruwei's death. So he wanted to take back her only bloodline in this world and make amends. Xiao's father meant to respect his opinion and contact the He family if he wanted to go back. Xiao Mingqin looked up the introduction of the He family on the internet and found that the He family was a more powerful consortium than the Nan family. In other words, if he returned to the He family, he would have the ability to fight against Xinqing. However, just now, his father also reminded him that the He family is the #1 consortium, the family's internal complexity, and there are a lot of rules, so after going back, he might lose his freedom, and even have to accept the family's marriage or something like that. Xiao Mingchen understood that one could not have it both ways. Perhaps it would be easier to continue living in the Xiao family according to his birth mother's wishes. But to stay, he can only be a sibling with Xiao Lingwei for the rest of his life. She was bullied, but also can only be a helpless dry watch, cannot do anything. Returning to the He family might lose his freedom, but when he was strong enough, he could still take his life into his own hands. After careful consideration, he decided to go back to the He family. While Xiao Mingqing was torn, Xiao's father had already called Xiao's mother to return home as well. After all, daughters were more able to open up with their mothers. Xiao Lingwei had already been called to the study by her parents, asking if she was bullied at school. After hearing this, Xiao Lingwei, as if in stress, loudly denied, "How could it be? No one bullied me. Who are you listening to that nonsense?" She is a timid and fearful person, but she is especially good at saving face. She was bullied, she also endured it herself, not wanting to be known by her family. Xiao's mother looked at her bravado and said softly, Wei Wei, you don't have to worry about the family's situation. If it's an order that you've been wronged in exchange for, then we don't want it. Why don't you want it? She's already suffered, and she's about to get a head start, so what's wrong with a bit of moral damages at the end of the day? Besides, when Shin Xingqing is attracted to Su Lily, she may forget about canceling the cooperation with the Xia family factory. At that time they could still continue to make money. The more money they have, the more confidence they have. So she patted her chest, said loudly, Ming Chuan heard those are all rumors, they are jealous of my relationship with Shin Xingqing. Good, said I am a follower of the errand boy or something, in fact, we are good relations with the classmates. When it comes to this, Xiao's father asked, just classmates? Otherwise Lu. What other relationship can she have with Shin Xingqing? Your mom and I all think that he is a little bit of meaning to you. You think too much, Shin Xingqing is what status he cannot be interesting to me. Xia Lingwei spoke with determination and didn't admit that she was being bullied. The couple looked at each other, felt that her mental state is still okay, and does not look like being bullied, so they did not pursue. That's fine, you pay attention to protect yourself, what's wrong with timely talk to the family, don't carry on your own. I know. So they also no longer mention the matter of lifting the cooperation with those companies of the Nans consortium. After all, the money sent to the door, do not earn for nothing. Who would mind too much money? As Ken and Fodder, the Xia family members were all more greedy in their bones. Xia Lingwei walked out of the study and bumped into Xia Mingchen who was in the corridor. He thought about how he was going to leave here, so he wouldn't be able to see her often. So he waited here just to see her more. Seeing her walking towards him, suddenly his cheeks unconsciously burned and his heart beat like thunder. In the past, he had been suppressing his feelings because he was concerned about his siblings' relationship. Now that he learned that the two were not related by blood, his feelings were suddenly a bit out of control. Luckily, the corridor only had small lights on, and the light was dim, so he couldn't see the abnormality in his face. Xia Lingwei walked in front of Xia Mingqing, and in a rare hardened tone, said, I've said that I'm not being bullied, so don't talk nonsense to Dad. Xia Mingqing's wildly beating heart instantly cooled down. She was defending Shin Xingqing? He didn't understand why Xia Lingwei was dead set against admitting it and could only tell the truth matter-of-factly. The matter of you being a follower to Shin Xingqing was spread all over even the higher department, and your leg was burned because you helped him buy coffee, right? That was because they were jealous that I was on good terms with Shin Xingqing. Buying coffee was also on my way, anyway, I wasn't bullied. As Xia Lingwei spoke, she managed to trick herself. As if as long as she didn't admit it, she wasn't bullied. She, as an older sister, no matter what, she had to firmly defend her face in front of her younger brother. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xia Mingqing was more and more certain that she was afraid of Shin Xingqing's background power and didn't want to cause trouble for her family. It was so heartbreaking to see her commiserate like this. This strengthened his resolve to return to the He family. Xia Mingqing stepped forward and tightly embraced Xia Lingwei, whispering in her ear, I will protect you in the future. After saying this, he left without looking back. Xia Lingwei was confused. What kind of nerve did this kid have? Didn't he hate her? Suddenly, what was the point of holding her like this? Could it be that he felt sorry for her being bullied and sympathized with her? Her dignity as a sister was shattered. Early the next morning, Xia Mingqing told her parents about her decision. After hearing this, Xia's father didn't feel much surprise. After all, the strength and status of the He Foundation was not comparable to that of a small family like theirs. It was normal for Xia Mingqing to choose to go back. He said, then I will contact them. Back then, before He Xinruo left, she left him the private cell phone number of the He family's housekeeper. The butler was not young nowadays. He had worked in the He family when he was young and was deeply trusted by elder He. Xiao's father spoke of Xia Mingquan's situation and uttered the code word that He Xinruo always said at home. When the old butler heard the code word, he believed in Father Xiao's words. He hurriedly reported the matter to elder He. Elder He was also very excited when he heard the news. For so many years, the He family had sent out a lot of search notices without any news, and there were even a lot of crooks pretending to recognize their relatives. The old man even thought that he might not be able to find his grandson in his lifetime. The person this time knew the butler's personal phone number and also knew the secret code that his daughter said at home, so there was a high probability that it was real. He didn't want to wait a second longer and immediately had someone go pick it up. Considering the child's age, elder He gave this task to Ilanyu, who had just gotten off the plane. Chapter 16, Ilanyu, the flower of the high ridge, makes an appearance. Ilanyu had just gotten off the plane and hadn't even gotten over his jet lag when he received a call from the old master saying that he should personally go pick up the person. Even though he was already tired, he didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. It was just a faint reply, got it. His voice was like a mountain spring in a cold winter month, clear and cold. He was emotionally stable, unlike a 20-year-old young man, much more mature than Shin Xingqing and the three of them. After not closing his eyes for 72 consecutive hours, he was tired, but there was not a trace of fatigue on that exquisitely handsome face. After giving the driver the address of the Xia family, he sat in the back seat of the car to catch up on his sleep. The driver peeked at him from the rearview mirror. Seeing him fall asleep at a godly pace, his heart was in great admiration. Young master was already in charge of most of the He group's industries at such a young age, and he also had to take care of his studies, so he was busy every day. The old master even let the young master personally handle such a small matter as connecting with a person. He really didn't know how to feel sorry for the young master at all. Of course, as the driver, he could not question the old master's decision. He could only drive slower and try to let the young master sleep a little more. On the other side, Xia Lingwei's entire body was confused when she heard them say something about the He family. What are you guys talking about? Why did you contact the He family to pick up Xia Mingqin? And this He family, it couldn't be the He family she knew, right? When Xia's father and mother heard her ask, they remembered that they hadn't told her about this. They didn't mean to hide it from her. They thought that if Xia Mingqin chose to stay in the Xia family, they wouldn't tell Xia Lingwei about it. If she knew that Mingqin was not her brother, she would not feel good about it. But if Xia Mingqin chose to go back to the He family, it would be impossible to hide this. So they told her about Xia Mingqin's life. After hearing this, Xia Lingwei looked at Xia Mingqin dumbfounded. What kind of development was this? There was no mention of this in the plot at all. Her brother was actually related to the He Foundation? Then why did their family end up in a state of ruin? In short, after realizing that Xia Mingqin was a Thai, Xia Lingwei suddenly became excited. Even if Xia Mingqin was not related to them by blood, he had lived here for nearly 18 years and was emotionally a family member. Rounding up, their Xia family became solidly related to the He family. In case Xin Qingqing wanted to deal with their family again like in the original plot, she could completely borrow the He family's power to protect them. It was only then that she reacted with hindsight to what Xia Mingqin's inexplicable remark yesterday meant. With the He family as her backing, she would no longer have to lower her voice in front of Xin Qingqing. Thinking that she would have a backer in the future, Xia Lingwei's back was even straighter than before. In order to get close, she showed more sibling affection than before, and said fondly, "It doesn't matter. Bloodlines and whatnot don't matter at all. In my heart, Ming Cord will always be my own brother." She was trying to curry favor, but as the words came out, Xia Mingqin's face turned ugly. Xia Lingwei's heart sank when she saw this. This brat, it couldn't be that he didn't want to recognize her as his sister after learning that he was a member of the He family, right? That's right, he wasn't close to her in the first place, and now that he knew that he wasn't biological, he would definitely be even more unwilling to take care of her. Xia Lingwei was sad. What a little heartless. Their family had raised him for so many years, and now that he knew that he was the young master of a large plutocracy, he couldn't wait to get rid of his relationship with them. White-eyed wolf. In fact, Xia Mingqin just didn't want to be treated as her own brother, but Xia Lingwei couldn't even think of this layer. It only felt that it was Xia Mingqin who looked down on their family. On the other side, despite the driver's efforts to drive slower, he quickly arrived at the Xia family. The driver got out of the car and opened the back door ready to wake up He Lanyu, only to find that he was already awake. His eyes were clear, and he didn't even have dark circles under his eyes. After slightly straightening his clothes, he took a long leg and got out of the car, walked to the door and rang the Xia family's doorbell. Xiao's father opened the door since and saw He Lanyu at the door, slightly stunned. He had thought that the He family would send a butler to pick it up. But this handsome young man in front of him was not an idle person at first glance. He Lanyu was wearing a very textured dark blue shirt and black suit pants, as well as black English-style leather shoes. His height was 1.87 m, with a broad shoulder and waist, long legs, and excellent proportions. This face is also a top-notch divine face, ivory white skin, beautiful features, although he has a pair of peach blossom eyes, but there is a kind of cool feeling. Even more absolute was the noble aura emanating from him. Obviously he just stood in the doorway, but let people feel like he was sitting on the throne, need to look up to him. When Xiao's father froze, He Lanyu opened his mouth. He courteously said, "Excuse me Mr. Xia, I am He Lanyu from the He family, here to pick up Xia Mingchun." Only then did Xiao's father come back to his senses and immediately invited He Lanyu into the house. "Mingyin, this Mr. He is here to pick you up." For a moment, Xiao's father was a little unsure of how to address He Lanyu. Although he looked young, the way he spoke felt calm and mature, making it a bit hard to figure out his age. He Lanyu looked in Xia Mingqing's direction, and his eyes naturally swept to Xia Lingwei on the side. At this moment, Xia Lingwei was looking at him. She hadn't expected it to be He Lanyu, the flower of the mountains, who had come to take Xia Mingqing back. Previously, when she was serving tea and water to Xin Qingqing in that lounge, she was lucky enough to have seen He Lanyu twice. There was something indescribably magical about such a rare character appearing in her home. How to put it, although He Lanyu was a workaholic, he had an unearthly feeling. He was too calm and wise, more like a robot. It was as if nothing other than work could bring up his interest. Not even the female lead. He Lanyu's plot is a bit of a wife-chasing crematorium, and he's the only male protagonist who was pursued backwards by Su Lily. But he is unmoved, his mind is full of work, oblivious to Su Lily's pursuit and even finds her annoying. After being hurt over and over again by his indifference and ruthlessness, Su Lily is disheartened. She decides to try and accept someone else but He Lanyu suddenly opens up in general and begins to regret it. He started chasing after Su Lily in return, and even competed with the other 3 male leads. It seems that the flower of the High Ridge can't resist the charm of the female lead. Xia Lingwei was still lamenting the plot when she realized that He Lanyu seemed to be looking at her. Chapter 17, Xia Lingwei's unknown interactions with He Lanyu. Xia Lingwei blinked in confusion and fixed her eyes, realizing that He Lanyu was looking at Xia Mingchen, who was standing in front of her. That's right, he was here to pick up Xia Mingchen to go back, nothing to stare at her idly? She was really thinking too much. Earlier in the lounge, He Lanyu was also just busy with his own business, unlike Lan Feiyu and Mu Xingchen, who were still watching her jokes from the side. It was estimated that he didn't even remember what she looked like. Even if he did look over just now, it was just a careless glance. But that was not the case. Not only did He Lanyu remember what Xia Lingwei looked like, but the number of times he had seen her was more than just the 2 times she thought she was in the restroom. It was in that abandoned conversation room at the end of the 4th floor of the teaching building. Xia Lingwei was really tired of being a servant to Xingqing. Not only did she have to run errands to help him buy coffee and desserts and do his homework, but when he played ball, she had to help pick up the ball from the side. Even playing games requires her to get her hands dirty, and she has to be told off for not playing well. This makes Xia Lingwei nervous, once on the verge of collapse. But over time, she learned to go to the toilet and touch the fish. At first she was really hiding in the toilet. But the toilets were so stinky and crowded that she couldn't get a good night's rest by staying there. Until one day, she found the conversation room by mistake. The right side of the 4th floor was basically all equipment rooms, and usually not many people came over, and the conversation room at the end was even more uninvited. So from time to time, Xia Lingwei pretended to have a stomachache and went to the restroom, but actually went to the sofa in the conversation room to lie down and rest. Because she stayed too long each time, when she went back, Xingqing looked at her strangely and suddenly introduced her to a Chinese medicine practitioner. It was only when she asked that she realized it was a treatment for constipation. Xia Lingwei was speechless. This Zhou Pippi, was it too much for her to go to the toilet for too long and not work, but even gave her an introduction to a doctor? Too much. Xingqing saw that her expression was not right and thought that she felt ashamed. She even comforted her that constipation is not a shame, it's fine if it's cured. Although Xia Lingwei wasn't constipated at all, in defense of her groping time, her constipation definitely couldn't be cured. She put on a sad face and said that she was born with slow intestinal peristalsis, and had already seen many doctors to no avail, and at least she had to squat for more than half an hour before she could pull it out. Xingqing was stunned to hear her say it, and praised her for being the king of squatting resistance. But after that, she didn't mention the matter of introducing her to a doctor. In short, Xia Lingwei relied on her wit to preserve her time to feel the fish, and almost every day she would go to the conversation room to lie down for a while. But what she didn't know was that there was a compartment inside that conversation room. He Lanyu sometimes didn't want to stay with the other 3, so he would come to the conversation room to laze around. That day, after he had finished fuming, he pushed open the door and saw Xia Lingwei asleep on the sofa. Perhaps because he saw that she was sleeping too sweetly, He Lanyu didn't wake her up, but just gently closed the door, leaving the space here for her. After that, when he was occasionally in the conversation room, he would hear her barging in, muttering bad things about Xingqing to herself. It could be heard that she was really full of resentment towards Xingqing. However, remembering that when she was in front of Xingqing, she was respectful and careful. This little girl had 2 other faces. He Lanyu found it quite interesting, and that was all. He wasn't a character that liked to meddle in other people's business, and since he wasn't related to Xia Lingwei, there was simply no reason to clash with Xingqing over her. However, if he could confirm today that this boy named Xia Mingchen was his aunt's son, then the Xia family had raised him, even if it was a favor to the He family. At that time, he couldn't turn a blind eye to his benefactor's difficulties. If Xia Lingwei needed it, he could also speak out a warning and restrain Xingqing's behavior. The prerequisite was that Xia Mingchen was a genuine member of the He family. At this moment, Xia Mingchen was also looking at He Lanyu. The aura emanating from this person was even more powerful than the previous one, Xingqing. It was just that he wasn't as overbearing as Xingqing. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that He Lanyu's line of sight looked towards Xia Lingwei from time to time. Feeling less than comfortable, Xia Mingchen silently moved his feet and blocked her completely behind him. Taking the initiative, he spoke, "Let's go." He Lanyu nodded slightly and greeted Xia's father and mother before leading them away. Before leaving, Xia Mingchen took a deep look at Xia Lingwei, as if she wanted to firmly engrave her appearance in her mind. As soon as he got into the car, He Lanyu ordered the driver to go to the hospital first. Afterwards, she said to Xia Mingchen, "Go to the hospital first for an appraisal. You don't have any objections, do you?" Xia Mingchen nodded. For a powerful family like the He family, it was normal to be cautious. The He family had left DNA samples at their family's private hospital. Even if He Xinruwei had passed away, Xia Mingchen could still do a paternity test with the sample she left behind. The results from the lab would take 3 hours at the earliest, and during the wait, He Lanyu leaned back in his chair and began to catch up on his sleep again. Even if he fell asleep while sitting, his sitting posture was not tilted back and forth, but his hands were clasped to his chest with his head slightly lowered and he was breathing evenly. Xia Mingyin, on the other hand, sat next to him, waiting for the results without a word. On the other hand, after sending Xia Mingyin away, the atmosphere in the Xia family was a bit sad. Xiao's father and mother simply couldn't bear to part with him. After raising him for so many years, they had already treated him as their own son. Xia Lingwei, on the other hand, was chilled by Xia Mingqing and at the same time was disappointed that she didn't hug the He family's thigh. Luckily, her leg had fully recovered, and in order to shift her mood, she decided to go out shopping. After the family's business got better, her pocket money also went up. When she had money, she had to go shopping for pretty clothes and shoes and bags. And to change her hairstyle. To completely transform her image and get out of her canon fodder setting. The original soft straight hair was permed into wavy curls, and the hairstylist helped her get a half tie, with a flower hair accessory. The whole person is living out of the fairy tale book Out of the Flower Fairy. Xia Lingwei looked left and right in the mirror, very satisfied with her new hairstyle. She was already very pretty, and her straight hair had the air of a good girl, but now that she changed to curly hair, she was even more stunning. She went shopping again at the famous shopping mall. Today was a weekday and there weren't many people in the mall, so Xia Lingwei decided to try a slightly bolder style. She picked out a very revealing kind of dress. The back was still a deep V design. Never worn before, so she kinda wanted to try it. This kind of high-end brands have a large fitting room. There are also mirrors inside. Try on the clothes, do not have to come out to see the effect. But Xia Lingwei felt a little empty neck, want to pick a necklace to try the effect from the fitting room out. Who would have thought that? Once out of the door unexpectedly Lan Fei Fei bumped into a square. Chapter 18 was Blue Fei Fei sees the handle. Blue Fei Fei is accompanied by his mom to shopping. Their family is doing high-end luxury clothing business, and many international brands have shares. His mom is the brand's clothing designer, nothing like to drag him to shopping. Lan Fei Fei was originally reluctant, he had planned to tease that puppy today. However, after seeing Xia Lingwei walking out of the fitting room, he suddenly thanked his mom for forcefully dragging him here. The dress Xia Lingwei was wearing was the flattering kind that was extremely demanding on the figure. A tiny bit of flab would look clear. Xia Lingwei didn't have any flab, her body was perfectly curved, revealing her slender neck and arms. The skirt was also not too long, revealing straight and slender legs. This pure and lustful look simply made Lan Fei Fei's eyes darken and darken. Was this her style in private? It was too much to his liking. With Lan Fei Fei's status, there were plenty of beautiful women who took the initiative to talk to him, but he was the kind of person who liked to take the initiative himself. He wasn't interested in the ones that came to his door. Xia Lingwei's looks and personality were his favorite type, but she was firmly held by Xingqing. He could only look at her but could not touch her. Scratching his heart and scratching his liver, he became more and more interested in her. Xia Lingwei was also taken aback. Shouldn't Lan Fei Fei be in class at the academy at this time? Why would he bump into him at the mall? Lan Fei Fei had a nasty personality, and he was the one who had called her a dog behind her back before. By him seeing her dressed like this, he would definitely mock her. But Xia Lingwei quickly calmed down. Her image had completely changed today, so it was estimated that Lan Fei Fei wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize her. After all, Lan Fei Fei wasn't Xingqing, she had no grudges with him, she was just a classmate who went to school at an academy, and at most she had met him a few times. So she wanted to pretend she didn't recognize him, turned around and prepared to hide back in the fitting room. As soon as she turned around, a large portion of her white back skin, hidden under her thick hair, was very tantalizing. Seeing Lan Fei Fei's heart was even hotter, wanting to leave her own marks on it. Only, Xia Lingwei's attitude made him very dissatisfied. Was this planning to directly ignore him? So he opened his mouth and said, "Xia student, didn't you take a month's leave to recuperate at home after injuring your leg? Why did you appear here?" Lan Fei Fei's voice was low and lethargic, like pure curiosity, but also like it carried a hint of threat. Xia Lingwei stopped in her tracks and trembled. Surprisingly, she was recognized? How could Lan Fei Fei's eyes be so poisonous? No, he was definitely swindling her. As long as she pretended not to recognize, Lan Fei Fei couldn't force her to admit that she was Xia Lingwei. After all, in this world there were many people who bumped into each other's faces, so who was to say that she was Xia Lingwei? Holding on to her luck, she pinched her throat and said in a voice completely different from her usual voice, "You've mistaken me for someone else, I'm not a Xia student, and I don't know you." Lan Fei Fei was all amused by her. No, she really thought that by changing her hairstyle and then changing her clothes, she could become another person? He wasn't blind, how could he be fooled so easily? Also knowing that Xia Lingwei was a good bully, he directly went up and grabbed her shoulders, breaking her body over to face him squarely. The skin on her shoulder was smooth and a little cool. The touch of Lan Fei Fei's palm felt very comfortable. He used his other hand to pick up her small pointed chin and scrutinized her face. "Recognized the wrong person? But you look exactly like the Xia student I know, right?" he said, his face still approaching. Where had Xia Lingwei experienced this battle, so scared that she immediately admitted with a crying face. Slide kneeling to admit fault. I was wrong. I am Xia Lingwei. I should not have lied to you. I am sorry. In her heart, she was cursing him. It is true that things come in groups. This Lan Fei Fei plays with Xin Xingxing all day long. It can't be a good person. Seeing that she admitted it, Lan Fei Fei didn't rush to let go of her and flirted. You dress like this, are you planning to go to a masquerade ball? I am just trying it out. Young Master Lan, can you let go of me first? I want to change back to my original clothes. Lan Fei Fei didn't let go of her. Instead, she took out her cell phone from her pocket without slowing down, and the camera took a few shots at her. Xia Lingwei was shocked, not understanding why he was taking pictures. Lan Fei Fei kindly solved the confusion for her and said, you look pretty good dressed like this. I'll send it to Jean to take a look. He hasn't seen you in this kind of dress yet, right? He hasn't seen you dressed like this, has he? Don't send it to him. At that time when she took leave, Xin Xingxing wondered if she was trying to avoid him. Now that he knows her leg is healed, not only is he going to settle the score with her, he's going to take her back and continue to enslave her. The point was that episode hadn't passed yet. If Su Lily stood up to help her fight again, she would be finished. Xia Lingwei still didn't know that Xin Xingxing had been locked up by her family, so she was especially afraid that Lan Fei Fei would say something. Lan Fei Fei looked at her really frightened look, and his heart was inexplicably excited. He took the accent and said, it's fine if you don't send it to him, it depends on how you behave. While saying this, he rubbed her chin with his thumb. Xia Lingwei immediately felt a vicious chill. Feeling that she was trembling all over, Lan Fei Fei's voice became more and more raspy and asked, Xin Xingxing didn't touch you like this? When of course there was not. In fact, there has been, only Xin Xingxing's strength is very large. At that time she only cared about the pain, there is no such meaty feeling. Xia Lingwei is going to cry. This Blue Fei Fei is not a little pervert potential in the body ah? Lan Fei Fei came close to her and whispered, then this matter is a secret between the two of us. In exchange, you can only wear this in front of me, can you? Can. Xia Lingwei had been completely honest, and would never try any bold styles again. If she had known that things would turn out like this, she definitely wouldn't have gone out today. Her shivering and stoic pitiful look succeeded in pleasing Lan Fei Fei. After adding WeChat with her, she let her go. I can't help it, I came with my mom today. If my mom comes back and sees him treating the girls like this, she's going to beat him up again. With this photo in hand, I'm not afraid of not being able to catch her in the future. In the Blue Fei Fei springtime, Xin Xingxing's days are very difficult. Lin Junchang, that sinister guy, was only punched, and ran to Nan Zirconia Fei to complain about his misery. Said Xin Xingxing usually do not treat him as a brother. In the academy in front of his classmates cursed at him, but also hit him. It's really getting more and more lawless. South Zirconia Fei was furious after hearing this. Immediately called Xin Xingxing home to beat him up, and then confiscated his cell phone into the attic closed door. A week later, then released. Before Xin Xingxing's cell phone was taken away, he called Xia Lingwei, but he didn't get through. Although the two friends to help keep an eye on Linjun City, his heart is still very unsettled. Chapter 19 Xin Xingxing's uneasiness. Lin Junchang actually confessed to Xia Lingwei. Obviously only met her once and let someone be his girlfriend. What is this not playing with feelings? Xin Xingxing was angry just thinking about it, and even felt that just punching him was too light. He was going to be confined anyway, so he should have punched him a few more times at that time. But it was too late to say anything now. Xin Xingxing lay on the hard bed, tossing and turning and having trouble falling asleep. What if Xia Lingwei was stupid enough to really agree? No, she doesn't have the guts. She should have a good idea of what she is, and she won't think that Lin Junchang really likes her, right? But it's not good to say. Xin Xingxing carefully recalled the previous with her to get along with the little by little, seems to be rarely in her face to see emotions. Except for that day at her house when she saw her crying, and in the school nurse's office when she saw her smiling at Lin Junchang, Xia Lingwei's face was always trembling and full of fear and uneasiness. What was going on in her head, he had absolutely no idea. It was only then that Xin Xingxing realized with hindsight that even though he had chained Xia Lingwei to his side every day, he had not understood her inner thoughts at all. What did she think about Lin Junchang's confession? Objectively speaking, all of Lin Junchang's conditions were very good. There was no need to say more about his looks, and although the Lin family's family history was not as good as the Nan family, it was still many notches higher than the Xia family. The most important thing is, Lin Junchang's character is very gentle, but also smooth-talking will be pleasing to the eye. That day also praised Xia Lingwei beautiful to come. Thinking of the worthless look of Xia Lingwei's smile at that time, it was clear that she ate it up. This put Xin Xingxing in a very bad mood. That idiot, couldn't she hear that it was just a very common compliment? What was there to be happy about? She wouldn't like Lin Junchang because of this little thing and couldn't wait to agree to his confession, right? Thinking of this, Xin Xingxing's heart panicked even more. Damn it! Why did he have to be scared here for that servant ah? Exasperated, Xin Xingxing punched the bedboard, making a crunching and piercing sound. Cursing, she said, what a tie bed. Plants. Being locked up in this little dark room, he couldn't do anything but take it out on the bed. Only one day was so difficult, 7 days was really going to torture him to death. The He Group's Private Hospitals Identification Center. The appraisal results came out. The probability of Xia Mingyin and He Xinru's mother-child relationship is 9,999. Xia Mingqin is indeed his cousin. After reading the report, He Lanyu's first thought was that he had a legitimate reason to help Xia Lingwei. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept for too long that his brain was confused. How could he think of this matter at a time like this? He Lanyu shook her head, shook away her strange thoughts, and explained to Xia Mingchuan, "There were quite a few people pretending to be you to come to our home to recognize your family, so we were more cautious, don't mind. Although paternity testing is a normal procedure, doing so will inevitably make Xia Mingqing feel that she is not trusted, so it is better to explain." Xia Mingqing understood what he was saying and replied, "I understand, I don't mind. Even if it's not a big family like the Yi clan, even an ordinary family can't recognize a child just by listening to other people's words. It's proper to do the appraisal. Let's go home." After saying that, he brought Xia Mingqin back to the He family. Bringing the person to the old man, He Lanyu's task could be considered completed. From the time he received Xia Mingyin and went to the hospital to do the paternity test before returning home, it was now already 2:40 p.m. Even for a workaholic like He Lanyue, not sleeping for such a long time was a bit overwhelming. He immediately went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. The next day, He Lanyu came to El Rath Academy after a long absence. Not only was he a school board member, he also held the position of the student council president. Of course, since he was often absent, most of the affairs were left to the vice president. He Lanyu routinely went to the student council to take a look around, and then went to the lounge where the four of them often went. In the lounge, Lan Fei Fei was in a good mood, looking down at her cell phone from time to time. Mu Xingchen felt something was very wrong. After observing with probing eyes for half a day, he quietly walked behind Lan Fei Fei and peeked at his cell phone screen. But just as he approached, Lan Fei Fei alertly clasped the end of the screen and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you looking at?" Mu Xingchen skimmed his mouth and said, "I'm just curious, what can make you giggle at your cell phone early in the morning?" Blue Fei Fei, of course, could not tell Mu Xingchen yesterday's events, then casually lied and said, "I'm brushing the funny post, if you are curious I will forward it to you." What's the point of being so defensive about funny posts? I just don't like being peeked at. Mu Xingchen didn't believe it. Although it was only for a moment, Mu Xingchen saw that the page wasn't browsing posts at all, but a photo album on his cell phone. In the photo was a woman with long curly hair and sexy clothes. The body was super awesome, but unfortunately, she didn't see the face clearly. Since the style in the photo was so different from the usual Xia Lingwei, Mu Xingchen didn't associate the possibility of it being her at all. Who was the woman in the photo? Could it be that Lan Fei Fei was in love? Was this his girlfriend? No, they played together every day. Where did he find the time to have a girlfriend? Could it be a crush? It's funny, with Fei Blue's condition, why would she need to have a crush on someone else? Mu Xingchen, with a big heartless grin, just wanted to put the words straight and ask for clarification, when He Lanyu pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 20, the first individual meeting with He Lanyu. He Lanyu's appearance interrupted Mu Xingchen's questioning. Seeing He Lanyu whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Mu Xingchen took the initiative to share gossip and said with a regretful face, "Lanyu, you're just coming back now, you've missed out on a big, wonderful show." "What big drama?" "That fellow Jean, he beat up Lin Juncheng for that little servant of his. He's now locked up in his home for a closed-door meditation." When He Lanyu heard that it was also related to Xia Lingwei, she frowned and asked, "What's the situation? You tell me in more detail." So Mu Xingchen told the whole story. At the end, he added, "I didn't expect you to be interested." He thought that He Lanyu would just smile after listening as usual, but he didn't expect to ask for details. He Lanyu didn't deny it and nodded, suddenly saying without a clue, "My cousin has been found." Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen didn't understand why he suddenly brought up this matter. However, they also knew that the Yi family hadn't given up looking for that stray child for so many years. Now that they heard that it had been found, they all congratulated him. "Congratulations, the old man's wish is now fulfilled. It's been more than 10 years, right? Where did you find him?" "At Xia Lingwei's house." "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this one." Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen, who were originally chatting without a word, were instantly energized. Just hearing the 3 words Xia Lingwei precisely from He Lanyu's mouth was enough to shock them. What's more, the news itself was even more explosive. Why would He Lanyu's cousin appear at Xia Lingwei's house? Seeing their doubts, He Lanyu explained, "Xia Lingwei's younger brother, Xia Mingchun, was adopted by the Xia family, and he's actually my aunt's son." Mu Xingchen suddenly realized, "I see." Nonetheless, Lan Fei Fei felt something was very wrong. Even if that child was found in the Xia family, shouldn't that be directly stated as the Xia family? Why emphasize that it was Xia Lingwei's house? Was he familiar with Xia Lingwei? Lan Fei Fei was concerned, but didn't know how to ask. In fact, He Lanyu suddenly brought up this matter because she wanted to say that the Xia family was kind to their Yi family, so she asked them to treat Xia Lingwei with a little more respect in the future. But on second thought, the key to this matter was not in the two of them, the key was in Shin Xingqing. There was also a Lin Junchang who came out of nowhere. He confessed after only meeting him once, how could he be serious? The probability was that it was to catch Shin Xingqing, so he used Xia Lingwei as a tool person. He Lan Yu was very upset. This group of people were really enough to do as they pleased, on the basis of their better origins. Were they treating others like toys? He had taken over the family business from a very young age, and had seen too much deceit and all sorts of dark sides of human nature. So he turned a blind eye to this level of bad taste in his close friends. Not getting involved, not stopping either. But when it came to their family's benefactor, he couldn't continue to sit back and watch. So he dropped a sentence that he had something to do and got up to leave. Mu Xingchen had already seen this and lamented, Lan Yu is really busy. Lan Feifei didn't say anything, and in her heart, she was still speculating about He Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei's relationship. Strange, why does he care so much? That said, after Elder he saw Xia Mingqin, he missed his daughter who had passed away again, and both of his eyes were tearful. He had been very remorseful after he Xin Ro's death. If he hadn't insisted on stopping her from getting together with that deaf man, they wouldn't have gone to live on that island. That man wouldn't have gotten into a car accident, and his daughter wouldn't have committed suicide. People can't come back from the dead, no matter how much he regrets it, his daughter won't come back. The good thing is, there is still this grandson left. Master he is going to organize a grand dinner to introduce Xia Mingqin to his circle in a high-profile way. Nowadays, she has changed her name to He Mingqin. He Mingqin was the He family's cousin young master, and with this status, no one would dare to treat him with disrespect. At the same time, Elder He also gifted him 10% of the shares of the He family. With these shares, just by relying on the yearly dividends, he could live a life of luxury that no one else could even dream of. He Mingqin did not refuse. He had never been a noble and arrogant person, this old man was his grandfather, and he even claimed to want to compensate him, so why not? But the He family's cousin young master wasn't that easy to be. After all, to make a public appearance in front of so many celebrities and giants, the etiquette must be passed. So after the grandparent-grandson recognition scene with Elder He Mingqin practiced with his etiquette teacher. He was so busy that he didn't have time to contact Xia Lingwei. At this moment, Xia Lingwei, after yesterday's escape like flying home, was terrified to hide in the quilt, did not sleep well for a night. It was so hard to think that she could get rid of Shin Xingqing, but then she was caught by Lan Feifei. Although she was paying attention to the class group every day, there wasn't much movement at all, and she didn't know to what extent Shin Xingqing and Su Lily had developed. If he had been completely attracted to Su Lily it was fine, and that photo wouldn't have had any effect. But a few days ago, Shin Xingqing had even come to her house. She couldn't let her guard down yet, she would have to be taken by Lan Feifei. Thinking of Lan Feifei gave Xia Lingwei goosebumps. That person was always colorful and moving towards her, a very greasy feeling. I wonder what excessive demands he would make. Xia Lingwei was really scared, but there was no one she could discuss it with. If she didn't simply agree to Lin Junchang's offer of a fake relationship, then Shin Xingqing wouldn't dare to do anything to her, and Lan Feifei's threats would be even less effective. But, is Lin Junchang really trustworthy? Even if he was a good person, he was not related to her, why would he help her so much? Would there be any conspiracy behind it? Xia Lingwei was not only timid, but also suspicious. Besides, she definitely couldn't do a good job of pretending to be a couple, and if she was found out by Shin Xingqing at that time, she would be adding to her sins. So she dismissed the idea of looking for Lin Junchang for help. Just when she had already conjured up the miserable end of her family going bankrupt and living on the streets, He Lan Yu once again paid a visit. This time, he had come to deliver a thank you gift and incidentally invited the family to a dinner party a few days later. Xiao's father and mother had gone out to work again, and there was still only Xia Lingwei and the nanny at home. Auntie Nanny was upstairs cleaning and it was inconvenient to come down, so Xia Lingwei had to get out from under the quilt. She was wearing furry pajamas, and her curly hair was disheveled as if it had been fried due to the lack of combing. She was so frightened by Lan Feifei that her heart was exhausted, and she didn't care about her image, so she just walked to the door and opened it in a disheveled manner. When she saw the well-dressed, elegant and handsome He Lan Yu outside the door, Xia Lingwei was dumbfounded. Chapter 21 He Lan Yu's inexplicable frustration. Why did He Lan Yu come to her house? Xia Mingyin had already been taken back. Was there any reason for He Lan Yu, who was the young master of the He clan consortium, to come to her house? Could it be that Xia Mingqing's identity was a fake, so he had come to settle the score with them? Thinking of this, Xia Lingwei began to feel apprehensive and her face became paler. He Lan Yu saw the change in her mood and was a little confused. Did he look scary? Why did you react like this when you saw him? Was it because she felt frustrated because he saw her freshly woken up and unkempt? After all, he was the one who came uninvited, and he couldn't ask people to greet him after dressing up carefully. Besides, he didn't think there was anything wrong with the way Xia Lingwei looked now. But her current appearance didn't look like she was depressed, it was more like she was afraid. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that because he was friends with Shin Xingqing, she was sick of the house and was scared of him along with it? The more He Lan Yu thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. At this time, Xia Lingwei spoke. Her hand was still on the doorknob, and she asked in a slightly defensive tone, "That do you have something to do?" He Lan Yu nodded. "Yes, there is something. May I ask if your father is at home?" The tone of his voice was unconsciously softened by a few points. It couldn't be helped, this girl's guts were too small. He Lan Yu didn't want to scare her. Xia Lingwei shook her head and replied, "They're not in." She was about to say, "Why don't you come back another day?" when she heard He Lan Yu continue, "Then it's fine for me to talk to you, can you let me go in first?" This is the future head of the He group, just a cough can make their family go bankrupt. How dare Xia Lingwei not let him in, immediately stepped aside and whispered, "Please come in." After inviting people into the house, she was busy making tea. Followed Xing around the tea pouring work not less dry, so the bubble tea has been very skillful. After bringing a cup of brewed Longjing tea to He Lan Yu, Xia Lingwei opened her mouth tentatively. "What's the matter?" He Lan Yu took out an exquisite and high-grade foil invitation and handed it to Xia Lingwei. 3 days from now, the He family will be hosting a dinner party to introduce Ming Chuan to people in the circle, and I hope that you can also come to participate. Xia Lingwei took the invitation and breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye. So it was an invitation for them to attend a dinner party. It's fine if they're not here to cause trouble. She looked at the high-grade paper invitation and asked with some disbelief, "Can we go and participate as well? What level is the He family and what level is their family? Is it qualified enough to go to the He family's dinner party?" He Lan Yu laughed lightly and replied, "Of course, Ming Chun grew up in the Xia family. Compared to us, he's closer to you guys, and he'll feel more at ease with you guys around." Xia Lingwei awkwardly pulled the corner of her mouth, completely disagreeing with what he said. That little white-eyed wolf Xia Mingqing was the one who wasn't close to them. He disowned her as his sister before he even left, and he probably could have pretended he didn't recognize her by the time she went to the dinner party. Anyway, Xia Mingqing had always disliked her. Xia Lingwei's reaction surprised He Lan Yu a bit. She didn't seem to be interested at all, knowing that being able to receive an invitation from the He family was a great honor for any upper-class family. The Xia family could take advantage of this dinner to meet more business partners, and with this relationship with the He family, there would be quite a few people who would want to take the initiative to cooperate with them. What's there to hesitate about something that has so many benefits and no harm? He Lan Yu asked, "Do you have any concerns?" Of course Xia Lingwei couldn't say that her relationship with Xia Mingqing wasn't good, she was still counting on hugging the He family's thighs through Xia Mingqing. So she casually made up an excuse and said, "I just haven't attended such a high-class dinner party and I don't know what I should wear. So it's because of this. This is a good idea, I'll help you prepare." Ah? Xia Lingwei looked at He Lan Yu with some surprise. The two of them weren't familiar, why would they help her prepare her clothes? He Lan Yu explained, "As the host, I naturally have to help you with this small matter." "Oh well then, thank you." Xia Lingwei sincerely thanked him, but still didn't show the slightest happy reaction. It couldn't be helped, she had barely slept a wink last night and really couldn't raise her spirits. Seeing this, He Lan Yu couldn't help but ask, "Are you not feeling well?" Xia Lingwei came back to her senses and quickly apologized, "Sorry, I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'll talk to my parents about the dinner, thank you." Since she was not feeling well, He Lan Yu was not in a good position to continue disturbing her. Originally, she also wanted to talk to her about whether or not she needed help regarding Xinqing and Lin Junchang. But this matter doesn't have to be asked to her face, she hates Xinqing this matter, he already heard it clearly when he was in the conversation room. When the time comes, let Xinqing converge on it. As for Lin Junchang's side, he would first figure out Lin Junchang's motivation for confessing before saying anything. After exchanging contact information with Xia Lingwei, He Lan Yu got up to say goodbye. "Then you take a good rest. About the dress, you send me the 3D, I'll contact you when the dress is ready." "Okay, thank you so much." He Lan Yu was leaving, Xia Lingwei instead looked a little happy. With He Lan Yu's emotional intelligence, he could see at a glance that she was longing for him to leave. This made He Lan Yu a bit upset, as well as frustrated. He thought that his attitude was already very friendly, speaking softly the entire time, as if he was coaxing a child. It was unbelievable to him that he could have so much patience with someone. But even so, she was still full of defenses and had unwelcome him written all over her body. When had He Lan Yu, who was a meat and potatoes person everywhere he went, ever been disliked so much? There was an indescribable feeling in his heart, stuffy and a little irritable. Forget it, he was merely carrying out the mission arranged by the old master, it's not like he wanted to come. Anyway, the invitation had already been sent, so she could do whatever she liked. Xinqing and Lin Junchang's matter he also did not intend to care about, there was no need to take a hot face to stick to someone else's cold ass. There is no need to put a hot face on someone else's cold ass. After gambling and complaining in his heart for a while, He Lan Yu calmed down. He was surprised by his own emotional thoughts. Just because of this little thing that wasn't really a matter, he broke his defenses? When did he become so emotionally unstable? In all sincerity, Xia Lingwei hadn't done anything rude to him today. But why was he so upset? Could it be that he was expecting something from Xia Lingwei? expecting her to be enthusiastic and feel flattered by his offer of help? He Lan Yu covered her face. This was too narcissistic. I really didn't think that he had such narcissistic thoughts in his subconscious. Xia Lingwei looked at the invitation. There must be a lot of rich and powerful big shots at this dinner. If she could find other people to work with, she wouldn't have to keep looking at Qin Qingqing's face to live her life off. Chapter 22 Lan Fei Fei's phone bombardment. Xia Lingwei flipped out a notebook from the drawer and wrote and drew on it, analyzing her situation. The person who was the biggest threat to her was definitely Qin Qingqing, followed by Lan Fei Fei. So far, He Lan Yue was relatively friendly to her, and Mu Xingqian didn't cross paths at all. Now she just had to continue to live at home and not cross paths with the heroine Su Lily, then all the drama about her wouldn't happen. So there was no need for her to avoid the Yi family's dinner party. If she was lucky, she could make a few friends with rich families, and it would be nice to have cooperation with her family's factory. Mom and Dad too, it would be nice to make other reliable partners. Xia Lingwei wanted more than just avoiding the end of bankruptcy, she wanted their family's days to get better and better. On the other hand, after He Lan Yue went home, she went to take a look at He Mingqin, who was doing etiquette training. Actually, He Mingqin was already a very educated child, but in a prestigious family like the Yi family, every move was watched by many people, so the requirements were even higher. He Mingqin was in the middle of resting at this moment. Seeing He Lan Yu, his eyes lit up. Brother Lan Yu. After returning to the He clan, He Mingqin still wasn't too comfortable, but he had a good feeling about He Lan Yu as his cousin. Not only was He Lan Yu mature and calm, but he was also tall, and more importantly, he held a lot of power in his hands at a young age. Listening to the servants at home chatting, he realized that He Lan Yu was even more powerful than the outside rumors. The fact that he could achieve so much at such a young age was not only due to his innate high IQ, but more so because he was very hardworking. He Mingqian sincerely admired this cousin, and also worked hard by this example. If she could grow up to be as powerful as her cousin, she would definitely be able to protect her sister. He Lan Yu handed He Mingqing a bottle of water and asked, "How's the progress on your side? Are you getting enough to eat?" This etiquette teacher was very strict, and He Lan Yu had suffered at his hands when she was a child. He Lan Yu had suffered a lot at his hands as a child. Then it's okay. He Lan Yu pondered for a moment and spoke, "I went to see your sister today." He Mingqin's eyes widened as he asked, "Eh? Why?" "I invited her and your foster parents to the dinner." "Oh." He Mingqing's mood suddenly dropped, and asked in a low voice, "She shouldn't be willing to come, right?" He Lan Yu realized that both of their siblings' moods were not quite right when they mentioned each other. At the time, he thought Xia Lingwei was a bit listless because she wasn't interested in the dinner. Now it seems that her attitude is because of He Mingqin? Do you two have some kind of conflict? Of course, He Mingqin was too embarrassed to say that he had non-interest in Xia Lingwei. After all, a few days ago she was still his own sister. If he said it, he would definitely be treated as a pervert. Although he felt that he was already a pervert. So he avoided it and said, "When I decided to go back to the Yi family, she was a bit unhappy." He Lan Yu realized. It turned out that Xia Lingwei was unable to let go of her younger brother whom she had spent many years with and was angry that he chose the Yi family. He comfortingly patted He Mingqing's shoulder and said, "It's fine, your sibling love for so many years won't be easily destroyed." What He Mingqin wanted wasn't sibling love, but there was no need to tell He Lan Yu about this. "How is she doing? Did she ask about me?" "No, she hasn't." He Lan Yu laughed a little to herself and said, "She's quite defensive about me, she didn't say anything to me. She's just like that." He Mingqin was afraid that He Lan Yu would be upset and quickly explained, "My sister is especially timid and afraid of life, she is like that to everyone, don't mind, brother Lan Yu." He Mingqin was afraid that He Lan Yu would be upset, he quickly explained, "My sister is very timid and afraid of life." Hearing He Mingqin say this, He Lan Yu also slightly relieved. In the end, it was all Qin Qingqing's fault. He was only dragged into it. The knot in He Lan Yu's heart opened up just as Xia Lingwei sent over her 3D. He stopped chatting with He Mingqing and went to help Xia Lingwei choose a dress. Lan Fei Fei's family was in the clothing business, it was more convenient to contact him directly for picking out clothes and whatnot, especially high-definition gowns. At this time, Lan Fei Fei is molesting Xia Lingwei. He sent a tweet to Xia Lingwei. "What are you wearing today? Take a picture and send it over to see bad smile." Xia Lingwei saw the message and revealed the same expression of an old grandpa looking at his cell phone in the subway. Why is it that Lan Fei Fei is so young, but the words he says are like a horny old man? Really not wanting to ignore him, Xia Lingwei pretended not to see it. But Lan Fei Fei wouldn't let her off the hook so easily. The next second, his video call came through. Xia Lingwei was so scared that her hand shook and she almost threw her cell phone out. She agonized for a while, thinking that since she had pretended not to see it, she would pretend to the end. Video call cancelled. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, another video call called. Video call cancelled. Video call cancelled. Video call cancelled. Lan Fei Fei's video call kept sending it over, with the intention that she would keep calling if she didn't answer. Xia Lingwei was about to cry. What the hell did he want to do? Helplessly, she could only pick it up. She rubbed her eyes, with a sleepy look, and said, I just fell asleep, and I didn't hear the phone set to silent. Is that so? Blue Fei Fei in the screen smiled and said, I thought you deliberately did not want to answer my call. No. I really fell asleep. Do not believe you see. Xia Lingwei pulled the camera away to her pajamas in an effort to prove that she was telling the truth. Lan Fei Fei saw her furry pajamas and laughed. Your pajamas are quite conservative, I thought it would be more. Before the words were finished, it showed that the call was disconnected. Only then did Xia Lingwei dare to show her dissatisfaction. She cursed at Lan Fei Fei's dialogue box, down headman, so lewd and disgusting. Blah blah blah. The call was interrupted because He Lan Yu's call had reached Lan Fei Fei. Lan Fei Fei was in the middle of a conversation and was a bit dissatisfied with being interrupted by He Lan Yu. However, He Lan Yu usually calls him for something serious, so he didn't dare to delay, so he answered the call first. Lan Yu, what is it? Hearing him say that he wanted to choose a lady's dress, Lan Fei Fei raised her eyebrows and teased, what kind of person is so dignified that they can let you, a busy man, personally choose a dress? It's just someone I know. He Lan Yu didn't know why, and didn't say that he was helping Xia Lingwei. Chapter 23, The Eve of the Dinner Party, a little fuss about buying a gown. Just someone you know? Lan Fei Fei won't believe such perfunctory nonsense. He Lan Yue is not like the several of them who are idle all day long. If he is just picking out a dress for someone he knows, he can just leave it to his secretary to do it. Why would he need to pick it himself? It's definitely not that simple. But the key to the problem is, since childhood, I have not seen He Lan Yu with which girl close. If it is for relatives, he just said it is for relatives to choose on the line. Lan Fei Fei sifted through the people she knew and suddenly had an amazing guess. It couldn't be, it was chosen for Xia Lingwei, right? Come to think of it, the He family was hosting a dinner party in 3 days, inviting many big families with prestigious names. It was reasonable to say that a small family like the Xia family wouldn't even be qualified to attend, but if this dinner party was for the newly found cousin young master, then it was very likely. This speculation instantly made Lan Fei Fei's mood unbeautiful. Even if He Lan Yu thanked the Xia family for raising his cousin, there was no need to personally pick out a dress for Xia Lingwei, right? Could it be that he was also interested in Xia Lingwei? It's hard to see that puppy is quite capable. Lan Fei Fei suddenly had a feeling of being NTR. The toy that he had managed to get his hands on so easily was being targeted by someone else again. It was really upsetting. But he didn't think about it, his so-called toy was also something he attempted to steal and snatch while Xing was away. But that was just his guess. It was only a toy, how could he possibly get another look from He Lan Yu? Lan Fei Fei recommended the most expensive store in his family to He Lan Yu. The dresses here were all unavailable on the market, unique designer handmade models, and the sizes could be adjusted. And there are also professional stylists to design the look, with a full range of jewelry and other things. You can bring people directly to the store to pick. He Lan Yu heard him finish and also reacted. That kind of dinner is not that only wear a dress on the line, hair, shoes, jewelry and other things are also very important. Xia Lingwei didn't even have a dress, much less these matching things. It's better to buy them together. Okay, I know. Lan Fei Fei asked, when do you plan to go? I can take you there. He wanted to see if the person he knew was Xia Lingwei or not. But He Lan Yu refused. No need, I'll just go by myself. Fine. Lan Fei Fei didn't insist. Anyway, the store was under his family's umbrella. What kind of person could He Lan Yu bring there still escape his eyes? To his disappointment, He Lan Yu went to the store alone to buy a dress. He Lan Yu picked out a light green gauze dress. The upper body was a tight bust design, while the skirt was many layers of light gauze stacked up, flowing in light. There was also a string of turquoise emerald gemstones at the waist for embellishment, looking gorgeous with a hint of immortality. He brainstormed what Xia Lingwei would look like in this dress. Without hesitation, he bought this one. He also bought the matching headdress, necklace, earrings and bracelet, shoes and bag. All of them are top luxury big brand designers with the most top quality gemstones to create out. This set of down has more than 100 million, just that colored diamond necklace will be tens of millions of dollars. However, these were all small amounts of money to He Lan Yu. After he swiped his card, he had someone send the items to the Xia family. In the lounge, Lan Fei Fei, who hadn't succeeded in eating the melon, talked to Mu Xingchen about it. Who do you think he gave it to? Buying a gown and having to hide it, really not enough. Mu Xingchen gave him a thoughtful look and said as if you're not hiding it. Really? Look at these few friends of his. Xing has Xia Lingwei as her little follower. Lan Fei Fei also has a mysterious sexy woman in her cell phone album. Now even He Lan Yu has someone to send her dress to. How come one by one they all started looking for a woman? He's the only widowed king, isn't he? But he was also quite curious about He Lan Yu's situation. Stroking his chin, he guessed, there's an intended marriage partner, isn't there? That guy Lan Yu had said long ago that he doesn't fall in love and will marry the marriage partner arranged by his family in the future. Lan Fei Fei retorted, where did he get a marriage partner? The He family's marriage is such a big deal that it's impossible for there to be no movement at all, so there must be someone else. So what's your opinion? You say, could it be Xia Lingwei? Blue Fei Fei analyzed. Before he mentioned Xia Lingwei's name is very strange. His cousin is in the Xia family, grew up right, but he had to say in Xia Lingwei's home, as if with her relationship is very good. When you say it like that, it's true. Mu Xingchen also reacted as an afterthought and agreed, it's possible that he really bought it for that puppy. Seeing that Mu Xingchen thought so too, Lan Fei Fei spoke with a gloomy face. Lan Yu spent more than 100 million on that set of clothes and jewelry, he is really generous. It's just a dog raised by Xin Xingqing. His tone was like he had eaten 100 pounds of lemons, and Mu Xingchen next to him could smell the sour flavor. Mu Xingchen was puzzled. What are you sour about here? People, he Lan Yu spent $100 million in his house and contributed $100 million in turnover. What is there for him to be dissatisfied with? Lan Fei Fei also realized that she was in the wrong mood and covered up. I just think he spends too much money. So it's because she's jealous of He Lan Yu's money. That's right, compared to them who are still squandering with their family's money, what He Lan Yu spends is all his own money. $100 million just swiped away, the few of them were indeed not that trendy. However, Mu Xingchen said, if it's really for Xia Lingwei, it would be a big deal if Xi Jin knew about it. Xin Xingqing's temper, if he knew that He Lan Yu had taken advantage of his absence to feed his dog, he would definitely go ballistic. The other party was He Lan Yu. I wonder what he would do. Xia Lingwei didn't expect the dress He Lan Yu prepared to be delivered so quickly. In addition to the gown, there were several boxes that looked particularly luxurious from the packaging. She opened them and saw that they were actually jewelry and crystal shoes. This was also too much, right? So many emerald gemstones, as if they didn't want money. It couldn't be made from green beer bottles, right? Xia Lingwei has never seen such a big world and cannot see whether it is real or fake. But she knows that natural colored diamonds are ridiculously expensive. This necklace was inlaid with so many large colored diamonds in various colors, it was that kind of sea of flowers. It complemented this Wizard of Oz dress. Although Xia Lingwei loved money, she hesitated when she looked at this gorgeous dress. He Lan Yu only said that she helped her prepare the dress, and she didn't say it was for her. With something so expensive, it was probably just borrowed for her to wear once. If she accidentally broke it, she couldn't afford to pay for it even if she sold her entire family. Just then, He Lan Yu's phone call came over. Chapter 24, Why aren't you wearing the dress I sent you? Xia Lingwei picked up the phone, and He Lan Yu's clear and pleasant voice came from the receiver. Did you receive the dress? I received it. Does it fit? He Lan Yu had a lot of other things to be busy with, so he didn't have the time to personally deliver it to her, so he could only call to ask if it fit. He handled his work while waiting for Xia Lingwei's answer. Xia Lingwei's face was tangled as she looked at the noble gown still lying in the box, wanting to say, is it okay if she doesn't wear this? Such a gorgeous dress doesn't match her either. But if she said she wouldn't wear it, maybe He Lan Yu would have to get her another one. Wouldn't that make her look like a pain in the ass? Suddenly Xia Lingwei thought of a good solution. She could buy a dress of similar style by herself. She could wear the other one to the dinner, and if He Lan Yu asked her about it, she could say that she preferred the one she bought herself. When the dinner was over, she could return the dress he brought her in the same condition, and she wouldn't have to worry about accidentally dirtying or damaging her bag. She was really smart. After replying to an email, He Lan Yu realized that she hadn't answered and asked, is there a problem? Is it not dressed inappropriately? Xia Lingwei subconsciously replied, no, it fits well. That's good. With the lesson from last time, he tried his best to treat her in a business-like manner. So after saying that, he hung up the phone first. How could He Lan Yu think that Xia Lingwei was scared by this expensive dress and jewelry and sprung so many little thoughts? What he said about helping to prepare was actually what he meant by giving it to her. As for the price, he only thought the dress suited her at the time and didn't even consider the money. Nor did he consider that giving such an expensive gift to a girl he just met would scare the other person. That said, the more Lan Fei Fei thought about it, the more he felt blocked in his heart. Granted, to him, Xia Lingwei was just a toy, but he hadn't even really started playing with it yet, and he was being targeted by someone else. What was going on? To him, it was actually quite simple to find out if He Lan Yu's gown was bought for Xia Lingwei. Just call and ask Xia Lingwei directly. However, he was holding his cell phone, but he was hesitant to press the call button. He didn't know what he was hesitating about. What could he do in case that dress was really for Xia Lingwei? Thinking like this, Lan Fei Fei didn't want to know again. Forget it, it's better to leave the answer to be revealed on the day of the dinner. Soon, it was the day of the dinner. Inside the He family's huge manor, guests had already arrived one after another. As the host, He Lan Yu had to greet the guests on the spot, and it was impossible for him to specifically pick up Xia Lingwei's family to come here. However, he had given Xia Lingwei an invitation, so they could have come over on their own. Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen came earlier, and they were also hanging around near the entrance. It was just to see if Xia Lingwei was wearing the same dress He Lan Yu bought when she arrived. However, before Xia Lingwei arrived, they first met Xin Xingqing, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Xin Xingqing came with his parents. He was wearing a white suit, and his hair had been carefully tended by a hairstylist, very handsome, like a character that came out of a cartoon. Normally he would have waited until the day after tomorrow to be released, and because he had to attend the dinner, he came out first for the time being. Dad means that when the dinner is over we'll have to continue to go back to confinement. Seeing his buddies standing in unison on this side of the entrance, he thought they were waiting for him and was a bit touched in his heart. To know, he was locked up for the past few days, it felt like years and years, they were going to be cut off from the world. Even the news that He Lan Yu had found his cousin was from his dad. Of course, he didn't know that today's protagonist, the He family's long-lost cousin's young master, was the Xia Mingqing who he had warned by the collar that day. He strides towards his friends and greets them. Long time no see, are you guys standing here waiting for me on purpose? Yes. Lan Fei laughed and didn't have the heart to say that they didn't expect Xin Qingqing to come at all. Xin Qingqing wanted to say that he would move with his friends, but Nan Zirconia Fei directly yanked him away with brute force. The confinement is not over yet, you will follow me here today, don't make trouble. Nan Zirconia Fei was 1.9 meters or so tall, with a full body of tendon meat, dragging Xin Qingqing easily. Mu Xingqian whispered, fortunately, Uncle Nan took him away, or else when he saw the puppy coming later, he really might cause trouble. Lan Fei shook her head, that can't be, Jean isn't ignorant of boundaries, even if he gets into trouble, it won't be on this occasion. In the middle of chatting, Xia Lingwei, whom they were waiting for, finally came. Xia Lingwei was wearing a pink princess dress, her hair was coiled up high, her hair bun was like a flower petal, and there were a few strokes of curly hair scattered down casually on both sides of her forehead. The shoulders of the dress were made of transparent tulle, which looked like a bustier design, and could clearly see her beautifully slender shoulder and necklines. This dress was obviously not the one He Lan Yu had bought. Several people had different expressions on their faces. Lan Fei was much more relaxed. What the heck, so it wasn't for Xia Lingwei, he said. How could He Lan Yu, with such a status, take the trouble and time to prepare a dress for a toy? Mu Xingqian's face, on the other hand, flashed a hint of amazement. This puppy really suits the color pink, and today Mu Xingqian also wore the flirty pink suit, which was the same color as Xia Lingwei. At first glance it looked similar to a couple's suit. Mu Xingqian's heart had an indescribable feeling, like it was brushed by a feather, itchy and a little stupid. While He Lan Yu froze slightly after seeing her, his expression didn't seem to change much. He walked up to her and asked, why aren't you wearing the dress I sent you? Xia Lingwei saw that his expression was as usual and his tone was calm, and felt that he didn't care much, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She explained as she expected, I just like the color pink, it just so happens that someone else sent a set of pink, I'll wear this. Saying that, she also smiled a little embarrassed. Someone else? Who were the others? Instead of wearing the dress he picked out, she wore this kind of ordinary, no longer ordinary dress that could be found everywhere. Was she doing this on purpose? He Lan Yu's fists unconsciously clenched, and it was as if a layer of shadow was cast over his eyes. He could feel it, this somewhat unfamiliar emotion that didn't often appear in him. He was getting angry. Chapter 25, targeted by Xin Qingqing's suitors. To someone like He Lan Yu, who was born a winner, anger was a very unfamiliar emotion. The fact that Xia Lingwei didn't wear the clothes he had given him made him feel bad to the extreme. Rather than being angry, it was more like being devastated. This feeling made him have a little bit of nothing to do. Normally speaking, whether he invited Xia Lingwei or prepared a dress for her, it was all similar to the nature of work and should not be mixed with personal feelings. But why was he so lost? He Lan Yu was not a person who was happy with his color. At this moment, facing Xia Lingwei, he was unable to maintain his expression. Xia Lingwei looked at his sullen face and immediately reacted that she had said the wrong thing. Did he think she was questioning his aesthetics? Hastily explaining, I'm either saying that the one you brought is unattractive, or it's too expensive. What are you talking about? Halfway through her words, she was interrupted by Lan Fei and Mu Xingqian who walked over. When Xia Lingwei saw Lan Fei, she reflexively took a step back. Seeing this, Lan Fei said to Mu Xingqian in a joking tone, it seems that we came at a bad time, and Xia doesn't really want to see us. Just don't want to see you. This truth Xia Lingwei only dared to say in her heart, on the surface she still coyly denied, no, how could it be? Really? Then you want to see us? Lan Fei said while reaching out her hand towards Xia Lingwei, looking like she wanted to touch her shoulder. Without a trace, He Lan Yu took a step forward, protecting Xia Lingwei behind her and blocking Lan Fei's salty hand. You go in first and find a place to sit, later on, someone will take you guys to meet Ming Chuan. Oh, okay. Xia Lingwei fled as if she was running towards the banquet hall. Lan Fei was disgruntled at being spoiled, staring at He Lan Yu, smiling but not laughing, you're still taking care of her. He Lan Yu also not spoiled him, straight said, do not move on my guests. Sparks were flying between the two of them, and suddenly there was a bit of gunpowder flavor. In normal times, Mu Xingqian would definitely be watching from the sidelines, but at this moment he was not interested in watching the battle, instead he followed Xia Lingwei's figure into the banquet hall. The dinner party was held at the He family's manor. The first floor lobby was arranged as a banquet place, rich and noble and elegant. All the cars parked in the courtyard were luxury cars, and the guests were all dressed in expensive clothes, so they knew that they were rich and famous at first glance. Xia Lingwei and her parents' family of 3 are like groundhogs who have never seen the world, curious about everything. Since the banquet hall was full of people, Xia Lingwei was lucky enough to spot him before being seen by Xin Qingqing. Xin Qingqing was bored and followed her parents around, dealing with the girl who came to talk to her with an impatient face. This girl's name was Bai Mengdai. She especially liked Xin Qingqing and had been deeply infatuated with him since elementary school. The Bai family and the Nan family had a lot of business dealings, so she was able to talk to Xin Qingqing. She is very tall, belongs to the kind of big-boned beauty, wearing high heels can be almost as tall as Xin Qingqing. A white dress skirt, neck wearing a pearl necklace, a glance as a pampered rich girl. White dream butterfly left she bangs, connected to the baby curved eyelashes flickering, small face features exquisite, eyes big and bright, mouth also coated with bright crystal lip gloss. She looked at Xin Qingqing and said daintily, "Brother Xijin, next week is my birthday, can you come to my birthday party ah?" Saying that, she reached out to pull Xin Qingqing's sleeve. Xin Qingqing moved sensitively to avoid it, and replied with disgust, "I can't." The girl aggravatedly raised her mouth and continued to pout, "You're too much. People invite you every year, you do not come, just once a year for your birthday." Xin Qingqing was disgusted by her and wanted to vomit. He said to Nan Zirconia Fei that he had to go to the restroom, and then walked away in large strides. Xia Lingwei had been secretly observing and was shocked when she realized that Xin Qingqing suddenly came this way. She backed up and ducked towards the crowd, suddenly realizing that there was a super large vase there on the balcony, and the space behind it was a complete visual dead zone. So she walked in the direction of the balcony. When she walked to the vase, Xin Qingqing had already disappeared from view, and only then did Xia Lingwei let out a sigh of relief. If Xin Qingqing found out that her leg was healed, she would probably lecture her again. She didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. Xia Lingwei thought that there was no one behind the vase and walked inside without paying attention. But unexpectedly, she bumped into a warm and tall body. "Hi!" Mu Xingchen looked at Xia Lingwei, who was startled by him, and a winning smile appeared on his demonic handsome face. That said, Bai Mengdai bit her lip and stomped her feet unwillingly after Xin Qingqing left. She had liked him for so many years, but he didn't even look at her squarely, let alone attend her birthday party. Bai Mengdai was very lost. She thought she didn't look bad, and her family lineage was barely able to get the Nan family, so why couldn't she chase after Xin Qingqing ah? Bai Mengdai wasn't a student of Eris Academy. However, she knew Xin Qingqing's affairs in the academy like the back of her hand. She knew that Xin Qingqing had a servant named Xia Lingwei, but she had never even put Xia Lingwei in her eyes before. A lowly maid, just a dog raised by Xin Qingqing's idle boredom, not enough for her to consider as a rival. However, she had heard that Xin Qingqing had carried Xia Lingwei to the infirmary after her leg had been burned, and then carried her downstairs afterwards. Xin Qingqing, who was too annoyed to say more than a few words to a girl, would actually hug that servant? Bai Mengdai was enraged and wanted to go meet Xia Lingwei, by the way, to warn her not to have any unorthodox thoughts. But after that day, Xia Lingwei took a vacation and stayed home, making Bai Mengdai unable to find an opportunity. Just then, she spotted a girl who looked a lot like Xia Lingwei, sneakily hiding over the balcony. Bai Mengdai hadn't seen Xia Lingwei before. She had gotten Xia Lingwei's picture from a private detective. The face of her love rival she remembered clearly, so she walked towards the balcony. Chapter 26, Mu Xingchen is a male elder sister? Xia Lingwei had never spoken to Mu Xingchen. All she knew was that on this person's face, he always had a smile on his face and looked like he had a good temper. Mu Xingchen still had curly hair that was a bit long and was tied up with a leather band by him. He was a demonic type of beautiful man, androgynous, especially with a hairstyle like this. It gave him a bit more of a beautiful and moving temperament. Xia Lingwei locked eyes with him up close and realized that his eyes were deep green, like emeralds. Mu Xingchen had a smile on his face as he stared at Xia Lingwei, his deep eyes filled with curiosity. Xia Lingwei was hairy from looking at him, and this weird laughter of his also made her feel creepy, giving her goosebumps. She wanted to go out, but she was afraid of being seen by Xin Qingqing while standing in a conspicuous place, and she was in a bit of a dilemma for a while. Between the fierce Xin Qingqing and the smiling Mu Xingchen, she chose to face the latter. Suddenly, Mu Xingchen opened his mouth with a smile. "You're wearing a pink skirt today." "Eh? Yes. It's the same color as my dress." "So what? Just wearing clothes of similar color, as to stare at her like that?" Xia Lingwei wanted to ask this, but she didn't have the guts to do so she could only laugh awkwardly and concur, "Yes, it's quite a coincidence." Mu Xingchen was in a great mood. He could see that Xia Lingwei was startled when she saw him here, and her expression was torn, as if she didn't really want to stay here. But she didn't run away. It wasn't like the last time he struck up a conversation, when she ran away in a puff of smoke. He knowingly asked, "Are you hiding from someone?" In fact, he saw it just now and knew that Xia Lingwei had seen Xin Qingqing, and hid in this nook and cranny in order to avoid him. But he pretended not to know and wanted to see how Xia Lingwei answered. No, I just think there are too many people inside. Come here to be able to blow the wind, it's quite cool." Of course she didn't admit that she was hiding from Xin Qingqing. This Mu Xingchen and Xin Changcheng were good friends, and if she told the truth, what if he went and complained? Mu Xingchen knew that she wasn't telling the truth and didn't break it down, concurring, "Indeed, it's quite cool here." Mu Xingchen spoke in a gentle manner and didn't have much of a stance, making Xia Lingwei less nervous. Suddenly, Mu Xingchen stared at Xia Lingwei's hair and said, "This is really pretty on you, can you give me one?" Her hair carried a lot of small pink hair clips in the shape of stars, with a simple but exquisite design. It was used to match her gown. Xia Lingwei didn't expect him to ask for hair clips. Luckily, it wasn't anything expensive, so she touched her hair and took one off of it and handed it to Mu Xingchen. "Here." Mu Xingchen slightly bent down, tilted his head to her face, and said, "You help me put it on." "Good." Xia Lingwei felt that this person's thinking was so jumpy that she could never guess what he was going to say next. She carefully put the hair clip on his hair in the area above his left ear. "It's done. Thank you," said Mu Xingchen to Xia Lingwei, charm smile, revealing white neat teeth, this enchanting face unexpectedly a little sunshine. Good-looking, shaking people's eyes. That said, Bai Mengdai followed Xia Lingwei this way, originally wanted to go over to say a few words to her, but saw that Mu Xingchen was also there. She then didn't come closer and secretly observed from where she could see them. Although she couldn't hear what they were saying, not a moment later, she saw Mu Xingchen bend down and kiss Xia Lingwei. In fact, it was Xia Lingwei helping Mu Xingchen with a hairpin. But from Bai Mengdai's perspective, it looked like the two were kissing. A flash of disdain appeared on Bai Mengdai's delicate face. It turns out that sneaking into the corner was stealing to make out with a man. To not know how to control yourself in the presence of so many people, what a misdemeanor. However, when she thought that Xia Lingwei was able to take down a scourge of a beautiful man like Mu Xingchen, Bai Mengdai's face twisted in anger. She wasn't interested in Mu Xingchen, she just couldn't see a good man like Xia Lingwei. What was so good about that servant? It wasn't just a little bit prettier. Pretty is terrific, huh? In order for Xin Xingqing to see Xia Lingwei's true colors of attracting butterflies, she used her cell phone to secretly capture this scene. Then she returned to her original position as if nothing had happened, waiting for Xin Xingqing to return. Mu Xingchen's smile was just too beautiful, leaving Xia Lingwei dumbfounded. This person was really pretty looking, like a great beauty. The demeanor was also gentle, unlike Xin Xingqing, who was so rude. Was this the legendary male big sister? The so-called male big sister was a man who was feminine in his dress as well as on a psychological level. Mu Xingchen spoke warmly and softly, like the color pink, his hair was so long, and most importantly, he liked her hair clip. Under normal circumstances, a male wouldn't be interested in these things, right? After discovering his nature, Xia Lingwei felt that he wasn't that scary anymore. She took the initiative and said, "That, if you like it, I'll give you a few more." As she said that, she took off a few more small clips from her head. "No need, one is enough for me." It's not like he really liked this hair clip, he just wanted to wear the same one as her. Mu Xingchen's eyes contained a smile as he spoke, his turquoise eyes exuding a charming color. As he spoke, he helped Xia Lingwei put the clip back on her head. The fact that he was wearing the same type of hair clip as her on his head was enough to draw people's imagination. I wonder what kind of reaction the few of them will have when they see him taking this puppy down with ease in a while. He was beautiful and self-aware, he couldn't be clearer about how lethal this face was to women. Sure enough, a little gentleness and even this timid puppy would be mesmerized by his signature smile. Just now, they all looked dumbfounded. Where did Mu Xingchen know that Xia Lingwei was treating him as a sister? Xin Xingqing came out of the restroom, afraid of continuing to be pestered by Bai Mengdai. He wanted to find an inconspicuous place to clear his head. He looked around and also took a fancy to this balcony. The people present were busy greeting and socializing with each other, and there weren't that many people on the balcony side. There wouldn't be anyone who would come over to greet him specifically. Xin Xingqing didn't notice that there were still two people hiding behind that vase, so he opened his long legs and walked towards the balcony. Chapter 27: Thrilling Hide and Seek with Xin Xingqing. While Mu Xingchen and Xia Lingwei were talking, they were also paying attention to the situation beside them. Seeing Xin Xingqing walking this way, he directly pulled Xia Lingwei's arm inward and exchanged places with him. Xia Lingwei was just about to cry out in shock when Mu Xingchen covered her mouth. "Shoo!" Xin Xingqing came over. Mu Xingchen came close to her ear and whispered. Xia Lingwei looked out and saw that Xin Xingqing was walking this way. She was scared to the point of cold sweat. How did he know she was hiding here? Could it be that he saw her just now? No, he shouldn't have seen her, otherwise his expression wouldn't be so calm. So she immediately quieted down and endeavored to shrink towards the shadowy corner. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but hook her lips. Just how afraid was she of being discovered by Xin Xingqing? But that's right, just the way Xin Xingqing usually treats her, it's no wonder she's so scared. Don't worry, I won't let him find you. Saying that, Mu Xingchen completely blocked Xia Lingwei behind herself. The place where Xia Lingwei was hiding not only had a vase of flowers, but also floor-to-ceiling curtains, and the light was so dim that if she hadn't stretched her neck out to look inside, she wouldn't have realized that someone was there at all. "Jean, you came to the balcony to blow off steam too?" Mu Xingchen greeted Xin Xingqing greatly before she saw him.
Xing.
Xin Xingqing finally saw a familiar face, the depression in her heart lessened a bit, and she took big steps towards Mu Xingqian.
Hearing Xin Xingqing walk this way, Xia Lingwei almost didn't cry out. What about the promise to not let her be discovered? Xin Xingqing walked over to the side of Mu Xingqian and lazily leaned against the balcony railing, spewing out her bitterness.
You don't even know how hard it was for me these past few days. The old thing locked me up even if it's not enough, but also confiscated my cell phone. Today I came out and didn't even return my cell phone to me, and just now if it wasn't for me saying that I was going to go to the bathroom, I still had to be there to listen to Bai Mengdi's madness.
Put. Hearing Bai Mengdi's name, Mu Xingqian laughed out loud and asked, "She's still pestering you until now? She's still pestering you? Shut up. Don't disgust me."
Xin Xingqing interrupted him with a vicious voice.
After a moment of silence, Xin Xingqing asked, "Have you guys watched for me? Lin Junchang didn't go looking for her again, right?" Mu Xingqian knowingly asked, "Who is it?"
Xin Xingqing didn't eat this and said in a bad mood, "Don't play dumb.
You know who I'm talking about."
Mu Xingqian also stopped teasing him and said, "Don't worry, these days Lin Junchang didn't go out. Those who didn't know thought he was locked up at home." Lin Junchang is a physique where wounds don't heal easily. Xin Xingqing's punch was too hard, his face was bruised and swollen, all broken. Lin Junchang can't go to Xia Lingwei with such a pig's face, right? Not to mention looking for Xia Lingwei, even going out to meet people is very difficult. He has been at home for the past few days, applying hot compresses and medication to reduce the swelling.
Xia Lingwei, who was squatting in the corner, listened to the conversation between the two of them and was confused. Xin Xingqing was locked up at home? Lin Junchang's face was swollen? What was all this about?
Anyway, it had nothing to do with her, so Xia Lingwei wasn't very curious. She even hoped that Xin Xingqing would be locked up by her family for a longer period of time.
But Xin Xingqing couldn't be attracted to Su Lily if she never went to the academy. If these two still didn't make any progress after her leave of absence ended, wouldn't the plot be impossible to avoid?
Thinking this way, Xia Lingwei again hoped that Xin Xingqing would be released in a hurry. When Xin Xingqing heard that Lin Junchang didn't go out, he was slightly relieved. However, he was still thinking about it and said to Mu Xingqian, "Lend me your cell phone." He hadn't contacted Xia Lingwei for so many days, making him feel empty in his heart. Even if he couldn't see her face now, it would be fine to hear her voice. Being locked up in the small dark room, all he could think about was Xia Lingwei, and he himself knew that this was very abnormal. The surrounding bustle and the gorgeously dressed men and women had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care about the cousin young master that the Yi family had retrieved.
At this moment, he only wanted to hear Xia Lingwei's voice. Mu Xingqian didn't give him his cell phone, instead he asked vigilantly, "What do you want?" Xin Xingqing's arrogant thick eyebrows tightened, impatiently said, "Use it a little, don't be so petty, okay?" Mu Xingqian thought that there was no contact information for Xia Lingwei in the cell phone at all, neither WeChat nor phone.
Then he was relieved to give him his cell phone.
Xin Xingqing wasn't able to memorize Xia Lingwei's phone number, right?
What he didn't know was that Xin Xingqing had really memorized it, and she had memorized it well. Just as he finished pressing the last number and was about to press the dialing button, Xin Xingqing was about to press the dialing button.
"Young Master Nan?"
A slightly familiar voice came from behind him. Xin Xingqing turned his head to look and realized that the people talking to him were actually Xia Lingwei's parents.
"Uncle and Auntie, why are you here?" Xin Xingqing was very surprised. How could the Yi family's banquet invite the Xia family?
But being able to see them here, Xin Xingqing was still a bit surprised. Not being able to see Xia Lingwei, but seeing her mom and dad, rounding up is considered indirectly meeting her. His standing posture wasn't even as lazy as it was a moment ago, and all of a sudden his back straightened out, showing his respect for them.
"We're here for the dinner."
Just now, the couple was so busy recognizing the celebrities that they didn't notice when their daughter had disappeared. They were looking around when they saw Xin Xingqing. In fact, the husband and wife heard Xia Mingqian say that Xin Xingqing treats Xia Lingwei as a servant, and their hearts were a little muttering. But when they saw his polite attitude, they felt that they were overthinking. People of Xin Xingqing's status, if he didn't treat Wei Wei as a friend, he didn't need to be respectful to them as a small factory owner. So they let go of their suspicions. "Wei Wei didn't know where she went, we're looking for her everywhere. Have you seen her? Xia Lingwei also came?" Xin Xingqing's eyes had a light in them and her tone rose, writing the word surprise directly on her face.
Chapter 28, in the corner, Mu Xingqian moves to a crooked mind.
Hiding in the corner, Xia Lingwei wanted to cry without tears. Her feet were numb from squatting here, and she was just exposed by her own father and mother. Mu Xingqian quietly turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei, looking at her crying face, hugging her knees and squatting on the ground, really like an abandoned puppy. One couldn't help but feel pity. Originally, Mu Xingqian had approached her because he found it amusing and also wanted to see Xin Xingqing's broken defense through her, but at this moment, he actually couldn't bear to see her being discovered. So he blinked placatingly at Xia Lingwei and said with his mouth, "Don't be afraid." After that, he said to Xia Lingwei's parents, "I seem to have just seen her go over there." The finger pointed in the exact opposite direction. Xiao's father and mother both froze when they looked at Mu Xingqian, who had suddenly opened his mouth.
Who was this person? Did he also know their family Wei Wei?
Mu Xingchen made a gentlemanly salute and introduced himself. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Si Jin's friend Mu Xingchen, and I'm also friends with Xiao's classmate.
Surname Mu? It can't be the Mu family of the four great families, right? Xiao's father and mother immediately greeted, young Master Mu, how are you?
Mu Xingchen laughed, you two can just call me Xingchen, I'm friends with Xia, there's no need to be so formal between us. Xin Xingqing looked at Mu Xingchen and Xia Lingwei's parents getting close, and an indescribable feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He looked at Mu Xingchen with strange eyes and asked, why didn't you say anything to me when you saw her just now?
That said, you didn't ask me either.
Mu Xingchen smiled frankly, but it looks like Xin Xingqing villainous. Xiao's father, Xiao's mother looked at the two of them as if they were going to quarrel, and wiped the oil on the bottom of the foot. You continue to chat, we went to find Wei Wei.
I will also go together.
Xin Xingqing followed up, but also did not forget to climb like to say, Uncle Aunt you call me Si Jin can, I and Ling Wei relationship is so good, if you call me young master, also quite awkward.
Mr. and Mrs. Xia, yes, Si Jin. He can call me whatever he wants, it's all the same to them anyway.
Seeing Xin Xingqing follow Xiao's father and mother to another direction, Mu Xingchen turned to Xia Lingwei and said, they're gone, get up, don't squat. After squatting in high heels for so long, Xia Lingwei's feet were almost unconscious. Although Xin Xingqing said that she was the king of squatting resistance, in fact, she was not at all squatting resistant. When she suddenly stood up, her legs trembled and she couldn't even stand. Be careful. Mu Xingchen stepped forward and grabbed her slender arm, letting her lean against his chest. In this small space behind the vase, with the two of them so close, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Mu Xingchen reacted as an afterthought, his heartbeat becoming rapid and violent. Afraid of being heard by Xia Lingwei, he took a step back and pulled away slightly.
Thanks. Xia Lingwei looked as normal, not blushing because of Mu Xingchen's proximity.
After all, she had already recognized Mu Xingchen as a sister, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about being helped by a sister. Besides, her mind was on Xin Xingqing's side right now. Since he already knew that she had also attended the dinner, it was impossible to hide, so it would be better to find a place with fewer people to meet him. This way, even if she was reprimanded by him, she wouldn't be seen by many people, so at least she could save her face. But this place is full of people, where to find a place with fewer people? And after finding a place with fewer people, how to let Xin Xingqing go over there? Seeing that she was absent-minded and didn't seem to take the ambiguity just now seriously at all, Mu Xingchen was suddenly a bit disheartened. He had his heart racing, but she didn't feel a thing? Mu Xingchen stared at Xia Lingwei's pink, jelly-like lips and suddenly had a bold idea. She wouldn't be indifferent if she kissed on them, right? Thinking like this, he used his slender fingers to pick up Xia Lingwei's chin, the fingertips of his thumbs lightly rubbing her lips. On the other hand, Xin Xingqing followed Xiao's father and mother around the banquet hall and couldn't find Xia Lingwei. Strange, where did this child go? Xiao's mother was worried. Knowing that her own daughter is timid and afraid of life, in this venue where there are almost all strangers, don't scare her into autism.
Did she hide in the restroom? It's not like she hasn't done it before. Uncle and auntie, why are you?
Xin Xingqing wanted to ask why they were invited by the Yi family, but then reacted that it wasn't polite to ask directly, as if she was saying that the Xia family wasn't qualified. Although the original is not qualified. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xiao's father and mother, so he changed his mind and said, how did you get separated from Ling Wei? Xia father replied, just now when we were entering, Wei Wei chatted with young Master He for a few moments, so he came in first. It was the moment when Lan Yu asked Xia Lingwei why she didn't wear the dress he gave her.
He. Xin Xingqing abruptly widened her eyes and asked in shock, you mean Lan Yu?
Yes. Xin Xingqing's brain had gone down, completely unable to react to the current situation.
Why would Lan Yu talk to Xia Lingwei? And Xia Lingwei's parents were not surprised by this?
There should be no interactions between Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei at all.
Just then, Bai Mengdai trotted over toward Xin Xingqing. Brother Si Jin. I finally found you.
She stood in front of Xin Xingqing, shaking the cell phone in her hand, and asked in a very exaggerated tone, guess what I just saw? That servant of yours well. Realizing that Bai Mengdai was going to say something about Xia Lingwei, he immediately covered her mouth. With an apologetic face, he said to Xiao's father and mother, Uncle and Aunt are sorry, this person's brain is a bit problematic, I'll get rid of her. Saying this, he moved rudely and dragged Bai Mengdai to the side. Walked to a place where there were fewer people, only then loosened his hand in disgust. With a cold face, he asked, what were you just about to say? That little servant of yours got involved with Mu Xingchen. Bai Mengdai said while putting the photo she had secretly taken in front of Xin Xingqing's eyes.
Chapter 29, Why did you let him kiss you?
You put. Before the word fart could be uttered, the cell phone screen disliked Xin Xingqing's eyes. This photo didn't capture Xia Lingwei's front face. The angle that Bai Mengdai was standing at only captured the back of Xia Lingwei's head and a small part of Mu Xingchen's face. If Xin Xingqing didn't know that Xia Lingwei had come to the dinner party, he definitely wouldn't believe this photo of an invisible face. But he knew that Xia Lingwei was in this venue and had gotten separated from her mom and dad. Xin Xingqing had a strong intuition that the person in the photo was Xia Lingwei. His face sank like the bottom of a burnt pot, his fists were clenched in death, and the veins on his forehead were hidden. But he still holds a hint of fluke, unwilling to believe.
Gritted his teeth and asked by Meng Dai, "You have not even seen her, how do you know that person is her?"
White Dream Butterfly smugly said, "Have not seen myself, but I also know her looks. Honestly, I was shocked when I saw them just now, they were at a banquet with so many people." She was rambling on, but suddenly felt the temperature around her getting lower and lower, so she shut her mouth in a sensible manner.
Xin Xingqing stared at the background in the photo and suddenly realized that this place, wasn't it the place where he had just talked to Mu Xingqian?
Mu Xingqian was still playing dumb with him. Xin Xingqing felt like a fool who had been tricked. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged out, and he took large steps towards the place where Mu Xingqian was just now, and Bai Meng Dai also followed. Perhaps the expression on his face was too creepy, the guests passing by all couldn't help but make way for him.
Xin Xingqing walked all the way to the balcony unhindered.
Although Mu Xingqian had the heart of a thief, in the end he didn't kiss her. He always felt that if he kissed her, he wouldn't be able to talk to her like this in the future. So he excused himself as helping her wipe the stuff on her mouth, and Xia Lingwei even foolishly said thank you to him.
Xin Xingqing hadn't even gotten close enough to see the scene of Xia Lingwei's Mu Xingqian standing together.
Xia Lingwei was wearing a pink princess dress, pink high heels, and her hair was fluffy and half tied up in a princess head with a hair accessory of the same color. Looking at what she was wearing, she was the girl who was kissed by Mu Xingqian in the photo.
The last trace of fluke in Xin Xingqing's heart was dashed.
Beside her, Mu Xingqian also wore a suit of the same color. This pair of beautiful men and beautiful women, anyone who looked at them would think that this was a very pair of couples, intentionally wearing couples' clothes.
Xin Xingqing looked at this scene and had an indescribable sour feeling in his heart.
This was the first time he had seen her so well dressed.
But more than anger, what Xin Xingqing felt, surprisingly, was fear.
When he first learned that Xia Lingwei was being pursued by Lin Junchang, he realized this problem.
Xia Lingwei had chosen him because she didn't have a choice. What if she had a choice?
Because she was obedient before, he never considered that she was also human and had her own thoughts. If a person with a status similar to his appeared and was willing to treat her well, would she choose that person without hesitation? After realizing this, Xin Xingqing had an uncontrollable panic. And at this moment, seeing Xia Lingwei and Mu Xingqian standing together seemingly intimately was the present form of the panic he felt. Bai Mengdai looked at Xin Xingqing's eerie and horrible face, obviously infuriated, and gloated as she looked towards Xia Lingwei.
Just a servant, thinking that just because you're good looking you can catch Xin Xingqing? Dream on.
Now that Xin Xingqing had discovered her true face of a watery woman, she would definitely scold her severely and then never bother with her again.
Bai Mengdai felt happy just thinking about it. However, Xin Xingqing didn't get angry, and even the look on his face was restrained. He walked over as if he had just seen Xia Lingwei and said, "What are you doing here? Uncle and auntie are looking around for you, quickly follow me." With that, he grabbed Xia Lingwei's wrist and walked in another direction. Bai Mengdai was dumbfounded. Just this reaction? Seeing how angry he looked just now, he didn't even lose his temper?
Mu Xingqian, who was ignored, was also surprised.
Xin Xingqing saw him with Xia Lingwei, but she didn't even ask a question? So calm, like a different person.
Maybe she was just saving her anger for Xia Lingwei, taking into account the large number of people next to her. Looking at the girl who was taken away and gradually disappeared from view, Mu Xingqian actually felt a little lost. For Xin Xingqing's sudden appearance, the one who was most surprised and apprehensive was definitely Xia Lingwei, who was dragged away by Xin Xingqing. Was he planning to take her to a less crowded place to reprimand her again? He even thought of it with her. Xin Xingqing's grip on her was too strong, and Xia Lingwei felt her wrists hurting so much that a pained look unconsciously surfaced on her face. After circling around so much, in the end, she was still discovered by Xin Xingqing, so what was the point of her hiding for so long? It was good that her legs weren't numb at this moment, otherwise she wouldn't be able to walk well. Xin Xingqing didn't take Xia Lingwei to her parents, but walked to one side of the corridor and casually entered an unoccupied parlor. He had been to the Yi family's manor a few times before, so he had a bit of account of the room layout within the public house. Seeing that there was no one else beside her, Xia Lingwei immediately slipped to her knees and admitted her mistake. "Nan, young master, I was wrong. I also didn't expect my leg to heal so quickly. I thought it would take a month to recover. I really didn't take a vacation just to avoid you." The way she explained in fear and panic made Xin Xingqing's heart feel a stabbing pain. He didn't understand why he felt this way. He had clearly taken pleasure in this in the past. Xia Lingwei's point of admitting her fault still rested on her prolonged leave of absence. For Xin Xingqing, she had experienced too many things in the past few days, and that matter of taking leave had long since been turned over. There were many things he wanted to ask her. What did she think about Lin Junchang's pursuit of her? Why did she know Lan Yu and come to the He family's dinner party? As well as, what was her relationship with Mu Xingqian? It always felt like he had been locked up at home for a few days, and these few people around him were all involved with her. It's hard to believe that each one of them had already been thinking about something else, and were waiting for the opportunity to take action while he was away.
Xia Lingwei waited for half a day without hearing Shin Xingqing speak. She carefully raised her eyelids to look at him and found that he was looking at her with a complicated expression. After looking at each other for a long time, Shin Xingqing finally spoke. Why did you let him kiss you? His tone was hurt and aggrieved, more like an accusation than a reproach. Chapter 30 Mu Xingchen and Lan Feifei's secret rivalry. Compared to Shin Xingqing's tone with a sobbing voice, Xia Lingwei was more concerned about what he said. Kiss her? Who kissed her? Xia Lingwei's head was full of question marks. She tried very hard to recall, even before her legs were burned, but she couldn't think of exactly who she was kissed by. Xia Lingwei felt very wronged and weakly retorted, Who did I let kiss me? This question. Who was kissed by his own heart does not count. Or is it? Shin Xingqing was even more annoyed, raised her voice and yelled, Is there anyone else who has kissed you? This sudden loudness deafened Xia Lingwei's ears. She rubbed her ears and explained, No one has kissed me. Mu Xingchen didn't kiss you just now? No. Shin Xingqing looked at Xia Lingwei with a scrutinizing gaze. Her expression didn't look like she was lying at all. Then what's with the photos he saw? What did you do with Mu Xingchen just now? Xia Lingwei glanced away from her gaze sheepishly and stammered, not daring to say. Shin Xingqing had the hindsight to realize that she had just been too aggressive and had scared her again. Then slightly slowed down the tone, soothing, Nothing, you say it, I'm not angry. Xia Lingwei didn't believe it, obviously just yelled at her so loudly. But she also did not have the courage not to say. Can only honestly explain what she just squatted behind the vase to hide from him. Expecting Shin Xingqing to be furious, he just shook his head anxiously. No, there must be something else. Think about it, did the two of you do anything that would make people mistake him for kissing you? The words had come to this, and Xia Lingwei immediately reacted. It must be that just now, when she helped Mu Xingchen with his hairpin, it was mistaken by whoever saw it and then spread to Shin Xingqing's ears. Hair card? That's right. This is it. Xia Lingwei pointed to the row of delicate little star hair clips in her hair. He said that this hair clip of mine looked good and also wanted one, so I gave it to him, and then he asked me to help him put it on, so maybe it's easy to misread it if you see it from certain angles. Finally figuring out what was going on, Shin Xingqing sighed with relief. He found a sofa and sat down, let out a long breath and muttered, So that's how it is. It really scared me to death. However, wearing a hairpin also annoyed him. He looked helplessly at Xia Lingwei and sighed, Can't you be a little more defensive? You'll do whatever he tells you to do? Xia Lingwei was speechless. What could she do? Each and every one of them was more noble than her, and she couldn't afford to mess with anyone. Anyway, she was such a timid and feckless character. If she had the guts to refuse, she would have done so when Shin Xingqing called on her. You don't have to listen to anything they say because I'm looking out for you. Oh. This kind of words Xia Lingwei also just listened to. Shin Xingqing will be thankful if she doesn't cause her family to die, but she still protects her? He's just burning newspapers in his grave to fool the ghosts. Solving the misunderstanding, Shin Xingqing realized that the two of them were now alone in a confined space. Just now too angry, he didn't even look at her face carefully. He lifted his head and looked at Xia Lingwei with a hot gaze, his voice low and hoarse, Come here. Xia Lingwei felt that his eyes were a bit intimidating and rubbed her shoulders, not wanting to go over. Just at the moment she walked in front of Shin Xingqing. Nan Zirconia Fei's rough voice came from the corridor outside the door. Where did that brat die? He said he had to go to the restroom and didn't come back for such a long time. Must be hiding in some house. As he said that, the door handle was twisted. Shin Xingqing moved sensitively and pulled Xia Lingwei to hide in the gap between a cabinet and the wall. On the other side, Lan Feifei and Lan Yu aimed at each other a few times before realizing that both Xia Lingwei and Mu Xingchen had disappeared. Xia Lingwei running away was justifiable, why didn't Mu Xingchen wait for him? Lan Feifei felt that Mu Xingchen also had a small mind. Thinking this way, he immediately went in to look for someone. When he entered the banquet hall, he heard a few people whispering crickets. Whose girl was young Master Nan pulling just now? She looked familiar. Definitely not from a big family, I haven't seen her at a banquet before. It's the first time I've seen young Master Nan getting close to a girl. You're pulling and tugging in public. Young Master Nan has grown up. If the little girl is with young Master Nan, she'll become a phoenix. Lan Feifei knew that the little girl they were talking about was Xia Lingwei. Hearing others discuss it like this made his heart incomparably irritated. It was said as if Xia Lingwei had climbed up to Shin Xingqing. He didn't even look at others to see if Xia Lingwei was happy about it. He didn't even realize that in his subconscious, he was more biased towards Xia Lingwei than the friends he grew up with. After all, Xia Lingwei had never attended a high society dinner, it was only natural that people didn't recognize her. Speaking of which, where did Shin Xingqing take Xia Lingwei to? After not seeing her for such a long time, he wouldn't have exploded with emotion towards Xia Lingwei and done something impulsive, right? No way, no way. Lan Feifei quickly denied her thoughts. After all, that guy Jean is a stupid, one-dimensional guy, it's not that easy to turn the corner. Even though he had a certain understanding of Shin Xingqing, his heart was still vaguely worried. What if?
At this time, Mu Xingqian walked over. Lan Feifei's heart was fine, and at a glance, he saw that the hairpin Mu Xingqian wore on his head was the same as the one Xia Lingwei wore on her head. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where did you get this?" Mu Xingqian said, "Xia Lingwei gave it to me, she helped me put it on." "She can help you?" Lan Feifei had a face of disbelief. Xia Lingwei is so timid, she can't even avoid seeing Mu Xingqian, but she also gave him a hairpin? Is she on the wrong medication? Why can't she help me? The two of us have been chatting quite a bit, and I even greeted her parents just now. So what? She's still with Xin Xingqing. The two of them were rubbing each other in the dark, not knowing what they were fighting about. Meanwhile, He Lanyu was finally free to move around after receiving all the guests. He was very concerned about what Xia Lingwei had half said just now. If it wasn't that she didn't like it, then why didn't she wear the dress he gave her? If it wasn't for Lan Feifei and Mu Xingqian's sudden interruption just now, he would have been able to hear the latter words. But it wasn't too late now. He came to the venue and searched for Xia Lingwei's figure. Of course, it was impossible for him to find it. He Lanyu was a bit disappointed. After exchanging pleasantries and greetings with so many people, he was also tired. Thinking that there was still some time before the dinner officially started, he could find a place to rest. He then walked towards the parlor. Just as he reached the door, he saw Nan Zirconia Fei walk out of the parlor. Chapter 31, Xia Lingwei almost suffocated, He Lanyu artificial respiration. He Lanyu asked, "Uncle Nan, why are you here?" Nan Zirconia Fei saw that the visitor was He Lanyu and instantly became pleasant. "It's Lanyu. I'm here to look for Si Jin, that kid has disappeared again, he really doesn't let me worry about him at all." He Lanyu laughed and said, "Si Jin has a sense of propriety, so you don't have to watch him too closely, Uncle Nan. If he was half as reliable as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much." The two people at the door were not slow to exchange pleasantries, but Xia Lingwei, who was squeezed into the gap, was in a hurry. She now felt it was difficult to breathe. The distance between this cabinet and the wall was so narrow that it was very bare for two people to hide inside. Xia Lingwei was almost clinging to Xin Xingqing. Her back was the wall, and in front of her was Xin Xingqing's chest, which was almost as hard as the wall. It was well known that a person would suffocate when their chest couldn't expand while being squeezed. Xin Xingqing is okay, he is taller, physical fitness is also good, not so much asphyxiation. But he could feel himself leaning so close to Xia Lingwei, and even his neck could clearly feel the hot air she exhaled. It made him nervous in his heart. Breathing also became rapid. It was so bad. He actually. Afraid that he would have a strange reaction that would frighten her, Xin Xingqing recited a heart-clearing incantation in his heart, completely failing to notice that Xia Lingwei's face had begun to turn green. This was a symptom of lack of oxygen in the brain. Finally, Nan Zirconia Fei and He Lanyu at the door ended their small talk and went elsewhere to look for his unconscious son. He Lanyu also closed the door and prepared to nestle on the sofa to rest for a while. Who? He was very perceptive, and the presence of someone else in the room was quickly detected. Xin Xingqing thought that there was no need to hide with only He Lanyu there, so she opened her mouth and said, "It's me." Saying that, she lowered her head and wanted to tell Xia Lingwei that she could go out. But did not expect, at this time, Xia Lingwei has lips purple, lost consciousness. Xin Xingqing was terrified and panicked. "What's wrong with you? Quickly wake up, ah!" Saying this, he also lightly patted Xia Lingwei's cheeks before realizing that her skin was cold. He Lanyu heard his panicked voice and immediately walked over to check the situation. What he saw was the dying Xia Lingwei. He immediately yanked the person out. Xia Lingwei directly collapsed in a paralyzed heap, fortunately caught by He Lanyu in time, or else she would have fallen head over heels on the ground. Xin Xingqing was scared out of her wits, as if she was asking He Lanyu, but also as if she was muttering to herself, saying, "What's going on here? It was fine just now." He Lanyu, as an all-round talent, knew a little bit about medicine. He could tell at a glance that Xia Lingwei was suffering from acute hypoxia. It should be from hiding in such a narrow place just now and being squeezed by Xin Xingqing. But at a time like this, he didn't have the leisure to explain to Xin Xingqing and started the first aid measures. This level of first aid was not a problem for him at all. He placed Xia Lingwei flat on her back on the ground, and then pressed on her chest with expert hand gestures. Immediately afterward, lifting her chin, he approached towards her lips. Xin Xingqing saw that he was about to kiss up, and pushed He Lanyu away, questioning, "What are you doing?" He Lanyu said in a cold voice, "She is lacking oxygen, the situation is dangerous now, don't add to the chaos." After saying that, she continued her earlier actions, lifting Xia Lingwei's chin and blowing air into her mouth. Watching He Lanyu touch Xia Lingwei's lips again and again, Xin Xingqing's heart, which had just been beating wildly, felt like it had been splashed with a basin of cold water, chilling him to the bone. His hands were clenched so tightly that his nails were bleeding the flesh of his palms without even realizing it. He understood that this was just a medical act. He Lanyu was trying to save Xia Lingwei, and this act that looked like a kiss actually had no other meaning at all. He shouldn't have any complaints or feel jealous. But he still couldn't control his dark speculation. If the person who fainted from lack of oxygen wasn't Xia Lingwei, would He Lanyu have given her artificial respiration?
Actually, Shin Qingqing was more angry with himself.
If he had paid more attention to her just now, or hadn't pulled her into such a narrow place to hide, this wouldn't have happened. Or if he had learned his medical knowledge properly and not been lazy, he wouldn't have been at a loss and had to wait for He Lanyu to come to the rescue. After He Lanyu's fourth artificial respiration, Xia Lingwei finally regained consciousness. She sat up, panting heavily. In the beginning, she held back when her breathing was not smooth, but when she realized that something was wrong and wanted to speak, she could no longer make a sound. Just now she thought she would really be suffocated to death here. Fortunately, she was still alive. After breathing heavily for a while, she came to her senses. He Lanyu softly asked, "Do you feel better?" Only then did Xia Lingwei notice him. She looked at He Lanyu somewhat blankly, and then turned her head to look at Shin Qingqing on the other side. Completely unaware of what had just happened, He Lanyu explained, "You fainted from lack of oxygen, the situation was urgent, I gave you artificial respiration." Artificial respiration? Xia Lingwei subconsciously covered her lips and her face turned a little red. Although everyone knows that artificial respiration is a medical act. But still, she couldn't help but be shy. And if you look closely, you can see He Lanyu's lips imprinted with her pink lip gloss. She whispered, thank you. He Lanyu's expression didn't change much and said, "You're welcome, it's good that you're fine." The way Xia Lingwei blushed and was shy towards someone else pierced Shin Qingqing's eyes and made them sore and painful. Especially that person was still He Lanyu. The uneasiness in Shin Qingqing's heart grew stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but pour cold water on it in a bad mood and said, "It's just artificial respiration, don't overthink it." Being said by him, Xia Lingwei's originally reddened face immediately whitened and replied, "I know." She hadn't thought much about it, she was just a little embarrassed. Did she even have the right to be shy? Shin Qingqing was a bit regretful. He didn't want to speak to her in such a harsh manner, but the panic made him have no time to think about anything else. Without paying attention, he blurted it out. He was too scared. He Lanyu was so outstanding. Whether it was her status, appearance, figure, or personal ability and character, she was impeccable. As a friend, Shin Qingqing admired him greatly. Not to mention Xia Lingwei. Even if it was artificial respiration, from an objective point of view, it was still being kissed by He Lanyu. What if Xia Lingwei liked He Lanyu because of this? Shin Qingqing found it unacceptable just to think about it. He couldn't tolerate her liking someone else. Chapter 32, He Lanyu's mouth is stained with a girl's lip gloss. In order to hide his fear and worry, he could only disguise it with an even worse attitude. He coldly grunted, "Just know, Lanyu is not something you can fantasize about." Xia Lingwei didn't argue with him and said sincerely, "I know, I really didn't think much about it." Only then did Shin Qingqing gradually ease his expression. Not thinking too much is good. After that, he said to He Lanyu, "Don't worry, Lanyu, she didn't think too much, and you don't have to worry about her pestering you with this matter to make you responsible." He Lanyu just smiled and didn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone is 1,000 years of fox play what chatting Shin Qingqing is very clear about what she has in mind. Isn't it afraid that he and Xia Lingwei will get closer because of this artificial respiration incident? And also intentionally in front of his face to force people Xia Lingwei to say that he has no idea, really childish. In fact, regarding the point that Xia Lingwei will like He Lanyu, it is completely Shin Qingqing's unfounded worry. Xia Lingwei has more in her heart than anyone else. He Lanyu would give her artificial respiration because she was afraid of causing a scene at their He family's banquet. Of course she wouldn't make a fool of herself and fall for He Lanyu just because of this. But by Shin Qingqing saying that just now, it was as if she had something in mind for He Lanyu. It was really speechless. He Lanyu didn't care about Shin Qingqing. He noticed that Xia Lingwei was still sitting on the floor and said, "The floor is cool, do you want to get up first and go sit on the sofa?" "Oh, okay." Seeing that it was not convenient for her to stand up in her high heels, He Lanyu grabbed her arm and tried to help her up. Seeing that she was again preempted by He Lanyu, Shin Qingqing was very annoyed. Without saying a word, he rushed over and directly picked up Xia Lingwei and placed her on the sofa. Xia Lingwei. Does he have to make the atmosphere so awkward before he's willing to give up? He Lanyu didn't bother with Shin Qingqing and asked, "What was the situation just now? How did you almost suffocate someone?" Speaking of this, Shin Qingqing was embarrassed. Harm. It's not to hide from my dad, who knows that side is so narrow, I should have known to hide in the cabinet. However, there is a partition in the cabinet, it is impossible to hide. After saying that, he looked at Xia Lingwei with concern and asked, "Is there anywhere else that is uncomfortable? Tell me if it's hard, I'll take you to the doctor." Xia Lingwei shook her head and replied, "No, I'm fine." Then, he was really scared when he saw her fainting just now. It was only the artificial respiration in the back that gave him a bigger shock, so he didn't have time to care about her body until now. In the end, this was all because of him, so even if he minded He Lanyu kissing Xia Lingwei, he couldn't blame anyone else. "I'm sorry, I'm to blame for this time." Shin Qingqing apologized with slightly reddened cheeks, embarrassed. But in the next second, he changed his words and said, "But your physical quality is also too poor, in the future follow me to exercise together."
Xia Lingwei was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky and begged for forgiveness. I don't think it's necessary, right? My body is quite good actually. The rebuttal is invalid. Really, I have a medical report. The medical report is also useless. Anyway, your legs are fine, you must exercise. Hilanyu looked at how well the two of them were getting along, and suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart. Unwilling to continue watching, he stood up and walked towards the door. The banquet is about to start, let's go out first. Hey! That one! Xia Lingwei wanted to call out to him, but Hilanyu was walking too fast and had already gone out the door. Xin Xingqing was another rough and tumble, and didn't even notice that on Ilanyu's lips, there was still pink lip gloss with fine glitter. This was bad. Xia Lingwei wanted to chase after him to remind him, but was stopped by the jealous Xin Xingqing. What are you doing? Didn't you say just now that you have no thoughts about him? Was that a lie? No, he has my lipstick on his mouth. Xin Xingqing then realized the seriousness of the problem and wanted to follow over to remind Hilanyu. Before she could catch up, she saw that Hilanyu had already walked up to Elder He. Standing next to him, there was also Xia Lingwei's younger brother. What is this situation? Why was Xia Lingwei's younger brother standing with Elder He, and he even looked close to him? Xin Xingqing, due to being confined to his home for the past few days, didn't even know that Xia Mingchun was the cousin young master that the Yi family had retrieved. But soon he would know. Elder He solemnly introduced He Mingqing's identity to the guests present at the opening of the banquet. Xin Xingqing asked Xia Lingwei in surprise, "Isn't this kid your brother?" Xia Lingwei replied, "Not biological, he is the cousin young master that the Yi family is looking for, I only learned about it a few days ago." Xin Xingqing. When he came here, his dad even said that he should get on good terms with the Yi family's cousin young master. Thinking back to the scene where he grabbed Xia Mingqing's collar and let loose with harsh words, he knew that this relationship was definitely not going to work out. That being said, after Elder He introduced He Mingyin's identity, there were many people who came over to say hello. This made He Mingyin, who wanted to remind Hilanyu, unable to find a chance to speak. Elder He was too old to see clearly, but He Mingqing could see it. When Hilanyu came over just now, he felt something was wrong. He thought he was mistaken. He knew that his cousin was clean and would keep his distance from the opposite sex even if he didn't have a partner. Even holding hands and embracing this had never been done, let alone intimate behavior like kissing. Since the color of this lip gloss that Xia Lingwei had applied was not a very deep pink, it was not so obvious at first glance. But this glitter was obvious when it was illuminated by the light. Even if He Mingqing didn't know the color of the lipstick, he could tell that this was lip gloss rubbed on. He was shocked. Cousin is talking about his girlfriend? And had the relationship progressed to the point of kissing? After all, Hilanyu couldn't have applied the lip gloss herself, the only possibility was that it was dabbed on from a woman. A woman's lip gloss would only be applied on her mouth as well, in short, it was Hilanyu who dabbed it from a woman's mouth. This is too. How intense did this have to have no self-consciousness even after getting lipstick on it? He Mingqing wanted to warn that there were too many people here, and Hilanyu having lipstick on her mouth would easily draw people's attention, and there might even be some kind of peach color news spreading. But there were too many people greeting her, so he couldn't find the right time. With Xia Lingwei's lipstick on the corners of his mouth, Hilanyu talked and laughed with people at the banquet. The people he was talking to were too embarrassed to remind him. It wasn't until he bumped into Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen. It was only then that the two of them dragged him to a less crowded place and asked, "Who did you just kiss?" Chapter 33, A Long-Lost Meeting with Xia Mingqing. Hilanyu raised her eyebrows fiercely. How did they know about this? Could it be that Xin Xingqing had told them about this? It couldn't be. Xin Xingqing hated the fact that this matter hadn't happened, it was simply impossible to spread it around. So he didn't move and played dumb. What kissed who? What are you guys babbling about? Hey! Mu Xingchen helplessly stroked his forehead. Buddy, before you play dumb, wipe the lipstick marks on your mouth first, okay? Hilanyu was so reminded by him that he subconsciously wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Looking down, there was indeed a pink and shiny trace. This was from when he gave Xia Lingwei artificial respiration just now. He had just actually talked to so many people with this lipstick on his face? No wonder just now he always felt that the eyes of others looking at him were not right. Hilanyu's eyes went black, he had never been so embarrassed in his life. His cheeks were hot and red like a ripe tomato. It was so embarrassing. When he was giving Xia Lingwei artificial respiration, he did have his heart set on saving her and had no other thoughts. But what about after it was over? He was so afraid that he would think too much that he deliberately tried to ignore the objective fact that his lips were touching. Didn't even think about the matter of getting lipstick on them. It seemed that his heart wasn't as calm as he thought it was. Hilanyu's unprecedentedly red face, Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei Fei both looked like they had seen a ghost, their jaws dropping. This Hilanyu, who had never changed his poker face in 10,000 years, would also reveal such a shy look? There was a situation. There was definitely a situation. The two of them looked at each other. They coincidentally recalled the matter of Hilanyu buying a dress earlier. To make him so attached, he's really in love, right? Lan Fei Fei flirted, okay, Lan Yu, you're quite capable of hiding. Honestly, the dress you bought that day was also for this person, right? Lan Yu couldn't deny it, the dress was really bought for Xia Lingwei. But he didn't mean it like that. He could only say helplessly, it's really not what you think. In fact, it's very simple to explain this matter. Just tell the truth. The lipstick was to save her from artificial respiration, and the dress was because she didn't have anything suitable for a dinner party. He did these things completely without selfishness, all adhering to the attitude of official business. But who would believe it? He has never been a warm-hearted person who helps others. Ask yourself, is he taking too much care of Xia Lingwei? If he were someone else, would he also do artificial respiration without hesitation? Lan Yu didn't know and didn't dare to say so in a proper manner. However, such a light denial on his part sounded like a tacit admission to Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen. No need to be embarrassed, it's normal to fall in love at our age, congratulations. Which family's daughter is she? Why don't you see her? Introduce us to her. The two of them were looking around the venue just now, but they didn't see anyone wearing the dress Lan Yu chose. They were more and more sure that the person was hidden by Lan Yu. Seeing that the two of them were beginning to coax, Lan Yu simply stopped explaining and let them guess as they pleased. Suddenly, Mu Xingchen noticed that the pink color on the back of Lan Yu's hand was so similar to the color of Xia Lingwei's lipstick that he had smeared on the belly of his finger. A moment of skepticism flashed through his heart. But when he thought that what Xia Lingwei was wearing wasn't the gown Lan Yu had bought either, and had just been taken away by Xingqing. It was impossible for Lan Yu to kiss Xia Lingwei in front of Xingqing, right? He laughed, such a metaphysical scene could never happen. That's why Mu Xingchen was still too young, reality was sometimes so metaphysical. Since Lan Yu had chatted with quite a few people with the lipstick mark on her lips just now, some people had already started to gather in piles to start discussing it now. What was on young Master He's mouth just now was lip gloss, right? Definitely. I saw it clearly just now, and it wasn't there when I walked in the door. He's got a girlfriend? What kind of young lady is she? How enviable. You can't help but kiss like this even at a dinner party. TSK, it's good to be young. Woohoo, is young Master Lan Yu with a girlfriend too? First it was young Master Si Jin, now it's young Master Erishiryu. I have less and less material to dream about. Standing outside the crowd, hearing that these people had already put Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei together as a couple made Xingqing's mood very bad. Her face was also cold and scary. Xia Lingwei didn't feel anything when she heard it. No one knew that the lip gloss was hers, so feel free to spread it around. On the contrary, it was the Xingqing next to her that made her feel pressurized and silently moved 2 steps away. This action made Xingqing even more upset. He leaned over and tried to grab her hand to prevent her from running around. Just at the moment when their fingers touched, Xiao's father and mother saw them. The couple rushed over and counted her out one by one. Wei Wei. Where did you run off to? Why didn't you follow mom and dad, looking for you for half a day? Thanks to Si Jin's height, we saw him right away. Si Jin? Xia Lingwei's whole body tensed up when she heard this name. Are mom and dad out of their minds? How dare they call Xingqing by her first name? She looked at Xingqing in fear, ready to apologize on behalf of her impolite mom and dad, but found that he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked quite happy. It was really inexplicable. Xiao's father and mother were looking for her to go with them to meet He Mingqin. At this moment, the people who should be greeted have pretty much done so, and He Mingqin doesn't have to follow Master He around all the time, so he can walk around on his own. Before the dinner started, Lan Yu had told him that all 3 members of the Xia family would be coming over today. So he had been intentionally or unintentionally looking around, searching for Xia Lingwei's figure. Being separated for a few short days was as difficult as years for him. This was not yet the same as before when he went to study abroad. At that time, he thought Xia Lingwei was his own sister, so he wanted to work hard to suppress or even forget about this feeling that he shouldn't have. Now that his feelings were unfettered, he would think about her whenever he was idle. Especially since there was a leering Xingqing by her side, he was really worried if that barbarian would forcefully do something to her. He Mingqin didn't want to be disturbed by anyone next to him when he met the Xia family, so he had the attendant bring them to the gazebo in the backyard. Thinking that he would be able to see his sister soon, he suddenly became nervous. He was arranging his hair and collar again, and it was hard to sit still. Today, He Mingqin was wearing a black tailored high-fashion suit with a red and black striped tie. Even though the school uniform was also a suit, he just felt more mature than before. Hopefully his sister would see him as a man. After waiting for a while, he saw the waiter coming this way with a couple of people and excitedly walked out to greet them. But when he got closer, he realized that the waiter had brought not 3 people, but 4. Xingqing, the shameless one, had also mixed in. Chapter 34, Xingqing is quite the tea. After He Mingqin saw Xingqing, an expression of disgust was undisguised on his face. He asked in a slightly grumbling tone, Mom and Dad, why did you bring him here? Xiao's father and mother looked a little embarrassed. They didn't want to bring Xingqing along either. When the waiter approached them to meet He Mingqin, Xin Xingqing suddenly said that she hadn't spoken to He Mingqin just now, so she wanted to follow along and say hello. Xin Xingqing has helped their family so much, Xiao's father and mother were naturally embarrassed to refuse, so they brought him along. Xin Xingqing looked like he didn't notice He Mingqing's disgust, grinning, "Long time no see, Xiao, oh no, now I should call him young master." Saying that, he even extended his hand towards him. He Mingqin directly ignored it and said with a cold face, "Greetings have already been said, can you stop disturbing our family to get along?" Xin Xingqing awkwardly retracted her hand, looked at Xiao's father and mother with a bemused face, and asked, "Did I say something wrong? Young master, he seems to hate me." Xiao father and mother knew what the reason was. Earlier, Ming Cord had heard that Xin Xingqing had treated Wei Wei like a servant, so he had treated him badly. But these couldn't be said in front of him. The two of them were a bit rushed and didn't know what to say to ease the atmosphere. Xin Xingqing revealed a bitter smile, and continued to tear up. "It seems that I shouldn't have followed you here, uncle and auntie, sorry to trouble you, then I'll leave first." He said so, Xiao father and mother how can really let him go. Can only stay said, don't, no trouble, you stay here is also okay. Xin Xingqing borrowed the slope of the donkey, said, "That's fine, I'll stay on the side, you guys chat, when I do not exist on the line." Xia Lingwei and Xiao's father, Xiao's mother, and He Mingqing were all stunned by his shameless operation. People are just being polite to you, but he's really staying? Xiao's family was too embarrassed to say anything, but He Mingqin didn't spoil him. "You're a living person here, why do you think you don't exist? Please leave." Xin Xingqing simply ignored him, staring pitifully at Xiao's father and mother, saying, "Uncle and aunt, I just want to get along with Mingqin, why does he hate me so much?" He Mingqin was disgusted and angrily said, shouting, "Who Mingqin? You less pretend in front of my parents." Before, he even took him by the collar and threw him to the ground to threaten him, and now you have the face to pretend to be pitiful? He Mingqin understood the saying. If a tree doesn't have skin, it will die, and if a person doesn't have a face, the world is invincible. Xiao's father and mother didn't know that the two of them had clashed before. As far as the current situation was concerned, there was nothing wrong with Xin Xingqing, it was He Mingqing's attitude that was too bad. They advised, "Mingqing, are you having a misunderstanding with Si Jin? Don't talk about people like that." Si Jin? When he wasn't at home, Xin Xingqing got to know his parents so well? Now that they're having a family reunion, they're able to bring Xin Xingqing along, is this not treating him as an outsider? Right, now he is the outsider. He Mingqin was a little hard to bear, not realizing that just a few days after leaving home, his home was stolen. In fact, Xiao's father and mother are also for the sake of He Mingqin's good. After all, Mingqin has just returned to the He family, and has not yet gained a firm foothold. If he has a conflict with the young master of the Nan family, he is afraid that he will have a hard time in the future. Luxury families have many rules, and the Xia family is a small family, so the idea of not daring to offend is imprinted in the brain. Xia Lingwei was also like this. Cowardly, afraid of getting into conflict with people, very nasty, always taking the heat. He Mingqin was anxious and said, "Mom and Dad, you were all deceived by him, he is not a good person. Last time he went to our house, he went out and hit me. I did not." Xin Xingqing flatly denied, aggrieved, "Ming String, you can hate me, but cannot accuse me. When did I hit you?" Xiao's father and mother were already completely biased in favor of Xin Xingqing. In their opinion, Xin Xingqing has not bullied Xia Lingwei at all, and has given them a lot of lucrative business. He Mingqin, just based on a rumor, decided that Xin Xingqing is a bad person, to people's eyes not nose, really a little excessive. But it's not convenient to say these things in front of Xin Xingqing. "Si Jin, will you go back first? I have some things I want to say to Mingqing." Xin Xingqing went away painfully this time. He actually wanted to add to He Mingqing's problems. When he thought of the last time this kid didn't let him get close to Xia Lingwei, he was filled with anger. Who the hell was He Mingqin? How dare he tell him what to do? Besides, since He Mingqin wasn't the Xia family's own son, there was no need to be so close to them. Especially with Xia Lingwei. It wasn't like they were siblings, so it was better to keep a distance in the future. So he stirred up their relationship from it, also to help them. After Xin Xingqing left, He Mingqin couldn't wait to say, "Mom and Dad, you guys don't want to cooperate with those enterprises of the South Consortium. I can use the He family's money to invest in our family, and you guys don't have to look at Xin Xingqing's face anymore." Xia Lingwei was happy to hear this. She really doesn't want to look at Xin Xingqing's face anymore. But Xiao's father and mother disagreed. Xia mother shook her head and said, "Don't, you have just returned to the He family to pull money to us, so that others know that we thought what we want." Xia father also said, "You and the He family first adapt to it, do not come back to think of money, let people look down on. And you have to change your character, you're almost an adult, don't be so capricious." They really regarded He Mingqin as their own son and were worried about his future situation in the He family, so they didn't want his money. Unbeknownst to them, their refusal sent He Mingqin into self-doubt. Were they no longer family? Mom and Dad favored Xin Xingqing, and Xia Lingwei ignored him. Was his choice to return to the He family really the right one? Right at this moment, Xia Lingwei, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Ming-Chin, the main thing you need to do now is to gain a firm foothold in the He family, and in the future, if the family needs you, you can give a hand. Right now, for them, He Ming-Chin was considered a trump card to save their lives. In case one day those things in the plot really happened, when the family went bankrupt, they could look for He Ming-Chin to ask for money and go far away. This card would be wasted if it was used too early. Xia Lingwei finally spoke to him, and He Ming-Chin suddenly wanted to cry a little. Since the day he left Xia's house, Xia Lingwei hadn't contacted him. He had been thinking that she was angry with him and was no longer willing to talk to him, and was apprehensive in his heart. When he saw her just now, he was also in the way of Xinxing being next to him and forced himself not to show it. But now, hearing that she is still willing to call him Ming Chun, he was relieved. After the peace of mind is also a little aggrieved, the nose is sour. He said to Xia's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, I want to talk to my sister alone, okay?" Chapter 35. Once upon a time, Xia Mingqin was a fanatic who spoiled his sister. Hearing He Mingqing say that he wanted to spend time alone with Xia Lingwei, Xia's father and mother didn't think much of it. This child has been close to her sister since she was a child, and before that, she was always worried about her being bullied, so it's good to let the two of them talk alone. So after a few more words of advice, they made room for the two siblings. Xia Lingwei previously thought that He Mingqing was a white-eyed wolf, but the moment she heard him say that he wanted to bring back the money of the Yi family to invest, she forgave him. It doesn't matter if he recognizes her as his sister or not, but if he knows how to get money for his family, he is her good brother. He Mingqin looked at the person he had longed for, finally able to be alone with her. His chest thumped like a small dinosaur was banging around. Sister is so beautifully dressed today, like a princess. He was the knight who protected the princess. From a long time ago, he thought that his sister was the most beautiful person under the sky. At that time, if their classmates had sisters, they basically disliked each other as siblings, or they often quarreled and fought at home. But he had never disliked Xia Lingwei, nor had he ever quarreled with her, and was almost obedient to her. He would go to the door of her classroom every day after the school bell rang and wait for her to go home together. She has procrastination, winter vacation, homework cannot be done. He helped write. She likes to eat desserts. He even specialized in learning to bake. She likes to eat desserts. He even learned to bake. There are boys who bully her, but he also beat them away. Of course, he also knew that those boys bullied her to get her attention. All the more reason not to let them near his sister. How could those mere mortals be worthy of his sister? He Mingchen hadn't fought many people for Xia Lingwei. His friends thought he was unnaturally good to his sister and wondered if he was enslaved by her catching on. Yet he knew that all of this was something he was willing to do from the bottom of his heart. What was wrong with spoiling his own sister himself? Before he had that dream, this was how he got along with Xia Lingwei. In fact, there were times when He Mingchen wondered if he hadn't had that dream in the first place, would he have been able to maintain a close sibling relationship? He came to the conclusion that he couldn't. Even without that dream, he couldn't tolerate his sister getting close to other boys. Even if it was just the male classmates who were on duty with her, he was very wary of them, not to mention all those love letters in her drawer, all of which he had disposed of secretly. There was no brother under the sky who would have such a strong desire for exclusivity over his sister. That's why he's very glad now, glad that the two of them aren't siblings, and that he doesn't have to forcefully erase this feeling. Seeing that he was looking at himself fixedly and not saying anything, Xia Lingwei couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to tell me?" And also purposely support the mom and dad away, is going to say what mysterious things? Is it hard to give her a bank card or something private? Her eyes instantly lit up, looking at He Mingchun with anticipation. If he really gave her a bank card, then she would definitely take back the words she used to call him a white-eyed wolf and slap herself 2 more times. Unfortunately, He Mingqin didn't intend to give her a bank card. Only after being asked by her did He Mingqin remember the matter at hand and explained, "In fact, I chose to return to the He family, not because I think our family is bad, but because I want to return to the He family." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xia Lingwei. She waved her hand and said with great understanding, "No need to say more, I understand. You went back to the Yi family in order to make our family better, right? You did the right thing, I support you." He said that he would take the Yi family's money to invest in the family, so she understood everything. Ming Chuan is in the heart, although his people back to the Yi family, but the heart still stand with them. So Ming Cord, you need to perform well in the Yi family. The higher your status, the more help you will be to the family. After saying that, Xia Lingwei even reached out and patted his shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Aha, okay. What He Mingchen wanted to say wasn't actually this. He had returned to the Yi family only to have the power to protect her, to be able to drive away all those smelly men who surrounded her. However, since she wanted him to be able to help the family, then he would just keep trying. Right now, he only possessed the name of the Yi family's cousin young master, and actually had no power whatsoever. The real power of the Yi family was basically in the hands of Elder He and He Lan Yu. If he wanted to help the family, he could only rely on the pocket money given by Grandpa. Even if he invested, the money was not as good as those lists given by Shin Xingqing. Thinking of how Mom and Dad favored Shin Xingqing just now, He Mingchun also fought in his heart. He had to provide more benefits than Shin Xingqing in order to get Mom and Dad's approval and to impress Xia Lingwei.
Having lived with them for so many years, He Mingqing still had a certain understanding of them. Mom and dad or sister, they had one thing in common, which was that they all loved money. So they were warm to Xin Xingqing, and Xia Lingwei was dead set against being bullied by Xin Xingqing.
When he can step on Xin Xingqing's feet, I believe Xia Lingwei will treat him as a man.
He Mingqing looked into her eyes and solemnly promised, I will.
I will definitely work hard. So, can you wait for me? Until then, don't like someone else, okay?
He didn't dare to say this sentence for fear of scaring her.
Aha! Cheer up!
With He Mingqing's assurance, Xia Lingwei seemed to see the rewritten ending of their family and revealed a bright smile. The way she smiled was so dazzling that He Mingqing looked dumbfounded. He hadn't seen her smile from the bottom of her heart in a long, long time. He couldn't help but step forward and hugged her tightly, his voice trembling. In fact, actually I really don't want to separate from you.
Of course Xia Lingwei couldn't understand his so cryptic confession.
She only thought that he was not too adaptable in the He family, gently patted him on the back and comforted him, saying, it takes a lot of suffering to make a man a better man. In short, today's meeting made the two of them make up. As the main character of the dinner, He Mingqing couldn't stay away for too long, so he reluctantly said goodbye to Xia Lingwei and went back to the venue. Xia Lingwei, on the other hand, continued to stay in the gazebo, away from the hustle and bustle. Originally, she had planned to make a few friends at the banquet. Who knew that she would be caught by Xin Xingqing, and if she went back, she would definitely have to follow him around, so she might as well blow off some steam here. The matter of making friends was also considered to have fizzled out. But she didn't expect that when she was planning to blow off steam, a tall and slender figure silently and slowly approached towards her.
Chapter 36, by Meng Dai taking the initiative to make friends with her? The person coming was none other than by Meng Dai.
She clasped her hands on her chest and looked down on Xia Lingwei. At this moment, Xia Lingwei was concentrating on playing the small game in her cell phone, and didn't even notice that someone had come. Bai Meng Dai didn't make a sound either, just quietly sizing her up. Looks naturally need not be said, is very objectively beautiful. Even as a love rival, she had to admit that the girl in front of her did have a few looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have charmed Xin Xingqing out of her mind. Bai Meng Dai's beautiful almond eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. In fact, her eyes weren't almond eyes, it was the double eyelid stickers that changed the shape of her eyes and the false eyelashes that she attached that made them look big and round like they do now. From her angle, she could clearly see that Xia Lingwei didn't put on double eyelid stickers or false eyelashes at all, and she didn't even draw much eyeliner, only a little bit of a small tail at the end of her eyes. Skin is also glowing, cannot see the traces of makeup, clear white, even pores are not. The hair is also very thick, the hair is soft and shiny and glossy, and the curls are not frizzy at all. The hands playing with the cell phone were also, the fingers were slim and slender, the nails were done in pink manicure. This kind of jelly powder usually looks darker on the skin, but her fingers still looked very white and tender.
This lowly servant is really a natural beauty.
The more Bai Meng Dai looked at her, the more angry she became. What on earth did she eat to grow so good looking? At this time, Xia Lingwei lost the game, and her gaze moved away from the cell phone screen a bit when she suddenly saw a pair of feet appear in her sight. She was so scared that she was jolted. Looking up, she saw the tall girl with bangs and big eyes staring at her with not so friendly eyes. She recognized that this was the girl who had just followed next to Xin Xingqing.
Was she here to warn her to stay away from Xin Xingqing? Xia Lingwei was a bit scared.
This girl was so tall and looked like she wasn't to be messed with, so if she hit her, how much would it hurt? So she covered her head and shivered before Bai Meng Dai made her move. I'm just Xin Xingqing's servant, I swear I don't have the slightest idea about him, I won't steal it from you.
Don't hit me.
Bai Meng Dai was amused by her soft-boned appearance.
Who's going to hit you? Don't talk nonsense, let people see and think I'm bullying you.
Hearing her say that she wouldn't hit herself, Xia Lingwei then let go of her heart and let out a long breath of relief. Bai Meng Dai sat down next to Xia Lingwei, crossing her legs. Her sitting position looked inexplicably a bit posh.
Are you really not interested in Xin Xingqing? Really?
Xia Lingwei looked at Bai Meng Dai with sincerity written all over her big sparkling eyes.
Then why do you want to be a servant to him? Wouldn't it be better to just reject it directly? Xia Lingwei lowered her head and blushed. I don't dare. What's there to not dare? Bai Meng Dai snorted coldly, pressing her disbelief.
But when she thought of Xia Lingwei's wimpy face just now, covering her head and begging for mercy, she suddenly felt that she really might not dare.
So it seems that between the two of them, it's completely Xin Xingqing's head that's hot? This realization made Bai Meng Dai even worse. The person she had pursued so hard but couldn't chase after, would even unilaterally like another person who didn't have the slightest idea about him? Outrageous. She frowned and yelled at Xia Lingwei, what makes you not interested in Si Jin? You're blind, aren't you? What kind of a thing are you that you dare not look at Xin Xingqing? Xia Lingwei was shocked by this output and looked at Bai Meng Dai in horror.
Bai Meng Dai also reacted to what she said as an afterthought, suddenly a bit confused with herself.
Xia Lingwei's lack of interest in Xin Xingqing was a good thing for her. Why was she so angry? It must be because Xia Lingwei was too visionless for her to be so angry.
So she eased her tone and said, I'm sorry, I just can't stand to see people saying that Si Jin is bad. Xia Lingwei obeyed her and said weakly, I didn't say he's bad, it's me who doesn't deserve him. Nonsense. Of course it's you who doesn't deserve him. So what the hell is this person here for? Bai Meng Dai, slightly disgusted, up and down scanning her, said, see you alone here is also quite poor, I'll make friends with you. I'll make friends with you. Her lofty attitude doesn't seem like a friend. Xia Lingwei wanted to cry, it's not like she's going to be a servant to both Shin Qingqing and his suitor at the same time, right? Wool gathering can't be gleaned from her alone. But in her heart, how many times is she unwilling to do so? She is also not dare to refuse others. She could only squeeze out a smile that was even worse than crying, and said the words against her will, thank you very much. I'm also looking at Si Jin's face, but you can't tell him about the two of us making friends. Why? Bai Mengdai glared at her and threatened, what? Are you planning to find Si Jin and tell him? Xia Lingwei shook her head, no. Her relationship with Shin Qingqing wasn't good enough to go to him to complain. Just like that, Xia Lingwei added Bai Mengdia's friend and made girlfriends at the banquet. That said, Shin Qingqing was caught by Nan Zirconia Fei after returning to the venue. You brat, where did you run off to just now? Shin Qingqing didn't want to be lectured by his dad in such a crowded place and said, I went to say hello to the He family's cousin young master. Nonsense. It's true. I went with the Xia family. Didn't He Mingqing grow up in the Xia family? Nan Zirconia Fei had also heard about He Mingqing's life and naturally knew about his relationship with the Xia family. Are you close to the Xia family? The daughter of the Xia family and I were classmates. Same classmate? Nan Zirconia Fei repeated it in an unclear manner, making Shin Qingqing feel uncomfortable. He said, why? Why do you have a problem with me being close to my classmates? It's nothing. Just now, Nan Zirconia Fei also heard someone whispering that Shin Qingqing was holding hands with a girl. South Zirconia Fei to Shin Qingqing is a free-range mode, see him all day with the other three big families of the children mixed together, and did not hurry to arrange a marriage contract for him. I didn't expect this kid to get the hang of it on his own. He said he was in the same class, but he hadn't seen him holding hands with any of his female classmates before. I'm afraid that hitting Lin Jun Chang before is also related to this girl. South Zirconia Fei, although the surface is strict, but in the heart of Shin Qingqing this little son is still more indulgent. Shin Qingqing is too much like him when he was young. He himself did not have a decent relationship when he was young, so he got married to a business partner. Although the life is not considered unhappy, but always feel that something is missing. Since his son had a favorite girl, there was nothing wrong with letting him experience a relationship. So from his pocket, he took out the confiscated Shin Qingqing's cell phone and returned it to him. The rest of the day is even, don't hit anyone in the future. Shin Qingqing was overjoyed, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. He regained his free body. Naturally, he had to go to find his good brothers to go and talk hi. After looking for half a day, he found those three people in a remote corner. Chapter 37 Mu Xingqian CPU dry burning cannot guess what relationship between the three of him. Shin Qingqing walked over and asked, You few, what are you hiding here? A few of them is the top of the upper class, naturally wherever they go will be the center of the crowd. What's wrong with all of them being in the corner? Jean, you've come at the right time. Breaking news, come and look at Lan Yu, he's actually blushing. Just now, Arisher Yu had lipstick marks on his mouth and was talking to someone completely unaware of it. He's never been so humiliated in his life. But it's wiped off now. In other words, just which family's young lady is it? It's a good thing, there's no need to hide it from us. At this moment, Lan Yu's complexion had completely returned to normal. He stared expressionlessly at these two people who were talking without end and coldly said, Almost done, you two. After saying that, he also made a wink at Shin Qingqing. After all, who printed that lipstick? Shin Qingqing couldn't be clearer. If they knew that it was with Xia Lingwei, even with the legitimate reason of artificial respiration, it would become troublesome. This matter Shin Qingqing and Lan Yu had the same idea. He couldn't wait to treat this matter as if it hadn't happened. Of course he wouldn't publicize it around, even to Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingqian he couldn't say anything. Besides, he was also responsible for this matter being exposed. If he hadn't stopped Xia Lingwei from reminding Lan Yu, it wouldn't have caused Lan Yu to lose face in front of so many people. So he didn't follow the coaxing, and even helped Lan Yu to speak. Calm down, Lan Yu's heart is already in a bad place, so you guys can just say less. Unbeknownst to him, the way he didn't follow the uproar was rather abnormal. Lan Fei Fei raised her eyebrows and asked, Aren't you curious? Shin Qingqing said, Of course I'm curious, but I also have to consider Lan Yu's mood. Besides everyone has things they don't want to say, so you guys should stop asking. Being so understanding, completely not Shin Qingqing's style. Lan Yu was helpless and wanted to hold her forehead. This idiot. Just pretend not to know, there is no need to say these unnecessary words. Sure enough, Shin Qingqing's words made Mu Xingqian, who had originally dispelled his suspicions, start doubting again. Could this matter be related to Xia Lingwei? Could it be that the lipstick mark was really hers? But the logic doesn't make sense. If the person he Lanyu kissed was Xia Lingwei, with Xin Xingqing's character of being protective of her children, she was afraid that she wouldn't flip out on the spot. How could she still help He Lanyu? But Xin Xingqing should know the inside story. Looking at the two of them mysterious look, put Mu Xingqian's CPU dry burning also cannot guess what happened. He looked at the side and asked, "Where is that little servant of yours? Just now took the person away, how did not bring back?" She and her parents went to see He Ming String. After Xin Xingqing replied, as if she remembered something, she looked carefully towards Mu Xingqian's head. Sure enough, she saw the same star hairpin as Xia Lingwei. The moment he thought that this was still something Xia Lingwei had personally helped him put on, the more upset he felt. So he directly reached out. "Bring it." Mu Xingqian looked puzzled and asked, "Bring what?" "This thing." He pointed at the hair clip on Mu Xingqian's head and said, "This is Xia Lingwei's, give it back to me." Of course Mu Xingqian was not happy to give it back. "What she gave me is mine, why should I give it to you?" Xin Xingqing frowned, impatient. "You a big man, with this kind of thing good meaning you? What's so embarrassing about this, don't you think it matches my clothes?" Said Mu Xingqian. He even showed his head with the hairpin to them. He also thought that no one but Lan Feifei noticed that he and Xia Lingwei had the same style, and now that Xin Xingqing took the initiative to bring it up, he naturally wanted to show it off. The three people were speechless as they watched Mu Xingqian's smug appearance. Xin Xingqing was tempted to use brute force to snatch the hairpin back, but that would make him look petty. It was just a hairpin, Xia Lingwei herself didn't care very much about it, so just forget about it. Being so messed up, they also stopped pursuing the matter of He Lanyu's girlfriend. In the gazebo in the backyard. Bai Mengdai was carefully sizing up Xia Lingwei's face, so close that she was about to stick it on. Xia Lingwei was embarrassed and tried hard to hide back. But as soon as she moved back a little, Bai Mengdai moved even further forward. Seeing that she was already unable to retreat, she simply didn't move, and just sat there, uncomfortably allowing Bai Mengdai to observe her. "Your skin really has no pores at all, what kind of skincare products do you usually use?" "Just ordinary water and lotion. She bought them randomly at the cosmetic store." "What brand?" "I don't remember." She really doesn't remember, it wasn't a big brand, and she can't read a long list of English letters well. Bai Mengdai felt that she intentionally did not want to share. "Not good temper, how can I not remember?" "I think you just deliberately did not tell me." Xia Lingwei helplessly explained, "I really don't remember, why don't I go home and take pictures for you and send them over? Let's go shopping together tomorrow." Xia Lingwei felt that Bai Mengdai was very much like Mu Xingqian, both of them thinking up one thing at a time. The two of them weren't close enough to go shopping together, right? So she politely refused. "I might have to go to school tomorrow." After all, the fact that her leg was healed had been discovered by Xin Xingqing, and she might be forcefully dragged to school tomorrow. "Tomorrow is Saturday, what school?" Xia Lingwei stayed at home and forgot about the day. "Then it's a deal." Bai Mengdai didn't give Xia Lingwei a chance to refuse even after she finished speaking, so she got up and went back to the banquet hall. Before leaving, she also specially instructed Xia Lingwei not to tell Xin Xingqing about them making friends. Xia Lingwei always felt that Bai Mengdai was plotting something. It couldn't be that she really wanted to make friends with her, could it? Was she asking her out because she wanted to find someone to beat her up? But if you beat her up, you can do it here as well. Xia Lingwei was a bit confused, not understanding why Bai Mengdai wanted to make friends with her. But thinking about being able to go shopping with a girlfriend, her heart was still quite looking forward to it. After staying for a while longer, seeing that it was almost time, Xia Lingwei also returned to the venue and went to find her mom and dad to rendezvous. Xia's father and mother had also met quite a few bigwigs, and were so contented in their hearts that they felt it was almost time to go back. They went to find He Mingqin to say goodbye to the He family, and the three of them went home. This night was really hard for Xia Lingwei. Back home, looking at the noble dress in the box and the set of valuable jewelry, Xia Lingwei had a problem. How to return it to He Lanyu? Should she ask him to come and get it, or should she send it back? It was better to ask him. Xia Lingwei did not have He Lanyu's WeChat, only the phone. After dawdling for a while, she finally did a good job of psychological construction, so she called him over. Chapter 38. He Lanyu sneakily answers the phone. At this time, He Lanyu was partying with 3 other people. There were too many people at the dinner party just now, and they couldn't keep getting together to talk on that kind of social occasion, so after the party was over, a few people came out to drink together again. Sort of celebrating Xin Xingqing regaining her freedom. Lan Feifei was still undeterred and wanted to inquire about who He Lanyu bought that dress for. After all, they hadn't been able to find anyone wearing that gown from the beginning to the end of the banquet. When Xin Xingqing heard this, she followed suit and asked, "Gown? What gown?" Lan Feifei said, "You don't know, a few days ago, Lanyu bought 100 million worth of gowns and jewelry in my store, and said she wouldn't tell us who it was for." 100 million? Xin Xingqing was also taken aback when she heard this figure. Of course, it wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, a few million or even tens of millions was small money to them. But there was a lesson in giving gifts to people. Giving someone such an exorbitantly priced gift all at once would burden the recipient as well. And it was also given to a certain woman by He Lan Yu, who was not close to women, so it seemed that perhaps the relationship between the two was indeed extraordinary.
Definitely not ordinary friends.
Shin Xingqing suddenly felt a bit sorry for He Lan Yu. If He Lan Yu had someone else she liked, just now he gave Xia Lingwei artificial respiration, if that girl knew about it, she might really be jealous. This matter of artificial respiration must be kept secret to the end. He must also tell Xia Lingwei that only the three of them know about this matter.
It's really not what you think, that dress is just a normal favor.
He Lan Yu explained that his heart was very tired, although he always knew that these three people were idle, but he did not expect them to gossip to his head.
Why is it that every single thing that has anything to do with Xia Lingwei will be noticed by a few of them?
Just then, the phone rang. It was the ringtone of He Lan Yu's private number. Few people knew this number, and besides his family, it was these few close friends next to him.
So He Lan Yu's first reaction was a call from his family.
He didn't avoid people and picked up his cell phone to answer it. However, when his eyes landed on the three words Xia Lingwei on the screen, he was stunned for a short moment. Right, the one he gave Xia Lingwei was also his private cell phone number. He immediately and sheepishly snapped the cell phone screen to the inside of his hand, then got up and said, "I'm going to take a call." I don't know if it was an illusion, when he said this, he seemed to be in a good mood. He Lan Yu did not expect Xia Lingwei to take the initiative to call him. So when his cell phone rang just now, he wasn't the least bit defensive, and he didn't know if his caller ID was seen by Lan Fei Fei next to him. In fact, He Lan Yu himself didn't understand why he had to sneak around, feeling like a thief. There was clearly no need to hide it from others. But he didn't dwell on this, and immediately picked up the phone when he left the door. What was it? His tone was still gentle, and when he spoke to Xia Lingwei, he would unconsciously soften his tone. And he was also curious, Xia Lingwei took the initiative to call him for something, should it be to thank him for saving her? Or to explain why she didn't wear the gown he gave her? In the midst of He Lan Yu's speculations, Xia Lingwei spoke up expectantly. I wanted to say that dress, how can I return it to you? Give it back to me? It's not even if she doesn't wear the dress he gave her, but now she wants to give it back? He Lan Yu felt humiliated. His mood, which was good just now, became stuffy all of a sudden, and his tone became much colder, saying, "I never take back what I send out, if you don't like it directly throw it away is fine." Xia Lingwei was stunned. So expensive things, really is given to her? Didn't you lend it to me? When did I say it was lent to you? Such an expensive dress, you really want to give it to me? He Lan Yu listened to the phone, her incredulous tone, and suddenly realized. So you didn't wear the dress I gave you today because you thought I lent it to you? Yes, I was afraid I couldn't afford to pay for it if I accidentally scratched it. So that's how it is. The question that had been troubling He Lan Yu all night was finally answered, making him a bit unable to hold his tongue. Her brain circuits were really strange. However, it was good that it wasn't a rejection. He Lan Yu laughed softly twice, her tone returned to its initial gentleness and said, "It's for you, even if you wear it out, I won't let you pay for it, so wear it later when there's a suitable occasion." Xia Lingwei was too excited to speak. Such an expensive dress, it was just given to her directly? To know, the gemstones on it can be sold for a lot of money. He Lan Yu is also too generous, right? Then that jewelry will also be given to me directly? At this moment, Xia Lingwei finally had the real feeling of hugging her thigh. In the box, Mu Xingqian was telling Shin Xingqing about the interesting things that had happened recently. Among them, there were also a few mentions of the transfer student. I heard someone in your class say that you're quite interested in her? Ha! Shin Xingqing looked as if she had heard something heavenly, speechlessness written all over her face. If it wasn't for Mu Xingqian mentioning it, he had almost forgotten that there was this person. How could he be interested in her? Mu Xingqian explained, "She danced in front of you, you didn't even lash out at her, and you're still saying it's not special?" Shin Xingqing snorted disdainfully and said sarcastically, "According to you, if I get angry at her it's also special. I was rarely angry at girls, right? Rarely? Then you are not the same with Xia Lingwei. She's different." Before Mu Xingqian could finish, he was interrupted by Shin Xingqing. He just thought it would be fun to scare her, and deliberately sounded a bit meaner when he spoke to her. But now he was starting to regret it. Xia Lingwei was so afraid of him, even if he spoke to her nicely, she was still filled with defense. Recalling the panic he felt when he saw her standing with Mu Xingqian, Shin Xingqing suddenly asked in a serious manner, "What was going on at the banquet? You knew I was looking for her and you still helped her hide?" Mu Xingqian thought that this matter had been turned over, but he didn't expect there to be an autumn settling of scores. But he did not panic, said with a frank face, "I saw her quite scared, so I thought to help." "Help?" Shin Xingqing gritted his teeth and said, "When did you and her relationship so good? She didn't give me this, it's just a thank you gift." Although Mu Xingqian has a slight interest in Xia Lingwei, he doesn't want to make a scene with Shin Xingqing for her right now. So he casually found an excuse and took the initiative to step back. On the side, Lan Fei Fei didn't say a word, his mind not at all on the conversation between the two of them. Just now, he carefully saw He Lan Yu's cell phone screen. How was it so much like Xia Lingwei?
Xia Lingwei had he Lan Yu's cell phone number and would still call Lan Yu at such a late hour? What was the relationship between the two of them? Chapter 39, by Meng Dai is a learner's man. Just now, Lan Fei didn't see it very clearly because soon he Lan Yu snapped the screen over. It was just looking at those 3 words like Xia Lingwei. Maybe it wasn't her at all? Since he Lan Yu's dress wasn't for Xia Lingwei, the two of them shouldn't have much of a connection. Xia Lingwei also had no reason to call he Lan Yu at night. Lan Fei's subconscious didn't want to think much about it, but she still tried to send Xia Lingwei a WeChat. Have you arrived home yet? You didn't even greet me today, aren't you being a bit capricious? Of course no reply was received. Lan Fei's heart was a bit annoyed. He felt that this toy was a bit out of his control. She met with Xin Xingqing today, and if she took the initiative to confess to Xin Xingqing, that photo would serve no purpose. She wouldn't obediently listen to him anymore either, right? But if Xin Xingqing knew that he threatened Xia Lingwei, she definitely wouldn't be indifferent and would at least come to ask him a few questions. That meant that Xia Lingwei hadn't spoken to Xin Xingqing about that matter. What on earth was she thinking? Lan Fei felt that Xin Xingqing was screwed up. In fact, he himself was no better. He felt that he had treated Xia Lingwei as a toy, and now he was suffering for this toy. It's just that he didn't notice his own not-so-normal emotions. At this time, he Lan Yu came back. When he entered the door, his eyebrows stretched, the corners of his mouth still with a smile, obviously in a good mood. Seeing this, Mu Xingchen said in wonder, how big a deal have you negotiated, and you're happy like this? To know, the usual he Lan Yu basically has no obvious expression. It's not too much to say that he is face paralyzed. Why did he become expressive after answering a phone call? He Lan Yu said half-heartedly, well, I figured out a problem that was bothering me before, and it wasn't a big deal. They thought he was talking about business matters and didn't ask too many questions. Mu Xingchen stoned on melon seeds and asked, right Lan Yu, are you at school on the school day? As a student representative, you're going to give out honorary certificates to the special enrollment students, right? Ah. After he reminded him of this, he Lan Yu realized that there was this arrangement. He had too many trips every day to remember these things without looking at his schedule. I've been at school for the last while, and I should be there on the school's anniversary. That's great, if you weren't there, the school day wouldn't be much fun. Mu Xingchen was also curious if he Lan Yu would treat that special enrollment differently. After all, both Xin Xingqing and Lan Fei had no interest in the special enrollment, making it impossible for him to find any fun to watch, so he could only hope for he Lan Yu. Lan Fei still didn't participate in their conversation. Because he didn't receive a reply from Xia Lingwei. Did she deliberately not reply to him, or did she fall asleep and not see it? Actually, after Xia Lingwei ended her call with he Lan Yu, she saw the message from Lan Fei. But she didn't reply. Just like what Lan Fei guessed, the matter of her leg healing had already been discovered by Xin Xingqing, so there was no fear of Lan Fei sending out the photo. Although the photo she wore was a bit bold, but it was not an exposed and unseemly photo, so it didn't matter if it was seen by others. Besides, she really didn't know how to reply to the sentence sent by Lan Fei. So let's just pretend she didn't see it. Sometimes, escaping is also a way to solve problems. Xia Lingwei took a bath and slept beautifully. The few young masters in the box had also had almost enough to drink and went their own way. In fact, he Lan Yu wanted to say that Xin Xingqing should treat Xia Lingwei with a little more respect in the future, and not to shout at her. But thinking that today was a celebration of Xin Xingqing regaining her freedom to organize a bureau, she didn't rush to say it. The next day, Xia Lingwei got up early to freshen up. She had an appointment with Bai Meng Dai to go shopping yesterday, so she didn't dare to be late. Her daily wear is more casual, wearing a slim short tee on top, and wide-legged jeans pops shoes. Carrying a mini crossbody bag and a duck tongue hat, she went out. Arriving at the place where she had an appointment, she saw Bai Meng Dai in the crowd at a glance. I have to say, Bai Meng Dai is really tall, and has a feeling of standing out from the crowd. Xia Lingwei was 168 tall, plus the thickness of the soles of her pops, she was almost 172 tall today. White Dream Butterfly wore high heels, visual inspection 7 centimeters, then Xia Lingwei taller than a head, so that her net height of 1 meter 8 or so projected. This height can be used as a supermodel. Today, Bai Meng Dai was still heavily made up, wearing a black length-to-calf slimming dress, black short boots, and a black vintage lace bowler hat. Like a medieval noblewoman. Good exaggerated dress, but also very good-looking is. The people passing by in the surroundings couldn't help but look at her one more time, and Bai Meng Dai seemed to enjoy the feeling of being watched. Seeing Xia Lingwei, she stepped on her high heels and walked over. With a disgusted face, she said, "Do you usually wear such a sloppy outfit?" Xia Lingwei looked down at herself and didn't feel where she was sloppy at all. On the contrary, Bai Meng Dai was dressed as if she was going to a masquerade ball. So she weakly retorted, "This is every day, not sloppy." Bai Meng Dai simply didn't listen to her and directly pulled her hand, saying, "Quickly take me to buy skincare products." Suddenly being pulled by her hand, Xia Lingwei was still a bit uncomfortable. However, girls like to go shopping hand in hand, and her heart is more eager to do so. Xia Lingwei, because of the character problem, there has been no relationship, 2 good friends.
When she used to go out shopping, she was either with Xia Mingqin or with her mom and dad. Strictly speaking, Bai Mengdai was the first friend to go shopping with her.
So she also backhanded Bai Mengdia's hand.
I don't know if it was because Bai Mengdai was too tall and big-boned, but it always felt like this hand was a bit hard and solid. The two of them came to the cosmetics store that Xia Lingwei frequented. She found the water and lotion she is using now and said, "I am using this brand."
Bai Mengdai looked at the brand she hadn't even heard of and the affordable price and said skeptically, "Are you kidding me? Can you make your skin so good with this cheap stuff?" The shopping guide heard the two of them talking, came over and said, "This is the most basic water milk. This sister's skin is good because she was born with good skin, and as you can choose advanced skin care."
Before the shopper could finish, she was interrupted by Bai Mengdai sorrowfully.
"So what you are saying is that I was born with bad skin?"
A cool breeze blew by, and the guide suddenly felt a bit cold. No, what I mean is that your makeup is rather thick and it's a heavy burden on your skin, so. Seeing Bai Mengdai's eyes getting more and more dangerous, the guide closed her mouth resentfully. Today, her first day on the job, and she ran into such a scary customer, so she wanted to go home a boing boing. She looked at Xia Lingwei with a look of help, hoping that this pretty sister could help her round up.
Xia Lingwei was under a lot of pressure. She spoke stiffly, "Why don't we go look at something else?"
"No. I want this one, load it up for me."
"As long as you are happy." After buying skincare products, Bai Mengdai is going to buy clothes again.
Because she is too tall, the clothes are not very good to buy, the bodywear are private customized. And her personal style is like that kind of gorgeous retro style, so every time she goes out it will be very striking. Seeing Xia Lingwei wearing a body, she felt very good, she wanted to learn to buy a similar. After shopping in several stores, Bai Mengdai transformed, and Xia Lingwei wore almost the same.
Just missing shoes.
Bai Mengdia's 42-yard feet familiarly walked to the men's shoes area and bought a pair of pops.
"This will do."
Bai Mengdai was satisfied with her new outfit and pulled Xia Lingwei's hand again to go to dinner together. After eating, they were going to watch a movie again, drink afternoon tea, and continue shopping. Unconsciously, the sky was already dark.
Chapter 40 Bar Adventures.
Throughout the day, Bai Mengdai was secretly observing Xia Lingwei. She wanted to see, besides being good-looking, what other outstanding features this girl had that she could get Shin Xingqing's attention. However, after this whole day, she found that Xia Lingwei was just a girl with a very soft personality, even a little bit at the mercy of others. There was nothing special at all.
Could it be that Shin Xingqing liked this? No.
One day couldn't tell much, and it was possible that Xia Lingwei's harmless appearance like this was feigned. If you wanted to see someone's true colors, you couldn't just look at her usual behavior, but also her behavior after drinking. So she mysteriously approached Xia Lingwei's ear and said, "I'll take you to a good place."
"What place ah?"
Xia Lingwei looked at the time on her cell phone, a little worried. "Cannot go another day ah, days are dark, I should go home."
Bai Mengdai said with a speechless face, "Are you an elementary school student? Going home when it's dark? Come on, you're in college, it's not even 8 o'clock, can't you play outside for a while? I promise to send you to the door, okay?
Alright, then.
I'll call my mom."
After the stay together, Xia Lingwei also found out that Bai Mengdai seems to have no hostility towards her, and seems to really want to make friends with her. Then stay outside for a little while longer. Xia Lingwei took out her cell phone from her bag, good guy. There were several 4 unread messages and 2 missed calls from Shin Xingqing.
PM 137, it's a nice day, going to feed the deer, huh?
2:18 p.m, Xia Lingwei, don't you dare not return my messages.
3:20 p.m, pick up the phone.
5:40 p.m, which friend did you go out with?
When did you make friends?
How come I didn't know you had friends?
Although it wasn't a swipe message, it still gave Xia Lingwei a sense of suffocation.
Why? Why did all her wonderful vacation have to be ruined by Shin Xingqing's mood? By the way, how did he know that she was out with a friend?
Is it hard to go and ask her parents?
It felt like there was no privacy at all. And it was so hard to make a friend in Bai Mengdai. Xia Lingwei didn't want to call Shin Xingqing in front of her for fear of being misunderstood. So once again, she adopted an evasive attitude and pretended not to see it. She called her mom and said that she was going to play outside with her friends for a little longer and come home later.
Xia mother said, "Eh? You want to play outside so late?
And, don't worry, we're all over here in the shopping district, it's very lively. Wei, young Master Nan came to the house today, he said he couldn't get in touch with you, he looks quite anxious, don't have any more urgent matters, you give him a call back." Still really went to her house. Xia Lingwei was speechless, but on her lips she still agreed, "I know, I'll give him back."
"Then you pay attention to safety, don't come back too late."
"And, I know." Although Xia's mother was a little worried, she also felt that her daughter should go out and play more, not stay at home once she was on vacation. So she didn't force her to go home. Bai Mengdai listened to Xia Lingwei's conversation with her mother and thought to herself that she was really a mama's boy. After checking in with her mother, Xia Lingwei asked, "Where are we going?"
"You can just come with me." They went to a bar.
This bar is very upscale, not the kind of nightclub bouncing style, in a hotel on the top floor. Per capita consumption is also relatively high, so relatively speaking, it is also safer. Xia Lingwei came to the bar for the first time, looking around curiously, feeling very fresh. Bai Mengdai look at her. This has never seen the world look, asked, you have never come to the bar? Yes, she has never been to a bar. Not only had she never been to a bar, she had never drank alcohol either. Bai Mengdai proudly patted her chest. There are not so many messy people here, you don't worry about drinking, I will treat you. I won't drink. Xia Lingwei is still very precautionary, she hasn't drank before, and she doesn't know how good she is at drinking. What if she drinks unconsciously? Even if she felt that Bai Mengdai wasn't a bad person, she didn't dare to put her safety and security solely in someone else's hands. What's not to know? Just drink it in like water. No, I can't drink it. Bai Mengdai looked at her, not expecting this soft persimmon to actually reject others. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a low alcohol content, you first taste a small amount, if you feel fine you then drink, if you feel uncomfortable not drink, okay? After a while of silence, Xia Lingwei still compromised. That's fine. The two of them sat at the bar. Bai Mengdai said to the bartender to get her a low degree, and he himself ordered a regular penicillin cocktail. Soon, a cup of colorful layered bubbly was placed in front of Xia Lingwei. It was quite beautiful. Xia Lingwei carefully picked up the cup and took a small sip. It was sour and sweet and very tasty, like a fruity bubbly drink without a hint of alcohol. Seeing Xia Lingwei's eyes are bright, Bai Mengdai smiled, as if coaxing a child, and asked, is it good? Aha! Xia Lingwei nodded and took another sip. Bai Mengdai saw that she was happy to drink, and also took a sip from her own cup, forgetting that she had brought her here in order to get her drunk. Although this bar was relatively safe, it was after all a place of business, and there was no guarantee that every guest was a high-quality person. The two of them had such a high face value that they naturally attracted quite a few men over to strike up a conversation. Not a moment later, there were two young men who came over to invite two beautiful young ladies. Do you want to come and drink with us here? They have a card seat, and there are quite a few young men at that table, looking at this side. Bai Mengdai refused with a cold face, don't go. The two saw her so cold, suddenly changed the attitude, hands together, whispered, don't be so defensive, we are a dare to lose, beautiful sister to help, okay? No help. They look at this side cannot, and then put their eyes on Xia Lingwei's body. Miss. Only to see that Xia Lingwei's originally white face had turned pink, and was concentrating on holding the cup in her hand, drinking it in small sips. Each sip also smashed her mouth and commented, it's delicious. Miss, we have more good wine over there, want to drink with us over there? Seeing these two men accosting Xia Lingwei, Bai Mengdai didn't say anything and directly stood up from her chair. She stood up taller than the two men, and cold face full of oppression. The two see this also dare not say anything, unwillingly return to their seats. Bai Mengdai was very surprised to see Xia Lingwei's silly appearance, like she was drunk. How can you get drunk with such a low level of alcohol? Hey, are you alright? Xia Lingwei sniffled and replied, nothing. The thick nasal sound, once you hear it, it's a very serious nasal congestion. Damn, she couldn't be alcohol intolerant, right? Bai Mengdai grabbed her wineglass and said, don't drink. Xia Lingwei was a bit aggrieved. Just now, she had to let her drink, and now she's not giving it to her. What does this Bai Mengdai want from her? Suddenly, she felt her head start to hurt and her breathing became rapid. Chapter 41. In fact, Bai Mengdai is a male. As soon as Bai Mengdai took a look at this reaction of hers, she knew that she was allergic to alcohol. It was finished. Just now when she said she hadn't drank alcohol, she shouldn't have let her try it. Now that she's allergic, what can she do? If the allergy is severe, it could be fatal. She immediately asked the bartender, do you have any anti-allergy medicine here? The bartender shook his head, this really doesn't. After all, people who come to the bar are all drinkers, and people like Xia Lingwei who are allergic to alcohol won't come. The skin on Xia Lingwei's neck was starting to redden, looking very serious. Bai Mengdai was anxious. Suddenly thought of the downstairs hotel's high-grade suite equipped with a hotel housekeeper. There is a need for any items housekeeper will be prepared in a short time. That is to say, the hotel must have medicine reserves. So Bai Mengdai immediately called to book a room, and instructed the butler to put alcohol allergy-related medicines in the room. The two men who had just come over to accost her came over again, and they were followed by two more people who should be their companions. They took advantage of Bai Mengdai's phone call to unkindly come over to Xia Lingwei. What's wrong with Miss? Are you not feeling well? Take our car and go to the hospital. Xia Lingwei's head hurt, and the skin on her body began to itch. But she was still conscious enough to know that she couldn't go with people she didn't know, so she shook her head and refused. No, there's no need. Those people do not understand the human language, continue to say, do not have to be polite with us go out in the difficulties of mutual help is deserved, come on. Said, even stretched out the salty hand to embrace Xia Lingwei's waist. White Dream Butterfly finished the phone, a turn back to see as a few men around Xia Lingwei, one of them also full of evil smile stretched out his hand. Bai Mengdai was instantly enraged and angrily shouted, don't touch her. The several men were startled.
All get out of my way.
She aggressively walked over and carried Xia Lingwei up under the stunned gazes of the men and left the bar in large strides. The four men looked at each other in disbelief.
Did I hear it right just now? Why is her voice so thick? It's completely different from earlier. Sounds like a guy. Could it really be a man?
I can't help but get goosebumps when I think of the fact that I was just looking for a pickup line.
A few people looked at the bartender, who was just calmly mixing his drink, completely dismissing it. The owner of this hotel had business dealings with Bai Mingdia's family.
So she didn't need to go to the front desk to check in. There was a butler who prepared the room for him and met them at the door to help open it. The room already had the medicine that Bai Mengdai had asked to be prepared. After Bai Mengdai entered the door, she put Xia Lingwei on the sofa, then busied herself with getting the medicine, pouring water, and coaxing Xia Lingwei to take the anti-allergy medicine. After taking the medicine, her heart rate was slightly less rapid, but her skin was still itchy. So she unconsciously reached out and scratched it. Bai Mengdai had just gotten a wet towel from the bathroom with the intention of physically cooling her down, when she saw that she had scratched out blood marks on her neck.
She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xia Lingwei's hand, stopping her. Don't scratch.
Such a clean and flawless skin, if you scratch it, what if it leaves a scar in the future?
Xia Lingwei cried, but it's so itchy. Bai Mengdai sighed helplessly.
She felt like she was with Xia Lingwei, and she was about to become a serving mom.
But who let her have to bring Xia Lingwei to drink? It was also self-inflicted.
She fished out the ointment from the pile of spare medicines and said, "Take off your clothes, I'll give you medicine."
Eh?
Xia Lingwei put her hands over her chest with a defensive look. Bai Mengdai could swear to the heavens that she let Xia Lingwei take off her clothes solely for the sake of medication, without a trace of evil thoughts in her heart. But looking at Xia Lingwei like this, she too suddenly became nervous.
To be exact, it should be him.
That's right, Bai Mengdai was male. His original name was Bai Yu, and Bai Mengdai was the name he gave himself after his female costume. Since he grew up with slimmer bones than boys of his age and looked like a girl, he was teased by the young friends he played with. He also often felt inferior because of his thinness. Until he met Xin Xingqing. Xin Xingqing's temper was not good when he was a child, and when he saw that the group of children were bullying each other, he beat them all up. To Bai Mengdai, Xin Xingqing was like a worldly hero who came riding on the colorful clouds.
He was deeply attracted by Xin Xingqing.
He felt that this must be liking. In order to chase Xin Xingqing, he began to wear women's clothing and renamed himself Dream Butterfly, which meant that he hoped to break the cocoon into a butterfly. After so many years of wearing women's clothing, he felt that he was already completely a girl on a psychological level. It's nothing for a girl to give a girl a drug, right? Thinking so, he urged, "We're all girls, what's there to be shy about, besides it's just a drug." Even though he said that, he was a bit weak and didn't dare to meet Xia Lingwei's eyes. Fortunately, Xia Lingwei didn't think much about it and agreed with Bai Mingjia's words.
The main thing is that the back is too itchy, and it won't hold up without medicine.
So she took off her blouse and whispered, "Then I'll trouble you." Xia Lingwei's back is very pretty, the curve is tight and graceful, you can see the charming butterfly bone, as well as the willow waist that doesn't have a single bit of flab. Due to the allergy, the original white milk muscle turned pink, and there was not a single blemish on the skin, not even a mole. Like a perfect work of art. Bai Mengdai thought he wouldn't have any reaction, but the moment he really saw it, he felt a wave of heat rolling through his chest, abdomen, and pelvis. He couldn't help but gulp, his eyes darkening with specters. He struggled to stabilize his mind and calm his breathing, dipping his fingers into the cool ointment and applying it on Xia Lingwei's smooth back. The hand that applied the medicine was trembling, visible to the naked eye. Under the indescribable torture, Bai Mengdai finally finished applying the medicine to Xia Lingwei's back. He heaved the ointment to the side and said, "You apply it yourself in front." After that, he darted off to the bathroom with a strange pace. Xia Lingwei only thought that she was in a hurry to go to the restroom and didn't ask much. At this moment is also the allergy medicine effect up, her body is not so itchy, the color of the skin is also little by little back to normal. It seems that mom and dad didn't let her drink for a reason. However, Bai Mingjia's willingness to take care of her when she wasn't feeling well still made her quite touched. Even though she drank because of Bai Mengdai. What Xia Lingwei didn't know was that Bai Mengdai, who was in the bathroom at the moment, was incredulously watching the changes that were happening to his body. Chapter 42. The consequence of not returning the phone call is that Xin Xingqing chased him to the house. He actually reacted to Xia Lingwei. It was just a drug, and yet But he was clearly a girl at heart, how could he react to Xia Lingwei? Is it possible that he likes Xia Lingwei? No, this is absolutely impossible. There was only one person in his heart, Xin Xingqing. For so many years, it was impossible for him to move on. But, in fact, Bai Mingdia's heart had already begun to waver. His feelings toward Xin Xingqing, is it really love? In fact, precisely speaking, Bai Mengdai is longing for Xin Xingqing. He longed to become a tough, manly person like Xin Xingqing. But his subconscious is very clear, slender, he can never be like Xin Xingqing. Out of payback psychology, he understood this longing into like. This logic in the eyes of others is very bull, in his own this is self-consistent. For so many years, he was also convinced of this and has always taken the identity of a girl as his own. But now, he reacted to Xia Lingwei, then all his previous beliefs became a joke. After all, the human body was honest. If he didn't like Xia Lingwei, why would he react? Was it simply a matter of seeing color? That's right. That's right. Bai Mengdai thought that although he was a girl on the mental level, his body was a real boy, so it was normal to have the physiological reaction that a boy should have, right? Thinking this way, his logic was clear again. He was enlightened and was no longer torn. Normal boys would solve the problem on their own at times like this, right? And so, without any psychological burden, he did it himself. Outside, Xia Lingwei saw Bai Mengdai go in for a long time and didn't come out, so she got a little anxious. She saw that the time was almost 9 o'clock and she was allergic just now, and even though she ate the medicine and felt better, she wanted to go home and rest earlier. But it was a bit rude to leave without saying hello to Bai Mengdai. Just as she was struggling with whether or not to knock on the bathroom door, Bai Mengdai opened the door and came out. He was a little afraid to look at Xia Lingwei's face and lowered his head and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better, thank you." "Then pack up your things, I'll send you home." On the way back, Bai Mengdai was silent. Xia Lingwei also did not know what to say, so she pretended to look at the street outside the car window. All the way to the door of Xia's house, Bai Mengdai suddenly opened her mouth. "That, next week I have a birthday, you come to my birthday party?" Xia Lingwei nodded her head and agreed with alacrity, "Okay." Although making friends with Bai Mengdai was a bit forced, after this day, Xia Lingwei found that Bai Mengdai was quite nice. When someone came to accost her, she helped to send her away. At that time, Xia Lingwei had severe tinnitus and didn't hear Bai Mengdia's original voice. "Then, we will contact each other at that time, I will leave first, you rest early." After saying that, Bai Mengdai drove the car and quickly ran away. Xia Lingwei waved her hand in the direction of the car's disappearance and turned around to go back home. Before entering the door, she inexplicably had a chilly feeling. Was it cooling down? It was only after entering the door that she realized the real reason for the low temperature. Why was Xin Xingqing in her house? Seeing her return, Xia mother hurriedly got up and said, "Wei Wei, you are finally back. See, Jean said he couldn't contact you and was worried. Why didn't you call him back off?" Just now, Xin Xingqing suddenly came to the house and asked Lingwei if she had come back yet, and Xia mother then realized that she hadn't called Xin Xingqing back at all. Xia mother thought he had something urgent, thought to give her daughter another call, but was stopped by Xin Xingqing, said he wanted to wait here for her to come back. Xia father and mother could not refuse, so they let him stay at home. Xia Lingwei knows that there is always a moment to face the things that are evaded, but she did not expect that moment to come so quickly. Xin Xingqing, even because she did not answer the phone, did not return the message, chased to her home, really too terrible. At this time, Xin Xingqing also came over, seemingly generous, said, "It's okay not to return the call, Lingwei safe home, I'm relieved." Xia Lingwei knew that at this time, if she did not say a convincing reason not to return the phone call, then Xin Xingqing certainly wanted to find her to settle scores. Her brain was racing, and suddenly she saw the red rash on her arm that hadn't completely faded, and was struck by a bright idea. "I was allergic just now, my body was particularly uncomfortable, so I didn't bother to return the call." She showed them the red rash on her arm, and pointed to her neck, said, "Necker almost let me scratch bleeding, do not believe you see." Sure enough, there were a few obvious scratches on her neck. Xia's mother was heartbroken when she saw it, and asked, "How did you get this, and why are you allergic to it? Did you eat something?" "I ate wine heart chocolate, is alcohol allergy." Xia Lingwei's lies come out of her mouth. She didn't dare to tell mom and dad that she went to the bar. If they knew that she dared to go to the bar, they would definitely criticize her. It's better to do more than less, anyway, she just won't go there again in the future. "Right-o, you've never had a drink before and you don't know about alcohol allergies." Xia's mother looked at her daughter nervously and said with concern, "Is it still hard to bear, did you go to the hospital?" "Not difficult, my friend gave me medicine." Xia Lingwei sneaked a glance at Xin Xingqing, want to see if he has succeeded in deceiving him. Xin Xingqing was also looking at Xia Lingwei, so when she took such a look, the two of them locked eyes. He revealed a nuclear good smile and said, "This friend of yours is quite reliable, is he from our class?" Xia Lingwei was startled again and felt chilled. But thinking that Bai Mengdai wouldn't let her tell Xin Xingqing, she lied again and said, "It's my friend from middle school." For Xia Lingwei, lying was already as simple as breathing. "Is that so?" Xin Xingqing looked at her with a smile on her face, not knowing if she believed it or not. Just when Xia Lingwei couldn't hold out and intended to confess, Xin Xingqing finally moved away from the line of sight. To Xiao's father and mother, she said, "Uncle and aunt, today is really a trouble for you. Lingwei should be tired from playing outside all day, so take an early rest, I'll go back first." After saying that, he looked at Xia Lingwei again and smiled, "Lingwei student, let's see you at school on Monday." "Okay, see you on Monday." Xia Lingwei wanted to cry. Sure enough, when Xin Xingqing knew that her leg was healed, he was going to take her back to continue enslaving her. The point is, the current Xin Xingqing hasn't been attracted to the heroine Su Lily at all.
If she went back so early and continued to be a servant to Xinxing, wouldn't that be completely skipping this episode?
Xia Lingwei suddenly felt like the sky had collapsed, worrying about her dismal future. Chapter 43, the plot development that cannot be escaped. Su Lily accuses Xinxing.
But this time Xia Lingwei didn't particularly panic. After all, she was different now.
Not only did she have He Mingyin as her backing, she also had the gown and jewelry in her hands that He Lanyue had given her. She had gone to the auction house earlier and inquired a little. That necklace alone was worth tens of millions of dollars. If things still went according to the original storyline, then she would take advantage of the male protagonist's entanglement with Su Lily to transfer to another school early. In case He Mingchen couldn't be relied on, she could also sell her jewelry and run away to live somewhere far away. Anyway, as long as one had money, one could live well anywhere. But things hadn't gotten that far, and it wasn't as if she had to give up her family and leave her business to hide out. This was the place where she had lived for many years, and if she could successfully change the plot, then she still wanted to stay and live here.
Take a step and see what happens. Monday morning.
In the S-class of Elrath Academy, a few girls with exquisite hairstyles and makeup were gathered around chatting.
It's been a few days since I've seen Lord Nan, I miss him so much. Why hasn't he come for so many days? Is something wrong? I don't know, we can't possibly know what's going on with Lord Nan. Speaking of which, Lord Nan and Xia Lingwei aren't here. They're always together, and now they're not coming to class, could it be?
Don't be ridiculous, Xia Lingwei doesn't deserve Lord Nan, she's just a servant at best. Su Lily, who was reading a book, snorted in her heart.
What era is this, and still a servant? These rich people were hilarious.
She had been in this class for a few days and had already learned about Xinxing and Xia Lingwei's relationship from other people's chats. What a spoiled young master, everyone comes to school to study, he's the only one who's special, and he needs some kind of servant.
It's really upsetting.
And that girl called Xia Lingwei is also, not a bit of backbone, even willingly go to the same classmate as a servant, in exchange for their own cannot do such a thing.
In Su Lily's opinion, no matter whether she has money or not, everyone is equal, so what if that Xinxing is from one of the 4 big families?
If he dared to make her, Su Lily, a servant, she would definitely not spoil him. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts of righteous indignation, someone suddenly exclaimed,
Lord Nan! It was Lord Nan! Lord Minami has finally come to school.
Amidst the surprised cheers of her female classmates, Xinxing walked into the classroom with her bag on one shoulder and returned to her seat with great strides.
Xia Lingwei, on the other hand, followed behind him like a maid.
Today, Xinxing unexpectedly didn't let her carry her backpack. Xia Lingwei still felt quite surprised. For Xia Lingwei's return, the classmates appeared much more bland, no one welcomed it, and no one dared to say anything more. After all, it had been like this since before. In their class, all the students knew that Xia Lingwei was Xinxing's personal item. No one dared to judge her in front of Xinxing. So Xia Lingwei was like a marginalized person, although some people felt sorry for her, no one dared to lend her a helping hand. Su Lily was just like the crowd, her eyes followed Xinxing all the way to watch him walk back to his seat. Although she felt that Xinxing's character was questionable, she had to admit that he was indeed very good looking, better looking than all those male celebrities she had seen on TV. At the same time, she also noticed Xia Lingwei who was following behind. Su Lily was a bit surprised, she didn't expect the servant that her classmates talked about to be so good looking, she thought it would be a much more unremarkable type. After Xia Lingwei sat down, she began to look for the heroine Su Lily in the class. In the original plot, Su Lily was the one who stood up to Xinxing when she made her buy dessert. She loudly rebuked Xinxing. It's really shameless for a big boy like you to bully a girl, and are you a giant baby? Growing up to be so big you can't buy it yourself? Why let her buy it for you? Xinxing had never been scolded like this before, and it was in public by a civilian girl, so he instantly became angry. Of course, even though he was angry, he didn't hit Su Lily. Instead, he told Su Lily to replace Xia Lingwei and serve him as a servant, or else he wouldn't want to live well in this academy. The hardcore Su Lily didn't give in and said she wouldn't do anything. The students then began to isolate Su Lily, and Xinxing's followers even began to bully her. Later, Xinxing was impressed by Su Lily's tough and unyielding character, so she changed her attitude and gradually fell in love with her. The above is the approximate plot of Xinxing and Su Lily. Xia Lingwei felt wronged, she did not participate in the bullying Su Lily, and did not beg Su Lily to help her out to scold Xinxing. She did not do anything, but ended up in such a miserable end. Why? If the two of them want to lock up, they should just hurry up and lock up. Why do they have to treat her as a part of the play? Hey! What are you looking around for? Xinxing was dissatisfied that her attention wasn't on her and asked in a rude manner. Due to the thought of being victimized so badly by him in the plot, Xia Lingwei became more and more annoyed with Xinxing. She didn't want to talk to him at all, yet she didn't have the guts to ignore him, so she could only retract her gaze and replied with a low brow, not looking at anything. Xinxing noticed that her mood was off and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Then you look at me and say." Xia Lingwei adjusted her emotions, raised her eyes to look at Xinxing, and replied, "I really didn't do anything. So annoying."
Dead super male, don't always stare at her.
Xin Xingqing stared at Xia Lingwei for a while before saying, "It feels like you're weird today."
I just haven't been to school for a long time and I'm a bit uncomfortable.
Xia Lingwei also felt that she was putting too much pressure on herself. Anyway, she had already thought of a way out, and didn't have to care about what happened next. "There's nothing to get used to, but you have to help me make up for the lessons and notes we left behind in the past few days."
Okay. That's why Xia Lingwei didn't want to come to school.
All of Xin Xingqing's notes were written by her with her help, and the highlights in the textbook were also marked by her.
It may be that when you do the same thing twice, you remember the knowledge points more firmly, and Xia Lingwei's academic performance went up.
Just when Xia Lingwei was somewhat resigned and ready to copy the notes, Su Lily came over aggressively.
She stood in the aisle between Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei, looked at Xin Xingqing with an angry face, and questioned, "What makes you let her help you copy the notes? You don't have a long hand and can't copy?"
This sudden development made Xia Lingwei's heart half cold.
No, it didn't make her go buy desserts. How could Su Lily also stand up and help her out? Chapter 44 is sick.
Xin Xingqing didn't know about the so-called plot development. The first reaction in his head was, where did this come from?
He asked Xia Lingwei to copy notes, and it had a dime's worth of relationship with her?
Still running to teach him how to do things, really doesn't know the heights of heaven. He frowned and said with a disgusted look, "Has anything to do with you? What kind of a thing are you pushing around here? Get lost."
Su Lily was not intimidated by Xin Xingqing's fierce look and said, "I just can't stand to see you bullying your classmates. They don't dare to say I dare."
"I'm not afraid of you." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding students whispered, "Crazy, isn't she? How dare she provoke Lord Nan?"
Ha ha ha, still looking at bullying her classmates, thinking she's some kind of justice messenger?
Speaking of which, she can know that this side is copying notes from so far away. It can't be that she's been staring at Lord Nan, right?
It's disgusting, a stalker. She's purposely coming here to say this because she wants to attract Lord Minami's attention, right? Didn't she want to sit next to Minami-sama before? So that's really too scheming for her.
The students didn't control the volume of their voices, so all of these words were clearly heard by Su Lily. She didn't expect her good intentions to be misinterpreted like this, and immediately blushed.
She blurted out, "What are you guys talking about? I'm not going to be interested in this person. I'm just fighting for my classmate." She looked at Xia Lingwei and said, "You don't want to help him copy his notes either, right? If you don't want to, just say so. Why do you have to dwarf yourself to be a servant to others? Shut up."
Seeing that she even started to say all this nonsense to Xia Lingwei, Xin Xingqing was directly enraged. He glared at Su Lily with icy eyes, and threatened with a chilling aura, "If you dare to say one more word, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in this class."
In an instant, Su Lily unexpectedly felt a cold air blowing by.
At this time, Xia Lingwei also stood out to make her position clear. "I'm not unwilling to help him copy his notes, so I don't need you to help me." No matter how Xin Xingqing and Su Lily would love each other in the future, she had to make it clear in front of everyone. It wasn't like she begged Su Lily to help her, she didn't need help at all.
In the future, don't say that she was ungrateful, selfish and indifferent or something. Xia Lingwei's words made Su Lily completely dumbfounded. Her starting point was to help Xia Lingwei fight, but now Xia Lingwei said it was voluntary. Doesn't that mean she was meddling? See? Xia Lingwei didn't even say she wasn't willing, so she jumped out first. What was she doing that wasn't to attract Lord Nan's attention?
That's what she's doing, and she's still talking tough.
I'm embarrassed for her.
She's digging her toes into the castle of dreams. The ridicule of her classmates made Su Lily feel ashamed, and she could only go back to her seat with a red face. Although Xin Xingqing was infuriated by Su Lily, he didn't expect Xia Lingwei to take the initiative to stand up for him.
What if he felt a little happy? Xia Lingwei said she was willing to help him copy his notes. Did that mean that the other things she did for him were also done willingly?
He had always felt that Xia Lingwei was willing to follow him around as a servant because she was afraid of him, and that everything she did for him was all because she had no choice.
But now it seemed that perhaps there were other possibilities?
This speculation made Xin Xingqing's heart unconsciously leap up. The hostility that surrounded her just now was swept away, as if the ice and snow had melted and the spring flowers bloomed.
Xia Lingwei didn't care much about Xin Xingqing's reaction.
She was feeling proud and grateful for her own resourcefulness.
Actually, it wasn't that hard to change the plot.
The few of them could love each other as much as they wanted to, as long as she took herself out of the picture. Xia Lingwei felt like she had been promoted from cannon fodder to roadrunner, becoming relaxed in an instant. Perhaps it was because of the butterfly effect triggered by her previous leave of absence that the incident of Su Lily and Xin Xingqing tying the knot had changed a little. But it was not a big problem.
I believe that the current Xin Xingqing had already started to be attracted to Su Lily, right?
Xia Lingwei sneaked a glance at Xin Xingqing's reaction, only to find that he was looking at himself with a very eager gaze.
Why was he looking at her? Could it be because she had just said that she was willing to copy the notes? Xia Lingwei smiled awkwardly and said, "I'll copy the notes."
After saying that, she buried her head and wrote in the book. Xin Xingqing thought she was so cute, looking at her with eyes so gentle they could drip water. On the other hand, Su Lily, who returned to her seat, felt very ashamed.
She even hated Xia Lingwei. She was kindly helping out, not to mention not appreciating it, but also saying something like that in public. Wasn't it just to make her be ridiculed? As expected, a dog's leg who was willing to be a servant to others was not a good thing, and did not deserve to be sympathized with at all. Su Lily complained to herself about Xia Lingwei, but she didn't think that she didn't need her sympathy at all. After class, Xin Xingqing brought Xia Lingwei to their lounge again. Today he was in a good mood. Not only did he not let Xia Lingwei help him carry his backpack, he even helped Xia Lingwei carry her backpack in turn. This spectacle caused the students who saw the two of them in the corridor to TSK, TSK, TSK. These young masters and young ladies of the Noble Academy were idle. Whenever there was a melon, it spread more rapidly. No, the matter of the special admission student being nosy and actually rebuking Xin Xingqing for bullying her classmates had already spread to the ears of the other three. When Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei arrived at the lounge, they found that the other three were there. Seeing the two of them come in, Lan Fei opened her mouth and said, "It hasn't even been a month yet, and you've brought back Xia's classmates? It's too inhumane." His complexion was normal, and he didn't seem to mind very much about Xia Lingwei not returning messages. Xin Xingqing said perfunctorily, "Her legs are fine, of course she had to come back to class, it wasn't me who grabbed her back." Afterward, he looked at Lan Yu and said, "Lan Yu, lend me the table." This lounge was very large, with several long sofas and single seats, but there was only one table. It was the one that Lan Yu often used at the main desk. The other three basically didn't need to work and didn't have desks. At this moment, Lan Yu wasn't using a desk and was sitting on a single sofa reading a book. He didn't lift his head and replied, "Use it." Xin Xingqing brought Xia Lingwei over and softly said, "You sit here and copy." "Okay." Xia Lingwei carefully sat on the chair. She had seen Lan Yu working at this desk. Never thought that there would be a day when she would be able to use such a high-class desk. Hearing that it was Xia Lingwei who wanted to use that desk, Lan Yu's fingers that were flipping through the book slightly lurched. Chapter 45, Suffocating Time with the Four of Them. Lan Yu's movement of reading was slightly stiff, and his eyes unconsciously glanced that way. All along, that seat was only for him. Now that Xia Lingwei was sitting in his exclusive seat, it was as if in an invisible way, they had some more connection, causing ripples to rise in his calm and unruffled heart. Of course, not only Lan Yu, Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei also looked at them. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but ask, "What is this for?" "Copying notes, ah." Xin Xingqing settled down Xia Lingwei, so she walked over to this side of the sofa and sat down. "Both of us haven't been to class for a few days, we've fallen behind on our homework, we need to make up for it." "Then you make up for it yourself. Usually you let people write your homework and copy your notes, so it's no wonder your mind is empty." In normal times, if Mu Xingchen had said so bluntly that he didn't have a brain, Xin Xingqing would have killed him with an eye blade. But today he not only didn't get angry, but also the corners of his mouth turned up and smiled prettily. "She said that she likes to help me copy the notes, and of course I have to satisfy her with such a small wish." Mu Xingchen didn't believe it. How could it be? "It must be you who forced people. If you don't believe me, ask her." The moment she said this, all 8 eyes of the 4 men in the room looked at her in unison. Mu Xingchen patted his chest and said, "Xia students, you don't have to be afraid, if you don't want to help him copy then just say so, we will help you back up." Of course Xia Lingwei didn't believe that Mu Xingchen would back her up. Then again, what's going on today? Why are they all saying they want to help her? If they really wanted to help her, what did they do earlier? Besides, they're all the same, so they're just trying to make fun of her. So Xia Lingwei squeezed out an honest smile and said in a sincere tone, "I really like copying notes, you guys chat, don't mind me." After saying that, she lowered her head and wrote furiously, brushing and copying. Although Mu Xingchen said this in a joking tone, but being rejected by her, there was still a slight loss in his heart. It was only a slight loss. In contrast, Xin Xingqing smiled even more happily. He liked this feeling. No matter what other people said, Xia Lingwei only listened to him alone, which made him feel secure. With a smug look on his face, he said, "See? I didn't force her." Mu Xingchen didn't say anything more. Lan Fei suddenly said, "Right, Si Jin, I heard that special enrollment student messed with your head? Did he even scold you?" As soon as this was brought up, Mu Xingchen was in high spirits again. "Yes, I was shocked to hear that. I was shocked to hear that. This special enrollment is really brave. Quickly tell us what's going on. After all, rumors are just rumors, and they definitely don't have the fidelity of hearing it from the people involved." Xia Lingwei, who was copying notes, also quietly perked up her ears, wanting to know if Xin Xingqing had any interest in Su Lily. When this was mentioned, Xin Xingqing felt bad luck and spat with a stinky face. "That woman is more or less a big disease. I'm talking to Lingwei, has a dime to do with her? She even preached to me. Who is she? Lingwei? Didn't Xin Xingqing always call her a servant? Why are you calling her by her first name? She's not even calling her by her first name, as if she's close to her." The expressions on several people's faces were a bit intriguing. However, Xin Xingqing didn't pay attention to their expressions, but instead suggested to Lan Yu, "Lan Yu, aren't you on the school board?
Why don't you just expel her? We shouldn't have civilians in this academy in the first place. He Lanyu closed the book and said indifferently, I can't say anything about this. The topic of special enrollment was set by the chairman of the board of trustees himself and will not be changed easily. He also did not dwell on this topic with Xin Xingqing, got up and walked to Xia Lingwei's side, saying, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Eh? Xia Lingwei froze for a few seconds before reacting that he was talking to himself. Weren't they talking about Su Lily? How did the topic come to her side again? Seeing her blank face, He Lanyu explained, didn't you fall behind in your classes for several days? You can ask me if there's anything you can't understand in your notes. This kind of behavior not only makes Lan Feifei and Mu Xingqian very surprised, but also makes Xin Xingqing feel tasteless. Speaking also more or less with a little bit of yin and yang, Lanyu, when did you become so enthusiastic? You even took the initiative to tutor others in their homework? He Lanyu said calmly, Mingyin wants me to take care of his sister at school, it's just tutoring, it's nothing. In fact, He Mingqin didn't even talk to him about this matter, it's entirely because he wanted to talk to Xia Lingwei himself, so he used He Mingqin as an excuse. He knew that Xia Lingwei was very defensive. If he suddenly said he wanted to help, she would definitely refuse without saying a word. Just like how she rejected Mu Xingqian just now. This reason was made up by He Lanyu, but Xia Lingwei took it seriously. Ming Cord was still hung up on her as his sister when he arrived at the Yi family. He was truly her good brother. With Ming Qin around, her future was also secured. She couldn't help but ask, is Ming Chuan okay? He Lanyu smiled and replied, well, he's fine, he just misses you guys sometimes. If you want to see him, feel free to tell me, I'll take you to see him. Xia Lingwei didn't dare to bother He Lanyu, but she still nodded politely and said gratefully, good, thank you so much. He Lanyu is also a good person, so expensive dresses and jewelry, said to send her just send her. Simply a god of wealth. Seeing the two of them actually chatting one by one, Xin Xingqing's face became extraordinarily ugly. He Lanyu's words, did he mean that he could take her home at any time? She was really caring enough. At this time, Mu Xingqian, as if he was watching the fun, also walked over to Xia Lingwei's side and said, if you don't know how to do something, you can also ask me, my grades are pretty good. Lan Feifei is also not willing to show weakness. You did not pass the high math and still dare to say you have good grades? Don't bring people to the ditch, or ask me. Xia Lingwei. What the hell? Why do they all suddenly want to help her with her homework? Surrounded by them, Xia Lingwei felt pressurized and didn't dare to say anything. After all, she couldn't afford to offend anyone here. Ah, the heart is so tired. So much so that she wanted to go home alone and copy her notes in peace. At times like this, she thought of the tried and true method of touching the fish. She covered her stomach and looked at Xin Xingqing and said, I have a stomachache and want to go to the restroom. Xin Xingqing looked at her surrounded by the other three and thought that he had been left behind by her, and his mind was about to collapse. The reason why he hadn't said anything all this time was because he wanted to see who she would choose when she had a choice. Little did he realize that eventually her eyes returned to him. Even though she was surrounded by so many outstanding men, she still had only herself in her eyes. This feeling of surprise and peace of mind made his heart swell with emotion. He nodded and said softly, go. Xia Lingwei was relieved and ran out on the soles of her feet. Inside the lounge, only the four of them remained. Chapter 46 Attempted Stealing of a Kiss. In the past, it was the four of them who rested and chatted here. But now once Xia Lingwei left, it instead felt empty, as if something was missing. Xin Xingqing looked at the three people who offered their attentions without success, and a sense of superiority arose in his heart. So what if their academic performance was better than his? Xia Lingwei still didn't listen to him alone. He resumed his little expression of triumph at the very beginning and said, you guys don't need to teach her, her grades are very good. For such a long time, they all defaulted to the fact that Xia Lingwei was Xin Xingqing's person. Even if they were really interested, it was not good to do anything in front of Xin Xingqing. The three of them didn't say anything in return to their original positions, reading books when they should have been reading books and drinking tea when they should have been drinking tea. Lan Feifei said, speaking of which, there's going to be a dance on the school day this year, right? Have you guys found a dance partner yet? Xin Xingqing, who was playing the game with her legs crossed, said, there's no need to look for one, I have already made one here. That's Xia Lingwei. Mu Xingqian was puzzled, can she dance? This remark reminded Xin Xingqing. I can teach her if she doesn't know how. The thought of being able to teach Xia Lingwei to dance made Xin Xingqing's mood better. The activities of the Elrath Academy school day were different every year. Before, it was like a party, where the major clubs put on programs and other students were the audience. Xia Lingwei was the audience. This year, the prom was held, and it was something that every student had to participate in. Mu Xingqian didn't want to see Xin Xingqing's stinking show-off and asked He Lanyu. Lanyu is going to give the special enrollment a certificate, right, and after that, she'll just invite her to be a dance partner? He Lanyu shook her head, I don't dance. Eh? What a pity. Xin Xingqing asked rhetorically, what about you? Who did you find as a dance partner? Mu Xingqian shrugged and replied, I haven't decided yet. What about Fei Yu? I haven't found one either. After asking around so much, Shin Xingqing was the only one who had a dance partner, or he decided unilaterally. But Xia Lingwei definitely didn't dare to reject him either. A few people chatted for a while, and Mu Xingqian suddenly said, "Why did she go for so long and not come back?" Shin Xingqing's expression was a bit odd. He had forgotten about Xia Lingwei's constipation. After all, she was a girl, and if something more private like constipation was known by so many people, she would definitely feel ashamed. So he helped to cover it up and said, "She has some other things, I let her go and do it." Oh. He Lan Yu's eyes turned, as if remembering something, said, "I still have some work to deal with, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he walked out. The other three were already not surprised that he suddenly had something to leave, and no one even asked him what he was doing. He Lan Yu came to the conversation room. He didn't use the main door. Instead, he came in through the side door on the other side that was directly connected to the room inside. He inexplicably thought that Xia Lingwei would come here. After entering, he indeed heard Xia Lingwei's voice muttering to herself from outside the door. Or this place puts me at ease. Xia Lingwei lay down on the long sofa in the conversation room and rolled comfortably. This place had been made into a secret base by her. There were pillows, small blankets, chargers and comic books, snacks, and everything on the couch. The conversation room was her happy little nest in this academy. She had wondered what that room in there was for before, and wanted to go in and see what it was for. But the door was locked and she couldn't open it. Luckily, she wasn't a curious person, so she just thought it was a file room or something, and didn't explore it anymore. What she didn't know was that there was a big living person inside the door, and could clearly see her every move. There was a small piece of one-way glass on top of that door, so the inside could see the outside, but the outside couldn't see the inside. He Lan Yu looked at her nestled comfortably on the sofa like a sleepy kitten. It turned out that she used going to the restroom as an excuse to come here to rest every time. She really didn't care about her image in Shin Xingqing's mind at all. It's now 3:40, I should go home after lying here for an hour. Xia Lingwei set an alarm, covered herself with a blanket and fell asleep without realizing it. He Lan Yu gently opened the door and walked out from inside. Looking at her sleeping face, He Lan Yu suddenly remembered the first time he saw her here. At that time, he was taken aback, not expecting there to be someone here. It was only after taking a closer look that he recognized that she was the girl who followed Shin Xingqing. At that time, he was also like this, standing and looking at her sleeping form without waking her up. He was actually a rather territorial person. This was a place where he was alone, and as a matter of fact, when he saw someone else there, he would either drive that person away or find another place for himself. But he didn't even do that, instead he continued to come here. He didn't exclude Xia Lingwei from entering his private domain at all. At that time, He Lan Yu also didn't expect to cross paths with her in the future. She was so timid when she was awake, full of defenses against everything. When she was asleep, she was completely defenseless. He Lan Yu was a bit confused, following her here just to peek at her sleeping? Like there was something wrong with her. However, his line of sight landed on Xia Lingwei's pink lips. Thinking back to the feeling of giving her artificial respiration that day. At that time, he was so focused on saving her that he didn't pay attention to the touch or anything, he just vaguely remembered that it was soft and had a sweet flavor. Wanted to do it again. He ghosted closer, his burning breath spraying her face. What? Xia Lingwei was sleeping lighter at this moment, feeling the heat. She suddenly woke up and checked her surroundings alertly. There was no one whatsoever. She breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, "What the heck, it seems that my nerves are too tense." Then she lay down again, and in a few moments she fell asleep again, breathing evenly. She fell asleep really fast. He Lan Yu was hiding behind the single sofa, like a thief, woeful. If someone he knew saw him now, they would even suspect that he had been taken over. He himself found it hard to believe that he just now was planning to steal a kiss from her. How could he do such a thing? What a ghost he was. He always became abnormal whenever he met Xia Lingwei. He Lan Yu reminded himself in his heart that it was just artificial respiration that day. How come people Xia Lingwei didn't even think much about it, but instead he was the one who was imagining things up here? He was too weak. He Lan Yu was a bit disappointed in himself and decided to distance himself from Xia Lingwei a bit to calm his mind. Chapter 47 is the same as the original plot, becoming Shin Xingqing's dance partner. The first two chapters of the content changed a bit. Treasure Son, if you feel the plot connection can go back to reread it. Love you carrot. Xia Lingwei slept until her alarm went off, and then slowly returned to the lounge. She thought that Shin Xingqing was left alone, but she didn't realize that Mu Xingqian and Lan Feifei were still sitting here. Seeing her come in, Mu Xingqian smiled and asked, "Finished working?" In fact, he was just asking casually, but it didn't sound that way to Xia Lingwei. She had just run out to say that she had gone to take a dump, and this time she had gone for more than 2 hours. She had a weak heart. So she scratched her head in embarrassment and explained that, "I don't have a good stomach and intestines." Cough, cough, cough. Shin Xingqing suddenly coughed very loudly, covering what Xia Lingwei was about to say. He was really speechless. This little cutie still really didn't treat them as outsiders.
She hated to let everyone know that she was constipated, didn't she? Is this something to be ashamed of?
Xia Lingwei had been Xin Xingqing's follower for such a long time, she still had a certain understanding of him. Hearing him cough so loudly, she thought that he was going to announce something, so she looked at him in doubt.
It just so happened that Xin Xingqing did have something to say.
He said to Xia Lingwei in a commanding tone, "For the school day dance, you will be my date."
Ah!
Being mentioned by him like this, Xia Lingwei suddenly thought that there was still the drama of the ball. In fact, according to the original plot development, at this time, Xin Xingqing had already developed a strong interest in Su Lily. Because Su Lily refused to give in, he had the entire class isolate her and didn't allow anyone else to be her prom date. In El Rath Academy, being left alone at a dance was a very humiliating thing. Especially since Su Lily was a special enrollment student, some of her classmates already looked down on her, and when they saw that she couldn't find a partner, they mocked her even more recklessly. There was a part in the dance where He Lan Yu, who was the student representative, presented Su Lily with a certificate of honor. While handing out the certificates, He Lan Yu hears the ill will of the students around her towards Su Lily and takes the initiative to invite her to a dance to help her out. It was also because of this dance that Su Lily fell in love with He Lan Yu. In the original plot, Xia Lingwei was also Xin Xingqing's dance partner, but she didn't dance with Xin Xingqing.
Because Xin Xingqing left the table in anger after seeing Su Lily and He Lan Yu dancing together. So this episode Xia Lingwei was a complete backdrop and didn't have to do anything on purpose to change the plot. So she agreed painfully, okay. Seeing that she had no reaction of resistance at all, Xin Xingqing was happy again. He said excitedly, "Then let's start practicing today, just here." The lounge also had a large open space, completely enough for a dance floor. But Xia Lingwei didn't want to practice. She wanted to go home now.
Besides, even if she practiced, it wouldn't be of much use, and they both wouldn't be able to dance by then, so why waste time?
So she weakly said, "I think it's okay if we don't have to practice, right?" The corners of Xin Xingqing's mouth instantly sank as she asked, "You know how to dance?" Xia Lingwei felt a strong sense of oppression, whispered, "No, will not." "Then still not practicing, are you planning to step on my feet at the dance?" "No, no." "Then let's start practicing now."
So, Xia Lingwei danced the waltz with Xin Xingqing here again.
She really didn't know how to do it at all.
So she stepped on Xin Xingqing's feet several times. Although it hurt to have his feet stepped on, Xin Xingqing still enjoyed it and didn't call out to stop.
Finally, after the 7th time of having his foot stepped on, he couldn't help but ask, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? Have a lot of pent-up resentment towards me, so you took this opportunity to step on me on purpose?"
Xia Lingwei explained with a pale face, "I really don't mean it, I haven't jumped before, why don't you wait for me to go home and study a bit before practicing?" Mu Xingqian, who was still on the sidelines, came over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "See Jean, don't be too harsh on her, beginners are like that, if your feet really hurt, I'll accompany her to practice."
Xin Xingqing refused without thinking, "No need."
After saying this, he looked at Lan Fei Fei sitting on the sofa and asked, "Why haven't you two left yet?
Wouldn't they have gone home long ago at this normal time?" Blue Fei Fei rested her chin on her hand and said lazily, "Watching you guys practice dancing here is much more interesting than going home. What is there to see here?"
Xin Xingqing wanted to be alone with Xia Lingwei, so she dismissed them both and said, "If you have this time, why don't you hurry up and find a partner, so you don't have to watch others practicing here?"
"I'm not going,"
Mu Xingqian shamelessly said, "I'll just watch you guys dance here." After saying that, he also winked at Xia Lingwei and continued to sell himself, "If you think Si Jean is too mean, I can teach you, even if you step on me for 100 feet, I won't complain."
Xia Lingwei was a bit moved.
Compared to Xin Xingqing, she felt that practicing with Mu Xingqian, a male big sister, would be easier.
How gentle is a male big sister? It was a pity that she didn't have a choice.
Daring to troll in front of him, Xin Xingqing got cranky again and refused without good humor, saying, "I've said it's not necessary. I'll teach my dance partner myself." After saying that, he didn't want to practice here and pulled Xia Lingwei out. At this time, there were no more students in the building, there were no classes this late, everyone went home. Anyway, there was still half a month before the ball, they had plenty of time to practice.
Xin Xingqing looked at the time and said, "It's time for dinner, you're hungry, right? I'll treat you to dinner." Xia Lingwei didn't want to eat with him, she just wanted to go home.
But she didn't have the guts to refuse, she could only finish the meal with him without any flavor, before Xin Xingqing drove her back home.
Xia Lingwei had a very tiring day, she just wanted to hurry and lie down on the bed to rest.
But before entering the door, Xin Xingqing suddenly said, "Right, before said together to exercise, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock I come to pick you up, let's go for a morning run together."
"No." Xia Lingwei's tears were about to flow out.
She kind of understand the words, out to mix, sooner or later to return. Before, she rested at home for a few days with her leg burns, and now she had to pay it all back. At this time, Lin Jun Chang, who had disappeared for a long time, looked at his face in the mirror.
"Finally can go out to meet people."
I didn't expect Xin Xingqing's punch to make his face swollen for such a long time. The most detestable thing was that kid had only been put in confinement for 7 days, and had even been released a day early. When he thought that he had stayed at home longer than Xing, he couldn't swallow this breath. It was not a gentleman to not report this revenge. And the best way to get back at Xing was to snatch Xia Lingwei. Chapter 48, Lin Junchang returns and captures Xia Lingwei. On the first day that Lin Junchang saw the light of day again, he decided to go to Xia Lingwei's home first. She was still on vacation and should be staying at home. He had not contacted Xia Lingwei in advance, nor had he contacted her in the past few days of his injury. As an adult male who was well versed in psychology, he understood very well that if you wanted to take a girl, you couldn't just attack. Especially for a timid girl like Xia Lingwei, it's even more important to take a step backward in order to let her take the initiative to get closer to herself. But he also did not expect, he stayed at home for more than 10 days, she actually did not send him a WeChat. Still really did not take him seriously at all. But because of this, it gave him the desire to conquer even more. Hooking his finger to get his hands on how meaningless, a little difficult to play. Think so, Lin Junchang's heart but cannot control some anxiety. She would not have already put his proposal to the back of his mind, right? He soon realized that what made him anxious was much more than that. He came to Xia's house early in the morning and came up empty. Only when he asked did he realize that Xia Lingwei had followed Xing to her morning exercise. Not only that, she had gone back to school since yesterday, and all those extra days off she had taken were cancelled. Has their relationship developed to this level now? Even if they stay together at school, they have to practice together in the morning? This is a moment of inseparable? Lin Junchang could no longer relax and immediately went back to school to work. As the most handsome school doctor in Elrath, Lin Junchang's return made the girls who liked him very happy. For a while, the entrance to the infirmary was bustling with girls who came to see him. This matter caused a great deal of commotion, so Xing and the others naturally knew about it. When Lin Junchang was mentioned, Xing began to feel anxious again. He hadn't forgotten what he was confined for. In fact, after he was released, he wanted to ask Xia Lingwei what she thought about Lin Junchang's confession. But he had never found the time. Saying that he hadn't found the time was just an excuse. In reality, he was afraid of hearing an answer that he didn't want to hear. So he just kept avoiding and delaying. Now that Lin Junchang had come back to work, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to, so he began to secretly observe Xia Lingwei's reaction. The students around him were all discussing about Lin Junchang, as Xia Lingwei who had been confessed by him. What would be her mood? Stealing joy? Proud? A sense of superiority? Xing stared at her carefully, not missing a bit of her micro-expression, trying to deduce exactly how she viewed Lin Junchang. Unfortunately, he looked too obviously, sending Xia Lingwei into a frenzy, with nothing but a panicked expression on her face. What did she do to piss him off again? Why was staring at her with such terrifying eyes? Xia Lingwei had gotten up early in the morning and followed him for several laps, already exhausted. She hadn't even rested yet, and she still had to endure the mental pressure. Xing didn't want her to live, did she? Just as Lin Junchang was worried about, Xia Lingwei did throw his offer out of her mind. To be exact, she thought that she had rejected it. Not to mention anything else, just based on the fact that he was Xing's cousin, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to seek his help. Anyway, in the first place, she had only said that she would consider it, and even if she didn't accept it, there was no need to tell him specifically. She thought that this matter had long passed, so when she heard that Lin Junchang had returned, she didn't have any special reaction, and she didn't even know that Lin Junchang wasn't at school before. After all, no one had told her about Xing beating up Lin Junchang. She didn't know anything. It was only when she heard her classmates discussing it that she realized that Lin Junchang hadn't come to school for a few days. Xing really couldn't tell anything from Xia Lingwei's expression. He also ran out of patience and directly dragged Xia Lingwei to a less crowded place and asked with a flourish, Lin Junchang's confession, what do you think? Xia Lingwei was taken aback and asked back, why do you know about this? Xing sullenly said, Lin Junchang told me. Xia Lingwei was even more surprised. She was a bit confused, completely unable to understand why Lin Junchang did this. That said, what else did Lin Junchang say to Xing? Wouldn't he have told Xing the same thing she complained about? Looking at Xing's unhappy face, she must have known that she was complaining about him behind his back. At that time, she had already said it very politely, I didn't expect, Lin Junchang even sold her. Thanks to her, she still thought that the school doctor was a good person. It seems that good people would also favor their own relatives. She didn't know what Lin Junchang said to Xing, but she had to prove her innocence first. I didn't say anything bad about you, it was him who started it, saying that your bad temper gave people a headache. I just followed and echoed a few words. Bad words? Xing was not expecting that there was an unexpected surprise. He took a deep breath and tried to make his expression look less intimidating, coaxing Xia Lingwei to say, you carefully tell me, in the end what is going on. Xia Lingwei then told all about how Lin Junchang proposed to pretend to date her. Pretend to be a girlfriend? Yes, he said that if I became your sister-in-law, you wouldn't dare to use me. Luckily, she didn't believe Lin Junchang's bull and didn't agree with him. Isn't this what's called fishing to enforce the law? It was really scary. Xin Xingqing carefully thought about it and realized that Lin Junchang was deliberately playing with him. He said so. How could Lin Junchang suddenly say that he wanted to chase after Xia Lingwei, so he was pretending? Although he was tricked, he wasn't angry at all, instead he felt relieved. Xin Xingqing relaxed, patted Xia Lingwei's head, and said very generously, "This time, forget it, but if there is such a thing in the future, don't hide it from me." Seeing that he does not pursue, Xia Lingwei also put down her heart. "I know." Fortunately, she was smart enough to slip on her knees in time, or else she would have been punked by Lin Junchang. That said, can you not touch her head with your hand off? Once you touch your hair it's easy to get oily. How annoying. Fortunately at this moment, the preparatory bell rang and Xia Lingwei immediately ran towards the classroom. She thought that if she didn't go to the infirmary, she wouldn't cross paths with Lin Junchang again. But she forgot that Lin Junchang was a person with legs, not a plant planted in the infirmary. If she didn't go to the infirmary, he could also take the initiative to come to her. On Xia Lingwei's way to the restroom, she was suddenly dragged into an empty classroom with her mouth covered. She was scared and wanted to call for help, but couldn't make a sound and could only struggle. The girl in her arms was writhing restlessly, and the two of them were so close together that they would inevitably touch some places. Lin Junchang was a little foolish and his breathing became rough. He lowered his voice and said in her ear, "Don't move." Xia Lingwei heard that it was Lin Junchang's voice, so she stopped struggling. Chapter 49, Lin Junchang had a seizure and even bit someone. Seeing that Xia Lingwei stopped struggling, Lin Junchang eased his force. This classroom had been projected in the last class, the blackout curtains were all pulled up, and they weren't confiscated at the end of the course. So the light in the room was very dim. This also bred the idea that Lin Junchang wanted to do something bad. He didn't let go, but hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and rubbing it, complaining, "You little heartless, I disappeared for so many days and you didn't even come to ask me, at the expense of me still being hung up on your injury all the time." His tone was so sticky, and the words he said were so fleshy. Although she knew that this school doctor never had much of a sense of distance, Xia Lingwei was still disgusted. It felt like he was harassing himself. Especially once she thought of him betraying her, the bit of gratitude she had before was gone, only boredom remained. Old teacher, can you let go of me first?" Xia Lingwei is also a decent person, even if she hates it again, she won't say the words too harshly. Most of all, she didn't have the guts to offend him. Lin Junchang felt her body trembling and looked like she was scared. Although he wanted to do something, he also took into account that this was a school, so it was best not to do so for now. In fact, originally he did not intend to scare her, but there were too many girls around him, and Xia Lingwei always moved with Xin Xingqing. He came to the empty classroom to hide from those girls, and when he was about to go out he happened to see her walking over alone, so he took the opportunity to pull her in to say a few words. But he accidentally didn't hold back and went too far. He tried to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart and let go of his hand. Disguising a harmless look again, he smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm having a little joke with you." The joke wasn't funny at all. She took a step back and pulled away from the two of them, silently making her attitude clear. In fact, she wanted to ask Lin Junchang why he was playing a trick on her, but this kind of thing that looked like questioning someone else was not something she was quite capable of doing. There were only the two of them here, what if he got annoyed and hit her? It was better to forget about it. She was a ninja turtle anyway, and anyone who messed with her would be hitting cotton. Although it was dark in the classroom, it was possible to see clearly after getting used to it over time. Lin Junchang looked at Xia Lingwei's beautiful face and felt slightly better. He asked, "Didn't you take a month's vacation? How come you went back to school so soon?" With the previous lesson, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to say anything bad about Xin Xingqing and answered, "My legs recovered, I was afraid of falling behind too much in classes, so I came back to class." Lin Junchang raised an eyebrow, "I thought it was that boy Si Jin who dragged you here by force. Still want to fish for law enforcement?" She wouldn't fall for it this time. Seeing that she didn't pick up on it, Lin Junchang added, "By the way, how are you considering that thing you agreed to before? You didn't give me an answer for such a long time." He still had the nerve to mention it. Xia Lingwei wanted to ask, "Are you done pretending?" But she was too much of a wimp and could only swallow her words in her stomach. "I think it's better not to use it, in fact, young Master Nan really treats me quite well." Lin Junchang's expression gradually became disgruntled. It felt like she had changed back to the way she was when they first met, full of caution and defensiveness. Lin Junchang felt helpless and even a little frustrated. This feeling was like when he fed a stray cat by the side of the road, and after feeding it for a few days in a row, the kitten managed to become slightly less afraid of him, and because it didn't show up for a few days afterward, all of his previous efforts were wasted. Did he have to repeat the familiarization process every time he approached her? It seems that when dealing with a girl like her, retreating to advance is completely ineffective. If he took a small step back, she would be able to go straight back to the original point. This time it was really his blunder, he shouldn't have provoked Xin Xingqing. Xia Lingwei watched his expression change unpredictably and whispered, "I want to go to the restroom, I'm leaving first ah." After saying that, without waiting for him to reply, she moved towards the door. Lin Junsheng, however, suddenly grabbed her arm and did not let her go.
Xia Lingwei had a hard time. Although she always lied to Xin Xingqing that she wanted to go to the restroom, but now she really wanted to go. Lin Junsheng did not let her go to the restroom. What was his intention? Wanted to see her make a fool of herself? What else is going on? Xia Lingwei doesn't understand why Lin Junsheng is still holding onto her when she hasn't even pursued the matter. Do you hate me?
Due to the dark light, Lin Junsheng couldn't see her micro-expression clearly, but from her tone of voice and detailed behavior, he could tell that she was repulsed. In the past, she was only like this when she mentioned Xin Xingqing, but now it was towards him. This was very hard to accept for the self-conscious Lin Junsheng.
She actually hated him? There isn't.
Xia Lingwei didn't dare to admit it and explained, I was just in a hurry to go to the toilet. Lin Junsheng, however, did not believe it at all. She had been trying to run away from him ever since she was dragged through the door by him. Lin Junsheng couldn't go on calmly. He asked, why?
Don't you hate Xin Xingqing? Why don't you accept my help? Could it be that you are just pretending to hate it, but actually enjoy being dispatched by him?
Xia Lingwei thought that he was still digging a hole for her on purpose, and quickly denied, I never said that I hated young Master Nan, and it would have been my honor to serve him. Lin Junsheng unexpectedly ripped open her collar and bit her hard on the shoulder. He didn't want to hear her say good things about Xin Xingqing. After all, from the very beginning, he had determined that Xia Lingwei's heart was not in the right place, and that while her mouth spoke well, her heart hated Xin Xingqing. But in case what she said was true, she didn't hate Xin Xingqing, what would he do to snatch her over? Lin Junsheng was in a hurry. In the heat of the moment, he actually did something so offensive to her. As the saying goes, rabbits bite when they are cornered, and Xia Lingwei definitely couldn't endure being bitten. She used her greatest strength in her life to push Lin Junsheng away, hastily straightened her collar, and ran out quickly. Lin Junsheng stumbled a bit and did not go after her. He scratched his hair with some dismay and felt a little remorse in his heart, he shouldn't have been so hasty. This is good, in the future, when she sees him, I'm afraid she will hide several meters away.
Completely messed up.
Xia Lingwei ran to the toilet and pulled open the collar to look at her shoulder, there was a bruised teeth mark on it. It was disgusting. She wiped it several times with alcohol wipes to sterilize it.
It was good that the skin hadn't been bitten through and it didn't bleed. What an abomination.
Sure enough, this school nurse is not a good person, and even now he wants to continue to trap her, biting people if she doesn't take the bait.
She's got rabies. Isn't it too dangerous to have this kind of person as a school nurse?
But no one would help her if she told anyone about this, even if she told Xin Xingqing, he would definitely help his cousin. Maybe he would even bite her back and say that she took the initiative to provoke Lin Junsheng. Thinking about how she would end up being disliked by millions of people in the plot, she could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach, endure it. Chapter 50 Celebrating by Mingdia's birthday, the two of them alone together. When Xin Xingqing saw Xia Lingwei go to the toilet and come back, her whole mood became very low, like a puppy that fell into the water. Seeing her so listless, his heart also became very bad. He couldn't help but ask, is someone bullying you? Who bullied you? Tell me, I will help you to beat him. He said this sentence is of course sincere, but unfortunately Xia Lingwei do not believe. Blame it on the fact that he used to treat Xia Lingwei in a less than favorable manner, plus the fact that she knew the development of the original storyline in this world.
So Xia Lingwei's trust in what Xin Xingqing said was zero. No one bullied me, I just got up in the morning and worked out too tired, can I go home early to rest today?
Hearing her say this, Xin Xingqing blamed himself a little. Although he was out of good intentions to let her follow along with the exercise, but forgot that she was originally a relatively weak body, suddenly let her carry out such a high-intensity exercise, certainly cannot eat.
So he agreed, that's fine, we won't practice dancing today.
Xia Lingwei was a bit surprised, not expecting him to agree so quickly. However, it is definitely good for her to be able to go back earlier, she was busy packing up her things, fearing that Xin Xingqing would back out if she was a step behind. Today's lounge, several of them were still there, even He Lan Yu was there. He Lan Yu went back yesterday and calmly thought about it, he thought that he was affected by the artificial respiration and that's why he had those abnormal states. In that case, he shouldn't have avoided it, instead, he needed to have more contact with Xia Lingwei. It was like the medical desensitization therapy, where frequent contact with an allergen for a long time builds up a tolerance so that an allergic reaction doesn't occur again. To him now, Xia Lingwei was that allergen. And the place where he could see her the most was naturally this lounge. From what the two of them said, every afternoon until the school day, Xin Xingqing would practice waltzing here with Xia Lingwei. He Lan Yu had no interest in dancing, but when she heard that the two of them practiced dancing, she was actually a bit envious. Upon seeing that Xin Xingqing was the only one who came in, a look of disappointment coincidentally appeared on the faces of the three.
How come you're the only one? Where is your little follower?
Xin Xingqing replied, she wasn't feeling too well, I told her to go home first.
Not feeling well? Did you catch a cold?
I didn't catch a cold, I just woke up this morning and practiced with me in the morning, and I got tired.
Mu Xingqian's reaction was quite big, surprised, you took her to morning exercise? Agu, her little body, you can let her go.
Listening to Mu Xingchen's tone seemed to care about Xia Lingwei, making Xingqing a bit upset. However, he didn't show it and only said, her physical quality is too poor, she needs to exercise, I'll change the plan when tomorrow.
Lan Fei commented, you are more and more attentive to her. If put in the past, Xingqing will definitely be furious and retort. But after these few days of reflection and precipitation, he was a little more frank than before. That is for sure, raising a dog for such a long time still has feelings, let alone a person.
So Xingqing was getting the hang of it? The air was quiet for a while before Mu Xingchen spoke once again. Right, Lin Junchang came to school today, he didn't go to see Xia Lingwei, right?
What did you say about the confession before?
Xingqing incidentally said what Xia Lingwei honestly explained.
Mu Xingchen listened and gloated.
So, Lin Junchang was trying to tease Xingqing and accidentally played it off, so he received a punch for nothing? But Lan Fei on the side didn't think so. He had seen with his own eyes that Lin Junchang had moved his hands on Xia Lingwei when he was administering the medicine, and that look was clearly that he was interested in Xia Lingwei.
But he didn't remind either.
When he thought of Xia Lingwei not replying to his Weibo, he was angry in his stomach. Besides, it was better to wait until she really encountered something and he rushed up to help than to speak out and remind her in a place she didn't know about, and it would also raise a wave of goodwill.
Wait, why did he care about a toy's favorability?
In short, after this experience of being dragged into an empty classroom by Lin Junchang, Xia Lingwei only walked in the middle when walking in the corridor.
Careful as hell.
Just like that, it came to Friday, and Saturday was Bai Mengdia's birthday. Bai Mengdai was considered a friend she had made for the first time, so Xia Lingwei was looking forward to it. She had already bought a birthday present, a certain big brand with white diamonds, a butterfly design, which coincided with Bai Mengdia's name. It was also a gift that she had chosen with great care.
I'm looking forward to Bai Mengdia's reaction when she receives it.
Although Xingqing wanted to ask Xia Lingwei to practice dancing on the weekend, there were many occasions that he needed to attend at the Nan family's side, so he could only leave it at that.
Xia Lingwei took a car and went to Bai Mengdia's house. She was a little nervous.
After all, Bai Mengdai was having a birthday party, and besides her, there would be other friends, and she didn't know if she could get along with those people.
That said, all of Bai Mengdia's friends should be big beauties, right? The car drove for about 2 hours before arriving at Bai Mengdia's residence, a high-grade villa area on the outskirts of the city. This is not the Bai family's residence, but Bai Mengdia's personal residence.
The car drove to the entrance of the villa. White Dream Butterfly has been there waiting for Xia Lingwei. Today, he wore a milky white high-neck loose long knit sweater, dark gray bottoms, and a pair of fuel shoes. It looked simple and homey yet stylish. Xia Lingwei thought that she was going to have a party and couldn't dress too casually. She wore a small apricot-colored dress, the skirt to the knee position, revealing her slender calves. On her feet were small perfumed Mary Jane shoes, the kind of rich girl style. The two of them had different styles of clothes, but the colors were quite similar. Xia Lingwei handed Bai Mengdai the bag with the gift and also gave her a bouquet of colorful roses and said with a smile, "Happy birthday, ah." Bai Mengdai took the flowers and gifts, hugged Xia Lingwei warmly, and said, "Thank you," quickly enter the house.
After saying that, he pulled Xia Lingwei's hand and walked into the room.
Xia Lingwei looked around. There were a lot of birthday celebrations, but there were only the two of them in the house. She was a bit surprised. She thought she was late, but she didn't expect her to be the first to arrive.
Bai Mengdia's face was covered with a happy smile as she held the gift and asked, "Can I open it now?" "Of course you can." When he saw the sparkling dazzling butterfly, the whole person froze.
Xia Lingwei was a little apprehensive when she saw this, and carefully asked, "Don't you like it?" Bai Mengdai shook his head, his eyes slightly glowing. He could feel that this was a very heartfelt gift, completely different from the perfunctory ones he received before.
"I like it very much."
He leaned over and hugged Xia Lingwei, choking back tears. "Thank you." Xia Lingwei also hugged Bai Mengdai back, thinking, the friendship between girls can be so beautiful. Chapter 51 stayed at Bai Mengdia's home, shared a bed. Unlike the fragrant and soft feeling on a girl's body, Bai Mengdia's body is a bit hard. After all, he is a man, and very thin, all the meat on his body is basically muscle. But Xia Lingwei didn't think too much about it, and just assumed that he was very disciplined and worked out often. After hugging for a while, Xia Lingwei proposed to help her put on the butterfly hair clip now. She looked at Bai Mengdia's long straight black hair like satin and praised, "Your hair is so beautiful." Bai Mengdia's heart blossomed with joy at her praise. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put in to have the beautiful appearance he had now. Although the original purpose of his female costume was to chase after Xingqing, he had also gained a lot of pleasure in the process of pursuing to become beautiful. Now that he was praised by Xia Lingwei for being beautiful, he was really happy. "Let's take a picture." Saying that, he stretched his arm around Xia Lingwei, and with his other hand, he raised his cell phone and the two of them took a selfie together. After taking many group photos, he was satisfied and stopped. "Let's cut the cake." Xia Lingwei was puzzled. "Eh? Not waiting for your friends? Didn't you say you were going to have a party? How can you have a party with just the two of them?" Bai Mengdai pitifully said, originally planned this way, but Sister Wu is going to have a masquerade ball on the cruise ship today, so they pigeonholed me, and you're the only one who came to my place. This is the way it is. Although Xia Lingwei didn't know who she was talking about, she thought that on her birthday, her friends had all gone to play with others, so she felt that Bai Mengdai was quite pitiful. It's okay, the two of us can also have a party. Looking at Xia Lingwei's complete lack of skepticism, and even comforting him in turn, Bai Mengdia's heart was a little overjoyed. In fact, it was he himself who cancelled the birthday party originally held in the Bai family, and purposely came to the private residence where he didn't often come to spend time with Xia Lingwei. Bai Mengdai didn't look like a normal person despite her misbehaving personality and being a big woman. But since the Bai family was second only to the four great families, there were quite a few people who wanted to flatter him. In previous years, there were quite a few people who held him up to celebrate his birthday, but they were all drunken friends, and he usually didn't interact with them much. He only hoped that Shin Xingxing would come, but unfortunately, no matter how much he invited Shin Xingxing, she didn't come. This year too. Technically speaking, Xia Lingwei was his love rival, but he didn't hate it at all. After inviting Xia Lingwei, he cancelled previous year's parties without even thinking about it. He only wanted to spend it with her. The two of them lit candles and let Bai Mengdai make a wish and blow out the candles, then the two of them ate cake together. Knowing that Xia Lingwei was allergic to alcohol, Bai Mengdai specially prepared non-alcoholic drinks for her. The two of them talked about a lot of beauty, skincare, dressing and other topics, and also shared their interesting experiences with each other. They were really like good girlfriends. Xia Lingwei also took Bai Mengdai as a friend, so she was a bit worried. She knew the plot, so she knew that Shin Xingxing would like Su Lily and Bai Mengdai wouldn't have a chance at all. That said, she was at least a named canon fodder in the plot. Bai Mengdai didn't have any part at all, and was still inferior to her. It was also because Bai Mengdai wasn't mentioned in the plot that Xia Lingwei didn't know that he was actually male. As a good friend, Xia Lingwei certainly do not want to see Bai Mengdai eat the pain of love, deliberated again and again, opened his mouth and asked, why do you like Shin Xingxing ah? In Xia Lingwei's opinion, Shin Xingxing is a short-tempered super male, no charm at all, how could Bai Mengdai like him? Bai Mengdai replied with a red face, I was ridiculed when I was a child, and he helped me. Then don't you just thank him? There is no need to be helped and fall in love, right? Bai Mengdai, however, was keenly aware of something and asked, you don't want me to like him? Xia Lingwei nodded. Why? Bai Mengdia's tone of voice cooled down, the heart also seems to be blocked by what, just high emotions instantly low down. Didn't you say you don't like him? Could it be that you are lying to me? The thought that Xia Lingwei also liked Shin Xingxing made his heart particularly uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort was slightly different from the kind of feeling you get when you like the same person as your best friend. He couldn't tell exactly what the difference was, in short, it was just very disappointing. Xia Lingwei shook her head and hurriedly explained, I don't like him ah. Then why don't you let me like him? Because. Xia Lingwei also couldn't say that they lived in the world of a novel, and according to the plot development, Shin Xingxing would like Su Lily. If she said that, Bai Mengdai would treat her like a psychopath. She could only say dryly, because there won't be a result. How do you know there will be no result? I just know. Bai Mengdai wondered why Xia Lingwei was so sure that he and Shin Xingxing had no results. Could it be that she found out that he is actually a male? Bai Mengdai's heart trembled, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Xia Lingwei found out that he was male, and she knew that Shin Xingxing was a straight man, so she reminded him to give up on Shin Xingxing. This makes sense ah. But why didn't she just say it? Pretending like she didn't know and was willing to be so intimate with him? Could it be that Xia Lingwei was interested in him? Bai Mengdai slapped her face fiercely, desperately forbidding herself from thinking wildly. Xia Lingwei was startled to hear such a loud slap and asked, what are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself? Bai Mengdai noi, I drank too much, a little confused. He kept hypnotizing himself in his heart. Do not think much, do not think much. The person he likes is Shin Xingxing, only Shin Xingxing. Must not be swayed by a few words from this little girl. Xia Lingwei heard him say this, then looked at the sky was also dark, got up and said, then you take an early rest, I should also go home. Don't go. Bai Mengdai grabbed Xia Lingwei's wrist, not letting her go. He was red-faced and stammered, today is my birthday, I'm the only one at home, can you stay with me? Normally it would definitely be refused. So Bai Mengdai didn't dare to hold expectations for her to really stay, just asking. But why, his heart will be so nervous. This. Xia Lingwei was a bit torn. But looking at Bai Mengdia's excessively red face, it looked like she had drunk too much and was having a hard time. Couldn't help but remember that day she had an alcohol allergy. Bai Mengdai had also been taking care of her. And today is still Bai Mengdia's birthday. Then I'll talk to my mom and dad. She promised? She actually really promised. Bai Mengdai looked at her with some disbelief, and there was an indescribable excitement in his heart. At this moment, he had completely left Shin Xingxing behind. Chapter 52 Bai Mengdia's skinny face. Xia Lingwei called her mom and dad and said that she wanted to stay over at her friend's house, but was met with opposition. Although she was happy that her daughter had made a good friend, they were still a bit uneasy about staying outside. Unless they could get through to this good friend and have a chat to make sure it was a reliable person, they would not agree. Xia Lingwei had no choice but to ask Bai Mengdai that, "My parents would like to say a few words to you, is that okay?" "Of course it's okay." Bai Mengdai also had a number in her heart, letting Xia Lingwei stay over at home. She definitely had to say hello to her parents, so she readily agreed. She took the phone, purposely switched the video call, politely explained her situation to Xiao's father and mother, hoping to let Xia Lingwei stay here tonight. Xiao's father and mother took a look at the other party as a beautiful rich girl and put their hearts at ease. As long as the friends their daughter made weren't the kind of people who were unsavory, they were all very supportive. After receiving her parents' permission, Xia Lingwei was also a little excited. This was also the first time she stayed over at a friend's house. Focusing on being happy, Xia Lingwei suddenly remembered that she didn't bring a change of clothes. "It's okay, just wear mine. I have new ones that I haven't worn, and toiletries, makeup remover and skincare products. We have everything at home, so don't worry about it." "Thank you." "What's polite? You can stay, I should thank you." Bai Mengdai found Xia Lingwei a towel and pajamas that he hadn't used, and told her to take a shower first. She herself was outside doing mental construction. Steady. Steady. Xia Lingwei's willingness to stay could also be due to the fact that she thought he was harmless because he was mentally a girl. He must control his body and not react rudely like he did that day. But now, listening to the sound of the clattering water in the bathroom, coupled with the fact that he had drunk a bit of wine, he was already feeling parched. Could he really control himself? Soon, Xia Lingwei finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom. She wore Bai Mengdia's pajamas a bit loosely. After all, the height difference between the two was quite a bit. There wasn't much difference between her plain face and after makeup, especially since her skin was white and translucent, looking as sweet and delicious as jelly. It's so bad, just by seeing her plain face, he can't hold it a little bit. What can he do about it? "I'll go wash." Bai Mengdai fled into the bathroom and took a cool shower. He was a little hesitant, but finally removed the heavy makeup on his face, intending to face Xia Lingwei with his real appearance. In fact, Bai Mengdia's skin is not bad, just not as smooth and tender as Xia Lingwei's. After all, he is a boy. Even if he maintains it more seriously, it will be slightly rougher than Xia Lingwei's rare mom-born good skin. It also looks like very good skin. In fact, the biggest change after his makeup was his eyes. Bai Mengdia's original double eyelids were of the open fan type, with the head and tail of the eye forming an upward arc, which was very nice. But he felt that such eyes looked aggressive and not big enough to fit the image of a girl in his mind. So he widened his eyelids with double eyelid stickers to make his eyes big and round, and with the addition of heavy makeup, he was a big-eyed beauty. The difference in his eyes made the overall temperament he presented very different. He came out of the bathroom, twisted and skimmed his face, and said, "I don't look as good in plain face as I do after makeup." Xia Lingwei went over to take a closer look and realized that he did seem to have changed. And he just finished washing his hair, bangs were lifted up, revealing a clean forehead and a nice hairline. "But I think you look better like this, eh?" Bai Mengdai's eyes lit up and asked, "Really? You're not coaxing me, right?" "Really?" Xia Lingwei honestly, in fact, the makeup you put on before is too thick. I feel a little bit cannot see your original looks. This is really very good looking. This small mouth sweet, really attract people to like. Bai Mengdai felt that he was too uncontested to be taken down by Xia Lingwei with a few simple words. But he was happy to be praised. Xia Lingwei thought Bai Mengdai would let her sleep in the guest room, but he didn't expect him to say that the guest room wasn't cleaned up. He said with a red face, "The bed in my room is quite big, we can both sleep together and chat before going to bed." His heart was also very bottomless when he said this. In his opinion, now that Xia Lingwei already knew that he was a man, asking to live in a bed was actually quite outrageous. If she wasn't willing to sleep together, then he would just go sleep in the guest room. Unexpectedly, Xia Lingwei agreed again. "Alright then. Sleep together." The same. Although it was his initiative to bring it up, he still wanted to ask her if she was really willing to sleep in the same bed with him. Did she not think that something unpredictable would happen? Or did she think that even if something happened with him, it wouldn't matter? Bai Mengdia's heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. He was so excited that he wasn't sleepy at all, and for him, tonight was bound to be a sleepless night. On the other hand, Xin Xingxing was bored and blowing on the deck of the cruise ship. About this point Bai Mengdai did not lie. Today, the Wu family, which was also Xin Xingxing's mother's side of the family, had organized a cruise ship banquet, which was also the usual way these upper-class families socialized. After all, it was a dinner party for his mom's family, so of course Xin Xingxing had to attend. Just as he was staring at the sea in a daze, those little sisters of Bai Mengdai walked over to greet him. "Young Master Nan. Good evening." Xin Xingxing looked over at the sound and said, "Good evening," listlessly. It was obvious that he didn't really want to take care of them. However, these few girls chatted enthusiastically around Xin Xingxing. "It's great to be able to come to today's cruise dinner. We originally thought we wouldn't be able to come." Yeah, the original plan was to go celebrate Mengdai's birthday. What a pleasant surprise, it would have been nice if Mengdai could have come too.
Xin Xingqing then remembered that today was Bai Mingdia's birthday, and he had invited him before. He asked, "Why didn't you guys go to his birthday party?" He told us that we didn't need to go, and that the whole birthday party was cancelled, saying that he had other arrangements. Right. He seems to have made a new friend. He went to the bar with that girl. The bartender I know said so. It seems she can't drink and is allergic. Allergic? Xin Xingqing's handsome eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Xia Lingwei also has an alcohol allergy. It was what happened a few days ago. Could these two things be related? He asked with a serious face. Do you guys know the name of that new friend he made? Spoiler, Xin Xingqing is going to catch the adulterer in the next episode. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 53, Sleeping Together, interrupted by Xin Xingqing's murderous phone calls. A few girls were a bit surprised. They had thought that Xin Xingqing was completely uninterested in Bai Mingdia's matter. The girl who spoke was a bit flattered and replied, "I don't know, I'll ask my friend now." She immediately took out her phone to call the bartender at the bar. But the bartender didn't answer. The girl was a little embarrassed, said, "He may be at work. When I inquire to tell you or young Master Nan, let's add a WeChat." Although she and Bai Mingdai are friends, in the end, they are only plastic sisters. There is such a good opportunity to add Xin Xingqing microblogging, she does not care if it is with the white dream butterfly to steal it. Besides, Bai Mingdai is a man, that person is psychopathic, pretending to be a girl to chase Xin Xingqing everyone knows. Just because of being chased by this female pretender, Xin Xingqing was even ridiculed, and she couldn't stand to watch. Unfortunately, Xin Xingqing didn't pick up on it at all. No need, I'll ask myself. After saying that, she stopped paying attention to them and took her cell phone and walked to a less crowded place to make a call. On the other side, Xia Lingwei and Bai Mingdai had already washed themselves fragrantly and nestled on the sofa in the living room to watch the love variety show. Watching the projected big screen with images of male and female guests embracing and kissing, Bai Mingdai unconsciously recalled that day at the Yi family dinner, the scene where Mu Xingqian kissed Xia Lingwei. At that time, he only wanted to provoke the relationship between Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei, but now that he thought back, he was a little mindful in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you and Mu Xingqian secretly dating?" Ha! Xia Lingwei thought she had heard wrong and didn't understand why Bai Mingdai suddenly said that. "I saw it that day, at the dinner party, he kissed you. So it was you." Case solved. She had wondered before why Xin Xingqing had decided that she and Mu Xingqian had kissed, and it turned out to be Bai Mingdai who had told on her. But it was all in the past, so Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. It was hard for her to make a friend, she didn't want to create a suspicion because of this small matter, so she explained the situation again. After hearing her explanation, Bai Mingdia's heart cleared up as if the clouds had been lifted. He continued to inquire, "You don't like Xin Xingqing nor Mu Xingqian? Then who do you like?" "I don't like anyone." Xia Lingwei was puzzled, why did she have to like anyone? Besides, those few people were calling her a dog behind her back and looking at her as a joke. She didn't have masochistic tendencies, so how could she like them? Looking at the way he pursed his lips to smile but not to laugh, Xia Lingwei couldn't help but guess in her heart, could it be that Bai Mingdai also liked Mu Xingqian? If that was the case, she was relieved. It's good to have a few more favorites, there's no need to hang yourself from that crooked tree, Xin Xingqing. But liking Mu Xingqian was also a waste of time, after all, he was also one of the male protagonists and would like Su Lily in the future. It was still hoped that Bai Mingdai would like someone outside of the main character group. Because she was too excited about today's birthday party, Xia Lingwei lost sleep last night and didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. Now it was starting to get sleepy. Bai Mingdai could see that she had been dozing off and said, "Sleep when you're sleepy. I'm also going to sleep." In fact, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was still too early to go to sleep. But Xia Lingwei's sleepy eyes also did not excuse. Follow the white dream butterfly to his bedroom bed lying, soon entered the dreamland. White dream butterfly lying next to him, heard Xia Lingwei's breathing gradually even, he asked in a low voice, Wei, are you asleep? Hoo. The only thing that responded to him was the sound of breathing. Bai Mingdai swallowed his saliva and quietly approached, carefully looking at the face close at hand. It was really pretty and cute, no wonder Xin Xingqing usually brought her around. He felt that the boyish part of his consciousness was beginning to awaken. The beast underneath the nightgown was stirring again. He became like this as long as he was with Xia Lingwei, and that day when he was giving her medicine. And now the two of them were lying in the same bed. Xia Lingwei was asleep. She knew he was a boy, but she wasn't the least bit defensive. Was she not treating him like a boy at all? Bai Mingdai felt conflicted. On the one hand, he outwardly emphasized that he was mentally a girl, but really being looked at by Xia Lingwei as a girl, he was a bit unhappy. It was also too defenseless, wasn't it? He slowly came closer and looked at her sleeping face, slightly breathing through her open mouth. Thinking that the internet said that mouth breathing would make people ugly, he kindly reached out and pinched Xia Lingwei's lips, wanting her to close her mouth. However, when his fingertips touched the soft touch, he began to be distracted again. Muttering to himself, blaming you for seducing me. After saying that, he lowered his head and slowly approached, gently holding the crystal clear, cherry blossom-like lips. So sweet.
Bai Mengdai was very careful and gentle, not even daring to breathe, for fear of waking her up with too much movement. He savored it carefully and felt it. He knew very well that the act of stealing a kiss while someone was asleep was despicable, but in his heart he kept excusing himself. It wasn't that he wanted to steal a kiss, any other man wouldn't be able to hold himself. Just as he was gaining an inch, reaching out to unbutton her pajamas, Xia Lingwei's cell phone buzzed. He immediately catapulted off and hid far away, fearing that Xia Lingwei would discover his misdeeds. However, Xia Lingwei was too sleepy and had already fallen into a deep sleep, and the cell phone vibration didn't wake her up. Bai Mengdai looked towards the cell phone screen, and it was actually Xin Xingqing calling. In an instant, he had a sense of being a thief who had been caught stealing, and his entire being wilted like an eggplant in frost. Together with that place, he also calmed down. He didn't dare to move a muscle, waiting for the cell phone to turn off the screen after ringing for a long time. Bai Mengdai, however, fell into a faint sorrow. He had actually stolen a kiss from her just now. She had stayed over because she trusted him, but he had done such a despicable thing while she was asleep. If Xin Xingqing hadn't called, he still wouldn't know what he would have done next. However, Bai Mengdai suddenly realized the crux of a problem. He had never fantasized about being so-and-so with Xin Xingqing. Might as well say that if he thought of him kissing Xin Xingqing like he had just stolen a kiss from Xia Lingwei, he would feel disgusted. Under normal circumstances, people would want to be close to the people they liked, right? In that case, in fact, his feelings for Xin Xingqing weren't like. Suddenly, his phone rang as well. TSK. He smacked his lips in boredom. He had told that group of people that there was no need to wish him a happy birthday. Why was he still calling? Picking up his cell phone, he wanted to refuse to answer it, but saw that it was Xin Xingqing's calling. Xin Xingqing never took the initiative to call him. Why would she call him today? She definitely didn't come to wish him a happy birthday. Bai Mengdai was a little scared, and looked back at the sleeping Xia Lingwei, who vaguely felt that the cell phone was emitting a murderous aura. Chapter 54. Xin Xingqing winds up to catch adultery, but catches a late set. Bai Mengdai's entire body was bad. Xin Xingqing had just called Xia Lingwei, who didn't answer and immediately called him again. Is it possible that he has already sensed something? The buzzing and vibrating cell phone in his hand seemed to have turned into a hot potato. If put in the past, Xin Xingqing called him, he could jump up happily. Now why did he not want to answer it at all? Is it because he secretly made friends with Xia Lingwei, and even stole a kiss from her just now, so he has the feeling of betraying Xin Xingqing? But Xia Lingwei is not Xin Xingqing's property, it is only Xin Xingqing unilaterally forced her to be tethered to her side. Why not let others approach her? Unconsciously, Bai Mengdai's heart had begun to drift towards Xia Lingwei. But he himself didn't realize it. Until now, he still kept in mind the kindness of Xin Xingqing, who helped him when he was a child, and thought that he liked Xin Xingqing. So he gingerly walked out of the bedroom and went to the balcony to pick up the phone. He clamped his voice and said in a very surprised tone, "Brother Xijin, did you change your mind and plan to come to my birthday party? Don't pretend with me. You're not having a party at all today." Xin Xingqing's tone was very impatient and asked directly, "Let me ask you, did you take Xia Lingwei to the bar a few days ago?" "No, Bai Mengdai immediately denied it and said in a desperate attempt to cover up, "I don't even know her, why would I take her to a bar? I only saw her once at the dinner party that day, and I haven't seen her since." He said so much in one breath, but made Xin Xingqing more and more skeptical. Xin Xingqing had just called Xia Lingwei, but no one answered, making his heart a little uneasy. He wanted to call Xia's father and mother, but he had just paid a visit to the Xia family a few days ago, so calling again today would be as if he wanted to control Xia Lingwei's whereabouts. After hesitating, he still called Bai Mengdai's number first. In fact, he also felt that Bai Mengdai and Xia Lingwei friendship is a little bit of bull. These two people can't hit the relationship, and Bai Mengdai also kinda can't see Xia Lingwei. How can they go to the bar together? But things happened too coincidentally. The day Bai Mengdai brought her new friend to the bar, and Xia Lingwei did not answer the phone, allergy is the same day. Could it be just a coincidence? Hearing Bai Mengdai say so much now, it was a bit of a here and now. But Xin Xingqing didn't pick it out, but didn't move and said, "Okay, I know, happy birthday to you." "Thank you." Xin Xingqing said this blessing completely out of courtesy. Although Bai Mengdai was a bit annoying pestering him, but the Bai family and the Nan family had a lot of business dealings, so they couldn't get too stiff. "Today, someone else had a birthday blessing is just a sentence," said casually. But Bai Mengdai was very touched. Because of this blessing, he suddenly felt very sorry for Xin Xingqing. Even if Xia Lingwei didn't like Xin Xingqing, but looking at Xin Xingqing's attitude towards Xia Lingwei, even if he wasn't sure that he liked it, he still cared about it. Yet he went behind Xin Xingqing's back and pretended to be a girl to make friends with Xia Lingwei. For a time, Bai Mengdai developed a feeling of self-loathing. He felt that he had to choose between Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei. One was a friend he hadn't known for long, and the other was someone he had liked and longed for many years. Bai Mengdai chose the latter. He returned to the bedroom, intending to wake up Xia Lingwei, who was sleeping. "Get up! Zzzzz." Once Xia Lingwei entered deep sleep, it was very difficult to be woken up, and after he shouted several times, she was still dead asleep. Bai Mengdai was a bit soft-hearted. But thinking of Shin Xingxing, he gritted his teeth and let his heart harden, grabbing Xia Lingwei's shoulders and shaking them a few times. Xia Lingwei's brain was about to be shaken evenly before she reluctantly opened her eyes. "What are you doing?" Still not fully awake, her voice was a bit lazy, like the purr of a sleepy kitten, delicate. Bai Mingdia's heart became even softer. He wanted to say to hell with Shin Xingxing or whatever, he was going to be friends with Xia Lingwei. But it's hard to change thinking after many years, plus sunk costs. Bai Mengdai still chose Shin Xingxing. He turned his head and stopped looking at Xia Lingwei, and said in a cold and hard tone, "I thought about it, I can't give up liking Shin Xingxing, and I can't be friends with you." "What did you say?" When Xia Lingwei heard this, her drowsiness completely disappeared, as if she had been poured cold water on her spirit. She couldn't comprehend the current situation, and somewhat reluctantly pulled the corner of her mouth and asked, "You're kidding, right? It was you who said you wanted to be friends with me, ah?" Listening to her flustered and confused tone, Bai Mengdai became more and more intolerant. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to say hurtful words. "I was playing you, ah? Who told you to keep shamelessly following next to Shin Xingxing? I just don't see eye to eye. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to actually treat me as a friend. You don't even know how much you weigh. Do you deserve to be my friend?" These words are too hurtful. Completely did not leave himself a way back. Xia Lingwei's big tears slipped down. How could she not expect that the truth that she was full of joy thinking that she had made a friend was actually like this? Being betrayed by what she thought was a beautiful friendship between girls was 10,000 times harder than when she heard Shin Xingxing and the others call her a dog behind her back. Xia Lingwei no longer wanted to stay here, went to the bathroom to change back into her own clothes, and snatched the door out. Bai Mengdia's eyes were also red. This is good. They shouldn't have crossed paths in the first place. But obviously the words were spoken by him. Why did his heart hurt like it was cut by a knife? "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." On the other side, after Shin Xingxing hung up the phone, she felt panicky in her heart. In the end, she called Xia Lingwei's parents to ask about the situation. Only then did she realize that she had gone to celebrate her friend's birthday and had to spend the night at her friend's house. Who else had a birthday today but Bai Mengdai? That little cutie. Does she know that Bai Mengdai is a boy? She's a girl who went to a boy's house to spend the night. What if something happened? The cruise ship was still in the sea, but Shin Xingxing couldn't stay for a moment. He saw that there was an emergency speedboat below the cruise ship and ignored the cruise obstruction and drove the speedboat to the shore. On the way, he did not forget to call and warn Bai Mengdai. At this time, Bai Mengdia's mind had collapsed, and she didn't react much to Shin Xingxing's anger and accusations. "Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her, besides, she's gone now." Watching Xia Lingwei sadly leave, he suddenly felt that Shin Xingxing was not that important. He definitely couldn't let Xia Lingwei go by herself on such a dark day. The driver would send her home. However, the relationship between them would have to end here. Bai Mengdai held the butterfly hair card Xia Lingwei gave him tightly in his hand, and tears fell silently. Bai Mengdia's gender cognitive disorder makes him not recognize his heart quickly, and will be cremated in the future day. Chapter 55, Going to KTV for a night out and being bumped into by Lan Fei Fei. "Gone? You give me the words clearly. Hello?" But the only thing that responded to Shin Xingxing was the busy sound of the phone beeping. Damn it! Shin Xingxing furiously pounded the steering wheel and drove towards the pier at a faster speed. This cruise banquet included accommodation, so the boat had already sailed quite far from the shore, and it would take some time for him to drive the dinghy back. Driving back to them after getting to shore would take even longer. Bai Mengdia's words were also unclear, and he was completely confused about what was going on right now. He no longer cared to be angry at Xia Lingwei for lying to him with Bai Mengdai. His whole heart was worried about her. What was the deal with walking away from Bai Mengdia's house? Xia's father and mother had clearly said that she was going to stay over at a friend's house. Could it be that Bai Mengdai did something to her and that's why she ran out? Shin Xingxing was anxious. He pressed the gas to the bottom, and the splash of water drenched his hair and clothes. The seawater at night was already cool, and coupled with being blown by the wind, Shin Xingxing's entire body was chilled to the bone. However, he couldn't care about any of this at all, only wanting to fly to Xia Lingwei's side and confirm her well-being. He always said externally that Xia Lingwei was his servant, but he was the one who acted like an old mom, always worrying about Xia Lingwei all day long. At this time, Xia Lingwei was sitting in the car on her way home, crying all the time. This was the first time she opened her heart and tried to make friends with people, but ended up like this. Never again would she trust others so easily. When she had almost finished crying, she suddenly remembered that she had just called her mom and dad to say that she was going to stay over at her friend's house. But now she was kicked out. If she went home in disgrace and was pressed by mom and dad, what should she say? She's such a big person. The first time she made a friend and still got fooled, how humiliating it would be to say it out. No way. She can't go home today. It's better to find a place to sleep outside for the night. The point is, she didn't bring her ID card with her, so she can't go to a hotel. It's also dangerous for a girl to stay out so late at night. Where should she go? Xia Lingwei took out her cell phone, wanting to search the internet for a place where a girl could spend the night and still be safe. But as soon as she opened the screen, she saw Xing's missed call.
It was from 20 minutes ago.
Thinking that Bai Mengdai was teasing her like this all because of Xing, Xia Lingwei felt annoyed with him and didn't want to bother with him at all. She wasn't going home today anyway, so it didn't matter if he found her home again. So Xia Lingwei once again boldly ignored Xing's call and searched the internet for places where girls can safely spend the night without staying in a hotel. There were a variety of answers. Bath center halls, bank ATMs, high-end hot springs and soup kitchens, underground parking garages in shopping malls, KFC and McDonald's, under overpasses, and street parks.
The more Xia Lingwei looked, the more disappointed she became. How could these places be overnight? What if she meets a bad guy who comes to accost her? Just then, she flipped to the next reply. KTV private room. This can be
Not to go to that kind of business KTV, the kind of chain quantitative KTV in the mall does not have messy people. There is also surveillance in the private room. Relatively speaking, it is very safe.
The most important thing is that can also sing.
Xia Lingwei was fooled by the heart is difficult, usually in the school also suffocated. Singing can also vent their emotions.
So said to the driver in the front row, "Uncle, I do not go home, I want to go to the red mall."
Driver face difficult, but my lady said that you must be sent home to do so. Xia Lingwei just cried with wet eyes and her nose was a little red, like a little rabbit that fell into the water, looking very pitiful. I have told my parents that I will not go home to live. Even if you send me home, I will not enter the house.
The driver couldn't help but feel pity, gritted his teeth, and agreed, "That's fine."
No matter what, he was just a driver. Just go wherever she says. And he drove Xia Lingwei to the red mall. After Xia Lingwei got out of the car, she took the elevator to the red KTV upstairs. She purposely chose the kind of large box with a bathroom, so that she didn't have to go out to the bathroom at night. What Xia Lingwei didn't know was that this KTV that she had chosen was just the place where the heroine Su Lily worked. In order to buy the dress that she would wear for the school day dance, Su Lily found a job as a KTV waitress, and today was the night shift. The night shift has to wait for the shift to turn over at 9:30, so when Xia Lingwei comes, Su Lily hasn't arrived yet. And the incident at the KTV is the opportunity for the relationship line between Fei Blue and Lily Su to begin. Blue Fei came to sing with her friends and happened to see Su Lily, who was being pestered by a drunken man. Recognizing Su Lily as a special admission student of their college, he comes to relieve him. In the course of arguing with the drunken man, Blue Fei breaks a number of KTV facilities and needs to pay for them. The money was just small money to Lan Fei and didn't take it seriously at all, but Su Lily insisted on returning the money to him. She said she didn't want to owe him a favor. Feeling that Su Lily was quite interesting, Lan Fei became interested in her.
Since Lan Fei's storyline had nothing to do with Xia Lingwei's ending, she didn't give this storyline much thought at all.
The waiter couldn't help but look at Xia Lingwei a few more times when he saw how pretty she looked. Hearing her say she wanted a large bag, she reminded, "If there are few people, a small bag will be enough." Xia Lingwei replied vigilantly, "A friend will come to me later."
"Oh, okay." The waiter did not say anything more.
That's right, such a beautiful young lady, how could she sing K all night alone?
After he took Xia Lingwei to the box, not long after, Lan Fei and her party came.
Lan Fei came with her club juniors from her high school days today. Compared to Xing's high and mighty attitude of treating others like ants, Lan Fei appeared much more approachable.
It was also just seeming.
He would occasionally hang out with other friends to pass the time. Because he didn't like the smoky atmosphere of a business KTV, he chose this kind of mass-market one. The attendant saw that Lan Fei was super handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, and subconsciously assumed that they were friends of Xia Lingwei.
"Guests, you are with the lady just now, right?"
"What?" Blue Fei's little fanboy said, "Just a few of us, no girls."
"Oh."
Knowing that they are not together, the waiter did not say anything and opened a large private room for them, just opposite Xia Lingwei. That said, Xia Lingwei into the room, began to push the sofa and chairs to the door to block the door. After all, KTV rooms can't be unlocked. What if someone breaks in? The movement of her moving the sofa was a bit loud, and when Lan Fei and the others came over, they heard the sound and subconsciously glanced in. The cat-like pupils shrank, then narrowed with interest.
Chapter 56: Falling in Love at First Sight by a Milk Dog Schoolmate.
Lan Fei didn't move and took out his cell phone, snapping a picture at the entrance of Xia Lingwei's compartment. When he saw Xia Lingwei blocking the door with something, he guessed that she came alone. Although he didn't understand why she came to the KTV alone in the middle of the night, but from her action of blocking the door with something, he could tell that she was quite insecure. Since it was such a coincidence to stumble upon her alone again, how unfortunate would it be not to scare her? However, it wasn't just Lan Fei who saw it, the little fanboy with him also followed the sound and saw Xia Lingwei through the doorway. The border of this KTV's door was a transparent design, that is, a narrow strip on the side. If it wasn't for the people inside standing at the door, they wouldn't be able to see anything clearly from the outside. But it was also a coincidence that when they walked over, Xia Lingwei was blocking the doorway. The little fanboy's name was Song Xiao, and his looks belonged to the kind that was very well behaved, with large eyes and slightly drooping tails, with a sense of innocence, a milk dog type of boy. He was still at the door looking in, when he heard his companion shout, "Xiao! What are you waiting for? Go away! The waiter has already turned on the equipment for the equipment, you can go in and sing." Oh! Song Xiao returned to his senses and followed his friends into the box. As soon as he entered the door, he excitedly opened his mouth and said, "You just saw it, the girl in the opposite booth, completely long in my aesthetic point, simply is my heaven dish." He was so focused on his excitement that he didn't even notice that Lan Fei Fei's eyes were looking at him coolly. The rest of them were attracted to Song Zhao's statement. "Tian Kai? Didn't you say yesterday that you don't have an ideal type?" Yesterday they talked about this topic and Song Xiao said he didn't know what type he liked. "It's not possible that you just simply look at people's good looks and see color, right?" Questioned by his friends, Song Xiao blushed and explained, "No. There are a lot of good-looking people at school. There are a lot of good-looking girls in the school, but they are not my favorite type." After they chatted last night, he thought to himself again, he doesn't like fresh and natural, preferably girls without makeup. To put it bluntly, he liked girls who looked good without makeup. Xia Lingwei came out after washing up at Bai Mingdia's house. Not only did she have no makeup on her face, even her hair was just a casual grab with a claw clip. It was just very homey, not at all well dressed. Song Xiao had just looked dumbfounded, not realizing that he had only thought about it yesterday and ran into it in reality today. Is this really not a gift from heaven? Seeing that he was so serious in his defense, his friend stopped questioning him and started to coax again. "Since you like it so much, go ask for WeChat." "That's right. If you miss it this time, it will be hard to meet it again. If you are a man, be brave." The more they talked, the more ugly Lan Fei Fei's face became. He also didn't understand why he felt so bad when he heard Song Xiao say he liked Xia Lingwei, as if his own things were coveted. But he didn't stop it. In his subconscious, he didn't put Song Xiao in his eyes. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how Xia Lingwei would react if she was accosted. So he also changed his face and said to Song Xiao with a smile, "Go ahead." Song Xiao didn't squirm either. Although he was good looking, he was quite bold. It was so hard to meet a girl whose looks were completely to his liking, so of course he had to strive for it. "Then I'll go." He gave himself a pep talk, got up and walked outside. Lan Fei Fei said to the others, "You guys go along too, he won't be too nervous with you guys around." The club they were in was a hardcore club like automobile repair and modification, and except for Song Xiao, who was a good-looking guy, everyone else was pretty casual, and there were a few who were big and thick. Having such a group of people knocking on the door could scare Xia Lingwei to death. Lan Fei Fei just didn't have good intentions. Who let Xia Lingwei not reply to his WeChat? This revenge he still remembered. That said, Xia Lingwei spent 9 oxen and 2 tigers, finally blocked the door of those heavy things. It was not easy to ease the breath. Want to order a song to sing it, just heard the door rustling sound. Her heart was immediately in her throat. Song Xiao was a little hesitant at the door. It was a little impolite to push the door directly, but if you knocked on the door, the music inside was so loud, could she hear it? Unexpectedly, when he turned around, his partners all followed him over. "What are you guys doing here?" "Brother Fei, you said for us to cheer you up." "Well, that's okay." Their club is ostensibly an auto mechanic club, but in reality there is a hidden component, which is to go racing cars on the mountain roads. Lan Fei Fei's car skills are very good, and in their circle of car racing, they are very famous experts. When they were bullied by an outside caravan, it was Lan Fei Fei who helped teach that group of brats who didn't know what they were doing a lesson. So they all respected Lan Fei Fei. In fact, today they came to the KTV and there was another thing they wanted to ask Lan Fei Fei. It was about the matter of fighting for the mountain. Recently, a group of people who don't know where to come from want to steal the territory with them. Opposite the leader's name is Zhu Ren. Looks like a bad, it's very tricky. Just wanted to ask Lan Fei Fei what to do next. But these are all afterthoughts. These few big and thick saw Song Xiao hesitating at the door, thought he was afraid, said, "Don't hesitate, just go straight in." Saying that, they reached out and pushed the door. Creak. It was the sound of a heavy object rubbing on the ground, and of course the door wasn't pushed open. Xia Lingwei was terrified. Trembling voice shouted to the door, "Who are you? What are going to do?" Hearing the girl's scared voice, Song Xiao panicked and explained, "Miss, I am not a bad person. My name is Song Xiao. I'm a student of the higher department of the Elrath Academy. I've fallen in love with you at first sight, and I'd like to add your WeChat, can I?" Love at first sight? Xia Lingwei didn't believe in this kind of nonsense. She stayed alone in the box. That person can't even see her how to fall in love at first sight with her? She walked to the door, want to see from the doorway to see who was coming. This look, direct black eyes. A boy was followed by several big men. Was this a gang on her? She was scared, but thought that with the surveillance here and the KTV staff, these people shouldn't be too rampant. And that boy said he wanted to add WeChat. By adding WeChat, they wouldn't block her doorway, right? So she compromised, "Fine, but I can't open the door. You say the cell phone number, I'll add you." Song Xiao still thought he would be rejected, now heard her willing to add friends overjoyed, immediately reported his cell phone number.
After adding WeChat, their group went back to the opposite box. Xia Lingwei patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that spending the night in a KTV is not as safe as she thought. Chapter 57 Cannot Get to Destroy, Blue Fei Fei Sinister True Colors. Seeing a few people happily back, Lan Fei Fei asked, "This is to the microblogging?" "Aha! Already added." Although the corners of the mouth hung with a smile, but the depths of the eyes are full of ridicule and disdain. It's just a pity that all of these schoolmates are simple-minded and can't look at people's faces at all, and they're still chattering and discussing. This is also too smooth. Maybe she is also interested in you. After all, our Ah Xiao is also very handsome. I can't believe that Ah Xiao was the first one among us to get off the hook. It's a pity we didn't see what the young lady looked like. She must be a super beauty, otherwise could she make Ah Xiao fall in love at first sight? Song Xiao didn't say anything, just grinned and looked at his cell phone and giggled. Hey, added the Miss Sisters WeChat. Lan Fei Fei listened to their conversation on the side, and then saw Song Xiao's gorgeous appearance. His heart was very unhappy. Although this matter also has his push and pull. In fact, he is very clear, Xia Lingwei is willing to add Song Xiao friend, must be to see that there are many of them are afraid, do not dare not add. But I did not expect that these people are still in that beauty up, actually dare to say that Xia Lingwei also look on Song Xiao, really dare to think of them. Even he can't handle Xia Lingwei, Song Xiao counts which onion? Blue Fei Fei also no longer care about them, according to the original plan to take out the cell phone to send a message to Xia Lingwei. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea for me to get my hands dirty. That said, after Song Zhao's group of people left, Xia Lingwei still didn't have a clue in her heart. Those people already knew that she was the only one in her compartment. What if they had bad intentions? Maybe they weren't necessarily bad people, but she couldn't gamble with her own safety to see if they were good people. In the end, spending the night alone in a KTV is very unreliable. She is really out of her mind to want to stay in this kind of place. She was about to call home with her cell phone when she received a message from Lan Fei Fei. Since the recent Lan Fei Fei didn't send her any more messages to harass her, she had already put this person behind her. How did he know she was at the KTV? While she was wondering, Lan Fei Fei sent another photo over. And the photo was exactly the doorway of the box she was in. Xia Lingwei felt a bit shocked for a moment. Why did she have a sense of immediacy of a horror movie? How did he know she was here? She sidestepped and asked, "Young Master Lan, you're singing here too?" "And, I came here with my friends, I thought I was mistaken when I saw you." "What a coincidence," she said. "I saw several people going to your room. Are you okay on your own? Do you need me to accompany you?" Hearing him say that, Xia Lingwei's heart was a bit conflicted. After what happened just now, she was indeed a bit scared. In fact, under normal circumstances, after being accosted by a group of strangers and learning that someone she knew was here and willing to accompany her, she would agree without saying a word. But on the contrary, this person was Lan Fei Fei. Recalling Lan Fei Fei's frivolous attitude and those nasty words, Xia Lingwei felt that he was even more dangerous than that group of people. Lan Fei Fei looked at the cell phone screen with confidence, certain that she would not refuse. In fact, he intentionally let those big and thick schoolmates follow along to hit on her, just to scare Xia Lingwei, and then when she felt scared, he told her that he happened to be here as well. She must have come to rely on him as if she saw a lifesaver, looking for him for help. However, after waiting for a while, Xia Lingwei replied, "No need, I'm going home soon, thank you young Master Lan." Anyway, she had already called her driver uncle at home, and he would be able to come here in half an hour or so to pick her up and take her home. So it was fine if she didn't need Lan Fei Fei to accompany her. She unexpectedly refused. Lan Fei Fei looked at the screen with some disbelief, very much unable to understand that Xia Lingwei would actually reject him. Could it be that in her eyes, she was even scarier than the group just now? The olive branch that he had taken the trouble to throw out was actually rejected, causing Lan Fei Fei to feel humiliated and at the same time, a hint of hatred towards Xia Lingwei's insensitivity. At this time, the schoolmates were already ghosting and singing, and hearing him get more and more annoyed, he got up and said that he wanted to go out to get some air. On the other side, Su Lily had come to take over the shift. Since the night shift was somewhat dangerous, all the girls who worked in the store were unwilling to work the night shift. But Su Lily had to work as a tutor during the day to make up lessons, and only had time in the evening, so she could only schedule the night shift. Thinking that she was only working temporarily for a while, and that nothing had happened in the first few days, she let her guard down. Let the male colleagues who worked together on the night shift to rest for a while, she watched on the line. At this time, just into the box customers called the front desk, said the equipment is not very good with the problem. Su Lily did not call male colleagues, they went to the box. I did not expect that the two drunken men to see her young and beautiful, but also up to the idea of mischief, through the strength of the wine on her hands and feet. Su Lily character tough, pointing at the face of the two drunks cursing, did not expect to provoke them, they want to use violence against her. Lily Su was scared, she as a girl can't defeat two men, so she ran to the corridor to ask for help. It was at this time that she met Fei Blue.
Blue Fei Fei was very famous in the school, and her looks were outstanding and recognizable, so that people could remember her after one look, and Su Lily was naturally no exception. She panicked and asked for help. Blue student, please help me, those two people want to molest me. Lan Fei Fei was annoyed at this moment. She didn't bother to mind her own business. But when he saw those two drunks, he had a plan and resumed his fake facade of hanging a warm smile in school. He blocked those two drunks and said to Su Lily, just leave this place to me, you go downstairs first and don't come up no matter what. But Su Lily was a little hesitant. There were two people on the other side. She got Lan Fei Fei involved. Is it appropriate for her to hide far away? I'll stay and help you. Seeing that the drunken man was already chasing after her, Lan Fei Fei impatiently said, what can you do to help? Don't add to the mess here. Hearing him say this, Su Lily didn't make any pretense and ran away first by herself. She was a little touched, thinking that Lan Fei Fei looked like a pampered young master, but was willing to help her in a critical situation, simply 100 times better than that Xing. Unbeknownst to her, after she went downstairs, Lan Fei Fei used two very simple moves to subdue the two short drunks. Seeing that they were no match for Lan Fei Fei, they immediately begged for mercy. Lan Fei Fei revealed a sinister smile and compelled, don't you guys just want a girl to accompany you? There is a girl in the private room over there, she is quite bored singing alone, you accompany her to sing for a while. The two drunks looked at each other tremblingly, instantly understood what Lan Fei Fei meant, and walked towards the private room where Xia Lingwei was. Chapter 58, The Hero Saves the Beauty, that is, there is no condition to create, the conditions also have to be on the. Lan Fei Fei's handsome face was filled with grimness, watching the two go to push the door of Xia Lingwei's private room. Wasn't it that he didn't need his company? He would like to see, by these two drunks broke in, she can still say that she does not need his company. At this moment, the students had already started to sing, and the sound was very loud, so the people inside couldn't hear that someone on the other side was forcibly pushing the door. Open the door, oh little sister. How boring it is to sing by yourself, brothers come to accompany you. What the hell is this at the door? Move it away. Compared to these two people, Xia Lingwei can be considered to know that Song Xiao really is not a bad person. She cried in fear. She didn't expect that just after she told Lan Fei Fei that she didn't need company, two drunks would come and break in. Luckily, she had just pushed the sofa or something to the door so that they couldn't get in for a while. But it couldn't withstand it for long. Xia Lingwei didn't have God's perspective, so naturally she didn't know that these two drunks were the ones that Lan Fei Fei had gotten over. In this dangerous moment, she could only look for Lan Fei Fei to ask for help. She was too scared, trying to type but her fingers kept trembling, she could only call over. Seeing the phone call from Xia Lingwei, Lan Fei Fei hooked the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. This is the right thing to do. A toy should have the appearance of a toy, daring to reject him, this is just a small punishment. In order to punish Xia Lingwei, he didn't pick it up immediately. A hero rescuing a beauty had to come out at the most critical juncture to be more dramatic, and Xia Lingwei would be more grateful to him. Underneath the mask of Lan Fei Fei's gentle elegance is a very despicable inner self, and he will do anything to achieve his goal. Thinking so, he didn't actually last 2 seconds before picking up. Blue young master, there are two people trying to break into my compartment, can you come over and help me? Woo. Xia Lingwei was so frightened that she was stormily crying with tears in her eyes, from the way she spoke you could hear how scared she was. I will come now. Lan Fei Fei heard her crying voice, he instantly changed his face, the whole person was furious. Immediately, he rushed towards the two drunks who pushed the door. He shouted, what are you two doing? Stop it for me. The two drunks were confused by his voice. Wasn't he the one who told them to come? No, buddy you. Bang. Without giving the drunks a chance to open their mouths, he slammed his fist into the face of the one who spoke, and before the other could react, he hit him as well. He then hit at the head. These two people were already drunk, and then by such a bam 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 bam, their consciousness could no longer support them, and they fainted. Before fainting, they seemed to realize that they had become a tool man, lips slowly wriggling. It looked like they were saying, RNM. After subduing the two drunks, Su Lily also rushed over with her colleagues. Seeing the two people who were beaten and fainted on the ground, she was a little surprised, not realizing that he was even so good at fighting. Grateful to Lan Fei Fei, she said, thank you so much classmate Lan, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. By the way, we have called the mall security, these two people will be taken away in a while. Blue Fei Fei casually and perfunctorily nodded at Su Lily. Waiting for the security guards to come to take away those two Blue Fei Fei heroic rescue tool people, he then coaxed Xia Lingwei in the door. It's okay, they were taken away, don't you be afraid. At this time the door has been pushed open a crack by them. Don't look at Lan Fei Fei looks quite thin, but the strength is very big, or else he wouldn't have knocked out the two drunks with a few punches. With a push, he pushed the door a little wider and walked into Xia Lingwei's box. Seeing Xia Lingwei shrinking into a ball in the corner of the sofa, her eyes red and tear-stained, she was pitiful like a scared little rabbit. He walked over, looked at her crying, somewhat at a loss as to what to do, can only softly comfort, don't be afraid, it will be fine, I'm here with you. This look of heartache, the movie star looked ashamed of himself. Just now when he was beating up the drunks also, that kind of anger and anxiety, there was no trace of acting at all, as if those two drunks were not intentionally found by him. Xia Lingwei also didn't know that this was planned by him, huffed and thanked him. Thank you, young Master Lan. At the same time, she regretted a little bit that it would have been better if she hadn't rejected Lan Feifei's good intentions just now. This was the effect that Lan Feifei wanted. He wanted to hug her along the way, but unfortunately Xia Lingwei had been shrinking in the corner of the sofa since the beginning, leaving him with no way to start. At this time, Lan Feifei's cell phone rang. It was his schoolmate who had seen him go out for so long and not come back and had called to find him. He picked it up.
I'll go back right now.
Hanging up the phone, he looked at Xia Lingwei and said, my friend called me, so I'll leave first.
Little bastard, I don't believe you won't retain me.
Xia Lingwei did not want to let him go at this moment, she was not quite brave enough to stay by herself now. But Lan Feifei had said she was going back, she couldn't just let him stay. So carefully asked, I go with you to your box for a while, okay? On the other hand, Xin Qingqing could finally drive to the shore. He was soaked to the skin by the seawater, like a soup chicken, and sneezed several times by the cold wind of the night. Only after entering his supercar and turning on the warm air did he get a little bit of relief. Next, he had to go find Xia Lingwei.
That said, this night, everyone was very busy.
Chapter 59. Xin Qingqing is sick, Xia Lingwei stays close to accompany her. Lan Feifei thought that Xia Lingwei would retain him, but she didn't expect her to follow him.
Was this an attempt to break into his circle of friends?
He had secretly observed Xia Lingwei for so long and had a certain understanding of her. She was not only timid but also sociopathic. Normally, if she was just afraid to stay alone, then she could have let him stay here with her for a while longer. Surprisingly, she took the initiative to say that she wanted to follow him to his private room. In addition to wanting to recognize his friends, there is no other possibility, right?
As expected, all women can't resist the hero's rescue.
Even this Xia Lingwei, who was soft and hard, but not oil and salt, after being saved, she also felt good about him, so she wanted to know more about him.
Life, it really is easy.
Lan Feifei was in a good mood. Thinking to herself that it wasn't impossible to bring her along, it was just the right time to let Song Xiao see that he and Xia Lingwei had a great relationship, so as to break that brat's obsession.
Since you want to be with me so badly.
Ring ring ring. Halfway through her sentence, she was interrupted by Xia Lingwei's cell phone ringing. Sorry, I'll take a call first. Interrupted, Lan Feifei was a bit upset, but still graciously let her answer first. It was the driver from Xia Lingwei's house calling. There are very few cars on the road at night, arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than expected, and is now in the underground parking lot of the mall.
Xia Lingwei surprised, so fast? Then I will go downstairs now.
After hanging up the phone, she politely and respectfully said to Lan Feifei that, young Master Lan, my family's driver uncle has come to pick me up.
No, did the change of face become so fast?
So she still wanted to follow him back because she didn't dare to stay alone? Lan Feifei felt like a clown, being played by Xia Lingwei. When she can use it, she begs him pitifully, and when she can't use it, she kicks it away. Why didn't she see before that she still has the potential to be a white-eyed wolf? But looking at her face and awaiting for his answer, he had gas also cannot be scattered. Helpless, you go.
Right.
As Xia Lingwei walked to the door, Lan Feifei called out to her again.
I saved you, you have to treat me to a meal to express your gratitude, right?
Xia Lingwei squeezed out a smile and nodded her head in agreement, next time for sure. After this meal, Lan Feifei was satisfied to let her go, but also did not forget to urge, don't come out alone so late in the future.
If it is not today's luck to meet him, really met a bad man how to do?
This shameless blue Feifei, cheating to deceive themselves, if not met him, Xia Lingwei would not have encountered these terrible things. Finally got into her own car, Xia Lingwei felt safe, in the back seat of the car hooting and hollering. While Xin Qingqing was preparing to go to Bai Mingdia's house to look for someone first, she received a call from Xia's father. It said that Xia Lingwei had suddenly decided to go home to live again, and the driver had already gone to the mall to receive her.
The mall? After Xia Lingwei left Bai Mingdia's house, she went to the mall again? Xin Qingqing's head was dizzy.
He was racing a small yacht at breakneck speeds all night, drenched in water and blowing wind, and also fearful of something happening to Xia Lingwei, and his spirit was in a state of high pressure, so even though his physical quality was good, he couldn't bear to be so built up. He had a cold. However, thinking about Xia Lingwei still in the mood to go to the mall, Bai Mengdai should indeed not do anything to her. Although Xia Lingwei did not have any accidents, he must not forgive Bai Mengdai for what she did.
So he endured the discomfort and found Bai Mengdia's residence.
When he saw the person, he punched him hard without any explanation. He viciously questioned, what in the world do you want to do by plotting to approach her? The pain coming from his face made Bai Mengdai's heart feel better. It was strange, he clearly pushed away Xia Lingwei for Xin Qingqing, but now that he saw Xin Qingqing, he didn't feel happy at all. Like self-mutilation, he deliberately said words to provoke Xin Qingqing. Of course it was to play with her, that little cutie. Slightly say a few good words to her and think I'm her friend. What a tease, lowly servant still wanting to be friends with me, whimsical.
Bang!
Another punch came. Bai Mengdai also did not resist, just let Shin Xingqing hit on his most valued face. Only after beating the person's nose, face in face did Shin Xingqing stop. Coldly warned, stay away from her in the future. After that, Shin Xingqing left. Bai Mengdai, as if he did not know the pain, smiled foolishly. He could no longer figure out what exactly he wanted. Perhaps it would be better to see a psychiatrist? When he first started female clothing, his parents had forced him to be taken to psychotherapy, and he had rejected it, thinking that his psyche was normal. But now, he really needed the help of a psychiatrist. When Shin Xingqing returned home, he felt cold all over, the joints of his limbs were heavy and painful, obviously a symptom of fever. He hadn't had a fever for several years. Shin Xingqing is the type that doesn't get sick easily, and once he gets sick, it's not easy to get well. He took fever-reducing pills and slept through the night, but instead, his fever got worse. On the other side, Xia Lingwei also looked away from the fact that Bai Mengdai had tricked her after she had slept for a while. No friends is also quite good. Anyway, these years she does not have good friends, not also live a very full well. Hearing her parents say that Shin Xingqing called them again last night to ask if she had come home yet, made her feel a bit scared. She seemed to have ignored his missed calls yesterday.
Shin Xingqing is the god of wealth for their family and can't be easily offended.
So she called back. Just after the phone was connected, she skillfully slipped on her knees and apologized. South young master, sorry, I didn't see your call yesterday when my phone was muted.
Shin Xingqing was lying on the bed, dizzy and swollen, and kept coughing.
Hearing Xia Lingwei's insincere explanation, and then thinking that his cold and fever was all about finding Xia Lingwei, he ordered without saying, I have a cold, cough cough cough, you come over immediately to take care of me. After saying that, he sent the address over.
Xia Lingwei
picked up a big job for himself early in the morning. Didn't even return his call last night. Today Xia Lingwei didn't dare to pop up in the minefield, and could only follow the address sent by Shin Xingqing to find the past.
Chapter 60 Shin Xingqing's own brother, Nancy Yen, ascetic hegemony.
This was the first time Xia Lingwei came to the Nan family. Looking at such a grandiose manner, Xia Lingwei revealed an expression of having never seen the world, just like the time she went to the Yi family for a dinner party before. Unlike the Yi family's Chinese style of rustic architecture, the Nan family was European style, and instead of mountains and water, there was a large spacious lawn in the courtyard. Their house was an axisymmetric building with a high center and two short sides, with white walls, blue peaked roofs, and beautifully carved decorations on the rock walls. Xia Lingwei thought to herself that if she lived so well, how could there be no maid in the house? Not to mention the maid, there must be more than one private doctor.
Shin Xingqing was sick and still needed her to take care of her? Because she didn't answer the phone yesterday, Shin Xingqing deliberately retaliated against her.
The butler led her towards Shin Xingqing's room. In the corridor, Xia Lingwei saw the hanging family portrait. It was a family of four, the dignified, elegant and beautiful woman and the man with a somewhat fierce face and a very tall figure sitting on a chair should be Shin Xingqing's parents. Behind them stood Shin Xingqing with blonde hair and unruly face, and Shin Xingqing wearing a silver-gray suit with black hair, with a cold and ascetic face, giving people the feeling of being like the kind of cover of a domineering general text. The man's face is a bit similar to Shin Xingqing, but looks a bit more mature, and his temperament is completely different. By the way, Shin Xingqing seems to have a brother, it should be this person. There doesn't seem to be much of him in the plot, so don't worry about it. Xia Lingwei just took a glance and withdrew her gaze, following the housekeeper to the door of Shin Xingqing's room. The young master had instructed that Miss Xia would just push the door in when she came, no need to knock. After saying this, the housekeeper retreated. Xia Lingwei took out the medical mask from her bag and put it on before pushing the door in. She respectfully said, Young Master Nan, I'm here. Shin Xingqing was on the bed, sitting against the head of the bed with a quilt covering his legs. His cheeks were flushed, he was wearing sky blue pajamas, and his blonde hair was hanging down softly and obediently, looking a bit well behaved. It was a far cry from his usual arrogant and domineering appearance. Hearing Xia Lingwei's voice, he immediately looked over towards her, and was very speechless when he saw her heavily armed appearance with a mask on. She was good enough to know how to protect herself. Seeing that Shin Xingqing's eyes were not right, Xia Lingwei immediately explained, I'm not afraid of being infected, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you if I'm infected. He grunted, smooth talk, where did you learn it? I didn't learn it, it came from the heart. Although she knew that what she said was not necessarily sincere, Shin Xingqing was still coaxed quite happy. Xia Lingwei took out the fever-reducing and inflammation medicine she bought at the pharmacy and said, Young Master Nan, would you like to take some medicine first? I ate them a long time ago. Cough cough. That cough medicine. No need. I'm speechless. This also do not eat, that also do not use, called her to do what came here? Shin Xingqing said, you take the ice bag to help me physically cool down. On the table next to her, there were already silk ice packs prepared by the servants, the kind that could be held in the hand to cool down the brain or neck. Okay. Xia Lingwei took the ice bag and walked over to Shin Xingqing's bedside, carefully placing the ice bag on top of his head. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Cough cough cough, where do you put it on top of your head? As soon as he moved, the ice bag slid down and fell on the bed.
Xia Lingwei hurriedly picked it up. She didn't have any experience in taking care of patients either. She realized in hindsight that in all the time she had followed Shin Qingqing around as a servant, it seemed like Shin Qingqing had never caught a cold. Seeing this clumsy look of hers, Shin Qingqing was a bit helpless and directly grabbed her hand, sticking the ice pack to the position of her neck nest. Just hold it like this, don't let go. Okay. Xia Lingwei so holding the ice bag standing on the edge of the bed, Shin Qingqing afraid of her tired, considerate, you do not need to stand, sit down on the line. So Xia Lingwei sat down, occupying only a tiny bit of his bedside position. Sitting like this is even more tiring than standing. But it can't be helped, she felt that sitting further in would be a bit ambiguous. Originally Shin Qingqing, in order to be convenient to be taken care of by her, is against the edge of the bed position lying, she sat too far in, it is close to him. Xia Lingwei was embarrassed and thought of taking the initiative to say something to ease the situation. Without words, she said, why did you suddenly catch a cold, young Master Nan? Did you catch a cold yesterday? Mentioning this, Shin Qingqing had something to say, it's not because of you. Because of me? Xia Lingwei felt wronged, she hadn't even seen Shin Qingqing yesterday, how could she rely on her? Let me ask you, did you go to Bai Mingdia's house yesterday for his birthday? Before that, you even went to the bar with him to drink? Xia Lingwei pupils earthquake. That Bai Mingdi did not have to be like this, not to mention that he fooled her, but also to spread the word around, is it because he thinks that she is not humiliated enough? Xia Lingwei stammered and could only push everything onto Bai Mingdi, saying, she didn't let me tell you. Shin Qingqing sighed heavily and said, she does not let you say you do not say? Do you know why he didn't let you tell me? Why? Because he is a man. Chapter 61 was pressed on the bed by Shin Qingqing. Male? You say, Bai Mingdi is male? Xia Lingwei stuttered when she was in a hurry to speak, she couldn't even speak properly at this moment. She could only freeze in place in surprise, her eyes staring round, her mouth open enough to stuff an egg in. Shin Qingqing looked at her shocked appearance, helpless and spoiled replied, yes, he has been wearing women's clothing since he was 10 years old. He also did not expect Bai Mingdi to find Xia Lingwei, otherwise he would have told her about it. Hearing Shin Qingqing's words, Xia Lingwei's hanging heart died, and immediately felt her brain buzzing. Bai Mingdi was actually a man? How could Bai Mingdi be a male? Xia Lingwei was unwilling to believe this was true no matter what. Even though she was now out of friendship, to her, Bai Mingdi was the first friend she had made, the first bosom friend, it was just that the time was a bit short. But now she was actually told that Bai Mingdi was a male. Her faith collapsed. Not only that, when she thought of that day she took off her blouse and let Bai Mingdi help her to apply medicine, face-to-face selfie together, and hugged together, and even slept on the same bed. Xia Lingwei's originally pale face instantly turned red. How could she have done so many intimate acts with a boy? Even if Bai Mingdi liked men, it was still a guy. It was so unacceptable. Since Xia Lingwei was wearing a mask, Shin Qingqing didn't notice that her face was unusually red. He took the opportunity and did not forget to continue to push Xia Lingwei, said, so I let you be good and obedient, don't come with those who come from an unknown way, if there is no me, just you. This brain was sold but also help count the money. Cough. Even a cold and cough can't stop him from talking. Shin Qingqing is so calm and relaxed, because at this time he is already sure that Bai Mingdi did not do anything to Xia Lingwei. Otherwise, Xia Lingwei wouldn't have completely failed to realize that Bai Mingdi was a boy. However, when his line of sight landed on Xia Lingwei's reddened ears, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Speaking of which, last night, Xia Lingwei had initially said she wanted to stay over at Bai Mingdia's house, so why did she suddenly decide to go home? It was very wrong. Did something really happen between them? What did you do with him last night? Shin Qingqing's tone was aggressive and full of oppression, as if she was interrogating a prisoner. Xia Lingwei thought that she had also said bad things about Shin Qingqing yesterday, advising Bai Mingdi not to like him, and suddenly felt weak. She said, I didn't do anything, I just helped him celebrate his birthday. Then why do you suddenly want to go home to live? Not to stay overnight? Because he said it was to fool me and didn't really want to make friends with me, then he kicked me out the door. Shin Qingqing. Driving Xia Lingwei, a girl, out the door in the dark, it seems that he still hit Bai Mingdi lightly yesterday. He still asked relentlessly, then what are you blushing for? Speaking of this, Xia Lingwei honestly answered, I thought he was a girl, before the allergy let him help me on the medicine to come, yesterday also almost slept in his bed. It's even more embarrassing to say it out loud. You sleep in his bed? Shin Qingqing directly exploded, yelling again. But he was still feeling a cold, so he spoke so loudly and started coughing again. Xia Lingwei saw the situation, immediately patted his back to help stop coughing, while explaining, I was going to stay at his home while She was caught unawares by Shin Qingqing's waist and dragged towards the bed with brute force. Regardless of what kind of reason there was, the thought of her lying in another man's bed sleeping, Shin Qingqing couldn't contain the anger in his chest. Idiot are you! How dare you sleep in a man's bed, you're out of your mind. Shin Qingqing cursed as she hugged her and rolled around, directly getting Xia Lingwei onto the bed 7 times. That said, her shoes weren't even off.
But the housekeeper had changed her into indoor slippers before entering, so they weren't dirty. Xia Lingwei was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that her tears raged. Shin Qingqing still had a fever, his body temperature was shockingly high, and he could feel his body burning through his clothes.
Ooh, what the hell is he doing? Why did he press her on the bed? She was so scared and wanted to go home.
Xia Lingwei explained, No, I didn't know he was a guy either.
Then why don't you come and ask me?
Shin Qingqing was simply unreasonable when she was angry and continued, Since you can sleep at his place, what can't you sleep at mine?
Today you will stay here to sleep.
Hearing him say sleep one after another here, Xia Lingwei became more and more terrified, her body couldn't stop trembling greatly.
When he said sleep, which sleep did he mean?
Chapter 62, the trio came to visit the patient. Shin Qingqing hid Xia Lingwei under the quilt.
Xia Lingwei's soul was about to fly away in fear. No matter which kind of sleep it was, she didn't want it off. Which tendon in Shin Qingqing's head was wrong to do this to her? Wasn't he the male lead? There was no need to take a shot at a little cannon fodder like her, right?
Luckily, Shin Qingqing just wrapped his arms around her and didn't make the next move. He was too excited and confused, so he had to slow down a bit. In the large room, the air was quiet, only the sound of Shin Qingqing gasping for air and Xia Lingwei sobbing. Hearing her crying, Shin Qingqing's reasoning came back a little, but only a little.
His possessiveness towards Xia Lingwei was frighteningly strong, and learning that she slept in by Mingjia's bed, not going crazy was already considered very calm.
His arms tightened and he forcefully clasped Xia Lingwei in his arms. The back of Xia Lingwei's back was raw and painful. The feeling of clinging to each other like this made him recall the scene of the two of them hiding together that day, and then associated it with her being squeezed and almost suffocated. Shin Qingqing immediately came back to his senses, relaxing the force of his arm and looking down to check her condition. Seeing that she was still wearing a mask, Shin Qingqing was very upset. He wanted to see her face. So he directly reached out and removed her mask. Looking at her pitiful face with tears in her eyes and her long eyelashes all swooshed into clusters, he couldn't help but feel a little soft. He used his long and somewhat coarse fingers to wipe away her tears, and then helped her put the mask back on. It wouldn't be good to infect her with a cold. Her body is already weak, if she catches a cold, it will not be easy to heal, and she will also suffer. Although Shin Qingqing's heart was softened, he didn't intend to let her off so easily. Otherwise, if she doesn't learn from her mistakes, in the future, another unsavory person will come out and say they want to make friends with her. What if she runs away again? It's really not worrying. Shin Qingqing purposely made a stern face and asked, Will you dare to go to someone else's house and stay overnight? Xia Lingwei hurriedly replied, I don't dare anymore. So she can get up? Unfortunately, Shin Qingqing still didn't have the intention of letting go of her, only the force of his arm around her wasn't as tight. Xia Lingwei saw that his emotions were not that agitated. She said weakly, Can I get up first? Shin Qingqing refused, No. Until I get rid of my anger, just lie down like this. Regarding Shin Qingqing's behavior, Xia Lingwei was not very understanding. She knew the development of the plot, so she knew that Shin Qingqing would like Su Lily, and even more so, she knew that Shin Qingqing had never treated her as a girl. In the plot, after Shin Qingqing got together with Su Lily even got jealous of her as a servant and asked Shin Qingqing why she preferred Xia Lingwei in the first place and if she ever liked her. It was categorically denied by Shin Qingqing. He said that in his eyes, Xia Lingwei was just an obedient dog, nothing more. So now this situation Xia Lingwei cannot understand a little. Although many people would let their pet dogs sleep on the bed, Xia Lingwei knew very well in her heart that to Shin Qingqing, she was not a pet dog, but a traitor. It could only be explained that he had a fever that fried his brain, otherwise no other reason could be found. If that was the case, then it would be good to wait for his fever to subside. However, another unexpected situation occurred. The butler's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Young Master He, Young Master Lan, and Young Master Mu are here to see you. They'll be coming upstairs soon. This morning, Mu Xingqian called out to him to go out and play, but Shin Qingqing refused on the grounds that she had a cold. They all knew that Shin Qingqing didn't catch colds easily, so they called their other two best friends to come and visit together. In the past, they had often come to the Nan family, and Shin Qingqing had instructed the housekeeper to just let them in directly when they came. But the housekeeper was a resourceful person. At this moment, Ms. Xia Lingwei was in the young master's room, so if she didn't inform them in advance, it would be embarrassing if the three of them saw something they shouldn't have seen when they entered the door later. So he proposed to come to the door in advance to say so. It had to be said that a butler was a butler, always able to anticipate the young master's needs. As soon as Shin Qingqing heard that the three of them had come, he couldn't let them see that he had gotten Xia Lingwei into bed, not to mention that he didn't want them to see her crying pearly eyes. So he lifted the quilt and hid Xia Lingwei under the quilt. And urged, Don't make a sound in a while. Xia Lingwei hadn't reacted to what was going on, and the whole person was wrapped up in the darkness of the quilt. She wore a mask, was already a bit stuffy, and then stayed in the quilt, feeling even thinner air. So she took off the mask. Could smell the faint scent of cedar in the comforter. It didn't take more than a few seconds for the three of them to enter. A few people came in and first went to the bedside to look at Xing and found that his face was very red, thinking that this was a fever burning him. Lan Yu asked, "The fever is so serious, why didn't you go to the hospital?" Xing replied, "This small illness, no need, take some medicine, will be fine." Xing said, "Don't try to be brave, you're not easy to get well when you're sick, we all know, or go to the hospital." Sat around to look around, to find him a thicker coat to put on. This survey saw Xia Lingwei placed on the sofa next to the lady's bag. Xia Lingwei is carrying the kind of bucket bag, which is loaded with cold medicine and cough syrup and so on, and no other personal belongings. At first glance it was impossible to tell the age of the bag's owner. Xing directly asked, "Si Jin, did a girl come to see you?" Xia Lingwei in the nest was a bit nervous. If they found her hiding under Xing's quilt, what a scene of suffocation and social death it would be. Xing didn't want to be discovered by them either, and casually blurted out, "That's my great aunt's, she came to see me and forgot to bring it when she left." His great aunt is Lin Junchang's mom. Oh. Xia Lingwei in the quilt long breath of relief. The hot air she exhaled sprayed on Xing's body, so that he could not help but tremble. Lan Fei asked, "What's wrong with you?" "No, nothing. This is too exciting." Xing didn't want them to stay on and pretended to be sleepy, yawning. Started to send them off. "I just took the medicine a little sleepy, you guys go back first, I'll sleep for a while." "It's okay, you sleep we go to the side of the meeting area, so that if you have something to shout we can come over at any time." Xing's room is very large, catching up with an ordinary family's 3 rooms and 1 hall. His bedroom, in addition to the living bed and check room and independent bathroom, there is also a special meeting area with a bar and sofa recliners and whatnot, and it's over there when they come to his house to hack and play games. Xing also particularly understanding to add, "We do not make a sound, do not disturb you." After saying that, no matter what else Xing had to say, she went to the side and stayed there. Fortunately, there is a partition between the meeting area and the bed, so they can't see this side when they go over, but they can hear the sound. Xing was afraid that Xia Lingwei would suffocate, lifted the quilt, and compared a hush to her. Chapter 63 Sneaking around is so exciting. Xia Lingwei and Xing looked at each other, the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters, and their breaths were intertwined. In response, Xia Lingwei's first reaction was, "It's over, she will definitely be infected with a cold." But now being infected and all that is an afterthought, the most important thing at the moment is that those 3 people are in the room. Is she going to hide under the covers all the time? What if Xing farted? She was going to vomit if she even slightly imagined it. Normally Xing was so stinky, the fart she let out must have been very smelly. While Xia Lingwei was thinking wildly, Xing was looking at her near face with a burning gaze. As soon as he thought that those 3 people were not far away, while Xia Lingwei was lying under a blanket with him, he was vaguely a little excited. The sneaky feeling was so exciting. His line of sight fell on Xia Lingwei's moist and still glossy lips. Why did her lips always look so delicious? Looking at it, Xing craved it. Want to eat, what to do? However, thinking that he still has a cold and fever, what if he infects her? Even if he didn't kiss on it, it would be easy to catch it from such a distance. So he fumbled for Xia Lingwei's mask to help her put it on, and said with his lips, "This time, I'll let you go first." When he gets over his cold, he must kiss hard enough. Xing also figured out, Xia Lingwei is his servant, rounding up as his person, what's wrong with being kissed by him? Although it might scare her at first, but after a few more kisses, I guess she would be able to get used to it. He wrapped his arms around Xia Lingwei like he was hugging a pillow, his chin resting on the top of her hair. Pulling the quilt up to his neck here, he left a slit out. This way, he couldn't see Xia Lingwei from the outside and wouldn't smother her. Seeing his breathing gradually become even, Xia Lingwei's heart surged with a wave of despair. He wasn't really going to sleep like this, was he? Couldn't he just let her change places to hide first? While they weren't around, she could hide under the bed or in the closet. Hiding under the covers was the most dangerous, right? Now she couldn't get out of this situation, she could only suffer being held by Xing, praying in her heart that those few people would hurry up and leave. On a physical level, Xing was not too comfortable holding Xia Lingwei. He was wearing soft and silky silk pajamas, but Xia Lingwei was dragged into the quilt by him in a hurry, and was still wearing a jacket. She was still wearing a denim jacket. Not only was the fabric hard, but there were also metal buttons and a cell phone in the pocket. Hugging up is very choking, and it hurts a little bit after a long time. Xing, however, was willing to do so, and did not want to let go of her at all. Next to Lan Yu and Lan Fei, as well as Xingchen, the 3 of them were sitting at the bar, each holding a cell phone and playing. Lan Yu was dealing with official business, Xingchen was playing a small game in the WeChat program, and Lan Fei was clicking on the dialogue box with Xia Lingwei again. After Xia Lingwei went home last night, she sent a message to Lan Fei to report that she was safe. He instantly subsided when he received the message, and couldn't help but spit in his heart that he was so easily coaxed. Although Xia Lingwei did not want to coax him at all, simply because he saved her, out of courtesy to tell him that she arrived home only. Lan Fei sends a message to Xia Lingwei. What are doing? Waiting for Deng Deng.
The beep of a cell phone message came from Xinxing's quilt. Xia Lingwei's heart tightened. Oops. She hadn't put her cell phone on silent when she came. She started fumbling around trying to take her cell phone out and set it. On the contrary, she was being held in Xinxing's arms and her movement was restricted, so simple movements became exceptionally difficult. Xinxing had taken her medicine and was already asleep at this moment, and wasn't woken up by the message beeps. Mu Xingchen shook her head helplessly. This guy, Si Jin, was really careless, and didn't know to mute his cell phone first if he wanted to sleep. So he got up and walked over, intending to help put the phone into silent mode. On the side, Lan Fei was a bit surprised. Just after he sent the message, Xinxing's cell phone rang? What a coincidence! That said, there was also a girl's bag in Xinxing's room, so it couldn't really be Xia Lingwei who was here, right? But I didn't see anyone just now. Could it have been hidden by Xinxing? In order to confirm her guess, Lan Fei sent another message. Are you at home? There was no reply, and there was no more sound. Mu Xingchen picked up Xinxing's cell phone on the nightstand and took a look, and sure enough, it wasn't on mute. He dialed the phone's mute button into silent mode and put it back, and looked at Xinxing again. Seeing that Xinxing was lying on her side and sleeping very well, she returned to the bar side. Xia Lingwei held the cell phone, listening to the sound of footsteps far away, hanging heart only put back to the stomach. Just now she touched her cell phone in the nick of time and immediately turned it off. Really, I feel like I'm always on edge lately, like I've done something unseemly. She was obviously just called over by Xinxing to do odd jobs. Now that she's gotten into this situation, if someone finds out, she really can't even jump into the Yellow River to get cleaned up. Mu Xingchen came back and saw Lan Fei surveying the surroundings as if she was probing for something, and asked with her mouthpiece, "What's wrong? Looking for something?" Lan Fei shook her head. There were too many places in Xinxing's room where he could hide someone, and he couldn't search the room based on speculation alone, so he could only stop there. Lan Yu, as a member of the school board and a student representative, needed to arrange many things for the school ball, so he didn't stay for a while before leaving. Only Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen were left. In fact, there were so many servants in the Nan family, it wasn't even their turn to take care of Xinxing. The reason Mu Xingchen stayed behind was because he heard that Xinxing had returned to the pier from the cruise ship alone in a speedboat. It was said that him coming back in such a hurry had something to do with Bai Mengdai. He had come to find Xinxing in order to figure out what had happened. He didn't realize that Xinxing was quite sick, and it wasn't good to have someone coughing while telling him gossip, so he just stayed here and waited. Mu Xingchen was idle and had a lot of time to waste. He whispered to Lan Fei, "It's fine if you have to go beforehand, I'll watch him here. I don't have much to do either." If Xia Lingwei really hid, he would stay and see how long she could hide. Chapter 64. Who would like her kind of girl? Xinxing slept for more than 2 hours this time. During these 2 hours, Xia Lingwei lay down and didn't dare to move a muscle, his whole body was sore and numb, it was unbearable. Finally, he woke up with sleepy eyes. Feeling a little dry mouth. "Water, bring water." A hoarse voice came over, and Mu Xingchen competently got up and picked up the bottled water on the side, unscrewing the bottle and handing it to him. Concernedly, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Hearing Mu Xingchen's voice, Xinxing jerked awake. Just now, he was sleepy and confused, and thought that only Xia Lingwei had come to the house to take care of him, forgetting that these people had also come. He subconsciously looked to his side and realized that Xia Lingwei was still lying there quietly, so he let go of his heart. And the fever should have gone down. Mu Xingchen wanted to find a thermometer to measure his temperature, but after looking around for half a day, he couldn't find one, but accidentally saw an unopened thermometer in the bucket bag. He directly took it out and used it, and also lamented, "Your great aunt is quite meticulous, even the thermometer is prepared for you." Xinxing said vaguely, "Yes ah." Xia Lingwei in the nest heard Xinxing defeat, the heart also secretly happy up. Ah, she became Xinxing's great aunt. Laughing to laugh, has been lying here really hard, they in the end when to go ah. Xinxing also realized the problem, Xia Lingwei has been hiding in the quilt smothered, how difficult he cannot bear it. At this time, Lan Fei also came over. Xinxing looked behind him and asked, "Lan, you left first? And there is something to be dealt with at the school day dance. Then you also go first, stay too long should infect you." Mu Xingchen, right as deaf, pulled a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, said, "I heard that you drove your own speedboat last night from the cruise ship back? What is so urgent ah?" Xinxing sniffed and couldn't help but spit out, "You're well informed enough. That is." Mu Xingchen, with a face of pride as if he could not hear the good and bad words, said, "There is no melon that I cannot eat." A good beautiful man, but so keen on gossip. Mentioning this matter, Xinxing did not intend to hide it, just to say it to Xia Lingwei to hear, let her know that he was desperate to rush back for her. So he told them the cause and effect of the matter, but of course he didn't say anything about Xia Lingwei and Bai Mengdai sleeping in the same bed. At the end, he also said with a haughty face, "Mainly Bai Mengdai is staring at that guy because of me, so I can't just let it go. Now Xia Lingwei should know for whom he caught the cold." After hearing this, Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen's faces both had expressions of afterthought.
That boy, by Mang Dai, using himself as a mother to get close to Xiao Lingwei was really something. When Xiao Lingwei first heard him say that he was desperately rushing back because he was afraid that something would happen to her mood was quite complicated and she felt that she was also responsible for him catching a cold. But only after hearing this last sentence did she come back to her senses. That's right. If it wasn't for Xin Xingxing, she wouldn't have been targeted by Mang Dai, not to mention that she wouldn't have gone through this series of messy things. The self-blame in her heart instantly disappeared into thin air. Mu Xingchen finished digesting the whole thing before saying flirtatiously, actually, even if Bai Mang Dai is a man, you don't need to worry so much, he has no interest in women at all, so Xiao Lingwei is very safe. The words cannot be said so, not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. Xin Xingqing is not to agree with such an idea. A man is a man, back up 1,000 steps, even if Bai Mang Dai's orientation is really problematic, then he is also fully capable of hurting Xiao Lingwei. He couldn't let his guard down just because that person was an address book. It didn't matter to him if it was someone else, but to him, he couldn't let Xiao Lingwei take this risk.
After hearing Xin Xingqing say these things, Lan Feifei also figured out why Xiao Lingwei went to the KTV alone on a big night. She couldn't stay at Bai Mingjie's house and didn't want to go home, so she wanted to stay at the KTV for the night. Yesterday, after Xiao Lingwei left, he also heard the waitress mutter that she stayed for such a short while and left, the night was too wasteful or something. Lan Feifei celebrated on the side. If it wasn't for the things he did last night that scared her into going home, it's possible she would have had to stay at the KTV all night. How dangerous it would be. Thanks to him, she was safe and sound. When Mu Xingchen saw how nervous Xin Xingqing was about Xiao Lingwei, he was as sour as if he had eaten a lemon. His tone was a bit yin and yang. You're so nervous about her, do you like her? Xin Xingqing immediately denied, how could it be? Who would like a silly girl like her? He reacted in a big way, feeling disgusted. This was in front of Xiao Lingwei, Xin Xingqing definitely couldn't admit it. Even if he really realized that he might have the beginnings of this, he couldn't admit it. Because he didn't know if Xiao Lingwei liked him as well. If he said he liked her first, it would be inexplicably like he was inferior to her. That wouldn't do. He was the high and mighty master, Xiao Lingwei was the servant. It had to be like she liked him first and took the initiative to chase him before he reluctantly agreed. Xiao Lingwei listened to Xin Xingqing denying it so desperately and thought to herself that it was really the same as what developed in the plot. Just because Xin Xingqing gave a little sweet date, she can't treat him as a good person, he will be the culprit who harmed her whole family in the future. Xin Xingqing could never have imagined that he would push Xiao Lingwei far away because of his stiff upper lip and arrogance. There is a price for being cheap, and Xin Xingqing's crematorium is ready to go on. Chapter 65 Crashing into Nan Xiyan while going out. Even though Xin Xingqing had already shown a very disgusting attitude, Mu Xingchen still didn't believe it. He bristled and said, really? I don't believe it. Love to believe it or not. Xin Xingqing was furious and took the opportunity to shoo them away. You two should also go back, right? Do you want me, a patient, to chat with you? Go, go, go. After saying that, she laid back under the covers and turned her back to them. Mu Xingchen inquired about the gossip and didn't intend to stay much longer, getting up and preparing to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to call up Lan Feifei who was next to him. Let's go, let's go. He's going to blow up if we don't leave. Although Fei Blue suspects that Xiao Lingwei is here, but there is no evidence. Even if she asked Xin Xingqing, the probability was that she would be fooled, so she didn't say anything more and went back with Mu Xingchen. Come out. As soon as the two of them left, Xiao Lingwei couldn't wait to get out of the quilt and climbed out of the bed with lightning speed, standing far away from him. Although Xin Xingqing prided himself on being Xiao Lingwei's master, he still couldn't help but feel weak when facing her after saying something unpleasant. He wanted to see what Xiao Lingwei's expression was, but she was wearing a mask and couldn't see her expression. He opened his mouth and spoke somewhat awkwardly, you heard everything I said just now? Xiao Lingwei nodded, a little unsure. She wasn't deaf, she could still not hear what was said right in her ear. He brought this up again, was he afraid that she didn't hear it clearly, so he wanted to tell her again? Xiao Lingwei said in a very understanding manner, don't worry young Master Nan, I understand what you mean, I will never make a fool of myself. Instead, there is no need to be so self-aware. Xin Xingqing heard her speak in a tone that didn't even look like she was in an affected mood, but instead, she broke down her defenses a bit. She heard him say he didn't like her, didn't she feel disappointed at all? Xiao Lingwei didn't feel disappointed, but instead disappointed Xin Xingqing. He was depressed in his heart and could only growl with a stern face, what are you doing standing so far away? Why don't you come over and feed me water? Oh, okay. Xiao Lingwei immediately walked over to feed him water. The distance came closer. Xin Xingqing drank the water while raising her eyes to carefully observe the pair of big, beautiful eyes she had exposed. However, there was no emotion in the eyes, as if the words he said just now really didn't have any effect on her. This made Xin Xingqing more and more upset. The two of them were inseparable together every day. Could it be that Xiao Lingwei really didn't have any thoughts about him at all? Knowing that many girls in the academy admired him, how could Xiao Lingwei not be attracted to him?
She treated herself with respect, as if it was really purely just the attitude of a servant to his master.
The current him was no longer just satisfied with this. He wanted Xia Lingwei to like him. What did one have to do to make a girl like him?
This touched the blind spot of his knowledge. Xin Xingqing, as a Tianlong person, had everything from birth. He didn't have to do anything to get the adoration of many girls, and there used to be so many love letters popping up in his desk. Such Xin Xingqing felt that it was common for him to be liked by people, so at this time he was at a loss.
Let's search online first.
He took out his cell phone and asked a question on a QA platform.
What can I do to make a girl like me? Soon someone answered below.
It's very simple, face and money, as long as one of them will do. Xin Xingqing, however, replied seriously, but I have both. Why does she still look like she doesn't like me?
Brother's still not awake?
Talking in your sleep in broad daylight, who pisses yellow quickly come to bear to wake him up. Don't come if you're diabetic, you can't let him have a sweet tooth. It's okay to cheat your brother, but don't cheat yourself. It doesn't really matter if I'm cheated by you, I'll just have a laugh. But I hope that after you finish this paragraph to wipe the corners of your eyes, do not let the tears fall on the cell phone screen on the line. Brothers believe you a bit will not be less meat, really not buddy want to break your defense, you wipe your tears and think about it, in addition to brothers who will believe you these words? Seeing the building crooked, Xin Xingqing black face to exit. Just at this time, and refreshed a person named Love Expert posted a reply. I don't know if the subject has heard of the drawbridge effect, want to let the girl like you, the drawbridge effect is a good choice.
Xin Xingqing immediately went online to search.
The drawbridge effect refers to the fact that when a person walks across a drawbridge with fear and trepidation, he or she can't help but feel his or her heartbeat faster. If they happen to meet another person at this time, they will attribute the rapid heartbeat caused by this tense and exciting situation to the physiological reaction of the other person that makes their heart flutter, and then develop feelings for the other person.
I see.
Xin Xingqing came to a realization, truly worthy of being a love expert.
Then let's ask Xia Lingwei to go hiking.
There's a suspension bridge right next to the mountain. When they walk together, Xia Lingwei will like him.
When I get better, let's go climbing. Xin Xingqing suddenly came without a clue. Although Xia Lingwei was confused, she still subconsciously nodded her head and agreed, okay.
Climbing a mountain or something is not important. What Xia Lingwei is worried about now is that Xin Xingqing wouldn't really intend to let her sleep here, right? That, young Master Nan, actually I'm going to accompany my mom and dad for a medical checkup this afternoon, and just now they asked me when I'm going back, so can I? In order not to stay here, Xia Lingwei moved her mom and dad out. Because she found that Xin Xingqing was quite polite in front of her mom and dad. Sure enough, as soon as she heard Xia Lingwei talk about her mom and dad, Xin Xingqing's face straightened up.
They know you came to my house? HM.
Xin Xingqing had a bit of a headache. Her parents knew, then they couldn't keep her here. After all, no one's parents would let their daughter stay over at a boy's house.
Forget it, then you should go back today. Tomorrow.
Thank you, young Master Nan.
I'll go home first then, you get well.
Xia Lingwei, afraid that Xin Xingqing would change her mind, immediately ran off with her bag after he finished telling her to go home. Xia Lingwei, as if she had been pardoned, ran down the corridor, as if there was some kind of flooding beast chasing her from behind. When she ran to the corner of the corridor, she was caught off guard and bumped into the person walking on her way. The other person's chest was very hard, and she was running fast. This collision directly hit her eyes.
What kind of person are you? Why are you in my house?
A mature, reserved and magnetic voice came from above her. Xia Lingwei covered her sore head and raised her eyes to look. The tall man standing in front of her was exactly what she had seen in the family portrait on the wall earlier.
Xin Xingqing's brother, Nan Xiyan.
Chapter 66, Being Treated as a New Maid by Nan Xiyan.
Nan Xiyan's aura was very powerful.
He was 29 years old this year and held the position of president in the Nan Group, wearing a highly customized black suit. He was nearly 1 meter 9 tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist and long legs, better than a runway model's body.
The most absolute thing was his temperament. Elegant and noble, yet with a kind of majesty that no one should approach.
Although he has a very similar face to Xin Xingqing, it is two completely different feelings, and seeing it with his own eyes is more intuitive than looking at it from a photo. Xia Lingwei was shocked by the aura emitted by Nan Xiyan, and for a while she froze in place, unable to speak. After seeing her face clearly, Nan Xiyan was a bit surprised. Why would such a young girl appear in the house? It couldn't be that she was here to find his younger brother who never approached girls, right? The only explanation was that this girl was a newly recruited maid in the family. Her looks were not bad, but she was just silly and didn't look witty at all.
He spoke faintly, "You're the new maid? Next time don't run so fast in the corridor, it's easy to bump into people."
Nan Xiyan's tone was flat, but inexplicably had a sense of oppression.
Xia Lingwei felt like she was being lectured and unconsciously replied, "Got it."
When she came back to her senses, Nan Xiyan had already walked away with his long legs.
Not. She wasn't a servant in their house. Xia Lingwei wanted to explain, but she couldn't catch up now.
That said, did she have the face of a servant or something?
Under normal circumstances, would a stranger appearing in the house just assume that it was the new maid?
Shin Xingqing made her a servant the first time he saw her, and Nan Xiyan thought she was a maid the first time he saw her.
What's wrong with these two brothers?
In their eyes, everyone else was serving them. She thought that this person was mature and stable, not the same as Shin Xingqing, but now it seems that the two are just as bad as each other.
Xia Lingwei did not dare to send out any anger in her heart.
She waited for Nan Xiyan to walk into one of the rooms before she dared to poo-poo at the direction he disappeared.
It was also wimpy enough. As soon as Nan Xiyan returned home, he drilled into the study.
After dealing with the urgent work, he got up and went to Shin Xingqing's room to visit his sick brother. When he went in, Shin Xingqing was still concentrating on his cell phone and studying. Learning how to make girls like him. The degree of concentration was such that he didn't even hear Nan Xiyan enter.
If you have a cold, don't look at your cell phone.
The sudden sound scared Shin Xingqing so much that he almost threw his cell phone out.
He patted his chest and complained, "Brother, you do not know to knock before entering the door? I knocked, but your mind was on your cell phone and you didn't hear me. What are you looking at?"
Shin Xingqing quietly pressed out the cell phone screen, cover up, did not see what. Compared to Lin Juncheng's cousin who was not big and small, he has much more respect for Nan Xiyan, his own brother. Although there was a 9-year age difference between the two brothers, the two of them had a pretty good relationship. It was after his elder brother entered the Nan group, the two brothers were not able to see each other very often.
Seeing that Shin Xingqing didn't want to say, Nan Xiyan also didn't pursue the question.
Last night's cruise banquet Nan Xiyan was also present, which know that he talked to a few partners for a while, the younger brother disappeared. Only when asked did he realize that he even drove the dinghy back by himself, which is really crazy enough.
So, what exactly did you make such a big fuss about?
Now a lot of people have already spread the rumor that you were there to celebrate Bai Mengdai's birthday. He, as an older brother, didn't want to interfere too much in his younger brother's love life. Even if Shin Xingqing really wanted to be with Bai Mengdai, he wouldn't stop it. But only if Shin Xingqing had that intention. Otherwise, he couldn't just let others start rumors about Shin Xingqing. What the hell? When Shin Xingqing heard this, her entire body exploded. It must be those few little sisters of Bai Mengdai spreading rumors everywhere. That said, just now, after Mu Xingqian had inquired with him so much, how come he hadn't told him such an important matter?
There's no such thing, don't listen to their nonsense.
Shin Xingqing didn't want to be misunderstood that he was interested in Bai Mengdai, and explained, I was worried that my fellow servant had been tricked by Bai Mengdai, so I rushed back in a hurry. He originally wanted to say servant, but not wanting to act so childish in front of his brother, he changed his words to classmate.
Nan Xiyan was a bit surprised.
Do you have other close classmates besides those three brats? He is a workaholic, usually stays at the company, and doesn't pay much attention to Shin Xingqing's situation at school. A while ago, when Shin Xingqing beat up Lin Juncheng and was confined, Nan Xiyan was in South America inspecting a mineral resources project. The signal is not good over there, and the work is busy, so Nan Haofei did not specifically talk to Nan Xiyan about this matter.
Is the seat is closer, so the relationship is a little better.
Mentioning Xia Lingwei, Shin Xingqing began to look forward to the suspension bridge trip in a while. He spoke vaguely, and Nan Xiyan didn't hear that this friend was a girl.
Okay, I'll clarify this for you. Thank you, brother.
By the way, I passed by Dad's study the other day, and heard that he had arranged several blind dates for you, so you've been busy lately.
Nan Haofei is still very satisfied with his eldest son.
There is only one thing that makes him a little worried, and that is about Nan Xiyan's marriage.
Nan Xiyan this year are 29, normal this age should be married and start a family.
But he did not say to start a family, not even a girlfriend.
Really focus on the work.
Nan Haofei hopes that the South Consortium is getting stronger and stronger, but the son's lifelong happiness is also very important. Even if you don't fall in love, find a woman of good character who is suitable for the family to get married first, and then slowly cultivate feelings afterward, it's okay. So this time Nan Xiyan back, Nan Haofei intends to give him a few more arrangements for blind dates, maybe there will be a right eye. After hearing this, Nan Xiyan sighed lightly, rubbed his temples and said, I know, I will talk to him. He walked out from Shin Xingqing's room, feeling a bit tired, especially his head was a bit sore and needed a massage. For some reason, the face of the maid he had just seen flashed through his mind. On his way back to his room, he happened to bump into the housekeeper and said, You asked that new maid to come to my room for a moment. The butler had a head full of questions. When did the family recruit a new maid? The newest maids were all hired 2 years ago. But he didn't dare to question it and respectfully replied, Yes, yes. Nan Xiyan's very ordinary words had an aura that made it impossible to disobey. Although the housekeeper was puzzled, but the young master had requested this, so let Auntie Fong, who had come 2 years ago, make a trip over there. Chapter 67, Mu Xingqian also added Xia Lingwei's WeChat. That said, Xia Lingwei opened her cell phone only after she came out of Shin Xingqing's house. Seeing the message from Lan Fei Fei, she hurriedly replied. I'm not at home, accompanied my mom and dad to the medical checkup. Lying should be a little more thorough, how she told Shin Xingqing, she used the same reason to tell Lan Fei Fei. Lest there is a risk of wearing a gangster. At this time, Lan Feifei was driving and Mu Xingchen was sitting in the passenger side. His cell phone was casually placed in the middle of the driver's seat and the passenger side. The screen lit up when he received a message replied by Xia Lingwei. Mu Xingchen glanced at it and was surprised to see that the screen showed that your friend Xia Lingwei had sent a message. He didn't mean to peek, it was really a subconscious reaction to hearing the sound, and he didn't expect there to be any unexpected gains. Mu Xingchen is not as dark as Blue Feifei, nor is he a person who can hide things, so he directly singled out, Xia Lingwei sent you a message, when did you add her WeChat? I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. It just so happened that there was a red light in front of him, and Lan Feifei stepped on the brakes. He immediately picked up his cell phone to see that it was really Xia Lingwei who messaged him back. However, he was still being stared at by Mu Xingchen, so he didn't immediately look at what Xia Lingwei had replied. Instead, he said in a slightly complaining tone, why are you peeking at my cell phone? Really, he was too careless and was actually discovered by this troublesome fellow. Mu Xingchen, however, was very frank. No, it was placed right there, I just accidentally saw it. You haven't answered yet, when did you add her? In the face of Mu Xingchen's questioning, Lan Feifei could only helplessly answer, just before, once shopping accidentally met. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. You guys usually still chat on WeChat, what do you chat about? Mu Xingchen's tone was very different from the usual melon-eating tone, somewhat sour. I don't know why, learning that Lan Feifei had Xia Lingwei's WeChat made him feel uncomfortable in his heart, as if he had pressed a stone, it was very blocked. Xin Xingqing is also even so, Blue Feifei what right off? He didn't even have Xia Lingwei's WeChat. What Mu Xingchen still didn't know was that Lan Yu also had Xia Lingwei's phone number. In their foursome, there was only one person who didn't have Xia Lingwei's contact information, guess who? Didn't talk about anything, just casual everyday conversation. Of course Lan Feifei couldn't just flash his chat records with Xia Lingwei to Mu Xingchen. After all, the extent of his harassment towards Xia Lingwei, others could easily see him as a pervert. Even if Mu Xingchen was a friend who grew up together, he didn't know that he had such a side. Oof. Mu Xingchen hummed lightly, looking like he had no intention of pursuing the matter. Just as Lan Feifei managed to muddle through this matter, Mu Xingchen coldly muttered, it would be interesting to tell Si Jin about this. Lan Feifei exclaimed, hey. Just kidding, don't be so nervous, see how scared you are, ha 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 ha. Mu Xingchen seemed to resume his usual lazy man appearance and laughed with his belly. But did not laugh twice, he put away the laugh, talked about the conditions, unless you push her WeChat to me, or I will tell Xin Xingqing to go. Lan Feifei was anxious, speechless, what do you want her WeChat for? You don't know her well. Then you know her well? I don't care, unless you tell me her WeChat, I'll tell Xin Xingqing. Even if I push you, she won't pass if you add her. Mu Xingchen bristled, that's between me and her, you push it to me first. Otherwise I'll tell Xin Xingqing. Lan Feifei had no choice but to send Xia Lingwei's business card to Mu Xingchen. He would be pinned down by Mu Xingchen not because he was afraid of Xin Xingqing, but because Xia Lingwei listened to Xin Xingqing's words. If Xin Xingqing told her to delete her WeChat, or started to guard him from Xia Lingwei, then it would be more trouble than it's worth. Mu Xingchen received Xia Lingwei's business card and immediately clicked Add Friend. Xia Lingwei saw the friend request and clicked on it to see that it was actually Mu Xingchen. Why did this person want to add her? Could it be a few of them playing a neat game? Xia Lingwei is a little wary, for insurance reasons, she first pretends not to see it. Lan Feifei drove the car and didn't forget to keep her ears open for movements on Mu Xingchen's side. When waiting for the next red light, he directly went over to look. Seeing that Xia Lingwei hadn't passed verification yet, he smugly hooked up the corner of his mouth and said, see. I told you she can't add you. Mu Xingchen. Although it was tempting to find a reason to say that it was Xia Lingwei who didn't look at her cell phone at this moment, she had only just sent a message back to Lan Feifei, so it was impossible that she didn't see it. This Xia Lingwei. Why add Lan Feifei and not him? Where was he inferior to Lan Feifei? Such differential treatment made Mu Xingchen very unhappy. Cut. Just don't add him, as if he's rare. On the other side, Nancy Yen sat in a chair with his eyes closed. In fact, he wasn't very used to letting others touch him, it would create a physical aversion. But that maid just now was okay. He didn't find it that unbearable when he was bumped into, so he let her massage the top of his head. When the housekeeper found Auntie Fong was washing vegetables and preparing for lunch. The housekeeper looked at Auntie Fong's somewhat toned arms and the simple face of an older man, and had some mixed feelings. Other than cleaning, the young master's room was never accessible to servants. Today, suddenly naming Auntie Fong to go to the room, it couldn't be that When the old housekeeper had nothing to do, he liked to listen to books on free novel websites. Recently, his homepage always pushed the kind of novels where a young guy falls in love with an older woman, and he listened to a little bit of it, treating it as a pleasure to listen to. As he listened, he also spat in his heart that such an outrageous thing would only happen in novels. How could such a thing happen in reality? But now, the young master even asked Auntie Fong to go to his room. An expression of shock and heartache appeared on the butler's weathered old face. The young master he had watched grow up since he was a child. How could the young master, who was so gifted and intelligent, not want so many beautiful young girls, but rather look at Auntie Fong? Auntie Fong didn't know what was going on, wiped her hands on her apron, and headed for Nancy Yan's room.
The knock on the door sounded. Nancy Yan still had his eyes closed and spoke faintly, "Enter."
Auntie Fong's job was to cook, and she usually didn't have the opportunity to contact the master of the house. Suddenly called, she is also very afraid. It is not possible that she cooking is not to the taste of the young master, to fire her, right? She asked in her not-so-standard Putangwa, "Mr. Bashful, what do you want me to do here?" Chapter 68 of The Old Housekeeper's Brain Hole, the XP of the South Division banquet has become a mystery.
Hearing the voice that does not match the impression, Nancy Yan immediately opened his eyes alertly.
Standing at the doorway is a never-seen middle-aged woman. Looking at the dress, it should be someone who works in the Nan family. Being intruded into the room by a stranger, Nancy Yan's mood became very bad, and he questioned in a cold voice, "Who told you to come?" He already had a particularly strong aura, and now when he got angry, he had a stern aura. Auntie Fong thought he was going to kill someone and was scared to death.
Thinking that it doesn't matter if the job is gone, just don't lose your life here. The housekeeper told me to come. Butler? Nancher Yan's face became even darker. That old thing, intentionally to fix him, right?
Slightly using his toes to think about it, he also knew that he couldn't possibly let this aunt come to his room.
He said in an unpleasant tone, "You go out.
Help me call the housekeeper over." Okay. Auntie Fong left Nancy Yan's room as if she had recovered a life, patting her chest and gasping for air. The housekeeper had also been paying attention to the movements over here, and seeing her come out so quickly, she immediately greeted her and asked with glaring eyes, "What did the young master ask you to do?" Auntie Fong replied, "He didn't let me do anything, he let me come out as soon as I entered the door." When the housekeeper heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
The young master didn't do anything like the heroes in the novels he read. Then what was the young master doing calling Auntie Fong to his room when he had nothing to do?
When she was confused, she heard Auntie Fong continue, "By the way, Butler, Mr. Bashful asked you to go to his room." "I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure what to say." The housekeeper was puzzled. He hadn't been to Nancy Yan's room before, and suddenly the person called to go had become himself, so he couldn't help but think wildly. In the small advertisement he read before, it seems that there are also young guys who fall in love with a big man.
"I don't think so."
The old butler covered his chest tightly and his legs began to tremble, an expression of fear on his old face that had seen great storms. As he walked towards Nancy Yan's room, dozens of forced love scenarios flashed through his mind. In case young master really used force on him, he didn't know if his old body would be able to hold up. Just like this, he dawdled to the door of Nancy Yan's room and knocked on the door as if he were dying.
"Come in." The old butler dawdled in. "Young master, you're looking for me?"
"Look at this old man, a twisted look." Nancy Yan, originally not too beautiful mood more annoyed, admonished, "I asked you to let the new maid come, you see, to me to find what people?" The housekeeper was wronged, whispered in defense, "Auntie Fong is the newest.
How long has she been here?"
2 years, we haven't recruited a new maid for a long time."
"Nonsense.
I bumped into her today and she said she's the new maid."
The butler was even more confused.
His mind was racing. Anyone who would be mistaken for a maid by the young master must be a new face. If we were to say that the only female who had come to the house today was Xia Lingwei, who had come to see the young master.
The eldest young master couldn't be talking about that girl, right? The housekeeper asked. "Eldest young master, are you talking about a young girl in a denim jacket?"
"That's right, it's her.
She's a classmate of young master Si Jin and came to visit."
Classmate?
Then why did she say she was a maid?
Nancy Yan frowned, completely forgetting that it was he himself who first said that people were maids. Xia Lingwei just didn't deny it. After figuring out what was going on, he let the butler go about his business. He just didn't expect his brother to have a female classmate with a good relationship, which really surprised him.
Nancy Yan let out a long sigh. Then wouldn't it be fine for her to directly say that she was Shin Qingqing's classmate?
Causing him to misunderstand and wasting so much time and energy for nothing. That said, He Mingqing had returned to the Yi family for a while already. Due to the fact that he had to learn a lot of things and go to meet a lot of people, it resulted in him not having the time to see Xia Lingwei lately. He had recently grown 4 centimeters taller and was about to be 1 meter 8, looking even more manly than before. I wonder if his sister will notice this after she sees him. Finally able to take some time to catch his breath today, he decided to return to the Xia family to meet her and see his mom and dad in the meantime. As he was about to leave the house, he bumped into He Lanyu, who had just returned home.
"Brother Lanyu, you're back."
He Mingqing didn't get to see He Lanyu too often in the He family, so he was very happy every time he happened to bump into her. He Lanyu was quite fond of He Mingqing's cousin, and would always ask him if he was used to living here, and if he was not used to anything. Seeing that He Mingyin was wearing a baseball jacket and a baseball cap, he looked like he was going out, and asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I haven't been back to my old home for a long time, so I have time to go back and take a look today." He Mingqing was not at all defensive towards He Lanyu. Although he as a boy all felt that brother Lan Yu was very attractive, but that feeling was like a flower of the high ridge, which could only be viewed from afar. And subconsciously, he also felt that Lan Yu would not be interested in Xia Lingwei. After hearing this, Lan Yu said, "It just so happens that I don't have anything to do at this moment, so let's go with you." Eh? He Mingqin was a bit surprised, completely not expecting Lan Yu to offer to go together. He didn't really want Lan Yu to follow, because if Lan Yu went, both mom, dad and sister would definitely feel uncomfortable. Xia Lingwei, in particular, had been afraid of strangers since she was a child, and she would be autistic when there was an unfamiliar person at the dinner table. Seeing that Mingqin was not too willing, Lan Yu explained, "I also want to see how you get along with your former family members, and I was so busy at the previous banquet that I didn't even greet them properly. Anyway, it's definitely not to meet Xia Lingwei." Lan Yu mouthed that it was all for the sake of Mingqin, making Mingqin's heart feel a little ashamed. After agonizing for a moment, he agreed, "I see, then let's go." So the two of them rode together in a stretch Rolls-Royce to Xia's house. Mingqin contacted Xia's father and mother before returning. They were all very happy and had specially prepared a large table of dishes, waiting for Mingqin to come back. "Wei, can you see if there's any of that drink that Mingyin likes to drink at home?" It was only when the meal was about to start that Xia's mother remembered that there didn't seem to be any of that drink in the house. Xia Lingwei searched through the cupboards and replied, "No, I'll go out and buy it now." Ming Chuan is the future life-saving thigh of their whole family. Xia Lingwei still attaches great importance to it. She casually put on a jacket and went out. There is a high-end supermarket right in front of the neighborhood, which has the drinks that Ming Chuan used to drink before. As soon as she left the house, she bumped into Mingyin and Lan Yu, who had just gotten out of the car. Chapter 69: The Money-Greedy Family. Sister. When Mingqin saw the sister he had longed for, he revealed a happy smile for the first time in a long time and walked forward to hug her. The last time he saw her was on the day of the dinner party. He had to greet a lot of people that day, and it was so hard to be alone, and he parted without saying a few words. He still kept in mind what she had said about studying hard and trying to become strong in the He family. Xia Lingwei also hugged Mingqin back, gently patting his back and sighing, growing taller. Mingqin's heart jumped. She really saw it. So happy. I've grown 4 centimeters taller. I don't know if it's an illusion or not, but Xia Lingwei always felt that after returning to the Yi family, this kid Mingqin had gotten better with her. I can't figure out what he was thinking. Normally it's the blood ties that are deeper, right? How come it's the other way around with him? Regardless of what Mingqin thinks, it's definitely a good thing that he's on good terms with her. So Xia Lingwei is not entangled, smiling and caring. Haha, really good, to eat well up. Aha. You too, take care of yourself. Separating from Mingqin, Xia Lingwei only noticed that Lan Yu was also there. She completely lost her relaxed stance from earlier and stood in a formal manner. "Young Master He, you're here too." Lan Yu was traumatized by such an obvious change in attitude. How to put it, with his status, he was already used to people treating him respectfully. However, seeing Xia Lingwei's intimate and relaxed state when she was talking to Ming Chuan, he was really very envious. Lan Yu said with a smile on his face and an elegant and easygoing tone, "No need to be so polite, just call me by my name directly." "Are you going out?" Of course Xia Lingwei would not directly call him by his name, nor could she do so. So directly ignored the previous words, replied, I go to the supermarket to buy some things, you guys go inside first." Mingqin said, "I'll go with you." Xia Lingwei shook her head, "Mom and Dad are still waiting for you. You guys go in quickly." After saying that, she trotted off to the supermarket. After she left, Mingqin brought Lan Yu through the door. Seeing Lan Yu, Xia's father and mother were a bit surprised, but quickly adjusted their expressions and enthusiastically let him in. Lan Yu's attention, however, was on the bucket bag sitting on the cabinet in the entrance hall. It was exactly the same as the one he saw in Xin Qingqing's room in the morning. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart that wasn't very comfortable. It was strange, even if Xia Lingwei had gone to Xin Qingqing's room, it had nothing to do with him, right? What did he have to mind? But also can't be sure that that bag is Xia Lingwei's. After all, this brand of bucket bag is quite common, just the same model may also say. Xia Lingwei had left the medicine and thermometer she bought and everything at Xin Qingqing's place when she left, so this bag was empty. Mingqin noticed that he was fixing his gaze at the entrance hall, and his face was also a bit serious, and asked, "Lan Yu brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Lan Yu returned to his senses, adjusted his expression, and politely greeted Xia's father and mother. Not long after, Xia Lingwei also came back from buying drinks. When Mingqin saw what she was carrying in her hand, he realized that she had specifically gone to buy a drink for him. In fact, this drink was something he often drank before he went to study abroad, and he didn't expect her to remember it and specifically go to buy it. Mingqin was happy again. In his thinking, it was that no matter how much he did for Xia Lingwei, it was very much deserved. But when Xia Lingwei did something very small for him, he would be touched, as if he had received a gift. It could only be said that Mingqin's self-taming was very successful, and Xia Lingwei had never pooed him. It was now dinner time, so they started eating soon after they entered. Originally, Ming-chin had come back for a long time, and Xia's father and mother had wanted to talk to him about how he was doing in the He family. But now that He Lan Yu was present, it wasn't very good to say anything in front of him. In the beginning, they could only talk about some superficial pleasantries. But He Lan Yu's emotional intelligence is very high, and her manners are also thorough. In a short while, let Xia's father and mother unload their baggage, as if they were treating ordinary juniors. This meal was very comfortable. After the meal, Ming-chin handed them the gifts he had prepared before he came. "Sister, Mom and Dad, I brought you a gift." Xia's father and mother said with a slight reproach on their lips, "You child, what kind of gift do you bring home? This is not out of the ordinary." But the smiles on their faces and the honesty of their bodies that immediately reached out to receive the gifts betrayed what they were really thinking inside. Xia Lingwei also received the gift while saying to her parents, "This is Ming Chuan's intention, we can't refuse." Saying that, she also weighed her own gift box, which was heavy and a bit tiring to hold. She couldn't wait to ask, "Can I open it?" "Of course you can." Xia Lingwei opened the box and saw that it was a golden cat ornament. It wasn't very big, but it was very heavy. This weight, this color, it must be real gold, and it's still solid. He Lan Yu wanted to hold her forehead when she saw this gift. What kind of taste is this for Ming Chuan? Giving something like this to a girl, how could she possibly like it? However, when his eyes looked at Xia Lingwei, he found her eyes shining brightly as she held the cat ornament, loving it. "What a cute cat, thank you Ming Chuan, I love this so much." In Xia Lingwei's opinion, gold was better than gemstones and emeralds or whatever. Although some emerald hangs a sky-high price tag, but really want to get out of it, but also quite troublesome. Gold is good, gold preservation is also easy to realize, the most suitable for her. Before Ming String asked Xia Lingwei like what kind of jewelry, is the gemstone emerald or diamond, Xia Lingwei said like heavy gold. Considering that she rarely wears jewelry, he chose this gift. The gift for Xia's father was a famous watch by Bata Ferrari, and the one for Xia's mother was a Burmese pigeon blood ruby ring with more than 10 carats. Each one was worth a lot of money. The faces of the three members of this family who were smiling like flowers at the gifts could tell that they really liked the gifts prepared by Ming Chuan. He Lan Yu was somewhat ashamed of herself. Sure enough, it was still the family members who had lived together who understood each other better and bought gifts that were so much to their liking. So, does Xia Lingwei like cats? He Lan Yu thought that the next time he paid a visit, he should also bring some gifts. Send a pet cat? She was so happy to receive a cat ornament, she would be even happier if she was given a real cat, right? This was really He Lan Yu thinking too much. Xia Lingwei didn't like cats, she simply liked gold. Chapter 70 Ambiguity in the Fitting Room. Elrath's school day was approaching day by day. Xin Xingqing's cold couldn't get better without a week, but he didn't have the heart to leisurely recuperate at home right now, and came to the academy with a mask. He didn't go to the classroom to take lessons, and went directly to the lounge when he arrived, waiting for Xia Lingwei to finish her lessons to accompany her to practice dancing. If he didn't practice, he would be stomped on again and again at the school day dance, how disgraceful. He still took this ball quite seriously. Of course, he wasn't the only one, every student was looking forward to this dance. Class S's student group was also discussing this matter enthusiastically. It was the same class group that didn't have Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei, but Xia Lingwei was lurking around with a small number. "All of you, I say, have you all chosen a dance partner yet? I want to invite He Shueching from Class A, but I haven't talked to her yet. I think we should keep our hands clean, so don't look for a partner from another class if we haven't found one in our own class. In case Xia Lingwei is left alone, will you invite her? Lord Nan will invite her, he's usually quite special to her. But the status doesn't match. Xia Lingwei is only Lord Nan's servant, how can she be qualified to dance with him? Did any of the boys in our class invite Xia Lingwei?" The group was silent, no one spoke anymore. Xia Lingwei's mood was a bit complicated. In that case, she still had to thank Xin Xingqing. If it wasn't for Xin Xingqing asking her to be a dance partner, no one would have been willing to invite her, then she would have been the one left behind. Even if Xin Xingqing would have left her behind during the dance, she was still the one who had a partner during the entrance. Xia Lingwei celebrated in her heart. Xin Xingqing saw her staring at her cell phone there and urged, "Come over, what are you dawdling there?" Cough cough cough. Xia Lingwei heard him start coughing again, really do not want to go over. If you have a cold, just rest at home, why do you have to risk infecting others to come to school? But before going to his home did not get infected, Xia Lingwei felt that his immune system is still quite strong. The two of them were dancing next to each other. Mu Xingchen had an uncharacteristically cold expression, not even looking or talking, just looking down and playing with his cell phone. Lan Fei Fei knew exactly what this was about. It looks like Xia Lingwei didn't pass his friend application until the end, this is a mood, expressing dissatisfaction. Actually, this feeling was something that Lan Fei Fei understood very well. Before, when he sent a message to Xia Lingwei and was ignored, he was also upset. But after he saved Xia Lingwei at the last KTV, he sent another message and she would reply. Of course, Lan Fei Fei didn't look for Xia Lingwei to chat very often, it would be a drop in the bucket if she was too proactive. Xiao Lingwei was just a toy, a pastime when he was bored. He couldn't let himself put too much thought into her. Instead, his eyes couldn't help but look at her frequently. Xiao Lingwei was now much more skillful than at the very beginning, and barely stepped on Xin Xingqing's feet today.
She said, I think it's already fine, so there's no need to practice anymore, right?
Young Master Nan, you're still the most important thing to get well. She just didn't want to practice on her own, but she said it directly and was afraid that Xin Xingqing wouldn't agree, so she added that last sentence. It appeared that she was quite concerned about Xin Xingqing. Xin Xingqing of course was very flattered and said, that's fine, just wait until the day before the ball to practice. Good. Finally, there was no need to stay here every day to practice dancing.
Xin Xingqing suddenly asked, right, have you prepared your clothes?
Yes. With the experience of attending the Yi family's dinner party last time, Xiao Lingwei also knew what kind of clothes to buy, so when she learned that there was going to be a dance on the school's anniversary, she prepared her dress. He Lan Yu's fingers that were typing on his laptop lurched. Mentioning the dress, he couldn't help but think of the one he had given Xiao Lingwei earlier, but she hadn't worn.
Would she wear it for the school day ball this time? He was somewhat looking forward to it.
Although Xiao Lingwei wore the gown, and Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen knew that it was from him, there was a legitimate reason for him to give Xiao Lingwei the gown, and there was no need to deliberately hide it. The reason he didn't say it before was because he sent it but Xiao Lingwei didn't wear it, and Lan Yu felt disgraced, so he didn't want to say it.
Xin Xingqing asked, what color is your dress?
At that time he had to wear a dress that matched her.
Xiao Lingwei replied, purple.
When Lan Yu heard this, her heart, which was still in anticipation, instantly fell to the ground.
Why wasn't she wearing the one he gave her yet? Could it be that the gown really wasn't pretty?
Actually, Xiao Lingwei didn't wear it, or simply felt that it was too expensive. Wearing it out didn't match her worth, and she wanted to keep a low profile at school.
Which purple color?
Purple is also divided into several kinds. There is a deep purple, lavender, partial bluish purple, partial pinkish purple. In short, just saying purple is very generalized.
Xiao Lingwei couldn't describe it well.
She didn't have any pictures in her cell phone.
Forget it, I'll take you to buy it now.
We are a pair, of course the clothes have to match. Hearing him say that they were a pair, the rest of the people's faces were a little strange.
It was just a dance partner, why was he talking like a couple? Besides, didn't Xin Xingqing used to say that Xiao Lingwei was a lowly servant? How come he doesn't mind now, letting her be a dance partner, not to mention wearing a couple's clothes? Now you don't think Xiao Lingwei doesn't deserve him?
Xin Xingqing's simple-mindedness didn't think about it at all, and although the idea of being a good match was still in his mind, it wasn't as solid as it used to be. If his drawbridge effect had an effect, it wasn't impossible to consider accepting her confession. Xin Xingqing's execution was very strong, and when she said she was going to buy clothes, she immediately dragged Xiao Lingwei to the mall. This kind of high-end dresses had male and female counterparts, and of course it wasn't simply the same color. There were design elements, and there was also work on small accessories. Xin Xingqing's idea was simple and brutal. He wanted people to be able to tell that he and Xiao Lingwei were a pair at a glance, and he couldn't clash with other people's colors. The personal shopper gave several sets of choices, including a gradient starry sky skirt, and men's starry sky blue and black suit, very unique. Xiao Lingwei also liked that starry sky skirt, so she went to the fitting room to try. But when she wore it, the zipper at the back caught her hair. Xin Xingqing changed her clothes, waited at the door for half a day and did not see her come out, and asked, how come it's not ready yet?
Xiao Lingwei replied, my hair is stuck.
Just now she tugged hard a few times, and her hair was yanked out several times, but the zipper still didn't move.
You open the door, I will find someone to help you.
Hearing Xin Xingqing said so, Xiao Lingwei thought that must be to find shopping guide sister to help her, so opened the door lock. Who would have thought that as soon as she opened the door lock, Xin Xingqing pushed the door and squeezed in. Xiao Lingwei was so frightened that she covered her chest and screamed. The teeth marks on her shoulders in chapter 71 were seen by Xin Xingqing. Well, before the scream could come out, it was covered by Xin Xingqing's mouth. Xin Xingqing used an airy voice to chortle in her ear, quiet.
You want to lure all the people over, aren't you? Xiao Lingwei didn't move, but in her heart, she very much despised Xin Xingqing's behavior. To break into a girl's fitting room, she was simply a hooligan. Fortunately, her clothes were already on, only the zipper in the back wasn't zipped, so it fell down loosely and could only be carried in her hand. Xin Xingqing saw that she was guarding herself like a thief. She skimmed her mouth in mock disgust and said, I'm just helping you get your hair out, what do you think I'm trying to do to you? Xiao Lingwei was speechless to death. What if she wasn't dressed at this moment?
But she didn't dare to talk back to Xin Xingqing, so she can only hold her tongue.
Confirming that Xiao Lingwei wouldn't scream again, Xin Xingqing loosened his hand.
Although he had just said that he was disgusted, in his heart he was very justified. Especially now that he saw that Xiao Lingwei's clothes weren't even dressed, he was a bit afraid to look at her. He could only take a general glance. This starry sky dress was a bustier design, and in order to prevent it from accidentally falling off and getting naked, it also had transparent straps. The gradient of dark blue color set off her complexion whiter, and it revealed her shoulders and slender arms, very different from her usual self. It's just that because the zipper wasn't zipped properly, the chest was a little loose, and if you looked down alone, you could see what you shouldn't see.
Xin Xingqing immediately retracted her gaze and said, "You turn around and turn your back to me."
A strand of Xia Lingwei's hair was stuck by the zipper and even hangs several broken hairs, so I know that just now she yanked hard. You shouldn't use brute force at a time like this, and so much hair fell out. He was heartbroken. Xin Xingqing tried hard to get rid of distractions and started to help Xia Lingwei organize her zipper. During the process, he didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, his fingertips always accidentally touched Xia Lingwei's back. Usually when wearing a gown like this, it was directly attached to the chest patch, and there was also a breast pad inside the gown, so Xia Lingwei wasn't wearing any underwear at all. The fingers gently scratched across the back, just like being brushed by a feather, very, very itchy. Xia Lingwei was very uncomfortable and said to Xin Xingqing, "Why don't you just rip your hair off?"
"That won't do."
Xin Xingqing was quite happy about it, refused, how unfortunate to rip it off, such good hair. He leaned very close and could smell the faint floral scent of Xia Lingwei's body.
"It really smells good."
Xin Xingqing recalled that when the two of them hid in the corner together before, they also smelled such a flavor on her.
It didn't feel like a perfume smell because the smell was very faint. Was it shampoo?
He lifted Xia Lingwei's hair and gently sniffed it. Reacting with the afterthought that his behavior was a bit like a pervert, he concentrated on helping her with the stuck zipper again. After working for a while, Xin Xingqing finally got the stuck hair out.
"Okay."
He smoothly helped Xia Lingwei zip up her back, then grabbed her shoulders with both hands and turned her around. Now that Xia Lingwei's clothes were on, he could also admire them in a proper and careful manner.
Suddenly, Xin Xingqing's gaze flinched and stared viciously at Xia Lingwei's shoulder and asked, "What is this?"
There were the teeth marks that had been bitten by Lin Junchang before and had not completely faded. Although it was much lighter than the previous days, Xia Lingwei's skin was very white, so the bruises could still be clearly seen.
"Ah, this."
Xia Lingwei was on the verge of forgetting about this, and it was only after being asked by Xin Xingqing that she remembered there was such a thing. At that time, Xin Xingqing even asked her if someone was bullying her, and she said no. Because Lin Junchang was Xin Xingqing's cousin, she felt it was useless to say anything. Now that she was being asked again, she was a bit unsure if she should say it or not. Xia Lingwei's hesitant look made Xin Xingqing, who was originally suppressing her anger, even angrier, and gritted her teeth and forced her to ask, "Speak. Who did this?" His eyes weren't blind, of course he could see that it was a tooth mark. But the crux of the matter was that the teeth marks were left on Xia Lingwei's shoulder. What exactly was the relationship that could make her allow the other party to leave teeth marks on her shoulder?
Xin Xingqing was about to die of anger.
Xia Lingwei hadn't seen Xin Xingqing look so furious for a while, especially in this closed fitting room. She felt a strong sense of oppression. She was trembling with fear and truthfully said, "Yes, it was Lin Junchang. He dragged me to the empty classroom the day he returned to the academy and bit me."
Lin Junchang. It was him again. Hearing that he dragged Xia Lingwei to the empty classroom, Xin Xingqing worriedly asked, "What else did he do to you?"
"And also hugged me a bit, and it was nothing more."
Xin Xingqing suddenly remembered that after Xia Lingwei went to the restroom that day, her mood became very low.
Now it seemed that it was because she was slighted by Lin Junchang.
He yelled at her in a more aggressive tone, "Why didn't you tell me?"
Xia Lingwei was about to be scared to tears, explaining with a sobbing voice, "Because he is your cousin, I don't know if you will help me."
After Xin Xingqing heard this, she didn't even know what to say. Angry, but also feel helpless.
He had beaten up Lin Junchang for her, and had been confined at home for several days, and she was still doubting whether he would help her?
In Xia Lingwei's mind, what kind of image did he have? Is he so untrustworthy to her?
A sense of powerlessness rose in Xin Xingqing's heart. He thought that he was quite good to Xia Lingwei, usually also quite protective of her. How is it that she does not remember a little bit of his good? Xia Lingwei looked at Xin Xingqing's colorful appearance. The heart is very bottomless, also do not understand what in the end he is angry.
Could it be that he was angry with her for defiling his cousin?
But this matter was not of her own accord, so she couldn't be blamed. Just as she was racking her brain to think of how to defend herself, Xin Xingqing suddenly lowered his head and took another bite on her soon-to-be better pair of shoulders. But he didn't bite very hard, instead leaving a hickey there. Xia Lingwei was shocked by this action of his. The stinging pain coming from her shoulder scared her so much that she stammered, Nan, young master, what are you doing?" "Sterilizing." Xin Xingqing looked at the hickey she left behind, covering the previous teeth marks, and the anger in her heart only slightly smoothed out. Originally, he also wanted to bite hard, but thinking that she still had to wear a strapless gown, he gave up. This level of use of concealer to cover it is also okay. Xia Lingwei wanted to cry. She felt that Xin Xingqing, who was still not well from her cold, would bring more viruses to her. Besides, her teeth marks there were almost healed. But with more complaints in her heart, she could only silently swallow them into her stomach. After buying the dress, Xin Xingqing sent Xia Lingwei home and then planned to go to Lin Junchang to settle the score.
Chapter 72, Lin Junchang emo, looking for Nancy Yen to complain about his problems.
That said, Lin Junchang found that his charm was completely useless to Xia Lingwei, some emo. What makes him even more devastated is that his mom recently didn't know what to do with the wind, and suddenly said she wanted to arrange a blind date for him. It can really be said that the house leaks and the rain comes at the same time.
He just stepped into the workplace, not much time on the arrangement of blind date? Mom in the end how anxious
Asked to know, the original is the brother-in-law to give the South Division banquet to arrange a blind date. This thing is known to the mother, but also have the same way to give him to arrange. Lin Jun Chang, a person has not free enough it, simply do not want to engage in marriage. But his mom is a very strong character, say no to, it is impossible to communicate, can only think of other strategies. So he looked for the same was arranged to match the unlucky egg Nancy Yen. Nancy Yan's age than Lin Jun Chang is also 3 years older, but also to the marriageable age, just his mind are in the work, there is no idea of marriage. When Lin Jun Chang found Nancy Yan's office, he was in the middle of a cross-country video conference. Listening to him fluently speak the language of an unknown country, Lin Jun Chang felt admiration. Where is the energy to learn so many things? After sitting on the sofa and waiting for a while, Nancy Yen finished his work and had time to pay attention to him. He relaxed enough to pinch the bridge of his nose and took the initiative to ask, Jun Chang, why are you free to come to my place today? Although they were cousins, Nancy Yen and Lin Jun Chang usually didn't interact much, and only met during family gatherings on New Year's holidays. Lin Jun Chang took a sip of the coffee served by his secretary and opened the door. I heard that you were also arranged for a blind date? Also? You too? Yes. My mom heard that my brother-in-law arranged a blind date for you, so she also pressed her head to let me go on a blind date, and I'm worried to death. Nancy Yen thought he was simply here to complain, casually said, what's wrong with that, let you go just go.
You don't have a girlfriend anyway.
This unconcerned appearance made Lin Jun Chang angry enough. He was caught up in the vortex of blind dates because of who he was.
What about you? Are you planning to go on a blind date as well?
Nancy Yen replied, I could go, but I'm just a bit busy with work lately, so I'll wait until I'm busy for a while.
As for how long I will be busy, it is not certain.
Lin Jun Chang also heard him this as a pretext, suddenly a little envious.
Being the president is good, no matter what you can use busy work to shirk.
Then look at him, he went to work as a school nurse at Elra's Academy. Who would believe him if he said he was busy with work? He definitely doesn't have a decent excuse like Nan Sion, so he can only use a pleading tone to negotiate. Sion, do me a favor, go tell my mom that you don't plan to go on a blind date, and when she sees that you're not going, she shouldn't force me to go.
Nan Sion was puzzled by his rejection and asked, isn't it just a matter of having a meal?
If you don't see eye to eye, just say it, there is no need to resist like this. Those who don't know still think that Lin Jun Chang is a social terrorist. Lin Jun Chang grabbed his hair, some collapse, Yen, you do not understand, this kind of thing started a will have countless, this did not see eye to eye, she will immediately arrange for the next, I will not be able to rest in peace. Then you find a girlfriend, have a girlfriend, she will not arrange your blind date. When this was said, it poked Lin Jun Chang's sore spot.
That's easy for you to say. Is that he doesn't want to find one?
Xia Lingwei, that oddball, just a few days after not seeing her, her goodwill was all zeroed out, and she had to start from zero and brush it again. It's not like he has the chance to get close to her every day. This meant that every time he met her he would go back to being a stranger, with a feeling of remoteness. Seeing Lin Jun Chang's sad face, Nancy Yen kindly said, if you don't want to fall in love, it's fine to find a fake girlfriend first. Lin Jun Chang was even more worried inside. I do have a candidate, but I have to ask your brother whether he agrees or not.
You mean Si Jin?
What does this have to do with Si Jin? Just after mentioning Xin Xingqing's phone call came over. Lin Jun Chang picked up the phone in front of Nancy Yen.
He said in his usual tone, Si Jin, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Where are you? Xin Xingqing's tone was terrifying, with the calmness of a storm. With the experience of being beaten up last time, Lin Jun Chang would definitely not easily reveal his location and asked in return, you want something from me?
Intuition told him that it was related to Xia Lingwei.
Xin Xingqing impatiently roared, nonsense. You quickly say where you are, I will go over to find you.
His voice was so loud that it was like being on speakerphone without being on speakerphone, and the Nancy Yen next to him could hear it. Lin Jun Chang helplessly complained to Nancy Yen, look at Si Jin, always yelling at me, not treating me as a brother at all.
Are you with my brother?
Xin Xingqing heard Lin Jun Chang talking to Nancy Yen, and no longer wasting time with him, directly hung up the phone to call Nancy Yen.
Nancy Yen raised an eyebrow when he saw the incoming call.
What are these two people up to? Brother, where are you now? When he picked up the phone, he heard Xin Xingqing's rough voice. His cold wasn't over yet, his voice was a bit hoarser than usual. If you have a cold, don't talk at the top of your lungs. He as an older brother is still very concerned about his younger brother. Lin Jun Chang, who was at the side, waved his hand desperately, not allowing Nancy Yen to say where he was. Originally emo, he did not have the extra heart to accompany Xin Xingqing around.
Unfortunately, Nancy Yen is Xin Xingqing's own brother, didn't even care that Lin Jun Chang had to hint, and answered in the next second, in the group office.
Help me catch Lin Jun Chang, don't let him escape. After saying this, Shin Xingqing hung up the phone and drove her car towards the South Group headquarters building. Lin Junchang was helpless and complained, "Why did you tell him?
It's not good for him to find me."
After saying that, he got up and prepared to slip away. Although he didn't know what exactly Shin Xingqing was up to, his intuition told him that it was better to hurry. He didn't want to wear his face swollen into a pig's head for another half a month.
But Nancy Yen called out to him.
Chapter 73. Nancy Yen felt that Xia Lingwei was a scourge and wanted to pay her to leave Shin Xingqing. Nancy Yen was smart enough to know from their mere words that something unpleasant had happened between these two. Although he wasn't often at home, but his younger brothers had a conflict, he as a big brother couldn't just sit back and do nothing. However, in the past, Lin Junchang had always messed with Shin Xingqing, so it could be that these two were naturally at odds with each other.
He continued where he left off and asked, "You just said that you need Si Jin's consent? You need to get Si Jin's permission to find a pretend girlfriend? Why?"
Lin Junchang smiled bitterly. "It's not that this matter needs his consent, but the person I'm looking for needs to get his consent." This beating around the bush, listening to Nancy Yen got impatient.
"What the hell? You say it more clearly."
"It's that the girl I like listens to Si Jin very much, and when Si Jin doesn't let her ignore me, she ignores me."
Nancy Yen didn't know what to say for a moment.
As the president of Nan's group, he had tens of millions of dollars in his pocket every minute, but he really didn't have much interest in this kind of love affair and didn't really understand it. However, he knew that Si Jin was very popular with girls, which meant that the girl that Lin Junchang liked Si Jin, so she didn't accept Lin Junchang. But why did he say that Si Jin didn't let her hit on Lin Junchang? Could it be that Si Jin also liked that girl? For some reason, Nancy Yan's mind flashed back to the girl he saw at home that day.
Lin Junchang couldn't be talking about her, right?
Just as Nancy Yan was pondering, Lin Junchang suddenly said, "You told him that I am here, you have to stop him if he wants to beat me up later."
"How could Si Jin hit you? You don't know?"
Lin Junchang remembered that he was not in the country a while ago, so he started to complain again. "He heard that I confessed to that girl, so he beat me up, and he was confined by his brother-in-law for several days."
Nancy Yan's brain could no longer react. How many things had he missed during that time he was mining in South America? Just when he wanted to pursue this more closely, Shin Xingqing arrived out of breath.
Shin Xingqing pushed the door and walked in, and without saying a word, grabbed Lin Junchang's collar. Of course, Nancy Yen couldn't watch him cause trouble here, and immediately walked over to stop him, saying in a deep voice, "Si Jin, calm down first and have a good conversation.
I can't talk to him properly."
"Brother, you don't know what this shameless guy did to Xia Lingwei."
"Xia Lingwei."
Sure enough, it's the girl who showed up at the house that day. The butler told him Xia Lingwei's name that day.
Lin Junchang, relying on the fact that he had Nancy Yen to help him, wasn't afraid of getting beaten up, sneering and provoking. "What? You know all about it? Still have the face to laugh. You, a school nurse, doing that kind of thing to students in school, are you a hooligan? What has to do with you? You're the one, minding a bit too much, aren't you? Do you really think that the master and servant game you play has any binding power?"
Lin Junchang remembered Xia Lingwei's defense of Shin Xingqing. Even if he knew that what she said was against her will, he would still feel upset. Shin Xingqing was furious and said to Nancy Yen, "Brother, let go of me.
I have to teach him a lesson today." "All right, don't argue."
Nancy Yen was very dignified, and with an order, the two people all turned off. He heard, these two people infighting, all for that girl named Xia Lingwei. He thought it was just a simple love triangle, but when he heard Lin Junchang say something about a master and servant game, he guessed that there must be something else going on. Then he thought about the day Xia Lingwei told him that she was the new maid in the family, and even he was fooled.
So a bad impression was formed.
That girl, full of lies. Looking so deceptive, she was a girl with a deep heart who could play men in the palm of her hand. Lin Junchang and Shin Xingqing were all mesmerized by her and even fought over her. Such a dangerous woman should never be kept by Si Jin's side.
He reprimanded the two of them, arguing like this over a woman. "Are you too ashamed of yourselves?"
Shin Xingqing was unconvinced, but she calmed down at this moment. If he hit Lin Junchang and then got confined, he wouldn't be able to attend the ball. So he withdrew his hand and put harsh words to Lin Junchang, "You wait for me." Lin Junchang just smiled and didn't say anything, and slipped away by himself first.
Only Nancy Yen and Shin Xingqing were left in the office. Nancy Yen said in a declarative tone, "You hit Junchang before." Nancy Yen defended, "That was his intention to anger me, besides he really deserves to be beaten." "Is it because of that girl called Xia Lingwei?"
Mentioning Xia Lingwei, Shin Xingqing was quite defensive and stammered, "This you don't care." After these two people left, Nancy Yen immediately had someone check all the information about Xia Lingwei. It was only after this check that he realized that Si Jin had given the Xia family so much business. A discerning person could tell at a glance that that girl was following him around solely for money and favors. That stupid brother of his, knowing that she's in it for the money, he still wants to keep her around? It had to be said that this Xia Lingwei had a few tricks up her sleeve. If it was just for the money, it would be fine, but she also had to provoke others, and even triggered the brothers in their family to turn against each other. It was simply a scourge. As a big brother, Nancy Yen couldn't just let it go. He had to find Xia Lingwei and talk to her. However, soon enough, Nancy Yen realized that trying to find Xia Lingwei wasn't that easy. First of all, Xia Lingwei almost never answered strange phone calls. At first when he called and no one answered, he thought Xia Lingwei didn't see her cell phone. But after that, he called at a different time, and even changed a few numbers to call, all of which went unanswered. Xia Lingwei is a good citizen who seriously learns anti-fraud knowledge. Unfamiliar calls are never answered, that is, the phone is muted and thrown aside. Although this local number called several times to make her a little concerned, but ultimately did not answer. She had almost no friends and no important matters to deal with, so even if she didn't get a call, she wasn't afraid of missing anything. The phone cannot be reached. Nancy Yen thought directly send a text message can also be. But now in this day and age almost no one reads text messages. Xia Lingwei does not have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Her cell phone text message read prompts have 1,000 unread messages she has never clicked open to see. Nancy Yen's message soon flooded in the spam. SMS also cannot. Nancy Yen thought directly add WeChat, and in the verification message wrote that he is Nancy Yen, something want to find her to talk about. But in Xia Lingwei's verification message column, there was already a Mu Xingqian lying. That little red dot hadn't faded, so Xia Lingwei didn't notice that the number there had changed from 1 to 2. In short, Nancy Yen tried everything and found that he couldn't contact Xia Lingwei at all. There was no way around it, he could only condescend to go find her in person. Due to Lin Juncheng's harassment of Xia Lingwei, Xin Xingqing became extra vigilant, picking her up in front of Xia Lingwei's house in the morning, and also sending people to her door after school, watching her enter the house. Completely do not give her the opportunity to fall alone. Just like this, until the day before the school day dance, Nancy Yen still didn't find a chance to talk to Xia Lingwei. In that case, it seemed that the only way to do it was to do it on Elrath's school day. Chapter 74, Nancy Yen's plan to capture Xia Lingwei. The annual school celebration day of Iris, the academy was very lively and crowded. The academy was open to the public during the day on this day. People with invitations could enter the academy and participate in the activities organized by the students, games, or watch the programs they performed. Of course, not just anyone with an invitation could enter. After all, Elrath was a noble academy, and the students who attended here were all rich and wealthy, so it would be troublesome if they let in dangerous people with bad intentions. Therefore, there is also a qualification screening for those who enter the school, and they must be from the upper class to enter. To put it bluntly, it is also an activity used by the upper class to exchange resources. Nan Xian's identity couldn't be easier to enter the academy, but he didn't come as a guest, but a shareholder. The Nan family also had shares in Elrath. However, the person he arranged for took the invitation and entered the academy without any problems. The students were free to move around during the daytime, waiting until the afternoon so they could go to the locker room to change into their gowns and freshen up, and then meeting at the academy's auditorium at 7 in the evening, where the ball was being held. Even if Nanshi Yan's people mixed into the school, it wasn't easy for them to catch Xia Lingwei. Because Xia Lingwei was almost inseparable from Xin Xingqing. In the past, Xin Xingqing would still call on Xia Lingwei to buy this and that, but now when he wanted to eat or drink something, he followed her to buy it. With the lessons learned from last time, Xia Lingwei went to the restroom and he would send her to the door. This made Xia Lingwei feel suffocated. Especially after Xin Xingqing's cold got better, she had to have her follow her around almost all the time, like a Siamese twins. She couldn't even find a chance to touch the fish if she wanted to. Xin Xingqing got annoyed after strolling around the academy for a while. He was too noticeable, and as soon as he appeared, there were female fans chirping around him, making his ears buzz. So he took Xia Lingwei to the rooftop on top of the teaching building. Normally, the door leading to the roof was locked, and the academy had rules that didn't allow students to go up there. However, Xin Xingqing had the key and didn't put the school rules in her eyes, casually opening the door and taking Xia Lingwei up. Xia Lingwei is still very apprehensive about violating school rules. After all, she is not like Xin Xingqing's family background hard, was found in case of disciplinary action how to do? Her timid and fearful character began to worry again. Xin Xingqing saw her bitter face, asked, "What's wrong? Tired of shopping?" Xia Lingwei shook her head and negotiated, "No, the school regulations cannot go to the rooftop, or let's go to the lounge." "Do not go. The air here is fresh." In the lounge, he would probably run into the other 3 people, which he was not willing to do. Right now he only wanted to be alone with Xia Lingwei. Xin Xingqing moved out a rocking chair from the small warehouse on the roof, wiped the ash on it and said, "You sit here." After that, she moved a boss chair out by herself and sat in the sun. If the conversation room was He Lan Yu's secret base for solitude, then this roof was Xin Xingqing's private domain. Although the 4 of them played well and often acted together, everyone had times when they wanted to be by themselves. Xin Xingqing liked to come to the roof when the weather was nice. The chairs were also placed here by him. In fact, these 2 different chairs were both prepared by him for himself, and he had never thought of bringing anyone else here with him. But on this day, it was just natural for him to bring Xia Lingwei up here. If it was her, staying here would be fine, he didn't have any reluctance.
Xia Lingwei was also very surprised. Xin Xingqing had actually moved her chair and even helped her wipe it clean? Hadn't this kind of dirty work been for her to do in the past? Was his brain squeezed by a door? Xin Xingqing saw her standing there without moving and said, "What are you waiting for? You sit down."
He was loud and spoke as if he was ordering people. Xia Lingwei reflexively sat on the rocking chair. Do not say, in the sunny roof, warmed by the sun, and occasionally there is a breeze blowing through, is really very pleasant.
Xin Xingqing was quite good at enjoying herself. Opposite the top floor office of the director's building,
Nancy Yen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, using binoculars to see this scene, and was even more furious. See, Jean grew up in a pampered environment, but now he can't even move a chair to wait for someone. He was brainwashed by that woman, right? Looking at the two of them sitting on the roof blowing the wind and getting along well, he felt very prickly. No way. He couldn't watch his younger brother being deceived by the heartthrob woman. Nancy Yen didn't want to wait a moment longer. He had to solve the scourge of Xia Lingwei immediately. From the current situation, it was impossible to catch Xia Lingwei, but he had gotten today's schedule from the head of the academy. The afternoon time was for the students to change clothes for styling and freshen up. The men's and women's changing rooms were separate, so he didn't believe that Xin Xingqing could still follow Xia Lingwei to change her clothes. The people Nancy Yen sent in were a man and a woman. Waiting until Xia Lingwei changed her clothes was the time to make a move to catch her. Xia Lingwei was lying too comfortably in the rocking chair and fell asleep without realizing it. Xin Xingqing sat next to her, looking at her serene sleeping face. The bottom of his eyes was a tenderness that could not be melted. That day, he was the one who discovered the timid her sitting next to her with her head down, not daring to communicate with anyone. At that time, he found it fun to let her be a servant, and enjoyed watching her frightened expression. But now it was different. He always unconsciously thought of treating her better. Even wishing that she would just like him. Even he himself didn't know what expression he was looking at her with right now. Afraid that she would catch a cold, he took off his uniform jacket and bent down to cover her. Looking close at her face made Xin Xingqing think of the kiss that didn't go down in his room that day. Now that he was well, he should be able to kiss, right? The roof was clearly just the two of them, but he looked around as a thief, then quickly lowered his head and kissed Xia Lingwei on the cheek. His little heart was pounding and he was nervous. Unexpectedly, just a kiss on the face made him so nervous. He was so innocent. Although he also wanted to kiss her mouth, but she was asleep at this moment, it was better to kiss her face first. Without realizing it, the time came to noon. Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei went to finish their lunch and were about to start preparing for the ball. Xia Lingwei first went to the beauty salon to put on her makeup and do her styling before returning to the college's locker room to get ready to change her clothes. Xin Xingqing sent her all the way to the door of the locker room, thinking that there were all girls inside and she didn't have to worry about Lin Junsheng taking advantage of the situation. She also went to the men's locker room to change clothes. After Xin Xingqing left, a female employee pushing a cleaning cart went into the locker room, and not long after, she pushed the cleaning cart and came out. No one noticed such a mediocre cleaner and let her walk out of the building. Chapter 75. Before the prom, Xia Lingwei disappeared. Noble Academy's locker room wasn't one of those big empty rooms with a long chair in the center. Instead, there were many small rooms for each person to change in a separate room. Xin Xingqing had just walked into the locker room when she bumped into Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen, who had already changed their clothes. The two of them hadn't seen Xin Xingqing in person all morning, and now that they saw her in the changing room, they immediately surrounded the person. "See, Jean, where did you go in the morning? I didn't see you all morning. Why did you hide yourself on purpose? You didn't go to those activities and didn't go back to the restroom. Are you hiding from us on purpose?" It's not even if he hid himself, he even brought Xia Lingwei along with him. What a dog. Xin Xingqing did not want to say more. Perfunctory answer: did not hide, just feel too noisy outside, find a place to be quiet. After saying that, he also no longer pay attention to them, and went into the cubicle to change clothes. After changing his clothes and coming out, he found Mu Xingchen and Lan Feifei still waiting there. Seeing that he was wearing such a solid set of starry blue suit, Mu Xingchen could imagine that Xia Lingwei was definitely wearing a starry sky dress of the same color. He teased with a smile, "You're wearing bright enough. It's not in order to match your dance partner to wear this on purpose, right?" Lan Feifei also nitpicked, like she was going to perform on stage. It was too exaggerated. Both of them were very sour, so they looked at Xin Xingqing everywhere, and now they even picked on the clothes. Xin Xingqing didn't bother to pay attention to them and said in a bad mood, "Go go go. You two who don't have a dance partner are not here to talk about it. Are you so great because you have a dance partner? We just don't want to dance. You can't just find a partner." It's true, they don't have to worry about finding a partner, there are plenty of girls who do. They just didn't want to dance. The three of them walked out of the men's locker room as they talked. Xin Xingqing said to the two people next to him, "You guys go first, I'll wait for a while before going over." He had to wait for Xia Lingwei to go to the auditorium together. "It's fine, we're not that bad for a while." Mu Xingchen and Lan Feifei leisurely stood by the side, with absolutely no intention of leaving. Of course they knew that Shen Xingqing wanted to wait for Xia Lingwei, so they wanted to stay and wait together.
Shen Xingqing. Forget it, they can wait if they want to.
While several people were waiting for Xia Lingwei, there were quite a few girls coming in and out of the women's locker room, and seeing the three adults standing here, it looked like they were going to cause a commotion again. They could only find an inconspicuous place to continue waiting. After waiting for a while, Mu Xingchen looked at his watch and spat, "It's been almost 20 minutes, she's really slow to change clothes." Because he didn't add his WeChat friends, he had a love-hate relationship with Xia Lingwei, and had to diss her when he found the opportunity. Blue Feifei sympathetic, "Girls' clothes are not good to wear, a little longer is normal, if you are in a hurry, go first."
I am not in a hurry. Shen Xingqing didn't say anything.
He thought that Xia Lingwei still had to use concealer to cover up the hickey he left behind, so it would definitely take some time. However, after another 10 minutes, she still hadn't come out. Shen Xingqing was a bit nonplussed.
No matter what, this was too long, right? Changing clothes and applying some concealer, did it take half an hour? Could it be that her hair got stuck in the zipper again?
But her hair had already been coiled up when she styled it. Shen Xingqing's brows gradually frowned and took out her cell phone to call Xia Lingwei.
The phone rang for a long time, until the phone you dialed was temporarily unanswered and hung up automatically.
He suddenly had a bad premonition, and not caring about the commotion that would be triggered by the girls, he directly walked to the door of the fitting room and asked the girl who had just come out to help him go in to see if Xia Lingwei had changed yet. The girl was flattered by Shen Xingqing's conversation. Xia Lingwei is also famous in the college. The girl knows Xia Lingwei's looks, immediately agreed to go in and knock on the door one by one to look for.
After looking around, she didn't see anyone.
She immediately came out to report, "Lord Nan, Xia Lingwei is not in the locker room."
Not in?
The girl nodded, "Yes, I searched every room, there is no her at all." Shen Xingqing's face immediately became ugly.
Next to her, Shen Xingqing gloated, "Is she running away from the battle? Doesn't want to dance with you? Impossible. You don't talk nonsense." Shen Xingqing called again, still no answer. Could it be that they were separated for such a short period of time and Lin Juncheng found an opportunity to take her away? Damn it! If I had known earlier, I should have waited for her at the entrance of the women's locker room.
Shen Xingqing was furious and immediately called Lin Juncheng to ask for someone. At this time, Lin Juncheng was on his way to a blind date. He was annoyed as hell, and seeing Shen Xingqing's call was even more annoying. That said, isn't there a school day dance in Erlis today? Why is this brat calling him if he's not going to the dance? Is not specially to show off that he is going to dance with Xia Lingwei, right? Thinking of this, Lin Juncheng hung up the phone angrily. Why should he listen to Shen Xingqing's bragging off? When Shen Xingqing saw Lin Juncheng hanging up his phone, she was even more sure that it was Lin Juncheng who took Xia Lingwei. He persistently called again. Lin Juncheng did not expect him to be so persistent, and finally could not help but pick up the phone to scold a few words. But before he opened his mouth, Shen Xingqing on the other end of the phone scolded. "Where did you take Xia Lingwei? Lin Juncheng, I warn you, there is a limit to joking, limit you to send her back within 3 minutes, otherwise I will never let you go." "What are you talking about? I'm on my way to a blind date. I didn't even go to the college today." Lin Juncheng did not suffer from this injustice, and immediately made his words clear. However, listening to Shen Xingqing's words, was it that Xia Lingwei had disappeared before the ball started? Lin Juncheng couldn't help but gloat in his heart. He was very upset about going on a blind date, but when he heard that Shen Xingqing was also unhappy, his mood got much better. Shen Xingqing still didn't believe into Juncheng and asked the school's janitorial office to check the records of today's admission. It was found that there was really no Lin Juncheng. He was only concerned about defending himself against Lin Juncheng, but he didn't know that the person who took Xia Lingwei was his own brother, Nan Xiyan. Chapter 76 Take the money and leave Shen Xingqing, there is such a beautiful thing? In fact, Xia Lingwei changed her clothes quite quickly. Not 2 minutes after going in, she finished changing. After changing her clothes, she hung the uniform she changed into the cabinet. Just after she closed the door, a cleaning lady came over and asked her to move to the side. When the cleaning lady got close to her, she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she realized that she was alone in a dark room and couldn't see around her at all. She felt around and realized that she was supposed to be lying on the floor, but it was carpeted and not cold and hard. The symptoms of the ether inhalation hadn't subsided yet, and she tried to stand up, but she felt too groggy to make any effort. So, was she kidnapped now? Xia Lingwei was so scared that her eyes were brimming with tears and she whimpered as she hugged her legs. She was a very honest person, she never offended anyone on weekdays, and her family wasn't one of those top rich tycoon families, so why would they kidnap her? Couldn't it be that it was Shen Xingqing's enemies, because they didn't dare to do anything to Shen Xingqing, so they took it out on her as a servant? The darkness allowed fear to grow. Xia Lingwei couldn't control her rambling thoughts, and when she had already thought of the miserable scene where she was killed and then dumped her body, the sound of the door opening rang out. A sliver of bright light came through the crack of the door. There was a snap. The white light filled the entire room, and Xia Lingwei couldn't adapt for a moment and squinted her eyes. Her eyelashes were covered in tears, and what she saw was foggy. After a short while, she tilted her head after adjusting to the light and saw the tall man standing in front of her. Nancy Yen was wearing a white round-necked knit shirt and dark gray pants, a casual outfit, but his aura did not diminish and was still full of oppression. He walked to Xia Lingwei's front and looked down on Xia Lingwei. In his perspective, the girl in the starry sky dress was sitting on the ground holding her knees, her eyes and the tip of her nose were already red from crying, and the makeup on her face was smudged by her tears, like a small flower cat. Luckily, Xia Lingwei used waterproof mascara and didn't make 2 black tear tracks on her face. But she was eyeshadow and blush were spent, and her face was speckled with pink and red colors, not much better. Nancy Yen looked at her messy face and slowly opened his mouth and said, I used so many methods before and couldn't contact you, so I had no choice but to use strong arm tactics. Xia Lingwei couldn't understand what he was saying, but remembered that there was an identical number that had called her several times before. Could it be that Nancy Yen had called? Just because she didn't answer the phone, she was knocked out and tied up here? Is there any law in the world? Oh yes, in their world, it seems that there really is no law. She was trembling with fear, her teeth couldn't help but chatter as she asked, What is the matter with you, you contacting me? I don't know you. Nancy Yen raised his eyebrows. Do not recognize? Before clearly met, say, why did you lie to me? Xia Lingwei was wrong, what did I lie to you about? You are clearly not a maid in my house, why did you lie to me that you are? Xia Lingwei was speechless, just because of this, should she be tied up here? She explained, I sometimes have slow brain reactions, by the time I wanted to say I wasn't, you were already far away. Nancy Yan's sharp gaze stared at her and did not speak. Xia Lingwei was even more frightened by his look. Crying and begging for mercy, she said, really? I really did not mean to lie, then just did not react, I was wrong, I will never dare again, please let me go. Nancy Yen was upset by her crying, smacked his lips and said, don't cry. I am looking for you not because of this matter. Then what else? She really can't think of what else she has offended Nancy Yen. Nancy Yen took out a blank check and threw it in front of Xia Lingwei. Say, how much money are you willing to leave Xijin? Xia Lingwei's mind was a bit spinning for a moment. She asked uncertainly, you mean, you give me money to keep me far away from Xinqing, right? That's right. Xia Lingwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Nancy Yen. Is there such a beautiful thing under the sky? Is Nancy Yen a great benefactor? There were still tears in her eyes that hadn't fallen down before, and with her eyes so wide open, a few more lines of tears flowed down. I see the poor, ordinary people really can't withstand it. But Nancy Yen is not an ordinary person. He squatted down, reached out his hand and gently lifted her chin, leveled her face, and mocked, really good at crying, usually use this expression to deceive people, right? Letting my 2 younger brothers fight over you, you're quite the tactician. Xia Lingwei had a head full of questions. Who fought with whom? Don't put all the hats on her head. Don't pretend. Don't you stay by Xijin's side just for the money? I'll give you as much as you want. Don't pester my brother in the future. She pestered Xinqing? Xia Lingwei understood, this Nancy Yen thought she wanted to climb the high branch of the Nan family and was stalking Xinqing. Although she didn't mean this at all, but explaining it Nancy Yen wouldn't believe it. Xinqing was scary, but Nancy Yen was even scarier than Xinqing. Xia Lingwei thought to herself that this time she was just tying her over, but next time she might be tortured. She couldn't afford to offend either of these 2 brothers, so she might as well go along and collect the money, then hide in a place where Xinqing couldn't find her. After thinking it through, she asked, is it really any amount? Xia Lingwei's voice trembled even more, but this time it was excited. Chapter 77, Selling Xinqing for $200,000. Hearing Xia Lingwei say this, Nancy Yen looked at her with even more contempt. Sure enough, it was for money. How much do you want? He wanted to see how much Xinqing was worth in her mind. Although Nancy Yen let her say whatever she wanted, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to ask for too much. What if she wanted too much and pissed him off? So, cautiously and tentatively asked, 5 million okay? The first thing you need to do is to take the money. Only $5 million? In her heart, Xijin is only worth $5 million? It's also too cheap, isn't it? Nancy Yen never thought that she would quote such a low price. Did she not see the world, or did she simply not take Xinqing seriously? His brows tightened, and his face looked very scary in its gloominess. Seeing this, Xia Lingwei thought that she was asking for too much and immediately changed her words. No, I mean $3 million. $5 million to go down further? Nancy Yan's face became even more ugly. He simply stopped talking and just looked at her without saying a word to see how far she could go down. Xia Lingwei thought that he still thought it was too much and could only continue to reduce it downwards. Then, $2.5 million? Not too good, 2 million then. $1.5 million? 1 million? $500,000 is fine, right? Seeing Nancy Yan's expression getting more and more terrifying, Xia Lingwei's tears that had just stopped were about to flow down again.
Just now, she agreed to let her mention whatever she wanted, but now? When she said a little bit more, she stared at her with such a murderous gaze. So this is the meaning of not being willing to pay even $500,000? Still a domineering president, also too stingy. Xia Lingwei gritted her teeth and said, one price, 200,000, no less. 200,000 in foreign countries cannot spend a few months, or find a farther away city in the country to hide it. Nancy Yen were all angry by her to laugh. Although he has long guessed that this woman is for the money to follow Xinqingqing, but how did not expect, only 200,000 she sold Xinqingqing. That simple brother of his still treats her like a treasure and fights with Lin Juncheng for her, it's really stupid. As an older brother, Nancy Yen only knew that he felt unworthy for his younger brother. But the truth was that his very stupid and simple brother had been holding on to Xia Lingwei for dear life. While Xia Lingwei was bargaining with Nancy Yen, Xinqingqing outside was going crazy looking for her. Seeing that the ball was about to start, but the dance partner was nowhere to be found, could he not be anxious? If Lin Juncheng hadn't moved, then who else in this academy would dare to covet his Xinqingqing's person? It couldn't have been Xia Lingwei herself who ran away, could it? She also had no reason to run. Xinqingqing called Xia Lingwei's phone over and over again, but it was all in vain, no one answered at all. Because at this moment, Xia Lingwei's cell phone is in the hands of Nancy Yen. Looking at more than 10 missed calls from Xinqingqing on her cell phone, Nancy Yan's deep eyes narrowed slightly. Only disappeared for such a short while before the phone bombarded. If Xia Lingwei disappeared, I don't know what Xinqingqing would make a scene. Really worrying. Worried, Nancy Yen still did not change his mind. Xia Lingwei must be gotten rid of. As the saying goes, a long pain is better than a short pain. The current Xinqingqing has already been held by Xia Lingwei. If he doesn't take advantage of the current hurry to break, he may do even more terrible things for her in the future. He couldn't just stand by and watch his brother be mesmerized by a bad woman. For the sake of his brother's bright future, he as a brother was willing to be the bad guy. No one answered Xia Lingwei's cell phone, so Xinqingqing could only go to the security room to call up the surveillance of the locker room entrance. But there is no picture of Xia Lingwei walking out in the surveillance video. Xinqingqing immediately suspected the cleaner wearing a mask. Is there usually such a cleaner in the college? And what was the point of pushing such a big box to clean the locker room? Even more coincidentally, that box just happened to be able to hold one person. Today was the school's anniversary, and with outsiders able to enter the academy, it was inevitable that there wouldn't be any suspicious elements, even if they had passed the identity qualification. Damn it! Xinqingqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If Xia Lingwei was taken away in a box, the nature would be completely different. It would be kidnapping. Thinking of this, Xinqingqing couldn't sit still for a moment. He immediately called for Nancy Yan's help, asking him to send the Nan family's private mercenary army to search inside the academy and conduct a carpet search. From the surveillance at the main entrance, that cleaner hadn't left the academy, so at this moment, Xia Lingwei must still be in the academy as well. Nancy Yan. He looked sideways at Xia Lingwei, who was dumbfounded with the check, and verbally agreed, okay, I will definitely help you find the person. After hanging up the phone, Nancy Yen told Xia Lingwei about the current situation. After saying this, he also did not forget to be sarcastic. Your ability is really not small, you can make my brother obsessed with you to such an extent, even for you to use our family's private army. Xia Lingwei. It would be nice if she was really that capable. Speaking of which, when did Xinqingqing become infatuated with her? He even said a few days ago that he definitely couldn't look at a girl like her, right in front of her. I also don't understand why Nancy Banquet has such a brainwave. The conversation you and I had today, only the two of us know. In a while, you go back and go to the ball with him, if he asks where you went just now. Xia Lingwei nodded her head knowingly and replied, don't worry, I will definitely not say anything. I'll contact you after the ball is over. Saying this, Nan Yen returned Xia Lingwei's cell phone to her. Good. Xia Lingwei took the cell phone and headed for the door. Wait a moment. Nan Yen called out to her. Xia Lingwei stood in place, looking at him in disbelief. She just went out like this? The makeup on her face is all spent, going out like this isn't scary enough. Nancy Yen really couldn't look at her, so he told her to take a seat on the chair next to him. This room was a suite for the rest of the senior managers in the academy, and it had its own restroom. He went to the restroom and brought a wet towel over to help her wipe off the makeup on her face, revealing a fresh and beautiful face without any makeup. Nancy Yen reacted afterward. Why did he help her wipe her face off? It would be better to let her wash her own face. Feeling chagrined by his own behavior, Nancy Yen threw the towel aside and said with a cold face, let's go. Remember not to talk nonsense in front of Si Jin. Xia Lingwei coyly said, I know. At this time, the female executive standing at the door disguised as a cleaner walked in. She gave a salute to Nancy Yen and led Xia Lingwei out. Chapter 78, Countdown to Running Away. Following the female executive out, Xia Lingwei's pace was still a bit wobbly. The side effects of inhaling the ether were still quite strong on her.
The makeup on her face was gone, her carefully coiled hair had become disheveled, and her red, weeping eyes had not yet subsided, as if something bad had happened to her.
The female executive was a bit upset.
This female executive's name was Shang Miao, and she was considered to be Nan Xian's beloved, or else she wouldn't have let her come to kidnap Xia Lingwei. She was one of those imperial-type adult women. She was very capable, did things cleanly and looked very cool.
Shang Miao had only mesmerized Xia Lingwei and stuffed her into the box in order to complete her boss's mission.
But now looking at the girl in such a sorry state, she began to reflect that her methods were a little too ungentle. There was a ball to attend in a while, so she couldn't let someone go back in this state. So Shang Miao brought Xia Lingwei to the empty room next to her, and used the lipstick she brought with her to help her fix her makeup. It was that kind of skill where one lipstick painted the whole makeup. Eyeshadow, blush and lipstick all. It was a good thing that Xia Lingwei was already good looking and her skin was also good, so after being dressed up so slightly by Shang Miao, she became radiant again. In order to hide the fact that she had just cried, Shang Miao deliberately put on that kind of rabbit makeup on her. Her lower eyelids and the ends of her eyes were red, which made her look even more pitiful. Then she helped her to organize her hair a little bit, so that she couldn't tell that she had been kidnapped at all, and she could go directly to the auditorium to attend the ball.
Shang Miao saw that she was absent-minded and asked, "Are you okay?" Xia Lingwei. In fact, Xia Lingwei was not good at all.
Although she promised Nan Xiyan that she would not talk nonsense to Xin Xingxing for a while, but if Xin Xingxing asked her where she went, how should she answer? Just say that she was too nervous and didn't want to go to the ball, so she hid in fear? If she said that, Xin Xingxing would definitely be furious. Obviously, she was kidnapped and had to take the blame herself. Just ask who else in this world could be more suffocated than her? Thinking this way, Xia Lingwei wanted to cry even more. When she left the house, Nan Shiyan returned her cell phone to her, and looking at the red string of missed calls on it, she felt her eyes darken. This pair of brothers were too scary. She decided that after she got home tonight, she would immediately pack up and run away. Originally she had this plan to stay away from the people in the plot. Previously, because the plot hadn't developed to the point where she couldn't mix with them, and because she wasn't willing to live a life of being uprooted from her hometown, she had been dragging her feet. Now that she had received money from Nan Xiyan, she had to leave even if she didn't. Luckily, she still had the jewelry that He Lanyu had given her, the gold that Ming Qing had given her earlier, and the small stash of money that she had saved up for herself. As long as she had money, she should be able to live well in a strange city. As for whether or not to take her mom and dad along, she decided to quietly wait and see. After all, their family had a factory, and they couldn't just leave. And in the plot, mom and dad were dragged down by her as cannon fodder. If she didn't leave the plot, what happened afterward wouldn't have happened, and then their family wouldn't have gone bankrupt. They had lived in this city for their entire lives, and she didn't want mom and dad to hide away with her to live out of town until she had to. Few people were on the road outside the academy since the students had gone to the auditorium for the dance. The female executive avoided the locations covered by surveillance and sent Xia Lingwei back near the security room where Xin Xingxing was. Xia Lingwei was terrified at the thought of facing Xin Xingxing's interrogation next, and she dawdled for half a day without wanting to walk over. Xin Xingxing is still in the security room at the moment, carefully looking for clues in the surveillance. Although there was a lot of surveillance in Erla's, it couldn't be called full coverage. In fact, there were a lot of places that were dead ends of surveillance. This made him very anxious and scared at the same time. In case something happened to Xia Lingwei in the dead ends of the surveillance, what should he do? He didn't even dare to think further and could only focus all his attention on the surveillance video in the screen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and in the real-time image of one of the screens, he saw the starry sky dress with fine sparkles. It was Xia Lingwei. It was near the security room. Xin Xingxing excitedly ran out, and after looking around for a second, he saw Xia Lingwei, who was standing not far away in a fidgety state. He immediately darted towards her and stood in front of her. Although there were many things he wanted to ask her, what he cared about most right now was whether or not she was hurt. Looking at her reddened eyes, Nancy's breath hitched and he asked nervously, "You're crying? What just happened?" Xia Lingwei shook her head and replied, "No, this is my new eye makeup. I didn't like what the makeup artist drew just now." Although she often lied, this time she was extraordinarily clueless. After all, Xin Xingxing was looking for her everywhere, and also looking for some kind of private army. Could she successfully hide it? Hearing Xia Lingwei say this, Xin Xingxing didn't completely believe her, but instead carefully sized her up. Looking at her exposed shoulders and arms, there were no traces of injury. Her skirt was also well dressed, and even her hair was not messed up. Indeed, it did not look like she had been kidnapped. Only then did she let go of her heart. After relaxing, it began to pursue the blame. "Where did you go? Why don't you answer the phone? Can't you see how many times I called you?" He was so worried that he was a bit unable to control his volume, as if he was yelling at her. Xia Lingwei cringed and said with her own made-up reason, "I felt nervous at the thought of attending the ball, so I sneaked out. That cell phone mute in the bag didn't hear it." "Ha!" Xin Xingxing, worried to death, did not expect to be her own sneak out. "No, the monitoring shows that you did not shoot. You walk out from the fitting room at all." I was afraid of being found by you, so I hid in that cleaner's toolbox. When she came back, Shang Miao got through to her and told her to say she hid it herself. Xin Xingqing was furious when she heard it. He had searched for her everywhere and was worried if she had been kidnapped, but in the end he was told that it was Xia Lingwei who had hidden herself and snuck out. Feeling like a little cutie. But seeing as the ball was about to start, he didn't have time to lose his temper and pulled Xia Lingwei's hand towards the direction of the auditorium. While walking, he didn't forget to scare Xia Lingwei, saying fiercely, "Go to the ball first today, I'll settle the score with you after the ball is over." Xia Lingwei was also indignant in her heart. She was first inexplicably forced to be tied up by Nan Xiyan, and now Xin Xingqing is looking for her to settle the score. She's not the only one who can ooh and ah, is she? It's too bullying, this day is really impossible to live. Xia Lingwei decided to run away early. When the ball is over, she will go home, pack her bags, and take tonight's flight to leave overnight. Chapter 79. Nan Xiyan changed his mind and wouldn't let her go. Xin Xingqing just held Xia Lingwei's hand and arrived at the auditorium. When they arrived, basically all the other students had already entered. The auditorium of Elrath Academy was very large, able to accommodate the entire school, and it was gorgeously decorated, with a soft carpet on the floor. Next to the dance floor there was one of those buffet tables with all sorts of exquisite snacks and drinks. Gorgeously dressed young men and women were chatting in the auditorium. Although there were many people present, Xin Xingqing received most of the attention when she entered with Xia Lingwei. After all, both of their faces and bodies were too overwhelming, and they were also wearing such matching starry sky gowns that were very eye-catching. Lord Nan is really handsome. I never saw Lord Nan just now and thought he wouldn't come. It's so lucky that Lord He will also be appearing today. It's been a long time since I've seen all four of them together at the same time. But Lord Nan has a partner. It's obvious that the other three don't have one. Look, they're holding hands. Oh no, Lord Minami is my true destiny. How can that servant be worthy of Lord Nan? Xin Xingqing didn't have much of a reaction at first, but when she heard them talking about Xia Lingwei, she immediately glared over with a glare. Those people instantly lost their voices. Before the ball started, the chairman of the Council of Elrath would say some celebratory words on stage, and then He Lanyu, the student representative, would give the special enrollment students certificates of special enrollment. In doing so, it was also hoped that the students would not ostracize Su Lily, who was a commoner. Today's Su Lily was also well dressed. She was wearing a white V-neck sleeveless dress, pure and sunny, not feeling inferior at all because of her cheap clothes. But standing next to He Lanyu, whose temperament and appearance were outstanding, she felt a little nervous. He Lanyu was too excellent, her talk and demeanor were cultivated and charming. In the plot, the first person Su Lily fell in love with was He Lanyu. At this moment, the chairman of the board of directors was speaking, and Xin Xingqing led Xia Lingwei to the vicinity of the speech platform in front of the auditorium. He Lanyu's gaze fell on the two of them. Although a long time ago knew that Xia Lingwei is Xin Xingqing's dance partner, but really see her dressed up to stand beside Xin Xingqing, but the heart is still a little bad taste. Just when He Lanyu was a bit down, Xia Lingwei looked over towards him. He Lanyu's heart was instantly confused. Why did she suddenly look over? Actually, Xia Lingwei was just confirming that she was relieved to see He Lanyu and Su Lily standing together. If tonight's ball could go according to the plot, then He Lanyu and Su Lily would dance and Xin Xingqing would be pissed off. At that time, she would be able to take the opportunity to quickly go home and pack her bags, and take a plane overnight to leave this place. In the future, no matter what happens in this academy again, how the plot develops will have nothing to do with her. But He Lanyu was only waiting by the side in order to present Su Lily with her certificate later. And since Xin Xingqing basically didn't go to class these days with her cold and didn't order anyone to isolate Su Lily had already managed to find a dance partner. It was the boy in her neighbor's seat. When He Lanyu finished presenting Su Lily with the certificate of outstanding student, Su Lily returned to her dance partner. Immediately afterward, just as the music was playing, the students began to dance. Xia Lingwei stared blankly. This is the end? Where's the plot? What are you waiting for? Let's go dancing. With that, Xin Xingqing took her by the waist and started dancing. It's a good thing that they practiced many times before, otherwise Xia Lingwei's absent-minded appearance would definitely step on Xin Xingqing. Seeing that she was in a bad state, Xin Xingqing asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Surely something happened just now, right?" "No, I'm just a little tired." Xia Lingwei also figured out that it must be because she didn't act according to the plot arrangement and caused a butterfly effect, so that allowed Su Lily to find another dance partner. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what, she had to leave tonight. So she shook her head and asked, "Can I go sit next to it for a while?" She wanted to see where there were tickets to go. "I'll accompany you." There were chairs against the wall as a rest area. Xin Xingqing sat next to her, and Xia Lingwei didn't dare to look at the air tickets, so she could only pretend to be tired and closed her eyes to fake sleep. Although the two of them were very noticeable, most of the students at tonight's dance had partners, and almost all of them danced in the center of the auditorium, each being their own protagonist. So there weren't as many people coming together as usual. Seeing that Xia Lingwei seemed to be asleep, Xin Xingqing peeled her head and placed it on her shoulder.
Xia Lingwei. Could she open her eyes and say she wasn't asleep?
Just then, the three people without dance partners walked over together. Seeing Xia Lingwei fall asleep against Xin Xingqing's shoulder, Lan Feifei felt very uncomfortable and purposely asked with a volume that could wake people up, "What's wrong?
Are you tired of dancing?"
Xia Lingwei also obediently pretended to be woken up, rubbing her eyes and withdrew from Xin Xingqing's shoulder. Xin Xingqing skimmed her head and sked in displeasure.
Mu Xingchen loved to dress up and could tell at a glance that Xia Lingwei's makeup was perfunctory and rudimentary.
It was just that her face value was high enough to hold it.
However, he was still angry about Xia Lingwei not adding him to WeChat and didn't take the initiative to chat.
Lanhwa was generous and said, "If you are tired, go back and rest first, and there is no time requirement for the ball, so you can leave early."
Xin Xingqing was a little dissatisfied and said, "Lanyu, she is my dance partner, how did you even arrange it? She's sleepy, do you want her to doze off and stay here with you?" Xin Xingqing's face darkened by 1 degree. He turned his head and asked Xia Lingwei, "Do you want to go back?" If it was before, she could see that Xin Xingqing was unhappy and would definitely go along with him and say that she didn't want to go back. But now that she was about to run away, she wasn't afraid of Xin Xingqing being upset and nodded her head, saying, "I'm really sleepy, I want to go back and rest." Then okay.
Although Xin Xingqing was reluctant, he still didn't want her to be tired, so he personally drove her back home.
Xia Lingwei didn't expect to come back so smoothly.
She flew back to her room to pack her luggage, then opened her cell phone to look at the air tickets. Finally found a time and place that could be quite suitable, booked the ticket, and was thinking of what reason to use to tell mom and dad when she received the number with no notes. It was Nancy Yen who called.
Chapter 80. Nancy Yen to take her abroad together?
Xia Lingwei looked at this strange yet familiar number, remembering that Nancy Yen said he would contact her after the ball. She didn't dare to ignore it anymore and immediately picked it up. The opposite party was indeed Nancy Yen. She thought that Nancy Yen was to supervise and urge her to hurry up, and said as if inviting credit, that, "I have packed my luggage, and finished buying the air ticket, I will leave tonight, you can completely rest assured."
Unexpectedly, Nancy Yen said, "You do not go first."
When Xia Lingwei went to the ball, Nancy Yen thought carefully again. From how anxious Xin Xingqing was when Xia Lingwei disappeared for 2 hours just now, he could tell that he was very obsessed with Xia Lingwei. If Xia Lingwei suddenly left without saying anything, Xin Xingqing would definitely do whatever it took to find her. Nowadays, taking a car and staying in a hotel or whatever is a real name system. Xin Xingqing wants to find Xia Lingwei simply not too easy. So let her buy her own ticket to hide in the field, completely useless.
Xia Lingwei said, "I bought all the tickets." Nancy Yen frowned, "Won't you refund it if you bought it?" "But I have to leave tomorrow even if I don't leave today."
Xia Lingwei didn't want to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow she might still have to face Xin Xingqing's forced questioning, and this afternoon she suddenly disappeared, and she still didn't know how to explain it. In other words, why did Nancy Yen suddenly change his mind and not let her go? On the other end of the phone came the mocking voice of Nancy Yen, "You think that if you buy a plane ticket and fly out of town, he won't be able to find you?" Xia Lingwei was speechless. What else could she do if she didn't hide out? It was easier for Xin Xingqing to find her here, right? She felt that Nancy Yen just couldn't trust her, and assured her in a low voice, "I will be very cautious and won't be found by him. It's no use, with the power of the Nan family, no matter where you hide, he will be able to find you." What should I do then? This is not good and that is not good. Nancy Yen should not want her to die? Nancy Yen said, "I am going to work in the European branch the day after tomorrow, you follow me." This was the most appropriate thing he came up with after thinking about it. No matter where Xia Lingwei hid, there was a risk that she would be found by Xin Xingqing, and he couldn't rest assured. Unless, of course, he brought her with him. It wasn't like Xia Lingwei knew how to separate herself. Following him wouldn't give her the chance to get close to Xin Xingqing again, and with his ability, he could completely erase her whereabouts. This was really the best way. Follow you? How could Xia Lingwei not expect that Nancy Yen would make such a request to come? She didn't have the guts to go with Nancy Yen and still leave the country. What if he sold her? At that time, she couldn't even find a place to ask for help. She warily refused. I can just hide by myself, there's no need to trouble you, I swear, I will never be found by Xin Xingqing." "It's useless for you to swear, I'll send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow."
Nancy Yen didn't let Xia Lingwei prepare a passport because he didn't intend to use legal means to bring her there.
After all, once there was a visa record, it would be easy for Xin Xingqing to find her. Xia Lingwei was scared when she saw that he didn't give any room for discussion. It seemed that Nancy Yen really wanted to trick her into going abroad then sell her. She said with a sobbing voice, I don't want to go abroad, big deal, I'll give you back the $200,000.
"You want to return my money after taking it? Don't even think about it."
Nancy Yen threatened in a cold voice, "You'd better not play tricks, and don't presume to go to Xijin to complain. Now the person in charge of the Nan family is me. No matter how many benefits Xijin gave you in the past, I can double it back at any time." Nancy Yen's threat carried a lot of weight, because Xia Lingwei knew that he wasn't talking big.
If Nancy Yen wanted to bankrupt her family, it would be 100 times easier than Shin Xingqing bankrupting her family in the plot. Xia Lingwei eventually cried out. How could she not expect that she had avoided the plot but could not avoid Nancy Yen's threat? If she had known, she wouldn't have accepted Nancy Yen's $200,000. This was clearly selling herself. Listening to Xia Lingwei's cries, Nancy Yen was very puzzled. He just let her follow along abroad and will not treat her poorly, as to cry like this? Chapter 81, Desperate, going to ask He Lan Yu for help. Xia Lingwei lost sleep. She lay in bed all night last night, unable to sleep. She didn't know what a horrible fate she would face, and when she took out her cell phone and searched the internet to see what happened to those women who were tricked into selling abroad, she couldn't help but get chills all over her body. It was horrible, really horrible. If she followed Nancy Yen out of the country, that's probably what would happen to her. But if she didn't go, she still didn't know what kind of tactics Nancy Yen would use against her family, against her mom and dad. I guess in Nancy Banquet's eyes, screwing up their family is easier than stepping on an ant, right? Otherwise, she advised her mom and dad to take all the money out of the house, and the family absconded with the money. But if Nancy Yen is determined to deal with them, can their family really escape? Isn't there any other way to save themselves? That's right. Xia Lingwei had a flash of insight. She still had Ming Chuan. Now that she was a member of the He family, if she had the support of the He family, it would be impossible for Nancy Yen to do whatever he wanted with her family's factory. So she immediately took out her cell phone and dialed He Mingqian's number. The number you have dialed is turned off. The cold mechanical tone made Xia Lingwei's heart sink to the bottom. Why could he not be reached? He Mingqian had already started learning to manage the company. He had followed some of the He family's senior talents on an overseas study trip and was now on the plane. Xia Lingwei made several more calls, all of which were turned off. She was about to collapse. Ming Cord was her last hope, but she couldn't get in touch with him at such a time. If she didn't have the help of Ming Qin, then her fate would be that either her family would go bankrupt, or she would be sold by Nancy Yen. Oh, could this be the plot's mandatory? She was cannon fodder. Even if she wasn't remembered by the male leads as the plot developed, she still couldn't escape this miserable end after all? No, she couldn't give up yet. Xia Lingwei wiped her tears, thinking that she still had He Lan Yu's contact information. Previously, He Lan Yu had said that if she wanted to find He Mingqian, she could contact him at any time. She dialed the phone with a trembling hand, silently praying in her heart that He Lan Yu wasn't just saying polite things. Please, pick up the phone. Beep beep beep. The phone kept beeping, and with each additional beep, the hope within Xia Lingwei's heart was dashed. Surely it was just polite words, right? Just when she thought he wouldn't pick up, the phone connected. He Lan Yu had the habit of waking up early to exercise, and would take a shower afterward, and just now took a bath. When she came out of the bathroom, she heard her cell phone ringing, and walked over to see that it was actually Xia Lingwei calling. She actually called him. He Lan Yu heart has a kind of indescribable joy, feel the gloomy weather outside the window or looking extraordinarily smooth eyes. He immediately picked up his cell phone and pressed the answer button, fearing that if he was a step behind, she would hang up. He tried not to show surprise, and asked in a very normal tone, Lingwei, calling so early, is there something wrong? Xia Lingwei said in a formal manner, I can't get in touch with Ming Qin, can you help me find him? Ming Chun has left the country and should be on the plane right now. Hearing her thick nasal voice, He Lan Yu asked worriedly, are you crying? Did something happen? The tone in which he spoke to Xia Lingwei was always very gentle, which made the desperate Xia Lingwei feel a trace of warmth. Her tears became even more raging. In Xia Lingwei's mind, He Lan Yu had no black spots and was a great person. Moreover, He Lan Yu was the only heir of the He family. In terms of status, he was more noble than Nancy Yen, and in terms of ability, he was not below Nancy Yen. If He Lan Yu was willing to help her, Nancy Yen couldn't do anything to her family's factory. But the crux of the matter was, would He Lan Yu offend Nancy Yen in order to help their family? With Ming Cord's relationship, he shouldn't be able to save their family from death, right? So she humbly begged, can I beg you to do me a favor? Being able to help Xia Lingwei was more than He Lan Yu could ask for. Especially when he heard Xia Lingwei crying so hard, he was very worried and said, of course you can, let's meet and talk about it, I'll go to your house to find you now. After saying that, he quickly changed a set of clothes, then went out and drove to Xia's house. He Lan Yu knew that Xia Lingwei didn't have much trust in him. Although it was because she couldn't find Ming Chuan that she looked for him, but if she wasn't desperate, she definitely wouldn't have opened her mouth to him. Xia's father and mother were very busy at work, and in order to run the family's factory, they left the house very early in the morning every day. When He Lan Yu came, there was only Xia Lingwei and the nanny at home. Xia Lingwei didn't sleep all night, plus she was scared and anxious, and cried several times, and now her whole body is haggard. When He Lan Yu saw her like this, her heart felt bad with her. She was fine when she saw her at the ball yesterday, how did she become like this in one night? Xia Lingwei didn't want the nanny to hear, so she brought He Lan Yu to her father's study. She put the check for 200,000 on the table and then told He Lan Yu about what happened yesterday afternoon.
He said that he wanted me to collect the money and stay away from Xinxingqing. I agreed, and I was going to buy a plane ticket to leave last night, but he wouldn't let me go, saying that he wanted to take me abroad, or else he would let my family go bankrupt. Xia Lingwei wiped tears, joking, I do not want to go with him, but I also do not want to let my family bankruptcy. Oh, you can help me with the South Scion to say mercy? He should give you face. He Lan Yu's chest rolled with intense anger after hearing this. He was emotionally stable and rarely had anything that could make him feel angry, but when he heard that Nancy Yen was forcing Xia Lingwei so much, he was truly enraged. Chapter 82, He Lan Yu doesn't receive good person cards. Of course, besides anger, there were many other things that made He Lan Yu feel outrageous. For example, Nancy Yen even only gave Xia Lingwei $200,000 before sending her away. As the president of the Nan Group, wasn't it a bit too petty? At least it was much more stingy than he remembered. There was also Xia Lingwei, who agreed to leave so easily, and even bought a plane ticket overnight, somewhat impatiently. This made He Lan Yu a bit angry. She actually wanted to leave without saying anything. Last night at the ball, she clearly had the opportunity to find them for help but didn't say anything. If Nancy Yen hadn't scared her by saying he wanted to take her abroad, I'm afraid she wouldn't have sought his help and might have flown to a strange place to live a free life by now. However, seeing that she was crying so pitifully, He Lan Yu couldn't bear to blame her for anything. What could be wrong with Xia Lingwei? She was just a poor little girl who had been forced into a desperate situation, and it was all Nancy Yen's fault. Seeing that she was still looking at herself with hope, He Lan Yu promised, this matter will be handed over to me to deal with. I am here, Nancy Yen dare not put you how, your family will never go bankrupt. Really? Xia Lingwei also didn't expect He Lan Yu to agree so painfully, looking at him in surprise. The tear stains on her face hadn't been wiped clean and were wet, making He Lan Yu look awkward. So he reached out his hand and with gentle movements helped her wipe her tears clean and replied, of course it's true. Thank you so much young master He. You are really too kind. Xia Lingwei praised her completely from the bottom of her heart. Among all these people she had come into contact with, He Lan Yu was the only normal person who was also a good person with a good heart. But He Lan Yu who was praised was not very happy. He didn't help out just to be given a good guy card. I told you before, don't call me by young master. He didn't like hearing Xia Lingwei call him young master and found it strange. Xia Lingwei was puzzled, didn't all the students in school call him that? If you don't call him young master He, then what do you call him? Couldn't really call him by his first name, could she? She thought for a moment and hesitantly said, classmate He? Just call me by my first name, Lan Yu. Lan Yu. This name was a bit hot, so Xia Lingwei stumbled before saying it. Why does it sound so awkward? Aha! Even though Xia Lingwei felt awkward, He Lan Yu was quite satisfied and said, call me that from now on. He Lan Yu was quite satisfied and said, call me that from now on. After such a mess, Xia Lingwei also stopped crying. He Lan Yu's mood also miraculously followed the good. It's amazing how one person's mood can be completely swayed by another person's mood. He Lan Yu knew what this was because of. Since his last attempt to steal a kiss, he had thought about it alone for a long time and came to a conclusion. He might have fallen in love with Xia Lingwei. Once upon a time, he had despised this kind of relationship. The so-called falling in love was nothing more than a self-brainwashing behavior produced by humans controlled by hormones in order to reproduce. Being dominated by sensuality and doing many stupid things was his view of people in love. As the sole heir of the He Foundation, he didn't need to fall in love at all. He just needed to find someone who could bring more benefits to the family to get married and continue to expand the family's business. Then give birth to genetically excellent heirs and continue to carry the He family forward. And marriages without feelings and deeply bound by interests could only last longer. Before he met Xia Lingwei, he had always thought so. But after meeting her, he realized that all those things he once thought deeply were wrong. At first, when he met her in the conversation room, he just found her interesting, and then he crossed paths because of Ming Chuan. He didn't think that he would fall for her, nor did he know that there was any opportunity. It was just that without realizing it, he found himself starting to look forward to it. Looking forward to seeing her, looking forward to her wearing the gown he had given her, looking forward to her becoming closer to himself. Looking forward to being able to kiss her for real, not artificially. It was because he understood the feelings of liking that he could also see that in fact, Nancy Yen also liked Xia Lingwei, and had liked her even earlier than him. It was just that he didn't know for what reason. Xinxingqing had never admitted it. The scales in He Lan Yu's heart constantly swayed. After all, it was also his first time experiencing something like this, and he didn't know what to do if he liked the same girl as his friend. So he had been restraining himself, and even though it was uncomfortable to see Xia Lingwei and Xinxingqing always staying together, he hadn't made a move to stop them. But now, he wasn't going to continue restraining himself. In the end, Nancy Banquet had sought out Xia Lingwei entirely because of Xinxingqing. Since Xinxingqing didn't even straighten out his own family's side, and even dragged Xia Lingwei into being threatened, frightened, and even almost ran away overnight, all of this showed that Xinxingqing didn't value Xia Lingwei very much. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't let her suffer so much. Since this was the case, he didn't need to take Xinxingqing's mood into consideration.
He saw that Xia Lingwei's mood had also returned to normal and said, we'll go see Nancy Yen now. Xia Lingwei was surprised. I'm going too? Of course, there are some things that are better to say to him face to face. Including Xin Xingqing as well. That can I not go? She didn't really want to see Nancy Yen, she always felt that person was very scary. Don't be afraid, there's me. Saying that, He Lanyu somewhat forcefully took her hand and brought her all the way to her car. In order for me to help you with more reasonableness, I will tell them that you are my girlfriend, you remember to cooperate. Girlfriend? Xia Lingwei was surprised, was it necessary to tell such a lie? He Lanyu helped her analyze, think about it, Nancy Yen is targeting you because he thinks you want to seduce Xin Xingqing. If you have a boyfriend, he naturally won't be unforgiving anymore and won't dare to find trouble with you for my sake. This is the simplest and most effective way to say it. Although he was also a bit selfish, right, but the main thing was to help her. Well. Xia Lingwei also stopped thinking about it. Since He Lanyu had already said that he wanted to help her, let's just listen to his arrangement, there was no other way now anyway. Of course, with He Lanyu's identity, he didn't have to rush up to the Nan family or the Nan group in order to meet Nancy Yen. He made a phone call and asked Nancy Yen out. At the same time, he also called Xin Xingqing out. Xia Lingwei saw that he called out both pairs of brothers at the same time, and didn't know exactly what he was going to do, so she silently stayed by the side and didn't say a word. The current her could only firmly hold on to He Lanyu's thighs, other than that, she had no other way to live. Chapter 83, Pretending to be a couple, He Lanyu gives Nancy Yen a downward spiral. The location of He Lanyu's appointment was a very high-end private club. It was usually a place for rich people to talk about business, and it was very complete in terms of comfort, privacy, and security. The private courtyard he was in at the moment had a much higher threshold, and basically only the top class of the upper class could enter. If she hadn't followed He Lanyu, Xia Lingwei was afraid that she would never have the chance to come to such a high-end place in her life. Here, the waiters serving tea and water were all very good looking like those star idols on TV. But this clubhouse did not provide that kind of service, it was a proper good clubhouse. Seeing Xia Lingwei's nervous expression and stiff limbs, she sat there like a puppet. She really doesn't know how to play the girlfriend. He Lanyu could see her nervousness and said somewhat helplessly, if you are so unnatural, Nancy Yen won't believe it at all, why don't you take advantage of the fact that you practiced a bit before they came? Xia Lingwei became even more nervous and asked, how do I practice? He Lanyu patted the seat next to him and said, you sit here. He was currently sitting on a single sofa. Although the sofa is not small, but there are armrests on both sides of the block, Xia Lingwei, if you sit in the past, the two people will definitely stick together. This was the effect that was wanted. Xia Lingwei walked over and carefully sat down next to her. Her legs and shoulders were tightly leaning against He Lanyu, and she could even feel the warm body heat of his body. This made her even more nervous, not even daring to breathe. He Lanyu sighed lightly and said, you are now my girlfriend, you should take the initiative to get close to me. Xia Lingwei wanted to cry, this was too difficult for her. But when she thought that all of this was for the sake of preserving her home, she could not back down even more. She wrapped her hands tremblingly around He Lanyu's neck, then leaned her head towards his shoulder. Of course, her movements were still very unnatural. Although she had wrapped her arms around He Lanyu's neck, her arms were basically in a state of suspension, not touching him, and only her head was leaning on a little bit of his shoulder. She was even trying to control her body from touching him. Xia Lingwei can't help it, He Lanyu is the flower of the mountain, she doesn't dare to touch him casually, even if she pretends to be a couple, she doesn't dare to go too far. Since she didn't dare to touch him directly, it was quite tiring for Xia Lingwei to maintain this action. She asked, is this okay? Well, it's a bit not too good. He Lanyu's breathing became a bit heavier and his voice became lower and lower. He reached out with his upper arm and encircled Xia Lingwei's waist, allowing her to be solidly affixed to his embrace, eliminating the gap that had just been left empty between the two of them. Feeling her soft and boneless body, He Lanyu let out a light laugh and said, this is the distance that should be between a true couple, before they come, you should first get used to it. Okay. Although leaning very close made Xia Lingwei feel uncomfortable, she was now more incredulous. He Lanyu's willingness to help her was definitely due to Ming Chuan's face. But pretending to be a couple with her, even making such a big sacrifice and letting her hug him like this, the person was too good, right? After all, remember in the plot, He Lanyu didn't like people touching him. However, when she was about to suffocate before, it was also He Lanyu who gave her artificial respiration. I didn't realize that among these four people, the highest status He Lanyu was instead the kindest one. Xin Xingqing and Nancy Yen did not come this way together. Nancy Yen was leaving for Europe tomorrow and was still dealing with work matters in the office just now, while Xin Xingqing had just gotten up. After the school day, there was a 3-day vacation. Normally, Xin Xingqing woke up early to exercise, but yesterday he ran around a lot looking for Xia Lingwei and was a bit tired, so he didn't get up today. It was He Lanyu's call that woke him up. He Lanyu rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone, so Xin Xingqing didn't dawdle when he received the call and immediately set off to the clubhouse after washing up.
Compared to Xin Xingqing, Nan Xiyan was a bit closer and arrived earlier. The Nan family and the He family had business cooperation, and Nan Xiyan and He Lanyu had always maintained a superficially friendly relationship. Therefore, even though Nan Xiyan was a bit dissatisfied with He Lanyu's sudden call for him to come out, he still came to the appointment. No matter what, the other party was also the future head of the He family, face still had to be given. When Nan Xiyan was brought to the place by the waiter, what he saw was the image of He Lanyu holding a woman and flirting. Nan Xiyan was speechless at this. What did He Lanyu mean by this, asking him to meet to talk about things and bringing a woman? That said, when did He Lanyu have a woman? Since Xia Lingwei's face was buried at the nape of He Lanyu's neck, Nan Xiyan could only see the back of her head and couldn't recognize her as Xia Lingwei at all. He directly ignored the woman in He Lanyue's arms and opened his mouth to ask, "Lanyue, what's the matter with you calling me out in a hurry?" Hearing Nan Xiyan's voice, Xia Lingwei trembled and buried her head deeper. He Lanyu patted her back with a doting face and soothed in her ear, "Don't be afraid." After that, he looked towards Nan Xiyan and raised his voice, "Brother Xiyan, don't be in a hurry, sit down for a while." He used his chin to point to the sofa next to him. Although He Lanyu's tone of voice was fairly normal, his behavior was very impolite, as if he didn't put Nan Xiyan in his eyes at all. According to He Lanyu's character and cultivation, he shouldn't have done such a thing. But his girlfriend was bullied. Facing the culprit who bullied his girlfriend, how could he still treat her with courtesy? Nan Xiyan could also feel his malice and realized that he had been tricked. Who was he? The president of the Nan clan. Even if the comprehensive strength of the Nan family was no match for the He family, he could not tolerate He Lanyu playing with himself. He said in a bad tone, "Lanyu, if you have a girlfriend and want to find someone to show off, then you're looking for the wrong person. I'm not interested in your personal affairs." After saying that, he turned around to leave. He Lanyu did not hesitate to say, "Brother Xiyan, I heard that you are going to Europe tomorrow? As far as I know, business over there doesn't need to be rushed so much. Do you have any special arrangements if you're in a hurry to leave?" Nan Xiyan stopped in his tracks, his eyes looking at He Lanyu in a dark and uncertain manner. He Lanyu looked back with a calm demeanor. Neither one spoke first. Both of these two had strong auras. However, it was obvious that the seated He Lanyu was superior. In the end, Nan Xiyan lost first and opened her mouth to ask, "What exactly do you want to say?" Chapter 84, He Lanyu crosses the line. He Lanyu still didn't have much of an expression and said, "Nothing, it's just that you want to take my girlfriend out of the country, which makes me very unhappy." "You, girlfriend, friend?" Nan Xiyan said word by word, his eyes staring deathly at the woman snuggled in He Lanyu's arms. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that the back of her head and her figure looked familiar. Shouldn't it be? Right at this moment, Xia Lingwei very cooperatively turned her head. It was really her. Nan Xiyan's pupils tightened and asked in shock, "You said Xia Lingwei is your girlfriend?" "Of course. How could that be? She was obviously with Si Jin." Nan Xiyan's first reaction was disbelief. Because it was too outrageous. If Xia Lingwei was really He Lanyu's girlfriend, how could He Lanyu just watch his girlfriend follow Xin Xingqing around all day? Unless he had a cuckold fetish. Besides, when he let Xia Lingwei leave yesterday, she didn't mention that she had a boyfriend. If she had He Lanyu as a boyfriend, how could she be threatened by him? So the two of them must be fake. But what Nan Xiyan couldn't figure out was why He Lanyu would tell such a lie with Xia Lingwei. With He Lanyu's identity and status, it was simply impossible for him to cross paths with Xia Lingwei. By the way, Nan Xiyan had also heard about the Yi family's retrieval of the cousin young master, and that child appeared to have been raised by the Xia family. He Lanyue was afraid that she wasn't helping Xia Lingwei for the sake of her cousin. It was impossible to actually fall in love with this woman from a small family, right? However, even if the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship was fake, the two of them were now hugging each other so intimately that it was like they were a real couple. Nan Xiyan inexplicably looked at him with displeasure. He directly dismantled, "Don't joke, I know you came to this mess because the Xia family raised your cousin, and pretending to be a boyfriend and girlfriend, when I'm as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child?" Xia Lingwei's pupils quaked, not expecting to be recognized so easily. She looked at He Lanyu for help. He Lanyu, however, did not panic at all and directly held Xia Lingwei's face and kissed her on the lips. Xia Lingwei? Totally didn't expect He Lanyu to come up with this. Cuddling is not even a problem, but even doing things like kissing, He Lanyu's sacrifice is also too big, right? It's also possible that he only took this as artificial respiration. Anyway, it's not like he hasn't done it before. But doing this kind of thing in front of others, Xia Lingwei was still very, very uncomfortable, embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. A kiss ended, Xia Lingwei was panting from kissing, lowered her head and did not dare to raise it at all. He Lanyu, however, looked as normal. In fact, he was also nervous and shy, but there were other people present. Even if he pretended, he had to pretend to be very calm. He turned his head to look at Nan Xiyan and asked rhetorically, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Nan Xiyan was speechless. This brat, actually kissing someone in front of him, and kissing so intensely, was he treating him as a part of play? No, Lan Yu just wanted to prove that he was really dating Xia Lingwei. How can I put it? Witnessing this scene with his own eyes made Nancy Yan's mood even worse. In fact, logically speaking, the fact that Xia Lingwei was with Lan Yu should be good for him. That way he wouldn't have to worry about Xin Xingqing being cheated of her feelings by Xia Lingwei. However, when he saw Xia Lingwei and Lan Yu together, he didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. He only felt more and more that Xia Lingwei was hateful. Unexpectedly, not only Xin Xingqing and Lin Junchang, even Lan Yu was charmed by her. She really had the means.
Damnable woman, vixen. Seeing that Nancy Yan no longer questioned, Lan Yu opened his mouth and said, "You didn't know before, I'll let yesterday's matter go, but you did so many rude things to my girlfriend, shouldn't you apologize?" Said, he threw the check of 200,000 to the feet of Nancy Yan, mocking, "This point of money you take back, but also please take care of your brother, do not come to pester my girlfriend again." After a pause, and added, "Cyan brother in the end is a businessman, really is meticulous, in my words, so much money I really cannot give out. The murderer will kill the heart." This is not a blatant statement that Nancy Yan is petty and stingy. But this 200,000 is not he wants to give so little, clearly is Xia Lingwei own want. Nancy Yan has been held in high esteem everywhere he goes, and has never been mocked to his face like this. But on the contrary, Lan Yu just had the capital to do so. However, Nancy Yan is not a vegetarian. By people like this face open big, of course, there is no reason to swallow the anger. He said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yes, that is certainly not as generous as you. Your own girlfriend can let your brother bring around every day. Who can be more generous than you? How about lending me a few days as well? Nanchur Yan. Speak with respect." Lan Yu's eyes were stern and her tone was cold. Just now, Lan Yu could at least maintain a calm surface, but when he heard Nancy Yan speak out against Xia Lingwei, he couldn't stand it. "Egu, are you in a hurry?" Nancy Yan thought that Lan Yu had much composure, but he didn't expect to break his defense by saying a few words about Xia Lingwei. "Since you like Xia Lingwei so much, what did you do earlier?" He didn't know about the past, but on the day of the school dance, Xia Lingwei was clearly closer to Xin Xingqing. Lan Yu was the one who interfered from the middle. Knowing that her good brother liked Xia Lingwei, Lan Yu still chose to steal her love. Not to mention how Nancy Yan's position was, just from the perspective of this matter alone, Lan Yu did not do the right thing. Just when they were at cross swords, Xin Xingqing arrived. Xin Xingqing, who walked over, was the first to see Nancy Yan. He was quite puzzled. "Brother, why are you here as well? Was it Lan Yu who called you over?" Nancy Yan was also a bit surprised, not expecting Lan Yu to call Si Jin over as well. What on earth does he want? Seeing that his brother didn't take care of himself, Xin Xingqing turned his line of sight to Lan Yu's side. His entire body froze, and then his face revealed a ferocious light. Actually, the moment Xia Lingwei heard Xin Xingqing's voice, she buried her face in Lan Yu's chest again and hid it. Although sooner or later, she would be discovered by Xin Xingqing, she was still like an ostrich, thinking that it was better to hide for a while. But she underestimated Xin Xingqing's understanding of her. Just by looking at the back, he was able to recognize Xia Lingwei. Just how could he not expect that Xia Lingwei would be sitting in Lan Yu's arms? At once, he felt a green grassy plain above his head. Chapter 85. Xin Xingqing is out. "What are you guys doing?" The eerie and horrifying voice seemed to come up from the 18 layers of hell, frightening Xia Lingwei to the point of turning pale. Her fear of Xin Xingqing was engraved in her bones. Seeing that she still did not move, Xin Xingqing said sternly, "Xia Lingwei, who allowed you to lean on someone else's arms, don't give me a chance to come over." Xia Lingwei was shaking like a sieve. She had hidden her face. Why did he still recognize her? Being enslaved by Xin Xingqing for a long period of time had caused her to develop a conditioned reflex to his orders. Hearing him yell, she subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, she was deadlocked by Lan Yu's waist, completely unable to move. Lan Yu calmly said, "Don't mind him." Completely did not put Xin Xingqing in her eyes. There was no other way, she could only try to cower in Lan Yu's arms. Hopefully, in case Xin Xingqing got angry and hit someone later, she wouldn't hit herself. Lan Yu's arm that encircled Xia Lingwei's waist tightened, bringing her even closer to herself. This behavior was undoubtedly provoking Xin Xingqing. Xin Xingqing became even angrier. Did Lan Yu think he was a dead man? Underneath the anger, there was also a strong fear. The thing he was most afraid of had still happened. When he had watched Lan Yu give artificial respiration to Xia Lingwei, the seed of uneasiness had been buried in his heart. He had suspected that Lan Yu might not be interested in Xia Lingwei as well, right? It was just that after that, the two of them didn't really cross paths and he ignored it. But now, they were blatantly hugging each other intimately in front of his eyes, obviously doing it on purpose for him to see. Were they together? Xin Xingqing thought with his toes and knew that Xia Lingwei didn't have the guts to do this. It must be Lan Yu's intention. Seeing that talking was useless, he took big steps over, wanting to use brute force to snatch Xia Lingwei back. His face was hideous, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, covered in hostility. It was also the first time Xia Lingwei had seen Xin Xingqing so angry, so frightened that her teeth couldn't help but chatter. It was too scary. He wouldn't want to kill someone, right? Of course Shin Qingqing wouldn't kill anyone, but he had to beat up He Lanyu today.
Fortunately, he still had a trace of sanity in him, and fearing that he might accidentally injure Xia Lingwei, he thought of dragging her to the side first. But before his hand could touch Xia Lingwei, he was stopped by He Lanyu. "Si Jin, calm down first." At these words, Shin Qingqing directly exploded and roared, "Calm my ass, calm. He Lanyu, I treat you as a brother, you TM even green me?" Being double betrayed by a woman and a brother, Shin Qingqing really had the urge to kill. He directly and roughly grabbed He Lanyu's collar and ripped the person up from the sofa. Xia Lingwei was terrified. She wanted to hide farther away, but her legs were weak and she couldn't run at all. She could only shrink behind He Lanyu, using him as a human shield. In the face of the furious Shin Qingqing, He Lanyu did not show any panic and still had a breezy look. He retorted, "How can it be considered green? It's not like she's your girlfriend. Also, before you question me, why don't you ask your brother what he did to her?" "What?" Shin Qingqing looked at Nan Xiyan. How is it related to his brother again? Nan Xiyan also knew that he couldn't hide this matter, so he directly admitted, "Si Jin, forget it, this woman is not sincere to you at all, she only needs $200,000 to be willing to leave you." "What did you say? What $200,000? He Lanyu added in detail, "Your brother kidnapped Xia Lingwei yesterday afternoon and forced her to leave you with money. Your good brother only gave her 200,000, but also to take her to Europe, threatening to bankrupt her family if she did not follow. What heart, only he knows." Shin Qingqing looked incredulously at her own brother. "Brother, you." Nancy Yen explained, "I just don't want you to continue to be deceived by her, said to take her to Europe, but also for fear that you can't let go of her to find her again. Brother is for your own good. Who told you that she cheated me? Who let you make up your own mind?" This was the first time Shin Qingqing had spoken out loud to Nan Xiyan. Shin Qingqing suddenly felt betrayed by the whole world. Fortunately, his heart wasn't that fragile, and he quickly sorted out what happened. But even if it was his brother who caused trouble in the first place, why was it He Lanyu who came to say this? Could it be that Xia Lingwei went to He Lanyu for help? He didn't think about it in detail and slowed down his tone to ask Xia Lingwei, "Why didn't you tell me yesterday?" After he found her yesterday and asked her so many times, she didn't say anything. That's right, before too, she didn't tell him almost anything about Linjun City. Couldn't trust him that much? He thought they were already close. Why didn't she tell you? Don't you know in your own heart? He Lanyu couldn't stand to watch. At a time like this, Shin Qingqing even blamed Xia Lingwei for not telling him. Think about how you treated her in the past. You treated her badly, called her a lowly servant, and said she was a dog. You degraded her character and never respected her. So what makes you think that she would seek you out to confide in you after being threatened by your brother? When He Lanyu finished speaking, he also felt self-condemned. It turned out that he had always seen all of this in his eyes, but did nothing. Compared to Shin Qingqing, he himself was no better. Aye. Shin Qingqing was dumbfounded by the dislike and her aura weakened. It wasn't. Those weren't his sincere words, he didn't think that way. Those words, because other people always teased that he likes Xia Lingwei, he felt embarrassed and did not want to admit that he said that. He sometimes spoke a bit harshly, but he didn't really think that. Although he wanted to defend himself like this, he couldn't say it. Because that's what he once thought. He thought that because Xia Lingwei's family was poor and her status was low, she could be taken at will. If he gave her family a little favor, he could use her at will. He Lanyu was right, he had never respected Xia Lingwei, that's why he was able to recklessly say those disparaging words in front of her. Those words must have hurt her. Because Xia Lingwei was always trembling with fear, even if she had a hard time in her heart, she wouldn't show it in front of him. He couldn't see what she was thinking, so he got lucky and assumed that she hadn't taken those words to heart. Shin Qingqing looked at Xia Lingwei, hoping that she would say something. But she just hid behind He Lanyu with a frightened face, not even willing to look at him. The spell that Shin Qingqing had been trying so hard to ignore all along had finally come true. Xia Lingwei had stayed by his side because she had no choice. Now that she had a choice, she didn't hesitate to stand behind He Lanyu. It was clearly him who first noticed her. He was the one who discovered the timid and inferior her who always kept her head down and didn't dare to interact with others. But now, she chose someone else. It was all his fault. Chapter 86 Late Confession, I really like her so much. Shin Qingqing also didn't expect that he would feel so bad. But he was not willing to give up so easily. He had been with Xia Lingwei for such a long time, and although in the eyes of others it was just a general game of master and servant, he could no longer adapt to life without her. When he saw that he was about to lose her, the low status, self-respect, and pride no longer mattered. He just wanted to keep her. So he lowered his stance and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, it's all my fault in the past, I promise I won't be mad at you in the future, will you come back to my side? Shin Qingqing's tone was very humble. His eyes were slightly red, as if he was begging. Nan Xiyan on the side looked dumbfounded. It was completely unexpected that this unruly brother of his would also have such a lowly tone. And still to this little vixen. His eyes grew darker and colder as he looked at Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei felt a gust of coolness and shrank behind He Lanyu again. She also did not expect Shin Xingxing to apologize to her and beg her to return to his side. Between the two of them, she was always the only one who apologized, and to Shin Xingxing, she should be nothing more than a dispensable servant. Even without her, it wouldn't have any impact on his life. Then why did he do this? Could it be that he couldn't see that she had embraced a thicker thigh, so he wanted to trick her back? No matter what Shin Xingxing's motives were, Xia Lingwei would not go back. Things had already come to such a pass, she was going to get away from Shin Xingxing with a bang. So she shook her head and refused. No, I've already started dating Lan Yu. What she said actually had little substance. After all, she and Lan Yu were only pretending. But Shin Xingxing believed it. Not only was it the matter of dating, just the fact that she directly called the name Lan Yu was enough to blow him away. He asked incredulously, "You called him Lan Yu? A timid person like her dared to call Lan Yu by his name?" Lan Yu snaps, "What's the problem? Lingwei and I are already boyfriend and girlfriend, it's normal to call her by her first name, right?" Lan Yu was quite surprised to hear her say that just now. He didn't expect her to say no at all, but not only did she say it, she also called him by his name. This put Lan Yu in a good mood. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. Shin Xingxing thought sadly that Xia Lingwei had never called him by his name, always addressing him as young Master Nan, and he hadn't thought to correct it. Because he treated Xia Lingwei as a servant, wasn't it natural for a servant to call him young master? However, he was so envious when he heard her directly call Lan Yu. What puzzled Shin Xingxing was when the two of them got together. Xia Lingwei was still his dance partner at the school day ball yesterday, so how did she become Lan Yu's girlfriend as soon as she woke up? This was too sudden. Even if Shin Xingxing's brain wasn't as good as Nan Xiyan's, she still realized that something was wrong. Were the two of them really dating? So he directly asked, "When did you guys start dating?" "It was just last night." Lan Yu said half-truthfully, "Lingwei and I actually liked each other a long time ago, it's just that I treated you as a friend, so I never confessed." But he paused, his tone took a sharp turn and said, "I see that you didn't take her seriously either. If you valued her enough, how could your brother dare to treat her like that? So it's pointless for me to be humble, I will protect her in the future. She follows me, at least she won't be stuffed with 200,000 yuan to forcefully take her to a foreign country." Nan Xiyan. Are you done? This 200,000 cannot get through, is it? Shin Xingxing does not want to hear this, only looked at Xia Lingwei, seriously asked, "You with him, is it to seek shelter, or like him?" This is a giveaway question. Xia Lingwei answered almost without hesitation, "I like him." Just now, Lan Yu had said that the two of them had long liked each other, so of course she had to say that she liked Lan Yu as well. Otherwise, she would be slapping Lan Yu's face. Lan Yu was her newfound thigh, she couldn't be offended. After Shin Xingxing heard her answer, his face was like ashes, and he sat on the sofa next to her with a disheveled face. As a close friend, Lan Yu was a bit heartbroken to see him in such pain. But at this moment, he was more concerned about Xia Lingwei saying she liked him. Even though the odds were that it was a lie, he still couldn't help but jump for joy. "I called you all here today to tell you not to bother my girlfriend in the future." After saying that, he held Xia Lingwei's hand and left. In this clubhouse room, only the two brothers Nan Xiyan and Shin Xingxing remained. When Nan Xiyan saw his brother's disoriented appearance, his heart was slightly overjoyed. Originally, he wanted to solve the problem more cleanly, but he didn't expect that woman to be able to climb up to Lan Yu and make things so ugly. Originally thought that Shin Xingxing would get angry and make a fuss with him, but now it was quiet and a bit weird. Nan Xiyan worriedly approached to take a look only to find that Shin Xingxing actually cried. This could scare Nan Xiyan. To know, this younger brother of his hadn't cried since he was 5 years old. Now, unexpectedly cried for a woman? He consoled, "See Jean, pull yourself together, that woman doesn't have you in her heart at all, it's not worth crying for her." "What do you know?" Shin Xingxing broke down and yelled at Nan Xiyan, "She didn't have me in her heart in the first place. I've always been the one who unilaterally likes her. Originally, I had an appointment with her to go hiking, drawbridge plan succeeded, she will also like me, I blame you meddling in the matter, only to cause her to be snatched by Lan Yu. Oh. The more he said, the more he cried. The previous handsome and manly demeanor disappeared into thin air, crying like a child. The persona has completely collapsed. Shin Xingxing's heart was like a knife, he realized with hindsight that he liked Xia Lingwei so much, but everything was screwed up by him. She left with Lan Yu. No longer belonged to him. More precisely, never belonged to him. From beginning to end, it was just his wishful thinking. Shin Xingxing cried her heart out, but Lan Yu's side was happy. Xia Lingwei followed him out, or some fear, asked, "This is enough? Will they look for me to retaliate in the future?" After all, in the future with Shin Xingxing in the same classroom, the two of them are neighbors, who knows Shin Xingxing will not take advantage of Lan Yu's absence to take revenge on her. Today she should be considered to have slapped Shin Xingxing's face, right? Although she was breathing a sigh of relief for her past deflated self, Xia Lingwei was more worried about the future. Lan Yu naturally knew what she was worried about and said, "I do have a way to get rid of it once and for all." Xia Lingwei's eyes lit up and asked, "What solution?" Chapter 87, How about really being together?
The corner of He Lan Yu's mouth slightly upturned, said, "How about we really get together?" Eh? Xia Lingwei was a bit dumbfounded, not understanding why He Lan Yu would make such a suggestion. After all, there was no benefit for him to really date her, right? Xia Lingwei was very self-aware, and of course knew that He Lan Yu definitely wasn't doing it because he liked her. There must be other reasons. Could it be that he didn't want to be arranged for marriage by his family, so he found a girlfriend to use as a shield? If that was the case, it would never be a wise choice for her to really date He Lan Yu. Instead, she would face even more trouble. Her family was like paupers in the eyes of those big families, and she had been kidnapped and threatened by Nancy Yen when she followed Qin Qingqing as a servant. If she became He Lan Yu's girlfriend, wouldn't the Yi family skin her alive? It was scary to think about. So she didn't feel that a real relationship was a good way to settle things once and for all, at least not for her. But she didn't dare to reject He Lan Yu. She had already offended Qin Qingqing completely just now. What if she rejected He Lan Yu now and he didn't care about her anymore? Then she really wouldn't be able to mix it up. She could only nod her head, pull out a smile, and replied in a surprised tone, "Yes." This time, He Lan Yu froze. Even though it was his initiative, he felt that the success rate was very small, and there was a high probability that it would be rejected. After all, he felt that Xia Lingwei was very cautious in front of him, and it was obvious that she didn't trust him enough yet. Yet he didn't expect her to agree so painfully. It couldn't be that what she said just now about liking him was actually from the bottom of her heart? He Lan Yu froze for 2 seconds, and then she revealed a smile that tipped the scales and said, "Then you will be my girlfriend from now on." He still looked relatively calm, but his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner excitement. Yes, yes. Xia Lingwei, on the other hand, was the exact opposite of He Lan Yu. She was the one who looked excited on the surface, but inside she felt troubled. It's not enough to pretend to be dating, why do we have to really date? In other words, what was the difference between really being together and pretending to be together? Xia Lingwei was completely confused and could only take one step at a time. Just like this, Xia Lingwei and He Lan Yu became a real couple, but their minds were not on the same channel at all. He Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei were together. When Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen learned about this, they both felt it was very outrageous and didn't believe it at all. When they were in the lounge earlier, they did feel that He Lan Yu was that special to Xia Lingwei, but that wasn't enough for the two of them to be together, was it? It wasn't just because of the disparity in status. If Xia Lingwei was with He Lan Yu, where did that put Qin Qingqing? In order to figure out what was going on, they decided to go find Qin Qingqing to find out first. When the two of them found Qin Qingqing was in the bar's box drinking drunkenly. Seeing several empty bottles of high-count wine on the table, Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen were stunned. They immediately went to grab the bottles of wine in Qin Qingqing's hands. "See Jean, don't drink anymore. If you keep drinking, something will happen. Do you want to go to the hospital to have your stomach pumped? If you have a hard time in your heart, tell us, don't drink alone here." Although Qin Qingqing had drunk a lot, her brain was still sober. Hearing them say this, she pulled out a bitter smile and asked, "You all know?" Mu Xingchen replied, "Yes, what the hell is going on here? How did the two of them?" Lan Feifei was still questioning, "Is it true? There shouldn't be any misunderstanding, right?" Hee, I also hope it's a misunderstanding. That Arashiryu guy, I treat him as a brother and he steals my woman. In the future, there will be me without him, and him without me. Mentioning He Lan Yu, Qin Qingqing was filled with resentment. Even if Xia Lingwei was with someone else, he didn't blame her, it was all his fault, he treated her so badly that she chose someone else. But He Lan Yu was different. With He Lan Yu's status, what kind of woman could he not find? Why did she have to steal Xia Lingwei from him? People say that a friend's wife is not to be bullied, but He Lan Yu is good, he's not polite to a friend's wife. It's simply too hateful. Qin Qingqing intermittently told them what happened that day. Mu Xingchen, as the Arch-Fire King, still played steadily this time and said, "Lan Yu really did a bit too much this time, no matter what, he can't take a shot at Xia Lingwei." Lan Feifei also agreed, "You're right, how could he be like that?" These three were united like never before, and started accusing He Lan Yu of not coming. Qin Qingqing also did not expect that the two of them were so righteous that they all stood on their side. But that's right, whoever judges this matter, it's all He Lan Yu's fault. But Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen's righteousness was not as innocent as Qin Qingqing thought. Especially Lan Feifei. The blow he received was not small. Before this, he had been chatting with Xia Lingwei on WeChat from time to time, and thought it was going well, but he didn't expect to suddenly be told that Xia Lingwei was in love with He Lan Yu. Who could stand this? In the past, Qin Qingqing's domination of Xia Lingwei made him feel unhappy, but compared to that, he was more reluctant to let Xia Lingwei be with He Lan Yu. So, he compelled with malicious intent, "See Jean, pull yourself together. We can't let He Lan Yu be so springy, we have to find a way to snatch her back." Snatch her back? Qin Qingqing's disoriented eyes regained a bit of clarity. "Right, Xia Lingwei was originally your person, it is He Lan Yu snatched her from your hands, you just tolerate it? You're drinking here, aren't you a loser?" "I'm a loser." Of course he's a loser, he's dying of a loser. But what can he do?
Xia Lingwei said she likes He Lanyu, even if he tries to get her back, there's no way to change her heart. Lan Fei said, hearts change, besides, are you sure she really likes Lanyu? According to that situation at that time, maybe she took gratitude for liking, who can say about this kind of thing? You're right. These words sort of spoke to Xin Xingxing's heart. That's right. Xia Lingwei was so stupid, it wasn't impossible to mistake gratitude for liking. He couldn't just give up so easily. Seeing Xin Xingxing recovering his fighting spirit, Lan Fei patted his shoulder and said, "See Jean, I will assist you, as long as there is an opportunity one will give to go to the two of them to cause havoc." Xin Xingxing was grateful. "Thank you Feiyu, you are my good brother." Next to him, Mu Xingchen felt that Lan Feiyu was overzealous. Those who didn't know thought that he had been robbed of his girlfriend. Chapter 88, it definitely won't last between them. However, Mu Xingchen's heart was also a little bit upset when he learned that Xia Lingwei was in a relationship with He Lanyu. Xia Lingwei didn't even pass his WeChat friend request, but turned her head and fell in love with He Lanyu. Thinking about it made him feel bad. So Mu Xingchen also decided to join in and wreak havoc on the two of them. The four of them good brothers had to be single together if they wanted to be single, and they definitely wouldn't allow He Lanyu to live so happily on her own. So they decided to break them down one by one. Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen were in charge of asking He Lanyu out, while Xin Xingxing took the opportunity to go to Xia Lingwei's house to dig up the others. On He Lanyu's side, he was naturally in a good mood after successfully dating the girl he liked. But after being happy, he realized that he was a bit too impulsive. As the only heir of the He family, how much honor he enjoyed, how much responsibility he had to shoulder. Every move he made was in the spotlight, and it was only natural that the lover he found would also be noticed by many, receiving all sorts of judgmental stares. If it was a business marriage there wouldn't be any problems, but Xia Lingwei was the one he found on his own. There was no interest associated with it, and it was simply a girlfriend he found according to his personal preferences. Objectively speaking, Xia Lingwei was not a good match for him. Family history is too different, and Xia Lingwei's grades are also very average, personality is even more cowardly and incompetent, if you want to say, only the appearance is more compatible. But there is never a shortage of beautiful women in the luxury sector. If openly dating, Xia Lingwei is bound to hear a lot of bad voices. He could completely use his power to shut them up with the general people's talk. What really worried He Lanyu was whether there would be someone like Nan Xiyan in their family. Under the pretext of doing something good for him or for the He family, he would find Xia Lingwei again, humiliate her and threaten her to leave her. This kind of thing really can't be prevented. He had spoken loudly about Xin Xingxing before, but when it came to his own turn, he didn't dare to say that 100% such things wouldn't happen. Xin Xingxing must have also completely failed to anticipate Nancy Banquet to come with this hand. Although the current He Lanyu had begun to take over the family business, he hadn't yet reached the level where he was the only one who could say anything and held absolute power. So regarding his girlfriend, there would definitely be people secretly doing things. He didn't want Xia Lingwei to have to experience those bad experiences after being with him. The best thing to do was to not make it public yet. Even though he had already told Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen, it wasn't a big problem, it was all within control. He Lanyu felt very guilty when he proposed a secret relationship with Xia Lingwei. He looked it up on the internet and said that this behavior of not disclosing a relationship would make the other person feel very insecure, and most people would mind it a lot. Especially in this situation with him and Xia Lingwei, would she think that he looked down on her, thinking that she couldn't hold her own? However, it was entirely him who thought too much. When Xia Lingwei heard him say that he was not openly dating, not only did she not lose heart, but instead, she raised her hands in approval. Good ah. I think what you said makes sense, let's do what you said. He Lanyu thought she was forcing a smile, and said in a heartbroken voice, if you're not feeling well in your heart you can tell me, I'll find a way to coax you to be happy. Xia Lingwei waved her hand and sincerely said, No, I really didn't mind, I won't tell others, don't worry. Who wants to be judged by others? He Lanyu carefully observed her expression and realized that she really didn't want others to know. Could it be that she didn't want to show off to people that he was her boyfriend? At that time, when they confirmed that they were really dating, he couldn't wait to share it with his friends. That is, Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei. He should be relieved that she didn't feel bad about this, but why was there some reluctance? He Lanyu didn't continue to think about it. After reaching a consensus on the secret relationship, He Lanyu was about to go find his friends to help him with the secrecy. However, before He Lanyu could find them first, the two of them came to ask He Lanyu to meet them first. Arriving at the appointed place, He Lanyu directly stated his intentions, asking the two of them not to spread the word about him and Xia Lingwei dating. Lan Fei laughed strangely. Do you feel ashamed to find a girlfriend like her? He Lanyu sighed and asked rhetorically, is that the reason in your opinion? Mu Xingchen replied, otherwise low? But it's also true, you found Si Jin's servant as your girlfriend, spreading it out does not have much face. How hard it is to hide it, why don't you just break up? The two of them also went along with the trend to directly say out their purpose, Yen Guo map short pitiful. He Lanyu once heard the two of them persuade the split, his face sank, serious, I have no intention of breaking up with her.
Do not break up. Do you intend to stay so stiff with Si Jin? To be honest, I didn't even dare to believe it when I heard you were with Xia Lingwei. Lanyu, you've really gone too far this time. Even if Si Jin is usually tough, you can see that he's interested in Xia Lingwei. How can you rob your brother's woman? Do you not want your brother for the sake of a woman? What's more important, a brother or a woman? Even if you're together now, it definitely won't last, so you might as well hurry up and split up. The two of them spoke one by one, not giving He Lanyu a chance to speak at all. At this point, He Lanyu understood that the two of them were helping Shin Xingqing in her crusade against him. Before finishing a few words, they were trying to persuade him to split up, making He Lanyu's mood to the extreme. Especially that sentence absolutely won't last. It felt like a curse. Just looking at it made He Lanyu blacken her face. That's enough. You guys aren't finished, are you? There's no way I'm breaking up with her. Don't waste your breath there. After saying that, He Lanyu huffed and got up to leave. On the other hand, Shin Xingqing also took the opportunity to come to Xia Lingwei's home. Nancy Yen hadn't withdrawn those orders from the cooperation with the Xia family's factories, so the Xia family's parents were still very welcoming to him, the god of wealth. Si Jin is here. Is he looking for Wei Wei? Aha! I have something to say to her. Shin Xingqing's attitude was much more formal than before, looking nervous. Mother Xia guessed in her heart, this kid couldn't be confessing to their family Wei Wei, right? The second son of the Nan clan consortium was going to give them a son-in-law? Not to mention Xia Lingwei, even father and mother Xia felt that it wasn't plausible. How could a family like the Nan family look at a small family like them? So, the always enthusiastic mother Xia was a bit stumped. That, Wei Wei is not feeling well today and just fell asleep. Why don't you talk about it some other time? Shin Xingqing only heard that she was not feeling well and worried. She is not feeling well? Is she sick? Just at this time, Xia Lingwei jumped downstairs to get the juice, completely without the appearance of physical discomfort. Chapter 89, He Lanyu's browsing history. Seeing Shin Xingqing again, Xia Lingwei was still a bit uncomfortable. This feeling was like meeting her original boss again after jumping ship. It would definitely be awkward. Moreover, He Lanyu had arranged for her to switch classes, so when school started she could just go directly to class A. This was a great thing for Xia Lingwei. Not only did she avoid Shin Xingqing, but she could also avoid the female lead Su Lily, in which case she wouldn't get involved in the plot at all. But she didn't expect Shin Xingqing to come to her house to find her. Mother Xia was even more embarrassed. She had just lied about her daughter not feeling well, and now Xia Lingwei appeared alive and well. Wasn't it obvious that she was lying? It was too much of a slap in the face. Xia mother could only say dryly, Wei Wei, are you feeling better? Saying this, she also desperately winked at her. Xia Lingwei understood and replied, much better. After saying that, she also pretended to cough twice. When Shin Xingqing saw Xia Lingwei again, she had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. In fact, it had only been 2 days since that day, but he felt that he hadn't seen her for a long time. He asked softly, what's wrong with you? Xia Lingwei said, just a little cold. You have to take good care of yourself. As she said this, Shin Xingqing's eyes reddened again. She really can't go back to his side again? Xia Lingwei felt unfamiliar with such a careful Shin Xingqing and didn't know what the hell he was up to, and looked at him suspiciously. Speaking of which, what the hell is he doing here? Mother Xia was very sensible and made room for them, leaving only the two of them in the living room. Shin Xingqing didn't forget the purpose of today's visit and calmed her emotions. Reminding, the He family's situation is even more complicated, and Lanyu is the only heir. They won't approve of you dating Lanyu. It's better for you to break up with him earlier. Xia Lingwei sniffed and said with a grateful face, I'm secretly dating him, so it's okay. I was secretly dating him, so it doesn't matter. Shin Xingqing was enraged at hearing this. He Lanyu even wanted her to be an unseen underground lover? This little cutie. Still smiling there, don't you feel aggrieved? He was angry and heartbroken. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't let her be so aggrieved. But when he thought of the things his brother had done to her, he instantly lost his bottom. Xia Lingwei was going on a date with He Lanyu. Although He Lanyu said that he would be very busy with his work and wouldn't see her often after dating, in the last few days, he had asked her to meet him almost every day. When the two of them were together, it also called from time to time to deal with work matters. After he finished talking about the phone call to deal with work, Xia Lingwei kindly said that, it's okay for you to go to work, I'll just go home first. It's fine, it's already been dealt with. Today, He Lanyu asked Xia Lingwei to go fishing at a lake with a great view, and also had someone prepare the fishing tools. Most importantly, there was his elaborate arrangement afterward, so of course he had to prioritize this side. Lan Feifei's sentence that it wouldn't last was like a magic spell, making He Lanyu feel uneasy. To be fair, Xia Lingwei was a very understanding girlfriend. When he said not to publicize it, she raised her hands in favor of it, and when he was busy with work, she was considerate enough not to bother him. Saying not to disturb, it was actually more like ignoring him. So he desperately wanted to do something to bring him and Xia Lingwei closer together. Good. Xia Lingwei didn't dare to raise any objections, so she could only sit on the co-pilot and go to the lake with him.
In fact, she wasn't interested in fishing at all, but Hilanyu brought it up, so she could only pretend to be interested. In the last few days, Hilanyu asked her to meet him every day. Either to have dinner and watch a movie together, or to go shopping and buy her a gift, or to go outdoors or something like that. Hilanyu didn't make any over-the-top moves. After all, he had kissed her in front of Nancy Yen before, so Xia Lingwei was worried about whether there would be such behavior after dating. But there hadn't even been any after dating, not even holding hands. This made Xia Lingwei more and more certain that he must have had some other inconvenient reason for proposing to go out with her. So she stopped thinking about it, and she actively supported whatever Hilanyu wanted to go for. As long as she pleased him, she could hold on to this thigh. The lake they were going to this time didn't allow parking, so they could only park in a parking lot a little farther away first. Then walk over on foot. Hilanyu carried her own fishing tackle, and Xia Lingwei followed beside her with empty hands, and couldn't help but say, "I'll take a little bit too." After all, when she followed Shin Xingxing out in the past, she did all the carrying. "No, I can do it myself." Hilanyu of course will not let Xia Lingwei carry such heavy things, she is his girlfriend, he has to take good care of. Xia Lingwei could only snappily withdraw her hand. She still couldn't figure out what role this so-called girlfriend of hers actually had. The scenery here was really nice, there was the sound of birds chirping and the air was fresh. However, the weather was not favorable, and it rained not long after the two of them arrived at the place. The two could only hurriedly run back to the car again. Hilanyu put his jacket on Xia Lingwei, while he himself was drenched like a drenched chicken. Xia Lingwei was also drenched, just not as badly as he was. It would take more than an hour to drive back to the city from the lake, and fearing that he would catch a cold if this continued, Hilanyu decided to go to a hotel by the lake to take a shower and dry his clothes. Unluckily, this hotel only had one empty room left. Hilanyu's face inexplicably turned a little red, looked at Xia Lingwei and asked, "Is it okay?" Xia Lingwei didn't think much about it at all, and really thought that Hilanyu had entered the hotel simply because she wanted to air her clothes. After all, in her opinion, it was impossible for Hilanyu to be interested in her, and she wasn't worried at all that anything juvenile would happen. This hotel wasn't a particularly upscale kind, and after entering, it was straight to the living room and bathroom, with no other rooms. Hilanyu had been looking at his cell phone after checking in. Xia Lingwei thought he was dealing with work for a long time yet, so she kindly reminded that, "You take a bath first, or you shouldn't catch a cold." Hilanyu didn't push back and went to the bathroom without saying anything. He obediently threw his cell phone on the table without turning off the screen. When Xia Lingwei went to find the charger, she accidentally glanced at the content of Hilanyu's cell phone screen. Surprisingly, it was, "Notes on coming to a hotel room with your girlfriend." Xia Lingwei was so shocked that she ghostly clicked on the browsing record, and the search content inside was so frightening that she lost her color. What's wrong with feeling like your girlfriend isn't being active enough for you? The atmosphere of kissing on a date with your girlfriend. How long does it take to have skin-to-skin contact? How can I quickly make love with my girlfriend? Tips on how to make your girlfriend feel comfortable. Tips on how to make your girlfriend feel comfortable. There are so many browsing contents that are all related to girlfriends. He acted so gentlemanly and serious that he couldn't tell that he was thinking about this kind of thing in his head. Just then, the bathroom door clicked. Chapter 90, I'm not a monk with a clean mind. Xia Lingwei scrambled to put Hilanyu's cell phone back in its original position, then ran to a place furthest away from the bathroom door. Hilanyu had just finished his shower and walked out with a towel to wipe his hair. He didn't use a hairdryer, so his hair was wet and dripping, falling onto his exposed white chest. Although he was wearing a bathrobe, the neckline was wide open and his firm pecs could be clearly seen. Don't look at the fact that normally Hilanyu dressed to give the impression that he was quite thin, his body was still quite material. After all, he woke up every morning and insisted on exercising, and was very self-disciplined. He was deliberately not wearing clothes properly, the purpose was to seduce Xia Lingwei. This is also what he learned from the internet. For his looks and body, Hilanyu was still relatively confident. Since Xia Lingwei wasn't very close to him, it made him feel a bit afflicted, so he searched blindly on the internet every day. As for those browsing records that Xia Lingwei saw just now, many of them were automatically associated with problems, and Hilanyu just clicked in to see them. It wasn't that he intentionally searched for them. But the latest one on the do's and don'ts of opening a room was something he searched for. It was his first time to come to a hotel room with his girlfriend, although it was a matter of reason, but it was inevitable that he would be thinking nonsense, so he thought to go online to learn a little. Who knew that all he could find were precautions about that kind of behavior? The more he looked, the more confused he became, and he couldn't help but think a little, wondering if he could tempt her with his beauty. However, seeing Xia Lingwei hiding in the corner furthest away from him, her eyes still fluttering and not daring to look at him, he knew that this trick would not work on her. Hilanyu was a bit distressed, his girlfriend was too timid and shy, how should he progress the relationship? Was he too hasty? Seeing Xia Lingwei shrinking in the corner and not moving, he reminded, "You're also wet, it's better to go and wash yourself. And the hotel has a dryer, so you can get your clothes dry by the way." But Xia Lingwei's mind was now filled with those browsing records of Hilanyu. Hearing him say that he told her to go take a shower, would he be about to do something to her after the shower? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, grabbing her clothes and saying in a trembling voice, "No need, my clothes aren't very wet, this will do." Although she wanted to act naturally, but she couldn't do it. As smart as He Lan Yu, he guessed what was going on when he saw how nervous and alert she looked. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Xia Lingwei, "Did you look at my cell phone?" Xia Lingwei shook her head in panic. No, I didn't see anything." This reaction is to see it. Under normal circumstances, this kind of browsing record is seen by others, but also by the girlfriend to see, can reach the level of social death, and no longer will feel shy. But the two of them were like the opposite. He Lan Yu was like a nobody, and Xia Lingwei on the contrary was embarrassed and blushing. As a physically healthy adult male, He Lan Yu would of course have physiological needs as well. It's just that he knows how to keep himself clean, and won't be like the male lead in those overbearing texts, who adopts a woman just to solve his physical desires. Although there are quite a few people in his circle who do this, he can't do it. This kind of thing can be completely solved by himself. But it was different when he had a girlfriend. Isn't it normal for him to have desire for his girlfriend? It's only abnormal to have no thoughts, right? So He Lan Yu didn't feel ashamed at all, instead he felt it was quite good to be seen by her. It's just that I didn't expect her to be so repulsed. He Lan Yu was a bit disappointed, but still decided to respect her and take his time with her pace. In order to calm her down, he assured, "I won't do anything to you, you don't have to be so scared. This way." Xia Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief, while feeling a little embarrassed. Sure enough, she had thought too much. He Lan Yu should have just used her as a shield. How could he possibly have such thoughts about her? However, only half of this breath was exhaled when she heard He Lan Yu continue, "But let's make it clear, I'm not a monk with a clear mind. That aspect of the idea is definitely there, you have to be mentally prepared in advance." Xia Lingwei brain twitch, asked, "To me? Who else could it be if not you?" He Lan Yu completely couldn't figure out what her head was thinking. The two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. If he wasn't interested in her, who else could he be interested in? "Are you thinking about someone else besides me?" No, I definitely don't. Not only to others, but also to He Lan Yu. Xia Lingwei has always been very self-aware and has never dared to think about a flower of the mountains like He Lan Yu. Even if the two of them are now boyfriend and girlfriend, she still doesn't dare to have the slightest unrealistic delusion about him. As he spoke, He Lan Yu had already walked to Xia Lingwei's front, his arms supporting on the wall, trapping her firmly in the corner. At such a close distance, one could smell the scent of the shower gel on his body. Xia Lingwei was alarmed again. What was he doing suddenly coming over? Didn't he say he wouldn't do anything to her? In the past, when she followed Xingqing as a servant, she paid for her labor. Now that she's working as a girlfriend for He Lan Yu, is it possible that she has to offer her body? Oh, don't ah. She really wasn't mentally prepared at all ah. Seeing that she had fear written all over her face made He Lan Yu a little anxious. It's not as if you're reluctant to this extent, right? Don't be so scared, I just want to kiss you. After saying that, he lifted Xia Lingwei's chin and kissed her. It wasn't the first time the two of them had kissed, it was just that this time it was deeper than before. Xia Lingwei's eyes widened, he actually reached out to. He Lan Yu, however, didn't give her the slightest chance to escape, clasping the back of her head and kissing her even deeper. The temperature in the room was gradually rising, and the atmosphere was becoming more and more ambiguous. He Lan Yu's rationality was also shouting to stop quickly or else he wouldn't be able to brake the car, but his rationality that he had always been proud of was defeated by desire. At this moment, he only wanted to follow his deepest desires and completely take her for himself. Xia Lingwei was kissed by the lack of oxygen in her brain, her mind was blank, and when she came back to her senses, she was already lying on the hotel's big bed. Chapter 91, Heartbroken Little Milk Dog. The bathrobe on He Lan Yu's body had also slipped off his shoulders, and his upper body was almost completely bare, revealing his perfectly defined abs. The beautiful man who was usually as cool as an immortal, but at this moment, his cheeks were flushed, radiating intense masculinity, and his eyes were filled with desire for her. Xia Lingwei didn't know if she could withstand it. Was she going to be handed over here today? Seeing that his hand had already reached for the hem of her dress. Bell. Just in the nick of time, Xia Lingwei's phone rang. The ringing of the cell phone broke the extremely ambiguous atmosphere, and Xia Lingwei smoothly pushed He Lan Yu away, her hand scrambling to answer the phone. It was her mom. Xia Lingwei thanked her mom in her heart for making this call in time, and was also glad that she didn't turn on the mute today, or else she didn't know what unmanageable extent it would develop to. "My mom called, I'll take it," said, hid into the bathroom to answer the phone. "Hey." He Lan Yu was somewhat chagrined and scratched his hair that hadn't been dried yet. He unexpectedly didn't control himself and almost. Fortunately, he stopped in time. He also didn't want the two of them to have their first time in such a humble hotel, it had to be in a more romantic setting. And now that they hadn't been dating for long, what should they do if they were to be considered frivolous men? It was all because Lan Fei Fei and the others said that he and Xia Lingwei wouldn't last long, and he was too concerned about it that he messed up. It's just that He Lan Yu also didn't expect that his self-control would be so bad. Xia Lingwei in the bathroom calmed her breathing before picking up the phone. Xia mother called and only said something unimportant, then asked her where she was and told her to go home early, before hanging up. It made Xia Lingwei feel kinda strange. On the other side of the phone, after Xia mother hung up the phone, she looked at Xin Qingqing next to her with a puzzled face and asked, "Si Jina, did you and Wei Wei have a fight?" That day when she went to the house, she was also weird, and now she suddenly came to the door and asked her to call Ling Wei, completely confused about what's going on with them. Before, Mother Xia thought that the gap between their family and the Nan family was too big, so she didn't really want her daughter to be with Xin Qingqing. But now, looking at Xin Qingqing's trips to her home, seemingly very sincere, she also began to waver. Xin Qingqing, no matter whether it is looks, body, family situation or the way of dealing with people, there is nothing to make them dissatisfied. He had a bad temper, but he would pretend in front of the elders, especially in front of Xia Lingwei's parents, and had always been the image of a polite and good boy. Xia Lingwei's parents didn't know that she was in a relationship with He Lanyu. She didn't tell them. Xin Qingqing of course would not talk too much, but just answered in a very melancholy way, "It was a quarrel, I want to make up with her, but I don't know what to do." Xia mother was a bit surprised. "Is Wei Wei angry with you?" Her own daughter has a good temper that can be called temperless, and there are times when she is angry with someone else? And the other party is still Xin Qingqing. Rather than angry, I cannot say. Xin Qingqing did not want to say too much, so she got up to say goodbye. "Thank you auntie, I will go back first, you do not tell Lingwei that I came." After Xin Qingqing failed to persuade Xia Lingwei to break up that day, she sent someone to secretly monitor the two of them. When they found out that they went out on a date, they had to find a way to sabotage it. Of course, the information Xin Qingqing got was that the two of them went fishing and didn't realize they went to a hotel. This phone call was completely by mistake at that time, spoiling He Lanyu's good deed. After Xia Lingwei finished the call and came out of the bathroom, He Lanyu had also regained her composure. Both of them were quite shy and didn't really dare to look at each other. It was at this moment that the dripping sound of the dryer finishing its work rang out. After he changed his clothes and blow-dried his hair again, the two of them left the hotel together. This little episode should have brought the two closer together, at least that's what He Lanyu thought. Unfortunately, Xia Lingwei didn't think so at all. She began to regret agreeing to really date at first. At that time she thought He Lanyu was just pretending, she didn't expect to go this far at all. This time, her mom called, but what about next time? What about the next time? She's not really going to have sex with him, is she? Hey, I don't know. It's really sad. Xia Lingwei wasn't prejudiced against this kind of behavior. If she and He Lanyu were an ordinary couple, it wouldn't be impossible to develop their relationship to a certain extent. But she and He Lanyu weren't. Not to mention this inexplicable relationship between the two of them. Let's just say that He Lanyu's identity, that was one of the male protagonists. How could he be interested in her as cannon fodder? Even if the current He Lanyu and the female lead hadn't yet crossed paths, according to the plot, he would definitely end up chasing his wife to the crematorium to fall for Su Lily. What would happen to her, the cannon fodder ex-girlfriend who got in the way, when the time came? Just thinking about it made her back feel cold. She had managed to escape the drama on Xin Qingqing's side, but she didn't want to get caught up in it again because of He Lanyu. However, now that she was asked to take the initiative to break up and dump He Lanyu, she didn't have the guts to do so either. The best result was to find a way to make He Lanyu dump her first. How should she do that? Xia Lingwei felt that she should find a tutorial to learn. Since she had something in her head, she couldn't notice what was going on around her. That's why she completely missed Song Xiao, who brushed past her when she exited the hotel door and was fixed in place afterward. He looked at Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu's departing back with a broken heart. After this incident, the days had to go on, and Xia Lingwei came to Class A for her lessons. Regarding the matter of her suddenly switching classes, her classmates were quite curious. After all, in Elrath Academy, changing classes was generally not allowed. Moreover, with Xia Lingwei and Xin Qingqing's relationship, how could Xin Qingqing let her transfer to Class A alone? Could it be that Xin Qingqing was tired of Xia Lingwei as a servant? Xia Lingwei herself didn't even know that she was actually very famous in school. It was most of all because of Xin Qingqing. When Xin Qingqing was in school, she took her with her almost everywhere she went. In fact, before being grabbed by Xin Qingqing as a servant, Xia Lingwei didn't have much of an existence. Although she had outstanding looks, she was timid and cowering, always keeping her head down and not really talking to people. Moreover, in such an aristocratic school, her family's background was so ordinary that naturally no one would notice her. After working as an errand boy for Xin Qingqing, the attention Xia Lingwei received changed. It was only then that her classmates realized that the girl who always kept her head down and was coy was actually so good-looking. However, they only knew each other and no one took the initiative to talk to her. The students didn't know about Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu dating, but on the day of the school day dance, everyone saw Xia Lingwei as Xin Qingqing's partner. So they also acquiesced together that Xia Lingwei was Xin Qingqing's person. Even if there was a possibility that Xin Qingqing might be tired of Xia Lingwei now, no one dared to approach her easily until they got the exact news. Xia Lingwei became a single person in Class A again. And this day, a new classmate was transferred to Class A. I heard that it was a boy, and a very good-looking boy at that. When that person walked into the classroom, Xia Lingwei's eyes widened in surprise.
Isn't this by Meng Dai? He cut his hair? Chapter 92 by Meng Dai Crematorium. Why are you pretending not to recognize me?
Bai Mengdia's original waist-length black straight has turned into refreshing short hair, and he didn't put on double eyelids or makeup. If you have not seen the appearance of White Dream Butterfly face, if not Xingqing told her White Dream Butterfly is male, Xia Lingwei simply cannot recognize this as the same person. The teacher said, "This student's name is Baiyu, I hope the students can get along with him."
Baiyu? Xia Lingwei was puzzled for a moment. Isn't this person by Meng Dai? Could it be someone who looks alike?
Right at this moment, Bai Mengdia's gaze suddenly looked towards her. That gaze was filled with surprise, as if she shouldn't be here. Xia Lingwei subconsciously averted her gaze, not wanting to meet his eyes. Forget it, whether he was by Meng Dai or not, it had nothing to do with her. At that time, Bai Meng Dai also said that with her status, she wasn't even worthy of being friends with him, so let's just pretend that she doesn't know him. Bai Meng Dai was very surprised to see Xia Lingwei in this class. Wasn't she in a class with Xingqing? In fact, Bai Meng Dai wanted to transfer to Class S in the beginning, but thought that Xingqing would also be in trouble, so she came to Class A. She was surprised to see Xia Lingwei in this class, but she wasn't in the same class as Xingqing.
I didn't expect there to be any unexpected gains.
The main thing is that Xia Lingwei's transfer to class was something that happened in the past few days, and Bai Mengdia's intelligence didn't have time to be updated at all. That said, after he was violently beaten up by Xingqing that day, he went to a psychiatrist for counseling. In the past, he was very repulsed, but this time, after speaking frankly to the psychiatrist about what was in his heart, the person helped analyze it, and he understood. From the point that he would react to Xia Lingwei, his orientation was normal, so there was no such thing as liking Xingqing. It was just that he mistook longing and yearning for liking. Once he was wrong for so many years. As for women's clothing, it can be completely treated as a hobby and is harmless. Bai Meng Dai woke up as if from a dream, but when he remembered what he had said to Xia Lingwei that day, he regretted it, and at the same time, he felt a great deal of heartache. He wanted to find Xia Lingwei to apologize and confess to her at the same time. Bai Meng Dai had mistakenly thought that Xia Lingwei knew that he was a boy before, so he didn't even think about confessing his gender.
Why wasn't Xia Lingwei in the same class as Xingqing anymore? Was there some kind of conflict between them?
Otherwise, with Xingqing's desire to control Xia Lingwei, it was impossible to let her go to another class.
Bai Mengdia's mind instantly came alive and wanted to find Xia Lingwei to talk to.
His position was diagonally in front of Xia Lingwei, not too far away, but just as he returned to his seat, he was surrounded by female classmates. He was also very good looking for a boy with this looks. Moreover, the little sisters who had played with him before weren't from this class, and they hadn't seen him with his makeup off, not to mention knowing his original name. It could be said that in Elrath Academy, the only ones who could recognize him were Xia Lingwei, and Xingqing and a few of them. The people here didn't know that he had once been a ladies' man, and completely treated him as an ordinary handsome man. Bai Meng Dai was very uncomfortable. He looked at Xia Lingwei for help, but realized that Xia Lingwei didn't even look at him. At this moment, Bai Mengdia's heart was a bit hard to bear. He knew that what he said that day was too much, and she was definitely still angry with him, so she didn't want to take care of him. It was necessary to find her and apologize first before he could do so. He dismissed the girl who accosted him with a bad attitude, then walked over to talk to Xia Lingwei. There was no way, Xia Lingwei had blacked out all of his contact information, and he really couldn't find any other way to communicate with her other than talking to her face to face. Xia Lingwei froze, not expecting this transfer student to talk to her. Her heart had already acquiesced that Bai Meng Dai and this Baiyu were not the same person. So with a puzzled face, she asked, "What are you looking for me for?" This reaction, completely like not recognizing him. Bai Meng Dai was even more difficult. He said in a mute voice, "Can we go outside to talk? I have something I want to say to you. Is it okay to talk here?" Xia Lingwei didn't really want to go out with him, whether he was Bai Meng Dai or not, she didn't want to get involved with him anymore. There are too many people here, it's not convenient. Just for a little while. Even though Bai Meng Dai felt sorry for her, he still had a strong character in his bones. He didn't care about Xia Lingwei's reaction when he finished speaking and directly grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the classroom. Class A's students discussed it enthusiastically. "See, that new boy is too fierce, daring to touch young Master Nan's people. He went straight for it. Actually, I'd like to talk to her. Aren't you afraid young Master Nan will come looking for you?" "I'm afraid. By the way, don't they know each other before? It doesn't feel like they're hitting on each other. Who knows?" While the students were discussing, Bai Meng Dai had already brought Xia Lingwei to the corner of the stairs. There was no one else here, so it was perfect for talking. Xia Lingwei drew back her arm and asked, "Classmate, what are you going to say to me?" There was no emotion on her face, as if she was treating a stranger. Bai Meng Dai couldn't stand the fact that she was treating herself with such an attitude and said, "It's me. I'm Bai Meng Dai, why are you pretending not to recognize me?" It was really him.
Xia Lingwei didn't even know where to start spitting. Let's not talk about him hiding his gender. He was the one who first said she didn't deserve to be friends with him and kicked her out the door in the middle of the night, and now he's turning around and asking her why she pretended not to recognize him? As if she was the one who did something wrong. What kind of person is that? He really thinks she's soft and easy to bully, doesn't he? But Xia Lingwei is just a soft character and a wimp. Even if she spits in her heart, in the face of Bai Mengdai, she still does not dare to say these words of complaint. Only dare to play dumb said, I did not pretend. I know the white dream butterfly is a girl, and your name is Baiyu, and she is not the same person. Bai Mengdai froze, asked, you do not know that I am a man? Xia Lingwei said sheepishly, I don't know. Actually, she wasn't exactly lying. If not, Shen Qingqing later told her, she is not always in the dark? Now just harden your mouth in the end, pretend not to know on the line. Bai Mengdai realized that he was making a fool of himself before, and it turned out that she was willing to kiss and hug him before, but all of them were treating her as a girl. He lowered his head a bit, blushing, but already determined to discard the past, so he confessed, in fact, I'm a man, I lied to you before, I'm sorry, but you've seen my face, I'm Bai Mengdai. After a pause, said he brewed a long time to apologize, the day of the incident is really sorry, in fact, I like you very much, just I thought I liked the person is Shen Qingqing, heart is very chaotic, only deliberately said those words to hurt you, you hit me, scolded me, it does not matter, as long as you get rid of the anger can be. After saying that, he gathered the courage to look up at Xia Lingwei. Only to find that he was already empty in front of him. Chapter 93, using hot violence in an attempt to make Lan Yu actively dump her. Xia Lingwei tiptoed and sneaked away when Bai Mengdai confessed that he was a boy. Don't listen, the Wangba recites the sutra. She didn't know what new method Bai Mengdai had come up with to tease her, but this time she definitely wouldn't fall for it. One couldn't always fall for the same place. In Xia Lingwei's mind, Bai Mengdai was already a trustworthy person, so she wouldn't believe anything he said again. Bai Mengdai was very lost. He expected that Xia Lingwei would complain about him, be angry with him, and even slap him, but he didn't expect that she would refuse to communicate with him at all, and wouldn't even listen to his words of apology. After being discouraged, Bai Mengdai got his spirits up again. Next time he would grab her and wait until she finished listening before letting go. What he didn't realize was that it would be hard to catch her next time. Xia Lingwei didn't have to follow Shen Qingqing now, so naturally she wouldn't go to the restroom anymore. Going back to the classroom for fear of being pestered by Bai Mengdai again, she could only find a place to hide. To talk about hiding places, it was bound to be the conversation room she often went to. Xia Lingwei walked in familiarly. But as soon as she entered, she discovered something obviously different from before. It was that the closed door that she had been curious about before had actually opened a crack today. That door was opened by Lan Yu. He knew that Xia Lingwei would come here when she was resting, so he wanted to tell her about him being here so that she would know that he had actually noticed her from a long time ago. It was also to bring the two closer together. However, he had overestimated Xia Lingwei's guts. In the abandoned conversation room that had always been only occupied by himself, a door that had never been opened suddenly opened by itself. Xia Lingwei was so scared that she thought it was a paranormal event and without a moment's delay turned her head and ran. Lan Yu. Xia Lingwei was scared and sad at the same time. She didn't expect that the place she had always regarded as a place of peace was haunted. Then in the future, where else could she go to stay in this academy? Just when she was sad and upset, Lan Yu's phone call came, asking her to go to the conversation room. Xia Lingwei didn't know how Lan Yu knew about the conversation room, but thinking about the door that was suddenly opened, she refused in a trembling voice, I don't dare, the conversation room is haunted. Lan Yu sighed helplessly and said softly, come over, I'm here now. Eh? Xia Lingwei was a little surprised, warily turning her head back, she really found Lan Yu inside. Sitting on the same long sofa where she often lay down to sleep. This time, Lan Yu didn't sell his story, and directly told her about the room inside where he would occasionally rest. Xia Lingwei walked over to take a look and realized that there really was a room inside that door as well. The layout was similar to the outside, it should be for conversation as well. As an afterthought, she asked, so, you knew all along that I was groping for fish here? Lan Yu looked at her with a smile on her face and very gentle eyes and said, including those words you spouted about Si Jin, I heard them all. Xia Lingwei's face instantly burst into red. Thinking that all those things she said to herself were all heard by others, she felt very embarrassed and disgraced. Xia Lingwei was usually a wimp and would only hold her tongue when she was offended. She relied on mental triumph, fantasizing about teaching the person who messed with her a lesson as a way to console her wounded heart. Lan Yu's intention in saying all this was to let Xia Lingwei know that he had been silently paying attention to her, and that the two of them had shared secrets. Wouldn't they be emotionally closer? But he didn't expect her to be so frustrated. He rubbed her little head and comforted, don't worry, the way you talk to yourself is cute, and I haven't told anyone else about it. Xia Lingwei smiled and said, thank you. Her smile was a bit forced. Lan Yu thought that this would bring the two of them closer together, but in Xia Lingwei's heart, although she felt that Lan Yu was a good person, she never considered him as someone on her side.
So learning that he was also here didn't come as a surprise, only a shock. While Ilanyu thinks about how to make their relationship better, Xiao Lingwei thinks about how to make Ilanyu dump her. Not to mention, through a search on the internet, she really found a feasible method.
That is hot violence.
Hot violence, as the name suggests, is the antonym of cold violence. Cold violence, everyone understands, is the inexplicable attitude of cold down, do not take the initiative to contact each other, ignoring each other's information, in the other side of the emotional collapse of the time but also pretend to be innocent, accusing the other side of making a big deal out of the temper.
Xiao Lingwei definitely couldn't commit cold violence against Ilanyu.
Just the point of ignoring messages alone was something she didn't dare to do, and besides, she didn't think that someone like Ilanyu would have an emotional breakdown.
So it had to be the other way around. What was hot violence?
It was when the other party was busier or insanely clingy in their daily lives, sending messages to bombard the other party so that the other party didn't have a chance to catch their breath. The busier the other party is, the more they want to contact each other, and the more tired the other party is, the more they want the other party to chat with them and be intimate. In fact, this is also a great difficulty for Xiao Lingwei. She was used to being cautious and looking at people's eyes, and if Ilanyu didn't let her contact him, she probably wouldn't dare to continue the phone bombardment.
She didn't know if she could do it.
However, if she could do it to the point where Ilanyu wouldn't let her contact him, it would mean that he was starting to annoy her. Then it's definitely not far from being dumped. Xiao Lingwei was a little excited, thinking that it was just the right time to run into Ilanyu today, so she could start implementing her plan.
She got brave and took the initiative to ask, "Can I chat with you during the week?"
Ilanyu was amused by her question and replied, "Of course you can come to me anytime you want to chat."
"Anytime? Can you also do it when you're working? I'm very clingy." Xiao Lingwei had to take a good precaution first, otherwise her subsequent resort to hot violence would be too abrupt.
"You're clingy?" Ilanyu looked at her with great surprise and said bluntly, "I don't feel it at all." He even felt that she was a bit cold. Every time they met, he was the one who initiated the conversation, and he was usually the one who started the conversation first. Xiao Lingwei smiled sarcastically and explained, "I was afraid that you hate me, so I didn't quite dare to."
"How could I possibly hate you?"
Ilanyu helplessly embraced her into his arms and softly said, "I will only feel happy that you are clinging to me, so don't think nonsense, you are welcome to cling to me."
Xiao Lingwei revealed a winning smile and said, "Then I'll be polite then."
I hope that when he is busy working and is bombarded by her phone calls, he will not regret saying these words now.
Chapter 94. They knew that Xiao Lingwei and Ilanyu went to a room.
The classroom in Class S was quiet. The air pressure was frighteningly low, and it was even quieter than during class. The students, especially the ones close to Xingxing's seat, even breathed softly, fearing that they would accidentally make some kind of commotion and anger this explosive barrel.
Xingxing did have an urge to kill someone.
He thought that he would at least be able to see Xiao Lingwei in the classroom, but he didn't expect that Ilanyu would do such a desperate thing.
The seat next to him was empty.
This was not yet the same as before when she was injured and took leave to go home. At that time, even though she wasn't there, he knew that she would be back in a few days.
But what about this time? Would she be back?
The students only dared to discuss it in the group.
Who knows what really happened?
Why did Xiao Lingwei suddenly change classes?
Didn't they dance together at the ball?
Lord Nan is in such a bad mood, it can't have anything to do with Xiao Lingwei's class change, right?
Why is Mr. Nan in the classroom today? He's not usually here.
Lord Nan has fallen out of love, hasn't he?
How can that be? How could Xiao Lingwei have the guts to dump Mr. Nan? I have a feeling there's something else going on.
Xingxing didn't go to the lounge because she wanted to be by the seat where Xiao Lingwei used to sit, nostalgic for the time when they first met. Everyone else was afraid, but Su Lily as the heroine wasn't afraid of Xingxing. She had to collect the homework as the study committee member.
"Nan, you're the only one who hasn't handed in her homework, when can you give it to me?"
In the past, Xingxing's homework was all written and handed in by Xiao Lingwei, who never worried about homework himself. At a time like this, to mention homework to Xingxing was tantamount to rubbing salt into his wounds. His suppressed temper instantly erupted and he directly kicked over the table, roaring, "Homework is not there.
Love TM to find whoever wants it."
The table fell to the ground with a loud clang, making the students in the classroom unable to help but sweat for Su Lily.
Couldn't this transfer student see that Xingxing was in a very bad mood?
To go and collect homework at a time like this, the guts were really big. But Su Lily wasn't afraid and pinched her waist and retorted, "Why are you being so mean when you don't do your homework yourself?
I didn't mess with you. Can't you be a good person? Who are you to talk to me like that? Get lost."
If it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, I would have punched her long ago. Xingxing's temper may be bad, but she's not a scum who would hit a woman. He was so annoyed that he couldn't stay here for a second and directly got up and walked out of the classroom with his long legs.
Ah! But it's finally gone.
In the classroom, except for the blushing Su Lily who felt aggrieved, the rest of the students let out a collective sigh of relief. That king of hell had finally left, and they could breathe heavily. Xin Xingqing came to the restroom with slightly reddened eyes. As soon as he entered, he laid down on the same long sofa he often lay on, his face facing the backrest of the sofa, not wanting to be found vulnerable. With Xia Lingwei gone, there was no one to even help him with his homework, and it felt like he was an abandoned person. It was too hard to bear. His sadness was visible to the naked eye, and Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen were a bit unable to look at him. Although they planned to break up He Lanyue and Xia Lingwei, they couldn't take a strong-arm approach. After all, that person was He Lanyue. The lobbying was also so ineffective that it was impossible to get those two to break up. Lan Feifei suddenly remembered what the schoolmates had said: there would be a racing exchange race on Lake Heart Mountain this evening, so why not take Xin Xingqing along for a few laps? So he proposed, "You cannot be so depressed anymore, let's go to the Lake Heart Mountain racing." Lake Heart Mountain, next to a piece of lake, is He Lanyue brings Xia Lingwei to go fishing that lake. With a mood similar to self-mutilation, Xin Xingqing sat up and gritted her teeth. There were usually not many cars on the lake mountain, and the curves of the mountain road were challenging, so it was very popular with those car racing people. When Lan Feifei and Xin Xingqing arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw a group of people gathered together. Getting out of the car, they saw that it was Song Xiao who had a car accident. Fortunately, he only hit the cliff wall next to him. The car was damaged and the person was not seriously hurt, but it was better to go to the hospital for a checkup for insurance purposes. One of their companions drove Song Xiao to the hospital. Lan Feifei did not expect this to happen, and asked the person next to her, "What's wrong? Can you even crash on a road like this?" Song Xiao is considered to be the most skillful among them, and crashing on this kind of road with no difficulty at all is really unimaginable to him. In fact, the schoolmate who went back to the hotel with Song Xiao that day narrated. They went to the lake mountain that day to scout the road, because they wanted to wait in to see the situation at night, so they checked in at the hotel by the lake. During the day they went for a few laps on the mountain and decided to go back to the hotel first to rest because the road was too slippery due to the rain. However, when they entered the door of the hotel, and a couple with super high face value brushed past them, that is, after seeing them, Song Xiao became restless. The schoolmate speculated, "I suspect that the girl I met that day is the girl that Xiao accosted at the KTV, seeing the goddess of his heart and other men to open a room, he must have been hit up." Lan Feifei's face changed. He asked Xin Xingqing with some uncertainty, "Did Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei come on a date at this lake?" Xin Xingqing nodded. Although he didn't know about Song Xiao hitting on Xia Lingwei, he naturally guessed what was going on when he heard Lan Feifei ask this. But he still wasn't willing to believe it. He took out his cell phone and started flipping through the photo albums, flipping to He Lanyue's photo and asked that schoolmate, "Was the boy you saw that day him?" The schoolmate came over and immediately nodded his head, saying with a very certain tone, "Yes, it was him." Since they were from the higher department, they didn't know He Lanyu, but He Lanyue's looks and figure and temperament were so outstanding that they would be firmly remembered after seeing him only once. Xin Xingqing's hands began to tremble. His heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar as he mechanically rummaged through the photo albums to find Xia Lingwei's photos. In fact, there were quite a few photos of Xia Lingwei in his cell phone, all of which he had secretly taken when she wasn't paying attention. Looking at Xia Lingwei in different poses in the photos, he once again realized with hindsight that he had liked her long ago. He showed the photos to his schoolmate and asked in a mute voice, "Is it this girl?" "Yes." After his schoolmate finished speaking, there was no sound from the opposite side. He looked up at Xin Xingqing with some doubt, only to realize that his eyes were scarlet and his originally handsome face had become hideous, causing people to chill just by looking at him. Chapter 95. Xin Xingqing went crazy with jealousy and forcibly kissed Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei unexpectedly opened a room with He Lanyu. This heavy news smashed Xin Xingqing's head dizzy. He was disheveled, fortunately leaning against the car before he could barely support himself to stand still. They had only been dating for how long and they went to a room? Developing so quickly? Xin Xingqing would think of how he had to be careful even to kiss Xia Lingwei's cheek and felt ridiculous. A twinge of pain ran through his heart and he felt like a drowning man, even breathing became difficult. How could she? No, he didn't believe it was true. Xia Lingwei was so timid, how could she be bold enough to go to a hotel with a man she hadn't dated for a few days? Xin Xingqing took a few deep breaths and tried hard to calm himself down, then immediately drove his car towards Xia Lingwei's home. He didn't believe in these hearsay things, he wanted to hear it from her own mouth. The schoolmates were all confused. At first, he thought that this senior was so serious because he was worried about Song Xiao, but now it seemed that he clearly cared more about that couple. Seeing that he was hit so hard, in this, there couldn't be any green stories, right? Song Xiao, that kid is also yes, see people's parents beautiful to go to hit on, also do not first ask people have no boyfriend. Now well, he was there in the sadness, but also had a car accident, how to do today's exchanges He can only hope that Lan Feifei. After all, the ace of their team, Song Xiao, was no longer able to compete, and the rest of the team would definitely be abused by Zhu Ren. So he turned his head to look at Lan Feifei, only to realize that Lan Feifei's face was also ugly and scary. He also didn't want to believe that this was true. Xia Lingwei had already developed to this level with Lan Yu? Lan Feifei unexpectedly had a feeling of being greatly shocked.
He was only treating Xia Lingwei as a toy, but why did he feel so bad in his heart? The two of them originally wanted to vent their depression by racing cars, but they didn't expect to become even more depressed after coming here. Although Xia Lingwei had this thief's heart wanting to die and stick to Yilanyu, she was a bit scared when she was actually alone with him. After all, knowing that Yilanyu had that kind of mindset towards her, who knows if he would suddenly kiss up again like he did that day. And hot violence shouldn't mean physical clinging, but pestering each other with phone calls and messages. So it was better not to get mushy with him in the conversation room. The constant messaging or phone calls would work a little better when she got home. So she pretended to be busy and planned to retreat. I have a class later, so I'll go back first. After saying that, she got up and headed for the door. Yilanyu raised her voice, "Don't forget what you just said, I'm waiting for you to stick to me." Oh. Xia Lingwei replied, "I will." She had already asked just now. When a little later Yilanyu was going to have a video meeting, she specifically waited for him to call over when he was in a meeting. Xin Xingqing parked her car at the entrance of Xia Ling's courtyard and waited here for her to come back. During the time he waited for her to come back, he ruminated a lot. If what that schoolmate said was true, and Xia Lingwei really went to a hotel with Yilanyu, what could he do about it? They were now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Whatever intimate behavior was reasonable, it was not his turn to tell him what to do. But the thought of him spending more time with Xia Lingwei made him resentful. He couldn't even be bothered to touch her, so why should Yilanyu be able to? Yilanyu didn't even dare to open up to her, but he still had the face to do that kind of thing to her? Don't you intend to take responsibility after doing it? Xin Xingqing couldn't wait to beat Yilanyu severely. If he truly cherished her, he couldn't have coaxed her into bed in such a short period of time, could he? Don't look at Xin Xingqing as a gangster, he was instead the most innocent one amongst the few. In his cognition, only when he was married or had made up his mind that he would not marry her, would he be qualified to touch her. At this time the sky has darkened. Xin Xingqing saw that the lights in Xia Lingwei's house were not on, so he knew that she had not returned. His heart became more and more irritated. Just when he couldn't help but want to call Xia Lingwei, the Xia family's car returned. Xia Lingwei was on the phone with Yilanyu. I still want to talk to you for a while, is that okay? Her voice was still as coy as ever, but it was more insistent than usual. Yilanyu was more than happy to talk to Xia Lingwei, but the meeting on his side was about to start. So he softly coaxed, Wei, I'm going to have a meeting in a while, I'll get back to you right after the meeting, okay? Xia Lingwei had been on the phone with him for so long, just waiting for this moment. She reluctantly said, but I don't want to hang up the phone, didn't you say that I'm welcome to stick to you at any time? Knowing that he had a meeting but just didn't want to hang up the phone, Yilanyu would definitely find her annoying. But that wasn't the case. Yilanyu felt flattered. He didn't expect that Xia Lingwei would be so attached to him that she wouldn't even hang up the phone for such a short while. Previously, he had been insecure, thinking that she didn't like him very much, but now it seemed that he had completely overthought it. Was she pampering him? It was really so cute. Yilanyu's heart felt a very warmth. He couldn't wait to see her right away and hold her tightly in his arms. Although Yilanyu was happy about this, he was also the one in the dominant position. Even if he liked Xia Lingwei very much, he wouldn't delay business for this short call. Wei, good boy, just a few minutes, I'll go find you immediately after I'm done. After saying that, he even gave a kiss to the phone before hanging up directly. Xia Lingwei. He directly hung up the phone. Did he think that her stalking was too annoying, so he directly hung up? Xia Lingwei was a bit happy, she didn't expect this hot violence to work so fast. At this rate, with a few more phone calls, he would not be able to stand her actively mentioning breaking up. Her attention was all on the phone, and she didn't notice that Xin Xingqing, who was standing not far away, had already finished listening to the conversation between her and Yilanyu. Xin Xingqing had never thought that Xia Lingwei would be so proactive towards Yilanyu that she couldn't even hang up the phone. Did she like Yilanyu that much? Liked it so much that she was willing to go to a hotel room with him after only dating for a few days? For a moment, intense jealousy was like a flood, quickly encroaching on his sanity. Xin Xingqing was on the verge of going crazy with jealousy, and he walked to Xia Lingwei in large strides. Before she could react, he firmly fixed her face with his big hands, then lowered his head and roughly kissed her mouth. Chapter 96 Xin Xingqing cried in front of Xia Lingwei. After Yilanyu hung up the phone, inexplicably her heart was a little unsettled. Just hanging up straight away, would she think he was impatient? But he didn't think much about it, he just called and heard her say that she was already downstairs at home. When he finished the meeting, he would go directly to her home to find her. She would be very surprised to see him, right? Yilanyu immediately opened the video conference so that each subordinate reporting compressed language, with the fastest method to report clearly. After finishing he still had to go see his clingy girlfriend. On the other hand, Xia Lingwei was suddenly kissed by someone, and she couldn't see the other person's face even though she was too close. Thought it was a colorful ghost playing hooligan. She felt nauseous, cannot, want to push away, but found that the other party is particularly strong, like a mountain, cannot push at all. Wait, each flavor is? She smelled the familiar cedar flavor, it was from Xin Xingqing. So it was Shin Xingqing ah. Even if it was Shin Xingqing kissing her, it was still a hooligan ah.
Xia Lingwei struggled even harder, but she was locked in Shin Xingqing's arms with just one hand, making her unable to move. He had wanted to do this to Xia Lingwei for a long time, but he also didn't expect that it would be because of jealousy and anger that prompted him to do this. What a kiss! It was just like he imagined, cute, bouncy and sweet. But it had been taken by someone else first. Just thinking about this, Shin Xingqing had a belly full of fire and a pang of heartache. He nibbled on her lips as if he was venting his anger, hurting Xia Lingwei to burst into tears. However, even if Shin Xingqing was angry, he didn't use too much force, just let her feel the pain, and didn't bite through the skin, and didn't taste the blood. She thought that the driver uncle should still be next to her, and intended to wave for help. Turning her eyes, she realized that the driver, however, had already covered his eyes and walked away, and his mouth was still chanting, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Nowadays, young people can really, outside the kiss so intense. But the lady also reached the age of love, just now in the car has been boiling telephone porridge, still cannot hang up the phone. This is not the other people's young master. Nan is waiting in front of the house. The driver didn't know who Xia Lingwei was talking to on the phone, and subconsciously assumed the other party was Shin Xingqing. I didn't expect Miss to end up with young Master Nan, and I don't know how Mr. and Mrs. will react when they find out. But looking at the two of them kissing so hard, it looks like they're in the heat of the moment. Mr. and Mrs. can only support it, right? Seeing the driver disappear from sight, Xia Lingwei despaired. Shin Xingqing also realized that it wasn't quite appropriate here. In case her parents came back in a while, it wouldn't be easy to explain. So for the time being, he loosened his mouth and used brute force to stuff her into his car. Because all of this happened too quickly, Shin Xingqing's strength was also very large. Xia Lingwei simply did not have room to resist. By the time she reacted, Shin Xingqing had already started the car and drove off to an unknown place. She looked at Shin Xingqing in horror and said in a trembling voice, "What place are you taking me to? Let me go home, okay?" Shin Xingqing's kiss was too rough, her lips were tingling and swelling with hidden pain. She was too scared and couldn't help but whimper. Hearing her cry, Shin Xingqing was in an even worse mood. He stared expressionlessly at the road in front of him and did not look at Xia Lingwei. His voice was cold. "What are you crying for? Does being with me make it so hard for you?" It was no longer a matter of whether it was hard or not. The current Shin Xingqing didn't look too normal, and had just forcibly kissed her, so Xia Lingwei was afraid that he would do something illegal and criminal. She didn't want to be that victim. She did not dare to answer, and could only lean her body tightly in the direction of the car door, trying to keep herself away from Shin Xingqing. Shin Xingqing also no longer cared about her, and drove the car on his own, eventually stopping at a very remote place. He was much calmer at this moment. No matter how angry and heartbroken he was, he couldn't change what had already happened. The only thing he could do was to cover up the traces that Lan Yu had left on her. So he flattened the backrest of the car seat, rolled over to the passenger side, and pressed almost his entire body against Xia Lingwei's in this small, cramped compartment. Xia Lingwei was scared to death, her hands dead against his chest, crying, "Oh, you go away, don't touch me." Her rejection and disgust pierced Shin Xingqing. Lan Yu could even touch, why couldn't he? Obviously they had been together longer than Lan Yu. Xia Lingwei realized that Shin Xingqing hadn't made a move, and after that, she felt a warm liquid dripping down her face. She gathered the courage to open her eyes and was surprised to see Shin Xingqing crying. His face was right above Xia Lingwei's face, and at this moment his eyes were red, and crystallized teardrops were falling onto Xia Lingwei's face drop by drop. Was Lan Yu that good? He is not even willing to give you the name of his girlfriend, much less marry you in the future. Why do you want to let him touch you? Xia Lingwei was dumbfounded, completely not expecting Shin Xingqing to cry. She was the one who should be crying. That said, she did get scared and cried just now as well, and her tears still haven't stopped to this day. The two of them were crying at each other. Those who didn't know would think that they were a pair of bitter lovebirds who had been torn apart. Shin Xingqing reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued to choke and asked, "Where did he touch you?" "What?" Xia Lingwei did not quite understand what Shin Xingqing meant by touch. "You went to the lakeside hotel room with him that day, he touched you where?" Shin Xingqing's voice turned harsh all of a sudden. The sense of oppression emanating from his body made Xia Lingwei feel like it became difficult to breathe. Seeing that he was becoming dangerous again, she quickly explained, "No, we went to the hotel because it was raining and he was soaked, so he could dry his clothes. It's not what you think." "He didn't touch you?" No. Although he kissed her and came close to. But Shin Xingqing's emotions were so agitated, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to tell the truth. Hearing her say this, Shin Xingqing suddenly felt that the sky had cleared up. He confirmed again, "You really didn't do it?" Xia Lingwei, "Really didn't." That's good. Shin Xingqing giggled, crying and laughing like a psychopath. Immediately after that, he started preaching again, "Even if it's just drying your clothes, you still have to be vigilant. Lan Yu is a man, you're alone with him in a room, what if he wants to do something to you? You can't even escape, so don't go out with him in the future." Okay. In this situation, Xia Lingwei couldn't say anything else and could only obediently agree. But in her heart, she was already spitting out that Xinxing was sick in the head. But by the looks of it, her crisis should also be temporarily lifted. However, right at this moment, Xia Lingwei's cell phone rang, and it was He Lanyu who rushed back to her after the meeting.
Chapter 97. He Lanyu is so miserable a male.
Xia Lingwei glanced at the caller ID and her heart began to burst again.
Xinxing had reacted especially strongly to what happened between her and He Lanyu. Would this call irritate him again?
She couldn't care less about her hot violent breakup plan and subconsciously hung up. He Lanyu hadn't realized the severity of the problem. When the phone was hung up, he only thought it was because just now he directly hung up the phone and Xia Lingwei got angry and played a little temper.
He Lanyu revealed a doting smile. He was happy that Xia Lingwei was willing to play a little tantrum against him.
Normally she was too timid and cautious in front of him, always afraid of saying the wrong thing.
That made him feel distant. Now that she dared to be angry with him, didn't it mean that the two had become closer?
So he was happy for that. He Lanyu also didn't continue to fight, thinking that when he arrived at Xia Lingwei's home in a while, he would just meet and coax her again. But he does not know is that at this time Xia Lingwei is not at all with him to play temper to hang up his phone, but by Xinxing pressed under the body, trembling afraid to answer the phone.
Xinxing asked, "Who called?"
Xia Lingwei wanted to lie and say that her family called, but she was afraid of being discovered by him, and then the consequences were even more serious.
Only stammered and said, No, who? Xinxing of course did not believe it, raised his eyebrows and said, "Let me see." Xia Lingwei honestly answered, "It's He Lanyu calling." Sure enough, it is He Lanyu.
Xinxing's just improved mood turned bad again. Although Xia Lingwei didn't do it with He Lanyu, it was true that she couldn't hang up on the phone just now. She really liked He Lanyu. This same point made him feel bad.
He couldn't help but ask, "Why do you like He Lanyu? You haven't even said a few words, why do you suddenly like him?"
Xia Lingwei said in her heart that she originally didn't like He Lanyu either.
But she couldn't say this to Xinxing directly. She carefully asked, "That can you get up off me first?"
Although Xinxing's arm was supporting and did not put the weight of the whole person on her body, but lying on her back like this to communicate with him, it always felt strange. Xinxing also blushed afterward, and then returned to the driver's seat in a panic, hitting her head on the roof of the car several times in the process. The pain of his eyes are gold stars.
Xia Lingwei racked her brain. Why would she like He Lanyu?
Right. She replied, "Didn't I almost suffocate before? He saved me, so I thought he was quite nice, so I liked him."
Just because of that? That's not enough? You need to find another reason? Xinxing tried to brainwash her. Are you sure you're not just grateful to him? Last time when my brother was in trouble with you, he helped you, didn't he? I think you're confusing gratitude with liking. You don't like He Lanyu at all. Is that so?
Xia Lingwei couldn't figure out what he was saying this for, but in the middle of nowhere, there were still only the two of them, and she didn't dare to disobey Xinxing, so she could only go along with what he said.
Yes.
Xinxing said with determination. He also did not forget to bury He Lanyu. Behind the cricket said, "And you think Lanyu why like you? If he really liked you, he wouldn't be secretly dating you. This is clearly playing with your feelings, he is just trying to steal it from me, you must not be fooled by him, hurry up and break up." Xinxing couldn't even help but spit on himself in his heart when he finished speaking. He felt that he was despicable, using such a way to sow discord and destroy other people's feelings.
But on second thought, He Lanyu was able to snatch it from him without any psychological burden. Why couldn't he snatch it back?
His words were a bit hurtful, and he was also afraid that it would hurt Xia Lingwei's pride, adding, "I'm not saying that you don't deserve him, it's just that you're not in the same segment as him, and I'm afraid that you'll get hurt."
Xia Lingwei didn't feel hurt.
She knew that He Lanyu was one of the male protagonists, so she didn't expect him to really like her from the beginning, and naturally she didn't feel disappointed or hurt. But taking the initiative to mention this matter of breaking up was really difficult for her. No matter what He Lanyu was dating her for, she couldn't take the initiative to break up.
She couldn't do something so offensive.
Moreover, the other party is still He Lanyu. Casually stomping her foot can make her family go bankrupt. She is even more afraid to offend. In fact, in the past few days of contact, Xia Lingwei felt that He Lanyu's character is very good, should not be dumped because of such a thing to do. But thinking that she was just cannon fodder, she really didn't dare to take that risk. It was better to wait for He Lanyu to dump her. So she coped, I know, I'll think about it. Seeing that she seemed to have really listened and said that she would consider breaking up with He Lanyu, Xinxing's heart burst with excitement. He was also thoughtful enough to consider Xia Lingwei's timidness and took the initiative to say, "If you don't dare to talk to him directly then come to me, I'll back you up." Anyway, as long as he can make the two of them break up, Xinxing does not intend to have a face.
Thank you.
This side reached a consensus. Xinxing is also satisfied to send Xia Lingwei home. Before they got home, He Lanyu had already arrived at the Xia family. At this time, Xiao's father and mother had already arrived home, and when they saw He Lanyu visiting, they greeted him warmly and asked him to come in and sit down. Previously, He Lanyu had invested a large sum of money in the Xia family on the pretext of repaying them for raising He Mingqing. In fact, he was worried that Nan Yen would retaliate against the Xia family for fear that their funds wouldn't hold up, but he didn't expect that in the end. Nan Yen didn't make a move, so the funds were given to them to expand their production. He Lan Yu gave them money. There is another important reason, is not want to be Xing then down.
Before Xing give orders and so on, let the Xia family earned a lot. This when the boyfriend cannot be less than outsiders give it?
So he started to smash money.
For Xia father and Xia mother, money and such things are definitely coming.
And since Lan Yu used Ming Court as a reason, they didn't think of it in any other way at all. The driver had already reported what he saw to Xia's father and mother. Hearing that their daughter and Xing kissed at the door and then followed Xing out on a date left the couple with mixed feelings. It was really a daughter's fault.
After Lan Yu sat down, she asked, "Uncle and Auntie, is Ling Wei at home?"
He came this time because he also wanted to say hello to them. After all, it wasn't good to be in a relationship with their daughter and hide it from her parents.
Speaking of this, Xia father sighed.
That child has really grown up, falling in love and not telling us. If not, the driver just told us, we are still in the dark. Lan Yu was a bit vain. It was all because he suggested a secret relationship that she didn't say anything. Just when she was about to apologize, she heard Xia's father continue, "I still wonder why Jin is always running here." So it turns out that those two children are secretly in love.
Chapter 98. The Green Man. The man is always green. Lan Yu froze.
But soon he reacted that it was Xia father and Xia mother who misunderstood. They knew that Xia Lingwei was in a relationship, but they didn't know who she was in a relationship with, presumably because they saw that Xing had often come to look for her before, so they thought they were talking to Xing. He understood the reasoning, but it was still quite upsetting to hear them misunderstand that Xia Lingwei's boyfriend was someone else. So he explained, "Uncle and Auntie, you've misunderstood. Lingwei is not dating Jin. In fact, she's not going out with him." Halfway through his words, the roar of a car engine was heard at the door. It was Xing who brought Xia Lingwei back. Xia Lingwei glanced at the window and found that the lights in the house were on, so she knew that her mom and dad were already home.
"Then I'll go in first."
Xing, however, followed along and got out of the car, shamelessly saying, "I'll also go say hello to my uncle and aunt." After saying that, she even took Xia Lingwei's hand and pulled her towards the door of the room.
Xia Lingwei wanted to break away, but Xing held it very tightly.
She stopped her steps and said weakly, "This should be misunderstood by my mom and dad when they see this."
Xing also stopped her steps and asked with a serious face, "What is there to misunderstand?"
This now gave Xia Lingwei a whole lot of trouble. Of course we'll think they are dating off. Right at this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out, and Lan Yu walked out from the door. His eyes were bitterly cold as he looked towards the hands held by Xia Lingwei and Xing in question. "What are you two doing?" His voice was icy cold and piercing, and Xia Lingwei tried even harder to pull her hand back. But she didn't know if Xing was doing it on purpose, and gripped it even tighter.
Xia Lingwei wanted to cry.
Her hot violence hadn't even succeeded yet, and then Lan Yu saw her pulling and tugging with another man.
Was this considered cuckolding Lan Yu? With Lan Yu's status, surely he wouldn't easily let go of a girlfriend who cuckolded him. What if he retaliated against her and her family?
It's over, she's going to be completely screwed, offended Lan Yu. She won't be able to mix in the future at all. And the face of the instigator, Xing, didn't feel guilty at all, but instead looked righteously at Lan Yu.
"Just going out for a drive, I'm sending her home now. Do you have a problem with that?"
Lan Yu rarely revealed a vicious expression and gritted his teeth. "Xing, she is my girlfriend."
"So what?"
Xing provocatively hooked up her lips and sarcastically said, "You don't even dare to publicize her. Why are you still whining here? Besides, didn't you also know that she was my person in the first place, and still took a shot at her behind my back? What, just allow you to green me? I green you cannot. As the saying goes, those who are green are always green." The moment Lan Yu went behind his back to pursue Xia Lingwei, he had already broken the rules, so Xing doesn't care if Xia Lingwei is Lan Yu's girlfriend. Even if he is a junior, he still wants to snatch the person back. And hard to say, he is also the original mate turned junior. Lan Yu's face is iron green, retorted, "What green or not, she is not your person at all, is clearly you use power to force her to follow you around."
"Then how do you know she wasn't forced by you to agree to be with you?"
The once good brothers were arguing in front of Xia Lingwei's house, and Xia Lingwei's parents also smelled the noise and came over. Xiao's father and mother didn't walk as fast as Lan Yu, so they didn't hear their conversation clearly. But seeing Xing and her own daughter holding hands in the doorway, and looking at the angry look on Lan Yu's face, they guessed the general idea. It couldn't be that Lan Yu also liked their family Weiwei, right? This could be a real headache. It's all their fault for giving birth to a daughter who was too pleasing to the eye. These two big consortium's male sons looked at his daughter at the same time, so don't fight at his doorstep. Fortunately, the two of them still had their senses, and when they saw Xiao's father and mother coming over, they stopped arguing for the time being. Lan Yu walked over, forcefully broke Xing's hand that was pulling Xia Lingwei, and gave them a standard smile.
"Uncle and Auntie, you have misunderstood. I am Weiwei's boyfriend. Xing and Weiwei are just ordinary classmates." No matter what, he couldn't let Xia Lingwei's parents misunderstand. Hearing him say this, Xiao's father and mother looked even more shocked. Wei Wei was in a relationship with He Lanyu, and she even kissed Xin Xingxing? When did this timid and fearful daughter of their family become so capable? Xia Lingwei originally didn't want her parents to know about her being in love. After all, she was going to break up before long, but she didn't expect it to be known by them anyway. She felt so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Mom and Dad, I'll explain to you later, I'll send them back first. Saying that, she gathered her courage and pulled Xin Xingxing and He Lanyu's sleeves to the side. The two tall big men were also cooperative, obediently following her to the garage by the yard. Only after making sure that her mom and dad couldn't hear them did Xia Lingwei humbly pray, "Can you not tell my mom and dad about this?" "But they think Xin Xingxing is your boyfriend." He Lanyu's tone sounded a bit aggrieved. He saw Xia Lingwei and Xin Xingxing returning home together hand in hand. Of course he was angry. But he wouldn't lose his temper with Xia Lingwei even if he was angry. And with his heels, he could guess that it must have been Xin Xingxing who forced her to take her out. He shouldn't have hung up the phone just now. He Lanyu blamed himself a little. Even if the meeting was going on, he could have listened to her with headphones in one ear. Xia Lingwei also did not expect that mom and dad actually misunderstood a long time ago, said, "I will explain clearly to them." When Xin Xingxing heard it from the side, his heart got upset. He was quite happy to be misunderstood by her parents, and even if it turned out to be true, it didn't matter. He also thought a lot after Xia Lingwei was snatched away by He Lanyu, and the family match might not be that important. Anyway, he is not inheriting the family business. When the time comes to marry Xia Lingwei and live an ordinary life, it will be just as happy. As long as he was with her. It also has to be Xin Xingxing. He skipped the step of falling in love, and directly thought of getting married and living with Xia Lingwei. He said in a serious manner, "It's okay if we don't explain, we're really dating, not just?" Seeing him digging in his face, He Lanyu immediately pulled Xia Lingwei to her side and firmly protected her behind. He didn't sneer, but adopted a wistful strategy and spoke to kind words. "See Jean, I know you are unbalanced in your heart, but Xia Lingwei is not your possession. She has the right to make her own choices. The person she likes is me. Even if you make a lot of noise, it's useless. She's just confusing the saving grace from before. You think she really likes you? In fact, she wanted to break up with you a long time ago." Xia Lingwei was dumbfounded and didn't expect Xin Xingxing to say it in such a watery way. Chapter 99 New Role, Delinquent Teenager Bamboo Ray. While He Lanyue and Xin Xingxing were fighting over their jealousy, Lan Fei was still staying over at Lake Heart Mountain. Tonight's exchange match wouldn't be cancelled just because Song Xiao had a car accident. The other side wasn't the students of the Elrath Academy, but the students of the Purple Peak Academy in the north of the city. Unlike Elrath, which specialized in cultivating aristocratic elites, almost all of the students at Purple Peak Academy were uneducated, outcasts who had been abandoned by their families. They might not lack money to spend, but their behavior was extremely rude and they liked to cause trouble everywhere. In particular, they were strongly hostile to the students of Elrath. This exchange match was initiated by the representative of the Purple Peak Academy, Bamboo Ray. Bamboo Ren was the youngest child of the Bamboo family, a 100-year-old family. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth as a child, but he had a serious character disorder and was always doing dangerous actions. It was said that the Bamboo family had bounced around and found him several of the world's top psychiatrists, but no one could cure him, so they finally gave up on him and threw him away to the Purple Peak Academy. Recently, Zhu Ren has become obsessed with racing, so he brought people to look for trouble. When Song Xiao and the others were practicing properly, Bamboo Ren's people would suddenly crash up from behind, almost causing a car accident once. In order to stop such dangerous things from happening again, Song Xiao accepted their offer of an exchange race. The two sides agreed that if the team from Elrath Academy won the race this time, Bamboo Mercy would not be allowed to bring anyone to interfere with them in the future. However, if the people from Elrath lost, every time they met the people from the Purple Peak Academy on the road in the future, they would have to automatically pull over and make way. This would be a great shame for the people of Elras who had always looked down on Purple Peak Academy. That's why today's match couldn't be lost if anything was said about it. But no one expected that the ace player Song Xiao would get distracted while practicing and crash into the mountain. The schoolmate could only beg Blue Fei with a stiff upper lip, even if Blue Fei's expression at this moment was a bit scary. "Senior Blue, please help. If we lose today, we're going to be trampled under the feet of those trash from Purple Peak, and will be discredited by our Elrath. Row." As soon as Lan Fei thought that Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu had already proceeded to that point, his heart felt like it was clogged with something, making his entire being especially uncomfortable. He desperately needed something exciting to break through the depression in his heart. Racing was the best way for him to vent. Hearing that Lan Fei had agreed, the schoolmates all cheered happily. Not long after, the fleet of vehicles from Purple Peak Academy also arrived at the foot of Lake Heart Mountain. The silver-gray limited edition Bugatti Veyron at the head was Bamboo Mercy's. The car stopped at the side of the road, and Bamboo Mercy walked out from the car. Bamboo Ren's appearance was completely different from his high-profile and ostentatious style of behavior. His hair was short and blackish-brown, supposedly undyed, with slightly longer bangs.
His face was handsome and elegant, with a tear mole under the end of his left eye, a black diamond earring, and a small mole on his neck. Wearing a white loose t-shirt, dark blue jeans, white sneakers, slender figure. How to look at it is a clean and handsome big boy, completely without the appearance that a delinquent teenager should have. Listening to the things he was rumored to have done, it was easy to associate him as a mental boy with dyed yellow hair, and after seeing the real person, it was indeed a bit unexpected. Bamboo Ray's face was pale, but inexplicably had a sense of untouchable madness, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Seeing Lan Fei Fei, he raised his slender eyebrows and mocked, hiring foreign aid? That coward Song Shao fled from the battlefield? The schoolmates were angry at the sight of this high and mighty dead out of Zhu Ren. But it is just a waste that has been abandoned by the family. What is the point of playing the bully here? Blue Fei Fei of course will not stand by and watch the schoolmates being bullied, stood out and retorted, I'm also from Elrath, not counted as foreign aid. If you don't count, you don't count. Bamboo Ray shrugged indifferently and urged, hurry up and start. With this appearance, it seemed that he didn't put Lan Fei Fei in his eyes at all. Lan Fei Fei was also infuriated by his condescending attitude. Decided to teach him a good lesson. The scene of the car accident had already been cleaned up by the tow truck, and there were no traces of the crash to be seen at all. So the two of them went to the starting point and started the race. Bamboo Ray, this person is very crazy, driving is also all of a sudden gas pedal to the end, every corner let a person pinch to sweat, feeling that at any time will be a car accident. Blue Fei Fei on the other hand is a technical player, car skills are quite high, can go to be a professional racing driver. Only he is not interested. Coincidentally, today, Blue Fei Fei mood is not good, driving than usual wild a lot. Zhu Ren was soon overtaken, slowly pulled away from the distance. Bamboo Ren lost. He did not expect to lose at all. After all, Song Shao like that could be called an ace, and thought that all of the Elrath were a bunch of wasteful straw men. He stepped out of the car, looked at Lan Fei Fei, raised his chin and said, my name is Bamboo Ren, what's your name? Blue Fei Fei. Blue Fei Fei thought to herself, what is he doing here, a defeated general? Okay, I remember you. Said, Bamboo Mercy on the car with his little brother's gray slipped away. This is the first time that the students have seen Bamboo Mercy defeated. They were all excited and started to cheer around Lan Fei Fei. Brother Fei, you are really strong. That group of brats, I've been looking at them for a long time, what a relief. From now on, I don't have to worry about someone suddenly bumping into them anymore. Lan Fei Fei didn't have much to say about this. He thought that running around would put him in a better mood, but that's about it. You guys keep playing, I'll go back first. Leaving these words behind, Lan Fei Fei went home. On her way back, Bamboo Mercy received a call from her second sister, Bamboo Wenching. Just after connecting, the girl's panicked voice came through. Ren, what should we do? I heard that Arashiryu has a girlfriend. Bamboo Ray was already in a bad mood after losing the match, and was even more annoyed by her yelling. He impatiently asked, who is Arashiryu? It's he Lan Yu. The one I like. Due to the fact that Bamboo Ray always did bad things since he was a child, his family didn't treat him well and thought that he was born with a bad seed. Even his parents didn't care about him after they got him some psychiatrists. Only his second sister, Bamboo Wenching, still cared about him and would often find him to chat and talk to. Oh, you mean the young master of the He family. At a banquet a few years ago, Zhu Wenqing fell in love with He Lan Yu at first sight. Even though she summoned up the courage to strike up a conversation, she only had to get his work card. However, everyone in the circle knew that He Lan Yu didn't have a woman around and had no intention of getting a girlfriend. Bamboo Wenqing then hit on the idea of marriage with the He family. But before the marriage could be announced, he heard that He Lan Yu had a girlfriend. Chapter 100, He Mingqi Lost, Uncertainty of Life and Death. Bamboo Wenqing originally had high hopes for a marriage with the He family. Although the Bamboo family wasn't as prominent as the four great families, it was still a 100-year-old family and very prestigious. Moreover, she and He Lan Yu were of comparable ages, so if the He family was looking for a marriage partner, there was no one more suitable than her. However, she didn't expect to hear the bad news that He Lan Yu had a girlfriend, which was difficult for the high-minded and proud Zhu Wenqing to accept. Bamboo Ren was impatient on the surface, but in his heart, he still regarded his second sister as his only relative, so he hoped that she would be happy. Hearing that his sister had a love rival, the first thought in his mind was to settle that woman. He asked, is the news that he has a girlfriend accurate? Accurate, I got a private detective to check. Last time at the He family's dinner party, that time when He Lan Yu had lipstick on her mouth, Zhu Wenqing started to send people to check, and in the middle of it, she fantasized if there was some kind of misunderstanding in this. It wasn't until today when she heard the detective report that she realized that He Lan Yu really did have a girlfriend. Zhu Wenqing felt that the sky had collapsed and immediately called her brother to confide in him. Do you know who his girlfriend is? Yes, her name is Xia Lingwei, she's a student at Ellis Academy, I'll send you her information. Soon after, Bamboo Mercy received Xia Lingwei's personal information. He glanced at Xia Lingwei's picture and said, I'll take care of this matter. After finishing, he hung up the phone. In fact, Zhu Wenqing called to confide in Zhu Ren for this purpose. On the other side, the three of them, He Lanyue, Shin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei, were still awkwardly facing each other.
Xia Lingwei was already sweating.
Shin Xingqing even talked nonsense. She never even said that she planned to break up with He Lanyue. She only said that she wanted to think about it. How did it turn into his mouth that she wanted to break up a long time ago? Her brain raced. In the current situation, she couldn't be invisible anymore. She had to choose between He Lanyue and Shin Xingqing to be offended. Then she definitely couldn't offend He Lanyue, so she can only offend Shin Xingqing. So she immediately shook her head and retorted, I'm not. It's all nonsense from him. I never wanted to break up. Shin Xingqing glared at her. Didn't you just say you wanted to consider it? Perhaps the previous Xia Lingwei was too honest, so Shin Xingqing never thought she would backtrack. Xia Lingwei hid herself completely behind He Lanyue and said sheepishly, I'm just going along with what you're saying.
Shin Xingqing.
Suddenly there was a sense of powerlessness. Indeed, she was timid, and as long as he was a little bit tougher, she would completely go along with him, which was why she couldn't tell which sentence was her sincere words. But on second thought, she shouldn't have been sincere to He Lanyue either, right? He Lanyue did believe Xia Lingwei. Even if she really said something like she wanted to break up with him, he would only think that she was forced by the situation and deliberately said it to Shin Xingqing. He looked at Shin Xingqing with disappointment and said in a cold voice, I cannot pursue this matter this time, but only this time. If you again pester my girlfriend, don't blame me for disregarding so many years of brotherhood. For He Lanyue, there are ways to cure Shin Xingqing, just in the way that they are friends do not want to do it.
Shin Xingqing sneered, brotherhood?
There was no brotherhood when you robbed my woman. After saying that, he wanted to take another deep look at Xia Lingwei, but she hid it tightly, not even a corner of the coat can be seen. He threw down a sentence wishing you an early breakup and drove away. After Shin Xingqing left, Xia Lingwei explained, he blocked the door of my house and dragged me hard to go, not I want to go out with him. She didn't give He Lanyue a green hat, this matter is not her fault. He Lanyue turned around, embraced Xia Lingwei into her arms, softly said, well, I know, it's my bad, I shouldn't hang up your phone. But today's incident also gave him a wake-up call. Shin Xingqing he had to defend. The main thing is that Shin Xingqing often comes to the Xia family, and with Xia Lingwei's parents are also very familiar to the point that they all thought that Shin Xingqing is Xia Lingwei's boyfriend. So he insisted, I still want to personally talk to your parents about us dating, is that okay? Xia Lingwei weakly retorted, I don't think there's a need for that, right?
There is a need.
After saying that, he didn't care if Xia Lingwei agreed or not, he took her hand and went back to her house. Xia's father and mother were still waiting in the living room for Xia Lingwei to come back and ask her what was going on, but they didn't expect He Lanyue to come back with them. He Lanyue directly stated the matter that the two of them were in a relationship. Because there are some special circumstances in my family, Wei Wei and I are not public for the time being, but I definitely don't mean that I don't want to be responsible. I'm dating her on the premise of marriage. I hope that you guys can agree.
Marriage?
Xia's father and mother were stunned.
This matter just didn't sound plausible.
But He Lanyue spoke very sincerely and with a humble attitude, making it impossible for them to speak up even if they wanted to object. That we listen to Wei Wei, as long as Wei Wei is willing.
Xia Lingwei smiled and replied, I'm willing.
She agreed so painfully because she knew that He Lanyue wouldn't really marry her.
It was just saying so now.
He Lanyue, however, took it seriously once again. She said willing. She was willing to marry him.
He Lanyue was a bit impatient.
Tonight, she went back to find out what her grandfather had to say, and if she had his support, she wouldn't have to sneak around like this. So He Lanyue immediately excused himself and rushed towards the old mansion. But he didn't expect that this time he went back, he actually heard the bad news about Ming Chuan. That day, Xia Lingwei's call to Ming Chuan didn't get through because he was on an airplane. He was going to a mining area in North Africa for an inspection. The situation over there is quite chaotic, the signal is also very bad, the cell phone is basically like a virtual set, and contact with home can only rely on satellite phones. So until now, He Mingqing didn't know that Xia Lingwei had called him, nor did he know about her dating He Lanyue. The problem was that the satellite communication had been interrupted for the past few days. Not knowing what the hell was going on, he contacted the local mercenaries to find someone, but there had been no news. Thinking about the life and death of his grandson, who he had managed to retrieve with great difficulty, the old man was anxious. He sent out the He family's elite security team, which was full of skilled elites. But he was still uneasy. Coincidentally, He Lanyue came back at this moment, so the old master told him everything. He Lanyue, take the security team with you and make sure to bring your brother back safely. He Lanyue nodded and assured, I will. Learning that Ming Cord was lost, he as a brother was also worried. Besides, Ming Cord is also Xia Lingwei's younger brother. In case something really happened, Xia Lingwei and her mom and dad would be very sad. He must personally bring Ming Chuan back. So He Lanyue took a private plane out of the country overnight, and for fear that Xia Lingwei would be worried, he didn't tell her. And with this departure, he gave Bamboo Mercy the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 101 The Great Crisis. Falling into the hands of Bamboo Ren. He Lanyue had still sent a message to Xia Lingwei before getting on the airplane. saying that he had very urgent work to go abroad for a period of time and that the signal over there was bad, so he might not be able to contact her, and asked her to pay attention to her safety. At the same time, he also arranged for his most trusted bodyguard to follow Xia Lingwei.
It was mainly for Xin Qingqing's defense.
The bodyguard's name was only one word, Lu. It wasn't known what his last name was, it was just an ordinary-looking young man with an unimpressive appearance. He didn't say anything, so he followed Xia Lingwei's side silently as He Lanyu instructed. Xia Lingwei wasn't too comfortable with it and asked him not to follow so consistently, but Lu only obeyed He Lanyu's orders and didn't listen to her at all. That said, after reading Xia Lingwei's profile, Zhu Ren decided to take matters into his own hands. Dealing with a woman was simple, just grab her, strip her clothes and take a few pictures, and still listen to whatever he says? Don't look at him like a man, but in fact his bones are scum. He didn't care if Xia Lingwei was innocent or not, who asked her to block his sister's way. However, he secretly followed Xia Lingwei for several days, only to realize that he had no chance to make a move to catch her. She was followed by a bodyguard, and just by the way she walked, she could tell that she was an expert. And usually, Xia Lingwei hardly went out except for going to school or staying at home. Bamboo Mercy thought that there were two ways to catch her. Either mix into the Elrath Academy and find a way to do it in the school, or create a car accident on the road and take advantage of the chaos to take her away.
But no matter which one, it wasn't that easy to implement.
Luckily, he was idle, and no one cared if he went to class or not at Purple Peak Academy, so he was able to follow Xia Lingwei all the way. As soon as He Lanyue went out, Xin Qingqing's mind came alive again. Even if Xia Lingwei changed classes, it didn't delay Xin Qingqing from coming to find her. However, he had just walked to the door of Class A when he was stopped by Lu.
Xin Qingqing raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing here if you're not following He Lanyu? Get out of the way."
Lu replied with words as gold, "It is forbidden to approach Xia Lingwei."
Ha! Xin Qingqing sneered. To actually leave a bodyguard here, there really is He Lanyu.
Xin Qingqing also knew that Lu only took orders from He Lanyu, and his hands were quite good, comparable to a humanoid weapon. So he did not force his way in. The big deal was to wait until after school to go to Xia Lingwei's home to see her. There was no need to fight with Lu here. But what Xin Qingqing didn't expect was that Lu would guard the courtyard entrance of Xia Lingwei's house, not allowing him to enter.
This time Xin Qingqing could count on feeling the intense hostility from He Lanyu.
Of course, He Lanyu only focused on explaining that Lu should be especially guarded against Xin Qingqing, but she didn't tell him to guard against others.
Just for example, Lan Fei Fei.
After emoing for a few days, Lan Fei Fei had renewed her spirit. No matter whose girlfriend Xia Lingwei was, to him, she was just a somewhat interesting toy. Previously, he had helped Xia Lingwei at the KTV, and had agreed to let Xia Lingwei treat him to dinner as a thank you gift, and that meal had been owed. While He Lanyu was not around, he could just let Xia Lingwei treat him to dinner. Xia Lingwei received a message from Lan Fei Fei, thinking that she did promise him before, so she let him choose his favorite restaurant. She had saved up quite a bit of money recently, so a meal was still affordable. Lan Fei Fei just held a try mentality to mention, after all, she is now He Lanyu's girlfriend, even if she breaks the contract, he cannot say anything. I didn't expect her to agree.
Lan Fei Fei's mood was a bit good.
I don't know what kind of mentality he had, but he had chosen a Western restaurant that was patronized by many couples. This restaurant is not very upscale, but it wins in the romantic and elegant style of decoration. The privacy of the private room is strong, it is very suitable for couples to dine. After making an appointment, Lan Fei Fei went to Xia Lingwei's door to pick her up.
Xia Lingwei changed clothes, sitting in the living room of Lu asked, "I go to eat with Blue Fifi, you also together?" The previous few days Lu was sleeping in the car outside the door. She really couldn't stand to watch, so she let him stay in the guest room. Just still shying away from him, but Xia Lingwei didn't hate him at all. Although it was uncomfortable at first, after time, she realized that with Lu around, her days were much cleaner, and at least Xin Qingqing wouldn't come looking for trouble from her again. Zhu Ren, who had been observing from the shadows, was surprised to see Lan Fei Fei. He remembered Lan Fei Fei.
This person who had caused him to lose face in public by racing his car to win at Lake Hark Mountain. Bamboo Ren, this bad seed, didn't have the stomach to be willing to lose a bet. He's still looking for a chance to retaliate back. Only in the past few days, he was busy catching Xia Lingwei and didn't care about Lan Fei Fei's side. I didn't realize that Fifi Blue and Xia Lingwei still have a relationship? He continued to hide in the shadows and observe. The smile on Lan Fei Fei's face stiffened when she saw Lu following Xia Lingwei. He asked with slight dissatisfaction, "He's following too?" Xia Lingwei said, "He has been following me these days, it's okay, 3 people eating is just a matter of more pairs of chopsticks."
Lan Fei Fei. Is this a matter of more pairs of chopsticks? He was trying to eat alone with her.
Lu followed, it was like being watched by He Lanyu, how uncomfortable. But there's no other way, just follow. The private rooms in this restaurant are all couple seats, and with the 3 of them, they can only ask the waiter to add a chair. It felt kinda strange. Of course, it was not only their table that was strange. Not long after the 3 of them entered the private room, another guest came and booked a private room all by himself.
This person was Bamboo Ray. He had waited for so many days, but he could finally wait until Xia Lingwei went out. Without any surprises, he would be able to find an opportunity to make his move at this restaurant. Lan Feifei always felt uncomfortable with Willow next to him. He originally wanted to ask Xia Lingwei how she got together with Yilanyu, but with Lu beside him, it was not too easy to ask. However, on second thought, he had come out to eat with Xia Lingwei, so what was chatting and gossiping about? Then asked out. On this point, Xia Lingwei also did not understand. At the beginning is to pretend for a little while, also do not know Yilanyu in the end how to think, proposed to really dating, and then became so. But it was a bit difficult to explain to Lan Feifei. She then vaguely said, it's just that due to various reasons, they got together by the way. Lan Feifei was a bit surprised. He thought she would say how she liked each other, and then who confessed before they got together. Didn't expect her to answer like this. That, I'm going to the restroom. Xia Lingwei got up and headed out, and Ryu followed suit. She wanted to say that she didn't need to follow for just this short distance, but knowing that it was useless to say it, she let him follow. Xia Lingwei walked into the restroom and was about to pull open the door to the cubicle when she felt a chill on her neck. Looking down, she realized that there was a knife on her neck. Chapter 102, Held Hostage in the Toilet. Xia Lingwei subconsciously wanted to scream out in shock. Don't scream. If you dare to make a sound, you will be killed. A cold and low voice came from behind her, as if she was being entangled by a poisonous snake. So scary. Xia Lingwei immediately silenced herself, her face pale and trembling. Why was she so unlucky? She could meet a pervert in the toilet even when she went out for a meal, it was simply undefendable. The cold blade of the knife was stuck to her skin, as long as she moved a little, blood would be cut out. Xia Lingwei was terrified, bean-sized teardrops fell down one by one. Bamboo Ray didn't care if she cried or not, her movements roughly grabbed the back of her neck and pushed her into a cubicle, locking the door afterward. The whole action was done in a single breath, very silky smooth. Bamboo Ray had been behind Xia Lingwei, so she didn't know exactly what this pervert was. But one who ambushes people in the toilet and threatens them with a knife is either robbing them of money or sex. If it was a choice between the two, she hoped it was the former. She trembled her lips to negotiate. I can give you money, as much as you want, will you let me go? Zhu Ren snorted coldly and said in a contemptuous tone, do I care about your too stinking money? Don't talk too much, hurry up and take off your clothes. Take off your clothes? Xia Lingwei cried even harder. This person is actually rushing to rob the color. Is she going to be robbed by a lewd pervert in this small toilet? Don't! She cried and begged for mercy, can you not take off the... Bamboo Mercy had been carefully sizing up Xia Lingwei behind her back since she had just gotten her to the cubicle. He wanted to see what kind of woman had snatched the man his sister had her eye on. He had already seen her from afar, and she was even prettier in person than in the photo. No matter how you looked at her, she was a beautiful woman. But it was definitely unrealistic to be able to catch the young master of the Yi family just based on her looks, and this woman should have other outstanding qualities. However, the moment she actually came into contact with her, Zhu Ren was a bit disappointed. She thought that she would be a woman with a lot more heart, skill, and courage. I didn't expect that she would be so timid and weak that she would turn into a tearful person after a little bit of fright. Bamboo Mercy pulled over her shoulders and turned her around so that she was facing herself. Of course, during this process, the knife had been pressed against Xia Lingwei's neck, so Xia Lingwei didn't dare to say a word. Bamboo Ray condescendingly admired Xia Lingwei's crying appearance, and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He knew that he wasn't quite normal, and his family had given him a psychiatrist, but he didn't want to change. Seeing her crying pearly appearance further stimulated Zhu Ren's desire to abuse. He had done many bad things since he was a child, but he had never touched a woman. Although Bamboo Mercy was a scum of the earth on the inside, from the outside he looked like a big boy with a high value and a good figure. Even though the Bamboo family had given up on him, they hadn't given a penny less than they should have. A boy like him who drove a luxury car, was generous and very handsome, was very popular with girls. Like him to take the initiative to chase his girl is quite a lot. But he was not interested in falling in love in the slightest. Now looking at Xia Lingwei crying and begging for mercy, he actually had a feeling of excitement. It would be even better if she could cry a little more miserably. Xia Lingwei turned around and also wanted to see what this pervert really looked like. But she found that the other party was dressed in black, and also had a mask, the kind of mask that was pure white, with crescent-shaped eyes and a smiling face, frightening and eerie. It was impossible to tell what it looked like at all. It could only be inferred from the voice that it was a young man. Xia Lingwei was afraid of knives, so even if she knew that Lu was at the door of the toilet, she didn't dare to shout for help. After all, the time it took for Lu to enter the door before rushing to the cubicle was already enough for the thug to stick the knife into her throat. She didn't dare to joke with her little life. She could only lower her voice and reason with him about the facts in an attempt to sensitize him. That, I hear you sound quite young as well, never become you're breaking the law by doing these things, but if you stop now, I promise not to call the police. However, her words turned out to be a threat in Zhu Ren's ears. This woman, threatening him with calling the police, was it?
Behind the mask, a bad smile appeared on his handsome face. He deliberately gave her hope and said, "Well then, not taking off your clothes is fine."
Xia Lingwei's face was happy. Really?
Well, since you don't want to take off your clothes, then take off your pants. Xia Lingwei also sort of saw that this pervert was not going to stop until he reached his goal today.
But, is this just a simple color jacking? Who would rob sex would ambush in the toilet of a couple's restaurant, so how is he going to escape after it's over? And the surveillance outside would have captured him. This pervert, could he be following her specifically? Xia Lingwei could be considered smart for once. If he came specifically for her, it would be even more impossible to let her go. Thinking about this, she decided to gamble her life and ask for help from Lu. So she pretended to compromise and said, "Then I'd better undress then."
When she raised her hand to unbutton her clothes, she took the opportunity to grab the hand of Zhuren that was holding the knife, and then shouted, "Save well." Unfortunately, Bamboo Mercy's reaction was even faster, and just as her voice came out, she used her other hand to cover her mouth in death.
Dare to play tricks with me? Finished.
Xia Lingwei thought to herself that things had come to this person would definitely not spare her. She simply kicked the partition of the toilet with her foot, making a loud noise that could also attract the attention of the people outside.
Don't move around.
Bamboo Ren also didn't expect her to have the guts to resist even though she looked so weak, so he firmly shackled Xia Lingwei with his hands and feet. But this also led to him not having a spare hand to hold the knife, which fell to the ground with a bang. Xia Lingwei was pressed onto the partition from behind, her whole body was like a fish on a case, only to be slaughtered. She couldn't move her body, and her mouth was covered so she couldn't make a sound.
This kind of posture made Bamboo Mercy once again have crooked thoughts.
Compared to the threat of taking pictures of her without clothes, it would be better for him to directly her here. With Lan Yu's status, he shouldn't want a broken flower that has been raped, right? Thinking this way, his large hands began to roam over Xia Lingwei's body, seeking out the hem of her clothes and reaching into them.
Woo woo.
Being touched by his smelly hands, Xia Lingwei felt sick to her stomach. She fought to struggle, but in front of the absolute power gap, it was all in vain. It was only at this moment that she truly felt the evil in this world. Although the previous Shin Xingxing had gone overboard with her, he wouldn't continue to force her once she cried. The real bad guys would not stop just because she cried. A deep sense of despair welled up in Xia Lingwei's heart. Could it be that she was going to lose her virginity in the toilet today? Chapter 103 Approaching in the Right Light. Just as Xia Lingwei was feeling desperate, someone actually came to the restroom. It was the girls who came to this restaurant to eat. Bamboo Ren also heard someone walk in and stopped her hand movements for the time being, giving her full attention to controlling Xia Lingwei's movements, lest she make any more noise. That girl also didn't know if she had eaten badly or simply had a bad stomach and intestines. As soon as she squatted down, she started to scurry. That smell. Zhuren's mask was breathable, so the smell that wafted over to him he also smelled. It was too punchy. He instantly lost interest. Doing this in the toilet really didn't work after all. It was better to hurry up and leave. When he came, he tumbled in through the window of the toilet, and since the family store was opened on the first floor of the first floor, he could tumble in and out of the window, pretending that it was an outsider who was committing the crime. So he let go of Xia Lingwei and flew out of the window. Xia Lingwei also did not expect to escape like this, do not care about the stink of the toilet, to be frozen for a while before coming back to the senses. After that, she immediately ran and rushed out to tell Lu that she had just been attacked by a person wearing a mask.
Attacked? In the women's restroom? Why didn't you yell for me?
This was the first time Xia Lingwei had ever heard Willow speak such long words. Before it was all very short words like okay, no.
He held a knife to my neck, I didn't dare to make a sound. He's now escaped through the window, can you catch him back?
Xia Lingwei thought that the person to be really rushing to her, this time did not succeed if, after that will find an opportunity to lay hands on her. Not afraid of thieves stealing but afraid of thieves thinking. Now she had Lu following her for close protection, yet she still had an accident in the toilet. If she didn't get rid of this hidden danger, there was no telling what would happen in the future. Lu also thought the same thing, but he did not feel comfortable with Xia Lingwei staying here alone, so he instructed, "You first go back to the private room to find Lan Fei. I'll go outside to check the situation." Okay. After saying that, Liudia directly entered the women's restroom and flipped out through the window to track it. Lan Fei was a little surprised to see that only Xia Lingwei came back alone. But soon he noticed that Xia Lingwei's eyelids were red and swollen with tears still hanging, her hair was a bit messy, and there were suspicious finger marks on her cheeks. Those were the marks left on her face from when Zhu Ren covered her mouth too hard. Xia Lingwei told what had just happened in the restroom.
What? Did anything happen to you?
Lan Fei stared at her up and down in panic, afraid that there were other injuries on her body. Xia Lingwei shook her head, "No, nothing happened, luckily someone came in, then he let go of me and ran away." She also felt quite unbelievable that pervert actually ran away suddenly. Why? Xia Lingwei was too scared at that time, of course, did not notice the stench coming from the next door. Even if she noticed it, she couldn't imagine that a pervert would be smoked away by the odor. However, she was touched on the body of this kind of thing, but also embarrassed to say with Blue Fei Fei, did not mention. Lan Fei Fei felt very self-conscious about this. After all, this place was chosen by him and he didn't expect this to happen. He looked at Xia Lingwei's pitiful appearance and blamed himself in his heart. Call the police. This matter is not a small matter, this time although he didn't get his way, but the nature is just as bad.
Xia Lingwei nodded frantically, I feel the same way.
Although the world they live in is an aristocratic Mary Sue text, which often makes people suspect that there is no law in this world, but this kind of thing that has nothing to do with the plot can also be reported to the police, right? When Ryu chased him out, Bamboo Ray was long gone. Not only that, but he had changed out of the black clothes and mask that he had worn when he committed the crime, and climbed back through the window of the private room he was in. When he returned to the private room, he found that the women's restroom door was in an uproar. He mixed into the people watching, asked, "What happened?" The passerby replied, "I heard that there is a pervert in the women's restroom, attacked the customers in the store and escaped. Now the victim called the police. The police uncle is investigating it."
Xu Ren's face changed. That woman even called the police? He hadn't accomplished anything, okay?
However, he originally didn't intend to reveal his identity. The hand holding the kitchen knife was also wearing gloves, leaving no fingerprints. Xia Lingwei hadn't seen his face either, and his voice had come out after he had been disguised, so there wasn't much of a problem. To say that there are other problems is that I do not know whether the outside of this hotel has surveillance. I don't know if God favors him as a scum, but there is no surveillance outside the hotel, so it's impossible to find out what happened to Xu Ren. Doing bad things but no one found out, Bamboo Mercy complacent very much. But although he escaped the police investigation, his own purpose was not achieved. Without the fruit photos of Xia Lingwei, she simply wouldn't immediately break up with He Lanyua. With the failure of this attack, this timid woman would definitely be more and more cautious, and it would be hard to attack again. So Bamboo Mercy decided that this time, she would approach her squarely.
As for how to approach? Of course it was to utilize Lan Fei Fei. He pretended to have just seen Lan Fei Fei in general, and greeted her from a long distance. So coincidental, you also come here to eat? Lan Fei Fei turned her head and realized that the other party was Xu Ren, and gave a cold in her attitude. He was originally not an approachable person, not to mention that he originally had no good feelings towards Bamboo Ren, and was even more unwilling to take care of it. Bamboo Mercy also did not mind his attitude, squeezed through the crowd to the side of him, warmly said, "You and who came together? Girlfriend?"
Saying that, he naturally landed his gaze on Xia Lingwei's body. At this moment, Xia Lingwei's tears had been wiped clean, but her eyes were still red, and she looked like she had been crying.
Seeing this, Bamboo Ray asked loudly and very nastily, "Why is this still crying?"
"I heard that there are perverts in the women's restroom. It is not possible that the person who was attacked is your girlfriend." His voice was so loud that the people watching around him all looked this way. The main thing was that his tone was very exaggerated, as if Xia Lingwei was being done something. The gazes of the passers-by were full of probing, making Xia Lingwei feel very uncomfortable. Lan Fei Fei noticed her emotions and directly pressed her head into her arms, coldly sweeping a circle of onlookers. Lan Fei Fei's eyes were like a cat, and that lazy feeling he had on weekdays was also like a cat. Although he was high and cold, he was harmless. But at this moment, his eyes were dangerous, with a very fierce feeling.
The onlookers immediately withdrew their eyes, not daring to look again.
Bamboo Mercy, however, like a nobody, from taking out a paper towel to Xia Lingwei's front, comforted, "Miss Sister, don't cry. Encountered this kind of thing is just your bad luck. Don't need to feel ashamed for this. The victim is not guilty." And Xia Lingwei saw the hand holding the tissue, but inexplicably feel familiar.
Chapter 104 Lin Junchang's recent troubles. This big bony hand felt the same as the hand that covered her mouth in the toilet. Xia Lingwei raised her eyes in horror and looked at Xu Ren's face. But Bamboo Mercy's looks were extremely deceptive. This face did not look at all like a pervert who would hide in a women's restroom and attack people. Moreover, she had never seen this person before. There was no injustice, there was no reason for him to attack her. Being looked at by Xia Lingwei with an expression of confusion and horror, Xu Ren was quite proud. Narcissistically asked, "What? Is young Miss falling in love with me at first sight? Don't talk nonsense. Can she look at you? Really daydreaming." Lan Fei Fei thought to himself that Xia Lingwei couldn't even look at him. How could she possibly look at Bamboo Ray, who was abandoned by the Bamboo family? So he clasped the back of Xia Lingwei's head with his big hand and turned her face towards his chest, preventing her from looking at Xu Ren. Bamboo Mercy raised her eyebrows. "I didn't expect Lan Fei Fei's reaction to be so strong. It seems that he also has non-interest in Xia Lingwei." "Interesting. It seems that without him doing anything, this woman might not be able to go all the way with He Lanyu." "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Why are you so nervous?" Although Bamboo Mercy was laughing, the emotions in her eyes were not friendly at all. Although the surrounding passers-by had just been pushed back by Lan Fei Fei's aura, they all couldn't help but look over again now that they heard the two handsome men arguing there. However, there are police officers here to handle the case, and they can't keep letting them gather here, so they will all be evacuated after investigating the situation. This can't be investigated for a while, so they can only close the team first.
Because Xia Lingwei was frightened, this meal cannot continue to eat. Blue Fei Fei sent Xia Lingwei home. To the door of Xia's home, he said with apologies, I blame me for choosing this restaurant, next time I invite you to dinner to make amends.
No need.
Lan Fei Fei did not give her the opportunity to refuse, immediately said, you do not excuse, or I will be unsettled in my heart. Xia Lingwei's nature is soft, seeing his strong attitude, she agreed. Good. That said, Shen Xingxing couldn't see Xia Lingwei, and the whole person was very depressed.
He was so depressed that Nancy Yan couldn't even look at him anymore. For a woman to get in human ghost, what does it look like?
However, no matter what he said, Shen Xingxing ignored him.
If it wasn't for Nancy Yan making a mess of things and threatening Xia Lingwei, how could she be with He Lanyu?
In the end, this matter was all Nancy Yan's fault. So when Shen Xingxing ran into Nancy Yan at home, she also directly ignored him.
This made Nancy Yan very bitter.
He is the older brother, all for the good of the younger brothers, how can he still be held in resentment? Not being understood by Shen Xingxing's own brother, Nancy Yan could only go to his cousin Lin Junchang to seek approval. Speaking of which, Lin Junchang was annoyed by the blind date a while ago. He has no interest in blind dates, and when he met the woman, he also frankly said that he was forced by his family to come to the blind date, and I didn't expect that the girl also said that she was forced to go on a blind date. She also suggested that they should pretend to see eye to eye so that they wouldn't have to deal with subsequent blind dates.
The woman is the Fan family's golden girl, Fan Yuxin.
Fan Yuxin at first glance is a very intellectual kind of golden lady, giving people a very gentle feeling. The face of the long is also quite beautiful. Lin Junchang felt that what she said was quite sincere, so he agreed. After all, he didn't want to waste time eating with a different girl every day. What made him feel out of place lately was that Fan Yuxin always asked him to meet her for various reasons, and almost every day, she had something to find him. Not only that, she also went around proclaiming that the two of them were together, and this had already reached Nancy Yan's ears. So the first thing Nancy Yan said when he met Lin Junchang was, Junchang, congratulations on finding the girl of your choice.
Don't. I'm dying of boredom lately.
Lin Junchang had one head and two big heads. He now sort of reacted as an afterthought, he was being set up by Fan Yuxin. What to say about pretending to see eye to eye, she was clearly looking at him and wanted to lower his defenses in this way. Nancy Yan listened to Lin Junchang finish the ins and outs of the matter, and explained, you don't need to be so exclusive, just go along with her for a while.
It's easy to say.
Lin Junchang realized that when he met with other women, he would always unconsciously think of Xia Lingwei. Thinking about why Xia Lingwei was not like this, trying to find ways to get close to him? Was he not at all attractive to Xia Lingwei? When he came back to his senses, he realized that he didn't simply want to steal from Si Jin before messing with Xia Lingwei. Rather, he was attracted to her in his own right. Although Lin Junchang looked at Si Jin as a scum, he was not a scum who played with his feelings. That's why he couldn't do it to date other women when he had someone in his heart. He said to himself, no, I have to hurry up and make it clear to her so that she doesn't waste her time on me. Nancy Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at him, asking, you're so resistant to getting in touch with other people, are you still harboring fantasies about that Xia Lingwei? Hearing Xia Lingwei's name, Lin Junchang immediately came back to his senses. What are you suddenly mentioning her for? Although it was true, he didn't admit it directly. How poisonous was Nancy Yan's vision, even if Lin Junchang didn't admit it, he could tell that it was because of Xia Lingwei. If it's really because of her, then I advise you to give up before it's too late. Lin Junchang frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, what are you donkey lips talking about here? Xia Lingwei is already with He Lanyu. What are you saying? Lin Junchang's eyes widened in surprise. Since he was busy dealing with Fan Yuxin recently, he didn't even know that Shen Xingxing and Xia Lingwei had broken up. The two of them talked about being boyfriend and girlfriend.
Nancy Yan repeated it again.
After saying that, he hummed and laughed to himself and said, speaking of the two of them together, there is still a part of me, and I didn't see He Lanyu come to say a word of thanks to me.
Lin Junchang asked, what's going on? How did He Lanyu get involved with Xia Lingwei?
He felt that he had missed out on a lot more because of the blind date.
Nancy Yan told him what happened before.
Of course, he utilized the spring and autumn brushstroke in his narration, only saying that he paid for Xia Lingwei to leave Shen Xingxing, but not a word about him forcing her to leave the country with him.
Nonetheless, Lin Junchang was exasperated and laughed.
He sent out a soul-torturing question, Brother Si Yen, do you really think it was Xia Lingwei who took the initiative to seduce Si Jin? What else? That girl is full of lies and looks like she has a heavy heart, not only Si Jin, but you were also confused by her. Nancy Yan said that he spoke with certainty on his lips, but he forgot that Lin Junchang had studied psychology and was the best at interpreting people's micro-expressions.
Chapter 105, Nancy Yan's Unknown Mind.
Lin Junchang carefully observed Nancy Yan's expression and was able to see the contradiction in his words. Nancy Yan was saying that Xia Lingwei's deep heart caused their brothers to turn against each other, but when he mentioned that Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu were in a relationship, the corners of his mouth were downward and his smile was very forced. Then look at his reaction afterward, deliberately belittling Xia Lingwei and speaking without basis, very inconsistent with his cautious character. This state was what people often referred to as being in a hurry. The fact that Nan Xiyan was in a hurry meant that his subconscious was clear that it wasn't Xiao Lingwei who had taken the initiative to seduce Xin Qingqing at all, but rather Xin Qingqing who had stalked Xiao Lingwei. But he still went to Xiao Lingwei without distinguishing between right and wrong. Lin Juncheng didn't feel that this was simply protecting his shortcomings. I'm afraid that he was looking for a reason to get close to her, right?
Nan Xiyan also?
Lin Juncheng shook his head and did not think further. Since the person himself did not even realize it, it was better for him not to remind. He stopped continuing this topic and asked, Brother Xiyan, you came to see me today, it couldn't be just to tell me this, right?
It was Xi Jin. Nan Xiyan sighed.
He's been muddled after Xiao Lingwei and He Lan Yu got together. I'm worried that he'll have any more problems psychologically. You've studied this area, help me enlighten him. Although the two of them fought for Xiao Lingwei before, but now they are both in the defeated dog group, they shouldn't fight again. It can also repair the relationship between the brothers.
Okay, leave this to me.
Lin Juncheng also agreed very quickly. He mainly wanted to see Xin Qingqing's bad appearance after being dumped. Recently, Xin Qingqing cannot see Xiao Lingwei, the whole person is like a deflated ball, how can not raise the spirit? He also thought that he would have a chance when He Lan Yu went abroad.
I didn't expect that Lu, like a thief guarding against him, even lived in Xiao Lingwei's home.
He couldn't even find a chance to get close to Xiao Lingwei. As things stood, there was only one way left, and that was for him to transfer to Class A. Lu, as a bodyguard, couldn't follow him. As a bodyguard, Lu couldn't follow him into the classroom. So if he and Xiao Lingwei were in the same classroom, Lu wouldn't be able to stop him at all. However, his transfer to Class A also meant that he had to declare to all the people that he was chasing Xiao Lingwei over. It was also equivalent to a public confession. Xin Qingqing had originally looked down on He Lan Yu's behavior of secretly dating. In his opinion, if you want to fall in love, you should do it in a big way, what's the point of sneaking around? However, if you want to make a public confession, you have to clear the hurdles first.
The biggest obstacle was Nan Xiyan.
He really did not expect, he respected the brother, busy day and night brother Nan Xiyan, will do the novel and the evil mother-in-law will make behavior too. And also only take $200,000. This cheap price really hit Xin Qingqing. Especially when she heard Nan Xiyan say that this $200,000 was Xiao Lingwei's price, it made Xin Qingqing feel even worse. He was really worthless in her heart.
Loss after loss, Xin Qingqing definitely wouldn't give Xiao Lingwei away.
He was also too lazy to go to Nan Xiyan to waste his words, and directly found his old man Nan Zirconium Fei, and said in a shocking way, Dad, I have a favorite girl.
Ginger is still old and hot.
Nan Zirconia Fei did not feel surprised in the slightest, because he had long ago seen it when Xin Qingqing beat up Lin Juncheng earlier.
He sipped a mouthful of freshly brewed tea and calmly asked, So what?
So I have to tell you in advance that I won't accept the marriage arranged by the family, and you old man don't have to bother arranging it for me.
Xin Qingqing's tone was justified, because he was already mentally prepared to be beaten up.
Not only was he prepared to be beaten, he was even prepared to be swept away by the Nan family. Nan Zirconia Fei placed his teacup on the table and looked at Xin Qingqing without a word. Xin Qingqing didn't flinch either, and just stared at her father like this.
After a long time, Nan Zirconia Fei opened his mouth and said, Without marriage, with your ability, what can you do for the family? Xin Qingqing asked, Is my only role in this family a marriage? Can't I rely on my own ability to create value?
It's not that you can't, but you also have to have that ability to do so. Because of the presence of Nan Xiyan, Xin Qingqing did not have the burden of inheriting the family business, and grew up with a free and easy life. In school classes, homework or letting others help. Xin Qingqing was unconvinced. Since you think I'm incapable, then I can simply cut ties with the Nan family. Anyway, I'm not likely to go for a marriage. Hearing him say so indifferently that he wanted to sever ties, Nan Zirconia Fei was very helpless. He was perhaps too spoiled towards Xin Qingqing in his day-to-day life. Spoiling was not to say, but at least the way he taught was perhaps too simple and rough. He would beat him up and talk with his fists, not reasoning with him at all. So this time, Nan Zirconia Fei didn't beat him up, but just said in a serious tone, You take your family's resources to please the girl you like, then have you ever thought that if you don't have the background of the Nan family, if you're just a penniless and poor boy, she'll take care of you? Xin Qingqing was stumped by the question. He dryly retorted, She is not a gold worshipper, it's not like she followed me because I gave her money. It was true that it wasn't because of the money, but was threatened by his force. But without the Nan family to back him up, he wouldn't be able to swing his fists at others so recklessly. If he was a poor boy.
Xin Qingqing couldn't imagine it because he wouldn't be him without a prominent family background.
Nan Zirconia Fei also saw that he had no bottom, and said, So don't just say that you cut off your relationship, and you are nothing if you leave the Nan family. The words are not rough.
Xin Qingqing also cannot refute.
But he still insisted, But I still do not want a marriage. In addition, as long as you agree with me and her together, let me do anything.
Nan Zirconia Fei raised his eyebrows, Anything? Mr. Nan raised an eyebrow, Anything?
Then you can take the final exam of this semester and get a top 50 ranking in your major. This was a great test for the school slag Xin Qingqing.
But in order to be with Xia Lingwei, he nodded his head and agreed, yes, I will definitely do it. It's not like having determination is enough, go for it.
Looking at the back of his son's combative departure, Nan's zirconia face smiled. If that girl could make the uneducated Xinxing become serious, then agreeing to the two of them being together wouldn't be impossible.
It was just that they all overlooked another important issue. Xia Lingwei didn't like Xinxing at all.
And after Xinxing got her father's approval, she immediately went to the president's office of the Nan Foundation to inform Nan Xiyan. Dad has already agreed that I'm with Xia Lingwei, so don't meddle in matters between me and her in the future.
Nan Xiyan looked up from a pile of documents, pushed the legs of his anti-blue light glasses, and asked, Dad agreed to you being a mistress? Chapter 106, Xinxing becomes a third for love. Xinxing's face changed, instantly losing the undercurrent of her earlier appearance.
She said, don't worry about it, he agreed to it anyway.
Nan Xiyan's deep eyes slightly narrowed, asked, you did not tell him that Xia Lingwei already has a boyfriend, right?
Although it was already unthinkable for his father to agree to Xinxing finding a girlfriend with an ordinary family background, what Nan Xiyan couldn't understand even more was how he could possibly agree to Xinxing stealing a woman from He Lanyue.
Wouldn't this destroy the friendly relationship between their family and the Yi family? The only explanation was that Xinxing hadn't said anything at all. Having been dismantled, Xinxing didn't feel ashamed either. On the contrary, she admitted that there was no need to say anything at all. They were originally secretly in love, rounding up is the same as not being in love, why should I say this thing out of nothing? Nanshur banquet.
So justified words, he did not know how to refute for a moment.
Xinxing said more and more bottom line, continued, besides, originally it is I first and Xia Lingwei good, you have to say who is the third party. He Lanyu is the third party interfering between me and Xia Lingwei.
That's what he thought from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't have any moral burden at all. He Lanyue was the one who disregarded brotherly love and interfered first, so it was only natural for him to snatch it back.
Nan Xiyan was very helpless and speechless at this. How did this stupid brother of his recognize that little girl? With their worth, what kind of women can't be found? Why would they have to rob with He Lanyu?
However, on second thought, He Lanyu's behavior was just not fair, and Nan Xiyan was also a bit angry. Yes, he also does not want to let Xia Lingwei and Xinxing involved, but does not mean to let He Lanyu meddle. And when he thought about how aggressive He Lanyu was towards him that day, Nan Xiyan became even more angry. He was the heir to the Nan Foundation, the current chairman of the Nan group of companies, and He Lanyu didn't put him in her eyes at all.
One size fits all. Nan Xiyan was indeed very unhappy with He Lanyu and didn't want to see him and Xia Lingwei in love, but that didn't mean he wanted to approve of Xinxing and Xia Lingwei being together. But he didn't say anything more. After all, the relationship between the brothers was already tense, and he was afraid that Xinxing would be even more rebellious if he said more. Forget it, let it be. After saying that, Nan Xiyan continued to lower his head to deal with work matters. Xinxing saw that Nan Xiyan no longer opposed, as if it was a cockerel that had won the fight, walked out of Nan Xiyan's presidential office with her head held high. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Xiyan was playing with other ideas. It wasn't easy to get into the top 50 of the grade. At least for Xinxing, a school slag who had never listened carefully to her classes, it was harder than it should be. But they're good friends. Lan Fei brother Mu Xingchen's grades were pretty good. Not to mention He Lanyue, who didn't stay in school often and had always been at the top of the academy. Both of them were quite surprised to learn that Xinxing was going to be a strong achiever. Lan Fei was puzzled. Why are you suddenly interested in studying? Could it be that you want to divert the pain of your lost love through studying?
Xinxing lowered his head to read while answering. He made a bet with my dad to get into the top 50 in his grade for this semester's final exam.
After saying that, he annoyingly asked, what the heck is this fern-like symbol?
Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen came over to take a look. The fern he was talking about turned out to be calculus.
You don't even recognize the symbols of calculus, and you still want to get into the top 50 in your grade? Dream on.
Mu Xingchen kindly reminded, see Jean, if you want a surprise tutor, you can get help from that special enrollment student.
Isn't she in the same class as you?
When it comes to studying, the one who's the best at it is definitely the heroine, Su Lily.
She had gotten into the Elrath Academy with the top grade.
This time, when Mu Xingchen brought up Su Lily, Xinxing didn't act as repulsed as before. The two of them felt that this was also quite good, letting Xinxing get in touch with other girls, so maybe she wouldn't be so obsessed with Xia Lingwei.
However, wait until the next day. What? You're switching classes?
Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen both looked at Xinxing in shock when they heard him say this. They both thought that he would ask Su Lily for help with tutoring, who knew that after a day apart, they would hear him say that he wanted to switch classes.
Yeah, to improve your grades, you definitely need to go to a better class.
Xinxing spoke in a particularly smug manner, the corners of his mouth about to curl up to the sky.
This was the conclusion he came to after thinking all night. Looking at him like this, who couldn't guess what he was thinking? Mu Xingchen asked, when you say better class, do you mean class A? You think so too, right?
Bull. Chasing after Xia Lingwei to go to class A, just say it outright, and you're still finding grand excuses here.
Lan Fei was a bit surprised. He had thought that Xin Xingqing would be a bit more disheveled. After all, Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu had already slept together, and even he felt a bit devastated. Why was Xin Xingqing still acting like nothing was wrong? Not only that, but he also had a smug look on his face as he wanted to transfer to Xia Lingwei's class, as if he wasn't affected at all. Could it be that he didn't care about that matter at all? But looking at the way he left that day with a black face, it's not like he didn't mind at all. Lan Fei was a bit perplexed. Could it be that, in fact, Xia Lingwei going to the hotel with Lan Yu was something else, that the two of them actually didn't sleep? Thinking this way, Lan Fei's mood suddenly followed suit. He also didn't understand why he was so concerned about this matter, like a psychologically abnormal voyeur. But he just couldn't help thinking about it. He veiled himself and tried, "See Jean, do you not mind what we heard the other day?" Xin Xingqing naturally knew what he was talking about. She replied, "There was nothing going on, Xia Lingwei didn't do anything with him. They really didn't do it." Lan Fei was so happy that it looked like a flower had grown on top of her head. Mu Xingchen was a bit confused by the conversation between the two of them, and quickly asked, "What are you two talking about?"
Xin Xingqing perfunctorily, "Nothing, it's just that I heard a little rumor when I went racing that day, you don't have to care."
Mu Xingchen was a little upset. How come these two people still have secrets behind his back? Or is it related to Xia Lingwei?
If he had known that day, he should have followed him to Lake Heart Mountain to race. Speaking of which, the recent Mu Xingchen had already coaxed himself into doing so on his own. The main thing was that he had realized that no matter how much he sulked, Xia Lingwei wouldn't feel it or come to coax him, and it was really stupid for him to be here all by himself with internal conflict. With this time, it would be better to think about how to add her WeChat. Xin Xingqing looked at the table, got up and said, "Do not say more, in a moment there is a class, I have to hurry to pack things to report to Class A." After saying that, she carried her bag and left the lounge in a hurry. Chapter 107 by Meng Dai kneels in public. In Class A's classroom. Between classes, Xia Lingwei was carefully organizing her notes from the previous class. She didn't have to help Xin Xingqing with her homework and copying notes after she switched classes, becoming much more relaxed and happier as a person. That said, after He Lanyu left the country, she also tried to continue to use hot violence to harass him. But when the messages didn't return and the phone calls just weren't in the service area, she gave up. It seemed that He Lanyu was the type that simply ignored people when she had a job to do, so even if she tried to use hot violence, she couldn't do anything if the other party didn't pick up. She couldn't let her make a fool of herself and lose her temper with He Lanyu, could she? Xia Lingwei wouldn't dare. Anyway, she had done everything she needed to do, so it was up to God to decide if she could be dumped smoothly. Xia Lingwei turned the pages of her book, intending to continue copying when a shadow covered her. She looked up and realized that it was actually Bai Meng Dai standing next to her. Previously, Bai Meng Dai was always concerned that there were too many people in the classroom and wanted to pull her out to talk alone again, but she didn't realize that there was a bodyguard outside the classroom. Last time that bodyguard saw him grabbing Xia Lingwei's wrist, directly a hand knife to split his hand, the location of his tiger's mouth hurt for several days. It was enough to see how heavy that bodyguard's hand was. However, that bodyguard was very young, so young to have such hands. The important thing was very professional. It should have been trained by a certain family specifically for the purpose. For aristocrats like them, bodyguards hired from the outside were not safe. Many of them were children adopted from orphanages and trained from a young age. Such people were more loyal. For him to come and protect Xia Lingwei, he must have been instructed by his master. As for who that master was, he wasn't sure. What was certain was that he had another love rival. Bai Meng Dai was a bit anxious. One Xin Xingqing was enough to make him anxious, and now there was even another enemy with a prominent identity. Can he not be anxious? There was no way. Bai Meng Dai couldn't wait any longer. He didn't care that there were other students in the classroom. He gathered his courage and walked directly to Xia Lingwei's seat to talk to her. As soon as Xia Lingwei saw that it was Bai Meng Dai, she immediately lowered her head and didn't look at him. Really, she didn't want to talk to him. Escaping was what Xia Lingwei was best at. As long as she pretended she didn't see him, he would go away after a while. Seeing her still like this, Bai Meng Dai sighed helplessly. Hearing him sigh, Xia Lingwei thought he was going to leave, and her heart rejoiced. But unexpectedly, in the next second, he made a shocking move. He actually knelt down on one knee, kneeling in front of Xia Lingwei. The surrounding students sucked in a breath of cool air and looked over. What was this doing? Kneeling down in public in the classroom to confess his love? I didn't expect to be able to eat such a melon in their ordinary class. Most importantly, the girl who was being confessed to was also Xin Xingqing's previous little follower. There was really a good show to watch. Bai Meng Dai also didn't care how the surrounding people would react, and softly said, "I just want to apologize to you, you don't always avoid me Xia Lingwei also didn't expect him to use such a method to forcefully appear in her field of vision. After making such a big commotion, it would be unlikely for her to pretend she didn't see it anymore. It's just that when he knelt down like this, the students all looked over, causing her to be surrounded like a monkey again. It's embarrassing. If she were to pick up on it at a time like this, there might be some kind of messy rumor spread.
Xia Lingwei decided to follow through with playing dumb and asked, "What are you talking about? I didn't even avoid you, besides I don't even know you, why are you apologizing?"
Although he knew that she was angry and deliberately pretending, every time he heard Xia Lingwei say that she didn't know him, it made Bai Mengdai feel a tug at his heart. He also did not beat around the bush and said straight, "I am Bai Mengdai ah.
How can you not recognize me?" Xia Lingwei covered her ears. "No, you're not."
When Xin Xingqing walked into the classroom of Class A, what he saw was that his classmates were all excitedly surrounding a certain spot.
No one even noticed when someone with a strong aura like him walked in. What were they all looking at there? Xin Xingqing was a little curious, what was going on that was so attractive to them? He also followed the gazes of his classmates and looked over. Since he was tall, even though that circle had been surrounded by classmates, he was still able to see the center of the crowd. This look was great. Only to see the girl with a beautiful face sitting in her seat, looking down at a boy. And that boy was kneeling on one knee next to Xia Lingwei's seat, tilting his head and saying something to her. If the heroine of this scene wasn't Xia Lingwei, perhaps he would have followed to watch the fun. But at this moment, Xin Xingqing's mood was instantly bad to the extreme. I didn't expect that besides He Lan Yu, there was still an ungrateful one who dared to snatch a woman from him and even confessed in public in the classroom? It was impossible to see that there was still such a bold warrior in Class A. He directly squeezed through the crowd and walked over in large strides, yanking on the back of Bai Mengdia's neck and directly yanking the kneeling man to his feet. He ground his teeth and said in a morose tone, "What are you doing here?" The other person turned his head, and he saw the face clearly before realizing it was Bai Mengdai. "It is you?" Looking at the Bai Mengdai whose image had changed greatly, Xin Xingqing froze for a moment. This kid cut his hair, does it mean that he won't dress up as a girl to harass him in the future? If that was the case, it was really a good thing. Before she could be happy for 2 seconds, Xin Xingqing quickly came back to her senses. Bai Mengdai resumed her male attire and even knelt down to Xia Lingwei in public. Isn't this looking at Xia Lingwei? Rely. This scourge, do not harass him, changed to harass Xia Lingwei but? The students in Class A all boiled over when they saw Xin Xingqing's sudden arrival. Mr. Nan. It's really Mr. Nan. He's come to our class. He's really here for Xia Lingwei, isn't he? You don't have to ask. Because he knew a boy was approaching Xia Lingwei, so he came here to stop him. Two handsome guys fighting over a girl. It's like the plot of an idol drama. It's so enviable. The students began to envy Xia Lingwei after seeing such a high-quality shura scene. But Xia Lingwei only wanted to be invisible. Xin Xingqing said viciously, "Did I warn you not to get close to her again? Did you treat my words as if they fell on deaf ears?" Bai Mengtai looked at Xin Xingqing who was near his eyes. This person who had helped her when he was a child and who he once thought was his favorite, but he didn't even have any feelings in his heart. He once again agreed with the psychiatrist's statement that he did not like Xin Xingqing, but was just a longing for that kind of strong body. So, for the first time in his life, he refuted Xin Xingqing and said, "How come I can't get close to her?" Chapter 108, Xin Xingqing asked Xia Lingwei to tutor him. The students also didn't expect this boy to dare to just Xin Xingqing to her face, and became even more excited. Fight! Fight! This group of people were all watching the drama. It was not easy to have a show to watch. Naturally, the bigger the better. However, Xia Lingwei, who was sitting next to her, did not want them to fight here. Mainly because she was afraid that the fight would accidentally injure her. If you want to fight, go outside and fight, don't fight next to her. That said, why did Xin Xingqing appear in Class A? It looked like it should have come specifically to find her. Thinking about what happened the last time the two of them met, Xia Lingwei guessed his purpose for coming here. It must be because that day she had temporarily turned against her and offended Xin Xingqing. This time he had come specifically to find her to retaliate. The more Xia Lingwei thought about it, the more scared she became. I guess it would be her turn after Bai Mengdai finished getting beaten up. Why didn't Lu stop him? Xia Lingwei wanted to sneak away while the two of them were arguing, but the surroundings were surrounded by students, so it was impossible to sneak away. Could she call Willow in? Xin Xingqing also did not expect Bai Mengdai also dare to refute him. The anger is even more fierce. God waved his fist angrily. UING wanna die is not it? Normal people have long been scared by him, so scared of urine, but Bai Mengdai is not the slightest bit afraid. Right, the day he was beaten by Xin Xingqing's own mother cannot be recognized, but the whole process is not saying a word, completely did not give in to soften and beg for forgiveness. Bai Mengdai was a very egotistical person. He recognized things, even if the world ridiculed to insist. When he recognizes someone, he is even more unlikely to back down easily. Before, he was able to withstand other people's gossip about wearing women's clothing, and now he was still able to withstand Xin Xingqing's fists and like Xia Lingwei. In a way, his heart was quite strong. Although he couldn't beat Xin Xingqing, he wasn't afraid of Xin Xingqing either. Just at the moment when his fist was about to land on Bai Mengdia's face, the teacher walked into the class and said loudly, "Xin Xingqing student, what are you doing to your classmate?
Class A's counseling teacher also had a hard family background, so unlike the teachers of other classes, when they saw Xinxing, they were curt and didn't dare to care. This was also the reason why Lan Yu let Xia Lingwei come to Class A in the first place. With this counseling teacher around, Xinxing couldn't do whatever she wanted here. Me. Xinxing panicked and let go of his hand when he saw that it was the counseling teacher. This matter of him switching classes wasn't that easy. In fact, as a person from the 4 great families, he deserved to have privileges in Ilus. After all, their Nan family was also a shareholder in Ilus. Normally, switching classes was a matter of words. It's just that his agreement with his father was to get into the top 50 first, and it's not like Nan Xiyan approved of him and Xia Lingwei being together. Furthermore, when Lan Yu transferred Xia Lingwei's class at that time, he must have greeted her with something. To summarize, the matter of Xinxing's class transfer, the more low-key the better, not to alarm them. So it was Xinxing himself who went to the counseling teacher to propose the class change. The counseling teacher heard him say that the teaching quality of Class A was better and that he came here to study well, a reason that sounded like bull at first glance. The level of the teachers in every class in Elrath was not that different, saying that it was for the sake of learning was simply impossible. There must be some other reason. Associated with Xia Lingwei, who suddenly transferred in a few days ago, the counseling teacher also had a guess in her heart. These kids, too, had reached the age of falling in love. Seeing that his attitude was earnest and he swore that he would make progress in the final exams, the counseling teacher agreed. The condition was that after he came to Class A, he was not allowed to bully his classmates based on his status. If he was found to be causing trouble, let him return to his original class immediately. Xinxing still wanted to stay in Class A and continue to be classmates with Xia Lingwei, so she hurriedly explained, "We're joking. No fight, no fight." "No fight? You think I'm blind, don't you? You grabbed a classmate by the collar and swung your fist, and you still say you didn't fight? Is it only a fight if you hit them?" "No, it's not." Xinxing helped by Mengdai to organize his wrinkled collar and explain, "He is my friend, we have known each other since we were small, we were just fooling around." By Mengdai complained, "Teacher, he wants to beat me." The counselor teacher glared at Xinxing and said in a deep voice, "You come to my office." Xinxing. As he was leaving, at an angle that the teacher couldn't see, he glared viciously at Bai Mengdai and whispered, "You wait for me." When he got to the office, the counseling teacher asked, "Have you forgotten how you promised me?" I didn't do it on purpose, it was him who messed with me first." Xinxing in front of the elders always will pretend, swore to guarantee, "I promise there is no next time, you give me another chance, I really want to study well in your class." Getting into the top 50 for the school year impressed my dad. The counselor shook her head helplessly and warned, "This will not happen again, go back to the classroom." Being interrupted by Xinxing like this, what Bai Mengdai wanted to say to Xia Lingwei was not finished after all. The students in Class A were quite afraid of this counseling teacher, and when they saw her enter, they all returned to their seats. The teacher introduced to the students, "From now on, Xinxing will be a student in our class, everyone welcome." The classroom resounded with applause. Although Xinxing was fierce, he was also really handsome and popular, and most of the students were happy to be in a classroom with him. Of course, there were also some who were indifferent, and even some who felt repulsed. For example, Bai Mengdai and Xia Lingwei. Especially Xia Lingwei. She was also not expecting that Xinxing would also transfer to Class A. Was she going to continue to be a servant to him? Xinxing's seat wasn't next to Xia Lingwei's, and he didn't directly ask the counseling teacher to arrange a specific position for him. This made Xia Lingwei slightly relieved. Maybe it was just a coincidence and not aimed at her at all. However, after one class, Xinxing walked over with his book bag. He smiled and suggested to Xia Lingwei's neighboring classmate, "Classmate, change your seat?" Although he was smiling, he was filled with a sense of oppression. That classmate definitely didn't dare to refuse, nimbly finished packing his own things and made room for Xinxing. After Xinxing sat down, she looked at Xia Lingwei, "Now we are neighbors again." Xia Lingwei wanted to cry, reluctantly pulled out a smile, and agreed, "Yes, yes." She was apprehensive in her heart and couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Was he trying to get her to break up with Lan Yu so that he could continue to enslave her? Unexpectedly, Xinxing went against the norm and spoke in a very friendly manner, "Xia Lingwei, I would like to ask you to do me a favor." "What kind of favor? You want her to run errands and buy things again? Can you help me with my lessons?" Chapter 109 Mu Xingchan's low emotional intelligence speech. Tutoring? Xia Lingwei thought she heard wrong and asked, "Did you say that you want me to tutor you?" "Right." Xinxing smiled, revealing a mouthful of white, neat teeth, and said, "I've already decided to clean up my act and study hard, so you shouldn't refuse, right?" Xia Lingwei didn't understand. Her grades are outside the 500, Xinxing looking for her tutoring, can make up what results? To learn is to go to find better grades to help So she politely refused, "My grades are not good." "That's better than my grades, besides, I was reading your notes before, and I wouldn't understand if someone else taught me." Xinxing decided for herself, "It's a deal then. You help me with my tutoring and I'll pay you for it." Xia Lingwei opened her mouth and finally said, "Fine." Around the same time, she didn't dare to refuse. Being able to get some tuition fees was better than free labor. The surrounding students saw this situation and thought to themselves that it was different from the rumors. In the rumors, Xiao Lingwei was Xin Xingqing's servant. Xin Xingqing let her servant give him extra lessons. Why would she have to stoop so low? You still have to pay her tuition fees? Bai Mengtai looked at Xin Xingqing so easily sat next to Xiao Lingwei, and also deadbeat to let her help tutor, heart angry. Suddenly, she felt how Xin Xingqing was so annoying. In the past, his brain was really in the water. He would even think that he liked Xin Xingqing. Like him for what? Moving around and swinging his fists at people, or forcing people's girls to follow him by virtue of his power? Don't look at the fact that he didn't go to school in Elrath before, but he was very clear about what happened between Xin Xingqing and Xiao Lingwei. The difference was that before he treated Xiao Lingwei as an enemy, and now he treated Xin Xingqing as an enemy. So he was more able to objectively look at the relationship between the two of them. Xiao Lingwei was just being forced. Before, when he was in female costume, he also heard Xiao Lingwei say in her own words that she didn't like Xin Xingqing at all. But he couldn't help her. This made Bai Mengdai feel doubly frustrated. Could it be that he could only watch Xiao Lingwei being entangled by Xin Xingqing? Since Lu was waiting right outside the classroom, Xin Xingqing knew that as long as he left this classroom, he wouldn't be able to get close to Xiao Lingwei. Taking her to the restroom was even more impossible. So the location of the tutoring was set in the classroom. When there were no classes, Xin Xingqing moved his desk towards Xiao Lingwei's side until the two of them were completely leaning against each other. Same desk. Hat hat hat. Xin Xingqing snickered in his heart. Not only was he going to study hard this time and get a top 50 ranking in his grade, more importantly, he was going to change Xiao Lingwei's opinion of him. Before, it was indeed that he was too aggressive. Knowing that she was timid, he still took pleasure in scaring her. Thinking about it himself, he felt like an asshole. He wanted to let her know through this time of tutoring that he was actually a very gentle person. In the past when they were in Class S, although the two of them were also neighbors, they had never put the table together like this. Xin Xingqing took out the textbook for high mathematics and flipped it open, placed it in the center, and said to Xiao Lingwei, "You start here." Saying that, her head was still moving towards the center. It was about to stick together with Xiao Lingwei's head. Xiao Lingwei wanted to hide but didn't dare to hide too obviously. Moreover, looking at the densely packed contents of the book, could she say that she was actually not very good at it? Xiao Lingwei was the typical kind of student who was quite serious about her studies, but her grades were not very good. Other subjects can still pass, like the rote memorization kind. She was lucky to get a high score. But like high math, which requires brains, she really can't understand it at all, and often fails the exams. Frankly speaking, her brain is not enough. Xin Xingqing didn't even take a look at her grades before he asked her for tuition? Or does he know that her grades aren't good but still wants to find her to make up lessons? In fact, it's just for the sake of sarcasm, isn't it? On the other hand, Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen, who didn't have classes anymore, waited for Xin Xingqing in the lounge. But they were late in coming. How strange. With Xin Xingqing's character, after going to Class A and becoming classmates with Xiao Lingwei again, shouldn't she come to them as soon as she got out of class to show off? Did something happen? The two of them were a bit curious and decided to personally go to Class A to see what was going on. There were fewer classes in Class A today, so it was already in a state of no class now, but many students weren't in a hurry to leave. This was because they wanted to see the rare scene of Xiao Lingwei giving Xin Xingqing tuition. Xin Xingqing looked at Xiao Lingwei with an inquisitive face, but Xiao Lingwei stammered and couldn't hold back a complete sentence for half a day. She herself didn't understand. How could she possibly explain it to Xin Xingqing? Just as she was anxiously scratching her ears, Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen probed in unison. "Yo! What's going on here?" Xin Xingqing replied, "Studying, can't read it myself." The two sniffed and walked directly into the classroom of Class A, coming next to the two of them. Lan Feifei looked at the textbook, surprised. "Really learning all? You teach him?" This was clearly said to Xiao Lingwei. Xiao Lingwei nodded. Mu Xingchen hit the nail on the head and asked, "Will you?" How did he remember that Xiao Lingwei's performance in high math was average? Xiao Lingwei blushed. It was true that she wouldn't, but being asked in front of so many people, she still felt a bit ashamed. So she forced herself to save her honor and said, I kind of forgot about it." "Ha ha ha, I told you." Mu Xingchen laughed and said to Xin Xingqing, "Not Si Jin, you look for her to tutor. What can she teach you? She herself doesn't even know who to look for tutoring." This was ridicule, naked ridicule. Xiao Lingwei's face turned even redder. Originally, it wasn't her who took the initiative to give Xin Xingqing tuition, it was Xin Xingqing who made her do it. Now she's mocking her for her bad grades and stupidity. Why are these people so hateful? "Let me do it, my grades are okay, you can also listen by the way." Saying that, Mu Xingchen began to stand in front of the table and lowered his head to give them both a lecture. In fact, he has a good intention. See, Xiao Lingwei can't do anything, she herself dry anxious not to mention, Xin Xingqing also can't learn anything. However, his gesture did not receive any thanks from anyone. Xiao Lingwei felt that he was mocking her, while Xin Xingqing felt that he was in the way. He wanted to listen to Xia Lingwei give him a lecture on the subject. What need did he have for Mu Xingqian to show off there? Although he was upset, Xin Xingqing didn't have a fit. After all, he did need to improve his grades, and if Xia Lingwei didn't know how to do it, he could only go ask someone else.
Only Lan Feifei noticed Xia Lingwei's red face and not very high emotions. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Chapter 110, the whole class can see that Xin Xingqing likes Xia Lingwei.
Lan Feifei's question was like sending charcoal in the snow, giving Xia Lingwei just the right opportunity to escape her current predicament.
So she replied obediently, "It's a little bit." "Then let's go to the infirmary for a rest."
After saying that, Lan Feifei was about to take Xia Lingwei away.
Later, how could Xin Xingqing easily let someone else take Xia Lingwei away?
Just now, he had been listening to Mu Xingqian's lecture, so he didn't pay attention to Xia Lingwei. Hearing Lan Feifei say this, it was only then that he realized her red and abnormal cheeks. He couldn't care less about listening to Mu Xingqian's lecture and immediately put his hand on her forehead to measure her temperature.
It was quite hot. What's wrong with her? Fever?
This worried look didn't have the slightest hint of faking.
Now Xin Xingqing is not pretending, almost like I like Xia Lingwei written on the face.
The eyes of the students who stayed in the class and didn't leave all quietly glanced their way. They all saw that Lord Nan definitely liked Xia Lingwei.
Fei Yu and Mu Xingqian's expressions were also very intriguing. Others didn't know, but the two of them knew that Xia Lingwei already had a boyfriend. This Xin Xingqing is determined to be a mistress, right?
In the past, he was so wringing his hands and refused to admit that he liked Xia Lingwei, but now that she has a boyfriend, he's starting to play straight ball.
It's really not ethical at all.
Although previously learned that Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu together, the two of them are quite not accustomed to, but also persuaded to split up. But now that they really saw Xin Xingqing grabbing back, they still couldn't stand it. To put it bluntly, no matter which one of Xin Xingqing or He Lanyu is in love with Xia Lingwei, they are not used to it. Everyone else present could see that Xin Xingqing was special to Xia Lingwei, but only Xia Lingwei herself didn't realize it. In fact, it wasn't completely unnoticed. Before Xin Xingqing had kissed her, even if she was no longer slow, she also vaguely felt that something was wrong.
Xin Xingqing shouldn't be liking her, right? But it was quickly vetoed by her. That wasn't what was written in the plot.
Xia Lingwei had no doubt about the plot. Even if Xin Xingqing had kissed her, she still felt that it was in competition with He Lanyu, just because He Lanyu had robbed his servant and was unwilling to do so. So she didn't think much more about it and replied, maybe a little feverish. Xia Lingwei wasn't someone who loves to lie, but reality forced her to always lie.
Go to the infirmary.
Lan Feifei had completely thrown Lin Junchang to the back of her mind and said whatever she could to make Xia Lingwei go to the infirmary. Xin Xingqing, however, did not forget about this. When he thought that Lin Junchang had even bitten on Xia Lingwei's shoulder earlier, he was on fire.
He didn't want these two people to make contact.
So he suggested, I think it's better to go to the hospital. It will take so long to go to the hospital, the infirmary has all the medicines. After saying that, Lan Feifei also remembered that Lai Junchang had pursued Xia Lingwei before and was beaten up by Xin Shangshang. But now that Xia Lingwei had become boyfriend and girlfriend with He Lanyu, there was no need to mind what happened before. Lan Feifei also didn't know that Lin Junchang had played hooligan and bit Xia Lingwei's shoulder, so naturally she wouldn't think of defending herself against him. Xin Xingqing looked at Xia Lingwei and realized that her face was getting red and very uncomfortable, so he compromised. Anyway, with him watching from the side, Lin Junchang wouldn't dare to make a move.
Let's go.
He bent down and coldly picked up Xia Lingwei horizontally. Yikes! Xia Lingwei shrieked in shock, completely not expecting Xin Xingqing to hug her in the classroom. Next to her, Lan Feifei and Mu Xingqian also felt that it was inappropriate.
Just when they wanted to say something, Xin Xingqing took big steps outside and said, I'll take you to the infirmary. Lan Feifei and Mu Xingqian also followed out.
The sound of inhaling from the students came from the surroundings. The last time Xia Lingwei's leg was burned, the scene of Xin Xingqing carrying her to the infirmary was only seen by the students in the corridor. Class A students weren't even on the same floor, so they didn't see the princess hug scene either.
Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really romantic.
A few people had just gone out the door, and the students in the classroom boiled over. Did you guys just see that? The three adults were all surrounding her. This is not a servant, it's clearly a princess. Especially Lord Nan, just touching her forehead was so foul, I really bumped into it.
It's almost like an episode from a comic book. He definitely likes Xia Lingwei. Are the two of them secretly in love? Am I the only one who noticed that Lord Mu is beautiful?
It's the first time I've seen him so close. He's so good looking, his skin is better than a girl's.
And Lord Blue, elegant and handsome, fantastic. Staying in the classroom was the right choice.
I still like Lord Nan the most, but it's a pity that he only has Xia Lingwei in his eyes. The eyes of the students in Class A are discerning. It could also be because Xin Xingqing was no longer screwed up, so they could all tell how much Xin Xingqing liked Xia Lingwei. What killed them was that no one knew that Xia Lingwei already had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend was the unattainable He Lanyu. Plus, on the day of the school day dance, almost the entire school saw Xia Lingwei and Xin Xingqing dancing together. Thus, they shared the gossip recklessly. Xin Xingqing and Xia Lingwei were together. One of the 4 male gods had fallen in love, and this matter immediately rushed to the first place on the campus post. However, since there were no pictures and no truth, there were still quite a few skeptical voices below the post. On the other hand, after Xia Lingwei left the classroom, Lu silently followed her. Seeing Xin Xingqing hugging Xia Lingwei, he immediately wanted to snatch the person back. Before Xin Xingqing made her move, she said in a serious tone, "She's not feeling well, I'll take her to the infirmary. If you don't feel comfortable, you can follow." The order that Lu got was to not let Xin Xingqing get close to Xia Lingwei, so no matter how she was feeling physically, he had to separate these two people. Normally it should be like this. However, looking at Xia Lingwei's face scarlet and seemingly really uncomfortable, he didn't do anything. It was still more important for her to see a doctor as soon as possible. So, he followed a few people towards the infirmary. In the infirmary, Lin Junchang was reading a book related to the medical profession. Previously, Nancy Yen asked him to enlighten Xin Xingqing when he had nothing to do, and he himself wanted to see Xin Xingqing's wretched face of lost love, but he had never found the opportunity. He didn't expect that before he took the initiative to contact Xin Xingqing, the person himself came to his door. However, what made him feel upset was that Xin Xingqing came and holding Xia Lingwei. This reminded Lin Junchang of the scene when he first met Xia Lingwei. Chapter 111 Bodyguard Lu's true face, superbly beautiful man. Unlike the first time they met, that time, only Xin Xingqing and Lan Fei were followed by 2 people. This time, however, there were 4 boys following. Lin Junchang did not know what to say for a moment. Where did she get hurt this time? It wasn't so bad that she brought so many men along with her, was it? Could it be that it was because she hated him for biting her last time, so she brought so many men to beat him up? Lin Junchang was a little panicked in his heart. Last time he was punched by Xin Xingqing, he spent half a month at home to recover. This time if he was beaten by a group of 4 men, he would have to lie at home for a year. But he only panicked for a few seconds before reacting. How is this possible? Lin Junchang was dumbfounded by his own conjecture. Just how stupid was his brain to have such an outrageous idea? Not to mention whether Xia Lingwei had the guts to do this. Just by looking at these states of theirs, it didn't seem like they had come over to raise an offense. Xin Xingqing put Xia Lingwei down after entering the door and made her sit down on the chair next to her. But he was angry when he saw Lin Junchang, so he didn't say anything. Still, Lan Fei opened her mouth and said, "Junchang brother, Xia student is not feeling well, a little feverish, see if you can prescribe some medicine for her." Fever? Lin Junchang walked over and subconsciously reached out to touch Xia Lingwei's forehead, but was slapped away by Xin Xingqing. "Don't touch her, get a thermometer." Lin Junchang slanted a glance at him. Didn't this kid fall out of love? Why is he still following Xia Lingwei's side? The back of his hand was slapped with a raw pain. Lin Junchang couldn't stand this aggravation. He reminded, "This kid of yours really has no sense of proportion. Xia students have boyfriends, what are you doing leaning so close to them? Also hugging people." Once this statement came out, the few men present were silent. In fact, Lin Junchang only wanted to attack Xin Xingqing alone, who knew that Lan Fei and Mu Xingchen also had unseemly little thoughts and also felt solidified. So the words turned into a group attack. The air became stagnant for a moment, and even though Lin Junchang did not mean it, it still affected everyone's mood. Ryu was the exception. He was already silent. The matter of Xia Lingwei and He Lan Yu being in love, the whole school probably only knew about it from these few people, all of them in the infirmary. Although they knew. But these days when He Lan Yu was away and no one brought up the matter, they were still able to go to her as usual and tease her idly. Everything was no different from before they dated. They just covered their ears as if it didn't exist, and Xin Xingqing was even more so, directly rounding up to the fact that the two of them weren't in a relationship anymore. Now that Lin Junchang brought it up like this, it was like poking through a beautiful illusion. Xin Xingqing exasperated, "Let you give people to see the doctor, you mentioned these irrelevant things to do what?" Lin Junchang shrugged, "Just reminding you not to make mistakes." Don't look at him saying it lightly now. At that time when he heard that Xia Lingwei and He Lan Yu became boyfriend and girlfriend, he was also deeply shocked. If he couldn't, He Lan Yu could. It was clearly him who chased after her first. Could it be that she didn't agree because at that time, he had said that he was faking a relationship? Lin Junchang couldn't figure it out. No matter how well versed in psychology he was, he couldn't figure out what was going on inside her mind. But from a medical perspective, Xia Lingwei's body temperature was normal, and the existing symptoms did not look like a cold. Then looking at her look of weakness, he guessed that the probability was that she was pretending to be sick. Pretending to be sick again. Last time, it wasn't even considered a serious burn, and it was going to make him write a month's worth of leave, and this time, when she blushed, she said she had a fever. She was also too capable of exaggerating her illness, right? Lin Junchang recalled her ruthlessness towards him, and thought that this time, he could simply poke her and forget about it, and in the meantime, he would see how these few males who followed her would react. Speaking of which, Xin Xingqing is also even, this Blue Fei and Mu Xingchen followed to make a fuss about what? Just now, he noticed that when he mentioned that Xia Lingwei had a boyfriend, both of them also had a downcast expression.
By the looks of it, it wasn't like they didn't have any thoughts at all.
Lin Juncheng looked at Xia Lingwei with grudging eyes and thought to himself, why is she going around provoking people? Not only Shin Xingqing and He Lanyu, now even Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen have the tendency to fall. What exactly does she want to do? By the way, there was another one that he didn't recognize, whose face value was clearly not on the same level as the few of them, and where did she come from? His line of sight fell on Lu's face, suddenly felt that this face has a kind of indescribable strange feeling, obviously a face that is forgettable. In the end, where is it strange? He asked Xia Lingwei, this is? Shin Xingqing snatched the answer, it is the bodyguard He Lanyu arranged for her.
After a pause, did not have the good sense to say, words, body temperature measurement is good yet her fever is not serious?
Lin Juncheng heard, turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei, slowly opened his mouth and said, measured well, her body temperature this. Listening to his tone, Xia Lingwei knew that she was going to be dismantled.
In fact, she didn't mean to pretend to be sick.
She said that the fever just want to leave that place of wrongdoing earlier, thinking of being able to go home earlier, which can think of Shin Xingqing directly carry her to the infirmary. And also whimpered and followed several people.
Now everyone has to know that she pretended to be sick. Just a little cold.
Although there was the idea of wanting to dismantle her, in the end, Lin Juncheng did not do so. He was still too soft-hearted. He was even afraid that she would eat something else if she didn't take medicine indiscriminately without being sick, so he even pretended to give her a vitamin tablet. Xia Lingwei simply did not know Lin Juncheng's good understanding, but also surprised to think that she really had a cold, took the pill and swallowed it with the water. After taking the medicine, go and lie down on the bed and rest for a while.
Actually, Xia Lingwei preferred to go home and rest.
She turned her head to look at Lu.
Lu immediately understood and spoke, going back.
Xia Lingwei also obediently said to the few people, then I'll go home and rest first. After saying that, she walked towards the door with Lu.
Suddenly, Lin Juncheng with a serious face rushed at Lu's back and asked, isn't it hard for you to wear a mask all day?
Just now he felt that this person's face was strange, unnatural, and indescribably awkward. At the moment Ryu turned his head, he saw the color difference of the skin there next to Ryu's ear and realized the problem. This person's face was fake. For a moment, many speculations flashed through Lin Juncheng's mind.
Why did He Lanyu's bodyguard wear this kind of simulated human face mask? To hide his identity.
But to hide his identity, there was no need for everyone to know that he was He Lanyu's bodyguard. Lin Juncheng's relationship with He Lanyu was average, and he hadn't paid special attention to what the bodyguard following He Lanyu looked like before. But the fact that Shin Xingqing and the three of them didn't question it meant that He Lanyu did have such a bodyguard by her side.
So this person wore a mask just to impersonate He Lanyu's bodyguard to get close to Xia Lingwei? What exactly was his purpose? Chapter 112, Willow looks like a vampire.
As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes were focused on Lu's body.
Shin Xingqing's reaction was the biggest. He immediately protected Xia Lingwei behind him and questioned vigilantly, what exactly are you? What is the purpose of deliberately approaching her?
His first reaction was that this person was posing as He Lanyu's bodyguard and approaching Xia Lingwei with malicious intentions. Xia Lingwei didn't think so much about it. After all, Lu had never dutifully protected her, nor had he done anything bad to her. She just found it very unbelievable.
Is this face of Lu's a fake? A human skin mask?
If it was a human skin mask, it was made too real. And she hadn't seen it even after so many days of contact with Ryu, but Lin Juncheng saw it with just one look. Lu also didn't expect his disguise to be seen through and sighed helplessly.
He replied, I am young master He's bodyguard, all the young masters should have seen me before.
Lan Fei Fei raised an eyebrow. Yes, I've seen you before, but it's not certain if it's not the real person. Who knows what kind of person of unknown origin is underneath this mask?
What a trouble. Lu explained, actually, I've always worn a mask, it's just that you guys didn't realize it before. If you don't believe me, you can ask young master He to confirm.
He is an orphan picked up by the He family and has been learning kung fu since he was a child, and he was trained as a bodyguard for He Lanyu.
But there's one problem.
It's that he's too good looking. As a bodyguard, looks couldn't be too conspicuous because there were times when his job was to protect in secret, and that would be hard to do with this face. Seeing as he was going to lose his job because of this face, Ryu was also troubled. At one point he was thinking about disfiguring himself, but thinking that an overly shocking face would be equally noticeable, he gave up. In the end, it was He Lanyu who got him a simulated human face, and he would wear the mask when he worked in the future. Ryu had always used this face to show his face. When he stayed at Xia Lingwei's house, he always wore the mask at all times, and only took it off when he went back to his room at night. To be honest, he didn't even quite remember what he originally looked like. Sometimes when he got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, he would be startled to see his strange face in the bathroom. This time, he was also too careless. After so many years of not being seen by anyone, he didn't expect to be seen by this Lin Juncheng today. Of course, there was a reason why he was seen by Lin Juncheng. Today, he waited too long at the classroom door and didn't see Xia Lingwei come out, so he was a bit agitated. He accidentally pulled his mask while grabbing his hair and didn't realize it, so that's why he revealed the break. Speaking of which, why did he feel so irritated at that time? Ryu couldn't figure it out. All he had to do was to follow what Ilanyu said and forbid Xinxingxing and some men with bad intentions from approaching Xia Lingwei. To be honest, he didn't accomplish it very well. After all, there was a difference between men and women, so he couldn't really do close protection, and she had been attacked in the restroom before, and so far he hadn't caught the culprit. This matter made Lu's heart very self-blaming. On the one hand, he felt that he had failed to protect Xia Lingwei and was ashamed of young master he's trust. On the other hand, he couldn't bear to see her crying. Right now, several people couldn't determine if this person was the bodyguard sent by Ilanyu or not. But it was easy to confirm, just give Ilanyu a call and ask. On the side, Lan Fei started to call and contact Ilanyu. However, he found that his phone couldn't be reached at all. He shook his head and said to Xinxingxing, Lanyu's phone can't be reached. In the past, Lanyu's phone would not work from time to time, so they didn't think much of it. Mu Xingchen asked, so what now? What else can be done? Until we figure out his identity, let's lock him up here. These words came from Xinxingxing. He had long looked at this bodyguard with displeasure, and when he approached Xia Lingwei before, Lu had stepped across and blocked him. Now that he had the chance to kick this eyesore out of the way, he certainly couldn't let go of this opportunity. Lu sneered, looking contemptuously at the few pampered young masters in front of him, and asked, with just a few of you, can you lock me up? Even if Xinxingxing was usually a strong fighter, he was not Lu's opponent. Xinxingxing's temper was explosive, and when he saw that Lu dared to look down on him so blatantly, he was instantly enraged. New grudges and old grudges were counted together, and he directly made a move against Lu. Lu reacted sharply and dodged. The two fought in the not-so-spacious infirmary. Although Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei also felt that Lu was more suspicious, the two of them didn't go over to participate in the fight and just watched from the side. Both of them weren't very good at fighting, so if they ventured over there, they would only get beaten up. Lin Junchang, this person was very sneaky. When Xinxingxing was in a disadvantageous position and Lu slightly relaxed his guard, he directly went up and ripped off his mask. A good-looking, breathtaking face appeared in front of the crowd. Ryu's face was smooth, with a pointed chin, deep and delicate features, mainly his skin was very, very white, caused by wearing a mask for years without being exposed to light. His eyebrows had a bit of an exotic look to them, and against this excessively white skin, it looked like a vampire written in a book. Lin Junchang. Just now, he thought that this person's face value was not on the same level as the few of them, but now that he took a second look, he was not inferior to them at all. This kind of looks is indeed not very suitable to be a bodyguard. Ryu suddenly felt a cool chill on his face, and only in the next second did he realize that his mask had fallen off. This made him feel very insecure. He couldn't care less about Xinxingxing. He turned his head to look sternly at Lin Junchang and coldly said, "Give it back to me." Lin Junchang was also very cooperative and directly threw the mask to Lu. As soon as Lu received it, he carefully examined it and realized that the mask had not been torn out of shape before putting his heart down. Don't look at this face as ordinary, but Ryu was particularly precious. From the use, this mask is a necessity for his work. Without this face he cannot be a bodyguard from the material, or more comfortable, not allergic from the habit. He is more fond of the old. With a number of years, he will be heartbroken if it is broken. Compared to his original face, he actually wanted to grow into the appearance of this mask. Beauty has no value to him at all. Xia Lingwei also did not expect that the bodyguard who had followed her for several days was actually so good looking. Suddenly, she also doubted his identity. Are you really a bodyguard? That's right. Then why are you wearing a mask? Can't you just leave it like this? Ryu replied, this face is too conspicuous to protect the master secretly. After saying that, she intended to put the simulation mask back on. Xia Lingwei nodded and casually sighed, in that case, it's really a waste of such a good-looking face. Hearing her say this, Lu's hand wearing the mask suddenly stopped. Chapter 113, Chance Encounter with Zhu Ren. Lu silently removed the mask that was about to be attached to his face. Xia Lingwei said he was good-looking? As a bodyguard, Lu did not rely on his face at all, and even to him, this face was still a trouble. In the past, when he was in the training camp, there were also companions who told him that it was too bad for him to be a bodyguard with this good-looking face. He didn't feel anything at that time. But now what was the matter with hearing Xia Lingwei praise him and feeling a little happy? He tried to restrain his leaping mood and said, if you think this is better, I won't wear it. Anyway, there aren't that many rules when following Xia Lingwei, just follow her preferences. He used this handsome real face to say such words. It was still quite lethal. Seeing that this fake bodyguard of unknown origin still dared to tease Xia Lingwei in front of him, Xinxingxing became even more angry. Especially when he heard Xia Lingwei praise Lu for his good looks, it made him jealous as hell. He had never heard Xia Lingwei compliment him. What was the point of complimenting a fake bodyguard now? Not only Xinxingxing, the three men next to him were also in an unhappy mood. Each of them thought they were no better looking than this bodyguard, so how come they had never heard Xia Lingwei compliment them?
Xin Qingqing mocked, "What are you thinking about? Before proving yourself, do you think you can still follow her around?" Lu said faintly, "That's not for you to decide."
It was He Lan Yu's order for him to follow Xia Lingwei's side to protect her. Even if Xia Lingwei herself didn't agree, he had to follow, and he wouldn't even take what Xin Qingqing said seriously. Being underestimated by a mere fake bodyguard, Xin Qingqing naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Although he wanted to punch someone, he also knew that he could not beat a professional bodyguard. Suddenly, Xin Qingqing's mind flashed. He couldn't beat Lu, but his bodyguards could. With the stature of a few of them, they would usually follow their bodyguards when they went out, they just didn't bring them in when they were studying in the Elrath Academy. Xin Qingqing's bodyguards were also trained since childhood, very professional bodyguards. If they fought, they wouldn't necessarily be worse than this Lu. And he could also call a few more bodyguards over. Today he said nothing to let Lu follow Xia Lingwei home again. The Nan family has shares in Elrath. Xin Qingqing wants to let his bodyguards in, and the guards at the school entrance can't stop them. Seeing that Xin Qingqing started to call and shake people, looking like he really didn't intend to let Lu go back with her, Xia Lingwei panicked a little. She didn't think that Willow was a bad person, and it was because of Willow's presence that she was able to live a clean life these past few days. So she weakly pleaded, "I think he's telling the truth, there's no need to make a scene like this." Seeing Xia Lingwei willing to stand up and speak for him, Lu's heart was still quite touched. "Don't look at him, he has always been silent." Xia Lingwei talked to him. He also do not pay much attention, but in fact he has been secretly observe her. At first, he was just curious as to what was so outstanding about a girl who could make their young master pay so much attention to her. After observing her for a few days, he only saw that she was a very weak and timid person. So for her to stand up for him at a time like this, one could guess just how much of a mental struggle she had gone through. I didn't expect it to be quite righteous. He had only treated protecting her as a mission before, but at this moment, he wanted to follow her side from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Xia Lingwei stand up to defend this fake bodyguard, Xin Qingqing was unhappy again. But this time he didn't lose his temper with Xia Lingwei like usual. He had already decided to reverse his image in her mind, so even if he was angry, he wouldn't raise his voice to Xia Lingwei. He took a deep breath and persuaded in a gentle tone, "You can't trust him so easily. What if he's a bad guy? How dangerous for you to let him live in your house. Before contacting Lan Yu, we absolutely cannot let him go back." In fact, Xin Qingqing also guessed that the probability was that Lu was not lying. If Lu had really been plotting against Xia Lingwei, he would have done it long ago. He couldn't have waited until today. But he just wanted to play on the subject. Who let this person keep stopping him from getting close to Xia Lingwei? Now that there was such a good opportunity, when would he wait if he didn't take advantage of it to get rid of Lu? Being told by him, Xia Lingwei couldn't afford to keep insisting. Seeing this, Lu wanted to quickly take Xia Lingwei home, but Xin Qingqing's bodyguards came too fast and surrounded him at once. He could not defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and was thus subdued by a group of bodyguards. Xin Qingqing ordered, "First find a room to lock him up, wait until you contact Lan Yu." After saying that, she added, "As for the job of protecting Xia Lingwei, let me do it for now, I'll send her home today." Xia Lingwei. It's him sending her that makes it even more dangerous, okay? Being forcibly kissed in the car last time had already left her with a lot of mental shadows. "I don't think it's necessary, my driver will come to pick me up, don't bother you." Xin Qingqing said, "How can you say it is trouble? You still have to give me tuition, and the school is not too convenient, we go to your home. I'd better make up lessons at school, otherwise, my parents' side is not easy to explain." Xia's parents already know that Xia Lingwei is in love with He Lan Yu. Although they also feel that the difference in family background is not very favorable, but still decided not to interfere with the child's love affairs. If they couldn't, they would just break up. But they don't dare to treat Xin Qingqing as enthusiastically as they did before, for fear of giving their daughter the suspicion of being in 2 different relationships. Last time, the wrong person is embarrassing enough, see He Lan Yu is still quite mine. Xia Lingwei is also thinking of not letting Xin Qingqing go to her home again. Xin Qingqing heard her mention her parents, also remembered that the day's events were quite embarrassing, so he compromised, "That's fine, I will only send you home alright." This is already the result of his concessions, there is no way Xia Lingwei disagreed. Xia Lingwei had to take Xin Qingqing's car home. Xin Qingqing sent her to the door of her house and went back. And in the secret ambush of bamboo, Mercy carefully found that the bodyguard who followed Xia Lingwei is not even in today. The opportunity came. He circled around and approached from Xia Lingwei's back, and surprised, the young lady he met at the restaurant that day. Xia Lingwei heard the voice and looked back, and Bamboo Mercy happened to be face to face. Bamboo Mercy was stunned for a moment by the moment she looked back, but quickly returned to normal. He smiled and pointed at himself and asked, "Remember me? We met at the hotel that day, and Lan Fei Fei was there as well." Xia Lingwei nodded and looked at him with some caution. Although she didn't have that keen insight to be able to realize that Bamboo Ren was the one who attacked her in the toilet, she could feel that this person was dangerous. Chapter 114. He Mingqin escapes death and decides to confess when she gets back. Xia Lingwei didn't expect this dangerous person to show up at her doorstep. She asked, "Why are you here?"
Bamboo Ren replied with a harmless face, "I came to play with my friend and just happened to pass by." His overall aura was very different from when he met him at the restaurant. He looked like a good guy. When she saw him before, she was able to feel a wave of malice. Anyway, meeting him here makes Xia Lingwei feel weird. Oh. She didn't want to get involved with Bamboo Ray, so she said, "Then go find your friend, I'm going home."
Wait a minute. Bamboo Mercy called out to her, folded her hands together, pitifully asking for help. "I don't remember what room number his house is, he didn't pick up when I called. The key is that I want to go to the toilet right now, it's especially urgent. Miss, can you let me go to your house to go to the toilet?"
This. Xia Lingwei looked puzzled, it's a bit inconvenient. Even if she wasn't good at rejecting people, it was impossible to bring someone she didn't know home.
And it was still going to her house to use the restroom.
Her house wasn't a public restroom, how could she let someone she didn't know in?
But looking at him in such a hurry, there was a little bit of intolerance.
That's right.
She pointed to a small house not far away, said, "There is the public toilet, it is quite close, you go there." After saying that, she quickly took the key and opened the door to go home, completely not giving Zhu Ren the opportunity to continue talking.
Zhu Ren saw how fast she ran, almost instantly disappeared.
The face that was originally with a smile instantly turned into a gloomy expression.
Stinky woman, not even lending him a toilet, not kind at all. Although he didn't really want to go to the restroom, right, but it's not like she knew that and didn't even let him in. Was this to see him his pants pockets?
This guy with a character disorder has an abnormal brain circuit as well. It's obvious that he inexplicably ran to someone else's door to borrow a toilet is very suspicious, but on the contrary, he blamed Xia Lingwei for not letting him in.
He was simply sick in the head.
Zhu Ren himself did not think he was sick, staring hatefully at Xia Lingwei's disappearing door, thinking to himself that this dead woman, it is best not to fall into his hands. Speaking of which, He Lan Yu's trip to find He Ming Chuan didn't go too well. The main reason was that the area was sparsely populated, and then there was no signal, so it was a waste of time to carpet search. He could only start searching in all directions from the center of the place where He Mingyin was lost, and after 2 days of searching, there were no clues at all. This made him feel very anxious, and his heart began to feel uneasy and afraid.
Could something have really happened to Mingyin?
The cousin that he had managed to retrieve with great difficulty, if something happened to him here, it would be too unacceptable. Not only the old man, he himself couldn't accept it either. Another thing that made him feel very annoyed was that there was really no signal in this place, so he couldn't contact the outside world at all. Even if he wanted to ask for help to find more people, he couldn't do it. He also realized why He Mingqin had suddenly lost contact. Just when he was about to despair, they found a hole in the ground that had been covered up. It was a mining cave down here, and observing in from the cave entrance, they realized that there seemed to be people inside. The security team that He Lan Yu had brought with her was likewise specialized in the rescue aspect, and using ropes to go underneath the cavern, they saw that it was indeed He Ming Chun and those executives. It took them a lot of effort to bring the people up from the cave. He Lan Yu looked at the starving, yellow and thin faces of He Mingqing and the others. They should have been trapped inside for several days. He felt bad in his heart and immediately asked people to bring food over for them. After being trapped for so many days, it was already good enough that they could hold on without fainting. If they had come a few days later, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Seeing the food, several executives gobbled it down and began to dazzle. Only He Mingqin was eating slowly in small bites, and those who didn't know thought he wasn't hungry at all. It wasn't that He Mingqin was reluctant to take a big bite, but he had a bit of difficulty eating when he was too hungry, and would spit it out if he ate quickly. One could only eat slowly, bit by bit. After he ate some food and drank water, his face only managed to regain a little bit of blood color. Only then did He Lan Yu ask, "What exactly happened? Did you guys accidentally fall in and get trapped?" It's hard to imagine what exactly happened for a few of them to fall into that cave. He Mingqin took another sip of water and began to recount what had happened to them before. That day, they had come on an expedition, originally planning to take a look around the neighborhood and go back, but they were targeted by a few vicious local people. Those people took advantage of them getting out of the car and secretly punctured the tires, then tried to kidnap them again. They had no choice but to run towards the mine, and in their desperation, they found the entrance to this cave, and thought to come down to hide for a while. Who would have thought that when the last of them came down, the rocks that served as a support point collapsed? They managed to escape from the group of people, but they were also trapped here. There was no signal on the phone, and the satellite phone was useless, so they could only save their energy and wait for someone to come to rescue them. However, no one came for several days. Hunger tortured them, making them so desperate that they thought they would starve to death here. When He Mingqin thought he wouldn't be able to hold out, all he could think about was that if he died here he wouldn't be able to see Xia Lingwei again. The other few executives also have families and careers, and use strong willpower to support themselves in order to see their families again. It was good that they lasted until today and managed to wait for rescue. It was the negligence of several of them that they would be in danger this time. Those who have some experience know that they can't let their guard down when they go to this kind of place. But a few of them drove a car and wandered around, not thinking at all that they would be targeted by the people here. However, at a time like this, no one would think of pursuing anyone's responsibility, as long as the people were fine. He Lanyu patted He Mingqing's shoulder and said, "Come back with me, the old man is worried about you." He Lingyu patted He Mingqing's shoulder and said, "Come back with me." He Mingqing also wanted to go back quickly to see Xia Lingwei. The aftermath of the robbery had changed his state of mind greatly. In the past, he always used to think that he used to be siblings with Xia Lingwei, and if he suddenly said he liked Xia Lingwei he would scare her, and his mom and dad would be disappointed in him. He cared too much about what other people thought, but instead it made him unable to express his true self. But at the moment he thought he would die here, his heart was filled with regret and regret. Regret that he hadn't declared this feeling. So he decided to confess to Xia Lingwei when he returned. Even if she couldn't accept it for a while, then he would still have to say it, otherwise nothing would change in his life. But he didn't know that there was a big surprise waiting for him when he got back. Chapter 115. He Lanyu returns and finds himself green to the point of glowing. Since Xinqing switched classes, he was shushing and being considerate to Xia Lingwei, and compared to his previous overbearing and somewhat cranky persona, it was like he had changed. Class A students either made various posts or spread the word by word of mouth. At first they just said that Xinqing was chasing after Xia Lingwei, and as the rumor spread, it became that the two of them were in love. This naturally also reached the ears of the original S-class students. "I told you. Lord Nan is the one who likes Xia Lingwei, I saw it a long time ago. What's the point of guessing?" At that time, when Xia Lingwei's leg was injured, Lord Nan hugged her, isn't it obvious enough? They both danced at the school day dance. Class A students are really interesting. That's right. Why publicize it so much? We've known about it for a long time. I don't know why, but the students of Class S suddenly started to fight with the students of Class A. They started to reply to the post. Started in that post below the reply, meaning that they have long been found but did not go out, classmates around the gossip unqualified. After all, the original Xinqing and Xia Lingwei are both from Class S. The only thing that all of them don't understand is that that class has a lot to offer. Just all of them don't understand why those two people have to change class to fall in love. Can't they talk about it in Class S? When Su Lily heard the people around her talking about Xia Lingwei and Xinqing, there was an inexplicable feeling of discomfort in her heart. She couldn't say why, she just felt uncomfortable, like something that should have belonged to her was snatched away by someone else. Why did she have such a feeling? Xinqing was also well aware of the rumors among her classmates. There were even some people secretly talking about it that he heard. Those few classmates were finished being scared, thinking that they would be beaten up by Xinqing, but they didn't expect him to break the rules and smile at them, and told them that they didn't need to sneak around and talk about it. When Xinqing was fine, he flipped through the posts and watched others kowtow to his and Xia Lingwei's CP, and followed along himself. He even replied and liked the posts that made up romantic stories about him and Xia Lingwei. All of the above behaviors encouraged those students' creativity even more. Of course, there were also people who said that Xia Lingwei was not good enough for Xinqing, and posted on the internet to scold Xia Lingwei for being scheming and not knowing the heights of heaven and earth. After Xinqing saw this kind of post, she directly replied to the post and started cursing, and even threatened to follow the IP to find the poster and teach him a lesson. With Xinqing's strength, saying this is definitely not simply scaring people. So no one dared to say a bad word about Xia Lingwei anymore. The screen was filled with words of blessing. He Lanyu, who was far away in a foreign country, still didn't know that Xia Lingwei had become Xinqing's girlfriend. He felt a pang of guilt in his heart when he saw Xia Lingwei's missed calls and those messages before he got on the plane. In order to not let Xia Lingwei worry, he also didn't tell her the purpose of his trip abroad this time. He didn't realize that he would be out of touch for so long, making her feel insecure. He immediately called Xia Lingwei back, but she didn't answer. He could only return the message first, saying that he also missed her, and that he was already on the airplane now, and that he would go to see her immediately after his side of things was finished. After that, the private plane took off, and he turned on the flight mode. After Xia Lingwei got out of class, she saw the message He Lanyu sent back to her. One look at what he said, and she could tell that her hot violence was ineffective, and that He Lanyu had no intention of dumping her at all. Now that would be too bad. The main thing was that it was now rumored everywhere in the school that she and Xinqing were in love. She also felt a headache about it and even replied under the post saying that these weren't true, but no one even bothered with her. Because Xinqing admitted it. The classmates all went wild with blessings under Xinqing's reply, who cared what the petty Xia Lingwei said. With Xinqing's push, now almost all of the rest of the classmates except for the few who knew the truth thought that Xia Lingwei and Xinqing were in a relationship. When He Lanyu came back and heard these rumors, would he think that she had cuckolded him? Then she'd be screwed. No, she had to make a preemptive strike. Before He Lanyu sees and hears these rumors, explain them first. At this moment, He Lanyu hadn't gotten off the plane yet, so naturally Xia Lingwei couldn't get through to him. In order to make sure he could see it in the first place, she decided to send him a message so that when He Lanyu's side had internet, he could see her message. She was in the middle of editing the content when Xinxing came over. Now he was being a junior, even really thought he was Xia Lingwei's boyfriend, and didn't even know to avoid her when he saw her sending a message. He also shamelessly came over to look at her screen. Only after taking a look did she realize that she was sending a message to Lan Yu. Xinxing was jealous and said sourly, "Don't take care of him, this kind of goon who doesn't dare to openly admit you. Why do you care about him? Besides, Lan Yu is a workaholic, it's no fun to be with him, so hurry up and break up." He was afraid of being heard by the students next to him, so he kept his voice very low. But Xia Lingwei wanted to break up with Lan Yu, but she also didn't want to get involved with Xinxing. It was now rumored everywhere in the academy that the two of them were together, all because of Xinxing. He was purposely making others misunderstand. Why was this person so bad? Whether he himself wanted to compete with Lan Yu or had other purposes, could he not drag her into this? In case Lan Yu really listened to the rumors and wanted to retaliate against them as a couple, Xinxing's family was not afraid of her, but she would be in deep trouble. If she offended Lan Yu, who could help her? Xinxing saw her reluctant face and her heart soured again. Does she like Lan Yu that much? Afraid that she wouldn't be able to control her temper if she said more, Xinxing went back to her seat and didn't say any more. Bai Meng Dai, who was silently paying attention to Xia Lingwei, could see that she was troubled. To Xinxing's behavior of manipulating public opinion, it made him very displeased. People were clearly unwilling, all clarified in the comments section. Xinxing had to lead the rhythm of uproar. Interesting? Like an elementary school student. Think that this can really be with her? Laughing dead. Bai Meng Dai wanted to help Xia Lingwei, but he didn't know what he could do. Being interrupted by Xinxing, Xia Lingwei forgot all about the wording she had just thought of and had to start thinking all over again. Meanwhile, Lan Yu's side of the airplane landed. A busy person like Lan Yu of course didn't have the time to pay attention to the campus forums and Erlas, but Mingqin did. His cell phone had just been connected to the internet when he received a push from the campus network. Surprise! Xinxing is in love, and the object is actually her. Mingqin ghostly clicked in and saw the news that Xia Lingwei and Xinxing were in love. Chapter 116, Mingqin broken. Mingqin's face turned blue as he muttered, "How is this possible? It must be a fake. Xia Lingwei didn't even like Xinxing, how could she be with him? Even if she did get together, she was forced." On the side, Lan Yu was about to send a message to Xia Lingwei when she realized that Mingqin's mood was not right and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? What could make Mingqin's face look this bad? You should know that he doesn't change his face when he's about to starve to death." Mingqin replied as he flipped through the posts, "I see that it's all over the school forums in Elrath, saying that my sister and Xinxing are in a relationship. It's so outrageous." What? Lan Yu's tone sank as well, immediately coming over to look together. This look made him furious. Xinxing had changed classes after Xia Lingwei, and even let Xia Lingwei tutor him? It's not even enough that he changed classes, he even went around spreading rumors that Xia Lingwei was his girlfriend. The more Lan Yu rumored, the more angry she became. This was entirely Xinxing talking to himself alone, relying on his status and knowing that the students in the academy would hold him up, deliberately putting Xia Lingwei on a pedestal. Too shameless. Xinxing's attempt to be a mistress was even worse, but she even wanted to be known by everyone. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Even though she knew that these posts were rumored not to be true, Lan Yu's mood was still not beautiful. What did Lu do? It was said that he should follow Xia Lingwei around and not allow other men, especially Xinxing, to get close to Xia Lingwei, so why did he still make such a mess? While the nearby Mingqin saw these contents, he felt very strange. Xia Lingwei changed classes? Xinxing even changed classes with her? He himself also studied in Elrath, so he naturally knew that it wasn't that easy to change classes, especially with the Xia family's strength. There wasn't even a door to change classes. There must have been someone who helped her in order to switch classes smoothly. But that person was definitely not Xinxing. If it was Xinxing, there would be no need for him to follow Xia Lingwei to change classes. One could only say that the person who helped Xia Lingwei change classes had a higher status than Xinxing. Were there any other people who had their eyes on Xia Lingwei as well? It felt like a lot of things seemed to have happened during the time he was stuck here. Just as Mingqin was pondering who exactly helped Xia Lingwei change classes, Lan Yu spoke up. "Your sister isn't dating Xinxing, that post is all gibberish, you don't need to worry." Normally, an older sister-in-love younger brother shouldn't have such a big reaction. But Lan Yu didn't think much about it. After all, Mingqin had a bad impression of Xinxing. After all, for such a long period of time in the past, Xinxing had used Xia Lingwei as a servant, and Mingqin would definitely not approve of his sister being with someone who had bullied her. Mingqin, however, looked at him in surprise and asked in a puzzled tone, "How are you so sure, brother Lan Yu? Did you hear it from Xinxing?" Having said this, Lan Yu did not intend to continue hiding it. He cleared his throat, showing a rare shy look and said, "Actually, I'm in a relationship with your sister." "What did you say?" Mingqin's eyes glazed over in disbelief as he looked at Lan Yu. How? How does this reaction not look like happiness? It was even more devastated than when he had just learned that Xia Lingwei and Xin Xingqing were in a relationship. There was no light in his eyes, a dead look. This reaction confused He Lanyu. He had expected that Ming Cord would be very shocked when he heard about this. After all, both he and Xia Lingwei were people close to Ming Cord, and with the two of them together, perhaps Ming Cord would feel left behind and therefore feel unhappy. But it wouldn't be such a big reaction, right? Xia Lingwei being with him was better than being with Xin Xingqing. Could it be that in Ming Cord's heart, he wasn't as reliable as Xin Xingqing? He Mingqin was originally a stunningly beautiful young man with an unearthly feeling, but now he was filled with a sense of brokenness. He Lanyu asked, "Don't you want me to be with your sister?" He Mingchen opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. Originally, he had planned to go find Xia Lingwei to confess his love for her after he returned, but he didn't expect to see the bad news that she was in love with Xin Xingqing first. Even though this news had devastated him, it wouldn't have reached this level of despair. If the other party was Xin Xingqing, he could completely assume that Xia Lingwei was forced into it, and he would be able to snatch her back without any psychological burden. But if the other party was He Lanyu, he felt that he didn't have the slightest possibility of winning. He Lanyu was He Mingqing's most respected cousin. In his mind, his cousin was the kind of person who looked out of the corner of his eye and didn't put anything or anyone else in front of him, close to a godlike existence. He wasn't even worried about He Lanyu having contact with Xia Lingwei before, because he didn't think He Lanyu would be interested in Xia Lingwei. But he didn't expect that these two people had gotten together when he didn't know about it. Could this be true? He raised his eyes to look at He Lanyu and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why?" He Lanyu was a bit confused by his question. "What why? Why did he want to be with Xia Lingwei?" "Of course it's because I like her." He Lanyu thought that he was uneasy and was afraid that his sister would be wronged, so she continued to pacify, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her, no one can bully her with me here, not even Xin Xingqing. I'll take care of her, no one can bully her with me, not even Xin Xingqing." Although his mouth said so, his expression was not good at all. He Mingqin smiled to himself and hooked up the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself that his sister was really pleasing to the eye. What made him so confident in thinking that He Lanyu wouldn't be interested in Xia Lingwei before? Speaking of which, the fact that He Lanyu would have contact with Xia Lingwei was still all because of him, and to think of it another way, he was the one who set the two of them up together. He Mingqin regretted it. Had he known it would be like this, he might as well not return to the He family from the start. But if he didn't return to the He family, he could only watch her being taken by force by Xin Xingqing. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, it was an unsolvable dilemma for He Mingqin. No matter what he did, Xia Lingwei could never belong to him. He was just a younger brother. The more he thought about it, the harder it became, and He Mingqin didn't want to talk, saddening himself. Chapter 117. He Lanyu liked her hot violence, even thought it wasn't enough. He Mingchuan's relationship ended before it even started. He Lanyu could also see that something was wrong, but He Ming Cord didn't say anything, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter. The atmosphere between the brothers became a bit strange. He Lanyu still wanted to contact Xia Lingwei, but now that he saw that He Mingqin was in such a bad state, he couldn't call Xia Lingwei in front of him. In such a gloomy atmosphere, He Lanyu sent He Mingxian back to the old mansion. After that, he had to go to see Xia Lingwei without stopping. To be honest, after his cell phone had a signal, seeing those messages sent by Xia Lingwei made his heart instantly fill up, wanting to immediately hold her in his arms and kiss her fiercely. This emotion was about to be unstoppable. Thinking back to before they parted, Xia Lingwei had said that she was actually very clingy, yet he had been gone for so many days and was still out of touch. She must have been especially insecure. With this mix of self-reproach and pity, He Lanyu wouldn't even bother with her about the post. Of course, He Lanyu wasn't not counting, but not counting with Xia Lingwei. This account would be on Xin Xingqing's head. Xia Lingwei was still thinking about how to word her explanation to He Lanyu about this matter when she received a call from He Lanyu. She was a bit nervous all of a sudden. Surrounded by classmates, next to Xin Xingqing, she didn't quite dare to answer it here, so she took her cell phone and slipped out of the classroom. As soon as she picked up, she heard He Lanyu ask, "Are you at school now?" "In." "Come to the conversation room, I'll wait for you here." Xia Lingwei's head was full of question marks. Coming back so soon? She hadn't thought of how to explain it yet. He Lanyu's tone was a bit urgent, sounding like she was ordering someone. The timid Xia Lingwei naturally didn't dare to disobey. Immediately, she walked in the direction of the conversation room. Xin Xingqing saw her sneak out the door, and shortly after she went out, she quietly followed her out as well. The conversation room and Class A's classroom weren't on the same floor, so Xia Lingwei didn't take the elevator, but instead took the stairs. Xin Xingqing was afraid of being discovered by her, so he didn't follow too closely, and by the time he reached the stairway, the person was already gone. I don't know if she went up or down the stairs. Xin Xingqing couldn't continue to follow, and could only turn back the same way. However, a seed of doubt was planted in Xin Xingqing's heart. Xia Lingwei didn't come to the conversation room much during this time. Because Xin Xingqing didn't let her work and didn't need her to help with her homework, she didn't have to hide, so she didn't have to find excuses to stay in the conversation room. There was even a day when Xin Qingqing was surprised and asked her when she had cured her constipation.
Xia Lingwei was quite embarrassed and could only casually blurt out that she took Chinese medicine to regulate it.
Anyway, no one has come to the conversation room for a long time, and it's dusty inside. He Lanyu used to be busy, will not come back to school for a long time, but this time it feels like an extraordinarily long time to go. The days when he couldn't see Xia Lingwei felt all long. The time with her, however, flew by. It was truly magical. Xia Lingwei came to the door of the conversation room, suddenly still a little nervous. Would He Lanyu have already heard those rumors, and if she questioned her in a while, she would just put all the fault on Xin Qingqing, right? The truth was also like this, she didn't lie. He Lanyu knew in the door that she had already arrived at the door, but after waiting for half a day he still did not see her come in. He didn't have the patience to continue waiting and directly opened the door and dragged her in. Well, Xia Lingwei, before she could react to what was happening, was pressed against the door panel by He Lanyu and kissed her fiercely. This time he kissed her so fiercely that Xia Lingwei felt her lips hurt a little. He Lanyu was a little out of control, mainly because he missed her so much that he couldn't control it once they met. The only way to prove how much he really missed her was with actions. In the quiet conversation room, there was only the sound of the two of them kissing, which tickled He Lanyu's heart. Thinking that this was a school, and there were probably other students in the corridor outside, he felt very excited and kissed even more ferociously. Xia Lingwei's brain was dizzy, as if she was deprived of oxygen, and her legs were weak. If it wasn't for the fact that her back was leaning against the door, she would have fallen. He Lanyu slightly pulled away, pressed his forehead against hers, and tenderly said, "Finally I see you, I missed you so much." His voice was low and hoarse with a magnetic quality, matching the slightly rushed panting, radiating a thick hormone. Both of their lips were all moist and crystal clear. Too meaty. Xia Lingwei resisted the urge to drop goosebumps and responded along with him, "I also want you. I know, I saw all the messages you sent me." Xia Lingwei's heart tightened and asked tentatively, "Do you think I'm annoying?" Seeing her message bombardment but not replying, it should be the meaning of finding her annoying, right? So it seems that her hot violence is still a bit effective. How come? He Lanyu affectionately rubbed the tip of his nose against Xia Lingwei's, softly explaining, "The signal was bad on my side, so I replied to you the first time I saw it." How could he find Xia Lingwei annoying? He couldn't even be happy to see the message she sent. Hearing He Lanyu's explanation, Xia Lingwei sort of understood. He didn't find her messages annoying because she sent so many messages and he received them all at once. If he had received those messages in a single breath, the effect of the hot violence would definitely be greatly reduced. Xia Lingwei thought to wait for the next time he has a signal, she will continue to send messages to pester, do not believe that he has been so patient. So she is not too heartfelt answer, "Alright, you first busy work is important." Seeing her careless look, He Lanyu thought she was being tongue-in-cheek, and took the initiative to mention, "You don't ask me what I went to do?" Xia Lingwei asked in return, "Isn't it work? What does she have to ask about his work? Besides, even if it wasn't work, she wasn't very interested. It's Ming String lost, I'm afraid you worry, so I did not say. He encountered a situation over there, I went to find him back." Ming Chuan? The moment she heard that something had happened to Ming Qin, Xia Lingwei couldn't remain calm. She anxiously asked, "How is Ming Cord? He's not in any danger, is he?" Seeing her demeanor and tone of voice change at the mention of Ming Qin, made He Lanyu a bit tasty. It felt like she didn't even care and pay this much attention to him. But it was understandable. After all, the two of them grew up together, their feelings were no different from those of a close sibling, so it was only natural that they would be worried. And seeing all the messages Xia Lingwei had sent him, He Lanyu also felt more secure than before. Perhaps she was just not good at expressing it in person. In fact, it was cute to miss him so much after being separated from him. He replied, "Ming Cord is fine, I've brought him back." "That's good." Xia Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief. For her, Ming Cord was the last card in retreat. If something happened to Ming Cord, she would really have to start studying how to run away. Immediately afterward, He Lanyu said with a worried expression, "However, Ming Chuan he." Chapter 118, Going to see He Ming Qin. Xia Lingwei's heart hung in the air again and asked, "What's wrong with him? He knew about us dating and seemed a bit unhappy." "Not happy? Why?" "I don't know." He Lanyu said, "Do you want to go back with me to see him today? I think he should really want to see you." "Okay, right." Xia Lingwei was so confused by the kiss that she almost forgot that the rumor that she and Xin Qingqing were in love hadn't been explained yet. "Now the rumors in school that I'm in love with Xin Qingqing, that's all Xin Qingqing misleading people. I can swear that I definitely didn't do anything wrong to you." What she originally wanted to say was that she didn't cuckold you, but she felt that it wasn't very elegant, so she changed her words. He Lanyu looked at the way she struggled to explain, afraid of being misunderstood by him, and only felt that she was adorable, and held her in his arms to love her fiercely some more. Only after he was done did he warmly say, "Well, I believe you." "Right, there is also Lu." Xia Lingwei said about Lu as well. After hearing this, He Lanyu sighed helplessly. What he said was true, Lu didn't like his own looks very much. I saw that he had a tendency to self-destruct, so I got him a mask. I didn't realize it would be discovered by a few of them, and they put Ryu under house arrest.
Just leave this to me, don't you worry.
Good. There was still a class in a while, so Xia Lingwei went back to the classroom first. Back in the classroom, Xin Qingqing looked at her red lips and narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where did you go just now?" His gaze was filled with scrutiny, making Xia Lingwei nervous. She said sheepishly, "I went to the restroom." In fact, even if she said outright that she had gone to see Helanyu, there was nothing wrong with that. She and Helanyu were boyfriend and girlfriend, it was normal to meet when there were no classes. But she was too cowardly to say it directly to Xin Qingqing.
She is a good person. Do you still need to go to the other floors to go to the restroom?
Xin Qingqing saw at a glance that she was lying.
He didn't break it.
She was already afraid of him, so he didn't want to act too aggressively. Only, looking at her more and more delicate lips, Xin Qingqing's heart was a little less comfortable.
It was like being kissed.
But he felt that he was overthinking it.
Helanyu hadn't come back, so she couldn't have run off to secretly kiss someone, right?
Maybe she was wearing that kind of glossy lip glaze, which is also red and tender. I was still thinking about this when I received a phone call from Helanyu. It was mainly about Lu's matter, asking him where he had locked Lu up, and asking him to release the person immediately.
Xin Qingqing's heart sank and asked, "You're back?"
"Well, just came back today."
"Now in school?"
"Aha!" Xin Qingqing's fingers whitened, veins rippled on her knuckles, and she almost didn't pinch the phone out of shape. So just now Xia Lingwei was going to see Helanyu, the two of them in some place where no one is in love. Think of it, angry want to hit people. It was as if he had eaten 100 pounds of lemons, his blood radiating acidity all over his body.
His heart ached even more.
The little tricks he played were nothing in front of a real couple. Even if others thought that he and Xia Lingwei were in love, it wasn't true. Xia Lingwei saw Xin Qingqing's gaze suddenly look over again, and was jolted with fear.
Where had she messed with him again?
It was really like accompanying a tiger with a king. Xin Qingqing didn't say anything after all, and said something else to the other end of the phone, and the whole person emo. After the last class, Xia Lingwei got into Helanyu's car to go to the He family. In the car, she carefully inquired about He Mingchuan's condition, only to realize that the situation turned out to be so dangerous, and her heart was scared. She asked in puzzlement, why did he go to such a dangerous place? Probably because he wanted to be recognized. He Mingqin is a strong person. Since he returned to the He family, he has been studying hard, and this time he went to investigate the mining area because some people in the group questioned him, and he wanted to prove his ability.
This way Xia Lingwei was a little weak. Come to think of it, is it possible that what she said brought pressure on Ming Chuan?
After He Mingqin returned to the He family, Mr. He asked about him, but He Mingqin didn't have much energy. The old man was worried, so he got a doctor to check his health, and after confirming that he was not sick, he let him go back to his room to rest. Helanyu brought Xia Lingwei to the door of He Mingqin's room and said, he may not want to see me right now, so you should talk to him first. Although he didn't really understand why Ming Cord would have such a big reaction to his sister having a boyfriend. What exactly was the problem? They couldn't keep being so awkward with each other as brothers, so they could only let Xia Lingwei talk to Ming Cord first.
Xia Lingwei knocked on the door, no response. Could it be that she was asleep?
At this moment, He Mingqin was awake, but when he thought of Xia Lingwei and Helanyu being together, he was drained of energy. When he heard the knock, he didn't want to answer it. If he didn't make a sound, the person outside would soon go away. So He Mingqin covered his head with a pillow and ignored the knocking outside. Xia Lingwei thought that her knocking was too small and knocked a few more times.
What an annoying individual.
He Mingqin started to get annoyed, thinking that the fact that he had kept quiet meant that he didn't want to be disturbed.
Does this person outside the door have any common sense at all?
Usually after knocking on the door and no one responds, it means that there is no one in the house, or people have something inconvenient to open the door. He knocked up is not finished, right? He Mingqin also stopped pretending to be asleep, thinking that if that person knocked again, he would scold him. The person outside the door looked like he had a premonition that he was going to scold him, so he didn't continue to knock on the door.
He Mingqin thought it was all right. But at that moment, a voice came from the doorway. Mingqin, I'm Xia Lingwei, are you asleep?
Her voice was not too loud, not too small, and He Mingqin could just hear her clearly. Thinking that after knocking so many times with no response, he should be asleep, so he said to himself, I should be asleep, I'd better go back first today.
No, I'm not asleep.
Fearing that she had left, He Mingqin immediately got out of bed, darted in the direction of the door, and opened it.
Didn't even have time to wear slippers. Chapter 119. Otherwise, let's have an open relationship.
Sister.
He Mingchun looked at Xia Lingwei's face and had a feeling of being a world away.
When he thought he would die abroad, his greatest regret was that he couldn't see her again, that he didn't voice the feelings he had buried in his heart. Now she was right in front of his eyes. He Mingqin couldn't restrain the feelings raging inside of him and stepped forward to fiercely hug her into his arms. Xia Lingwei had knocked on the door for half a day without a response, and was planning to leave at this moment, but was suddenly held in his arms, a bit unresponsive. But He Mingqin held her too tightly, her breathing was a bit irregular, she struggled and said, Mingqin, let go of me first, I'm about to suffocate. He Mingqin sniffed and loosened the strength on his hands, but did not let go. Xia Lingwei felt him shivering, thinking that he almost lost his life abroad and must be very scared now. So she gently patted his back and softly said, "Don't be afraid, Mingxian, my sister is here." Aha! He Mingxian earnestly felt her body temperature, smelling the good smell of her body. She was now in his arms, but she was already someone else's girlfriend. He Mingqin sadly let go of his hand. Xia Lingwei looked down and realized that he was barefoot, and immediately put on her sisterly demeanor and said, "Why aren't you wearing shoes? What if you catch a cold?" Said, pushed him into the room to wear shoes. He Mingqin was like a walking corpse. Xia Lingwei pushed him wherever he went until he sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing that he was in a daze, Xia Lingwei asked, "How come you don't have any spirit at all? Did you catch a cold?" He Mingqin asked instead of answering, "You're dating brother Lan Yu?" Although I heard He Lan Yu say on the way here that He Mingqin didn't seem to approve of her and He Lan Yu being together, I didn't expect him to mention this as soon as we met. Yes. Being asked by her brother about the status of her relationship, Xia Lingwei was a bit embarrassed. "How did you guys get together? Did he chase after you?" He Mingqin really couldn't figure out how Xia Lingwei could be in a relationship with He Lan Yu. It couldn't be that she took the initiative to chase after He Lan Yu, could it? She didn't have the guts to do that. Xia Lingwei treated Ming Chuan as one of her own, so she told her all about what Nancy Yen had forced her to do at that time. "At that time, I had no choice, I couldn't contact you, so I had to ask He Lan Yu for help." In fact, her intention was to have He Lan Yu help contact He Ming Chun, but she didn't expect He Lan Yu to directly help her solve the trouble on Nancy Yan's side. Surprisingly, there was such a thing? After hearing this, He Ming Chin was so angry that it was like he had resurrected in place. After his cell phone got a signal later, he did see a missed call from Xia Lingwei, but he didn't rush to return the call, thinking that he would be returning to China soon, and that he could meet up to talk about it. But even if he called back, it was impossible to help her. He Mingchuan's heart was filled with frustration. He had chosen to go back to the Yi family in order to be able to protect her, but yet, he was absent when she needed help the most. What a useless thing to do. So you're with brother Lan Yu because he helped you and you're too embarrassed to refuse? It's not exactly that. Although she said that she wasn't too brave to refuse, she was actually afraid that Nancy Yen would find her in trouble again, so she just wanted to hug a big leg. He Mingjin asked again, "Is it because you like him?" Maybe. Xia Lingwei did not answer clearly. Although she took Ming Cord as someone on her side, but then again, Ming Cord was also a close cousin to He Lan Yu. What if she spoke out of turn and He Lan Yu found out? Just like when Lin Jun Chang said he would help her, she couldn't trust him for the same reason. He Mingqin said, "What if I ask you not to be with him?" "Why?" Xia Lingwei froze. Could it be that He Mingqin could see that she didn't really want to be with He Lan Yu, so he deliberately said that? He Mingqin couldn't say the confession he had originally prepared, so he could only find other reasons to persuade her to split up. "You're not right for each other, and the Yi family won't agree to you being with brother Lan Yu." "I understand what you're saying, but..." Actually at this moment Xia Lingwei was a bit torn. The current Xinxingxing is like a follower, always pestering her, and thanks to He Lan Yu, he doesn't dare to go too far. If she broke up with He Lan Yu, then Xinxingxing would go even further and pester her. At that time, Nancy Yen would come looking for trouble from her again. The key was that it wasn't enough to take the money and leave, but she also had to follow Nancy Yen. Before Xinxingxing lost interest in her, the best way was to hold on to He Lan Yu's thigh. He Mingqin was saddened to see that she wanted to be with He Lan Yu even though she knew that her status did not match. He coldly said, "You go back first, I want a rest." If he didn't let her go immediately, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and cry. He had never thought that his timid and fearful sister would also have a day when she fell in love. Especially after he found out that he wasn't a sibling to her, he didn't want her to fall in love with someone else. Only he could take care of her. But she was with someone else. That person was also his most respected and almost weakness-free cousin, He Lan Yu. Speaking of which, why would He Lan Yu be with Xia Lingwei? Would someone like him genuinely like Xia Lingwei, who was nothing but outward appearances? He Lan Yu saw her come out and asked, "How is it going?" Xia Lingwei shook her head. "He thinks that the two of us don't match in terms of status, and our family conditions are too different, so..." He Lan Yu realized. It turns out that it is because of this, is worried that Xia Lingwei will be aggrieved in the future. This is also the reason why he proposed not to have an open relationship in the first place. "I see, I'll make time to talk to him. At least let He Mingqin know that he is serious and definitely not just playing around." On the way home after sending Xia Lingwei, He Lan Yu suddenly said, "How about we go out in public?" Previously, he was worried that someone in his family would object to him and Xia Lingwei being together, so he didn't make it public. But the consequence of not going public was that the whole school thought that she and Xinxingxing were together. Although this was just a rumor and wouldn't really affect the relationship between him and Xia Lingwei, but diaphragm Xia Lingwei refused. "I think it's better not to. I don't really want to be noticed by so many people." Even if she didn't want to break up with him for a while, she equally didn't want to go public.
This reason obviously did not convince He Lan Yu. Aren't you getting the same attention now? Don't you want to clarify the rumors? It's okay to be gossiped about with Shin Xingxing, but it's not okay to go public with him?
I didn't expect to be rejected, so He Lan Yu's tone wasn't very good, as if she was conspiring against her.
No, I also want to clarify, Xia Lingwei explained. But her heart was a bit speechless. Obviously he was the one who first proposed a secret relationship. How come he's now talking like it's her fault? Why is there so much going on? He Lan Yu was still unforgiving and pressed on. Then why don't you want to go public with me? I don't want to be told that I'm not good enough for you. Xia Lingwei could guess what people would say.
Spreading rumors with Shin Xingxing, some people said that she was a scheming whore, pretending to be weak and pathetic to seduce Shin Xingxing, and if she were to go public with He Lan Yu, she would become a watery vixen.
She didn't want to be stared at everywhere she went.
He Lan Yu tensed her face and said, "No one dares to talk nonsense with me. When I say you are worthy, you are worthy."
Chapter 120, Zhuren is under a lot of pressure. Then that's fine.
Xia Lingwei saw that He Lan Yu was showing signs of unhappiness. She didn't dare to raise any more objections and could only agree. If this were to become public, it wouldn't just be as simple as being pointed at by her classmates. Maybe the He family would come looking for trouble as well. But what would happen to the He family was secondary. The most important thing for her right now was not to offend He Lan Yu. She asked in a slightly curt tone, "Then how are we going to make it public?" He Lan Yu replied, "There is no need to make it public on purpose. Tomorrow I will pick you up and go to school together. It will naturally spread when others see it." He had been in the spotlight since he was a child, and was actually used to other people's attention as a matter of course. But once he thought of being noticed as a couple with Xia Lingwei tomorrow, he suddenly had some expectations. At that time, there would definitely be people wondering whether Xia Lingwei was dating Shin Xingxing or him, and he would be able to clarify the rumors in the process. Actually, He Lan Yu didn't really want to give his personal affairs to people as fun, but Shin Xingxing was out there spreading rumors, so he had no choice but to do so. It is said that rumor mongering opens one's mouth and dispelling rumors breaks one's legs. It's not that he has to go public, it's all Shin Xingxing's fault. After sending Xia Lingwei home, He Lan Yu went in to say hello to Xia's father and mother and made an appointment to pick her up at home the next morning before leaving. The next day, when He Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei appeared hand in hand at Elrath Academy, all the students were abuzz. They didn't feel shocked when the gossip about Shin Xingxing and Xia Lingwei being in a relationship came out earlier. After all, there had long been signs between Shin Xingxing and Xia Lingwei. Whether it was the master-servant relationship before, or later when Xia Lingwei's leg was burned and Shin Xingxing carried her to the infirmary, or dancing at the school day ball. All of the above proved that the two of them had started secretly dating long ago perhaps, and even if they weren't dating, they still had good feelings. But He Lan Yu was different. In the eyes of her classmates, this student representative of the high ridge flower and Xia Lingwei who followed Shin Xingxing around every day, the two of them didn't cross paths at all. Moreover, He Lan Yu was already a godlike existence in the hearts of the students of Elrath. Their god, even with Shin Xingxing's servant, hand in hand, appeared on campus. Who would not be crazy to see this? The campus forums began to frantically discuss this matter. Some people accused Xia Lingwei of being a womanizer, having Shin Xingxing but still wanting to mess with He Lan Yu, and also said that she was a gold-digging woman, deliberately seducing the two adults for money. Of course, these posts were only sent out for less than a minute before they were deleted. Not only were the posts deleted, incidentally even their accounts were permanently banned. Those who abused Xia Lingwei even received a warning, saying that if they posted abusive remarks about others in the forum again, they themselves would be disciplined. With Ayara's strength, it was simply too easy to find students along the net. This was He Lan Yu's power. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey worked, and no one dared to say a bad word about Xia Lingwei in the school forum anymore. Also deleted were the posts that said Xia Lingwei and Shin Xingxing were together. He Lan Yu personally released a clarification. It said that Xia Lingwei had been with him for a long time and didn't make it public because she didn't want to cause a discussion, but recently, due to certain people intentionally guiding the rumors, they could only openly date. It couldn't be more obvious who this certain person was talking about. Shin Xingxing looked at the refreshed messages in his cell phone and was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. Being connoted by He Lan Yu like this in front of all the people simply made him lose face. Although he also wanted to fight back, quarreling like this on the internet made people look at him funny, not to mention that it only made him lose more face. He'd better go and settle the score with He Lan Yu in private. In addition to Shin Xingxing, the one who also broke his defenses was Zhu Wenqing. Seeing that He Lan Yu had actually publicized Xia Lingwei, a girlfriend who couldn't rise to the occasion, she was simply furious. Among the plastic sisters in her circle, there were quite a few who knew that she liked He Lan Yu, and now that she knew that He Lan Yu had a girlfriend, they came to comfort her. They said they were comforting her, but in reality they were just looking at her jokes. Who wouldn't like a man as good as He Lan Yu, but Zhu Wenqing always looks like she's determined to win. Even during their little sister's tea party, the tone of her voice was as if she was the only one in the world who could be good enough for He Lan Yu. Even though they didn't like it, she was a member of the Bamboo family, so they didn't dare to say anything. Now they finally had a chance to be sarcastic.
How could Bamboo Wenqing stand this kind of aggravation, and immediately contacted Bamboo Ren on the phone to cry. In other words, Zhu Ren received a phone call from her second sister, and when she picked up, she heard the other side crying, saying that He Lan Yu had gone public with Xia Lingwei, and that her heart was hurting so much that she was crying. Back and forth is that a few words, listen to his ears to callous, the heart is beginning to feel annoyed. Although he was not that smart in the head, he was not stupid either. What is the purpose of Zhu Wenqing's phone call over and over again? He is more than clear, is not urging him to hurry up to solve the Xia Lingwei. How could this matter be so easy? So he impatiently said, do not rush, day by day, rush you. Zhu Wenqing on the other end of the phone was yelled at, tears were hanging on her eyelashes and her face instantly darkened. She knew that this problematic brother had always been short-tempered, and she didn't expect that he would start showing his teeth at her now. If it wasn't for the fact that she saw that he had value to utilize, she wouldn't bother to take care of him. Although Zhu Wenqing was upset, she could only endure it. She put on a show and said in aggravation, I don't mean to rush you, can't it be okay for an older sister to want to talk to her younger brother? You don't even know, so many people are looking at me as a joke right now, none of them are genuinely friends with me, you're the only one I've got, boing boing. Zhu Ren didn't want to listen to her wailing mouth there anymore and directly hung up the phone. Bamboo Wenqing was also studying in Elrath, but she was 1 year higher than He Lan Yu and the others, and was considered a schoolmate. Earlier, when she heard the news of Xia Lingwei and Xin Xingqing's romance, she thought that Xia Lingwei had changed her heart, thinking that this was just right, and that He Lan Yu would definitely not tolerate it. But what happened? He Lan Yu not only openly dated Xia Lingwei, but even disliked Xin Xingqing in a conspiratorial manner. On what grounds? Xia Lingwei had He Lan Yu as her boyfriend, but she was still having flirtations with other boys, even pairing up in school, looking like she didn't put He Lan Yu in her eyes at all. What qualifications did this kind of person have to be with He Lan Yu? In fact, she could totally tell the elders of the Yi family about this matter, but if she stepped in to be the bad guy, she was afraid that He Lan Yu would hold a grudge against her in the future. The only way now was to have Bamboo Mercy make a move against Xia Lingwei. No matter what means were used, as long as they could make Xia Lingwei disappear. Bamboo Ren was annoyed by the urging, but he couldn't do anything about it. Xia Lingwei always had someone following her around, and ever since he missed in the toilet that day, he couldn't find a good opportunity. It couldn't be that he could squat in front of her house every day to meet by chance, could it? But soon, the opportunity came. Chapter 121 Caught by Bamboo Ray again, this time it's no joke. The matter of He Lan Yu having a girlfriend was a big deal in Elrath Academy, and it soon reached the ears of the He family. When Elder He heard that his only grandson had a girlfriend, he wanted to call He Lan Yu back to ask what the situation was. Speaking of which, this kid had previously said that he wanted to find a suitable marriage partner and get married directly. Why is he suddenly in love? But before contacting He Lan Yu, he first asked his department to investigate the girl's situation. That way it would be more objective. If he asked He Lan Yu, he would favor that girl because he liked her, and might even deliberately embellish her, and the words he said would be completely untrustworthy. It was only after this investigation that he realized that He Lan Yu's girlfriend was actually the daughter of the Xia family who raised Ming Cord. Elder He remembered that he had asked He Lan Yu to go to the Xia family to pick up Ming Cord, and it was probably at that time that he had met the Xia family's daughter. What a carelessness! For the Xia family, Elder He was grateful. After all, their family had raised Ming Cord for so many years, letting him grow up healthy and well, and hadn't treated him poorly at all just because Ming Cord was an adopted son. He also asked He Lan Yu to send some money and gifts to express their gratitude. But that was limited to money and gifts. You can't give He Lan Yu to the Xia family as a thank you gift. The Xia family was just a small factory owner. Compared to the size of the Yi family, they weren't even civilians, they were simply paupers. How could a daughter raised in such a family be worthy of He Lan Yu? Moreover, looking at the information from the investigation, this little girl is still having an affair with the Nan family's boy, and their family has received a lot of favors from the Nan family. Even He Lan Yu has invested a lot of money in her family in her personal name. So it seems that this Xia family's little girl isn't a simple one either, and it's even likely that she's deliberately approaching them for money. He would be the first to disagree if such a girl wanted to socialize with He Lan Yu. The thing He Lan Yu was most worried about still happened. It's just that he thought that at least the old master wouldn't object to his choice, but he was still too young in the end. Elder He was an amiable grandfather in front of him, but being able to expand the He family into the #1 consortium far beyond other families in a few decades proved that this old man was a ruthless character. He had never made demands on He Lan Yu before, purely because He Lan Yu was capable and ambitious, and didn't need him to say anything more at all. He Lan Yu had been openly dating for only half a day when he received a call from the old master asking him to come home immediately. Listening to the tone, he also guessed that it wasn't good. Afraid that someone would point fingers at Xia Lingwei in his absence, he told Xia Lingwei to go to the conversation room and stay there first, or he could also go home first. With him around, Xia Lingwei would not be penalized for missing class. So Xia Lingwei chose to go home. She was on thin ice when she stayed at school, and a few days ago when it was rumored that she was dating Xin Xingqing, there weren't so many people visiting her.
But today, she felt like people were coming to the outside of their classroom corridor to specifically look at her during class. This made her feel very uncomfortable. It was better to go home first. Even the part of the road where she went to take the bus home, there were quite a few classmates looking at her and whispering, causing Xia Lingwei to quicken her pace and get on the bus as if she was fleeing. Leaving the academy, she was finally relieved. It was now around 3:20 in the afternoon, and Xia Lingwei's stomach was hungry. She didn't have much of an appetite during lunch and ate very little, so she was getting hungry now. So she asked the driver to drive to the restaurant next to her, thinking to eat something to pad her stomach before going home. Zhu Ren, who had been staring at her, finally found a chance to make a move. In the past few days, Zhu Ren did nothing else, squatting on Xia Lingwei every day, like a stalker. Even he has been able to recite the license plate number of the Xia family backwards. After receiving his second sister's call, Bamboo Mercy first came to the vicinity of the Elrath Academy despite not knowing what he could do. Thinking about whether she could blend in and find a chance to do something. However, the security measures of Elrath were so tight that he simply couldn't blend in. Unexpectedly, he saw the Xia family's car driving over. He pressed on and observed from inside the car. In order not to be noticed, these days he drove a very ordinary black Mercedes. That model could be seen everywhere on the street. Seeing Xia Lingwei leaving in the car, he followed. Arriving at the tea house where Xia Lingwei ate, Zhu Ren pretended to come here to eat as well and naturally walked into the store. As soon as he entered, the waiter came over to greet him. "Hello sir, may I ask how many are you?" "1." He said. His eyes kept searching in the store, and soon saw Xia Lingwei sitting in the corner seat, ordering food. This position was quite good to start with. Bamboo Mercy formed a plan in her mind and then sat down at the table next to Xia Lingwei. Someone was sitting next to her. Xia Lingwei subconsciously glanced at her, and this time she realized that it was someone she had seen before. Bamboo Mercy generous, smiling greeting. "Good coincidence, Miss Sister, out to eat a meal can meet." This appearance, completely not like a stalker should have the appearance. Xia Lingwei only thought it was a coincidence, squeezed out a smile to say hello to him. Bamboo Ray chimed in with a self-customized conversation. "My name is Bamboo Ray, can I know your name?" "My name is Xia Lingwei." He knowingly asked, "That day saw you and Blue Fei Fei together, you are his girlfriend?" "No, I'm not." Xia Lingwei's words are not much, basically it is what Bamboo Ren asked what she said. It looks very vigilant. But Bamboo Mercy didn't care, instead he lowered his head and started fiddling with his cell phone. He was contacting his minions. Getting his little brothers to pick a fight and find a way to stall the Xia family's driver. Xia Lingwei saw that Bamboo Ren no longer approached her for a conversation. She always felt that this person was dangerous, although she didn't look like a bad person from her looks, she inexplicably just had this feeling. Soon, the meal that Xia Lingwei ordered came up, and she didn't care about Zhu Ren, she ate it with a big mouthful. Bamboo Mercy peeked at the way she ate, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. Cute was quite cute, but who let her get in his second sister's way? Just don't blame him for being ruthless. Xia Lingwei finished eating, still politely said to Zhu Ren, "I'm done eating, so I'll leave first. You eat slowly." Zhu Ren got up, "I'm also done eating, let's go together." The two of them walked out of the door of the restaurant together. Xia Lingwei walked towards the parking location, only to find out that there were some mental boys surrounding her family's car, their mouths were still cursing and swearing. Xia Lingwei's complexion changed, wanting to go over to take a look but not daring to, she thought of calling the police. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ren, who was on the side, suddenly snatched her cell phone and then used brute force to drag her to her car. Chapter 122, he wants Xia Lingwei to be the heroine of a small movie. When Xia Lingwei reacted, she was already in the car. Mainly because she hadn't expected that Zhu Ren would dare to make a move on her in broad daylight, so she hadn't been too defensive. At this moment, she also realized that Bamboo Ren was not coming from a good place, and immediately tried to open the car door to escape, but the door was already locked. She panicked and looked at Bamboo Mercy, asking, what are you going to do?" Deja vu had happened before, when Xinxingxing had locked her into the car before, nothing good had happened. But she and this person have no grudges from afar, why would he suddenly arrest her? Bamboo Ray didn't pay any attention to her, and stepped on the gas to start the car on her own. Xia Lingwei's cell phone had already been snatched. If this car drove to a hole, she would be in danger, so she bravely went to grab the steering wheel. Even crashing the car was better than being taken away by suspicious people. "Hello? What are you doing? Quickly let go." Bamboo Ren was so robbed by her that the car was out of control and almost crashed into the wall. Luckily he stepped on the brakes in time to avoid the crash. He glared at Xia Lingwei and roared, "You want to die, don't you? I didn't expect that this woman, who looked so soft and weak, would be able to do something so crazy." If this crashed, not only he was injured, but the most dangerous one was her sitting in the passenger side. Does she understand or not? Bamboo Ray also didn't realize that a large part of the reason he was angry now was because he was afraid of her getting hurt. Xia Lingwei is still a timid look, coyly said, "You let me off, I will not go with you." Zhu Ren snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I went through so much effort to catch you, can I let you off so easily? Why did you catch me? I don't recognize you." This was what Xia Lingwei was most puzzled about. She was usually careful and discreet, she never dared to get into a conflict with anyone, nor did she have a grudge against anyone else. There was no reason for this person to arrest her.
Because you're in someone else's way.
Bamboo Rin was afraid that she would make trouble again when she was driving in a while, so she took out the pre-prepared ecstasy to cover Xia Lingwei's mouth and nose.
Xia Lingwei lost consciousness all of a sudden.
When she woke up again, she found herself in an abandoned warehouse. The light was dim, her hands and feet were bound, and she was lying on the cold concrete floor. It was also because Bamboo Mercy was kind enough to fear that she would catch a cold while lying on the floor, and even found some useless corrugated paper to pat underneath, so as not to let her skin come into direct contact with the dirty and cold ground. At this moment, Zhuren was busy at the side. Xia Lingwei looked over and found that he was setting up a camera.
The camera was directed towards her side.
Seeing Xia Lingwei waking up, he apologized politely. "I'm sorry, please bear with me for a while, I'll be done soon."
Xia Lingwei had a very bad premonition and asked, "What the hell are you doing?"
Her voice was trembling, and she didn't know if she was scared, or if she was lying on the ground freezing. Although her family wasn't considered to be much richer among her classmates in Elrath, she wasn't so poor that she needed to pad a cardboard to sleep on the ground. She also didn't know how long she had been unconscious. Anyway, right now she felt cold all over her body, as if she was going to catch a cold. It was especially hard.
Bamboo Rin didn't answer Xia Lingwei. He adjusted the angle and adjusted the picture clarity and said to himself, "Okay." After that, he walked towards Xia Lingwei. "You, what the hell are you doing?" Xia Lingwei was about to cry. It wasn't that her mind was full of yellow thoughts, but right now in this scene, in the dilapidated warehouse, there were only the two of them, a lone man and a woman, and a camera. She strongly felt that Bamboo Ray was going to do that kind of thing to her, and that it was going to be filmed. Geez. In the end, what kind of enmity and what kind of grudge was it that he had to use such vicious means against her? Bamboo Ren walked to Xia Lingwei, looked at her from above, tugged his collar loose with one hand, and laughed evilly. "Today, I'll let you be the heroine of a small movie." She also felt that this place was too shabby and a little dirty, but there was nothing she could do about it. Going to a hotel or some other place would be easy to be found, and he didn't want to be interrupted in the middle. Just deal with it here. Xia Lingwei watched as he took off his jacket and bent his knees to sit across her lap, leaning down to tug on her clothes again. She finally realized that Zhu Ren was going for real. She bawled in fear, tears and snot flowing down, choking and begging, "Please let me go. If I were to offend you, I give you an apology. If you are for money, I can also give you money. I saved quite a lot of my own money. I promise not to call the police. Oh. This person wants to make a small movie. It is unlikely that it is for the purpose of getting it online to sell. That also means that the probability is that he is doing it for money." Xia Lingwei thought that if she gave him money, she might be able to escape. This appearance of crying out in spite of his image made Zhu Ren look kinda excited. He coldly broke Xia Lingwei's fantasy. "I don't care about your stinking money." This tone. Xia Lingwei froze, even her tears seemed to have stood still, hanging on her eyelashes. Although the timbre was different, the content and tone of the speech was exactly the same as the masked pervert who held her hostage in the women's restroom that day. "The person who molested me in the restroom that day, it was you?" Bamboo Ray pretended to be surprised and said, "Oops, you found out? Speaking of which, it's quite a pity that we didn't make it to the end that day, but no one will be bothering us today." Obviously a very delicate and handsome face, at this moment it looked so obscene. Xia Lingwei was enlightened. No wonder she had an uncomfortable feeling every time she saw Zhu Ren. That was her intuition reminding her that this person was dangerous. Her heart regretted, if she had trusted her intuition more and left the restaurant immediately the moment she saw Bamboo Ren, wouldn't this have happened? Xia Lingwei's crying and pathetic appearance had already made Zhu Ren impatient. He was like a hungry person facing a plate of delicious food, enduring that was quite difficult. Although at first, it was just to help his second sister remove the obstacles, but now, he was craving for Xia Lingwei's body even more. It should be said or not, being able to be seen by He Lanyu, she did have a bit of capital. With this face and body, who wouldn't be mesmerized by looking at her? Still, he had the decency to give Xia Lingwei another chance to ask questions. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "Can only ask one question." Xia Lingwei also seized the opportunity and asked, "What exactly do you want to do to release me?" Chapter 123, Has he ever touched you like this? Bamboo Ray was amused by Xia Lingwei. "Ha, you're quite good at being smart. You don't think you can still escape today, right? Do you know how many days I have squatted in front of your house, letting you go? Impossible?" After saying that, he lowered his head to kiss Xia Lingwei's mouth. Xia Lingwei resisted and skimmed her head, and Zhu Ren's kiss landed on her face. Not kissing her, Zhu Ren was not annoyed and smoothly moved down her cheeks to kiss her neck. Her hands were also unruly, touching everywhere. While touching, she also asked, "Has He Lanyu ever touched you like this?" Xia Lingwei, of course, would not answer. Bamboo Ray didn't care either. His entire mind was now experiencing this novel feeling. Her body was fragrant and soft, it simply made him fall in love with her. He had seen a lot of small movies in the past, but now he finally had a day to practice. On the other side, Bamboo Mercy's minions quickly dispersed after covering for Bamboo Mercy to take Xia Lingwei away.
The Xia family's driver realized that the situation was not right and thought of rushing to the restaurant to find the lady and hurry home. But once he entered the restaurant, he was told that she had already finished her meal and left. The driver asked the store to cooperate in pulling up the surveillance and found that when his lady went out, she was followed by a boy of a similar age. The surveillance outside the door, on the other hand, was broken, so it was unknown where she had disappeared from. The driver was in a cold sweat. If he lost the young lady, then he would really be in a big trouble. But with his ability as a driver, where can he find someone? It occurred to him that Xin Xingqing had left him a phone number in the past, saying that if anything happened to Xia Lingwei, she could contact him in time. The driver could only contact this one big person, so he called the dead horse. At this moment, emo Xin Xingqing is borrowing alcohol to ease his sorrows, a few cups of wine, but no use at all. The consciousness is still very sober. He wondered if he drank a fake wine. He yelled for the bartender to change a bottle of high degree, but the wine has not yet sent it. Received a phone call from the driver. Xin Xingqing didn't even look at the caller ID before answering it. He was in a bad mood, and answering the phone at this moment was to scold someone to vent his anger. However, the person on the other end of the phone spoke faster than he did.
Young Master Nan is not well. My young lady has suddenly disappeared. The phone can't be reached. What should we do?
The driver was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan that he couldn't care less about the etiquette of talking to Xin Xingqing.
Your lady? Xin Xingqing did not react for a moment and asked a dumbfounded question. It's Xia Lingwei. She just went to dinner and disappeared. Upon hearing that it was Xia Lingwei, Xin Xingqing was immediately energized.
Even if the current Xia Lingwei is already someone else's girlfriend, hearing that something is wrong with her, her heart is still tight. In the end, what is going on, you slowly say.
It's like this.
The driver then reported what had just happened to Xin Xingqing in detail, especially being inexplicably pestered by a group of mental boys, which made him feel that there was a strong correlation with Xia Lingwei's disappearance.
If that was the case, then it was a deliberately planned kidnapping.
Xin Xingqing also realized the seriousness of the problem and said in a serious tone, "You send me the photo of the person who went out with Xia Lingwei in the restaurant."
Okay.
The driver sent the picture he had just taken on the surveillance to Xin Xingqing. The resolution of the surveillance picture was not high, but still could vaguely see Bamboo Mercy's face clearly.
But Xin Xingqing didn't recognize Bamboo Ren.
However, with his position and connections, he was completely able to place a wanted notice on Bamboo Mercy. He directly sent Bamboo Mercy's picture to various groups and asked if anyone knew who this person was. The replies were quickly received.
Bamboo Wenqing was also in one of the large groups, and seeing Xin Xingqing inquiring about where Bamboo Mercy might appear, he suddenly guessed something. Could it be that Bamboo Mercy had already made a move against Xia Lingwei?
For a moment her heart panicked a little.
Indeed, she wanted Bamboo Run to get rid of Xia Lingwei, but she also didn't want Bamboo Run to make a scene out of this matter to the point of exposing his own identity. Even if the Bamboo family had already counted on cutting with Bamboo Run, but with Xin Xingqing's unreasonable personality, it was hard to say that she wouldn't be angry with their Bamboo family. Bamboo Wenqing was also scared as an afterthought. What if He Lan Yu was also angry with the Bamboo family? Wouldn't her chances of marrying He Lan Yu be even smaller? It was all because of that idiot, Zhu Ren, who didn't even know how to avoid the security cameras? The more she thought about it, the more she panicked and immediately called Bamboo Ren to inquire about the situation. Bamboo Mercy was in the middle of her business at the moment, and felt annoyed when she heard the phone ringing, but still got up to answer the phone. Of course, due to the delay in finding a place to set up the video recording equipment, Bamboo Mercy hadn't gotten to the final step with Xia Lingwei yet. Once he saw that it was his second sister calling, he frowned and picked it up. Just connected, heard Zhu Wenqing asked, Zhu Ren, now Xia Lingwei is not in your hands? Yes, wasn't it you who asked me to find a way to get rid of her? Bamboo Ren thought about it. When the time comes to use the video to threaten Xia Lingwei, she will not only obediently break up with He Lan Yu, and even in the future can firmly grasp her in the hands. He was thinking that it was too bad that he only slept with her this one time, and he had no intention of letting him off the hook in the future. Truly the scum of the scum, with no moral character to speak of. He was thinking quite beautifully, but the next second he heard Zhu Wenqing yell, "You hurry up and release the person now, Xin Xingqing is looking for you everywhere." Wanted? Zhu Wenqing accused, "You do things how do not know how to be careful The picture of you and Xia Lingwei going out together was captured by the surveillance camera. They now believe that it was you who took Xia Lingwei away. It would be disastrous if you were caught." She was about to die of anger. What a dumbass, can't even do such a small thing right. Ha! Bamboo Ray gave a contemptuous laugh and said, "What are you afraid of? You weren't the one who made me do it to her in the first place? But I didn't let you do it in a place with surveillance. Don't worry, my place is hidden and won't be found easily." Bamboo Wenqing roared, "What's the use of not being able to find it now? Can you hide out there for the rest of your life? Xin Xingqing won't be able to find you and will come to the Bamboo family for someone." She no longer had the pitiful look she had before when she had approached Bamboo Ren for help. Bamboo Ren scoffed at this.
In fact, he had long sensed that his second sister's kindness to him was conditional, but he had never been willing to think deeper. Because without getting to the bottom of it, he still had a family. Now, she had made it so obvious that she was afraid of being implicated, making it difficult for Juren to continue playing dumb even if he wanted to. It was really ridiculous. If you're so afraid of things, don't mention it to him from the start. He mocked, when you mentioned this to me, did you not think that this day would come? In fact, Bamboo Ray had already thought of a subsequent retreat. When he finished his business, he would release Xia Lingwei, and with the video in hand, Xia Lingwei would definitely not dare to talk nonsense to others. What was captured by the surveillance camera in the hotel could also just be taken as a coincidence. So even if Xu Wenqing called over to remind him, he didn't think about releasing Xia Lingwei at all. Chapter 124. We still need to rely on Xin Xingxing at the critical moment. Seeing that Zhu Run was on the phone, Xia Lingwei wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Just now, her hands and feet were tied, but Bamboo Ren had untied the ropes on her hands in order to make it easier to take off her clothes. It was also thanks to Xu Wenqing's timely phone call that at this moment, Zhu Ren hadn't had time to take off her blouse. Xia Lingwei quietly untied the rope binding her feet, then carefully observed the surrounding. Her eyes had already adapted to the dim environment. Apart from the light source coming from the camera side, there was the doorway of the gate and the nearly 2-meter-high air window that had been sealed up with wooden boards. Running through the air window was impossible, but to get to the gate, one would have to pass through Bamboo Mercy. Xia Lingwei didn't know what to do for a while. If she didn't take advantage of the situation to run now, then when Bamboo Ren finished her phone call later, she would have even less chance to escape. So she crossed her heart, directly got up, quietly moved toward the warehouse door direction. At this moment, Zhu Ren's direction was not facing Xia Lingwei, and her attention was also focused on the conversation with Xu Wenqing, so she didn't seem to notice that she was running. Xia Lingwei was delighted in her heart, and then more carefully tiptoed towards the door. She was so nervous that she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest, fearing that she would be discovered by Zhu Ren in the next second. But surprisingly, Bamboo Mercy never noticed until Xia Lingwei arrived at the gate. Thinking that she would be able to escape right away, she didn't even dare to breathe, ready to push open the gate and desperately run outside. As long as she got outside, she would be saved. However, when she saw that the gate was wrapped with several circles of chains thicker than her arms, and there was also a large lock hanging from it, her heart felt like it had fallen from heaven to hell. Only despair remained. You thought I would leave the door unlocked if I kidnapped you here? Still really stupid and cute, are you? Ha 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 ha. Bamboo Ray's voice suddenly appeared behind her like a ghost, causing Xia Lingwei to sit on the ground in fear. Just now, he had already ended his conversation with Bamboo Wenqing, but when he realized that Xia Lingwei had made a small movement, he deliberately pretended that he continued to call without noticing her. He just wanted to give her hope first and then break her hope. Seeing her disappointed and uncomfortable would make his mood better. You. Xia Lingwei sat on the ground and looked at him in horror. It's over, she didn't escape, and he even found out that she tried to escape. The end must be miserable. Don't be here, you. Quickly come over and continue. Saying that, Bamboo Mercy bent down and directly carried Xia Lingwei on her shoulders, bringing her back to the place where the cardboard was. Actually, Bamboo Mercy also disliked the environment here, but there was no better place to go at the moment. Besides, there were still people outside looking around for him, so he had to finish quickly in order to control Xia Lingwei with the video. At this moment, Xia Lingwei's hands and feet were no longer bound by the rope, so she began to resist violently. Don't move around. Bamboo Mercy angrily bit her neck. He didn't know how to be compassionate at all and exerted too much force, all of a sudden bleeding from the bite, which hurt Xia Lingwei's brows clustered tightly and her tears became even more raging. With this amount of strength, she couldn't resist Bamboo Mercy at all. Is it really want to be here by him and also be recorded this humiliating video? Why did she have to go through such a miserable thing? The more Xia Lingwei thought about it, the more sad she became, and her tears flowed into a river as she prayed in her heart for someone to come and save her. It seemed like the heavens had really heard her prayers. Just when she was about to lose her pants, there was a loud crash from the gate. Xia Lingwei's eyes, which were already desperate, burst out with a ray of hope, and she shouted, "Help! There is here." Halfway through her words, she was gagged by Bamboo Mercy. And outside the door, it was Xin Xingxing who had come to the rescue. His intelligence network was very powerful. From the entrance of Elrath there, he found the car driven by Bamboo Mercy, and then using the traffic monitoring network of the whole city, he found the current location. He was worried that something might happen to Xia Lingwei, so he rushed over without stopping, and found that this abandoned warehouse might be hiding someone, and didn't care about the situation, drove the car to forcefully break the door. Just now the distance was not enough, he reversed again and then stepped on the gas. Boom boom! With a loud bang, the door was smashed open by the car. The piercing sunlight instantly illuminated the dim warehouse, and Xin Xingxing was able to see the situation in the warehouse clearly with the light. The front end of his car had already been smashed to pieces, but he didn't even have the time to pay attention to the car. Because all of his attention was attracted by the two people in the warehouse. Only to see Xia Lingwei's clothes in disarray, woefully pressed to the ground by a man covering her mouth, and there were teeth marks oozing blood on her neck. What she had just experienced was self-evident. Xingqing saw this situation. Icanthus, eyes red, pulled open the door toward them. The closer he got, the more clearly he could see Xia Lingwei's pitiful misery. The girl that he regarded as a treasure was treated so casually and roughly, causing his heart to ache as if it was cut by a knife, so much so that it was difficult for him to even breathe. At the same time as his heart ached, he also felt incomparably angry. A horrifyingly hostile aura emanated from his body, and the eyes he looked at Bamboo Mercy with were filled with murderous intent, a ruthlessness that really wanted to put the other party to death. Without a word, he made a move at Bamboo Mercy, a move so vicious that if he was hit in the face, his teeth would have been knocked out several times. But Zhuren certainly will not be stupid to wait there to be beaten, immediately let go of Xia Lingwei, dodge away. Xingqing, however, was relentless in her pursuit and chased after him. Zhu Ren's physique is not as good as Xingqing's, although his fights are not weak, but he is just ruthless, not caring about the other party's life and death, not that the strength of how powerful. Whereas Xingqing fights are strong for all to see, except for professional bodyguards like Liu who have been trained since childhood, no one else is his opponent.
Plus now he also had an anger value bonus, and soon Bamboo Mercy fell.
Bamboo Ren was a despicable and shameless person. Seeing that he couldn't beat Xingqing, he started looking for weapons. Relying on his familiarity with this abandoned warehouse, he picked up a rusty iron bar while hiding from Xingqing.
He smashed Xingqing's head. Xingqing directly raised her hand to catch it, and with an empty-handed stance, she snatched the iron bar hard.
Bamboo Ren also did not expect Xingqing so strong. Still want to find another weapon, the iron stick has already smashed down towards him. Hearing that loud and crunchy sound, one could tell how hard Xingqing had hit. Bamboo Ray used his arm to protect his head at first, but later he couldn't fight back and was beaten unconscious. Seeing that this scourge was resolved, Xingqing immediately went to check on Xia Lingwei's situation. When he came to Xia Lingwei's place, his expression completely changed. There was no more bloody and horrible ferocity, only a heart full of pity.
Chapter 125, Time to Clear the Air.
Looking at Xia Lingwei, who was like a broken doll, Xingqing's heart ached and he was still somewhat at a loss for words. He could only first take off his own clothes, carefully draped over her body, his tone soft and trembling, soothing. It's okay now. His nose was sour, and his eyes unconsciously began to moisten. It turns out that there really is empathetic pain in this world. Seeing her get hurt, he was more pained than he was by 1,000 cuts. Xia Lingwei sighed, also realized that she was saved. The taut heart finally relaxed, flung into Xingqing's arms, bawling. This is the first time she took the initiative to approach Xingqing. Xingqing, however, was not happy at all. If it was in exchange for her closeness on the premise that she had suffered such a thing, then he would have preferred not to let her have such a terrible encounter from the beginning. But now that it had happened, Xingqing could not reverse time even if she was rich and powerful. He was very careful to hug Xia Lingwei back and softly said, "Don't be afraid, it's already okay." He didn't dare to exert himself for fear of hurting her. Of course, things were not as bad as Xingqing thought. He rushed in time, so Bamboo Mercy did not have time to proceed to the final step. Xia Lingwei's tears couldn't stop flowing, as if she wanted to vent out all the fear and aggression she had just experienced, wetting the clothes on Xingqing's chest. It was really scary. This Bamboo Ren was a complete bad guy, unable to communicate and interact at all, much more terrifying than Xingqing. Just as these two were hugging and crying, Helanua, the rightful boyfriend, was confronting Elder He. He also didn't expect that the old man's first reaction to learning that he had a girlfriend would be to tell him to break up. This disappointed him to the core. He had thought that at least the old master would ask him what kind of person Xia Lingwei was in comment after hearing him out. Listening to Helanua whine, Elder He interrupted him in a dictatorial manner. "There's no need to ask, I'll have someone check it out and I'll know. That girl doesn't deserve you no matter if it's her family background or her character, and you're still fighting with the Nan family's kid, making it a big deal in the academy, isn't it a shame?" Master He completely lost his usual amiability, his expression was serious and cold, like two people before. Of course, Helanua would not agree with the old man's statement. He retorted, "Family history is not the only criterion for judging people, as for her character, I know better than you, so don't talk about it here." Seeing that Helanua dared to disobey himself, Elder He angrily rebuked, "You brat! Dare to talk to your grandfather like this for a woman? It was you who disrespected my girlfriend first." Moreover, Helanua didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his attitude, and was still using you in his address, so what is there for this old man to be dissatisfied with? You. Perhaps it was because Helanua had been too much of a worrywart since he was a child, so he was just being such a little rebellious. An old man, he was unexpectedly furious and red in the face. Of course, Helanua didn't want to make too much of a mess with the old man. After all, pissing off this old man would not be beneficial to himself. He also no longer disliked him forcefully, but instead, he dawned on him and said, "Grandpa, has there been one thing that I've done since I was a child that has disappointed you? I just fell in love with a girl, can't I? If you just want me to go for a marriage, then I can guarantee that I can still make the Yi family stronger and stronger even without a marriage." Elder He didn't care to listen to him and concluded to himself, "You've been mesmerized by her." Helanua was helpless.
This old man couldn't listen to anything he said, and he didn't want to continue wasting time. Before leaving, he threatened, "If I find out that you did something to her or her family behind my back, then you will find another heir." Hilanyu did rely on the He family as her background to get where she is today. But while he was developing the He family's business, he was also starting his own business. His assets were spread all over the world, and even without the He family, he could still live an incomparable life, and likewise allow Xia Lingwei to live an affluent life without worrying about money for the rest of her life. Elder He was so angry with him that he almost smoked. This brat, how dare he threaten him with such things for the sake of a woman? Does he really think that the Yi family can't do without him? He really can't. Not to mention the fact that there is only one heir to the Hilanyu bloodline, but in terms of ability, Hilanyu's father has average abilities. Her father's ability was mediocre, and her uncles couldn't afford to support the Yi family's large organization. Although Elder He has his own abilities, how many more years can he live? That's why he's really being pinned down. On the other hand, the matter of Shin Qingqing's wanted bamboo run was a big deal. Almost everyone in the upper-class circle knew that he was looking for bamboo ren, but didn't know what for. None of Bamboo Mercy's minions knew. The kidnapping of Xia Lingwei was carried out by Bamboo Ren alone, and the most the minions did was to go to the Xia family's chauffeur to pick a fight. What exactly Bamboo Mercy was going to do was actually unclear to them as well. And the situation on Shin Qingqing's side was pretty much the same. Even Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen didn't know what he was mad about. Didn't Shin Qingqing not even come to class because he felt ashamed because his previous rumor about dating Xia Lingwei was debunked? They both thought he would find a place to emo by himself, but they didn't expect him to be quite spirited. Lan Feifei called and he never answered. On the other hand, after Hilanyu came out of the old mansion, she thought to ask Xia Lingwei if she had returned home, but her phone was turned off. Her cell phone was out of battery? It shouldn't be. Xia Lingwei took the car home. According to logic, she would already be at home. How could her cell phone have no battery at home? Hilanyu had a keen sense that something might have happened, and immediately dialed the phone number of Xia's driver. He left the driver's phone number, but did not give his phone number to the other party. This negligence made him not go to rescue Xia Lingwei in the first place, and was also what gave Shin Qingqing the chance to save her hero. Hearing the driver say that he had already sought Shin Qingqing's help in finding someone, Hilanyu couldn't say what he felt. He himself was very mindful of Shin Qingqing's relationship with Xia Lingwei, and this time it was Shin Qingqing who acted first. However, now was not the time to fight over jealousy. Xia Lingwei's safety was the most important thing. He called Shin Qingqing to ask if there were any clues. At this time, Shin Qingqing and Xia Lingwei's mood has calmed down, and both stopped their tears. It is better to go to the hospital or check it out. Shin Qingqing thought that Xia Lingwei had been violated, fearing that there were other injuries on her body, so she proposed to go to the hospital. Xia Lingwei froze, thinking that she had inhaled the strange ecstasy, and indeed had to go for a checkup. Shin Qingqing looked to the side of the half-dead Bamboo Mercy that he had beaten, found a rope and tied the person up, stuffed it into the trunk. He didn't intend to call the police, he had to dispose of this damned one with his own hands in order to relieve his hatred. Chapter 126 Shin Qingqing wanted to karma Bamboo Run? Xia Lingwei watched as Shin Qingqing threw Zhu Run, who looked like a dead pig, into the trunk. Just now, Shin Qingqing would not have killed the person, right? Now she was planning to destroy the body? Then should she help to dispose of the body together? After all, Shin Qingqing had beaten the person to death alive in order to help her out. But Xia Lingwei was wimpy again. Although she also hated Bamboo Mercy with a passion, she didn't have the guts to do something so crazy. Did he die? Shin Qingqing replied, no, still alive. That's good. Xia Lingwei patted her chest with a relieved look. Shin Qingqing saw that she was still worried about the death of this, some puzzled, asked, what do you care about him? This kind of beast is worse than things, dead is not just right. But killing is against the law, we can't kill people. Even if the world she lived in was a Mary Sue novel, this world also had laws. She didn't know what Shin Qingqing would think, but if she had human life on her hands, she wouldn't dare to close her eyes in her sleep for the rest of her life. She was afraid that the other person's ghost would find her. It couldn't be helped, since she was a child, she was so timid that she didn't even have the courage to fight with people. How could she have the guts to get involved in killing people? Even if it was Shin Qingqing who did it, she couldn't get out of it. Hearing her say we, obviously dividing the two of them into a camp, made Shin Qingqing's face ease up a lot. Don't worry, I won't kill him. It will only make him beg for his life and die, 10,000 times more painful than death. And also have to confiscate his tools of the trade. Shin Qingqing hid the bloodlust and cruelty in his eyes and said to Xia Lingwei, let's go to the hospital. With that, he picked up Xia Lingwei horizontally. Right. Seeing that they were about to get on the car, Xia Lingwei suddenly pointed at the camera and said, don't forget that thing. Shin Qingqing looked over, and only then did she notice that there was also a video camera. The anger in her heart became even more intense, and she couldn't wait to shake Bamboo Ray awake and beat her up again. Xia Lingwei was still thinking of using the law to sanction Bamboo Mercy, so she said, there is evidence of him breaking the law and committing crimes there, I have to save it. Don't call the police. Shin Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth to stop. Xiao Lingwei was puzzled how to let Zhu Ren be sanctioned without calling the police.
Xin Xingqing explained quietly, the police would be too cheap for him. Fearing that Xiao Lingwei was worried, she also added, don't worry, I won't kill him.
Well, okay. As long as you don't kill anyone, no matter how Xin Xingqing disposes of Zhu Ren, she doesn't care.
Xin Xingqing's head of the car although hit deformed, but the engine is not damaged, still able to start normally. On the way to the hospital, Xin Xingqing's phone rang, and it was He Lanyu who called. Xin Xingqing glanced at Xiao Lingwei and saw that her mood seemed to have returned to normal, so she picked it up.
He Lanyu opened the door and directly asked, "Si Jin, do you have any clues on your side?" Lingwei. I've already found her, we're going to the hospital now.
Xin Xingqing's tone was very cold, he had a grudge against He Lanyu. The two of them were openly dating in the morning, and then something happened to Xiao Lingwei in the afternoon, and he didn't believe it when he said it had nothing to do with He Lanyu.
Hospital? What happened to her? Injured?
He Lanyu's tone was anxious, but Xin Xingqing hung up without answering him. Telling him that he had been found was kind enough, but Xin Xingqing really didn't want to say anything else. The main thing was that he wasn't sure if Xiao Lingwei wanted others to know about this.
He found a nearby hospital and took Xiao Lingwei to do a full body checkup. During the checkup, Xin Xingqing was distracted and waited outside.
Xin Xingqing's heart was very regretful. If he had known that he shouldn't have gone drinking alone and followed her around like before, this wouldn't have happened.
That trashy Lanyu, didn't he send a bodyguard to follow her before? How come they don't let anyone follow now? Dare to find a bodyguard just to guard against him, right? Just as Xin Xingqing was thinking nonsense, the doctor came out. He immediately got up and asked, "How is she? Is she okay?" Xin Xingqing was a little difficult to speak, not knowing how to ask.
The doctor replied, "It's nothing serious, but she inhaled a large amount of ecstasy. It's best to observe for a little while longer, the rest is no problem."
Then Xin Xingqing wanted to continue to ask, but after some thought, she changed her mind and said, "Can I go in to see her now?"
The doctor had said that there was no problem with her body, so it was better for him not to ask more questions. Xin Xingqing immediately went in to look at her. Xin Xingqing immediately went in to see Xiao Lingwei. At this time, Zhu Ren, who was in the trunk of Xin Xingqing's car, had already woken up. He found himself tied up and in a small space, and after a little thought, he realized that he was locked in the trunk.
Were they planning to take him somewhere unoccupied and kill him?
But the car wasn't in motion now, and it didn't feel like there was anyone in front of him. He found a way to break free from the rope, then got the lid of the trunk open again, ignoring the sideways glances of the passers-by, and escaped in a big way. At this moment, Xin Xingqing did not know that Zhu Ren had already escaped, and was sitting by the hospital bed, thinking about how to word it in order to comfort Xiao Lingwei. He clumsily opened his mouth and said, "You don't need to have a mental burden, it's not your fault that you encountered this kind of thing. If He Lanyu wants to break up with you because he dislikes you because of this matter, I'll help you beat him up." In fact, he couldn't wait for Xiao Lingwei to break up with He Lanyu. But if he breaks up because of this, he is afraid that it will make it more difficult for Xiao Lingwei to come out from the shadow. Xiao Lingwei was a bit puzzled and didn't know what he meant by all this, but she didn't ask, and just said, "Thank you." Regardless of how Xin Xingqing treated her badly before, but if it wasn't for Xin Xingqing saving her in time today, the consequences would really be unimaginable. So saying thank you is still appropriate. Xin Xingqing gently touched the top of her head, tone sour said, "Thank you for what? I went late, also failed to protect you."
"No, you did not come late." Xin Xingqing's eyes lit up and asked, "Really?" Xiao Lingwei nodded, "Of course it's true."
She also had no reason to lie. Xin Xingqing's heavy heart brightened up all of a sudden. It wasn't that he had some sort of complex, it was just that he felt lighter when he thought that Xiao Lingwei hadn't suffered something as painful as that. While the two of them were having a good time, He Lanyu also finally rushed over.
Chapter 127 Bamboo Ren's disappearance, the bamboo family is going to suffer.
He Lanyu had used all her skills in order to find them. In the end, it was only after locating Xin Xingqing's cell phone signal that he found this hospital, and he rushed all the way here in a frenzy.
As soon as he entered, he walked to Xiao Lingwei's side and asked, "What exactly happened? Are you hurt?"
Xiao Lingwei opened her mouth and said, "It was a person called Zhu Ren who kidnapped me and wanted to do something to me." She did not continue to talk about this, and turned to say, "But I heard him answering the phone, it was someone who authorized him to do so that video there." Although the video also recorded her almost being, it also recorded what Bamboo Ren said when he called. Both Xin Xingqing and He Lanyu's faces didn't look too good. The two of them looked at each other and walked out of the ward together. Even if the current Xin Xingqing had a bellyful of resentment towards He Lanyu, they now had to find the person behind the scenes. Xin Xingqing also understood that even if he castrated Zhu Ren, it would only relieve the immediate crisis. If someone really instructed him to do this, then if he didn't uncover the person behind the scenes, Xiao Lingwei would still be in danger in the future. The two of them walked outside. Xin Xingqing said, "That Zhu Ren is in my car, if you have any questions you can also go directly to ask him." He Lanyu's face was iron blue. He had just made his girlfriend public and this happened, wasn't it a slap in his face? He would definitely not easily let go of the person who hurt Xiao Lingwei. The camera was also in Xin Xingqing's car. However, when he walked over, he realized that the car's trunk lid had been opened, and Zhuren was long gone. How awful. He was so careless that he let someone get away. Or Bamboo Mercy is too heavenly, have already tied him firmly, but still can break free, not only can break free from the rope, but also can open the car cover from the inside, also has 2 brushes. But the monk can't run away from the temple. Bamboo, this surname is rare. Listening to the name, they know that he is a person of the Bamboo family. They cannot find Bamboo Mercy, they go to the Bamboo family to ask for people. Good thing the camera is still there. The 2 men pressed the play button with a heavy heart, looking at the image of Xia Lingwei being lightly beaten by Bamboo Ren, and their hearts hated to give Bamboo Ren 1,000 cuts. When Bamboo Mercy answered the phone, they were all heartbroken as they watched Xia Lingwei try to escape. They couldn't imagine how scared she would have been at that time. They listened carefully to the content of Bamboo Ren's phone call and learned that he was talking to his sister on the phone, and that it was indeed the other party who had asked him to make a move on Xia Lingwei. Since that was the case, it would be right to go and settle the score with the Bamboo family. He Lanyu continued to look back and realized that Xin Qingqing arrived at the critical moment and saved Xia Lingwei. He said with gratitude from the bottom of his heart, "Si Jin, thank you, really thank you." Xin Qingqing, however, responded nonchalantly, "There's no need to thank me, I didn't save her for you either." Because He Lanyue had robbed Xia Lingwei, the 2 of them had always been estranged. At this moment, Xin Qingqing didn't be polite with him, and directly rehashed old scores, sarcastically. "Lanyu, what did you say when my brother approached her? You said that I wasn't capable of protecting her, and then you took the opportunity to poach me. But what about now, you're able to protect her?" If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the Bamboo family had always had the intention of joining forces with the He family. Having Bamboo Ray lay hands on Xia Lingwei was more than likely using Xia Lingwei as a stumbling block. You haven't even dealt with the object of your own union, and you still dare to fall in love with her? If I hadn't arrived in time today, do you know how terrible she would have gone through? Listening to Xin Qingqing's accusations, He Lanyu had no way to excuse himself. It was indeed him who had failed to protect Xia Lingwei. But the argument of being the object of a marriage union was really wronging him. He Lanyu had never settled on a marriage partner, and even if some families had mentioned it, he had rejected it on the spot. As for the Bamboo family, he had no impression at all. "I will take care of this matter." After He Lanyu finished speaking, he went back to the hospital to continue accompanying Xia Lingwei. No matter how indignant Xin Qingqing was, the current He Lanyue and Xia Lingwei were still boyfriend and girlfriend, so he couldn't say anything more. Xin Qingqing reported his safety to the driver uncle, then drove his own broken car to the maintenance. Bamboo Wenqing had been distracted after calling Bamboo Ren. She then realized that Bamboo Ren wasn't as easy to control as she thought, and one slip of the tongue and she got herself involved. Now she didn't know if Xin Qingqing had found them yet. If she was found, could she easily get away with it? Can the Bamboo family get away with it? Just as she was worried, she heard her father shouting in a very stern tone for her to come to the study. Bamboo Tao is also a dignified person, although the Bamboo family is not comparable to the He family, but as He Lanyu's elder, He Lanyu had previously respected him. But today, He Lanyu even called him to ask for his pardon, which made Zhu Tao's mood very bad. At first, when he heard that Zhu Ren was the one who caused the trouble, he was able to say that Zhu Ren had already been kicked out of the house by the Zhu family, and he had also publicly declared that Zhu Ren's matter had nothing to do with their Zhu family. Zhu Tao and Zhu Ren were not close, and he had already given up on this son when Zhu Ren's behavioral disorder was slow to be cured. However, when he heard the recording of Bamboo Ren talking to one of his sisters on the phone, it was not easy to refute it. The Bamboo family had 2 daughters, and only Bamboo Wenqing had her heart set on marrying He Lanyu, so the person most likely to make a move on He Lanyu's girlfriend was only her. Bamboo Wenqing came to her father's study, and before she could open her mouth to speak, she was thrown to the ground by a slap from Bamboo Tao. "Dad! Why are you hitting me?" The beaten Zhu Wenqing still felt aggrieved and covered her face to ask back. "You still have the face to say. Did you let Bamboo Ren make a move on He Lanyu's girlfriend?" I didn't." Bamboo Wenqing still wanted to deny it and refused to admit it. "You didn't? Your phone calls to Zhu Ren were recorded. Stupid. How did I have a daughter as stupid as you?" Zhu Wenqing was already scared, and now that she was being beaten and scolded by her father, her heart couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly burst into tears, accusing, "I didn't do it because of you. Why didn't you talk to the He family about the marriage? If you hadn't kept dragging it out, He Lanyu wouldn't have been snatched away by other women." Zhu Tao was speechless. Not only was his daughter stupid, she was also a love brain. "You think I didn't say that?" The other He Lanyu didn't even agree. "He doesn't even remember what you look like, and you're blaming me. It's your own lack of ability that made him look at you." With a big disaster on the horizon, this father and daughter pair grumbled at each other. It wasn't that the Bamboo family was so scornful of He Lanyu, but that He Lanyu had evidence in her hands that the Bamboo family's daughter had abetted her youngest son, who had been expelled from the family, to commit a crime. As a 100-year-old family, if the Bamboo family was smeared with this taint, the family's image would all go down with it. They couldn't let this matter come to light and could only think of ways to appease He Lanyu's anger.
Chapter 128 He Lan Yu's control desire explodes. Bamboo Tao was angry, but he couldn't really leave bamboo wenching alone. Bamboo mercy that number has been practiced waste. Bamboo wenching cultivation is not bad, in the IRS study, looks beautiful temperament good.
Even if you can't marry the Yi family, it's more than enough to find another powerful family. The most important thing now is to preserve the reputation of the bamboo family. At the same time, it is also necessary to protect Zhu Wenqing. Zhu Tao decided to go to Elder He to beg for mercy. Seeing the friendship between their two families, Elder He might be able to talk to Yi Lan Yu and ask him not to take things to the extreme.
But to show their sincerity, they had to at least hand over Zhuren.
So Zhu Tao asked Zhu Wenqing to trick Zhuren into coming back, and the bodyguards in the house would keep the person under control at that time. He, on the other hand, moved to the He family's old mansion. Elder He is now angry, heard the housekeeper said Zhu Tao came to visit, actually do not want to see. But Elder He and Zhu Tao's father were friends. Bamboo old man died of cancer a few years ago, before dying, is also hoping that Master He can take care of his son Zhu Tao. Because of this relationship, even if Master He didn't want to see him now, he still let the butler bring people in. As soon as Zhu Tao entered, he bowed his head and apologized. Master He, it's all because of our family's few incompetent children who don't know any better and offended Lan Yu's girlfriend, so please help me. When Master He heard that it had to do with that Xia Lingwei again, he frowned and asked, what's the situation? Zhu Tao covered up, it is Wenqing, she always asked me to come to you before to talk about the marriage, but Lan Yu did not mean it, but that child does not die, and now as soon as she heard that Lan Yu had a girlfriend, she could not accept the psychological, so she did a little mischief to that girl. He called the attempted kidnapping and forced bonding a prank. When Lan Yu found out about it, she was very angry and came to me to ask for a statement and to expose the incident. If it was exposed, our Wenqing's reputation would be ruined. Elder He is not stupid, once he heard it, he knew that this matter is definitely not a simple prank. But he didn't pursue it either. He didn't like Xia Lingwei, so he didn't care what the bamboo family did to Xia Lingwei. Fine, I'll talk to Lan Yu, but I can't guarantee what the outcome will be. Thank you, Elder. Although Elder He didn't guarantee anything, Zhu Tao still thanked him profusely. He believed that with the old master mediating, Lan Yu wouldn't take things too far. But on the other side, things didn't go well for Zhu Wenqing. She couldn't contact Bamboo Ren at all, and Bamboo Ren's little brother didn't know where he ran off to. It was as if this person had evaporated. Regardless of whether they had handed over Bamboo Ren or not, Lan Yu did not intend to let the Bamboo family go, especially Bamboo Wenqing. He sent someone to do a little checking and learned that Bamboo Wenqing usually kept herself as the future Mrs. He within her own circle of friends. In the Elrath Academy, all four of them had a particularly large number of dream girls, so they wouldn't bother inquiring if someone said so, much less make a point of correcting them. There were so many people in the academy, they'd have to die of exhaustion if they heard someone YY and made a point of dispelling rumors. Lan Yu was even more infrequent at school and never cared about these things. He also didn't expect that there would be people who would take fantasies seriously and dare to make a move on his girlfriend. Learning that this incident was actually caused by a girl who was obsessed with him, Lan Yu was angry and at the same time felt a little self-blame. In the end, this matter was because of him. Even though he didn't have much of an impression of Zhu Wenqing, it was all because he hadn't ruled out these risks before he recklessly publicized the relationship between the two of them. At first, when he heard about Xia Lingwei's disappearance, he thought that it was the old master's hand. If that was the case, he would have blamed himself even more. In the hospital, Lan Yu sat on the side of the bed, looked at the somewhat pale Xia Lingwei, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, this matter is all my fault. Xia Lingwei listened to him finish the whole story, thinking that it was indeed Lan Yu's fault that he had to go public, which attracted so many love rivals to her. But what was a bit strange was that before she and Lan Yu went public, Zhuren held her hostage in the restroom. She also remembered that Bamboo Mercy said that it was because she was blocking someone's way, so it seemed that what was being said was that she was blocking the way of Bamboo Mercy's sister's marriage to Lan Yu, right? In other words, in fact, the Bamboo family's second young miss had already known about her relationship with Lan Yu. After all, there was no airtight wall in the world. Xia Lingwei suddenly worried about her future. There must be more than one girl who likes Lan Yu. If a few more come up with other ways to fix her, will she still have a chance to live? Lan Yu also saw Xia Lingwei's worries and promised, this will never happen again, I swear, I will definitely protect you. Looking at him with such a confident look, Xia Lingwei squeezed out a smile and responded, that would be so thankful to you. Thank you for what? This is all what I should do. Xia Lingwei thought that this assurance from Lan Yu was just empty words, so she didn't know what she was about to face. After Xia Lingwei finished the bottle, the doctor came back to look at her and made sure there was no problem, then she could go back. Lan Yu drove Xia Lingwei home. On the way, Elder He's phone call came again. Lan Yu was with Xia Lingwei and was afraid that she would feel sad if she knew about his family's attitude, so he directly hung up the phone. This pissed the old man off. It is said that marrying a daughter-in-law and forgetting her mother, this brat has not married a daughter-in-law, but only made a girlfriend, began to hang up on grandpa's phone? The old man gave stubbornness also came up, called over again.
Then he was hung up again by He Lanyu. Called again, hung up again. Xia Lingwei said, if you have something to do, just answer the phone, don't worry about me. Nothing important. Oh.
When he arrived at Xia's house, He Lanyu thought of going to apologize to Xia's father and mother. He as a boyfriend did not protect their daughter. Xia Lingwei immediately stopped him.
There's no need to talk to them.
Since she had originally retired early from school, the driver uncle immediately contacted Shin Xingqing to find someone when he realized she was missing. Shin Xingqing also mobilized all of his contacts and quickly found her, so up to now, Xia Lingwei's parents didn't even know about her kidnapping. She was also thinking that it would be better to do more than less, so it was better not to tell them. He Lanyu was still very upset, but Xia Lingwei had said so he didn't insist anymore. On the way home, He Lanyu called the old man back. Just after connecting, the old man cursed. The brat is really against you. How dare you hang up on your grandfather's phone? What the hell do you want to do? Chapter 129, Lu is still jealous. Compared to Elder He's agitation, He Lanyu looked much more calm.
Grandpa, I'm driving, if there's anything you want to say, just say it.
His tone was normal, like a person with nothing to worry about, making Elder He even more fuming.
That matter of the bamboo family's daughter, you should stop pursuing it. What did you say? He Lanyu's tone suddenly turned cold and his face was gloomy and scary. It's just a prank, why did you have to get into such a mess with the bamboo family?
Your grandpa Bamboo asked me to take care of their children before he died, so don't be unforgiving just because of this little thing.
A prank? A small matter? He Lanyu was about to be exasperated and laugh.
As the perfect heir to the Yi clan consortium who had barely had a rebellious period since she was a child, He Lanyu thought that her grandfather was marvelous and had always respected this old man who had created such a huge business empire. But today, hearing him say such words in such a way that he could not distinguish between right and wrong, He Lanyu was chilled and disappointed. Even if the old man wasn't satisfied with him dating Xia Lingwei, he couldn't say such heartless words with his eyes open, could he?
What happened to Xia Lingwei was trivial. The things that Bamboo Mercy did were pranks? He coldly mocked, Grandpa, I think you're really getting on in years and your brain isn't working, now you can't even distinguish between right and wrong, it's better to retire before it's too late. What did you say? Elder He's blood pressure rubbed up in anger, completely not expecting that this grandson of his, the one he was most proud of, would dare to say he was senile. Sure enough, after dating a woman of that kind of unknown origin, the entire person is crooked. He Lanyu, do you really think the He family can't survive without you? Don't forget I still have Ming Cord. The He family doesn't have to be in your hands. Whatever.
After saying that, He Lanyu hung up the phone.
He was also angry. Xia Lingwei had suffered so much, but that old man even said it was a small matter and wouldn't let him pursue it? Absolutely impossible.
On the other hand, Shin Xingqing returned home and realized that both Nancy Yan and Lin Junchang were sitting in the living room.
It looks like they are waiting for him. Nancy Yan asked, what is the situation today? The commotion is big enough, what kind of grudge do you have with that kid from the Bamboo family? Nothing.
Shin Xingqing still remembered Nancy Yan's previous threat to Xia Lingwei, so she was indifferent to this brother.
Nan Yan also expressed very helpless. This thing is still not over, right?
Lin Junchang said, I think 80% of it has something to do with Xia Lingwei, right?
That Zhu Ren is also your rival? Enemy? He is also worthy.
Shin Xingqing coldly snorted, face written full of contempt, look at this appearance, is quite unable to see Zhu Ren. Lin Junchang and Nancy Yan exchanged glances.
Shin Xingqing didn't care about the two of them, and walked towards her room on her own.
Lin Junchang gloated, it's normal for him to be in a bad mood. Before, he was still presenting himself as Xia Lingwei's boyfriend, but as a result, today, Xia Lingwei is openly dating He Lanyu. This kid has really lost face. Although he also did not want to see Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu talk, but this thing he could not stop.
It was also fun to watch Shin Xingqing lose face. Nancy Yan slanted a glance at Lin Junchang and warned, Junchang, you have gone too far.
Lin Junchang shrugged his shoulders indifferently.
Nancy Yan's face was not very pretty.
Even though his younger brother was no good, he as an older brother was still very responsible and did not want to see his younger brother lose face. But now that things had happened, the way to help Shin Xingqing save face was to help him snatch Xia Lingwei back. This he was really reluctant to do. At least let Xia Lingwei break up with He Lanyu. The two of them breaking up wouldn't seem so humiliating to Shin Xingqing. After Nancy Yan made up his mind, he decided to find a chance to meet Xia Lingwei again. The next day, when Xu Wenqing was in class, she was taken away by the police. This time the whole class exploded. Elrath is an aristocratic college, the students here usually get into trouble, their families will step in to smooth things out, basically not to the extent of calling the police. But Xu Wenqing, who comes from a big family and is the goddess of their class, was actually taken away by the police. What kind of offense is this? This kind of thing spread very quickly, not only their class, even the entire academy, those who knew her and those who didn't all knew that a girl had been arrested. At the same time, Elrath made an announcement to expel Bamboo Wenqing from school. The reason was that bamboo wenching was suspected of violating the law, and IRS couldn't afford to keep such a student who trampled on the law. The academy had made an announcement, so it must be the real deal. As the top aristocratic academy in the country, if a student here was withdrawn from school, it would be difficult for them to mix well in the future. This was also why Xia Lingwei was afraid of being expelled from school before. That said, this morning, when Xia Lingwei was preparing to take her family's car to the academy, she realized that He Lanyu was already waiting at the entrance. He Lanyue revealed a warm smile and said, "I'm coming to pick you up, let's go together." He Lanyu's car can drive directly to the academy. He Lanyu's car could drive directly into the Elrath Academy. He kept sending Xia Lingwei to the class entrance. The students he met on the road were all secretly sizing them up, realizing that the two of them looked surprisingly quite compatible. Previously, many students thought that Xia Lingwei was simply not good enough for He Lanyu, but now that the two of them were standing together, at least their appearances were still compatible. After the last class, He Lanyu came to pick her up again. He Lanyu still had things to do, so he let Xia Lingwei go to his office for a while. He also had an office in Elrath Academy, only it wasn't in this building. Because he might not be able to care about Xia Lingwei when he was concentrating on his work, he hadn't brought her there before. Now he couldn't care less. Xia Lingwei also knew that he was being cautious because of her kidnapping, and didn't object, so she obediently followed along. In that super large office, she met Ryu once again. Willow was still wearing a mask, her usual ordinary face. Seeing Willow, Xia Lingwei even greeted her, "Long time no see ah." Willow just nodded and didn't say anything. In front of He Lanyu, he couldn't say too much to Xia Lingwei. Next to Lu, there was also an ordinary-looking woman standing. He Lanyu said to Xia Lingwei, "Her name is Orange, she will be your bodyguard from now on." Considering the previous incident where Xia Lingwei was attacked when she went to the restroom, this time, He Lanyu purposely found a female bodyguard from their family. Tangerine's hands were also very good, and had only lost to Lu in their He family bodyguard competitions. Sending her to protect Xia Lingwei could also be reassuring. Willow at first didn't know what He Lanyu was doing by having Orange here, and now that he heard He Lanyu say that he was letting her protect Xia Lingwei, his heart was a bit subtle. How come he wasn't allowed to protect him anymore? Chapter 130, Milk Dog Schoolboy's Matters of the Heart. Tangerine not only had to protect Xia Lingwei's safety, but also had to monitor Xia Lingwei's whereabouts and report to He Lanyu in time. Xia Lingwei didn't think about being watched, she only thought that having a bodyguard was quite good. Her attention was on Tangerine, and she didn't notice Willow's sad little eyes at all. Tangerine was about 1.7 meters tall, with a popular face, the kind that was instantly forgettable. Xia Lingwei thought about what Lu had said before, the looks of those in their line of work can't be too conspicuous, so could it be that this Orange, too, is wearing a mask? She was curious, but was too embarrassed to ask. Orange was a face paralyzed, without expression. Xia Lingwei also didn't dare to always stare at her, so she silently withdrew her gaze. The fact that Bamboo Mercy was wanted by Xinxingxing was well known. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Song Xiao and his party, who had been bullied by Bamboo Ren. Song Xiao wasn't very seriously injured and just happened to be discharged from the hospital today. Hearing that Bamboo Mercy had been unlucky, they were all very curious and thought of going to find Lan Fei Fei to inquire about what was going on. After all, Lan Fei Fei was on good terms with Xinxingxing. However, Lan Fei Fei didn't know exactly what happened, and when he asked Xinxingxing before, Xinxingxing didn't say anything either. He vaguely felt that it might have something to do with Xia Lingwei. Since the schoolmates were also curious, let's go find Xinxingxing and ask. Speaking of which, after being saved by Xinxingxing, Xia Lingwei's attitude towards him changed a lot for the better, or at least she wouldn't be as afraid of him as before. This put Xinxingxing in a good mood, and he was thinking of continuing to let her help with tutoring after the last class, but He Lanyu came and picked her up. Xinxingxing's mood was bad again. But he didn't leave either, and was still studying hard in their lounge. Mu Xingchen stayed behind to tutor him, and asked in surprise, "Are you serious? You're really going to clean up your act and study hard?" Of course. In order not to let himself think too much, Xinxingxing forced himself to focus on his studies. Mu Xingchen thought of the last time Xinxingxing said with his father made a bet, curious to ask, "You and your father in the end what bet off? Why are you working so hard?" Xinxingxing's hand paused and said, "My dad said that as long as I get into the top 50 in the final exam this year, I'll be able to get into the top 50 in the final exam this year." Halfway through, Xinxingxing suddenly thought of what Nancy Yan had said before, and feared that Mu Xingchen would mistakenly think that his dad supported him as a mistress, so he stopped his mouth in time. Nothing. Eh? The less he wanted to say, the more curious Mu Xingchen became. However, he was also curious about another matter, so he asked, "What was it that you were in such a hurry to find Zhu Ring yesterday? Now there are all kinds of rumors going around. Some say that he offended you and you want to beat him up, others say that he owes you money, and the most outrageous thing is that some people say that you have a crush on him. What's going on?" When Xinxingxing heard someone say that he had a crush on Zhu Run, his expression was like stepping on, disgusted and feeling sick. But he still didn't want to mention it, and said in a bad mood, "Why are you so curious? You have to ask about everything."
Mu Xingchen retorted, "It's you who is mysterious and out of touch all day long, okay? Yesterday, you made such a big commotion, what's wrong with me asking?"
Just then, Lan Fei Fei brought Song Xiao to their lounge. Song Xiao and the others were also students of Elrath, only they were in the higher department and this side was the university department. The vast majority of students who studied in the higher department of the Elrath Academy would be helicoptered to the university department, so there was nothing to stop Song Xiao and his group from entering the academy. But the lounge for the four of them wasn't something that anyone could come to. Lan Fei Fei only let Song Xiao follow them, while the others arranged to stay elsewhere first. When Lan Fei Fei and Song Xiao entered, they happened to hear Mu Xingchen mention this matter.
He immediately chimed in, "Yes, I asked you yesterday and you refused to say. What secret can there be between the few of us?"
The four of them are all friends from childhood, although Lan Yue and Xin Xingqing have a bit of a disconnect because of robbing women, but Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei Fei are neutral.
Xin Xingqing was reluctant to say anything because she was afraid that this matter would affect Xia Lingwei.
Even if she was the victim of this incident, if the word got out, it was inevitable that some people would think of her and look at her through colored glasses.
He didn't want Xia Lingwei to be pointed at everywhere she went.
But in the face of Lan Fei Fei and Mu Xingchen's accusations, he couldn't continue to hide it, so he said half of what he said and left half of what he said, saying, "It's because Bamboo Mercy kidnapped Xia Lingwei."
"What did you say?"
Mu Xingchen and Lan Fei Fei were both surprised. After all, Bamboo Ray and Xia Lingwei were two people who couldn't be related to each other. Next to him, Song Xiao was also taken aback. He also didn't expect that this matter was even related to his goddess.
But why would Bamboo Mercy kidnap Xia Lingwei? Was there any intersection between them? Lan Fei Fei quickly asked, "When was it?"
Xin Xingqing replied, "Just yesterday afternoon, but I've already found them. Xia Lingwei is fine, it's just that she let Bamboo Mercy get away." He sighed and complained. Bamboo Mercy was abetted by his sister, Bamboo Wenqing, to Xia Lingwei. Bamboo Wenqing wanted to marry with the He family, and couldn't stand it when he knew that Lan Yu was making girlfriends, and in the end it was all Lan Yu's fault. They also heard the news that Zhu Wenqing was taken away by the police today and was expelled from the academy.
"So it's because of this?" Song Xiao worriedly asked. "Then is Sister Lingwei alright?" He knew Zhu Ren's bad character too well. Would something bad happen to Xia Lingwei if she fell into the hands of a scum like that?
Xin Xingqing deliberately made a light-hearted appearance and said, "Nothing much, just inhaled some ecstasy, already went to the hospital to check."
That's good, that's good."
Seeing Song Xiao so worried look, Xin Xingqing suddenly remembered the last time in the Lake Heart Mountain heard those a few schoolmates said.
It seems to have said that Song Xiao had accosted Xia Lingwei at the KTV.
He also said that Xia Lingwei was the goddess of his heart.
As soon as Song Xiao heard that Bamboo Ren kidnapped Xia Lingwei, he added the new hatred and old hatred together and said, "Brother Xijin, don't worry, we will help to find Bamboo Ren. This kind of scum is really unsettling if we don't arrest them. There were several times before, causing them to almost get into a car accident. Well, contact me immediately when you find him." When Song Xiao was hospitalized, he had also brushed up on the posts about Xia Lingwei in the University Department of Eris. At first, they all said she was in love with Xin Xingqing, then it turned into a relationship with Lan Yu. Lan Yue was the man with a powerful aura that he saw walking out of the hotel with Xia Lingwei that day. Song Xiao had gradually become numb from the initial shock. Whether it was Lan Yue or Xin Xingqing, they were both people who stood on the tip of the pyramid, and he simply couldn't compete with them. The goddess he fell in love with at first sight was ultimately a dream that was out of reach. But just when he decided to give up, the heavens gave him the chance to be able to get close to her. Chapter 131, Becoming a Neighbor with a Milk Dog Schoolmate. Song Xiao's family background was medium to high when placed in Elrath. Their family was engaged in real estate development, so they had properties all over the country and a dozen suites in this city. Song Xiao would be entering the university department in a few months, and he wanted to be independent, so he moved out of his home and chose one of the dozen or so suites to move into. By chance, he chose a villa in the same neighborhood as Xia Lingwei's house, and it was right next door to Xia Lingwei's house. It was a complete coincidence. Song Xiao went to his new home after he left from the Ellis University department. Xia Lingwei hadn't returned home at this moment, but Xiao's father and mother had come back first after they were busy. Song Xiao felt that he had to greet his next-door neighbor out of politeness, so he brought a set of unopened high-grade tableware as a gift and went to pay a visit. Xiao's father and mother are also considered hospitable people, especially when they saw Song Xiao with a gift. They very warmly invited him to come in and sit down for a while. Song Xiao is the type of well-behaved and cute, especially attracting the elders. Xiao's father and mother also quite liked him. After all, this child wasn't like Xin Xingqing and Lan Yu, whose status was so noble and who had to be careful with their words. Since he lived next door, it meant that the family wasn't that kind of very noble gentry, and there was no pressure to communicate. Learning that Song Xiao was living alone, they were also kind enough to leave him here for dinner. Song Xiao politely refused, "Thank you uncle and aunt, but I've already made dinner, so I won't eat here." He just came over to say hello. Sitting here to exchange pleasantries for so long is already very tired, and then stay to eat really cannot do. So he said hello and went back. He also missed Xia Lingwei, who returned home 10 minutes later. Today, Lan Yu sent Xia Lingwei back, followed by Orange.
He Lan Yu explained Orange's identity to Xiao's father and mother, saying that it would be more convenient for Ling Wei to bring a female bodyguard rather than a male bodyguard. Xiao's father and mother naturally had no opinion. Their family used to be a small family, and they were not in the habit of bringing bodyguards at all. They didn't have a lot of money and didn't offend anyone, so they weren't this careful, and nothing happened in those years before. But thinking about He Lan Yu's identity is unusual. Surely grew up with a bodyguard used to, so they gave Xiao Lingwei with a bodyguard. They didn't say anything when Lu lived here before, and now that they have a female bodyguard, they won't say anything, and they have to thank He Lan Yu in return. After leaving He Lan Yu to eat here, he went back. He still had to deal with the aftermath of the Bamboo family, as well as go home to negotiate with the old man. Xiao Lingwei took Orange to the guest room and said that if you need anything else or feel inconvenienced anywhere, just tell me directly. Oh. Orange nodded and replied, okay. There was still not much expression on her face. After all, she was not from a wealthy family, and she was not very used to having someone around her to protect her. Always felt kinda embarrassed. Before, when Ryu was here, she would also take the initiative to find some words to chat awkwardly with him, only Ryu didn't answer much. Now it's Orange, and we're all girls, so there's definitely more to talk about. So, how old are you? 24. Oh. The air became silent. Xiao Lingwei realized that Orange didn't seem to like talking very much either. Is it possible that the bodyguard industry just has a rule against chatting with people? She felt that her presence here might disturb Orange's rest, so she said, then you rest early, I'll go back to my room. Good. Tangerine watched Xiao Lingwei leave and close the door, her expressionless face gradually colored with a layer of redness. Can be considered to be gone. Xiao Lingwei will be nervous as soon as she gets close, okay? At that time, when she learned that she was chosen to protect young Master He's girlfriend, Orange was still quite apprehensive. She'd been on those kind of group security missions before. That is, when Elder He traveled, or when the He family had any important occasions, she worked with her colleagues to do the defense work. This time, she was asked to come and protect young Master He's girlfriend closely. It was really Alexandria for her. She was even more worried that this young lady was arrogant and capricious, and it was a torture to live with such a person. But when she saw Xiao Lingwei in person, all her worries disappeared. This girl was delightful just by looking at her. As a bodyguard in the He family, he had been to more parties than he could count, and had seen more handsome men and women than he could remember. Orange's interest was in observing other people's facial features, not the kind that he was particularly proficient in, but just what he had summarized from his own experience. Some people are good looking, but by looking at their looks, they know that they are very mean and not easy to get along with. Xiao Lingwei is the exact opposite, belonging to the kind that has no temper at all. It was a very good bullying feeling. Orange suddenly felt a great responsibility, must protect Xiao Lingwei, not be bullied to go. When she was in He Lan Yu's office, she felt Xiao Lingwei's gaze frequently fall on her body. This made Orange a little nervous. When Orange was nervous, her face was paralyzed. After all, she was a bodyguard and couldn't easily expose her emotions. Was Xiao Lingwei unhappy with her? Tangerine kept on ruminating, getting more and more nervous. However, Xiao Lingwei's attitude was friendly and looked like she still wanted to chat with her. It made Orange even more nervous. Because she didn't quite know, as a bodyguard, how to get along with the people she was supposed to protect. The more nervous Orange became, the more rigid her expression became, and Xiao Lingwei didn't dare to bother her more, so she left. Song Xiao raised a puppy, a Pomeranian, especially good-looking, white and fluffy, like a snowball. The puppy's name is Xiao Shui. After dinner, Xiao Lingwei ate a little too much and wanted to go to the yard to do some calisthenics. After this kidnapping, she also realized that her physique was too poor and she needed to exercise more. Some time ago, Shin Xingxing forced her to wake up early to exercise for a few days, then she said that she was not feeling well. Shin Xingxing also stopped forcing her. Xiao Lingwei just went out to the yard. She saw a small white ball drilled out of the fence. The little ball ran to Xiao Lingwei's feet and lowered its head to sniff. Xiao Lingwei was a bit scared at first when she saw it was a dog. She had been whisked away by a dog when she was a child and had a bit of a psychological shadow. But Boomerang was small and pretty, and didn't seem hostile to her, making her stiffen for a moment and then relax. What a cute little dog. She squatted down and scrutinized the puppy, not daring to get her hands on it. Little Snow. Song Xiao didn't fasten the leash clasp there when she walked the dog properly, allowing Little Snow to dabble and run away. Seeing it run into the next yard, panting, he caught up and shouted. When he shouted, Xiao Lingwei raised her head and locked eyes with Song Xiao through the fence. Chapter 132 My Puppy Loves You. Song Xiao saw Xiao Shui running to the yard of the house next door when he ran over, and also realized that there was someone in the yard, a girl. It should be the couple's daughter. Since Xiao Shui was more wary of strangers and bared her teeth when she moved, he yelled out as a way to call it back. Instead, he looked frozen the moment the girl raised her head. It was her. His neighbor was actually Xiao Lingwei. This was so unexpected and surprising. He cleared his throat and greeted, "Senior sister, what a coincidence, we are actually neighbors." Xiao Lingwei looked at Song Xiao's face and thought carefully before remembering that he was the boy who had approached her to add her WeChat at the KTV that day. Later, Song Xiao had sent her messages, and Xia Lingwei would politely reply, and then suddenly one day he stopped sending them.
Xia Lingwei did not think much about it.
I think this kind of accosting is basically a moment of freshness, chat a few days feel uninteresting, but also no longer continue to send messages. Eat dinner when mom and dad is mentioned next door to move in people, just did not expect to move in is actually and she accosted people. She stood up and greeted with a somewhat unnatural look, yes, what a coincidence. Before Song Xiao brought so many people to accost her, and those people didn't look like they were too easy to mess with, making Xia Lingwei have a preconceived notion that Song Xiao was also that kind of person. So she was a bit afraid of him. But since she was a neighbor, she couldn't just hide home without saying anything, she still had to make the relationship a little better. At this time, the puppy by her leg even grasped her leg, whimpering and pampering.
Xia Lingwei asked, "Is this your puppy?"
"Yes, it's the one I raised, it's called Xiao Shui." This is the first time Song Xiao talked to Xia Lingwei face to face. Before the time he met at the KTV, he and she were talking through a door. When he saw her at the hotel entrance later, he didn't talk at all, and he wasn't in the mood to talk at that time. So this time, it was the longest conversation he had ever had with her.
Xia Lingwei lowered her head and called out to the puppy, "Little Snow."
"Woof woof woof." Little Boomerang barked a few times in response.
Xia Lingwei was surprised, it can understand a.
Although she had seen many videos of cute pets on the internet before, she felt that they were all fake, either relying on editing or with subtitles that mislead the audience.
How could a small animal be that smart? She shouted again, "Little Snow."
"Woof woof woof." The puppy barked a few times, and after that, it circled around its own tail as if it was spreading its wings.
So cute.
Song Xiao was also quite surprised. This was the first time their little Snow had been so enthusiastic towards a stranger, and before that, she had always shown her teeth. Could it be that the pet was really connected to its owner's heart, and because he liked Xia Lingwei, Xiao Shui followed suit and had a good feeling towards Xia Lingwei? It was truly amazing.
Although Xia Lingwei thought the puppy was cute, she still didn't dare to touch it for fear of being bitten.
Thinking of letting Song Xiao take his puppy back, she walked over and opened the gate to let him in. At this moment Xia Lingwei had already finished washing up, her face was only coated with moisturizing water, and her hair was tied into a sharp high ponytail, revealing a smooth and full forehead.
Her veiled skin was in very good condition, watery and clear, white and clean, not a single blemish.
This was Song Xiao's favorite ideal type. He walked through the door and came to Xia Lingwei's side, his nervous heart pounding. Even though he knew she had a boyfriend, the feeling of his heart pounding was simply uncontrollable, especially being so close to her and being able to smell the fresh scent of her body. Really like her so much. He bent down and easily picked up Little Snow, holding it up to Xia Lingwei's face.
"It seems like it likes you a lot, do you want to pet it?"
Little Snow's fur was well taken care of, white and fluffy, there were no tear marks at all where its eyes were, and its ears were pink, making one's heart about to melt just by looking at it. Such a cute little angel, normal people would find it hard to resist, and Xia Lingwei was no exception. She cautiously asked, "It won't bite me, right?"
"It won't."
Little Snow is a very smart dog, from its attitude towards Xia Lingwei just now, it can be seen that it really likes her. Xia Lingwei stretched out her hand and slowly placed it on top of Xiao Shui's head. She didn't dare to touch it too solidly, and didn't dare to move when she slightly touched the hair on top of its head. Little Snow, however, took the initiative to raise its head and rubbed against her hand.
Too cute.
Xia Lingwei also stopped controlling it and rubbed its little head with confidence.
It was really so cute.
Xia Lingwei had a smile on the corner of her mouth, her attention all focused on Little Snow. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, in Song Zhao's eyes, her smile that was as bright as a rose was the most charming. "Yes, Xiao Shui is my best friend." Song Xiao said so on his lips, but in his heart, he was very envious of Xiao Shui being able to get Xia Lingwei's favor. He wanted to spiritually wear Xiao Shui and have his head touched by Xia Lingwei. "By the way, senior sister, Little Snow can also hold a frisbee, do you want to try it?" Song Xiao brought a plastic frisbee with him when he came out to walk his dog, and sometimes he would play with it for a little while.
"Can I?"
"Of course."
Song Xiao handed the frisbee to Xia Lingwei.
Xia Lingwei looked at her yard and felt that there wasn't quite enough room, but with her homey outfit, she didn't know how many people she would run into when she went out of the house. So she controlled the force and threw the frisbee to a corner of the yard. Little Snow dashed out with a rubbing sound, biting the disc and sending it back to Xia Lingwei's feet.
What fun!
Xia Lingwei had never had a dog and had never experienced the joys of owning a pet on weekdays, and played with Little Snow for a long time again.
Song Xiao was then very happy to watch from the side.
He had originally planned to give up on the idea today, but he didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised after the move. Thinking back to the time when he wanted to move out and choose a house, he had a cousin's aunt that said that moving to this direction would change his fortune for the better. He didn't believe in it at all, but he chose this house to show respect. He didn't expect his luck to get better. Not only did he become a neighbor with the goddess in his heart, but he also spent so much time together today. Most importantly, Xia Lingwei seemed to like the way Xiao Shui was. This also meant that in the future, he could also bring Little Snow along to play with her. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. He thought to himself, even if Xia Lingwei had a boyfriend, there was nothing wrong with him as a neighbor saying a few words to her, right? One can't cut off all socialization once they fall in love. Song Xiao thought so and became at peace with his behavior. While Orange, who had finished showering in the house, saw Song Xiao imploringly looking at Xia Lingwei, who was squatting on the ground and petting the puppy, at the floor landing window on the second floor. As a competent bodyguard, she immediately reported the current situation to He Lan Yu. Chapter 133, Elder He wants to hand over the He clan consortium to Ming Chuan. Xia Lingwei looked at the time and said, I'm going back to rest, so. Song Xiao understood, picked up the puppy and excused himself, then school sister, I'll bring Xiao Shui along to play with you some other day, okay? Fearing that Xia Lingwei would think too much and then defend herself against him, she immediately explained, my little Snow rarely likes other people so much. Xia Lingwei felt somewhat flattered. Being liked by this cute puppy made her feel very happy, so she replied, of course it's okay. After this short contact, Xia Lingwei also found that Song Xiao was not a difficult person to get along with, so she was not as afraid of him as she was at the beginning. Moreover, Song Xiao was very good looking, not aggressive, and seemed very harmless. Getting an affirmative answer, Song Xiao smiled, revealing the small tiger teeth on his left side, which also looked very cute. Okay, senior sister, then I'm going home, good night. Good night. Song Xiao hugged Xiao Shui and walked out the door, happily humming a little song as he returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he rewarded by feeding Little Snow its favorite snacks. Because he was afraid that it would eat too many snacks and not eat, Song Xiao had strict control over Little Snow's snacks, but today, Little Snow behaved too well, so he made an exception and gave it more. Little Snow happily wagged its tail and ate. That being said, He Lan Yu's behavior of calling the police to arrest Zhu Wenqing today has made Elder He angry again. It seems like that kid has really hardened his wings and doesn't put him, his grandfather, in his eyes at all. Yesterday, when he said that he wanted He Mingqing to replace He Lan Yu, it was in anger. After all, considering that Mingqing was raised in the Xia family, he would also favor Xia Lingwei when the time came. But he didn't expect He Lan Yu to not only make a move against Zhu Wenqing, but also try to rob the Bamboo family's business, and even cooperate with the Bamboo family's rivals to combat them. Zhu Tao couldn't stand it anymore and called He Lan Yu to beg for forgiveness, hoping to let their Bamboo family off the hook for the sake of the two families' past love. After all, the Bamboo family is also a big family with a big reputation, so being pressed by the Yi family on the ground like this is simply a loss of face. But He Lan Yu simply ignored him and said that this was all what they deserved. Being humiliated by He Lan Yu's junior, Zhu Tao really couldn't swallow this breath. But he was no longer angry, can only call the phone to He Laozi here. Only then did Elder He realize that not only did He Lan Yu not let the Zhu family off the hook, but instead he intensified his actions and did something so unforgiving to their family. Before he also promised Zhu Tao promised well, turn around He Lan Yu hit him in the face, the old man's nose is going to be angry crooked. Listening to Zhu Tao complaining with a grimace, Elder He could only sigh and say that He Lan Yu did not listen to him now, and he could not do anything about it. What else could Zhu Tao say? He now hated He Lan Yu and the Yi family with a passion. This He Lan Yu's behavior is clearly not wanting to make their Zhu family lose face in public, her heart is really vicious. How could their Wenqing family hold up their heads in the circle in the future? And along with that, the Bamboo family would also lose their reputation. Damn it, he must find a way to get back at him. Elder He didn't know that Zhu Tao already had a grudge against the Yi family, and was still thinking of calling He Lan Yu back to give him a beating. Since this brat didn't have any sense of crisis at all, it would be better to really train Ming Chen to be the heir. With him personally guiding him, he believed that Ming Cord would definitely not let him down. However, before that, it was necessary to straighten out Ming Cord's position. So he called He Mingqing to his study. The old man got right to the point. Mingyin, do you want to inherit the He clan? He Mingqing froze, his heart tensing up. He didn't know what kind of wind Grandpa was suddenly pulling, asking him this kind of question. Was he trying to test him? So he replied with a normal demeanor, the He foundation should be inherited by brother Lan Yu, right? Don't mention that worthless brat. Elder He asked with a smelly face, do you know about him being in love with that Xia Lingwei? He Mingqing replied, yes. Do you think they're a good match? He Mingqing looked at Master He, not quite understanding his intention in asking this question. However, from his disdainful tone when he mentioned Xia Lingwei, He Mingqing felt that Grandpa looked down on Xia Lingwei. He was a bit uncomfortable in his heart, but didn't show it. He just replied seriously, I don't think they're a good match. Only the difference was that he was of the opinion that He Lan Yu was not good enough for him, Xia Lingwei. This answer gained Elder He's favor. He said to He Mingqing in a serious tone, tell me, you can understand things, why is he so stubborn? He also deliberately went against me, for a woman, he even disowned me as a grandfather. He Mingqing didn't say anything, so he listened silently. If he is determined to be with that woman, let him pack his bags and get out. It's not that our family can't do without him, but Mingqing, you must promise Grandpa that you can't turn your elbow outward, even though the Xia family has raised you, you are a member of the He family. He Mingqing nodded, I understand, you can rest assured. He definitely won't turn his elbow outward. As for which side is an outsider to him, it's hard to say.
When he first returned to the He family, it was to have the ability to confront Xinxing and protect Xia Lingwei. Who knew that a He Laniyue was killed halfway? His most trusted cousin had snatched his sister away. These days he had been enlightening himself, thinking that if they were happy, he would withdraw and bury this feeling in the bottom of his heart. Thinking about it, but watching her go into someone else's arms, he felt very painful. On what grounds? He Laniyue had only known her for how long, so why should he be with her? Was it just because of He Laniyue's noble status? What if he could replace He Laniyue? Just as he was thinking this, Grandpa called him to the study to ask this question. Just now, he really thought that Grandpa had found out about his restless mind, so he was beating around the bush to warn him. But now it sounded like Grandpa was really displeased with He Laniyue. He felt that this was a good opportunity. He didn't have a chance now anyway, so he might as well play nice to gain Grandpa's trust. When he inherited the He Foundation, he could use his power to take her back. Since Xia Lingwei's romance with He Laniyue hit him too hard, it caused him to be on the verge of blackening. The old man was satisfied with He Mingchuan's answer, but he didn't completely dispel his doubts. How easy it was to say good things verbally, the key was to see how he did it. He Mingqin grew up in the Xia family, and definitely has feelings for the Xia family, and the way he got along with them before, the old man he saw it in his eyes. The feelings were so good, was it possible to break them off just by saying so? He had to find a way to test Mingcord. Chapter 134, He Mingqin's Choice, Hurting Xia Lingwei. Elder He used the simplest and most direct method. He asked He Mingqin to bring Xia Lingwei to the He family's old mansion. He Mingqin's expression froze. Elder He continued, you personally tell her that she is not good enough for He Laniyue, and ask her if she can take the initiative to break up with He Laniyue. He Mingqin didn't think that Grandpa would let him do such a thing. Elder He could see the reluctance written all over his face and questioned, can't you do such a small thing? That is my sister, and the Xia family has nurtured me, how can I Grandpa you want me to be a treacherous villain? He Mingqin couldn't possibly say such a thing to Xia Lingwei, and at the same time, he also felt that this old man was really going overboard. This wasn't backstabbing, it was just letting her recognize how much she weighed. Elder He spoke with a straight face and didn't give He Mingqin a chance to bargain, saying, if you can do it, I'll formally announce that you'll be the He family's heir, if you can't do it, forget it. If this kid refuses to even say a serious word to Xia Lingwei, how can he be expected to stand on the side of the He family in the future? The scales in He Mingchuan's heart swung from side to side. But under Elder He's gaze, he knew that the longer he hesitated, the less trust Grandpa would have. There was no time to think, an answer must be given immediately. So he nodded his head and said, okay. The expression on his face was bashful, as if he had quickly figured it out, but at this moment, his hands, which were blocked by the sleeves of his wide t-shirt, were clenched in deathly tight fists, and it could be seen that his heart was struggling and tangled. Saying those words would definitely hurt Xia Lingwei, but if he refused, he would miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After he was taken back to the He family, he also never thought that he could replace He Laniyue. He Laniyue was too outstanding and had been trained as the heir to the consortium from a young age, he couldn't compare in any way. And Elder He's question today had awakened He Mingchuan's deep desire for power. In fact, even earlier, not when Xia Lingwei and He Laniyue were together, but the time when Xinxing came to his room and threatened him with his collar, He Mingqin realized the importance of power. With power, he could have everything, including Xia Lingwei. It didn't matter how the process went, what mattered was the result. Even if what he did now would hurt her, it was for the sake of being able to better protect her in the future. When he first returned to the He family, it was also Xia Lingwei who allowed him to curry favor with Master He. He Mingqin's mind kept finding reasons for himself to be able to be ruthless and say those words that hurt Xia Lingwei. Elder He was satisfied with his answer. He said that he would bring Xia Lingwei to the He family's old mansion early the next morning. On the other side, He Laniyue was finishing up the work at hand before she finally saw the message from Orange. It said that Xia Lingwei and the boy who moved in next door got along very well, teasing the dog together in the yard and playing for a long time before separating. Tangerine also passed over a photo. It was taken from an angle looking down from the second floor. Although it was a bit blurry, it could be seen that Xia Lingwei was squatting on the ground petting the white puppy, and the boy was standing next to her looking at her. He Laniyue recalled that during dinner, Xia's father and mother did mention that someone had moved in next door. He didn't take it seriously, but he didn't expect that the one who moved in was actually a boy of a similar age to them. It was a bit upsetting. Song Zhao's expression couldn't be seen in the photo, but He Laniyue inexplicably thought that this person's heart for Xia Lingwei wasn't simple. But soon, he laughed to himself. Why was he being paranoid because of this little thing? It didn't matter at all what that boy thought, what mattered was Xia Lingwei's attitude. He Laniyue believed that Xia Lingwei had him as her boyfriend, so she definitely wouldn't be interested in another boy. He Laniyue was not a narcissist, yet he was confident in himself. Nonetheless, he still had someone go and check the information of Xia Lingwei's next-door neighbor. Early the next morning, Xia Lingwei received a call from He Mingchun, saying that he wanted to meet her. Xia Lingwei thought to herself that she could just see him, so she let him come home. He Mingqin also specifically instructed her not to tell He Laniyue about their meeting.
This mysterious, Xia Lingwei heart a little apprehensive, Ming-string this is what happened. After waiting for a while, He Ming-chin didn't come. Instead, the He family's driver picked her up and took her to the He family's old mansion to meet.
Now Xia Lingwei is even more nervous. It couldn't be that He Ming-chin had made some kind of mistake in the He family, right? Then why did she have to make the trip?
Xia Lingwei's heart flashed with all sorts of guesses, but she couldn't guess a single one, so she could only get into the He family's car first. Xia Lingwei had been to the He family twice before, once to attend a dinner party, and the other time was a few days ago when she followed He Lanyu to meet Ning Chuan. This was the third time. The butler led her all the way to a quaint parlor. He Ming-chin was inside, and beside him sat Elder He. As the person at the top of the He clan, the aura on Elder He's body needed no introduction, and was definitely very oppressive. It was more majestic than any other person she had seen so far.
Xia Lingwei was unconsciously restrained. Ming Cord wanted to see her, so why was Elder He also present? Could it be that, as she had guessed, Ming Cord had really gotten into trouble in the He family?
She glared at He Ming-chin, wanting to ask what the hell was going on, but He Ming-chin didn't look at her at all. With no other choice, Xia Lingwei could only look at He Laozi first and politely greeted him. Grandpa He, how are you? Elder He glanced at her expressionlessly and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with contempt, obviously looking down on Xia Lingwei. What is her status? She is also worthy of calling him grandpa. In this set of clothes this is. On the side of the He Ming-chin opened his mouth to correct, called He chairman, grandfather is not something you can call. A drop of cold sweat fell from the back of Xia Lingwei's head, completely unable to understand what kind of medicine they were selling. However, she still repeated her greeting, Chairman He, good day. Elder He hummed from his nostrils as a reply.
Xia Lingwei looked at He Ming-chin for help.
He Ming-chin, however, was in the same nostril as the old man, and had a very cold attitude towards Xia Lingwei as he opened his mouth and said, I called you over today in the hope that you can break up with He Lanyu.
He Ming-chin's gaze finally landed on her and said, Sister, you and brother Lanyu's status are completely incompatible. If you have to be with him, what if you hurt mom and dad? And you don't care? What are you talking about? Xia Lingwei felt that the Ming Chuan in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar, and why would she suddenly mention mom and dad? Chapter 135 Trust in He Ming-chin is gone. Do you mean to hurt mom and dad? Xia Lingwei's mind spun for a while before she reacted. Was this a threat? If she didn't break up with He Lanyu, they were going to take action against mom and dad?
Xia Lingwei looked at He Ming-chin incredulously. How could she not expect that this would come out of his mouth? Looking at Xia Lingwei's gaze, He Ming-chin began to falter. He wanted to deny it and say that he wouldn't hurt mom and dad, but he couldn't. Right now, he had to harden his heart. I mean, if you don't break up, there will be a lot of people staring at you, and maybe even mom and dad. You have to be clear, not just any kind of person can stay by brother Lanyu's side.
He Ming-chin didn't know about Xia Lingwei's kidnapping by Zhu Ring yet.
He had stayed at home to recuperate for the past few days, plus learning that Xia Lingwei and He Lanyu were in a relationship was not a small blow to his psyche, so he basically stayed in his room and didn't go out of the front door or step out of the other door. Moreover, He Lanyu didn't publicize this to the public, and although the outside world knew that He Lanyu was sanctioning the Bamboo family, they didn't know the exact reason. It was even more unlikely that He Ming-chin would know. He was only saying this as a warning, but Xia Lingwei naturally thought of the last kidnapping. Xia Lingwei suddenly recalled that the last time they met, Ming-chin seemed to have warned for her not to be with He Lanyu and had a strange attitude. Could it be that the last kidnapping was also related to Ming Cord? It was to scare her into breaking up with He Lanyu, so he deliberately arranged that kidnapping? Now that mom and dad were mentioned, did it mean that if she didn't break up with He Lanyu, they would be the ones kidnapped next time? It's horrible. Simply too terrifying. Xia Lingwei's eyes became terrified, completely not expecting that He Ming-chin would do such a thing to her mom and dad. She didn't even have time to feel angry, she only felt scared, even her limbs became cold. They used to be a family. Ming Cord had lived with them for 18 years and was her most trusted brother. He even said he would protect her. Just because she believed in those words, Xia Lingwei had even used him as her last card, and now that she thought about it, it was really her own fault. It was also right, this brat had quite disliked her when he was in the Xia family, and now that he was a member of the He family, seeing a wimp like her, who was even in a relationship with He Lanyu, he would definitely not be able to accept it. In this instant, Xia Lingwei looked like she had come to her senses. She was the one who thought things were too simple. How could she entrust the fate of herself and her mom and dad in the hands of this white-eyed wolf? Before, she hadn't misunderstood that He Ming-chin was a white-eyed wolf, or a white-eyed wolf that could bite. Thinking of the horrible experience of being kidnapped, Xia Lingwei wimped out. She said, I know. Even if He Lanyu had blamed it at that time, she could still completely shrug it off. It was his family's disapproval, not her fault. Hearing Xia Lingwei agree so easily, He Ming-chin froze. Elder He was also a bit surprised, and then revealed an even more contemptuous expression. What a spineless one. Compromising after a little scare, that's only a few words, huh? That stupid brat Lanyu, what exactly does he see in her?
Xia Lingwei looked at He Mingqing, then at Elder He, and asked, can I go back?
Staying here made her feel uncomfortable all over. Being threatened by her most trusted brother, Xia Lingwei suddenly felt that she didn't even know who else to trust in this world besides her parents. She even wanted to hurry home to pack up her gold and silver and take her mom and dad to escape this place. He Mingqing saw her fear and was a little puzzled. She was afraid of him. Why? It was true that what he had just said wasn't very pleasant to the ear, but it wasn't so bad as to make her afraid to this extent. He Mingqing felt that the two of them were separated by a great distance in this instant. This was to be expected. The moment he promised Grandpa to call her here, he should have been able to anticipate that it would end up like this. Nonetheless, his heart was still hard. It was all his own fault. It was he who was too selfish and did things to hurt her for his own selfish desires. He Mingqing was not a cold-blooded person. He would also blame himself, he would feel guilty, but all of these could not withstand his desire for power and his desire to get her. Every second that passes without their reply is so long. It was good that Xia Lingwei was used to harboring her feelings, and was able to stay calm and wait for their reply. Elder He, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Don't play smart, you break up with Lan Yu, and don't bring up today's events. So Ginger is still old and hot. Elder He had already thought of this possibility. If she used today's incident as a reason to mention breaking up with Lan Yu, it would only make the relationship between them more tense. But Xia Lingwei was in trouble. But she didn't have the guts to contradict Elder He and could only coyly say, I know. You go. Having received the old man's permission, Xia Lingwei immediately got up and walked out. He Mingqing stared at her back, trying very hard to restrain himself from chasing after her. He knew that right now, he hadn't completely passed the test. Elder He took the initiative to ask, aren't you going to see her off? No. He Mingqing lowered his eyes to look at the ground and said, going to see her off will also be awkward, so let's just leave it at that. This is the right thing to do. Elder He was satisfied, lamenting, if Lan Yu was half as sensible as you are, he wouldn't be in this situation. If Lan Yu had been half as sensible as you, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Elder He, however, had a disdainful look on his face. Emotions also depend on who you're talking to. Forget it, let's not talk about this, go change into a set of formal clothes, I'll take you to the consortium's headquarters. He Mingqing and Elder He thought that this matter could be hidden from He Lan Yu. However, they didn't know that He Lan Yu had arranged bodyguards by Xia Lingwei's side. Since it was a car sent by the He family, Orange couldn't follow along, but she immediately reported the situation to He Lan Yu. When Xia Lingwei left, she said she wanted to go see He Mingqing. He Lan Yu didn't think much of it once she heard that she was going to see Mingqing. After all, they had been siblings for more than a decade. It was normal for Xia Lingwei to go see him. So he had Orange go wait for her at the entrance of the He family's old mansion and pick her up at that time. However, the He family's driver was in charge of transportation, and by the time she left the gate, Xia Lingwei was already sitting in the car. Orange's eyesight was very good. The moment the car drove past, she saw Xia Lingwei in the car and immediately drove after her. I don't know if it was a misreading, just now she seemed to see Xia Lingwei crying. Chapter 136 Dumping He Lan Yu. Even if Orange's eyesight was better, being so far away and still through the window glass, she couldn't be sure if Xia Lingwei was crying or not. She didn't dare to call He Lan Yu to report what she wasn't sure about. She could only follow behind. Xia Lingwei in the car was indeed wiping her tears. She was still worried about Ming Cord when she arrived, afraid that something had happened to him, but she didn't realize that this would be a Hongmen banquet. Even though He Mingqing's attitude made her sad, what made her even sadder was that she would have no one to rely on in the future. Originally, she thought that as long as she had Ming Chuan, even if what happened in the episode really happened, she and her mom and dad wouldn't have to worry too much. At least there was still Ming Qin and the He family behind him to back her up. But now, Ming Cord had turned traitor. He had only been back in the He family for how long, and he didn't treat them as family anymore. It was chilling. Xia Lingwei felt at a loss, not knowing what she should do next. Was it to follow their demands and break up with He Lan Yu, or was it to firmly hold on to He Lan Yu's thighs? He Mingchen couldn't be relied on anymore, but He Lan Yu seemed to like her quite a bit. But how long this liking could last was still unknown. She didn't dare to take the risk. No matter what, He Lan Yu was also the male lead in the plot, and it was still taking the route of sadistic love. In the future, if He Lan Yu liked the female lead, then she, the ex-girlfriend, would become a tool to push the plot forward. According to the formula, no supporting character like her would have a good ending. So Xia Lingwei was torn. This was also the reason why she had been trying to break up with He Lan Yu before. But now there was no more time for her to plan for hot violence. She either had to break up with He Lan Yu immediately. If she dumped He Lan Yu, wouldn't that make her the kind of white moonlight ex of the male lead in a sadistic romance text, which didn't seem like it would end too well. However, as a white moonlight, if she didn't eat back grass and didn't act like a demon, it didn't seem like it would be bad. Then take the initiative to mention breaking up. He family's driver watched her expression change from the rearview mirror, a little confused as to what this little girl was thinking. But this girl was also quite pitiful. The subordinates in the old mansion all knew about young Master Lan Yu's girlfriend. They were actually quite happy for the young master.
Unfortunately, the old master disliked the girl's condition as being unworthy of the Yi family and insisted that young Master Lan Yu dump her.
Young Master Lan Yu refused, so the old master called the girl here, and I don't know what he said, but the girl has been crying ever since she got on the bus.
How pathetic.
Unfortunately, the driver was a man of few words and was hired by the Yi family, so he didn't dare to speak out of turn.
Just pretend you didn't see it.
The driver drove the car to the Xia family's entrance and stopped. He didn't urge Xia Lingwei to get out of the car, so he silently waited for her to get out of the car on her own.
Xia Lingwei was still lost in her thoughts.
She was thinking about what reason to use to break up with He Lan Yu. If she said she wanted to break up without any reason, it definitely wouldn't work, and elder he wouldn't let her say what happened today. What a headache. When I used to read novels, I always resented the hero and heroine for not having a long mouth.
Now think about it, really cannot blame people, in this case, the average ordinary people under are scared to death, which still dare to sue ah.
Anyway, she did not dare. Xia Lingwei meditated and racked her brain, suddenly a flash of light.
Right.
She could make use of the fact that Zhu Ren had kidnapped her. After all, she was kidnapped this time because she was with He Lan Yu, and she was completely dragged into it. Then she could say that she's afraid of being kidnapped again, so she's breaking up with him.
Right, it was decided.
Seeing that Xia Lingwei refused to get out of the car even when she arrived at the place, the driver wasn't in a hurry, and Tangerine, who was observing from the back, started to get anxious as well.
She directly walked over, bent down and knocked on the car window, asked, "Miss, want to get off?"
Xia Lingwei returned to her senses, so she opened the door and got out of the car. Orange carefully observed Xia Lingwei's face and found that she did show signs of having cried, and asked, "Did something happen in the He family?" Orange's cold question startled Xia Lingwei.
No, ah.
Denial was on the verge of becoming her instinctive reaction. Seeing her like this, Orange knew that something must have happened. So she reported the fact that Xia Lingwei had cried to He Lan Yu again. Sent in front of and behind Orange's message was the news that Xia Lingwei had mentioned breaking up. "I carefully thought about it, the two of you should break up. If it wasn't for you I wouldn't have been kidnapped, I just want to live a plain life." This was the breakup declaration that Xia Lingwei had edited for a long time before writing out. The moment she sent it over, her heart was about to jump out of her chest.
How would He Lan Yu react when she saw this? Wouldn't she be enraged and come to her house to make a scene?
No, He Lan Yu wasn't Xing. She might just be reasonable and agree directly.
He Lan Yu never replied. Can't it be that she didn't see the message? Xia Lingwei was a bit apprehensive, anticipating and nervous at the same time. Could she succeed in breaking up this time?
Less than 20 minutes after her message was sent, the doorbell of the house was rung.
Orange immediately went over and opened the door.
The person who came was none other than He Lan Yu.
He asked Orange with an ironic face, "Where is she?"
"In the room." Tangerine was puzzled by He Lan Yu's attitude.
Miss Xia was crying. Normally shouldn't he have a very anxious and worried expression? How come it looks like he's angry now? He Lan Yu walked to the door of Xia Lingwei's room with large strides and directly opened the door.
Xia Lingwei was still holding her cell phone and waiting for a reply when she turned her head and saw others appearing in front of her.
"How did you come?"
She was abashed again, speaking in a tone completely lacking the strength of sending a message.
"What do you say?" He Lan Yu walked up to her and pressed her step by step, asking, "You want to break up with me?"
Xia Lingwei was startled by the oppressive feeling he exuded and retreated back step by step. After retreating a few steps, her leg tripped and she sat on her butt on the bed. He Lan Yu, however, refused to let him go, raising his leg and kneeling on one knee at the edge of the bed, his body constantly leaning forward to approach her.
Xia Lingwei could only lean back in order to hide.
However, she was almost lying on the bed when she leaned back, and He Lan Yu was still approaching.
"It's dangerous to go on like this," Xia Lingwei said with a trembling voice.
"No, calm down, this is my home."
"So what if it's your home? I am your boyfriend."
When He Lan Yu saw the words break up, she felt her eyes sting. So he immediately put down the work he was doing and rushed over. No matter what the reason was, he absolutely could not tolerate Xia Lingwei mentioning a breakup to her.
Chapter 137, He Lan Yu's hidden attribute, horrible heavy man.
Very quickly it wasn't. Xia Lingwei didn't know where she got the guts to dare to confront He Lan Yu face to face. He Lan Yu's eyes became dangerous, and his face had almost gotten close to Xia Lingwei's. From his morose expression, one could tell that he was very angry at this moment. Right now, he still had his sanity and was able to restrain his anger, asking, "Why did you break up with me?" Xia Lingwei was on the verge of being scared to tears, and said with a sobbing voice, "I've already made the reasons very clear. This time the thing is just an accident. I also said I will protect you, don't you believe me?" Actually, if you listen carefully, you can hear the uneasiness in He Lan Yu's tone. This kidnapping incident was indeed caused by him, and in the moment of crisis, the person who saved Xia Lingwei was not him, but Xing. This was already enough to make He Lan Yu feel uneasy, but the old man also wanted to add to the chaos. Surprisingly, he did not allow him and Xia Lingwei to be together, and even belittled Xia Lingwei behind her back. At that time, He Lanyu thought that if Xia Lingwei knew about this, she would be very sad. But he didn't expect that before anything else, she actually wanted to break up with him. Since He Lanyu received Xia Lingwei's and Orange's messages at almost the same time, out of the different degrees of importance, he definitely looked at the one from Xia Lingwei first. At this look, his entire being was bad. Focusing only on immediately going to find Xia Lingwei to salvage the situation, which still have the heart to read the message sent by Orange? So to this day, he doesn't know that Xia Lingwei went to the He family to see He Ming-chun, but came home crying. Ai. Seeing that He Lanyua's face was already plastered up, Xia Lingwei skimmed her face and didn't look at him, replying, I just want to live a plain life. Then there's no need to break up. He Lanyu took a deep breath, tried to ease his tone and said, being with me can also be ordinary. You're not ordinary, you're a rich nobleman, I don't want to climb high. Xia Lingwei blurted out. He is the male lead, how can he be ordinary? Moreover, even if he is not the male lead, He Lanyu's identity to say ordinary, that is simply too Versailles. He Lanyu said, I can also become ordinary for you, I cannot want the position of heir to the He family. Xia Lingwei thought to herself that he must be just saying that. But when she turned her head over to take another look, she found that his expression was incredibly serious. He couldn't be serious, could he? Xia Lingwei got scared. If He Lanyue really gave up the Yi clan's heir because of her words, then she would become a 1,000-year-old sinner. In the heat of the moment, Xia Lingwei's brain turned quite fast and asked rhetorically, how can you protect me if you leave the He family? I can still do without the He family. I don't believe it. He Lanyu then saw that all this nonsense is an excuse. Xia Lingwei just wanted to break up with him. If it was really because of the kidnapping incident, she should have proposed to break up at that time. But she didn't mention it until now, so there must be another reason. If you don't say that He Lanyu was smart, she could guess in a flash that this wasn't the real reason. Was it because of the man with the dog yesterday? He Lanyu had investigated. The man who lived next door was called Song Xiao, studying in the higher department of Elrath, with an ordinary family. This person, whether it was his looks or his family background, was not considered outstanding. Xia Lingwei would leave him alone to like someone like that? He Lanyu didn't believe it at all. However, thinking that just now she said that she wanted to lead an ordinary life, maybe her subtext was saying that she wanted to find a boyfriend from the right family? Strictly speaking, Song Zhao's family and Xia Lingwei's family weren't exactly family matches. But it wasn't as disparate as He Lanyu's family. The more He Lanyu thought about it, the more she felt that Xia Lingwei just had her eyes on the kid next door, and that's why she suddenly broke up without warning. She dared to change her heart. He Lanyu's heart ached and hated. He thought he had given Xia Lingwei 100% of his heart, but she had changed her mind. It was really hateful. He very much wanted to have a little backbone and say that this kind of double-minded woman, break up, just break up, he didn't care. But he couldn't say it. He couldn't be dumped. He Lanyu's self-esteem wouldn't allow him to be dumped either. If you want to break up, you can. Xia Lingwei's face was joyful, he actually agreed. Unexpectedly, He Lanyu continued, then return all those things I gave you and your family. Xia Lingwei froze. In addition to that overpriced dress and jewelry, He Lanyu had given her many expensive gifts. There was also the investment in the expansion of their family's factory. Xia Lingwei thought that she had also saved quite a bit of money, so returning these things would not be very difficult for their family. So she agreed, then that's fine. Luckily she didn't sell those things, or else there would be no way to return them at this moment. When He Lanyu saw that she had agreed to this, her heart became even more desperate. She was really determined to break up with him. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and said, there's still interest. Interest? This is not borrowing money, where is the interest? Xia Lingwei looked at him in surprise, feeling very speechless at this. I don't care, anyway, I have the strongest legal team, don't let your family lose all their family money. He Lanyue got up and looked around, saying, of course this house will be taken back, you should prepare to move out before it's too late, of course, you're not allowed to take away anything of value. The speed of his change of face is a masterpiece. Just now, he was still in deep love to retrieve it, but now he changed into a cold and mercenary businessman. Xia Lingwei froze and asked, are you kidding? Is it a joke or not, we will see? He Lanyu looked at Xia Lingwei with hatred in his eyes. He wants to give Xia Lingwei a little lesson so that she knows that such things as breaking up cannot be mentioned indiscriminately. Otherwise, the whole family will be buried with her. Didn't you say you like a bland life? I'll let you be bland to the end. All of a sudden from a small rich to poor, see how she's still with the next door of the dog leash man door to door. Xia Lingwei was shocked by the viciousness and coldness he exuded. When He Lanyu was with her, he spoke in a soft tone, where had he ever shown such a face? Xia Lingwei vaguely felt that what he said was true. If she didn't quickly admit her mistake and beg for forgiveness, her family might be bankrupted by He Lanyue before Elder He could make a move. Xia Lingwei immediately slipped on her knees and apologized, I'm sorry I was wrong. I won't break up, okay? He Lanyue's attitude didn't ease up. Now you know you're scared? Just now was not very capable? He condescendingly looked at Xia Lingwei, his eyes were emotions that she could not understand.
I was wrong.
Xia Lingwei once again admitted her mistake. She felt that the current He Lan Yu was incomparably strange. At one time, she felt that He Lan Yue was different from Xin Xingqing and was a good person. But now when she thought about it, those who could make a business a dominant one were often constantly annexing and suppressing other competitors by any means necessary.
How could He Lan Yu be a harmless good guy?
Chapter 138. It doesn't matter if you lie to me, as long as you can lie for the rest of your life.
Actually, He Lan Yu didn't want to go this far with Xia Lingwei.
When he was with her in the past, he was even careful with his tone of voice, afraid that any sentence that was said heavily would scare her. Because he knew that she was timid and also had Xin Xingqing as a previous experience, He Lan Yu had all acted very gently. Even though the original him was not a gentle person. In order to be with her, he even really thought about giving up inheriting the Yi family and giving up everything he had. But she had so easily proposed a breakup. Could it be that to her, breaking up was something that could be said casually? Even though Xia Lingwei had already admitted her mistake and wasn't going to break up with him, He Lan Yu's heart had a knot in it. Did Xia Lingwei really like him? It wasn't that he was being pretentious, it was that he had a certain understanding of Xia Lingwei. When he was in the conversation room, he hadn't heard Xia Lingwei cursing Xin Xingqing to herself. However, in other people's eyes, even in Xin Xingqing's own eyes, they all felt that Xia Lingwei was dependent on him and couldn't stay away from him. Even He Lan Yu thought that it was Xia Lingwei who took the initiative to approach Xin Xingqing before she heard her muttering to herself.
That was why Xin Xingqing was so emboldened and didn't take Xia Lingwei seriously at all.
He Lan Yu recalled that the opportunity for them to date was because they pretended to be a couple in front of Nan Xiyan, after which he smoothly asked if they wanted to be together for real.
Xia Lingwei didn't refuse at that time, and they got together like that.
For a while He Lan Yu had been thinking that she didn't like him at all, in other words, that she wasn't with him because she liked him. But then she suddenly became enthusiastic, calling and messaging him frequently, making He Lan Yu think that she liked him too. But looking back and thinking calmly, she chose to call and send messages when she could meet. This kind of behavior of putting the cart before the horse was rather like trying to act like she liked him a lot. Reacting to the flavor, He Lan Yu felt that he had been deceived. He stood in front of Xia Lingwei's bed, condescendingly looking at her, and also reached out to gently caress her smooth and watery face.
In a deep tone, he asked, I remember you said that you are with me because you like me, right?
Yes, yes. She didn't quite understand why He Lan Yu suddenly brought up this matter at this moment, just like an insecure little girl in love.
But looking at his stance, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to deny it.
She was afraid that He Lan Yu wouldn't believe her, so she assured, I really didn't lie to you. He Lan Yu's fingers gently rubbed on her face and said, it doesn't matter if you lie to me. Xia Lingwei's eyes widened in surprise, tilting her head to look at him.
How did He Lan Yu suddenly become so nice again? Wasn't he still unforgiving about her mentioning the breakup just now?
Surely there was something more to be said later. Sure enough, He Lan Yu continued, as long as you can lie for the rest of your life. He knew that Xia Lingwei always lied, whether in front of Xin Xingqing or in front of him, it was impossible to tell which sentence was true and which was false. A coward like her would only be able to detect words and say what they wanted to hear. In that case, just take everything she said as true. It's all what he loves to hear anyway. Except for the breakup. Xia Lingwei's cold sweat fell off. Could it be that all along she had been telling lies and He Lan Yu could tell? He couldn't have mind-reading skills, could he? No, this world she lived in was an ancient Morning Mary Sue novel, and there was no mind-reading setting in it. He Lan Yu was most likely testing her. This godly look was a bit scary. 9 times out of 10, she was irritated by her mentioning the breakup. It was also true that He Lan Yu was a high and mighty son of heaven, a true heavenly dragon man, and it was normal to be angry at her for mentioning a breakup by such an unheard of canon fodder. But to be able to be angry into this now is something she didn't expect at all. She weakly explained, I really didn't lie to you. Well, I know. He Lan Yu changed back to her former appearance, as if what just happened was an illusion. Xia Lingwei hadn't succeeded in breaking up with He Lan Yu, Elder He and He Mingqin, they definitely wouldn't let it go. It was really too difficult for her. If she broke up, He Lan Yu would retaliate and break up their family. If she didn't break up, Elder He would settle the score with her again.
Completely do not give away to live off.
Now the breakup is definitely cannot be separated, she also has no choice, then the complaint.
Can't offend both sides, right?
So she told the story of how she went to see Elder He and He Mingqin today. They all said that I'm not good enough for you and told me to think about my mom and dad. I was really scared, that's why I mentioned breaking up to you. After Xia Lingwei finished, she also lamented despondently, I really didn't expect that Mingyin would be like this. He Lan Yu's face was even more frightening than just now when he heard her finish the real reason for breaking up. He asked, why didn't you say anything just now? Chairman, he didn't let me say anything. I was scared and had to find another reason to break up with you. For a moment, He Lan Yu's heart was filled with guilt. It was that stinky old man who forced her, but he even mistakenly thought that she had her eyes on the guy next door and said so many threatening and intimidating words to her. He really deserved to die.
I'm sorry.
He Lanyu took her into his arms in a flash and apologized for what happened just now. It was me who misunderstood you. I shouldn't have said such heavy words to you.
It's okay, I'm also at fault.
Xia Lingwei had come this far. In fact, she was just going along with the development of things, and naturally became like this now. But compared to directly complaining, she was first misunderstood by He Lanyu a pass and then complain. Then she harvested He Lanyu's apology. The effect was much better than complaining as soon as they met. Anyone else who looked at it would have to think that Xia Lingwei was a woman with a deep heart, utilizing this tactic to pin down He Lanyu.
But Xia Lingwei didn't even think of this level.
She was just trying to find a way to make up for her unsuccessful breakup.
He Lanyu got up and said, I'll go back and talk to the old man.
That. Xia Lingwei called out to him and asked, can you not say that I told you? I'm afraid that Chairman he will seek revenge on me later.
I know. He really thinks about self-preservation all the time.
In fact, He Lanyu wanted to say that even if the old man knows, it doesn't matter, no one dares to touch her with him.
But this kind of guarantee will not be able to dispel Xia Lingwei's uneasiness, or just go along with her answer.
He Lanyu also didn't expect that there was also Ming Cord's involvement in this matter.
How disappointing. Even if that kid didn't want the two of them to date, there was no need to be in the same boat as the old man, right?
By the time He Lanyu returned to the old mansion, she knew why He Mingqin was doing this.
Chapter 139 Nancy Yan's Advice.
In fact, before He Lanyu even returned home, she had already heard the rumors. The old master had personally brought He Mingchun to the consortium's headquarters to directly engage in the highest level of job content. Previously, he had said that he would let him go out to experience, but he hadn't expected that he would bring someone directly to the headquarters even before this had produced any results. It seems that Elder He is paying quite a bit of attention to the stray grandson. Not only that, Elder He also directly announced to the seniors in the consortium that he would train Ming Cord as his successor. The air became silent at these words.
What about He Lanyu?
Not to mention those outsiders, even the He clan's internal senior management unanimously agreed that He Lanyu was the heir apparent.
Why did they suddenly let He Mingyin become the successor?
In terms of ability, He Mingyin, who had been living on the streets for 18 years, was completely inferior to He Lanyu, who had grown up with a lot of experience, wasn't he?
Could it be that Elder He and He Lanyu have had some kind of disagreement? It was rumored that He Lanyu had a girlfriend, and it was quite a big deal at the Elrath Academy. Could it be because of this?
However, the He family owns the consortium, so who they want to inherit is their family matter. Having said that, there were executives who wanted to get close to He Lanyu who started to tip him off, wanting to take a side. When He Lanyu saw the messages they sent, he realized the reason for He Mingyin's defection. It turned out to be to steal the position of the future head of the He family. That brat, who called out with a mouthful of Lanyu's brother, didn't expect to be quite ambitious. In their kind of powerful family, there were indeed a lot of such phenomena. In the past, the He family only had one heir of orthodox origin, and there was no need to scramble for the He family's future head of the family's seat was his. It seems that the old master is really coming with him. He wanted to use this method to force him to break up with Xia Lingwei. He Lanyu was not as light as a chrysanthemum. He could leave the He family for Xia Lingwei and start his own business, but he could not tolerate them to do this behind his back. So He Lanyu took all the core materials of several recent big projects with him. These projects were all negotiated by him, and he couldn't afford to let He Mingqing get away with it. He wanted to see how that old man would train the halfway decent He Mingqing into a successor without the foundation he had laid earlier.
This kind of thing spread quickly.
Especially in the circle of the four great families, they all knew that Elder He was dissatisfied with He Lanyu and had begun to cultivate He Mingqing. As for the reason for his dissatisfaction with He Lanyu, they could guess it with their toes with their eyes closed. In the Nan family's public house, Nancy Yan, the workaholic, had a rare free moment to have a meal at home, and it just so happened that Xin Xingxing was also having dinner at home, so the two brothers hit it off after a long time. Have you heard? He Lanyu was on the verge of being swept away by Elder He for that woman. His tone was a bit gloating, and after taking a sip of coffee, he slowly ate his meal. The last time He Lanyu was high and mighty in front of him, Nancy Yan felt suffocated just thinking about it. Now that he heard that He Lanyu was unlucky, he had a feeling of revenge and felt refreshed. Xin Xingxing of course also heard this news. He also wanted to see how far He Lanyu would go for Xia Lingwei.
Nancy Yan continued to ask, do you think he will break up with that woman? Although it was a question, Nancy Yan's heart already had an answer.
A woman, and the heir to the He Foundation, anyone with a long brain would definitely choose the latter. It looked like we would soon hear the news of the two of them breaking up. Although breaking up would allow He Lanyu to keep her current position, the thought that the two of them would break up put Nancy Yan in a pretty good mood.
Xin Xingxing choked out, how do I know? It's not like I'm him.
Ever since the last time Nancy Yan took it upon himself to give Xia Lingwei $200,000, Xin Xingxing had not been kind to him.
Nancy Yan said this because he wanted to ease the relationship between the two brothers, but he didn't expect that this kid, Si Jin, was really vindictive. However, this also gave Nancy Yan a wake-up call.
If Xia Lingwei breaks up with He Lanyu, then Si Jin's mind will definitely be alive again, and he's still clamoring to get into the top 50 of his major. Although I don't agree with my younger brother to be a mistress, but I see that he has been studying quite well lately, so I'm quite pleased. However, when Xia Lingwei resumed her single status, Si Jin was afraid that he would again bring her around every day like before.
Nan Yen had a headache. How did his dad agree to this? If Xin Xingqing really scored in the top 50, wouldn't Xia Lingwei become his younger sibling in the future?
Nan Yen felt particularly unhappy just thinking about it. It seemed that the plan B he had considered earlier was going to come in handy. When he first heard that Xin Xingqing wanted to know 3 is 3, he decided that he couldn't leave Xia Lingwei alone. Last time, she failed because she found He Lanyu as her backer. This time, without He Lanyu to protect her, let's see how she can still escape. This time, Nancy Yen did not go directly to her. Instead, he let his subordinate, the woman who kidnapped Xia Lingwei last time, Shang Miao, go. Orange was Xia Lingwei's personal bodyguard, and he even had to follow her to the restroom. This made Xia Lingwei feel a bit embarrassed, but remembering that she was held hostage by Zhu Ren in the toilet before, she felt that embarrassment was better than running into a pervert. The only time Orange wouldn't follow Xia Lingwei closely was when she was at Xia's house. Shang Miao was following Xia's mother back home. Xia Lingwei had seen Shang Miao before, only this time, Shang Miao had done the same cross-dressing. Her face was so malleable that she looked like a different person with different makeup, and Xia Lingwei didn't even recognize her. Xia mother explained, I went to talk to the raw material supplier today, and on the way back the car got stuck in a mud pit and couldn't drive out. Thanks to the passing Xiaolu helped me to push the car to be saved, and as a result, she was covered in mud. Finished letting Shang Miao go to the bath. And then said to Xia Lingwei, Wei, you find a set of clean clothes for Xiaolu. I'm sorry. After Xia Lingwei finished speaking, she went back to her room to look for clothes. She was stopped by Orange when she took the clothes to go to the bathroom. Let me go. Orange's vigilance was still quite high, even in Xia Lingwei's home, she couldn't easily let her get close to strangers. Alright, I'll work hard for you. Xia Lingwei didn't push back, anyway, it's just delivering a dress, whoever goes is the same. And Shang Miao, who was bathing in the bathroom, was waiting for Xia Lingwei to talk to her when she came in to deliver the clothes. But she didn't expect that the person who came was a bodyguard. Are they all so careful at home? However, as Nancy Yen's trusted subordinate, Shang Miao definitely wouldn't reveal her flaws just because of this small matter. She gratefully said thank you to Tangerine. Tangerine nodded and exited the bathroom. She was just doing her job and was not really treating Shang Miao as a bad person. After Shang Miao finished her shower, she looked at the sports suit sitting on the shelf and came up with another good idea. Chapter 140 Follow our Mr. Nan, you will definitely not be treated poorly. Shang Miao walked out of the bathroom, wearing a tight sports top as well as a short cut of pants, shyly said, this clothes I wear a little small. Although Shang Miao's figure was indeed a bit fuller than Xia Lingwei's, it wasn't so much that she could hold up her clothes to such an extent. She was using those black hairpins to clip up part of it under her armpits, making the dress look even smaller. Xia mother was also a bit embarrassed to see her wearing such a tight dress, and was going to say that she wanted to keep Xiaolu from wearing her clothes, but thought that she was so old, and people's young girls definitely didn't want to wear her clothes. So she led her to the door of Xia Lingwei's room. Wei, you find Xiaolu a looser dress. When Xia Lingwei saw this, she also felt a bit strange. She had the impression that this dress wasn't that small, but she didn't think too much about it and immediately invited the person in and said, why don't you come in and pick one? Shang Miao nodded shyly, and walked into Xia Lingwei's room. As soon as the door closed, she asked Xia Lingwei, do you remember me? Xia Lingwei froze, had they met before? Looking at Xia Lingwei's bewildered face, Shang Miao pulled her hair back behind her head, raised her slender eyebrows, and asked, do you recognize me? When they met that day, Shang Miao's hair was pulled back sharply behind her head. Her entire aura had changed greatly, and Xia Lingwei instantly remembered, suddenly realizing, you're that secretary of Nancy Yen. The one who kidnapped me. Shang Miao shook her head and sighed, it's so sad, I even gave you makeup, why don't you remember something good? But looking at her this way she doesn't look like she's really sad. Even if she was truly sad, Xia Lingwei wouldn't believe it, she definitely wouldn't trust someone who had kidnapped her. Xia Lingwei took a step back in fear and asked, what purpose do you have in deliberately approaching my mom? After all, it was in her own home, she wanted to show a stronger aura, but unfortunately, her goatishness was emanating from her bones. Seeing that Xia Lingwei is nervous, Shang Miao soothed, do not be afraid, here is your home, I will not do anything, just our South President asked me to help him bring a word. What words? She now has a boyfriend, and lately, in addition to classes in the classroom, she hasn't had much to do with Xin Xingqing. What else does that Nancy Yen look at her as being unfavorable? Mr. Nan said, after you break up with He Lanyu, do you want to come and work for Nan's group? The monthly income is at least this much. After saying this, he made a gesture at Xia Lingwei. But this sentence had too many slots, and Xia Lingwei's entire body was a bit dumbfounded, not even noticing the number she compared. Puzzled, she asked, work? How did it come to work?
Yes, if you agree, we will be colleagues from now on. Shang Miao spoke too easily, making Xia Lingwei feel like she couldn't understand Chinese a bit. She took a step back and slowed down, letting her brain think for a while before she started to retort. First of all, I didn't break up with Helanua, and for another, I'm still in school now, so why should I be allowed to work? And it's still to work at the Nan's group. It made her more and more suspicious that Nan Xiyan still wanted to get her off the beaten path and then sell her. The last incident had left Xia Lingwei with a considerable psychological shadow, so when she mentioned Nan Xiyan, her first reaction was that he was a human trafficker. Shang Miao asked, don't you know, if Helanyu is with you, he won't be able to keep his position as heir. Which one do you think he will choose between you and the heir of his consortium? There is such a thing? Xia Lingwei was shocked. Last time, Helanyu said that as long as he could be with her, it didn't matter even if he gave up the Yi family's inheritance. She thought it was something he said casually, but she didn't expect it to come true. So he's definitely going to break up with you, and by the time you're back to being single, you'll be entangled with young Master Si Jin again. Mr. Nan doesn't want that to happen. What does that have to do with me working for the Nan group? Mr. Nan will always place you in a place where they can't find you. You'll have to work sooner or later anyway, so why don't you come to Nan's group for some experience? Shang Miao spoke quite nicely, but Xia Lingwei's hair stood on end as she listened. Can't find a place. Wouldn't that still be abducting her to the poor countryside and selling her? Unexpectedly, after such a long time had passed, Nan Xiyan still hadn't gotten rid of this idea. Is it that much of a desire to get rid of her? Xia Lingwei shook her head and politely refused. No need, I still want to study well now, and I can swear that as long as you guys keep Xing under control and don't let him come to me, I definitely won't get entangled with him. Shang Miao saw that she seemed to be very afraid of the appearance, asked, you have any concerns? The last kidnapping was just a last resort. In fact, our South General Manager is quite good, you follow him, to ensure that you will not treat you poorly. Why does this sound strange? It's like some kind of illicit relationship. Xia Lingwei could not listen more and more, covered her ears and said, I'm not going, you please go back. Shang Miao is the right-hand man of Nan Xiyan, that salary package must be very high. Shang Miao thought, Xia Lingwei has not graduated from college, nothing, Nan Xiyan certainly will not let her do complicated work. But the salary can be equal to Shang Miao, who is a special assistant. This good thing of earning a high salary by name, Xia Lingwei doesn't even care about it? This girl doesn't look like someone who regards money as dirt. It had to be said that Shang Miao was also quite accurate in reading people. Even after only 2 contacts, she could tell that Xia Lingwei was a money-hungry person. So Xia Lingwei's refusal puzzled her. Could it be that she still fantasized that Helanyu wouldn't break up with her? No matter how good Shang Miao was at reading people, she couldn't guess that in Xia Lingwei's mind, Nan Xiyan was a human trafficker. The business is not close, in other people's homes and cannot do anything. Shang Miao can only first go back to report to Nan Xiyan. Before leaving, Shang Miao suddenly said, your hair is messy. Then she reached out to help Xia Lingwei put her broken hair behind her ears. This behavior was quite self-conscious, making Xia Lingwei not very comfortable. Fortunately, her hand quickly retracted. Then I'll leave first, thank you for the clothes. The purpose had been accomplished, so Shang Miao did not stay any longer. She had suddenly done that just now in order to stick a super miniature locator behind Xia Lingwei's ear. Going back to ask Mr. Nan what his attitude was, if he still had to take Xia Lingwei away, then this locator would come in handy. Chapter 141, it's rumored that you're breaking up. Shang Miao's appearance made Xia Lingwei a little uneasy. As the saying goes, not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking. As far as the current situation was concerned, Nan Xiyan was that thief. Always staring at such a big living person like her. Besides, she hadn't even broken up with Helanyu yet, and this person was thinking of selling her. Why so vicious? So it seems that there's one more reason why she can't break up with Helanyu. As long as she didn't break up with Helanyu, Nan Xiyan wouldn't dare do anything to her. She still remembered the scene where Nan Xiyan was defeated in front of Helanyu last time. After yesterday's attempted breakup, Xia Lingwei had also thought about it. Since He Mingqin couldn't be relied on anymore, and Helanyu refused to break up with her, it would be like this for now. Just hold on to Helanyu's thighs tightly, and when Helanyu and the female lead Su Lily see eye to eye in the future, she'll take the initiative to quit and make things work. Let's leave it to fate. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message alert. Clicking on it, it was from Song Xiao. Sent was a picture of Xiao Shui, just walking there in front of her house. Senior sister, do you want to take Xiao Shui for a walk together? It's right in our neighborhood courtyard. Although Xia Lingwei also quite wanted to play with little Snow, but at this moment she was not in a good mood, so she refused. There's something going on at the moment, so I won't go for now. Regret emoticon. Song Xiao was a bit lost, but there would be another opportunity later, so he took Xiao Shui for a walk around the neighborhood by himself. Not long after Shang Miao left the Xia family, Xing came. Originally, he wanted to calm down and wait until the two of them broke up. But when he was mentioned by Nan Xiyan during dinner, he couldn't help himself a bit, and it just so happened that the college was closed today, so he wanted to come to Xia Lingwei's house to ask what was going on.
Ever since Orange had stayed at the Xia family, when people came to the house, she was the one who grabbed the door. The main thing was wanting to screen out people who came to harass Xia Lingwei. This was not the case, and now it was discovered by her. When Orange saw that the visitor was Xin Xingxing, she was going to close the door without saying a word, not allowing him to enter. However, with the extent of Xin Xingxing's previous visits to the Xia family, where was Orange able to stop him? He directly rushed to the cleaning ant inside the door and shouted, "Aunt Sun, I haven't been here for the past few days, and the family recruited a new maid?" said Orange. Of course he knew that this woman was the bodyguard that He Lan Yu had arranged besides Xia Lingwei, and he was deliberately saying this. In the past, Xin Xingxing always came, and due to his good looks and good attitude, these two nanny aunts in the Xia family had a good impression of him. When they heard him speak, they immediately came over and said, "She is the one that Miss brought back, called Xiao Tangerine." "Xiao Tangerine, why are you stopping people at the door? Young Master Nan is Mrs. Friend, just let him in." Aunt Sun had said so, and Orange couldn't continue to block him, so she could only let him in. When Xia Lingwei saw Xin Xingxing, he was two heads and two hands. His brother had just sent someone over in the morning, and then he came in the afternoon, really giving her a headache. In fact, she was still grateful for the fact that Xin Xingxing had saved her, but she really couldn't afford it when Nan Xiyan wanted to get her into a poor countryside and sell her. She couldn't afford to mess with her, so she could only hide. On the contrary, Xin Xingxing was still relentless in finding her door. Xia Lingwei thought about it and decided to talk to Xin Xingxing, so she said to Tangerine and Aunt Sun, "You guys just go and do your own thing, I'll have a few words with him." Xin Xingxing's heart was happy when she heard this. She meant to talk to him alone? Soon, only the two of them were left in the large living room. Xia Lingwei made a cup of tea for Xin Xingxing, a business she was very skilled at, but it seemed like it had been a while since she had served him tea. Xin Xingxing drank the tea she made, and it also felt like it was a long time ago. He asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Xia Lingwei pursed her lips and summoned up the courage to say, "Can you stop coming to me in the future? In school too, you go find someone else to tutor." Xia Lingwei had never rejected Xin Xingxing so bluntly. So causing Xin Xingxing to hear these words, his heart felt like it had been dropped heavily on the ground, and it hurt like hell. He didn't expect that what she was going to say would be this. Even before, when the two of them were misunderstood about being in a relationship, she had never said this. Why now? Was it because of He Lan Yu? He opened his mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why?" Xia Lingwei held back her fear and said straight, "Your brother already had someone come to warn me in the morning. I think it's better for the two of us to keep our distance." "My brother? I think it's better for us to keep a distance from each other." Xia Lingwei told Xin Xingxing everything that Shang Miao said when she came here. Of course, she didn't tell her guests, and she didn't dare to tell Xin Xingxing that his brother was a human trafficker. She only said that she would let her join the South group. Xin Xingxing listened to the angry forehead veins ripple. On the spot on the phone to Nan Xiyan questioned, "Damn it! That meddling." Even the father agreed. Xin Xingxing did not understand why Nan Xiyan had to get in his way. He and Xia Lingwei together, in the way of Nan Xiyan. What happened? Nan Xiyan will be in a meeting, did not answer Xin Xingxing's phone. Xin Xingxing, no matter how angry, he did not answer the phone, cannot be helped. He turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei, sighed softly and said, "We do not need to keep a distance, my brother's side I will solve." She still felt it was better to keep a distance. Unfortunately, Xin Xingxing didn't listen to her at all, and was furious that she was going to go to Nan Xiyan to settle the score. Xia Lingwei was a bit regretful. Shouldn't she have complained? If Nan Xiyan put this on her head as well, then she would be in even more trouble in the future. Xia Lingwei got worried. If she didn't break up with He Lan Yu, she could still have a backer, but He Lan Yu was going to break up with her sooner or later, and at that time, if Nan Xiyan came looking for trouble, who else could help her? She was really worried to death. Just as Xia Lingwei was at a loss, Lan Feifei's message sent over again. "I heard you're breaking up with He Lan Yu? Peekaboo peekaboo." Xia Lingwei was puzzled. Why did one or two of them think that they were going to break up? Couldn't it be that He Lan Yu said it herself? But before, she even got threatened by He Lan Yu for mentioning breakup. What the hell is going on now? So she directly asked Lan Feifei, "Who did you hear that from?" Lan Feifei replied, "A lot of people have said so." Anyway, it was all over their circle, and some people even set up a bet to guess if He Lan Yu would break up with Xia Lingwei in order to keep his position as the heir to the He clan consortium. Most people placed bets that they would break up. After all, for people of their status, with money and status, what kind of women couldn't they get? Even if Xia Lingwei was snatched from Xin Xingxing by He Lan Yu, it was impossible to give up the entire He family for her. Lan Feifei and Mu Xingchen thought the same way. In their opinion, this matter of He Lan Yu and Xia Lingwei being together was abnormal, and the two of them breaking up was merely each returning to their respective positions. Chapter 142, He Lan Yu never returned, Xia Lingwei was dumped. Many people are rumoring that they are breaking up. Xia Lingwei had mixed feelings in her heart after listening to Lan Feifei. If placed before Shang Miao came to her, He Lan Yu wanting to break up might still be good news for her. But now, she no longer wanted to break up with He Lan Yu at all. She even started to worry, in case He Lanyu still couldn't give up the He family in the end, and finally decided to break up with her. Her two eyes went dark. The current her not only hadn't accomplished what she had promised Elder He, but she had also been targeted by Nan Si-yen. If she didn't have He Lanyu to protect her, just anyone could easily hold her down and kill her off. Xia Lingwei called He Lanyu to see what his attitude was, but the phone rang for half a day and no one answered. This caused a great uneasiness to rise in her heart. On the other hand, Xin Xingqing found the Nan clan consortium and learned that Nan Si-yen was in a meeting, so she went to his office to wait. Also waiting for Nan Si-yen in his office was Shang Miao. Of course, Xin Xingqing recognized Shang Miao and questioned in a bad mood, "You went to Xia Lingwei's house? And let her go to work for Nan's group, what does he want to do in the end?" Shang Miao shrugged his shoulders and said, "I was just following orders, but you are quite well informed and went to look for her. The company has a lot of money to spend on the project, but it's not a big deal to do so." Shang Miao smiled without saying anything. It seems that Mr. Nan's worry is not superfluous. This Xia Lingwei has not yet broken up. Xin Xingqing cannot wait to go to find people. If this really breaks up, is not it seamless to run to confession? In fact, this matter in the view of Shang Miao is nothing. At most is Xin Xingqing this rush to the strength of a bit humiliating only. I don't understand why Nan Yen has to be so against it. It is said that the chairman of the board of directors of the South has already loosened his lips, and there is no need for him to interfere too much with his brother's love, as a brother. The effort is not pleasing to the eye, Xin Xingqing is not appreciated, the relationship between the two brothers has become so tense, figure what? Those who don't know also thought that he was looking at Xia Lingwei. However, these words she only dared to spit in her heart. She, this special assistant to the boss's instructions, cannot be questioned, only need to be implemented. The two of them each found a place to sit and waited for Nan Si-yen to return. Nan Si-yen returned to his office after the meeting. Seeing Shang Miao was in his expectation, he was still waiting to hear Xia Lingwei's reply. But when he saw Xin Xingqing, he was a bit surprised. He said to Shang Miao, "You go out first. There is no need. I already know about you letting her go to Xia Lingwei." Xin Xingqing glared and yelled at Nan Si-yen, "What's wrong with you? I have said, Dad has promised me, you are still here to mess what ah?" In the past, Xin Xingqing still respected Nan Si-yen as her own brother, and since the last time he kidnapped Xia Lingwei, his treatment became similar to that of Lin Junchang. It doesn't matter if there are any subordinates of Nan Si-yen next to him, anyway, Xin Xingqing doesn't give him any face at all. Nan Si-yen rubbed his temples. He had underestimated Xia Lingwei. He didn't expect her to go to Xin Xingqing to complain. The point was, he was not threatening her by proposing such good conditions, so what was there to complain about? Unless, she just intended to seduce Xin Xingqing. This speculation made Nan Si-yen's mood become bad, as if he was suddenly blocked by something. Nan Si-yen coldly asked, "May I ask if you made it into the top 50 of the school year? It's not even the final exam yet. So yeah, what does it have to do with you if I send someone to find her?" Nan Si-yen asked in a serious tone, "Do you have anything to do with her? I'm just recruiting talent for the company, do I need your permission?" There is really nothing wrong with this statement, it's just a bit of a trick. What kind of talent is Xia Lingwei? He clearly did it on purpose. Xin Xingqing was furious, but on the contrary, right now, he and Xia Lingwei were just ordinary classmates, so he didn't have the position to say anything at all. You know that I like her. So what? Now she was someone else's girlfriend. Normally, Nan Si-yen would more or less let Xin Xingqing a little. After all, he is the older brother, people are more mature and calm, and cannot be generalized with his younger brother. But today he just does not want to let, but also want to deliberately stab Xin Xingqing's heart. Aside watching the Battle of Shang Miao feel a little strange, how to feel the South Division banquet today on Xin Xingqing have a kind of inexplicable hostility it. In short, if you dare to go looking for trouble with her again, don't blame me for turning my back on you as a brother. Facing his impotent and furious younger brother, Nan Si-yen just gave an indifferent "oh." Seeing Xin Xingqing leaving angrily, Nan Si-yen's line of sight only fell to Shang Miao and asked, "What did she say?" She didn't say yes and was still scared. Although Shang Miao couldn't figure out what she was afraid of. After Nan Si-yen heard Shang Miao's answer, he could imagine Xia Lingwei's trembling look. "However, I've glued a locator on her, so if you want to talk to her in person, I can distract that bodyguard. If you don't say that Shang Miao is trustworthy, she is just able to anticipate Nan Si-yen's needs." Nan Si-yen thought for a moment and replied, "That's fine." The 2 days of the weekend passed, and Lanyue didn't call Xia Lingwei back. Now Xia Lingwei really panicked a bit. She asked Tangerine, "If Lanyu breaks up with me, will you not stay here to protect me?" Tangerine said with certainty, "Young master won't break up with you." What if? Anymore, Orange is Lanyu's bodyguard, and if she is no longer in a relationship with Lanyu, then Orange will have to return to the He family. In turn, that means that as long as Orange remained by her side to protect her, it would prove that she hadn't broken up with Lanyu, then Nan Si-yen shouldn't act rashly. Seeing the uneasiness written all over Xia Lingwei's face, Orange asked, "Did something happen?" Xia Lingwei then told Orange what Shang Miao said in the room last time. Before, Nancy Yen wanted to take me abroad to sell me. Thanks to Lan Yu's help, he let me go, but now as soon as he heard that Lan Yu and I might break up, he is looking for me again. I am really scared. Orange looked at Xia Lingwei's pitiful appearance and didn't know how to comfort her. She could only say, young master attache's great importance to you, you definitely won't break up. She did think so as well. Young master's importance to Xia Lingwei was already on the verge of reaching a perverted level, making her report when she saw a member of the opposite sex approaching Xia Lingwei. So Tangerine was pretty sure that the two of them definitely wouldn't break up, or at least Lan Yu wouldn't mention it. However, the truth hit her in the face. That night, Xia Lingwei received a message from Lan Yu with only 3 short words: break up. Xia Lingwei's eyes went black, her worst fears still came. Chapter 143, Without a Backer, Then Hide at Home First. Xia Lingwei blinked hard, hoping that she had misread it. However, those 3 words lay silently in the dialogue box. Lan Yu really broke up with her. Xia Lingwei became sad. It wasn't that she felt sad about being dumped, but she was worried about her future. When she went to school tomorrow, without Orange at her side to protect her, all the people would know that she had broken up with Lan Yu, and this matter would also reach Nancy Yan's ears. At that time, if he were to charm her like last time and take her away directly, what should she do? She didn't have any close friends in the academy, so there would inevitably be times when she was alone, and there were too many times when she could be kidnapped to be able to prevent it. However, Lan Yu had broken up with her, so elder he shouldn't be looking for trouble from her family anymore, right? Xia Lingwei decided to talk to her parents. If it's not possible, their family of 3 will just change cities to live in. It was now more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and Xia's father and mother had just come back from outside. Both of them were busy for the matter of expanding the scale of the factory. Xia Lingwei said, Mom and Dad, Lan Yu broke up with me. As soon as the couple entered the door, they heard her say such a big thing. They were a little bit unable to react, asked, what's going on? Not a few days ago, Lan Yu even ate at our house. Chairman, he doesn't approve of Lan Yu being with me. Xia's mother was silent for a moment, sighed, yes, at first we also think, you find a good family, people will look down on us. It's good to split up, otherwise if you really get married, you will also be aggrieved if you marry there. Xia's father also clumsily consoled, don't be sad Weiwei, later you will meet more suitable. I'm not talking about that. I'm just worried that after Lan Yu breaks up with me, he'll take back the investment he made in our family, and then he'll come after us for the interest, and our family will have nothing left. Xia Lingwei said scary, the summer father and mother are listening to the stunned. Not so, you just break up, but not a feud, and the investment is his initiative to invest, why look for us to interest? See, parents do not believe, Xia Lingwei continued to alarmist said, parents you do not understand, they're kind of big family, our eating people do not spit bones. No, we still have Ming Chuan, with Ming Chuan around, they can't do this to us, right? Don't mention it. Speaking of He Mingqin, Xia Lingwei told the story of the day before yesterday when she went to the He family and He Mingqin threatened her parents. After hearing this, Xia's father and mother stared in disbelief. How could? I didn't say anything because I was afraid you'd be sad, but He Mingqin changed after he returned to the He family, and now he's no longer family with us. AI. What a mess. The atmosphere in the house became heavy. The 3 members of the family sat down and discussed what to do next. Lan Yu He family will really do things so absolutely? Xia Lingwei looked at her parents' hard work to be destroyed, her heart was also very bad. But she was afraid that her mom and dad would be dragged into bankruptcy, not to mention debt, just like in the plot, because she was implicated. Now they run away with the bucket, away from here, at least can still do some small business, the day should not be too bad. So she explained her purpose, fear not, mom and dad, let's take the family's savings and valuable things and live somewhere else. How can we do that? If we run away, what about the workers in the factory? Xiao's father was still responsible, thinking that even if they had to leave, they would have to settle the workers before leaving. But, Weiwei, you can't just think of yourself. Xia Lingwei didn't know how to tell them about the plot and could only call it quits. She thought for a moment and asked, then can I stop going to Elrath Academy? I want to drop out of school. Drop out? Why? Can't you even go to school if you break up? Xia Lingwei stammered and couldn't come up with an explanation. Xiao's father and mother noticed that they were both too busy working to care about their daughter's affairs. Maybe their daughter was really being bullied at school? But by dropping out of Elra's Academy, she would have to either take the college entrance exam again or go to one of those foreign universities that cost money to attend. After all, she was so young, she couldn't just stop going to school, could she? Xiao's father and mother asked Xia Lingwei what she thought, and she thought for a moment and said, I'll go study abroad. Although she very much didn't want to go. But it was the only way out for her at the moment. To go abroad, she had to take IELTS or TOEFL, and she wasn't good at learning foreign languages. It was better to hide at home for a while. If the He family didn't wipe out their family, then the biggest threat to her was Nancy Yen. She didn't believe that Nan Yen would be able to break into her house and take her away. After making up her mind, Xia Lingwei decided not to go to school the next day. The three of them were just sitting in the living room discussing, so what they said was all overheard by Orange.
Tangerine was very shocked. Young master broke up with Ms. Xia? How is this possible?
After thinking about it, she still reported what she had just heard about Xia Lingwei preparing to drop out of school to Yilanyu. A reply was soon received. Don't worry about it, just let her go. You don't have to remain there either, come back to the Yi family tomorrow.
Orange keenly sensed that something was wrong.
This message, it didn't seem like it was sent by the young master. When Yilanyu gave orders, different things were typed separately and would not be sent in a single message. The message above, on the other hand, sent a long message that contained the two things of not having to care about Xia Lingwei and telling her to go back. So she felt like the message was sent by someone else with Yilanyu's phone. But that was just her guess.
How could Yilanyu's cell phone easily fall into someone else's hands?
Besides, he's still protected by Lu. That's right, she could ask Ryu for some information. She always felt that the matter of Yilanyu suddenly proposing to break up with Xia Lingwei was a bit fishy.
However, as she called Lu's phone, there was no answer. When they were on a mission, they would set their cell phones on silent. Could it be that they were outside?
Tangerine's heart muttered, and she forgot to go back to her room immediately, so she bumped into Xia Lingwei at the stairway as she was going up the stairs. Orange was a little embarrassed, but fortunately she was a face paralyzer, so she wouldn't show it.
Xia Lingwei asked, "Are you leaving?" Orange nodded and replied, "Leaving tomorrow."
Oh.
Xia Lingwei didn't know what to say and asked, "What time will you leave tomorrow?" "In the morning."
"Then I will get up early to send you, but I can only send you to the door. Good night." After saying that, Xia Lingwei went back to her room. Orange looked at her back as she disappeared into the corridor and suddenly felt very sad.
Chapter 144, Traveling Out, Being Touched by a Kid Brother.
Early the next morning, after sending Orange away, Xia Lingwei began to agonize over whether or not to go to El Rath Academy to go through the formalities related to withdrawing from school. If she didn't go to the school, maybe everyone knew about her breakup with Yilanyu, and she would be pointed at everywhere she went.
I really don't want to go.
Thinking about the school rules, there was a clause that if a student was absent from school for more than 20 days without any reason, the academy could deal with the student's withdrawal. Why don't we just wait for the time to come and let the school drop her out? So Xia Lingwei laid down at home with peace of mind. But immediately afterward, she thought that staying at home Xingqing would find her door, and Shang Miao had also found a way to blend into her house before.
So being at home didn't mean it was safe. It was better to go out and hide.
Today was Monday, normally everyone would go to school. She had to take this opportunity to hurry up and buy a plane ticket to go out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell her mom and dad that no matter who came looking for her, don't tell anyone where she went. Xiao's father and mother didn't feel comfortable with her going out alone, but they couldn't find anyone they could trust to follow her. If that kid Ming Cord hadn't gone rogue, he could have asked him if he had time, but now it was better to forget about it. Since Xia Lingwei's previous kidnappings were quickly found and didn't reach the ears of Xiao's father and mother, they didn't insist on opposing, and ultimately let her go. Xia Lingwei bought a ticket to the south, got off the bus and spent a large sum of money, took a taxi to the neighboring city by the sea, so that it would not be found, right? The main thing is that it's too easy for Nancy Yen to find someone, she just needs to use her ID card, and there's a risk of being found.
Transportation would be fine if she spent more money on a taxi, but what should she do about accommodation?
In this day and age, no matter if it's a hotel or ABB, you have to use your ID card to register when checking in.
Is there any kind of agency that specializes in helping people rent apartments?
Right.
Xia Lingwei looked at a real estate agency nearby and walked in.
The employee who received her, Xiaoli, was a young and pretty girl. Xia Lingwei saw that Xiaoli had a good-looking face, so she mysteriously made her request.
That I want to rent an apartment, but I don't want to use my own ID card, is there any way? Xiaoli revealed a difficult look, said, "This does not meet the regulations." Xia Lingwei whispered, Can you pay 3 times more for the agency fee? Then I will take you to see the house first."
Xiaoli had just graduated from college and was so poor that he couldn't even afford to pay his own rent now. This request made by Xia Lingwei was a great temptation to her who was short of money. After the two of them walked out of the agent's store, Xiaoli said, "I can use my friend's ID card to help you rent an apartment, but why can't you use your own ID card?"
Xia Lingwei stammered, "I lost my ID card." Of course Xiaoli didn't believe it.
You don't go to the police station to replace your ID card when you lose it, but instead you come to rent an apartment? She wanted to make money, but was afraid of getting into trouble. Generally speaking, people who don't want to use their ID cards are people in trouble, either hiding from debts or fugitives from pursuit. Seeing that Xia Lingwei is pretty and dresses like a rich person, she doesn't look like a debt dodger.
So she's a fugitive?
Seeing her like this, she shouldn't be able to do anything like killing and setting fire, most likely a swindler who uses her beauty to engage in fraud. Xiaoli, deep in his own brain, recoiled and said, "Let's forget about it. Harboring a fugitive is illegal, you'd better find someone else." Xia Lingwei immediately pulled her back and explained, "I'm not a fugitive." "Then why are you afraid to use your ID card?"
"I lost my ID card."
"Then why don't you go get a replacement?" My family is out of town. I came here to travel, lost my ID card, cannot live in the hotel. I thought I could not rent a house first.
Don't you know you can get a replacement ID card from anywhere? Then I also have to have a place to live.
Xiao Lingwei swore, I really am not a fugitive, I can swear to God.
Xiaoli thought about what she said also makes sense, nodded,
that well, I help you find the kind of second landlord rental, you do not need to ID card. The second landlord, that is, has rented someone else's house, and then the house out of the subletting people. This kind is usually too big to rent a house to find someone to share the rent, or not to the end of the contract period do not live, want to make up for the loss. However, without the consent of the big landlord, finding a second landlord to rent the house is not protected by law. Xiaoli explained the risks to Xiao Lingwei before helping her find such a house. Xiao Lingwei said cheerfully, it's fine, I'll just be able to live there for a while, I'll go back to my hometown to apply for my ID card in a few days.
Thank you. That's fine.
Xiaoli remembered what she had seen in her college group of classmates, a classmate was subletting a Seaview room. So she immediately looked for that message and contacted her classmate to ask if she could go over to see the house now.
Classmates quickly agreed. Xiao Lingwei followed.
The classmate is still 2 months short of the expiration date, so Xiao Lingwei paid the rent for the next 2 months, the rent of 6,000 yuan, and transferred 3,000 to Xiaoli as a brokerage fee. The $9,000 was not much for Xiao Lingwei. It was worth it for her to be able to live in this beautiful place for 2 months without worry. That classmate had originally planned to move out, so there weren't any personal belongings left in the house. After she vacated the house, Xiao Lingwei moved in with her bags. The first thing she did when she moved in was to change the code for the combination lock. After she finished, she called her mom and dad to report that she was safe, and then looked for an errand boy on the internet to buy a bed sheet and quilt cover, as well as a variety of daily necessities, and then the time had already come to 3:30 in the afternoon. She was finally able to lie down and rest. On her cell phone, there were several unread messages, some from Xinxingxing, asking her why she didn't go to class, whether she was in a bad mood because she broke up with He Lanyu, or something like that. Lan Feifei also sent a few, also asking if it was true that she broke up with He Lanyu. There were also messages from Song Xiao.
Xiao Lingwei didn't reply to any of them.
Let them treat it as if her breakup was too much of a shock and she temporarily disconnected from the outside world. It was rare for her to come out for a vacation, so she had to put all these troubles behind her. So after resting for a while, Xiao Lingwei changed into a long dress and went for a walk on the beach. The beach here was golden, there were coconut trees next to it, and the seawater was a very clear turquoise blue, the scenery was very beautiful. Xiao Lingwei took out her cell phone to take pictures of the beautiful scenery, and when she was looking for an angle, her foot took a step back and she felt that she stepped on something hard, and there was the sound of clicking and cracking. Immediately followed by a roar, old woman. You stepped on the rare shell I worked so hard to find. The voice was somewhat childish. Xiao Lingwei turned around to look, there was a kid brother glaring at her with a fierce face. Chapter 145. The kid brother's older brother, surprisingly, was Mu Xingchen. This kid was watery looking, but the words that came out were not educated at all. Xiao Lingwei thought to herself that she was at fault for stepping on someone's shell, so she didn't care about him calling her an old woman. She took a step back and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I'll find you another one that's almost as good, okay? Is this something that can be found just by saying look for it? I've been searching for an afternoon to find it, you just found it casually. The kid brother yelled at her relentlessly. Speaking of the kid brother, this kid looked to be 12 or 13 years old, and was about the size of Xiao Lingwei's chest. Xiao Lingwei was timid, cowardly and afraid of things, even if it was a kid, showing a little bit of viciousness, it made her heart start to get scared. But being afraid of a child several years younger than herself made her feel especially useless. So she forced herself to show a strong attitude and said, I've said I'll help you find it, so stop arguing, okay? Although she wanted to act fierce, her voice was involuntarily trembling, and her body was trembling along with it, as if she was about to cry. People who can't argue her like this, before they even start, they lose first. Xiao Lingwei felt humiliated and didn't care what the child would say, so she looked down at the pattern and style of the shells that she had stepped on. Self-consciously, she walked to a place closer to the seawater and squatted down to look for it. The kid didn't continue to argue though. He followed him over and walked over to Xiao Lingwei's side, squatting down as well, complaining, you step on other people's things and have such a bad attitude. The voice was much lighter than just now, and vaguely carried a bit of meaning to make up. Xiao Lingwei inhaled her nose, retorted, I apologized at the beginning, also said to help you find, it is you who first yelled at me. The kid peeked at Xiao Lingwei's face and realized that she was really going to cry, and was at a bit of a loss. He just spoke a little louder and had to cry? All such a big person still has to cry, what a troublesome woman. But, looking at the way she stepped her feet in the seawater and lowered her head to look for shells, the kid actually blamed himself a little bit in his heart. Was he too aggressive just now? He whispered, that shell is a gift I plan to give to my brother, I didn't mean to yell at you, yes sorry, let's look for it together. After saying that, he also lowered his head and looked for it seriously. Xiao Lingwei was a bit surprised, not expecting this child's attitude to suddenly change. Could it be that he saw her crying, so he coaxed her?
Xia Lingwei's face instantly burst into red. Quarreling but not being able to quarrel with a child, and could not help but shed tears, and then being coaxed by the child's pity in turn. Is there anyone in the world who was more wasted and more humiliated than her? It would have been fine if she was facing someone her own age, but the other person was a child. Shame is shame, but if you break someone's gift, it's better to find it and return it to them. Anyway, we won't see each other again, so there's no need to dwell on these things. Xia Lingwei searched all over the beach and couldn't find it, so she wanted to find a place farther away to continue searching. The child, however, pulled her wrist and said, "That side is where I looked before, let's go to the other side." With that, he pulled her in the opposite direction. The two of them searched for more than an hour in silence on the beach. The sun was about to go down, the setting sun met the sea, and the sea horizon turned orange-red. How about this one? Xia Lingwei finally found one with a similar pattern and picked it up to show the child. The child looked at the shell, and raised her eyes to look at Xia Lingwei's reddened cheeks, as well as some cracked lips, and said, "This is it." Great! A stone in her heart fell to the ground, and Xia Lingwei smiled. The way she smiled was very pretty, and the kids were a bit dumbfounded. This big sister is so pretty. At this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang. It was the beep of a WeChat video call. The child took out his cell phone and picked it up. His voice said lightly, "Brother. Sure Chu, why are you still at the beach?" When the video call was made, the voice was on speaker by default, so Xia Lingwei had no intention of eavesdropping and clearly heard the man's voice in the phone. Why does this voice sound like I've heard it somewhere before? There was a big sister who stepped on my shell, and the two of us have been looking for the shell to come. Mu Xingchen reprimanded, "You don't follow people you don't know around." At this time, Mu Xingchen wasn't in the lounge, but in the car going home. Mu Shichu replied, "It's fine, there's a bodyguard following, and that sister isn't a bad person." The kid's name was Mu Shichu, and he was Mu Xingchen's younger brother. Mu Xingchen's parents were here to talk about business and incidentally brought Mu Shichu to the beach to play. When Xia Lingwei heard that there were bodyguards, she got scared. Luckily, she couldn't argue with the kid because she was a loser. If she argued too much, the kid might call the bodyguards to teach her a lesson. Mu Xingchen was a bit surprised that his brother would speak for someone he just met. How rare. Still, he reminded, it's not like bad guys have bad guys written on their faces. She isn't. Although Mu Shichu was young, he had his own basis for judgment. That big sister cried when she argued with him. How could someone so useless be capable of doing bad things? He jogged to Xia Lingwei's side, held up his cell phone, pointed the front camera at her, and said, "This is the sister who was looking for shells with me." Xia Lingwei was caught off guard and looked at Mu Shichu's cell phone screen. When she saw the man's face in the video screen, she was not calm. Young Master Mu Mu Mu? Mu Xingchen's video screen was cut into small windows, and it was impossible to see the face without looking closely. He was browsing through the small group in the circle, where they were all discussing the breakup of Xia Lingwei and Helanhua, and saying that Xia Lingwei didn't come to school today because she was too devastated by being dumped. Xin Xingqing Luke's afternoon class did not go, went to Xia Lingwei's home to look for her. It is also really anxious. Those two people broke up, Xin Xingqing happy enough. I don't know if it's his illusion, but I always think that Lan Fei Fei is in a good mood too. Just as he was thinking about it, he unexpectedly heard Xia Lingwei's voice. He clicked the video screen on, and sure enough, the person next to Mu Shichu was really Xia Lingwei. "Xia Lingwei, why are you there?" I came to take a break." Xia Lingwei wanted to cry. She had only run out for the first day, and she was found by them. This was too unlucky, wasn't it? However, she noticed that the background on Mu Xingchen's side wasn't the lounge, and asked tentatively, "You weren't with Xin Xingqing and the others?" Mu Xingchen replied, "No, I'm in my family's car, just by myself." Xia Lingwei requested stiffly, "Then can you please not tell anyone that I'm here?" Chapter 146, Nancy Yen and Mu Xingchen both chased after her. After Xia Lingwei finished, she felt that there wasn't much hope. She and Mu Xingchen could only be described as acquaintances, and she had previously ignored his friend request. Why would people not help their good friends, but instead help her, a person with no relationship, keep secrets? What she didn't expect was that Mu Xingchen agreed in one breath, "Okay, I won't tell anyone else, I'm the only one who knows about this." Xia Lingwei was overjoyed, not expecting Mu Xingchen to agree. She said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Mu Xingchen thought for a moment and continued, "If you really feel thankful, you should first pass the friend application I sent before." Xia Lingwei said awkwardly, "Be nice." It seems that Mu Xingchen is still quite concerned about this matter. So she remedied the situation by explaining, "I thought it was a prank, but I didn't think it was really from you." She was just looking for an excuse, but Mu Xingchen believed it. All of the depression that had built up in his chest before dissipated. "He told me." Xia Lingwei had no reason at all to ignore his friend's request. Rightly so, he hadn't mentioned this to her face, so it was normal for her to think it was someone else's prank, that he had misunderstood her. Xia Lingwei didn't dare to delay, and immediately took out her cell phone and passed the friend request that Mu Xingchen had sent earlier. Next to her, Mu Shichu saw that she finally had a chance to speak, and turned her head to ask Xia Lingwei, "You know my brother?"
Mu Xingchen replied, I'm classmates with her, okay sure Chu, I'll hang up if there's nothing else.
After that Mu Xingchen hung up the phone in a hurry.
Xia Lingwei saw that it was getting late and she had to go back to her place, so she said goodbye to Mu Shichu. I'm going to go home then, little brother you also go to your mom and dad early.
Wait a minute.
Mu Shichu suddenly stopped her.
Xia Lingwei was puzzled, is there anything else?
Mu Shichu himself didn't know why, he just felt that it was a bit of a pity to let her go like that. The setting sun reflects red on his tender face. In fact, Mu Shichu was a very good-looking little boy. His eyes were big with long eyelashes, and his hair was fluffy and thick. Since he was still young, he didn't look very obviously masculine, and the lines of his face were soft and delicate. Xia Lingwei looked at him, making him feel a little embarrassed. But he still overcame his shyness and took out his cell phone and said, let's add a WeChat. Tomorrow, we will also look for shells together, or pile up sandcastles, or take a boat to go fishing at sea.
Doesn't he have any friends? Why was he looking for her to play together?
She came here for a leisure vacation, not to coax children to play off.
Xia Lingwei's first reaction was to refuse.
However, thinking that this child is Mu Xingchen's brother and she has a request from Mu Xingchen, so even if she is unwilling in her heart, she can only say against her will, fine. After that, she took out her cell phone and added Mu Shichu's WeChat. By the way, my name is Mu Shichu, the time of time, the beginning of the first time.
My name is Xia Lingwei, I'll send it to you.
Xia Lingwei didn't know how to introduce her name, she could only type and send it to him.
Then we'll see you tomorrow.
Mu Shichu waved goodbye towards Xia Lingwei and ran over to the side of the two people standing next to him.
It looks like they should be his family's bodyguards.
That being said, Mu Xingchen hung up the phone in a hurry in order to hurry up and book a flight. Seeing Xia Lingwei and Mu Shichu on the beach, he was itching to go to the beach as well. In order not to arouse suspicion, he also made a point of explaining to Xin Xingqing and Lan Fei, saying that it was Mu Shichu who insisted on playing with him. He had no choice, so he took a few days off on this side of the academy and went to stay with his brother for a few days. He posted this in the small group of 4 people, and no one paid any attention to him at all.
Mu Xingchen didn't care either, and took a plane overnight and flew to the south.
Speaking of which, it was the first time Xin Xingqing had been turned away when she went to the Xia family to find Xia Lingwei. Xiao's father and mother apologized vigorously, saying that she was in a bad mood, locked herself in her room and didn't want to see anyone, so she let Xin Xingqing go back first. Xin Xingqing also naturally thought that Xia Lingwei was still at home. There was no way he couldn't break in, so he could only go home first. Just arrived at the door, only to find that Nan Xiyan is again ready to go on a business trip. Luggage has been packed. Next to the assistant dragged the suitcase into the car, and then respectfully opened the door of the back seat.
Nan Xiyan was wearing a long black trench coat, standing there with an outstanding temperament, like a model.
Just as he was about to get into the car, he saw Xin Xingqing coming back in the dust. He didn't rush to get on the car, and asked with an odd expression, "Did you go to find Xia Lingwei again? What does it have to do with you?" Xin Xingqing still remembered the last time he sent someone to look for Xia Lingwei's trouble, and her attitude was still not good.
"Seeing you like this, I think you didn't find it, right?
I advise you not to waste your efforts, or give up early." After saying that, he didn't care that Xin Xingqing was jumping up and down in anger, so he got into the car and ordered the driver to drive.
He now had a good grasp of Xia Lingwei's whereabouts.
This was thanks to the locator that Shang Miao had installed on her body. The locator was made of a special material that was hard to take off when it was stuck to a person's skin, and couldn't be washed off when taking a shower. Moreover, the locator is very small and thin, so if you don't pick it carefully, you won't even notice it. Yesterday, the locator had been at Xia Lingwei's home, and today it should have appeared at the Elrath Academy, but it moved south at an extremely fast speed. At first, Shang Miao thought that there was a mistake, and then when she went to check, she found Xia Lingwei's flight information. Strangely enough, after arriving at the city where the flight was, she was still moving. Not in the city, but continuing to move south. Just like that, it eventually reached the southernmost city by the sea before stopping. However, the information of the hotel that her ID card had checked into could not be found. Shang Miao was very smart and immediately guessed that Xia Lingwei had sneaked out in order to hide from them. So painstakingly, but also do not use ID cards, but unfortunately, she did not dream that her body has a locator. Shang Miao immediately reported the situation to Nan Xiyan. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiyan immediately postponed the work at hand and arranged for a private jet to travel to the city where Xia Lingwei was currently located. Even though he was a workaholic, for the sake of his only brother's happiness, it was better to get this scourge under control first. As long as Xia Lingwei fell into his hands, then Xin Xingqing would never want to see her again.
Xia Lingwei still does not know the danger will come, dragged the tired body back to the hotel, ordered a takeaway, eat it beautifully. While she was eating, she was also reviewing what had just happened. Had she known that she would encounter so much trouble, she would have been resting at home in the afternoon. She also didn't know if Mu Xingchen would keep his word and help her keep her secret. But she had tossed and turned the whole day with great difficulty to land here. She really didn't want to rush any further, and it was also so late today, so she would talk about anything tomorrow. Unbeknownst to her, this decision made her regret it too late. Chapter 147 Questioned by Mu Xingchen's parents. That night, Xia Lingwei slept uneasily. Perhaps it was because she recognized her bed, or perhaps it was because she had slept for some time in the afternoon. She lay down for a long time without falling asleep. When people couldn't sleep late at night, they were prone to rambling thoughts. Xia Lingwei suddenly felt that she was a bit hasty to come alone to a place so far from home. If she stayed at home, even if Shang Miao or someone else mixed into her house, it would be impossible to forcibly take her away from her home. But being alone in a foreign country, if something really happened, it would be a cry for help. Especially alone in a strange house. She started to get scared. She curled up in the quilt, thinking about how she had uprooted herself from her home country in order to hide from Nan Xiyan, and ran to this unfamiliar place. She felt aggrieved and sobbed in a small voice. However, she only cried for a while. The sound of opening the combination lock unexpectedly came from outside the door. Drip drip drip, wrong password. Wrong code. Wrong combination. Then the alarm sounded. 3 consecutive input errors, password locked for 180 seconds. Xia Lingwei's blood froze in fear. Someone was opening the password lock of her house in the middle of the night. Her trembling body took out her cell phone to call the police. Hey, police uncle? Someone is opening the combination lock of my house. Ooh, I'm so scared. The police officer on the other side of the phone asked for her address. But Xia Lingwei had already scared her brain blank, completely unable to recall how many buildings and units she was here. Thinking that she was looking for an errand boy to order takeout in the afternoon, she flipped out the address and read it out accordingly. The police officer learned the address, pacified her a few words, said he would send the nearest police station police. 15 minutes will arrive. 15 minutes. It was already very long for Xia Lingwei. What if the person outside the door guessed the right password in 10 minutes? She was really scared. Taking out her cell phone, thinking of looking for someone nearby to ask for help, she suddenly thought that Mu Shichu was staying in a hotel close to this beach, which shouldn't be too far away from the neighborhood she was in. Moreover, there are bodyguards beside him. In this kind of critical situation, she doesn't care if it will disturb people's rest, and she calls Mu Shichu's voice call with her head. After all, Mu Shichu is still a child, and after playing on the beach for so long during the day, he is already in dreamland. It's a good thing that his cell phone is placed right next to his pillow. The call woke him up as soon as it came. Mu Shichu, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by the vibration of his cell phone, and in a fit of rage, he almost threw the phone out and dropped it. But before he dropped the phone, he wanted to see which one of them called in the middle of the night to wake him up. Upon looking, he was surprised to find that it was Xia Lingwei. He felt that Xia Lingwei was not the kind of person who would prank people in the middle of the night to disturb their dreams, and calling, it must be something important. So he picked it up. Xia Lingwei said with a sobbing voice, Sure, Shichu brother, can you let your family bodyguard come to my door to take a look? In the middle of the night someone is opening the combination lock of my house. Mu Shichu heard that the situation on her side is so critical, immediately not sleepy. You send me the address, I will bring someone there now. Mu Shichu and his parents live in the presidential suite, so when he went out from his bedroom and called out for a bodyguard, the Mu family's parents, who live in the other bedroom, could definitely hear him. Seeing their son going out in the middle of the night, the couple got up and asked about the situation. Mu Shichu said anxiously, I don't have time to explain to you guys, there are bad people in front of her house, if I go late, I won't be able to make it. She? Mu Shichu's father Yunzhou asked skeptically, who is she? There's a bad guy in front of her house, she doesn't call the police, she's looking for you, a kid, for help. Their Mu family is one of the 4 major families in the capital, a proper noble family, and the number of people who try to get close to them every day is too many to count. During dinner, the bodyguard reported that there was a woman playing with Shichu on the beach, and they thought that there might not be any interactions in the future, so they didn't care. They didn't expect the call to come in the middle of the night. That woman, in order to become a phoenix, she didn't even spare a child, it's really abominable. However, the fact that Shichu would exchange contact information with someone she just met shows that that woman is quite tactful. Mu Shichu looked at her father and asked rhetorically, can't she find me for help? Mu Shichu is 14 years old, just at the age of middle too. When someone asks him for help, he definitely won't stand by, not to mention that Xia Lingwei is in danger, so it's even more unlikely that he'll stand by and do nothing. His parents also know what kind of character he is, so he can't stop him, can only follow along. Xia Lingwei's neighborhood is still quite close to this upscale hotel, less than 3 minutes by car. 1 foot on the gas and you're there. Mu Shichu called Xia Lingwei back on the way. During this time, he had been talking to Xia Lingwei, telling her not to be afraid and that he would be there soon. This heroic appearance of saving a beauty made the Mu family couple look sideways frequently. What's the situation? Why was this kid acting like a little adult and coaxing others there? They became more and more curious about what kind of person the other party was. Soon, they arrived at the neighborhood where Xia Lingwei lived. After explaining the situation with the doorman immediately brought the key to help them press the elevator to go upstairs. When they arrived, the person at the door was still waiting there to try the password, and was caught by the bodyguard Mu Shichu brought.
Xia Lingwei hears the movement at the door, and she has been talking to Mu Shichu. Knowing that they have arrived, she walks to the door and opens it. Seeing so many people come to the door, mainly because Mu Shichu is here, she puts her heart down. Mu Shichu walked to her and comforted her. It's alright, the bad guy was caught by us. The person who was caught is still struggling.
Let go of me. I'm going back to my own home. What are you doing?
He smelled of alcohol and didn't look very old. This guy was the ex-boyfriend of the girl who rented the house to Xia Lingwei, and it was to get rid of this guy that she was in a hurry to move. It's just that she didn't tell Xia Lingwei about it in order to sublet the house. After figuring it out, Mu Shichu's mother, Jiang Xinyao, walked up to Xia Lingwei and looked at her with a sharp gaze. This young lady, you just met our family Shichu today, right? When you encountered something like this, why didn't you call the police? Instead you looked for a child you just met to ask for help. Xia Lingwei was under a lot of pressure and had a feeling that she was a prisoner. However, it was indeed her who had disturbed someone's rest in the middle of the night. It was her fault. She organized her language and explained, I called the police, but it takes 15 minutes for the police to arrive. I thought that where Mu Shichu lives is closer and has a bodyguard. Like this. Xia Lingwei was at a loss for words like a child who did something wrong. Chapter 148. What is the relationship between Mu Xingqian and Xia Lingwei? Mu Shichu couldn't stand to watch and said, Mom, she's already scared, so don't make it harder for her, okay?
Jiang Xian Yao glared at him. This brat.
He's only a little old, and he learned to turn his elbow when he saw a pretty sister.
What's going to happen when he grows up? But Jiang Xinyao couldn't say anything more.
About 10 minutes later, the police came here. After communicating with both sides, they found that it was just a misunderstanding, and there was no substantial damage, so they criticized and educated the man who opened the lock. The man also apologized to Xia Lingwei, promised not to come back. Xia Lingwei also do not want to cause trouble. The two sides were reconciled. The matter has been resolved. Mu Shichu's parents are going to take him back to the hotel. But it's dangerous for her to stay here alone. Mu Shichu is still uneasy about Xia Lingwei, turned to her and said, why don't you come back to the hotel with us?
No need.
Xia Lingwei quickly waved her hand and refused. She has already given them so much trouble, how can she still have the nerve to follow them to the hotel? Besides, having her stay with unfamiliar people would be no less stressful than staying here alone.
Forget it. It's fine for me to stay here, so go back and rest.
After saying that, she also said to Mu Shichu's parents, Mr. Mu, Mrs. Mu, I really disturbed you today, thank you very much. Xia Lingwei nodded her head at them and thanked them, and the couple from the Mu family went back with Mu Shichu. Back at the hotel, they happened to bump into Mu Xingqian who was checking in at the hotel's front desk.
Brother! Seeing Mu Xingqian, Mu Shichu happily ran over. Mu Yunzhou frowned and asked, why are you here? It's almost 3 in the morning, what is Mu Xingqian doing running here? Mu Xingqian smiled and replied, isn't this thinking of coming over to accompany Shichu for a few days? Why are you guys still going out at this hour? And it's still the whole family going out together. Mu Shichu replied, it's the one who played with me today, Sister Ling Wei. When he said Xia Lingwei's name, Mu Shichu still blushed a little. But soon he returned to normal and continued, just now a drunk man went to open the lock of Sister Lingwei's house, she was scared, so she came to me for help. Mu Shichu spoke with a very proud expression. The fact that Xia Lingwei thought of asking him for help first when she was in danger showed that he left her with the impression that he was very reliable, secure and helpful. It didn't occur to her that she had such a good impression of him after they had only played together for an afternoon. There is such a thing? Mu Xingqian pursued, where is she staying? How is it now? Jiang Xinyao asked back, you know her too? Mu Shichu grabbed the answer, brother and sister Lingwei were classmates.
Mu Xingqian didn't listen to them either and said to himself, no, I have to go see her. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and prepared to call Xia Lingwei.
You give me a moment. Mu Yunzhou walked over, snatched his cell phone and reprimanded, it's so late, you're a big man going to a girl's house, is it like that? What's wrong with that, you all went.
Mu Xingqian thought to himself that he was more familiar with Xia Lingwei than his family, and knew that she had something going on, so what's wrong with going to see what's going on?
Jiang Xinyao asked, what is your relationship with her?
She had the most basic understanding of her son, and there was something wrong with him suddenly flying over to them. It gave her a strong intuition. Mu Xingqian didn't come here for the purpose of reuniting with their family, but to look for the girl called Xia Lingwei. Mu Xingqian was stumped by the question.
What was his relationship with Xia Lingwei?
To be honest, they weren't even in the same class, at best they were acquaintances.
But saying that was a bit too far, a little closer, it would be his friend's ex-girlfriend?
After thinking about it for half a day, Mu Xingqian replied with little confidence, friends, right? His mother's gaze was a bit sharp, and he unconsciously fluttered his vision, looking more and more vain. Fortunately, Mom and Dad did not continue to ask questions, just let him go over now, really want to find her and so on during the day. After returning to the room, the couple was however curious about Xia Lingwei's identity.
Wasn't Mu Xingqian's friend those 3 boys from the other 3 big families? When did they make friends with girls? This matter had to be investigated.
Mu Shichu saw that his brother had arrived and didn't sleep in the same room as his parents, running to Mu Xingchen's room. He wasn't sleepy now and told Mu Xingchen about what just happened. Mu Xingchen pinched a sweat for her after hearing this. A girl going out and encountering this kind of thing at night, it's also thrilling enough. It must have scared her.
However, what he couldn't understand was that Xia Lingwei came out for a break. Why didn't she live in a hotel and instead went to rent a house with irregular procedures? While Mu Xingchen was pondering, Mu Shichu opened his mouth and said, "Brother, Sister Lingwei and I have an appointment to go to the beach tomorrow as well. Do you want to come along?"
Mu Xingchen looked towards his brother, his delicate little face filled with anticipation.
"You kinda like playing with her. How do you know her?"
In his impression, Xia Lingwei didn't seem like the type of person who liked to play with children, so it definitely wasn't her initiative. Mu Shichu bristled. "Didn't I say it? She stepped on my shell. We looked for the shell together and got to know each other." However, he didn't say that the shell was a gift he was going to give to Mu Xingchen. It was one that Xia Lingwei had found and given to him, and he wanted to keep it for himself. When the time comes, he'll find another style to give to his brother.
Oh right.
At that time, Mu Xingchen didn't know that the other party was Xia Lingwei, and what Mu Shichu said went in his left ear and out his right ear, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Mu Xingchen was also tired after sitting on the airplane for so long, so he washed up and went to sleep. Before Mu Xingchen arrived, Nancy Yen arrived in the city first and is now staying at this hotel. It was in the room next to Mu Xingchen's. Nancy Yen happened to check in during the time when Mu Shichu brought his parents to Xia Lingwei's house. It happened to be staggered with Mu Xingchen, and the two of them didn't hit the ground running. The main reason was that this hotel was upscale enough and close to Xia Lingwei's place, so both Mu Xingchen and Nancy Yen naturally chose to stay here.
Nancy Yen had already pinpointed the neighborhood where Xia Lingwei currently lived.
It was just that the position of the locator was shown on the floor plan, so it was impossible to determine the floor. And now it's already midnight, there's no way to find her specific address, so we can only wait until after dawn. And Xia Lingwei still had some trouble sleeping after the room regained its quietness. Although she was already very sleepy now, her heart was getting more and more uneasy.
It always felt like something was going to happen.
And just now, she didn't expect to see Mu Xingchen's parents again, and they looked like they were quite looking down on her. Indeed, it was normal for them to be upset when she woke people up in the middle of the night and caused so much trouble.
But suspecting her of having designs on Mu Shichu was too outrageous, right?
Forget it, there shouldn't be any interactions in the future, and she let herself not think too much and hurriedly fall asleep. What she didn't know was that when she woke up from her sleep, there was an even bigger surprise waiting for her.
Chapter 149 Universal Deacon, Zhongwei.
Nancy Yan's plan was very simple. It was to wait for Xia Lingwei to go out during the day and then capture her in a less crowded place. There was no need to go door to door in the building she was in. Of course, this kind of thing of arresting people would definitely not be done by Nancy Yan himself. Shang Miao had already been exposed in the last operation, and this time he had sent another competent general under him, Zhang Wei.
Zhang Wei is handsome, elegant, and omnipotent, giving people the impression that he is somewhat like an omnipotent deacon.
Like Shang Miao, he was someone Nancy Yan trusted very much. Zhang Wei also went in to spy on Xia Lingwei during the school festival, so he was very clear about Xia Lingwei's appearance. He also had Xia Lingwei's real-time location on his cell phone, so it was easy to bring her back.
So as soon as the day dawned, he went to Xia Lingwei's downstairs to squat.
However, because Xia Lingwei had been thinking nonsense after Mu Shichu and the others left, she didn't fall asleep until dawn, and now it's already 12 noon, and she still hasn't woken up. Mu Shichu sent WeChat to call her to come out to play, and sent several messages without getting a reply. He was a bit impatient and said, "Let's go directly to her house to find her." Mu Xingchen of course agreed. So the two set off to find Xia Lingwei. Mu Xingchen came out on vacation and wore a mint green floral shirt with a pattern of coconut trees all over it, looking very casual. He also wore a hat and sunglasses. A bit of a playboy feel to it. Mu Shichu, however, had a completely different style from Mu Xingchen. He wore a simple white t-shirt, khaki-colored slacks, and a white duck tongue cap on his head, looking like a clean and fresh little boy. These two people walking on the street were very outstanding, attracting a lot of girls' gazes, and there were also a lot of people who wanted to come over to ask for WeChat. However, Mu Xingchen's temperament is too noble, but let the average person dare not approach. The two came to Xia Lingwei's downstairs. This time, they had no reason to ask the doorman to help them press the elevator, so they could only call Xia Lingwei's home downstairs.
Xia Lingwei was awakened by the ringing of the doorbell and sleepily walked over.
Seeing from the visual doorbell that the person outside the door was Mu Shichu, she asked, "Why are you here again?" At this moment, her sleepiness had not been dispelled, so she didn't have her usual timid and cautious look, and spoke in a manner more in line with her inner thoughts. Mu Shichu replied, "We agreed to play together today. You do not return my Weibo, I can only come to find you."
"When did you say good to play together?"
Xia Lingwei refused, "But I don't want to go out today, you go by yourself." Mu Shichu was bragging with Mu Xingchen on the way here, saying that Xia Lingwei had a good relationship with him, but now that he came to look for her, she wasn't even willing to come out. This made Mu Shichu feel disgraced. He thought to himself that yesterday when she asked for his help, she didn't have such an attitude. Is she so cold today when she doesn't need him? So he opened his mouth somewhat unwillingly and said, "You don't want to go out, so I'll go up and find you. Quickly help me press the elevator." Xia Lingwei is very helpless, this child how to pester her? But last night she did look for someone to help her, so she couldn't refuse, so she helped call the elevator for him to go upstairs. Just now Mu Xingchen didn't stand in front of the camera and didn't speak, and he wasn't in the picture Xia Lingwei saw. It was natural to assume that the only person who came was Mu Shichu alone. Xia Lingwei yawned, thinking that even though Mu Shichu was young but still a boy, she went back to her room to change out of her cool nightgown and put on a tighter outfit. She had just changed her clothes when the knock on the door sounded. Xia Lingwei opened the door, and before she saw Mu Shichu, her eyes were first attracted to the tall man on the side. She was puzzled and said, "This is. How rude you are, it's me." Saying that, Mu Xingchen took off his sunglasses, revealing his beautiful face. Mu, young master, what brings you here?" Xia Lingwei's sleepiness instantly dissipated, and she alertly glanced behind him, realizing that there was no figure of Xingchen, before she let go of her heart. Mu Xingchen knew what she was afraid of and said, "Don't worry. I promised you that I won't tell anyone else, that means I won't tell anyone else." He also saw that Xia Lingwei had just gotten up and her hair was still disheveled. Being able to see her just getting up made Mu Xingchen feel that the two of them had gotten a lot closer again. In fact, he didn't understand why he had rushed over overnight after learning that Xia Lingwei was here. It was just that seeing her now put him in a good mood. Xia Lingwei smiles awkwardly and explains, "I don't mean this, come on in." Mu Shichu was a bit upset at being ignored and asked, "You didn't see me? Why are you ignoring me?" "I didn't ignore you, I just haven't had a chance to talk to you yet." Xia Lingwei's heart is so tired, why is it still not clean after hiding in such a faraway place? This house is quite empty, she just moved in yesterday, her things are not complete, and there is nothing that can be used to entertain guests. Mu Shichu suggested, "Shall we go sea fishing today? Brother will also go along. Their family has their own yacht, and when it's not in use, there's a specialized company that maintains it. If you want to go out to sea, you can do it anytime. I'm sure it's a good idea." Xia Lingwei also understood that it was useless for her to refuse. So she let the two of them sit here and wait for a while. She went to wash her face and brush her teeth to dress up, and the three of them went out the door together. Zhang Wei, who was hiding in the dark, saw Xia Lingwei and the Mu family's two brothers leave the door and quietly followed them. This was an unexpected situation. He reported this matter to Nan Xiyan. At this moment, Nan Xiyan saw Mu Yunzhou and Jiang Xinyao at the hotel. However, he was at their back, so the couple didn't spot Nan Xiyan. They received information about Xia Lingwei from their subordinates. They were also very surprised to learn that she had just broken up with He Lanyue and was still involved with Xingchen. They couldn't let Xingchen come into contact with her anymore. If she caused another conflict with the Nan and He families, it would be more than worth it. There's also Shi Chu, who made a scene early in the morning to find her, quickly find a way to call them back. Nan Xiyan had just heard a bit of a hint when he saw the message sent by Zhong Wei and was sure who they were talking about. So he stepped forward and took the initiative to chat. "Uncle Mu, Auntie Jiang, you're talking about Xia Lingwei, right?" His sudden outburst startled the husband and wife, and only relaxed when they saw that it was Nan Xiyan. Chapter 150, Touting or Being Caught by Nan Xiyan. "It's Xiyan, you're here on vacation too?" Mu Yunzhou and Jiang Xinyao had cricket Xingchen just now, and now they were a little bit weak when they saw Nan Xiyan. Nan Xiyan didn't care that they brought up the Nan family, but asked once again, "I just heard you guys mention a girl, may I ask if you're talking about Xia Lingwei?" Mu Yunzhou asked in surprise, "Xiyan, you know that girl too?" "Of course, my brother Xi Jin's relationship with her is known to no one in Elrath." Nan Xiyan said with a bitter face, "I've also advised Xi Jin to stay away from her, but no matter how I say it, it's useless, it's really a headache. Our family star is also." This couple can be considered to find people with a common language. Take the opportunity to inquire. "You do not know, he flew over last night, more than 2 o'clock in the middle of the night to see that Xia Lingwei they have a good relationship? This I really don't know." Nan Xiyan was indeed surprised, not expecting that Mu Xingchen had also become Xia Lingwei's skirt. However, he was a smart person and instantly distilled the point of that sentence and asked, "Xingchen is going to see Xia Lingwei, is he aware of her address?" Jiang Xinyao then told Nan Xiyan what happened last night, and at the same time, he also said Xia Lingwei's address. After successfully getting Xia Lingwei's address, Nan Xiyan stopped chatting with them and left on the pretext that he had something to do. On the other hand, Xia Lingwei and the Mu family brothers took a private yacht to the deep sea area. Mu Xingchen sat next to Xia Lingwei and asked, "Are you running here alone to take a break because you broke up with Lan Yu?" Xia Lingwei nodded and replied, "Yes. Actually no." She was trying to hide from Nan Xiyan, it was just inconvenient to tell Mu Xingchen. "What did you guys break up over? Was it like the rumors outside that Lan Yu couldn't stand the pressure from her family and broke up with you?" Xia Lingwei asked suspiciously, "He Lan Yu didn't tell you? I haven't seen Lan Yu in the past few days, and he didn't pick up the phone. When Mu Xingchen learned that they broke up, the first thing he did was to call Li Lanyu to confirm whether it was true or not.
But He Lanyu didn't answer the phone at all.
But Li Lanyu not answering the phone was a common occurrence, so he didn't find it strange. The news was put out by the Yi family, but the school couldn't even see you two parties involved, and rumors were spreading about everything. Mu Xingchen said while also secretly observing Xia Lingwei's expression. Seeing that there was no sadness on her face, only then did she continue to ask, "What's going on? Did you guys really break up?" Xia Lingwei replied, "Really broke up, it was Li Lanyu who tweeted to me."
Mu Xingchen turned his head and looked at her face and asked, "Aren't you sad?"
Sad? Of course sad.
Her backbone was gone, and she was uprooted from her home to hide in a place so far away from home. Could she not be sad? Xia Lingwei sighed sadly and helplessly said, "What's the use of being sad?
It's also true that Lanyu that person is a workaholic. It's quite good that you've split up with him.
You can pay close attention to the side, maybe you can meet a better one."
After saying that, he puffed out his chest with intention, looking as if he was selling himself. Unfortunately, Xia Lingwei's gaze had already turned to the sea and didn't look at Mu Xingchen at all.
Mu Xingchen wasn't discouraged either. Continuing to test, "Si Jin went to your house yesterday to look for you, you didn't tell him that you came here?" Actually, this would be a knowing question.
Yesterday Xia Lingwei even begged him not to tell Xingqing. No, I didn't want him to know.
Why? Si Jin is actually quite concerned about you. I just want some peace and quiet. Has Fei Yu approached you? He has your WeChat too. He's the one who pushed it on me. No wonder.
Xia Lingwei still wondered how Mu Xingchen found her WeChat. It turned out to be Blue Fei Fei who told her.
Blue Fei Fei can really idle. He also asked me about the breakup. But she did not return. When did you and Fei Yu become familiar with each other?
It's rare for Mu Xingchen to have a chance to chat with Xia Lingwei like this, and he kept asking about it.
Xia Lingwei was annoyed. Is he 100,000 reasons?
Asking about this and that, if she didn't know, she would think that Mu Xingchen was interviewing her.
I'm not really familiar with him, am I?
I've met him twice before when I was out. Once when she was buying clothes, and the other time when he saved her at the KTV.
That's it. What's up?
Before the Blue Fei Fei mysterious, thought he and Xia Lingwei secretly engaged in ambiguous. Now listen to Xia Lingwei so say, is simply ordinary to recognize the kind of degree only.
Mu Xingchen's heart immediately balanced a lot.
At this time, a gust of sea breeze blew by, blowing up Xia Lingwei's hair, and the tips of her hair blew right into Mu Xingchen's face. Mu Xingchen's face itched, and his heart itched as well. To Xia Lingwei, he couldn't say what kind of feeling he had. In the beginning, he was just a little curious about her because Xingqing always brought her along. Later, after a little contact, he realized that she was unexpectedly not very approachable. This kind of unapproachable does not mean that she is cold, but has a very strong defense against people. Even he wanted to add her WeChat is quite difficult.
Perhaps it was this unapproachability that gave birth to more curiosity in him.
Being able to have the opportunity to have her all to himself here now gave Mu Xingchen a wonderful sense of superiority.
Only he knew that Xia Lingwei was hero. Mu Shichu was still young and didn't know what was happening to them in the academy. He couldn't interject at all and silently fished by the side. Suddenly, he felt the fishing rod become heavier. Sister Lingwei. The fish is hooked, come help me.
Xia Lingwei sniffed and immediately went to help. She really didn't want to listen to Mu Xingchen asking questions. She surrounded Mu Shichu from behind, grabbed the fishing rod from his hand, and together they yanked it upwards with force. In this process, it was inevitable that she would bump into him. Mu Shichu felt the soft touch from his back and his face reddened again. A child of his age is the age when he is slightly ignorant and begins to reject being close to the opposite sex. When he was in school, he also only played with the boys and rarely spoke to the girls in his class.
When he first met Xia Lingwei, his attitude wasn't too good either.
Just after yesterday afternoon's time together, not only did he not reject getting close to Xia Lingwei, he also quite liked playing with her and with her. Now that he was in contact at such a distance, he was a bit overwhelmed and froze there. The strength in his hand loosened, Xia Lingwei couldn't tug at all, and was yanked by the strength of the fishing rod, and her whole body slumped on Mu Shichu's back. The fish also took off the hook in the process. This big fish also jumped from the surface of the sea, splashing the water splash. A few people were drenched. Immediately after that, the sea breeze blew again. Achoo! Achoo! They all sneezed when the wind blew on their wet bodies. As the weather on the sea can change at any time, they didn't have the heart to continue playing, so they returned to the shore. Although Mu Shichu and Mu Xingchen still wanted to play with her, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to get too close to them when she thought of the pressure-filled eyes of the Mu family's parents. So she said whatever she wanted to go home. Mu Xingchen couldn't argue with her, so he sent her to the door of his house before the two brothers left. After Xia Lingwei entered the door, she hurriedly took off the soaked clothes on her body, wanting to find a clean outfit from the closet to change into. But the moment she opened the closet door, a tall figure hugged her from behind.